Who understands family? I dressed as a villain from the Spirit Hall, 12 Wings, and dared to make Qianren Xue call me Dad right from the start. Let me tell you, the scene at that moment was unbelievable. There were over 100 people in the audience. All of them seemed to be bowing down madly to that little girl named Qianren Xue, who had just awakened her six-winged angel. And guess what? I couldn't help but laugh out loud while standing in the crowd. The guy next to me nearly had his eyes pop out and shouted, "What are you laughing at?" I replied in a way that left the whole place in silence. Is the six-winged angel really that strong? As soon as I said that, I swear the air in the entire hall froze. It felt like when you accidentally send a voice message with complaints in the company group chat during a meeting with the boss. But rewind a few hours, I was just a little unlucky guy who had just crossed over. Who understands family? One moment I was at home ranting about Tang San from the Douluo anime, thinking he was too pretentious, and the next moment everything went black, and I was really transported. And I was thrown right at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, dirty as a little beggar. At that moment, I heard a ding in my head. The system, my cheat had arrived. Fate's Great Villain System. Hey, I like that name. When I opened the newbie gift pack, wow, there were restricted level martial spirits, soul eater silver needles, and something called soul sage pill. I thought to myself, could this be the legendary golden finger that gets you everything in one go? Without a second thought, I gulped it down. But my body didn't change much, and the system prompted me that I had obtained a soul sage level physique. That's fine. A sturdier body will make it easier to beat people up in the future. While I was studying this system, someone shouted behind me, "Get lost, you filthy beggar." I turned around to see 7 little brats acting all high and mighty, and the leader was a little beauty. Isn't that the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall? One of them, a fool named Li Kai, saw me looking at them and, without a word, was about to throw a punch right at my face. But that little beauty, Hulaina, stopped him. Let me tell you, Hulaina's stop really saved his life. At that moment, I was already holding the Soul Eater needle given by the system, which could seal the throat of anyone below level 40 with a single drop of blood. TSK, even a villain needs strength to show off otherwise. You're just pure cannon fodder. Soon, we were all called into the main hall to prepare for the awakening of our martial spirits. Inside was packed with people, all waiting for the proud daughter of heaven, Qianren Xue. The scene was grand, with 2 titled Douluos acting like bodyguards. When she stepped on stage, the golden light erupted, and a 6-winged angel's phantom appeared behind her with a divine presence. The whole place went crazy. Everyone acted like they were seeing a celebrity, almost kneeling. Especially the guy next to me. He looked like he was about to faint on the spot, mumbling, "Goddess, my goddess." I really couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. And then, the scene I told you about at the beginning happened. As soon as I said that, Qian Rengshu's little face turned sour, and the wings of her angel martial spirit flapped, sending a wave of holy energy towards me. But before I could move, the system panicked first, and with a ding, a bone-chilling aura of death exploded from me, forcefully pushing her holy light back. At this point, even Qianren Xue was shocked her 6-winged angel martial spirit started to feel a bit uneasy. She stepped down from the stage, looking at me arrogantly, claiming she would purify me. I crossed my arms and told her nonchalantly, "Don't just throw around accusations, I'm speaking the truth. My martial spirit is way stronger than yours." This statement stirred up a hornet's nest, and Hulaina's group began mocking me, calling me a frog at the bottom of the well. Qianren Xue directly issued a challenge, demanding that I awaken right there and fight her. Fine, who's afraid of whom? I'm just afraid you won't even get a chance to strike. I swaggered up to the awakening platform, and Qianren Xue even had the serpent spear, personally awaken me. As I placed my hand on the crystal ball, my soul power was only at level 2 at first, and Qian Rengshu's mouth nearly reached the sky with a grin. But the next second, my soul power skyrocketed like I was on a rocket. Whoosh, it filled up instantly. The golden light blinded the entire hall, and even the serpent spear, felt fear from the soul power fluctuations. Then, the phantom behind me appeared. At first, they thought it was a 6-winged angel, but guess what? The wings started to grow. 6 wings, 8 wings, 10 wings, until it reached 12 wings. A golden 12-winged male angel. The aura directly suppressed Qian Rengshu's 6-winged angel. The most shocking part was that her martial spirit ran out on its own and, thud, knelt down before my martial spirit. Family, this is bloodline suppression. Do you understand? But that's not all. Beside the golden light, black mist also rose. Another 12-winged angel, but of the dark type. One righteous and one evil. The 2 angels fused together, transforming into an ultimate form of half gold and half black, wielding a holy sword and a death spear. I was stunned. Does this count as a twin martial spirit or a mutation? This commotion directly attracted the big shots of the spirit hall. The high priest Douluo couldn't sit still. He directly dropped a bombshell, saying he wanted to take me as his disciple and let me become a high priest in the future. I didn't even give him the time of day and said in front of everyone, "You're too old, and you can't even defeat Tang San. There's no future in taking you as a master." This made him so angry his face turned green. Then I turned around and ran in front of Bibi Dong, pulling out an external soul bone and handing it to her like I was giving her candy. "Beautiful sister, would you take me as your disciple? Consider this a gift for becoming my master." Just wait, those title Douluos nearly had their eyes pop out. Bibi Dong was incredibly decisive and accepted me on the spot. This move directly made Douluo so angry he left in a huff. After following Bibi Dong back to the Pope's palace, she arranged a room for me to cultivate and promised to take me to hunt soul beasts. Just as she left, the system in my head chimed. Task completed. Reward: a 60,000-year soul ring. Soul skill called Heaven and Earth Law. I absorbed it immediately. When my martial spirit awakened, it grew to a height of 1,000 zhong, breaking through the roof, and that black 10th sandier soul ring was simply too ostentatious. Douluo, that old guy, really doesn't play fair. He sent an 82-level agile attack, Soul Douluo, to assassinate me. What happened? As soon as that guy showed up, I swung the death spear in my hand, and swish, his head fell, instant kill. Clean and neat. Bibi Dong was watching from the window the whole time. I bet her jaw dropped in shock. The most impressive part was that the system could also recover soul power and convert it into energy points for me. For the next 10 years, to avoid Douluo and to get things done, I slipped out of the spirit hall. I vowed that when I returned, it would be the time for a change in the spirit hall. Now, 10 years later, I am watching the excitement at the entrance of the Rose Hotel in Soto City, Balak Kingdom. 5 years ago, the system issued a task for me to encounter Tang San and start my villainous life. I thought he was too young at the time, so it wasn't fun to bully him, so I waited an extra 5 years. Look inside the hotel. The BGM for Tang San and Dai Mubai has already started, and they are in the middle of an intense battle. Let me tell you, the crowd outside was dumbfounded, whispering to each other, "Wow, the white tiger martial spirit is so awesome. That blue silver grass can actually hold its own," and someone sharpie noticed that Tang San only had 2 soul rings and was over level 20. Goodness, this wave of flattery filled Tang San's vanity meter to the max, and his performance became much smoother. Of the audience were all stunned into silence. They couldn't believe what had just happened. The powerful Deming Bai had been knocked out so easily, and it was done without any use of spirit abilities. I looked around at the crowd, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. It felt good to remind them that sometimes strength comes from sheer physical power, not just from being a spirit master. The twins I had been admiring earlier were now looking at me with wide eyes, clearly impressed. I smirked, enjoying the moment. "Anyone else want to try their luck?" I asked, my voice loud enough for everyone to hear. The atmosphere in the hotel lobby was tense, and I could feel the stares of the other spirit masters on me. But I wasn't worried. I made my point. He knows his stuff. My jaw nearly dropped. Wow, he just knocked away his soul master over level 30? Am I dreaming? This physique is too abnormal. What level is his martial soul? I ignored the whispers of that group and turned to Tang San, deliberately teasing him. "Hey, aren't you going to stand up for your friend?" Guess what? This guy immediately backed down and said with a serious face, "We're not friends. Just strangers who met by chance." Huh, he didn't let me down, a perfect egoist. Just a second ago, he was exchanging compliments with Dai Mubai, and now he's acting like a passerby. But that's just right, as I intended to sow discord between them. And with him cooperating so well, I almost felt embarrassed. I laughed and clapped my hands. "Not bad. You really know how to read the situation. I didn't plan to kill him right now. I'll keep him around and play with him slowly. After all, this kid is the favored son of the heavenly Tao, with a protagonist halo protecting him and opportunities falling into his lap like they're free. I, as the big villain, don't have such treatment. But that's okay. What he doesn't have, I can take. This is probably the privilege of a villain." I was happily daydreaming when suddenly, out of nowhere, 2 long and straight white legs wrapped around my neck. Let me tell you, that touch, that smoothness, along with a faint body fragrance, made my heart flutter a bit. Without a doubt, it was Zhao Su making her move. This rabbit spirit fusion really has great flexibility, and her speed and strength have improved too. She suddenly exerted force with her legs, trying to throw me over her shoulder. Unfortunately, what a wishful thinking. I was just caught off guard earlier, which allowed her to succeed, but now that I've reacted, she is only going to be the one getting beaten. My feet were rooted to the ground, and no matter how hard she tried, I didn't budge an inch. Then I reached back and grabbed her calf, tossing her out like a little chick. Xiao Wu flipped over and tried to come back for more. While over there, Mubai was struggling to get up again. With his spirit fused once more, he let out a roar and charged at me. All right, he has some spirit. I actually admired this guy a bit. At least he was better than Tang San. That coward. Tang San always goes on about how Xiao Wu is his sister and that no one can hurt her. Yet he just watched her suffer without daring to say a word. I showed mercy to Xiao Wu, but I wasn't so polite to Mubai. With one punch, I hit him even harder this time, directly shattering his martial soul. He spat out a mouthful of old blood, and I estimated he wouldn't be able to use his martial soul for a week. I didn't forget to add insult to injury. Go back to your Shrek Academy and take care of your injuries. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Just then, Tang San finally made his move. But this guy, instead of confronting me head-on, resorted to underhanded tactics. A bunch of poison silver needles shot toward me. Besides playing with these dirty tricks, what else can you do? I caught all those silver needles with one hand, then with a flick of my wrist, I sent them back to him, forcing him to activate his martial soul. A bunch of ghostly vines wrapped around me, laced with anesthetic poison. But in front of me, this was child's play. I still fought barehanded, grabbing those vines and yanking them hard, pulling Tang San right in front of me. Blue silvergrass, too weak. I was about to raise my hand and destroy his broken grass martial soul, forcing the Hao Ian hammer hidden in his body to come out, when suddenly the system beeped and popped up. Beep! This person possesses the fate of a protagonist, continuously encountering fortuitous events. It is advised that the host does not directly eliminate him. Beep! Task completed. Encounter with Tang San. Reward. Mutated Martial Soul 7 Killing Sword 1. System Mall unlocked. Well, the system has spoken. I lower my raised hand and casually toss Tang San aside. What do you mean? He looked completely bewildered. I smiled and said, "It's nothing. You're too weak now. It's meaningless to fight you." After that, I turned around and left, leaving a room full of people with puzzled expressions. Once I was gone, that kid Tang San pretended to be concerned and rushed to help Mubai, saying, "Brother Dai, are you okay?" It was so insincere that he would deserve an Oscar for it. Mubai's face was pale, and he leaned on the twin brothers for support as they hurried back to the academy to heal his injuries. I returned to my small courtyard north of Soto City and began to awaken the mutated martial soul that the system had just given me, the 7 Killing Sword. Wow. As soon as the sword appeared, it had an ancient and imposing aura, quietly hovering behind me, its sword intent sharp enough to send chills down my spine. I took a closer look. One side of the blade depicted mountains, rivers, and the other side depicted flying birds and running beasts. The hilt was engraved with 5 ancient characters that only old-timers would recognize, called the Emperor's 7 Killing Sword. Its prestige was off the charts, far surpassing that of the sword Douluo's sword. Congratulations, Master, on awakening a powerful martial soul again. A shadow suddenly appeared behind me, speaking with utmost respect. "Shadow, how's the investigation going?" I asked without turning around. This person was the captain of my shadow team, whom I had personally trained, a title Douluo at level 97, with a martial soul of a shadow, absolutely loyal. Returning to Master, we have some clues. The martial soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is very likely one of the 9 Guardian Divine Dragons, the Golden Saint Dragon. Also, the ancient banyan tree of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, its bone dragon martial soul, is also a clue. This hidden mission was given by the system, with no rewards and even penalties. If I couldn't gather all 9 dragons, I would never become a god. Understood. Continue the investigation and don't alert the enemy, I instructed. The shadow hesitated for a moment, then said, "Master, the young girl you encountered today, I sense the aura of a soul beast from her. She is very likely to be 100,000 years old." As soon as I heard it, a breath mixed with the sacred and death pressed down upon me. Even a title Douluo at level 97 began to tremble under this pressure, and his black robe fell off with a rustle. Damn, my CPU has been overheating. Who would have thought that beneath this black robe was a woman with a figure so stunningly close to perfection? The contrast is incredible. I didn't mean to spy on my master. She quickly lowered her head to explain. I withdrew my pressure and said coldly, "Remember, don't challenge my bottom line." She breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject. "Master, I found out one more thing. That ancient banyan seems to not belong to this world." At that moment, I was like, what's going on? Does the Douluo also have team-building activities? Am I not the only traveler? His background was very mysterious. Before becoming a titled Douluo, no one had ever heard of him. Investigate from the root. I waved my hand, signaling her to step back. After she disappeared, I lay on a lounge chair in the yard, pondering. 7 treasure glazed tile sect? Ancient banyan? Interesting. Just in time. Isn't Ning Rongrong going to Shrek Academy? Then I'll go there to have some fun and get some information from this little princess. System, open the shop. I need to check my rewards. Host, Zhao Su Martial Soul, 12-winged Holy Angel, Emperor 7 killing sword level. Level 42 Battle Soul Master. System shop, open. As soon as the shop opened, wow, it was dazzling. Various soul rings, soul tools, even Tang San's hidden weapons like the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus and Guanin's Tears were all for sale here. But I wasn't interested in those. My attention was immediately drawn to a shiny 12-winged Holy Angel set in the Soulbone section. The attributes made my mouth water. But when I looked at the price, my heart sank. The cheapest leg bone cost 100,000 energy points. How could I afford that? Just as I was about to close the page in disappointment, I saw the last slot of a lonely external soul bone. External soul bone, sky-cleaving demon butterfly. After absorption, wings can grow to ride the wind. Looking at the price again, 10,000 energy points. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wasn't this tailor-made for me? It's the king of cost performance. I directly exchanged and fused. A pair of butterfly-like wings unfolded behind me, and with a gentle flap, I took off into the air. Awesome. Next, I spent 80,000 energy points to equip my Emperor's 7 killing sword with 4 10,000-year soul rings. Just like that, my 95,000 energy points instantly dropped to just 5,000, and I returned to square one overnight. Just as I was feeling the pinch, the system task came again. Ding. New task unlocked. Get close to Ning Rongrong and extract information about Bone Douluo Guyon. Reward. 1 10,000-year soul ring. 10,000 energy points. A 10,000-year soul ring? That's great. I immediately walked out of the courtyard, ready to earn some energy points to recover. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw Tang San and Xiao Wu bouncing over from not far away, entering a shop with the Spirit Hall logo. I smirked. Hey, what a coincidence. An evil thought suddenly arose, and I quietly followed along. As soon as I entered the store, I saw Tang San pointing at a very murky broken crystal in the corner, asking for the price. An old man with a hooked nose was lazily lying on a recliner and said, 100 gold soul coins. I pretended to pass by and walked in. The old man, Flanders, narrowed his eyes sharply when he saw me. I directly threw 2 bags of gold soul coins and said, I'll offer 200. I want this crystal. Xiao Wu immediately exploded with anger, rushed out to stand in front of me, hands on her hips, and shouted, Do you understand the principle of first come, first served? Why should we give it to you since we came first? I sneered. Whoever has more money gets it. Isn't that a simple principle? I just want to be this arrogant villain. Isn't that just a pure plot twist? I need to be more professional. I looked up and down at Xiao Wu, clicking my tongue twice. Such a cute little rabbit, following around a useless person. What a pity. Xiao was a bit startled by my gaze and took a step back. Tang San finally couldn't hold back any longer, his eyes coldly fixed on me, his hand already reaching for his belt, ready to shoot a hidden weapon at any moment. I laughed, just afraid he wouldn't react. Are you angry? Planning to shoot me with your silent darts? Tang San trembled all over, fear in his eyes. Who exactly are you? Why do you want to go against us? Just an ordinary person. I didn't intend to go against you. It's just that we both have our eyes on the same thing. I said that, but what I was really thinking was, because you are the protagonist, and I am the villain, buddy. In the end, Tang San still backed down and quickly left with Xiao Wu. He knew that the concealed weapon that had been seen through was already useless. I looked at their backs, revealing an evil smile exclusive to villains, picked up the crystal ball, and pushed a bag of gold soul coins to Flander. No need to change. The extra 100 is my sponsorship for Shrek Academy. After saying that, I elegantly turned around and left. Flander looked at my back, full of confusion. In the next 2 days, I wandered around Soto City, looking for those damn villains to earn some energy points. As a result, I heard a brazen tease, not bad figure girl. Want to play with me? As soon as I looked, I saw a few local ruffians surrounding a beautiful girl with long black hair. The girl had a cold expression, completely ignoring them. Zhu Zhuqing from the Shrek 7 Monsters? I recognized her immediately when I saw her phantom spirit cat, Martial Soul. This girl was ruthless. She took down those weaklings in no time. Get lost. She coldly spat out a single word. I looked at the thugs rolling on the ground, shook my head, and then walked to a nearby stall, picked up a cute little cat ornament, and handed it to her. Do you like it? It's a gift for you. She glanced at me coldly, ignored me, and turned to leave. Zhu Zhuqing, not bad. I tossed a gold soul coin down, didn't ask for change, and directly chased after her. But as soon as I turned a corner, she was nowhere to be seen. But it didn't seem matter. She would definitely go to Shrek Academy. So I could just wait for her there. 2 days later, I arrived at the shabby entrance of Shrek Academy. The old man in charge of admissions was there, releasing his sole power to intimidate the parents who wanted to withdraw their registration fees. Tang San and Xiao had already arrived and were waiting in line. The moment Dai Mubai next to me saw me, his face turned pale, and he quickly leaned over to whisper a few words in the ear of the enrollment old man. That old man, Liu Song, a sole emperor of level 62, raised his head and happened to make eye contact with me. I smiled at him, but he was taken aback and immediately asked Dai Mubai to inform the dean. Then he slammed his dragon pattern stick on the ground, revealing 6 soul rings, trying to intimidate me. Unfortunately, his first soul ring was still white, and I couldn't help but shake my head. He clearly saw the disdain on my face, and he probably felt his pride was hurt, but he didn't dare to actually make a move. I was too lazy to wait in line and walked straight up to him. I want to join your academy. He looked me over and said with a forced smile, "Did you not understand what I just said? You're too old, and your soul power isn't enough." I interrupted him. I get it. If I can't be a student, then I can be a teacher. A teacher? Our faculty is full, and besides, you probably don't meet the qualifications, do you? Is that so? What qualifications do your teachers have? At least a level 60 soul emperor. Before he could finish his sentence, I had already summoned my martial soul. That ancient Imperial 7 killing sword floated behind me, and then for black 10,000-year soul rings rose one after another. Let me tell you, the scene at that moment was silent as a grave. Everyone looked like they had been put on mute, their eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the 4 shiny black soul rings behind me. Flinder happened to be brought over by Dai Mubai and also saw this scene, standing frozen in place. I could hear his jaw drop from 800 meters away. He looked like a wooden post, unable to move his eyes. I tell you, that scene was truly shocking. The Emperor's 7 kill sword behind me was exuding such a murderous aura that it almost solidified, forcing that level 70-something Liu Song to take a step back. In the crowd, there was a little girl in a white dress, and I heard her mumbling, 7 kill sword? Is it related to Sword Grandpa? That little girl is quite perceptive. I couldn't be bothered to deal with them and directly address Flinder. So, Dean Flinder, do I meet the requirements to be your teacher? I'd already made up my mind that if the 7 killing sword couldn't hold a scene, I would show you my 12 winged wings right on the spot. Anyway, today, I was determined to join Shrek. As a result, Flinder, who had looked petrified just a second ago, suddenly had a beaming smile on his face, looking as bright as a chrysanthemum. That's enough. So much. He rubbed his hands together and came over, young brother. May I ask how old you are this year? I smirked and reported a number, 16. Hiss. I told you, the sound of gasping was so synchronized it seemed rehearsed. A 16-year-old soul master, with 4 10,000-year soul rings. They wouldn't even dare to dream of making this up. That kid Dai Mubai, known as a genius, only had over 30 levels at 16, compared to me. He was just a little brother. Flinder invited me in on the spot, and his attitude was so respectful, it was as if he wanted to roll out the red carpet for me. When I went in, I deliberately turned back to take a look, just to see that girl in the white dress, Ning Rong. It was part of the system task. I had to get close to her and extract information. When I saw her, my heart finally settled. I won't go into all the messy details that followed. Anyway, Tang San and Xiao Wu and their little friends chattered away with their tests, and I naturally became the most impressive, youngest, and also the most handsome teacher in Shrek's history. Guess what happened next? That night, something came up. I was pondering over something when I sensed a domineering, yet desolate aura coming from Zhao Wuji's room. Goodness, Tang Hao has arrived. Without saying a word, I pulled Flinder and went over, kicked the door open, and saw a big man dressed in tattered clothes, holding a pitch-black hammer in his hand. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and directly mocked. Oh, isn't that Hao Ian Douluo? What's up, flaunting a broken hammer everywhere? Afraid people don't know you're strong? Flinder turned pale with fright, constantly signaling me not to talk recklessly. Of course, that SA titled Douluo, but am I afraid of him? Tang Hao shot me a glance with his dead fish eyes, full of disdain. Do you think just because you have a 7 killing sword and 4 black rings, you're invincible? Hey, I have a bad temper. I couldn't stand his arrogance, acting like he's the best in the world. Yet he's such a loser that he can't even protect his own wife. What is he pretending to be, a big shot? I shot back at him directly. If you're not convinced, let us have a go. I want to use my martial soul. You can come at me however you want. As soon as I said that, both Flinder and Zhao Wuji held their breaths. Tang Hao sneered, not taking me seriously at all. He didn't even use his hammer and just threw a punch at me. I tell you, that punch was like the wind. As for me, I just tapped my toes, slid to the side, and hey, it's just playing around. Everyone else was dumbfounded. How could a level 95 super Douluo's basic attack be dodged by a mere level 42 soul zone like me? Doesn't he care about his face? He didn't believe in evil and charged at me again, this time seriously, though he still didn't use his martial soul. I sneered. I said if you don't use the hammer again, you won't have a chance. While speaking, I reached out and grabbed his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. I'll give you another chance. I exerted force and sent him flying. Now Tang Hao was completely stunned. The way he looked at me was like he was seeing a ghost. I didn't give him time to react and charge forward. He finally got anxious, and with a flash of black light in his right hand, he held the Haotian hammer. The 9 soul rings behind him lit up with a bang. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 shining red. When that red ring lit up, I was delighted. Good heavens, a Yin's 100,000 year soul ring will eventually be mine. No, it's from my master BB Dong. An idea popped into my head. When he resurrects Ayin, I'll kill Ayin again. Wouldn't he that give me another 100,000 year soul ring? He swung the hammer down with the force of thunder, and I lightly said, is that it? The strongest weapon, martial soul? Quite ordinary. At the same time, the Emperor's 7-kill sword appeared in my hand. The first soul ring lit up, and an unparalleled sword intent surged forward to meet the hammer. With a loud clang, the sword intent not only blocked the hammer, but also pierced through, directly slashing at Tang Hao. The sword intent carried a trace of divine aura, scaring him into retreating hastily. His face, which had remained unchanged for years, finally changed color. That so-called heart of a strong man felt like it had cracked under my pressure. This little trick could only scare little kids. I sheathed my sword, and my whole body erupted with black and gold light, letting him see what the ultimate physical body looks like. As soon as I finished speaking, I charged forward like a cannonball. Did he think I relied on the sword? How naive. I directly activated a skill from my alternate account, 12th Winged Holy Angel's 4th Soul Skill, True Body of the Holy Angel. Tang Hao was knocked away on the spot, and I rushed up and unleashed a flurry of punches. Each hit was solid and hard, sounding like a drum. I beat him so hard that, oh, I tell you, it felt like drumming. All his soul power was sealed, and he could only lie there taking the beating. On the side, Flinder and Zhao Wujia were completely dumbfounded, feeling like their worldview had been refreshed. 5 minutes later, I stopped and looked at Tang Hao, who was like a pile of mud on the ground, and said, "You are too weak. I will teach your son Tang San from now on." As a result, guess what happened? He trembled and crawled up, then suddenly knelt down in front of me. "Thank you, senior." I was completely stunned at the time. "No, buddy, do you have some kind of special kink? Are you addicted to getting beaten up?" Later, I found out that my punch actually fixed a long-standing internal injury in him. He was extremely grateful, and I casually gave him a pill, tricking him into thinking it could help resurrect his wife. Now, Tang Hao immediately declared that he would serve me like a horse. I felt quite awkward. I was doing this for his wife's soul ring, yet he treated me like a benefactor. But then I thought, as a villain, isn't it normal to do such things? As soon as Tang Hao left, Zhao Wujia immediately approached me, his eyes filled with stars, and declared me his idol. Flanders, on the other hand, looked worried and asked what I really wanted to do. I randomly made up a boring excuse to send him away. Just because I'm not dealing with those kids now doesn't mean I won't later. The next morning, a little girl was standing at the door, Ning Rongrong. She came up and asked me about the 7-killing sword, saying it couldn't be passed down and questioning how I got it. I pretended to be clueless, and she put on a young lady's airs, insisting that I answer. In the end, she speculated herself, coming over with a gossiping look. Are you the illegitimate son of Sword Grandpa?" I almost laughed out loud. I said that I had nothing to do with Qinshin, but I had a bit of a connection with Gurong. As a result, this little girl's eyes lit up, and she said something that left me stunned. "Could it be that you were born from Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian?" No, wait. How could 2 old men have a child? Could it be that Grandpa Gu is a woman? I was living in Bengbu at the time, and who among my family understands this thought process? I felt like the first person in Cyber Douluo. However, after she finished speaking, she covered her mouth and ran away, saying it was a secret. Hey, there really is something going on. The system chimed, the task was completed, and I was rewarded with a 100,000-year soul ring. I immediately went back to my room to enter seclusion, and with a surge of soul power, I reached level 50. Once the new soul ring was equipped, my level shot up to 51. Awesome. In the evening, Flinder brought the Shrek 7 monsters to the Soto City Great Soul Arena for a real battle, and I went along to watch the excitement. Just as I sat down, my shadow moved. My confidant shadow brought me 2 important pieces of news. First, That old man Gurong might be someone from the divine realm. Second, my beautiful master, Bibi Dong, unexpectedly came to Soto City, aiming for the 100,000-year-soul beasts in the Stardow Forest. As soon as I heard this, I couldn't sit still. Those 10,000-year spirit beasts in the Starry Forest would be like delivering food for her with her current strength. I immediately left the battle arena and headed straight for the hotel. I quietly appeared in her room while she was meditating. As soon as I opened my mouth, I told her not to go seek death, and she responded with a cold demeanor, accusing me of spying on her. I explained it was for her protection, but she still didn't believe me. So, I decided to hit her where it hurts and brought up the issue with Qinxuanji. To my surprise, she exploded on the spot, her soul power surging as she was about to attack me. I quickly suppressed her soul power and sent a bit of vitality to calm her down. As a result, she actually cried, tears streaming down her face like a pear blossom in the rain. After she finished crying, I comforted her a bit, saying that I would help her get what she wanted. Suddenly, this woman changed her demeanor completely, becoming flirtatious and almost pressing herself against me, breathily asking, "So, do you also want my body?" Hiss. Let me tell you, who can withstand that? Those little glances, those small actions, that voice. I almost lost control, but I held back. Why? It's about the bigger picture, you know? Taking advantage now is just exploiting her vulnerability. It's true conquest when she willingly submits. I dropped a line about her desired 100,000 year soul ring and left, fearing that if I stayed any longer, things might really go awry. Once outside the hotel, I cursed little enchantress under my breath and called for Shadow, instructing her to follow Bibi Dong secretly and to step in if necessary, as long as she didn't get hurt. When I staggered back to the Great Soul Arena, I saw Tang San and the others surrounded by 5 strong men. When Dai Mubai saw me, he looked like he had seen a savior. Teacher Zhao, they want to collect protection fees. I raised my eyes and saw a few scruffy-looking guys, with the leader being a scar-faced man. I couldn't be bothered to lift my eyelids even a bit and just said 2 words, "Beat him." Seeing that they were hesitating a bit, I added, "If anything happens, I'll take the blame." When the scar-faced man heard that, he laughed right on the spot. Laughed? What was he laughing about? Let me tell you, the guy just burst into laughter, saying something about the 6 weirdos of Soto City, as if he was calling out a menu. Beside me, Dai Mubai quickly educated me, saying that these guys were professional thugs, committing all sorts of crimes, and the leader was level 59 with a martial spirit that was a pig. As soon as I heard it, I found it even more amusing. It's just a pig, what's the big deal? I directly waved my hand at Dai Mubai, implying that he should go up and practice. Although Dai Mubai felt apprehensive about facing someone nearly 60 levels when he was only in his 30s, seeing me so calm, combined with his damn pride, he let out a roar and activated his martial soul, charging in with his strongest soul skill, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. As a result, the opponent didn't take Dai Mubai seriously at all. The scar-faced man didn't even move, and a small fry beside him, also with a white tiger martial soul, but looking quite sinister, stepped forward. He was a soul king over 50 levels. Who understands this? A 30-something level fighting a 50-something level? Isn't that just pure scraping? After a few exchanges, Dai Mubai was already being pushed back repeatedly. Zhu Zhuqing saw this and immediately activated her Phantom Cat martial spirit, moving as fast as a shadow to help. Tang San and Xiao Wu also sprang into action, surrounding that Soul King to fight. Just then, Tang San made his move. Let me tell you, that guy is really cunning. He pulled out his Zhuge crossbow, and with 3 swift shots, the Soul King on the opposite side ended up with 3 transparent holes in his chest and died on the spot. At that moment, my heart sank. Wow, this hidden weapon is too overpowered, right? If he grows up, won't I have to watch my back every day? No, I have to find a chance to deal with this kid. When the scarred face saw his brother was gone, he exploded on the spot and charged at me with the remaining 4. I thought, let's stop pretending and just lay it all out. As soon as the Emperor's 7 killing sword appeared, the 4 shiny black eternal soul rings behind me lit up, and the aura was such that the 5 on the opposite side were immediately pressed down and couldn't move. I sent out a sword energy, and the 5 of them were gone, clean and neat. The system absorbed some soul power. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. I had Tang San check the bodies, but these poor guys only had a few gold soul coins. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Oscar also arrived. Ning Rongrong's little face was sour, clearly showing that her young lady temper had flared up after being scolded by Flender. I threw that bit of money to them, letting them enjoy themselves. When Dai Mubai heard there was money, his eyes lit up and he sneakily glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, but Zhu Zhuqing just rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Mubai hurried after her to explain. It was like a live demonstration of a 2025 model of a sycophant. They all laughed, but I didn't. I kept feeling that the scarred face's corpse was a bit suspicious. Suddenly, the system popped up, saying it detected the aura of the nine-winged dragon, and it was a piece of bone. Then, to my surprise, it conjured a bone knife out of nowhere and started dissecting right at the entrance of the Great Fighting Soul arena. Who understands if someone sees this? Won't I become a perverted killer? 3 minutes later, the system urged me to run with a bloody piece of bone. I quickly slipped back to my little courtyard I bought on the edge of the city, tossed the bone into a water tank to wash it, and guess what? The bone was actually alive. It emitted a golden light and floated on the water. The system told me that this nine-winged dragon was remarkable. It could shatter itself into a pile of bones to save its life, and if gathered and thrown into the fire, it could be reborn from the flames. This is one of the fragments in my hand. The next day, when I went to the cafeteria for a meal, the atmosphere was incredible. Zhu Zhuqing sat far away by herself. I went straight over, leaned close to her ear, and said, "Aren't you here for Dai Mubai?" Then I gave her the little cat ornament I bought earlier as a gift. I also warned her to stay away from Tang San and his group. It's not good for you. Dai Mubai across the room looked like he was about to spew fire. Later, when Oscar reached level 30, we followed Zhao Wuji to the Stardo Forest. The atmosphere on the way was extremely awkward. Zhu Zhuqing avoided Dai Mubai like he was a plague. When we reached the small town by the edge of the forest, I drank with Zhao Wuji at night. As we were drinking, I asked him about his grudge against the Spirit Hall. He rambled on, and I took the opportunity to tell him, "Brother Zhao, don't worry. I'll help you take revenge. Just stick with me from now on." Zhao Wuji was a smart guy and understood immediately, which meant I had him on my side. While we were drinking, a fight broke out downstairs. It was Tang San and his group clashing with the people from Songhui Academy. A teacher from the other side, over level 50, was acting all tough. Zhao Wuji and I went down to take a look, and I couldn't help but laugh. A Soul King bullying kids. How shameless. I directly challenged him to a duel. The loser had to bow 3 times. The guy was quite arrogant and charged right at me. I didn't even activate my martial soul. I just swung my hand and landed a powerful slap that cracked his turtle shell, sending him flying and spitting blood. He was stunned and tried to run, but I blocked him. In the end, he had no choice but to bow 3 times and left in disgrace. The next day, we entered the Stardo Forest and quickly found Oscar, a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Just as Oscar was about to make his move, an old man suddenly appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by a remarkably handsome young man. I recognized at a glance that the old man was the snake spear Douluo, and the young man was none other than Qianren Shua. The old man was quite arrogant, demanding we hand over the soul beast. I shot back. "Whoever gets it first is the owner. Who do you think you are?" I casually handed a dagger to Oscar, urging him to act quickly. The snake spear Douluo got furious and attacked in an instant. I didn't even move. I just reached out and grabbed his spear, mocking him. "You're too weak. Call your companions to join in." The old man was momentarily stunned. I didn't give him time to react. I applied a bit of force, and with a crack, I broke his martial soul form. He spat blood on the spot, and Qianren Shua hurriedly came up to protect him. I glanced at Qianren Shua. After 10 years, she was looking even better. I warned the old man to remember my name, Zhao Su from Shrek Academy. Upon hearing that, he probably recalled awakening my martial soul years ago, and his attitude took a complete turn. He hurriedly left with Qianren Shua. Meanwhile, Oscar finished absorbing and conjured a flying sausage, feeling quite proud. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji shouted for us to be on guard. I followed his gaze and saw a titan great ape the size of a small mountain staring at us. They were all scared, but I was incredibly excited. The king of the forest? Perfect. Let me see if I could take you down now. As soon as I finished speaking, I shot out like a cannonball. I tell you, at that moment, I got so excited that I directly summoned my first martial soul, the Emperor's 7-kill sword, and behind me, 4 pitch-black 10,000-year soul rings appeared, almost blinding them. I gripped my sword with one hand and shouted at the charging giant, "I have a sword. Its name is One Sword Across the Ages." What a sight! The sword energy, carrying a force capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, struck directly at the chest of the titan giant ape. Guess what happened? This beast had tough skin and thick flesh, and after taking my powerful move head-on, it only staggered for a moment before going completely berserk. It stood upright, over 20 meters tall like a moving skyscraper, and a hand larger than me came crashing down. The pressure from the wind, let me tell you, stung my face. It was the first time I felt some real pressure. I was excited at that moment, thinking, this is more like it. If a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years was this weak, it would be too boring. However, Going head-to-head was a bit foolish, so I quickly sheathed my sword and revealed my ultimate trump card. Who understands, family? When the pair of black and gold 12-winged holy angel wings behind me spread open with a whoosh, Zhao Wujia and the others nearly had their eyes pop out. With a flap of the wings, that divine yet destructive aura instantly stunned the entire arena. And the best part was still to come. Soul rings rose from beneath my feet, 2 black, 3 red, 5 soul rings, 3 of which were 100,000 years old. I tell you, their worldview collapsed right then and there, one by one, as if they had been struck by lightning, their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg. Twin martial souls? Teacher Zhao, is that a 100,000-year soul ring? Starting from the third one, they're all 100,000 year? This is impossible. That old guy Zhao Wujia, his jaw almost dislocated, his whole being was about to overheat. And the way he looked at me was as if he was seeing a deity descend to earth. I was pretending to be a master here, completely unaware that 2 old sixes, Serpent Spear and Stinging Sea Urchin, those titled Douluos, were hiding in the grass in the distance, secretly spying on me with Qianren. They initially wanted to find an opportunity to kill me, but when they saw my luxurious setup of 12-winged angel and 3 red rings, they were so scared that they peed their pants and scrambled away. It was hilarious. With that little courage, they still wanted to attempt an assassination. Not caring about them, I directly activated my 5th soul skill, Immortal Dominance, making myself shine with golden light, and I went straight to fist fight with the Titan giant ape. You punch me, I punch you, focusing on raw power and violence. Bang, bang, bang. In the end, I was technically superior, landing an uppercut that sent it flying, creating a big pit in the ground. However, this big guy was smart. Knowing it couldn't beat me, it got up and without a word, grabbed the onlooker Xiao Wu beside it, and ran away at lightning speed. Xiao Wu, Tang San was furious at that moment, grabbed a mushroom sausage from Oscar, and let out a roar as he chased after them. Me? I didn't move at all. Let me tell you, I still have great use for these 2 gorillas. Killing them now would be a waste. I'll fatten them up first. Besides, with my current level, I can't absorb the 6 soul ring anyway, so there's no rush to collect. Once those flies from the spirit hall have flown far away, Zhao Wujia approached, looking shocked, and asked me, Brother Zhao, do you know those people? I curled my lips. I've seen her before, the elder from the spirit hall, that girl disguised as a boy, is probably Bibidong's daughter. After hearing this, Zhao Wuji looked at me with an even stranger expression and cautiously asked, Who exactly are you? I smiled and patted him on the shoulder. I'm just me, a firework of different colors. All right, Zhao, stop pondering and hurry to catch up with Tang San. Don't let anything happen to him. We followed the footprints to the past, and lo and behold, we saw Tang San absorbing the soul ring of a faceless demon spider. When he woke up, 8 long, shiny black legs suddenly appeared behind him. He was bewildered and asked Zhao Waoqi what it was. Zhao Waoqi had no idea either, looking at me with admiration, as if to say, Can you explain this, big shot? What can I say? I could only pretend to ponder for a moment. Then with a profound expression, I told him, Congratulations, Tang San, this thing is called an external spirit bone, a special benefit for the chosen one. Do you understand what the protagonist's halo means? Zhao Wujia beside us was so jealous that his eyes turned red, practically drooling with envy. After a while, Xiao Wu also returned on her own, completely unharmed, and spun a tale about how a gorilla was scared away by a cow's roar, claiming she was lucky and happened to find a spirit beast to break through to level 30. This lie was only good enough to fool Tang San and the others. I see everyone is so enthusiastic. Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu have all been taken care of, so why not double the good fortune and directly give the rest of the people a live power-up? Don't just stand there. I'll summon the pure version of the 12-winged angel. Holy light shines down. Zhu Qing, Rong Rong, Fatty, and you too, Zhao, go sit down. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Zhao Wujia was the first to react, sitting cross-legged as if he was grabbing money. I infused them with divine power, and wow, their martial souls upgraded like they were on a rocket. Zhu Qing, that little wildcat, directly evolved into a yin-yang spirit cat. But she got distracted thinking about canceling her engagement with Dai Mubai and almost lost control. I quickly teleported to her side and whispered in her ear, little wildcat, now is not the time for wild thoughts. Keep your heart steady. I sent a warm current to help her stabilize. Ma Hongjuan's impurities from the evil fire phoenix were significantly purified, and Ning Rongrong was even more outrageous. Her 7-treasure glaze tile directly upgraded to the 8 treasure. When she woke up, she was so excited that she yelled and directly rushed over to hug me, sweetly saying, Brother Su, you're so great. I love you to death. TSK, such a small scene. Zhao Wujia also felt his bottleneck loosen. After waking up, his gaze at me was one of admiration, almost like he wanted to bow to me. I casually tossed him a bottle of pills for him to practice slowly. Now, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun are all at level 30. I waved my hand and said, "All right, it's getting dark. Let's find a place to rest. Tomorrow, I'll help you find your soul rings." We hadn't walked far when we discovered a soul master shelter, brightly lit by a bonfire and bustling with noise. Zhao Wujia looked around and said, "Brother Zhao, we're late. There's no place for us." I laughed at that moment. No place? Then just take one out. Rules? Let me tell you, rules are made for the weak. As long as I have no morals, no one can kidnap me. Got it? I walked straight in, heading directly to the group in the best spot, who were drinking and eating meat. I knocked on the table and said casually, "I like this place. You all can wait by the door." The entire shelter fell silent in an instant, then erupted in laughter. A burly man stood up and walked over to me with a look of disdain, raising his hand to slap me. I didn't move at all, and with a burst of soul power, the person was sent flying out with a bang. Now I've stirred up a hornet's nest. That group of people all stood up, and the leader was an 8-ring soul Douluo from the Spirit Hall. Zhao Wujia saw this and thought, "Hey, here's my chance to show off." He directly activated his martial spirit, revealing 7 soul rings, and charged at that soul Douluo, seeing that a fight was about to break out. The other side rushed in all at once, with more than 10 people joining in, and 4 soul kings headed towards Tang San and the others. I stood by with my arms crossed and watched for a while, originally wanting them to practice a bit. As a result, my blood pressure almost shot up. What on earth are they playing at? It's simply like the Calabash brothers saving Grandpa, sending one after another. I really can't watch anymore. With a flash of my figure, I took down the few minions attacking Zhao Wujia, each with a punch, and then stood next to Tang San and the others in the battle circle, directly activating my sharp-tongued mode. U7, what kind of coordination is this? It's simply pathetic. Ma Hongjun, is your fire meant for warming people? Burn him. Zhu Zhuqing, utilize your speed advantage. You're an assassin, not a tank. Flank him. Do you understand? Dai Mubai, you're a tiger, not a sick cat. Are you just spinning around to make yourself dizzy? Ning Rongrong, assist only when the time is right. If he lacks attack, don't give him defense. Are you a spy sent by the other side? And you, Xiao Wu, stop bouncing around like a cheerleader. Go in and use your 8 to beat him up. I'll tell you, the scene was a complete mess, but Su Ge was like a battlefield AI commander, directing everyone perfectly. Who to target, where to strike. Tang San, are those 8 long legs of yours cosplaying as a spider spirit? Shoot that guy. Oscar, stop posing over there. Recite your sausage, spell out loud. Goodness, with all this command, we 7 rookies managed to make the 4 level 50 Soul Kings on the other side lose their bearings, only able to curl up and take hits. Su Ge nodded in satisfaction, then shifted his gaze to Zhao Wujia and that leader called Qiancheng. Qiancheng was initially quite fierce, but when he turned around and saw all his subordinates down, his mentality instantly collapsed, and his moves became erratic. On the other hand, Zhao Wujia was getting more and more into it, seeming like he was in a berserk state. Seeing it was almost time, Su Ge shouted, "Zhao Ge, switch it up. Switch it up. This old guy is mine. You go help the kids finish off those 4 low-health ones." "All right," Zhao Wujia roared, using all his strength to slap Qiancheng away, then turned and charged towards us like a giant bear tank. Qiancheng still wanted to entangle, but Su Ge flashed and blocked him. "You, who the hell are you? Why are you opposing our spirit hall?" Qiancheng was about to go insane. But more than that, he was confused, having no idea when he had offended such a powerful figure. Su Ge didn't waste any words with him. Stepping right in front of him, reaching out, and with a crunch, he forcibly broke off the 2 large horns from Qiancheng's colorful bull spirit. I could hear the sound of bones breaking from the side. Immediately after, Su Ge sealed his soul power and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "You're the external elder of the Qian family from the Spirit Hall. And you chased me for so long back then. It's only been a few years. Have you forgotten?" Qiancheng's eyes widened like copper bells. "It's you?" With this secret, time to hit the road. Su Ge smirked, exerted a little force, and that guy met his end right there. Family, who understands? It turned out to be an old grudge. Back when Su Ge first debuted, it was these people who chased him around like flies. Now that Su Ge has returned, he must take names and settle scores one by one. Zhao Wujia was also done, tying up those 4 Soul Kings in no time. Only then did Su Ge turn around, facing the frightened onlookers who dared not speak, and said loudly, "Everyone, this is a private matter between our Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall. It has nothing to do with you all, and I hope you 1T spread it outside." I was stunned at that moment. Let me tell you, this operation is simply incredible. He said not to spread it around, but the very first sentence he uttered revealed the name of Shrek Academy. ISNT, that just a blatant way of telling everyone. That's right. It was us from Shrek who did it. If you have the guts, let the Spirit Hall come find me. This guy is clever than a cold briquette. P.S. putting Shrek Academy directly on the grill, forcing us to confront the Spirit Hall head-on. He is playing a big game. Try to involve all the forces of the Douluo continent, using us as a target to attract fire, while also using our hands to help him clear out the enemies within the Spirit Hall. Goodness, this guy must have some divine script or something, running over a dozen mission lines simultaneously without overheating his CPU. What is even more outrageous is that while he wants to train our team coordination, he is also subtly messing with our mentality, especially regarding relationships between men and women. That night, we were the only ones left in the shelter. Everyone else had run away faster than rabbits. The next morning, as soon as I woke up, I saw Ning rong like a little maid, bringing water to Brother Su. Brother Su, drink some water. Ever since Brother Su helped her upgrade the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 8-treasure glazed tile pagoda, she has been sweetly calling him Brother Su. Brother Su was clear-headed and knew this little girl was trying to pull him back to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect as a worshiper. But he didn't expose her, just smiled and accepted it. Not far away, Oscar had a face as dark as a pot bottom, probably heartbroken. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing was staring intently at Brother Su, her eyes full of bloodshot veins, clearly having not slept well all night. I later found out that Brother Su was quite the rascal. Last night, he deliberately used his spiritual power to loop his voice in her head all night long. Who could withstand that? It was pure mental assault. Okay, so we set off to look for spirit rings. As a result, we wandered around all morning and found nothing. Zhao Wuji was feeling a bit down and suggested that we might as well head back to the city to rest for a couple of days. Just as he finished speaking, we heard the sounds of a fight not far away. Brother Su raised an eyebrow. Looks like we spoke too soon. The commotion was quite loud, with a strong wave of soul power coming from it. It was definitely a 1,000-year level soul beast. We quickly sneaked over, and there we saw 7 young people in Spirit Hall uniforms surrounding a pure white fox. Zhao Wuji recognized them at a glance. People from the Spirit Hall, and they're the elites from the main hall. Brother Su narrowed his eyes and said more specifically, core members of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. And the leading girl is likely Hulaina, a direct disciple of Bibi Dong. As soon as I heard it, I felt overwhelmed. Didn't I just deal with the elder? And now I'm facing the younger one? Zhao Wuji also sensed it and whispered, there are still people in the shadows, at least 2 titled Douluos. I thought to myself, this is it, I better make a run for it. But then Su Gu turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing, and that white fox seemed tailor-made for her. He intentionally put on a troubled expression. The ghostly white fox, fast and strong in attack, couldn't be more suitable for Zhuqing. However, the other side has 2 titled Douluos guarding them, we might. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Wujia beside him jumped in with a divine assist, saying, we might not be their match. That was exactly what Su Gu wanted to hear. He immediately looked at Zhu Zhuqing with deep affection and said word by word, I'm not afraid. For Zhuqing, I'm willing to give it my all. Damn. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's ice-cold face instantly couldn't hold back, and her gaze at Su Gu was incredibly complex. This move is called a precise strike. The plan was quickly set. Su Gu would hold off the 2 titled Douluos lurking in the shadows. Zhao Wujia would take care of Huiyuna and her 7 little brats, and the 7 of us would seize the opportunity to grab the fox. Before setting off, the usually cold and silent Zhu Zhuqing surprisingly said to Su Gu, be careful. Don't worry. Su Gu gave her a reassuring smile. They can't kill me. But you need to be quick. After that, he took a step forward, wielding the Imperial 7-kill sword, for soul rings exploded, and 2 sword energies slashed in one direction, forcing out the hidden ghost leopard and demon bear titled Douluos. Zhao Wujia also moved, transforming into a giant bear and charging towards Huiyuna and the others. When the white fox saw an opportunity, it turned to run. How could Tang San and the others let it escape? They quickly formed a formation and surrounded it. The ghost leopard and demon bear Douluos over there were shocked. A level 42 kid could actually block the 2 of them working together? Who are you? Su Gu arrogantly replied, less nonsense. Show me what you've got, or you'll miss your chance. I tell you, he talks big, but he's been acting all along. He's deliberately holding back his strength to create a sense of tragic heroism for Zhu Zhuqing, as if he's risking his life to fight against 2 titled Douluos for her. This tactic is so despicable, yet so effective. The bear Douluo was completely enraged, unleashing his true martial spirit, charging forward as a blood-mad bear even larger than Zhao Wujia's. The ghost leopard Douluo attempted to go around to support, but Su Ji's sword split into 36 pieces, forming a sword formation that trapped the two of them tightly inside. The two titled Douluos were feeling extremely frustrated. Every time they thought they were about to break the formation, they were just a hair's breadth away, causing them to scream in anger. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing had already slain the white fox and began absorbing the purple soul ring, which made their mental state explode. Just as Zhu Zhuqing completely fused with the soul ring, guess what happened? With a loud bang, the ghost leopard and bear Douluo broke through the sword formation and sent Su Ge flying. And the landing point was perfectly aligned, right in front of Zhu Zhuqing and the others. Zhu Zhuqing turned pale with fright and rushed over to help Su Ge up, asking with red eyes, "Are you okay? Not injured, right?" "I'm fine," Su Ge replied casually while holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand. Zhu Zhuqing trembled all over, but surprisingly did not pull her hand back. Goodness. This Oscar-level acting and precise landing calculation, I would call it the best collision scene of the year. At this moment, Zhao Wujia also rushed over, and the people from the Spirit Hall surrounded them. The two titled Douluos had faces as dark as if they were going to eat someone. They were robbed of their soul beast right under their noses, losing face in front of everyone. Su Ge struggled to stand up and dramatically told Zhao Wujia, "Brother Zhao, you take them and go first. I'll hold them off." Zhao Wujia was immediately anxious. "No, I'm going with you." "Don't worry," Su Ge said with a confident expression. "As long as you are safe, they can't keep me." Zhao Wujia had no choice but to lead us away. Zhu Zhuqing kept looking back with a worried face as she left, and Su Ge smiled at her. Once we were far away, guess what? Su Ge didn't even fight. He directly pulled out a token from his pocket and threw it over. The bear Douluo caught it and was instantly dumbfounded. On the token, besides the Spirit Hall's emblem, there were also 6 pairs of angel wings carved on the back. It was a Pope's order, and the highest specification at that. They instantly remembered the unparalleled genius who had awakened the 12-winged holy angel. Hulaina recognized him too. "It's you? Zhao Su." Su Ge instantly changed his expression, grinning as he greeted her. "Xiao Nana, long time no see. Have you missed me?" Hulaina was stomping her feet in anger. "Why did you steal my soul beast?" "I was helping you," Su Ge said innocently. "This soul beast is too weak, not worthy of you." After saying that, he took the token back from the bear's hands, whistled, and turned to leave, leaving Hulaina and her group in disarray. When he caught up with us, Zhao Wujia anxiously asked if he was seriously injured. "Those 2 old guys didn't hurt me," Su Ge said nonchalantly. That night, while resting, Zhu Zhuqing came over with roasted meat and quietly said to Su Ge, "Su Ge, thank you for helping me despite the great danger." I was right beside him and heard it clearly. "Brother," Su casually said while chewing on the meat, "you don't need to thank me. This is what I should do. It's not just you. If I come across someone suitable for Rong or Fatty, I would do the same." Wow, a stunning move. Purely a tactic of feigned indifference. The small spark that had just ignited in Zhu Zhuqing was instantly extinguished, and her eyes turned red in an instant as she lowered her head and mumbled, "I thought you were only this nice to me." "What did you say?" Su Ge pretended not to hear. "It's nothing." Zhu Zhuqing said a word and got up to run away, her back looking incredibly dejected. We took a 2-day break in the city. In the evening, Ning Rongrong went to chat with Zhu Zhuqing, and the 2 girls whispered to each other. Zhu Zhuqing revealed that she had an engagement with Dai Mubai. After hearing this, Ning Rongrong gave her a suggestion and then left. As a result, everyone, a twist has come. Ning Rongrong came out of Zhu Zhuqing's room and went straight to the hotel rooftop, where Su Ge had been waiting for her with drinks. "How is it?" Su Ge asked. "I figured everything out. Zhuqing likes you, but she has an engagement with Dai Mubai. I realized it at that moment." Ning Rongrong is simply an undercover agent sent by Su Ge. These 2 have long been in cahoots. Su Ge made a deal with her. "I'll help you evolve the 8-treasure glazed tile pagoda into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. And you help me pursue Zhu Zhuqing. How about it?" "Deal." Wow, these 2 are truly a cunning duo. Later, we went back to the Stardow Forest and helped Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong obtain their spirit rings before returning to the academy. When Dean Flanders saw that all 7 of us had reached level 30, his eyes nearly popped out, and he pulled Zhao Wujia aside to ask all sorts of questions. Upon hearing that Su Ge had this ability, Flander regretted it deeply, wishing he had gone along too, just as he and Zhao Wujia were discussing wanting Su Ge to help him break through. A very grim voice came from outside the door. "Normal means cannot help spirit masters increase their spirit power levels. You all need to be careful." when the door opened. A middle-aged man with a stern face, who looked tough to deal with, walked in. Flander called him Yu Shaojiang, the legendary master. The master immediately categorized us, saying that according to his theoretical research, this method of rapidly increasing levels must have come at the cost of burning life force. Upon hearing this, Flander panicked. Zhao Wujia exploded on the spot. That's impossible. Master, your theory is just a theory. How can you be so sure no one could do it? Saying this, he directly unleashed his martial soul, the great strength Titan bear, which looked even more robust than before, exuding a powerful aura. Does this look like something achieved by burning life force? The master's deadpan expression couldn't hold up any longer, his brows furrowing. Indeed, burning life force could only hasten growth, but could not strengthen the martial soul itself. However, he still stubbornly insisted, "Bring those kids here. I want to see for myself. You have a deep foundation, but the kids are different." All right. Zhao Wujia was furious. "Since you insist on being stubborn, I'll make you convinced." 15 minutes later, gather on the playground. Let me tell you, the atmosphere on the playground was unbelievable. Dean Flander was standing by. His face went pale, frantically signaling to that master, meaning, "Dude, don't do something stupid." But the master? Stubborn. He insisted on arguing with me about his theory. He started off by questioning me, asking if I used some kind of life-burning dark arts to upgrade Rongrong and the others. I just laughed and shot back, "Master, your theory is just a joke in my eyes." He wasn't convinced, boasting that he could train Tang San to be the youngest title Douluo. I hit him with a bombshell. "Come on, if it weren't for Tang San, your theory is worth nothing." Goodness, he was petrified on the spot. He had no idea I knew the secret of Tang San's twin martial souls. Then I seized on his claim that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, and directly soul interrogated him. "So, master, by your logic, are you considered useless?" Folks, you have no idea. His zombie-like face turned into a palette of colors, going from green to purple in an instant. All talk and no practice is just fake. I called Ning Rongrong over. "Rongrong, show him what you've got." As soon as the 8 treasure glazed tile came out, that old guy's eyes nearly popped out, and he was counting 1, 2, 7, 8. 8 layers. Then there was Zhu Zhuqing's Yin-Yang Spirit Cat and Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix without the evil fire. After a series of combo attacks, that master was completely dumbfounded. His mindset completely collapsed. He finally admitted I was the real master and said I didn't deserve to stay here, turning to leave. Flander quickly went to stop him, and just then, I heard a ding in my head. The system had a task for me. It said the master had the remnant soul of the golden sacred dragon and told me to keep him. Reward. Dual cultivation technique. My mind started to drift, and I almost couldn't hold back my lewd smile. The system couldn't stand it anymore and reminded me that the person was about to run away. I hurried to catch up with him and try to persuade him with good words, but he got even more agitated, saying he was just a useless person. When I saw he really wanted to leave, I quickly played my trump card. "Do you really want to be a useless person for the rest of your life?" He indeed got anxious and wanted to fight me. I calmly added, "But I have a way to help you no longer be useless. Let me tell you." His expression instantly changed from wanting to eat me to that of a puppy seeing a bone, full of desire. In the end, he obediently stayed to be an instructor, under the condition that I help him evolve his martial soul. This matter was settled. In the following 2 months, these little guys were trained by him to the point of wailing. I also took the opportunity to study his Luo San Pao. Goodness, it was ugly yet cute, completely unrelated to the golden sacred dragon. Later, I found out that it wasn't that simple. We needed to gather the golden iron triangle and also go to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family to get the dragon seal and transformation soul bone. I immediately sent my shadow subordinates to Blue Tyrant Academy to infiltrate and get close to Liu Erlong. During this time, my own Emperor's 7 killing sword also leveled up to 50. The system store refreshed a new martial soul for me called the Devouring Sky Dragon Cat, saying it could fuse with Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul. When I heard this, I thought, isn't this just a perfect opportunity? I had to seize it to avoid scaring her. I specifically only equipped 2 yellow rings and 1 purple ring, focusing on a companionship-style growth. However, Zhu Zhuqing had been avoiding me for the past 2 months. It was still Ning Rongrong, this undercover agent, who was helpful, telling me that Zhu Zhuqing was calling my name in her dreams at night. But during the day, she was conflicted because her family was urging her to marry Dai Mubai. Just then, the academy ran out of money, and the master decided to lead a team to Soto City's Great Spirit Arena to compete for money. On the way, Zhao Wujia asked me what level I was, and I casually said I could be at level 50 or level 30. He was shocked, saying, "Don't you have a stronger martial soul?" I laughed. Who said soul masters can only have two martial souls? This sentence directly left the master beside me speechless. When he asked, Flander, who had a quick mouth, accidentally let it slip. I simply stopped pretending and laid my cards on the table. Devouring Sky Dragon Cat, Emperor 7 Killing Sword, 12-Winged Holy Angel. All three martial souls revealed, especially the 2 black and 3 red soul rings of the Angel Martial Soul, which nearly burned out the Master's CPU. He asked me how I solved the martial soul rejection, and I said it didn't matter, just let it reject as it pleased. After hearing this, he was dumbfounded, almost ascending on the spot. When we arrived at the Spirit Arena, the Master started dividing teams. Goodness, he directly placed me and Zhu Zhuqing in one group. She immediately wanted to refuse, but Ning Rongrong blocked her with a single line. I'm in a team with my fat brother. I love my fat brother. Rongrong was becoming more and more professional as an undercover agent. While we were waiting, I approached her to talk, but she was like a little hedgehog, all prickly, lowering her head and ignoring me. I knew it was her family as old antiques, urging her to marry Dai Mubai again. Besides, this girl has a tough life. Soon it was our turn to go on stage. I gentlemanly extended my hand to her, but what happened? She shook her head and walked out on her own, not even giving me a glance. I shrugged helplessly and followed her onto the battle platform. Goodness, as soon as the referee shouted start, the guy on the opposite side charged at me like a mad dog, with the girl behind him giving him buffs. Let me tell you, I was originally planning to hold back a bit and not reveal too much of my strength, but it turned out to be completely unnecessary. I directly revealed my sky-eating cat, and with a flash of my second soul ring, the cute little cat on my shoulder suddenly jumped out, transforming in mid-air into a tiger the size of a large beast, opening its bloody maw and darting past the man, heading straight for the support girl behind him. Yao Yao, be careful. The man, what was his name, Zhang Yuren, shouted in a panic, throwing his curved blade martial soul without a second thought to intercept my cat. In that instant, Zhu Zhuqing moved. Family, who understands? Her speed was incredible, like a streak of black lightning, her hands transforming into sharp claws, lunging straight for the unarmed Zhang Yuren. I could tell she was going all out, showing no mercy, as if she wanted to unleash all her pent-up rage on this guy. Zhang Yuren was no fool. Seeing the situation, he decisively surrendered. But the problem was, Zhu Zhuqing was already in a frenzy, her claws aimed at his throat, and she couldn't hold back. Just as it seemed someone would be killed, I quickly dashed over and hugged Zhu Zhuqing's waist from behind, forcibly stopping her. Let me tell you, that little waist, wow, you're too agitated. I whispered in her ear while gently sending a bit of warmth to help her calm down. As a result, the moment she relaxed and felt my embrace, all the grievances she had suffered before burst out, and she cried on my shoulder like a rain-soaked pear blossom, completely indifferent to how the people around her viewed the situation. I can only gently pat her and help her wipe away her tears. It's okay. I'm here for you. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. Just like that, I feel that this girl has completely fallen in. The guy opposite, Zhang Yuren, who has just been saved, is incredibly grateful to me, bowing and thanking me. Thank you, brother, for saving me. We lost. I waved my hand. It's just a spar. Why make it so bloody? After they got off the stage, I took Zhu Zhuqing's soft little hand and brought her down as well. In the audience, Mubai's gaze, let me tell you, was so cold it could freeze him to death. Next to him, Oscar was munching on his big sausage while making sarcastic remarks. Boss Dai, I think you missed your chance. Ning Rongrong also chimed in with a follow-up jab. Dai Mubai didn't say a word the whole time, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. In the following matches, Tang San and the others also won, and the name of the Shrek 7 monsters was officially established. During the team battle, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing tried to use their martial soul fusion technique. But guess what? They failed. It seems Zhu Zhuqing had something weighing on her heart. However, because of his failure, there was a hint of relief in Dai Mubai's gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, as if he had finally let go. After the match, Zhao Wuji found me, wearing a look that said he had seen through everything. He patted my shoulder and said, Zhao, you already knew about Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's identities, right? I was still pretending, and he directly said that the master was in a bad mood and had gone drinking with Flinder, leaving me to watch over the little ones. In the following days, our Shrek 7 monsters name became more and more renowned in the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, and people started to inquire about who we, the masked ones, really were, until Ning Rongrong revealed her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Good heavens, it spread like wildfire outside, saying we were the secret weapon of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. One day, we were waiting for the final team battle, and once it was over, we could have a month-long vacation. Suddenly, an ignorant guy swaggered over to our side, lewdly teasing Zhu Zhuqing. "Hey girl, are you wearing a mask because you look too ugly to show your face?" As he spoke, his dirty hands reached to take off Zhu Zhuqing's mask. I was sitting right next to Zhu Zhuqing. My gaze turned cold as I directly grabbed his wrist. "If you don't want to die, get lost." That guy, named Guangxi, shook off my hand and glared at me fiercely. "Kid, are you looking for death?" I sighed, wondering why it was so difficult to make people understand a simple truth. Just as I finished speaking, he had already flown out and crashed hard into the railing. He had just gotten up and was about to rush over when someone stopped him. A person in charge came over and said that grievances should be settled on the Dual Soul platform, and reminded us that this wild rhinoceros was our next opponent. I made a quick decision and said to Ning Rongrong, "Rongrong, you don't need to participate in this match. I'll take your place." Then I turned to Tang San and the others and said, "Leave that crazy rhinoceros to me. The rest of you finish your opponents quickly, and afterwards, I'll take you all out for drinks." As soon as Ma Hongjun heard there would be drinks, his eyes lit up. The surrounding audience watched us discussing where to celebrate later and shook their heads, thinking we were like young calves not afraid of tigers. After all, that crazy battle team was considered a top-tier team in Soto City. Soon, it was our turn to take the stage. I didn't wear a mask and walked in last. As the host introduced us, the fans of the opposing crazy battle team went wild, while our side fell completely silent. The match began. Just as the host finished speaking, that crazy rhinoceros charged at me with its horn. I couldn't be bothered to activate my martial soul and took a single step forward, grabbing its horn with one hand. Crack! I tell you, that sound was so crisp that the entire Soul Arena heard it. I forcibly broke his rhino horn, then lifted his over 2-meter tall body and slammed it hard onto the ground. I stepped on his hand and coldly said, "Remember, take care of your hands. Not everything can be touched recklessly." As I spoke, there was another crack as I disabled his arm. His screams echoed throughout the arena. As for the other members of their team, they were already entangled by Tang San and the others. After I dealt with the crazy rhino, I flickered on the stage. And when I stood still again, all 7 members of the crazy battle team were lying neatly on the ground. From start to finish, it took less than a minute. The audience was first dead silent, then instantly erupted. Some were shocked, while others cursed us for losing their bets. But from that day on, no one dared to question the Shrek team. After exchanging the points, we went straight to the tavern, ordered a table full of dishes and 2 barrels of beer, determined not to leave until we were drunk. After a few rounds of drinks, Dai Mubai, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up and said to Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, I want to talk to you." After saying that, he walked out. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned sour. She glanced at me and, seeing my lack of reaction, followed him out. Ning Rongrong leaned over and poked me. "Brother Su, aren't you going to go out and take a look?" "Look at what?" "We're here to drink." I filled my cup and down in one go. To be honest, I was also nervous. This was Zhu Zhuqing's final choice. Soon, the two returned. Dai Mubai looked much more relaxed, raised his glass to me, and said, "Brother Su, I toast to you." Zhu Zhuqing then sat next to Ning Rongrong, and her gaze towards me was filled with shyness. Well, now everyone understood. Ma Hongjun immediately started to cheer, and the entire tavern was filled with the sound of our clinking glasses. We drank until midnight, and it was only then that Zhao Wuji found us drunkards. On the way back, he supported me, who was throwing up and feeling dizzy, and asked in confusion, "Zhao, why are you also joining them in their nonsense?" I, fueled by alcohol, looked at him and said a nonsensical line. "Brother Zhao, maybe this is the real me." Then I laid it all out for him and directly admitted that I was from the Spirit Hall. Zhao Wuji was stunned and asked what I wanted from our little academy. I told him half-truthfully that I wanted to unify the Spirit Hall and then unify the entire continent. I'm neither Bibi Dong nor Qian Douluo. I'm my own boss. I asked him if he was interested in joining me. He asked if I would kill him if he refused. I said I wouldn't, but if he dared to reveal my plan, I would kill everyone for Shrek. The look in my eyes at that moment probably scared him. As a result, this guy actually burst out laughing and finally said seriously, "I am willing to fight alongside you." I directly took out a bottle of elixir from the storage jade pendant and gave it to him, telling him it was a soul-gathering pill that could speed up his cultivation, completely drawing him onto my pirate ship. Early the next morning, I was sitting on the roof pondering life when Zhu Zhuqing came to find me. We sat together, and she leaned over, her face as red as an apple, whispering in my ear, "I have you in my heart." I teased her, saying I wanted to feel her heart, and my hand reached out mischievously. She swatted my hand away, scolding me for being annoying, and jumped off the roof to run away. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Our group had practically rocketed up in levels, each of us surpassing level 50. Dai Mubai was at 57, while Tang San and the others were around 53 or 54. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu had all blossomed into even more beautiful young women. Over these 5 years, Dai Mubai had completely let loose, with women constantly around him, while my relationship with Zhu Zhuqing grew deeper. One day, Zhao Wujia brought news that the Seoul Arena in Soto City invited us to participate in a team match against a team called the Royal Fighting Team. As soon as I heard that name, I was delighted. I had been waiting for you. I knew this was the opportunity to reunite the Golden Iron Triangle and also our chance to leave Soto City. I asked everyone for their opinions, and Ma Hongjun was the first to express his. Let the boss decide. In these 5 years, I had already become the new leader of the Shrek team. Tang San and Dai Mubai had no objections either, so we agreed. When we got to the master handed over the opponent's information, highlighting their captain Yu Tianhong, whose martial soul is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the support soul master Yi Lingling, whose martial soul is the extraordinary Nine-Heart Begonia. Master wanted me to go on stage, but I refused. If you guys, who are all over level 50, can't defeat a bunch of level 40 soul masters, I think we should disband early. I had to let the plot proceed as it originally did. Sure enough, Master didn't insist anymore. In that match, although the opponent's configuration was top-notch, the level suppression was too severe, and we won without any suspense. After the match, the leader of the Imperial Fighting Team, Qin Ming, came in and knelt down before Flender and Zhao Wujing. It turned out he was a student from Shrek Academy. This was great. After reminiscing, Flender decided the next day to move the entire Shrek Academy to the Tiando Royal Academy in Tiando City. This was exactly what I wanted. But just the night before her departure, I saw Zhu Zhuqing running back to her room in tears. I went over and knocked on the door. And when she opened it, she directly threw herself into my arms, crying and asking me if one day, if she found out that she had deceived me and done something to hurt me, would I forgive her? I looked at her, took a deep breath, and dropped a bombshell. I know you are from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. And I also know that Dai Mubai is a prince of the Star Luo Empire. She was stunned at that moment and asked me if I knew from the beginning. I answered yes. So your kindness towards me and your closeness to me also have a purpose? Her voice was trembling. You're not wrong to think that. I looked in her eyes, but I like you, and that is not a lie. I hate you. She gave me a cold glance and slammed the door shut. I stood at the door, feeling quite uneasy. But I had to do this. Dai Mubai had given up, which caused the plot to deviate. I needed to force Zhu Zhuqing back onto the path of the Star Luo Empire to get everything back on track. To go home, I had to sacrifice some things. 3 days later, we set off for Heavendo City. Along the way, Zhu Zhuqing kept avoiding me, cold as ice. 10 days later, we arrived at the Royal Academy of Heavendo. It was quite impressive. As soon as we entered, we ran into an arrogant character, the fourth prince of the Heavendo Empire, Shui Beng, who spoke disrespectfully and got beaten up by Dai Mubai. I secretly felt pleased because it was because of this guy that we couldn't stay there and had to go to the Blue Tyrant Academy, facilitating the reunion of the Golden Iron Triangle. The next day, Qin Ming took us to meet the 3 committee members of the academy. To our surprise, the protagonist of yesterday's little incident, Shui Beng, brought his uncle, Prince Shui Xing, over. Prince Shui Xing was even more formidable. He directly summoned the poison Douluo. Douluo. What was he doing, gathering people here? Douluo came up and exerted his pressure, trying to intimidate us, but instead, he ended up helping Tang San unblock his meridians. The main character aura was simply incredible. The 3 committee members initially wanted to help us navigate the situation, but I couldn't watch any longer. I stood among the students and casually said, "It's just a little venomous snake. What's the big deal?" I tell you, the whole place instantly fell silent. All eyes were suddenly focused on me. The faces of Meng Xinji and the other committee members turned green, filled with blame. Douluo was so angry that he laughed, sizing me up, wanting to teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Meng Xinji still wanted to step in to ease the tension. Senior Douluo, why bother arguing with a child? I tell you, as soon as the old man said that, my buddy Zhao Su on this side just burst out laughing, crossing his arms and looking completely at ease. Yes, I'm talking about you, old man. Besides you, who else is here? What's wrong, getting old and your hearing's gone bad? Well, as soon as those words came out, Douluo's old face turned green right on the spot. You reckless kid, today I'm going to teach you how to speak. Saying this, the old poison master raised his hand and shot a drop of deadly poison straight at Zhao Su, showing no mercy. The old men from the dream machine saw this and exclaimed, quickly turning their heads away, probably thinking that Zhao Su needed to learn a lesson. And what happened? Let me tell you, it was unbelievable. Zhao Su just stood there, not moving at all, like he was watching a show, and let that poison enter his body. At first, Douluo wore a smug grin that said, "You're doomed," but the next second, his expression cracked open. He looked like he had seen a ghost. It's impossible. That poison entered Zhao Su's body like a cow sinking into the sea, having no effect at all. You like to play with poison. Huh, fine, I'll play with poison too. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Su suddenly vanished. The old man from the dream machine didn't even catch a glimpse of a shadow. When he reappeared, he had already grabbed Douluo by the neck with one hand. I was standing right next to them, and I saw everything clearly. In that moment, Douluo's entire soul power was directly locked, unable to move at all, like a wooden puppet. Then Zhao Su took out a small bottle with his other hand, pried open Douluo's mouth, and poured in a few drops of a foul-smelling liquid. "Aren't you a poisonous snake? I think you're not poisonous enough. Here, let me add some ingredients." After pouring it in, Zhao Su casually tossed the bottle aside and let go of him. As soon as Douluo's soul power recovered, his face turned purple, and he quickly sat cross-legged to suppress the deadly poison in his body, wanting to curse but unable to say a word. Prince Xuexing and his foolish son Xuebeng, along with the 3 old scholars from Dream God Machine, all had their eyes nearly popping out and their jaws dropped. The previous contempt, all gone. Now, they looked at Zhao Su as if he were a monster. But Zhao Su couldn't be bothered with them at all. He turned to Flinder and the master and said, "Dean, I think we shouldn't stay here any longer. After all, this is their territory, and it's pointless to linger. Let's find a better place." Flinder was straightforward, simply replying, "Good." Zhao Wujia, unable to hold back any longer, added, "That's right, this broken academy isn't worth staying in." With that, our group lifted our legs and headed out. Dream God Machine hurriedly called from behind, Hey, everyone slow down, this is a misunderstanding, let me explain." Qin Ming, being tough, directly bowed to the 3 committee members and said, "Since it has come to this, I won't stay either." After saying that, he turned and ran after us. What I want to tell you is the most amazing part. It was Zhao Su who walked by last. He bent down and whispered in the ear of the still sitting and detoxifying Douluo, as if sharing a secret. "If you want to completely detoxify yourself, come find me at Blue Tyrant Academy." After saying that, he left gracefully without looking back. After hearing this, Douluo was completely stunned. He felt that although the poison that had just been forced into him was a tremendous humiliation, it seemed to alleviate some of the chronic issues he had been suffering from for years. At this point, he couldn't understand what Zhao Su was trying to do at all. Once we had all left, Prince Xuexing dared to approach. "Senior Douluo, are you okay?" Douluo was already annoyed and had no good expression to give him, directly snorting coldly. "If anyone dares to say a word about today's events, I will make them wish they were dead." What a joke! As a titled Douluo, he felt like he had lost face today. So how could he be in a good mood? We left the Heavendo Royal Academy, and everyone was feeling a bit down. Qin Ming asked Flinder, "Principal, what should we do next?" Flinder sighed, "If it really doesn't work out, we can go back home and reopen Shrek." Zhao Su quickly interjected, "That would be too much trouble. Why not just find a school here in Heavendo City?" Just then, Ma Hongjun, with his keen eyes, pointed at a notice board at the city gate and shouted, "Teachers, look, there's a Blue Tyrant Academy hiring teachers." Everyone hurried over to take a look, and the benefits seemed pretty good. Flinder then asked Qin Ming, "Xiao Ming, have you heard of this Blue Tyrant Academy?" "I've heard of it. It's quite special because it only accepts commoners, not nobles." Upon hearing this, Flinder's eyes lit up. "Great. That's it. They only accept nobles at the Heavendo Royal Academy, so we'll only accept commoners and go against them." Just as he was speaking, a particularly gentle female voice suddenly called out, "Zhao Su?" As we turned around, oh my, a stunning beauty in a long black dress appeared. Her figure so fiery it was almost exaggerated, even more so than Zhu Qing, and she exuded an irresistible charm as she smiled at Zhao Su. This woman was named Ying, someone Zhao Su had sent to Tiando City 5 years ago. As soon as she arrived, she naturally linked her arm with Zhao Su's. Her gaze filled with tenderness that was completely unhidden. Zhu Qing's face instantly darkened. Ying joked, "What's wrong? Have you fallen to begging for food? Come on, let me treat you all to a meal." Before Flinder could speak, Zhu Qing exploded first. "Who needs you to treat us?" After saying that, she turned and ran away. Flinder quickly signaled to Tang San and the others to follow, then said to Zhao Su, "All right, you old friends are reunited, we won't disturb you. We'll wait for you at the Lamba Academy." Once they left, Zhao Su looked at Ying beside him, both amused and exasperated. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Ying turned her head, a bit guilty. "Didn't you say that when we meet, there's no need to hide our aura?" in the private room of the restaurant. Ying immediately transformed back into her cold demeanor and began reporting. I've become the best of friends with Lu Erlong. I found out that their Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion skill summons the golden sacred dragon you've been looking for. But we can't just take her word for it. I need to see it with my own eyes. This is going to be difficult, Ying frowned, as there seemed to be some barriers between Lu Erlong and Master Yu Xiaojing. Zhao Su scoffed. It's more than just barriers. Do you know what the relationship is? Lu Erlong is Yu Xiaojing's wife, but she is also his biological cousin. When I heard this at the time, I was completely stunned. Wife? Cousin? This relationship is too explosive. After Yu Xiaojing learned the truth back then, he ran away, leaving Lu Erlong to bear all the criticism alone. Now that they have reunited, what's with the soulmate and lingering ties? Let me tell you, this guy is simply a brand new Scarlet Carnival of 2025, covered in red flags, selfish, and hypocritical. Zhao Su was too lazy to discuss this further and directly asked, have you shown your title Douluo strength in front of Lu Erlong? I have otherwise. How could I have become a high-ranking guest elder? Okay, when we return to the academy, don't let slip our relationship. Just say we met during training. Ying suddenly sat down next to Zhao Su and said softly, then, can we say something else as an excuse like something happened between us? Zhao Su stood up directly. Say whatever you want, just don't go too far. After saying that, he was about to leave. He needed to hurry to the Sunset Forest because he sensed that the Golden Iron Triangle was going to make a move tonight. The only thing he was unsure about was whether, after his intervention, Douluo would still go after Tang San like in the original story. And then, just as he arrived at the Sunset Forest, he saw a beam of golden light shooting into the sky. Zhao Su looked at it, smiled, and knew he had come to the right place. A pair of butterfly-like wings spread out behind him, and he flew directly towards the golden light. Ding! A system prompt sounded. Detected Golden Sacred Dragon. Mission completed. Reward. 1-100-000. Year Spirit Ring. 1 Dual Cultivation Technique. Immediately followed by another sound ding. This is a fake Golden Sacred Dragon. Cannot be hunted. While flying, Zhao Su asked the system, what does fake mean? The system replied, their levels are too low right now, so they can only summon a counterfeit version. You need to help Lu Erlong and Flinder reach Title Douluo to summon the genuine one for you to hunt. Goodness, doesn't that mean he has to be a babysitter? Just then, Zhao Su arrived at the battlefield. Flinder, the master, and Lu Erlong were performing a life and death farewell scene, urging each other to run. Flinder was the first to sense Zhao Su's aura and shouted, stop fighting, we won't die. Help has arrived. Douluo also sensed it and quickly assumed a defensive posture. Zhao Su, like a god descending to earth, directly stood in front of the three and coldly said to Douluo, it seems today's lesson wasn't enough for you? I'll tell you. What happened in the next second completely caught me off guard. Douluo suddenly knelt down. Senior, spare my life. Please save me. In order to cure the poison in himself and his granddaughter, this old poison master even gave up the dignity of being a title Douluo. Zhao Su helped him up and whispered a few words in his ear. Douluo's expression changed, hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Zhao Su asked him to come find him at the Lamba Academy tomorrow, and the old poison master left respectfully, like a little brother. The master was stunned on the side. Brother Zhao, what conditions did you propose to him? Nothing much, Zhao Su said lightly as he walked toward the mountaintop. Just asked him to give me all the immortal herbs on a mountain. When we reached the ice and fire Yangyi eye at the top, we happened to see Tang San emerging from the spring, surrounded by white steam, clearly having gained great benefits. Without saying a word, Zhao Su began to crazily harvest various immortal herbs around him. Tang San watched helplessly as those treasures all went into Zhao Su's pockets, his eyes filled with unwillingness. But he didn't dare to make a sound and could only endure it. Upon returning to Lamba Academy, Zhao Wujia was waiting at the entrance. Seeing us come back together, he quickly asked, Brother Zhao, how come you're with the master and the others? As soon as he said that, Flinder and the master's expressions changed instantly. They had originally thought Zhao Su had coincidentally come save them, but now it seemed that this kid had known they were in danger all along. Zhao Wujia also realized he had misspoken and quickly tried to cover it up with a laugh. That night, Zhao Wujia sneaked into Zhao Su's room. Looking worried, they must be suspicious. What's there to be afraid of? Zhao Su didn't care at all. I'm not targeting them anyway. Just as Zhao Wujia left, a shadow condensed into human form under the candlelight. It was Shadow. She brought the latest information. Master Qianren Xue is in Heaven Do City, using the alias Xue Qinghe. The current crown prince, Moreover, Bibi Dong has gone to the city of slaughter and hasn't returned for 2 years. Qian Douluo might be making moves, as he seems to have already discovered your identity. Just an old bird, nothing to fear. Zhao Su calmly waved his hand, dismissing Shadow. Then, he opened the system page. That book, Ancient Freedom Technique, was not the dual cultivation he had imagined, but rather a practice of yin and yang energies. Although the best results come from a male and female pair, for now, he could only practice it alone. Next, he added the 100,000-year soul ring to his 12-winged Seraphim martial soul, raising himself to the rank of a 61st level soul emperor. Then, gritting his teeth, he spent 100,000 energy points to exchange for the right arm bone of the Seraphim set. As soon as that soul bone was in hand, Zhao Su felt an unprecedented, terrifying soul power fluctuation, far stronger than Qian Douluo. The moment he began to fuse with the soul bone, a loud bang echoed, and a sharp pain surged into his mind. Zhao Su couldn't help but scream out in agony. His mental power surged wildly, eventually transforming into a tangible golden liquid that flowed throughout his body. The feeling was like shooting straight from hell to heaven, an explosive pleasure. What he didn't know was that this massive mental power fluctuation instantly startled the whole academy. Looter Long's door was knocked on, and Flender and the master rushed in with terrified expressions. Did you feel that? That powerful mental power? Flender's face turned pale. In this academy, apart from that Zhao Su with an unknown background, who else could it be? Looter Long's expression changed. Could he be from the Spirit Hall? Did he come for Shao Gang? The master smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm just a useless person. Am I worth it? Flender sighed. Even if he is, who can stop him? Let us just take it one day at a time. The next day, the academy held a general meeting and officially renamed itself Shrek. However, Zhao Su didn't show up at all. After the meeting, Looter Long introduced Shadow to everyone. When Flender saw her, he was dumbfounded. You're a title Douluo? Shadow smiled slightly. Zhang Ying, 95th level agility attack system. Flender's heart sank. He had been with Zhao Su yesterday, and today she had become a guest elder of the academy? What exactly was their relationship? Shadow noticed their confusion and smiled. What? Zhao Su didn't tell you? Forget it. You all chat. I'll go find him. After saying that, she took a step and disappeared. Flender and the master exchanged glances and quickly followed. At this moment, in Zhao Su's room, he was distributing the spoils of the immortal herbs to the Shrek's 7 monsters. He picked up a peculiar small white flower and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. This flower is called the Heartbreak Red, specially prepared for you. He also told the legend that this flower could only be picked if one had unwavering love for their beloved until death. As a result, after hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing directly turned her head away and coldly spat out 3 words. I don't want it. I don't want it. As soon as I finished speaking, I tell you, a stunning beauty walked in with a creak at the door, dressed in a long black dress. Her figure was simply explosive. As soon as she entered, without saying a word, she came right up and linked arms with Zhao Su, looking very intimate. Now this is good. Master Lu Erlong and the others also came in, and the whole room was watching. Zhu Zhuqing's face immediately darkened, her gaze cold enough to drop the temperature in the room by several degrees. Next to her, Ning Rongrong, who loved to stir up trouble, quickly leaned over to Zhu Zhuqing's ear and added fuel to the fire. Girl, if you keep acting up, your man is going to be taken away. Just look at that woman's figure and looks. Who is worse than you? If you don't seize the opportunity, you two will end up breaking up, got it? That rascal Zhao Su also played a trick, deliberately holding the celestial grass called Heartbreak Red and said to the new beauty, then I'll give it to you. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhu Zhuqing was completely anxious and shouted angrily, I want it. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. After she shouted, she spat out a mouthful of heart's blood onto that flower. Who understands this? The family. There are so many rules about this flower. It has to be the heart's blood of a loved one to be picked. Once she spat, that white flower instantly turned red, incredibly beautiful, swaying for a while, then suddenly fell from the branch with a snap. Now it's official, certified as true love. Zhu Zhuqing reached out to catch the flower, sniffed it, but just wouldn't eat it. Zhao Su asked her, and she said, I'll eat it later. Fine, if you want to eat it, someone else will. Zhao Su turned around and started the distribution meeting. No, the distribution of immortal herbs meeting. First, he handed Ning Rongrong a plant called Chihuahua Tulip, saying it could evolve her 7-treasure glaze tile directly into a 9-treasure glaze tile. Wow, that's impressive. Ning Rongrong was so excited that she jumped up, kissed Zhao Su on the cheek, then snatched the immortal herb to sit down and absorb it right there. Next was Master. Zhao Su said he would help him break through the level 30 bottleneck, and Master was so excited he was shaking. I tell you, this has been his lifelong inner demon. Liu Erlong and Dean Flender also got their shares. Everyone benefited, each got a boost. But Zhu Zhuqing, holding that blood-stained flower, refused to eat it, insisting on keeping it. Zhao Su had no choice but to take out a slightly lesser immortal herb for her, but she still wouldn't take it, saying she wanted to rely on herself. Zhao Su turned to offer it to the black-dressed beauty, Zhang Ying, but she also acted very proud. If she doesn't want it, then I don't want it either. Unbelievable. These two women were really playing a game of extreme tug-of-war. In the end, Zhao Su helplessly ate that immortal herb that no one wanted. About an hour later, everyone had upgraded one after another. Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glaze tile really did turn into a 9-treasure glaze tile, and she could become a titled Douluo in the future. Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix was also refined, looking much more handsome. But the biggest change in the whole place was still Master Yu Xiaojiang. Liu Erlong exclaimed, "Xiaojiang, you broke through?" Damn, everyone's eyes turned over. The master not only broke through to level 30, but even his eternally expressionless zombie face looked much softer and even younger. He summoned his martial soul, the 3 cannons of Luo, and that little pig was no longer silly. There was a spark of intelligence in its eyes. Liu Erlong was so excited that tears streamed down her face, hugging the master and crying. Once this was settled, the master, Liu Erlong, and Flander hurried off to find a 3rd soul ring for the newly promoted master. Just as they left, a big client arrived at the academy. Poisoned Douluo. This old man specifically asked to see Zhao Su, saying he wanted to treat his old problem that was nearly poisoning him to death. When Zhao Su saw him, he casually said, "It's a small matter, just draw out the poison." Douluo had a constipated expression and said he had tried that method before, but it didn't work. Zhao Su laughed, "That's because it's not your style. It needs to be drawn out to an external soul bone." As a result, the old man became even more awkward, saying he only had 1 soul bone all over, and it was a skull. Where would he get an external soul bone? I thought to myself, isn't this just nonsense? But guess what? This kid Zhao Su, like a doryman, casually pulled out a whole set from his storage jade pendant. A complete set of Medusa soul bones, along with an external snake tail. He slammed it all onto the table. Douluo was stunned on the spot, his eyes almost popping out, mouth agape enough to fit an egg. The next second, with a thud, he knelt down, bowing completely, crying and shouting that he would be Zhao Su's servant, and the entire by Phosphor Snake family would be willing to die for him. Folks, is this the power of a rich man? No, this is the power of a wall hanger. Zhao Su couldn't be bothered with his nonsense, and directly helped him fuse the soul bones. With a flurry of operations, the deadly poison was transformed into a super experience pack for cultivation. The old man left, extremely grateful, and before leaving, Zhao Su even gave him a small vial of medicine to save his granddaughter Douluo. After sending Douluo off, Zhao Su was in a good mood, so he took Zhu Zhuqing and the black-dressed beauty Zhang Ying out for a stroll. What happened next? While they were wandering, Zhu Zhuqing was still sulking about what had just happened, storming ahead by herself. Zhao Su and Zhang Ying followed behind when they suddenly saw Ning Rongrong's father, Ning Fengji, the head of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, along with a white-haired old man, enter a roadside auction house. Without saying a word, Zhao Su signaled to Zhang Ying and dragged her along, leaving Zhu Zhuqing all alone in the street. I thought to myself, this move is too slick, pure scumbag behavior. Poor Zhu Zhuqing was left bewildered in the wind, and when she turned around, the two had already disappeared, making her stomp her feet in anger. Meanwhile, Zhao Su used a small gadget he made, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, as a door opener and smoothly entered the auction house. The two directly sat next to Ning Fengji. The white-haired old man, Sword Douluo Chanexan, opened his eyes and sensed the tidal Douluo aura from Zhang Ying, possibly even a super Douluo aura, and was immediately stunned. The auction began, and the first item for bidding was a cat girl. Zhang Ying got furious at the sight, probably reminded of her own background, almost flipping the table. In the end, Ning Fengji spent 20,000 gold soul coins to buy the cat girl, probably out of kindness. Ning Fengji, intrigued by this inscrutable young man Zhao Su, initiated a conversation. Zhao Su also introduced himself straightforwardly as from Shrek Academy. Upon hearing Shrek, Ning Fengji's expression changed. He invited Zhao Su to visit the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, but Zhao Su politely declined, saying he didn't want to interrupt their father-daughter reunion, and then got up to leave, leaving behind a line. "The next item for auction is mine. Feel free to bid if you like." After leaving the auction house, Zhao Su directly had Zhang Ying become invisible to follow Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo. He himself strolled back to the academy, only to bump into Tang San showing off at the entrance, being confronted by the people of the Li family, and ultimately having to reveal the Haotian hammer, causing the old titan to kneel down. Zhao Su found it uninteresting and shook his head as he went inside. Just as he entered the academy, he ran into the cold-faced Zhu Zhuqing. Why are you back alone? Where's your beautiful sister? The tone was so sour it could make teeth rot. Zhao Su quickly pulled out a small cat pendant he had bought and handed it to her, leaning in to whisper sweet nothings. I bought this for you. It matches mine perfectly. With a few flowery words, he managed to calm Zhu Zhuqing down a bit. The two walked to a secluded corner, and Zhu Zhuqing suddenly couldn't hold back, throwing herself into Zhao Su's arms and crying, expressing her worries about her family's relationship with the Star Luo Empire, and fearing she would be unable to act freely. Zhao Su directly cupped her face, speaking like a domineering CEO. As long as you like me, leave the rest to me. What you family, what royal family? With me here, I will protect you. After saying this, the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Zhao Su slowly leaned in, and their lips were about to touch. Then, just when they were about to engage in some indescribable deep communication, the fat Ma Hongjun suddenly popped up like an eye-catching bag, clearing his throat twice, completely ruining the mood. Zhu Zhuqing was so startled that she pushed Zhao Su away, her face reddening like a monkey's backside as she ran off. Honestly, Ma Hongjun, don't you have your own electronic affairs to take care of? Zhao Su asked him, looking displeased. Ma Hongjun leered and said, Ning Rongrong is back, her father. The head of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is waiting for you in the conference room. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su put away his playful smile and became serious. He followed Ma Hongjun to the conference room, and when they pushed the door open, they saw Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong sitting there. Next to them sat a skinny old man with a strong aura, Bon Douluo Gurong. Zhao Su's system immediately chimed, indicating that Bon Douluo had an extremely powerful bone dragon aura and was a key figure. Ning Fengji stood up politely upon seeing Zhao Su, and without further ado, he got straight to the point. Little brother, since you were so straightforward, I'll cut to the chase. I want to know if you still have that Chilua tulip that can help our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda evolve into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. Zhao Su shrugged and acted. That kind of celestial herb is truly hard to come by. So far, I only have one, and I've already given it to Rongrong. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes, but he was still not discouraged and asked, where can it be obtained? Zhao Su shook his head innocently. I don't know. Don't know? Well, that's fine. Anyway, Ning Fengji believed him, even thanking Zhao Su in return, saying he helped his daughter Ning Rongrong transform the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. Folks, who understands this? This wave of favor was simply a huge win. Let me tell you, I'm a straightforward person, and I struck a big deal with him casually. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is wealthy, so I sold them a complete set of blueprints for hidden weapons for 5 million gold soul coins. I even generously told him, if your craftsmen encounter any difficulties, I, Zhao Su, will provide free on-site technical guidance and guarantee they will learn. Hey, do you think I'm doing charity? I had already calculated that their craftsmen would definitely have problems, and at that time, I could justifiably invade their stronghold under the guise of technical support, have a good chat with that Bon Douluo Gurong, and casually probe Ning Fengji's bottom line. Early the next morning, I slipped away. My destination was the most prestigious commercial street in Tiano City, a place called Yuexian. Goodness, the building was 5 stories high, resplendent and magnificent, clearly a top-notch club. The owner of this place is none other than Tang San's aunt, Tang Yuehua. But I wasn't here to reconnect. I was looking for the 4th prince of the Tiando Empire, Shuebeng. This matter starts with Douluo. The old poison master told me that Shuebeng appears to be a good-for-nothing playboy who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun. But in reality, that's all an act. His brother, the crown prince, Xue Qinghe, keeps him under tight control. He is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, living with his tail between his legs. Let me tell you, this guy is all about information disparity. He doesn't know that his brother was swapped out by the Spirit Hall a long time ago, but he does know that if he doesn't find a strong ally soon, his life will eventually be in danger. As soon as I stepped into the Moon Pavilion, wow, 2 security guards blocked me like door gods. Sir, do you have an invitation? I shook my head, saying no, I'm looking for someone. Sorry, sir, no appointment. No entry. I thought I'd keep a low profile and just mention the name. I'm looking for Avalanche Prince. Guess what? That guy was immovable, still saying, sorry, no appointment, no entry. Hey, that got me fired up. I originally wanted to handle things quietly, but now I had to make some noise. I took a step forward, and if they dared to block me, fine, I won't waste words with you. I unleashed my soul power, and with a buzz, those few people at the entrance were sent flying like bowling pins. Of course, I didn't go all out. After all, they were Tang Yuehua's people, and I had to give them face. Just then, a skinny guy who looked like a butler rushed out, shouting, "Stop! The lady is resting." Who was making all this noise? The security guards looked like they had found a savior and quickly complained. "Chief AO." This person forced his way in. That Chief AO looked at me sideways, and his gaze TSK almost wrote country bumpkin on his face. I said again, "I'm looking for Avalanche Prince," trying to stay patient. As soon as I finished speaking, a particularly gentle voice came from the stairs. "What's going on?" Let me tell you, just that voice combined with that gentle aura instantly doused most of my anger. I looked up, and wow, a beautiful woman in a silver long dress was slowly walking down. Her temperament and demeanor were simply stunning. It had to be Tang Yuehua herself. Honestly, in terms of looks and grace, she and Bibi Dong were both exceptional in their own ways. And she didn't have the suffocating pressure that Bibi Dong carried. Instead, there was a calmness and gentleness that came from years of experience. A perfect blend of youthful charm and mature elegance that left me a bit distracted. Chief AO quickly approached, bowing and scraping. "Ma'am, someone is causing trouble and disturbing your rest. I'm so sorry." Before he could finish, a cold, piercing voice came down from the third floor, filled with a killing intent directed at Chief AO. "Who are you saying is causing trouble?" In the next second, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. It was Douluo, that poisoned Douluo. Like a big bird, he jumped straight down from the third floor and landed steadily in front of me, then bowed at 90 degrees. He was incredibly respectful. "Sir, I apologize. It was my oversight." The nobles present were almost wide-eyed. The only titled guest of the Tiando Empire, someone even the emperor had to treat with courtesy, was now apologizing like a subordinate. I waved my hand and let it go. Douluo immediately made a gesture of invitation, his posture very humble. As he passed by Tang Yuehua, he even took a moment to say to her, "Master Tang, please take good care of your subordinates in the future." After saying that, he followed closely behind me up the stairs, leaving Tang Yuehua and the stunned chief steward AO behind. I tell you, I'd already sensed that something was off with the way Tang Yuehua looked at me. It wasn't mere curiosity, it was a strong attraction. No kidding, my spiritual power at the God Yuan realm wasn't given for nothing. Dealing with someone like her, who had seen countless people, would be too slow if I took it step by step. So, I directly used my spiritual power black technology to plant a seed in her heart, making her instinctively want to get closer to me. As soon as we entered the room, the butler AO came in trembling, bringing gifts to apologize. A single glance from Douluo sent him right back out. Inside the room, when Xuelang heard me say that his brother Xue Qinghe was disguised as a member of the Spirit Hall, he was completely stunned. After coming to his senses, he suddenly knelt down in front of me, pleading, "Please, sir, save me." I told him to get up and directly gave him orders. First, continue to be your playboy prince and don't give yourself away. Second, wait for my signal. This guy is also tough. Without saying a word, he nodded vigorously. After sorting him out, I was ready to leave. Douluo wanted to see me off, but I stopped him. As soon as I stepped out of the door, Tang Yuehua's voice came from upstairs, and she had actually been waiting for me. "Mr. Zhao, I wonder if you're interested in coming up for a sit?" I raised the corner of my mouth. This fish was hooked. I followed her up to the top floor, which was her private space. As soon as I entered, a particularly pleasant fragrance greeted me. I casually remarked, "This inn is nice, but don't you worry about insomnia from smelling it too much, Master Yu?" She sat across from me, her eyes carrying a hint of complex emotions, and said, "Sleeping is the biggest waste of time. I wish I could stay awake forever." I smiled and directly reached out to hold her hand. She shivered all over, but didn't pull away. I slowly transferred a pure energy, the 9 nether dark method from the ancient freedom skill, into her. This energy flowed within her body, repairing the deterioration caused by her martial soul mutation. After about 5 minutes, I released her hand, and her entire demeanor changed. Her face was flushed, as if she had become several years younger. She could feel that her long-stagnant 9th-level soul power was actually loosening. The way she looked at me changed completely, and she even shifted from calling me Mr. Zhao to referring to herself as Yuehua. She wanted to offer me 1 million gold soul coins for this method. I thought to myself, isn't that a narrow perspective? Money? Do I lack that? I directly took out an ancient book from my storage soul guide, with the 4 big characters 9 nether dark method written on the cover, and placed it on the table. There was no need for a reward. I looked in her eyes and said, "As long as Master you can remember me, that's enough." After saying that, I turned and left, humbly keeping my achievements and name hidden. I tell you, the past 6 months have flown by. The Continental Soul Master competition is about to begin. Master and the others have returned, and both Liu Erlong and Flinder have broken through to Soldau, especially Liu Erlong, who has become even more attractive, making my heart flutter. During the pre-match mobilization, Master directly decided that this time, I, Zhao Su, won't participate. Why? In his words, the Shrek 7 monsters are all over level 50 Soul Kings now, and if we can't beat a group of Soul Zoners in their 40s, we might as well go home and farm. I was quite happy to take it easy, so I agreed. When the competition started, it was overwhelming. As soon as the 5 soul rings appeared from the Shrek 7 monsters, the opponents completely lost their fighting spirit. We swept through the matches and finally faced our old rivals, the Royal Combat Team of the Tiando Royal Academy, for the last spot in the finals in Wuhan City. That day, Emperor Shui Yi of Tiando personally attended, sitting next to Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, who is also Qianren Xue. When I looked up, I found 2 gazes fixed on me from the high platform. One was Qianren Xue's, filled with vigilance and caution. The other was so warm it could melt me. And it was from Tang Yuehua. Over the past 6 months, she has been cultivating the technique I gave her, and she has become increasingly charming, igniting the passion that had been pinned up inside me for half a year. The outcome of the match was without suspense. The Royal Combat Team was beaten again. The Shrek 7 monsters advanced to the finals. When we were about to set off for Wuhan City and had just arrived at the city gate, that manager AO from Yuexian came again, saying that his wife wanted to see me. Zhu Zhuqing's face immediately fell in the carriage. That little vinegar jar. I quickly comforted her with a few words, then got out of the car and told Dean Flander to go ahead without me. When I arrived at Yuexian, it was already dark. Tang Yuehua was waiting for me at the door, dressed in a gorgeous gown. When I got to the top floor, she had even prepared a guqin and said she wanted to play a piece for me. I tell you, that piano sound combined with her talent is truly amazing. It makes the whole person relax, as if returning to a carefree time. After finishing a piece, she leaned next to me and asked softly, "How was it? Do you feel much more relaxed?" I looked at her breathtaking beauty, so close, inhaled her body fragrance, and my gaze gradually became heated. In a lowered voice, I said, "It's fine, but there are more relaxing options. I wonder if sister you would be willing to help me?" Her face flushed, her eyes began to grow dreamy, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. "Sister can help you with anything. Who understands family? How can anyone withstand this? If I endure any longer, I would be worse than a beast." I leaned in and kissed her directly. At first, she struggled symbolically for a moment, but then she completely melted into my embrace. When I broke through the last line of defense, I was stunned. Goodness, the master of Yuxian, rumored to have a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor, was actually still pure. That night, we truly achieved a harmonious balance of yin and yang. In the peak of ecstasy, the soul power bottleneck that had troubled her for a lifetime was surprisingly broken. The next morning, I was still asleep when she woke me up with her hair. After a night of nurturing, she looked enchanting, her eyes like silk, beautiful beyond compare. The way she looked at me was so tender it could almost drip with water. I couldn't help but pull her back into my embrace and cherish her for a while. After breakfast, I had to leave. As wonderful as the tender moments were, I had serious matters to attend to. I promised her, holding her close, that I would come back to find her after the Soul Master competition. All right. She tiptoed and gave me a kiss on the lips, reminding me to definitely come back for her. I told you, this matter must be dealt with. I pulled her in tighter and reassured her, "Don't worry, as soon as I finish what I need to do, I'll be the first one to come back to you." After saying that, I took out a smooth little steel ball from my fourth dimensional pocket and handed it to her. "Here, take this. It's called the Buddha's Fury Tang Lian, a life-saving artifact. From now on, keep it with you wherever you go. If anyone dares to cause you trouble, just channel your soul power into it. Let me tell you, even a titled Douluo would have to call you sister." I casually implanted the usage instructions directly into her mind, ensuring she wouldn't forget it. Seeing her tightly clutching that little steel ball with red eyes nodding, I felt a bit uneasy. I kissed her on the cheek, didn't hesitate any longer, and turned to leave. If I stayed any longer, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to leave at all. Just after I came out of the moon phase, my elusive little brother Shadow appeared out of nowhere, close to my ear, and said, "Master, that old guy Yu Shaojiang has already gone to meet Bibi Dong alone, and Bibi Dong has sent Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo to ambush Tang San and the others." As soon as I heard this, I frowned. The main group can't be wiped out now. I'm still counting on them to lead the way. I immediately ordered, You go secretly act as a bodyguard and protect them. These people are still useful. Yes, Ing replied, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared. I rushed towards the spirit city with all my might. Well, 7 days later, just as I arrived, I caught a live broadcast. I quietly sneaked into the Pope's palace and hid in the shadows. Oh my, when Bibi Dong saw you, Xiao Jiang, there was no trace of the Pope's authority left. She was tearful and emotionally stirred, like a little girl. My heart sank at that moment. Family, who understands? After so many years, she's still playing the role of the deeply wronged female lead. This fruit, even if forcibly picked, may quench thirst, but it's really not sweet. As soon as Xiao Jiang left, I revealed myself without hiding anymore. Bibi Dong's face changed instantly. She approached me as if interrogating a criminal, asking, "Is it you? Did you save Tang San? Why? Why do you also betray me?" I was speechless at the time. I said, "Sister, I'm helping you to overcome your psychological shadow and achieve your dreams." But she didn't appreciate it at all and even said she didn't need anyone's help. Well, I guess I was being overly sentimental. I shook my head and walked away. This incident left me quite disappointed. I didn't want to be a backup for someone else. 3 days later, it was the finals of the Soul Master competition. Zhu Zhuqing was up against her sister and was so nervous that her palms were sweating. As for me, I made a last-second teleport and held her icy little hand to cheer her on, providing timely support. Dai Mubai and his brother were also full of tension, but it was useless. They were at a level disadvantage, you know? Tang San and the others were all over level 50, and when they showed off their 5 soul rings, the opponents were left dumbfounded and were crushed in no time. Then came the main event, Shrek Academy versus Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong was dressed in a way that was absolutely dazzling, and when she stood there, her aura was fully unleashed. She even brought 3 soul bones as prizes, making everyone below stare in awe. However, the Spirit Hall didn't play fair either. They had a hidden ace in the form of the Golden Generation, all of whom were over level 50. The competition was intense, and Hulaiina's martial soul fusion skill was indeed impressive. But it was futile. You know the protagonist's halo, Shrek still won. Tang San even casually inflicted a poisoning debuff on the entire opposing team, claiming it was an antidote, but it would definitely impact their future training. This kid is truly scheming. After the awards were handed out, Bibi Dong finally revealed her true intentions, pointing her staff at Xiao Wu, saying, "J Douluo, Ghost Douluo, take her down." I tell you, the scene exploded in an instant. Ning Fengji wanted to intervene, but when he heard that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year-soul beast, he shrank back. The master and the others tried to use a Trinity fusion technique to confront it head-on. Just at that critical moment, a powerful voice came from the sky, a chrysanthemum, and a little ghost, "Dare to touch my son." Goodness, the man with the background music, Tang Hao, had arrived. A huge hammer fell from the sky, directly sending Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo flying. When Bibi Dong saw that the situation was not right, she personally came down to the battlefield. Then came an even crazier move. The 4 elders from the Spirit Hall, seeing how fierce Tang Hao was, actually slipped away. This backstab left me confused. It was clear they wanted to use Tang Hao's hands to eliminate Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's mentality collapsed at that moment. And being struck 3 times by Tang Hao's Haotian hammer, she spat out blood. Just as the 4th hammer was about to take her away, I thought I couldn't watch any longer. If I did, this important chess piece of mine would be gone. I quickly donned a black robe and flashed over, wrapping one arm around her soft waist, and with the other hand, I easily blocked that mountain-sized hammer back, even sending Tang Hao, along with the hammer, flying far away. When Tang Hao saw me, his expression changed, probably recalling the experience of being beaten by me back in the day. I coldly said, "Let's go," and directly let them all leave. Zhu Zhuqing recognized me immediately in the crowd, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Bibi Dong trembled with anger in my arms, shouting madly. Why let them go? I ignored her, directly sending a surge of power to calm her down, then picked her up in a princess carry and took her back to the Pope's palace under the astonished gazes of everyone. After returning, I fed her some pills. As for the 4 traitors, I sent my subordinating to deal with them. I needed to keep them around for the new year, right? Ing also told me that Zhu Zhuqing was going back to the Star Luo Empire and was waiting for me at the city gate. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong was holding my hand tightly even in her sleep, mumbling that she only had me left, which made my heart soften. After I finished handling things on my side and hurried to the city gate, she was already gone. All that was left on the ground was the flower I had given her, its petals wilted. I picked it up, feeling a deep sense of regret, and could only softly say, "I'm sorry." I returned to the Pope's palace, and wow, Bibi Dong had transformed back into that ice-cold queen again, looking at me with eyes like knives. I told her that her mentality had collapsed, and at this rate, even if she became a god, she still wouldn't be able to defeat Tang Hao. As a result, she went crazy, rushed over to hug me, and said, "Help me. As long as you help me, I can give you anything, including myself." Saying this, she started to take off her clothes. At that moment, I felt overwhelmed and quickly grabbed her hand. I said, "Sister, calm down. You're being influenced by the domain of the killing god. You're already possessed." She didn't listen at all and sneered, saying that I was just talking without feeling the pain. Well, it was clear we weren't on the same wavelength. I shoved the pill to suppress the heart demon into her hand and turned to leave. Just as I stepped out the door, I heard a loud crash. She had thrown the bottle. This woman has completely lost her mind. I asked him to stay and keep an eye on Bibi Dong, so she wouldn't really break the heavens apart. I explained to him that it wasn't time to flip the table yet. We needed to find the 9 divine dragons of the barrier first. Otherwise, once Tang San and the others became gods, I'd be at a disadvantage. So, I decided to personally go to the city of Slaughter to get my hands on the god of Slaughter's domain and figure it out. But before I went, I needed to return to Heavendo City to see my Yuehua. As soon as I walked in, I saw her sitting by the window, lost in thought. The moment I spoke, she immediately rushed into my arms, filled with a mix of grievance and joy. Sigh, this place is still so reassuring. After that feeling, you know what I mean? An hour was a conservative estimate. Then I confessed my plans and identity to her. Although she felt a bit jealous, she still understood me and asked me to promise not to harm her second brother, Tang Hao. Of course, I had to agree. Let me tell you, in these 3 days, we have been extremely close. Moreover, I discovered that our yin-yang harmony surprisingly upgraded her martial soul. Her originally only soothing spirit ring can now transform into a pair of Mandarin duck axes, which have attack power. I casually transmitted her a set of Jade Maiden Profound Heart technique to match her new weapon. As a result, she leaned against me and blinked, saying, "With you protecting me, what's the use of learning these?" Goodness, what could I say? I was completely at a loss for words. I told her, "Baby, I don't want to leave either, but I have no choice. I can't always be by your side. What if I'm not around and someone bullies you? This afternoon, just today, I must accompany you to the Sunset Forest to arrange your first spirit ring." She wanted to act cute, but I directly told her to listen to me. Only then did she nod with a pitiful expression. Seeing her like that, my heart softened, so I said, "It's fine if you don't want to practice. Just consider it an extra insurance. If you're safe, I can go have fun with peace of mind." Upon hearing this, her eyes immediately turned red, and she asked if I was going to leave again. I said yes. I can't delay any longer at the City of Slaughter. I'm afraid something might happen if I do. Guess what? She actually said she wanted to go with me. I immediately rejected her, saying that place is not suitable for people. It's too dangerous. If something happens to you, I would have to live in the shadows for the rest of my life. Of course, I didn't tell her the real reason. The City of Slaughter is like a beginner's village for me. I'm mainly afraid she'll run into Tang San, that cheater. That kid's growth speed is too absurd. I must keep him in check. Let me tell you, I'm currently under a restriction to become a god. Like playing a game, my level cap is locked until I complete the main quest. But Tang San isn't. What if he becomes a god before me and turns his soul power into divine power? At that point, it will be hard to say who would win. If my big villain system determines that I've lost, it's not as simple as deleting my account and starting over. It would directly erase me from this world, physically formatting me. Seeing my resolute attitude, she didn't insist any longer and just told me to be careful. I thought some things should be let her know, otherwise, she'd always think I was out there fooling around. So I revealed a bit to her, of course. I couldn't disclose the system matter, so I packaged it as a legacy called the Demon Devouring God. I told her that when I was young and naive, I inherited a legacy from an ancient deity, only to find out it was a huge pitfall. There were strict KPI assessments, and if I couldn't find the Guardian 9 Divine Dragons within the stipulated time, I would die, and my soul would be scattered, with no chance of reincarnation. Who understands this, right? Her thought process is really unique. After hearing my life and death secret, her first reaction was, "So you joined the Spirit Hall not because of Bibi Dong?" I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I said, "Sister, how can you still be thinking about that jealousy at a time like this? I'm doing this to survive." As soon as I said that, the effect was remarkable. Tang Yuehua's expression instantly changed. One moment she was gentle, and the next she transformed into a strong career woman, dragging me to hunt for soul rings, saying she wanted to get stronger and help me level up. Wow, the power of love is truly great. Looking at her serious demeanor, I actually felt a bit uneasy inside. After all, I was deceiving her. But I had no choice. for the sake of survival and our future. This act had to go on. I pulled her into my arms and said, Yuehua, thank you. She nuzzled against me and replied, between us, there's no need to say thank you. Just loving me is enough. The next 5 days were incredibly efficient. I took her to hunt a blood moon mantis that had been alive for over 2,000 years, helping her absorb her first soul ring to the max. Her pair of paired axes became powerful, with barbs on the blades that could absorb the life force and soul power of anyone they pierced, essentially a mobile power bank. After securing the soul ring, I casually exchanged a complete set of top-tier soul bones for her in the system shop, including an external soul bone that allowed for spatial teleportation. If she couldn't win, she could still escape, ensuring her safety. With everything settled, it was time for me to leave. During this farewell, she didn't cry or make a scene. She just held on to me tightly, refusing to let go. Her eyes red like a rabbit's. I felt reluctant too, but there was nothing I could do. The villain's career couldn't stop. A day later, I arrived at the small town on the outskirts of the city of slaughter. Let me tell you, the smell of blood in the air was thick. Like unbreakable ketchup, it was intoxicating. I walked into a shabby tavern with a blank expression and shouted, "A Bloody Mary, please." The waiter brought over a drink that looked, well, authentic. He was pale, smiling like a ghost, sizing me up and asking if it was my first time there. His gaze was like that of someone eyeing a buffet. I ignored him entirely, lifted the glass, and splashed the Bloody Mary right on his face. At the same time, I drew the Emperor's 7-kill sword and, with a swift motion, gave him a chilling surprise. I calmly said, "Your smile makes me a bit uncomfortable." After saying that, I walked further inside, and everyone in the tavern stood up in unison. A manager yelled at me, "Kid, do you understand the rules?" I glanced at him and replied, "Rules? Sorry, I'm the rule." Hearing this, the manager exploded in anger and immediately issued a bounty. Whoever kills him, I'll give him a permanent residency permit. A bunch of level 20-something novices charged at me like they were on steroids, showcasing their martial souls. I snorted coldly, too lazy to move, and with a sweep of my sword intent, it was like cutting through wheat. Heads rolled all over the floor. I walked up to the person in charge and said to him, "Your judgment is too poor. Let us change the king of slaughter." Then I grabbed him and slammed him down onto the ground, bang, 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 as if the whole tavern was shaking like an earthquake. By the time I smashed a big hole, that guy had already turned into a puddle of mosaics. I casually tossed him aside and jumped straight into the black hole. Below was a squad of armored knights. I couldn't be bothered to say anything, so I unleashed a sword intent, skewering both them and their armor like candied hawthorn sticks. Let me tell you, the domain suppression of the city of slaughter was no different from paper in the face of my 12-winged holy angel's divine aura. I could use my soul skills whenever I wanted. Finally, I reached the city gate, where the guard stopped me and asked for proof. I said, "The ones who could give me proof are all dead." The guard was stunned. Just then, a woman in a black robe came out of the city, claiming to be sent by the king of slaughter to fetch me. Once inside the city, the woman tried to get chummy with me and asked where I was from. I interrupted her directly. "I'm here to take the domain of the slaughter god, not for sightseeing, so stop the nonsense and take me to the hell slaughter arena." Looking around at the rampant cannibalism and debauchery in the city, I felt utterly disgusted. This wasn't a paradise of sin. It was a massive livestock pen. The woman in the black robe turned pale for my retort and left with a remark that she hoped I wouldn't regret it, then rushed off to report. I ignored her and kept walking forward. At that moment, I sensed a killing intent from behind. Just as I was about to take action, a shadow flashed by and took care of the ambush for me. I took a closer look and wow, isn't that Hulaina? She recognized me too, and we stared at each other. She still had that cold expression and was about to turn away. I quickly asked her, "Where's the hell killing field?" She stopped, pointed in a direction, and said, "Turn left up ahead. The highest one is it." I thanked them and moved on. When I arrived at the hellish killing field, it was incredibly bloody inside. Hulaina also entered the arena. This was her 76th match. The other 9 people directly teamed up to attack her. They coordinated exceptionally well, clearly targeting her. After more than half an hour of fighting, Hulaina was exhausted, having been slashed several times. It was evident that she was about to give in. I sat in the audience, contemplating whether to step in. According to the rules, I shouldn't interfere, but if I didn't, she would have to face the consequences today. I thought about it. It was likely the work of the king of killers. Otherwise, how could only 8 people clear the challenge in 1,000 years? It was ridiculous. Just when she was about to give in, I decided to intervene. I casually threw a small dagger, and with a clang, it deflected the fatal blow aimed at her. Hulaina seized the opportunity and instantly counterattacked, taking out the remaining opponents. The people of the audience were shouting that it was cheating, but the enforcers didn't say a word, clearly turning a blind eye. Hulaina, dragging her injured body towards the exit, was soon surrounded by 6 lewd men. The leader rubbed his hands and tried to touch her while spewing filth. Hulaina's face turned pale with anger. She raised her sword to stab, but unfortunately, she was too weak to be a match for them. The lewd man taunted that everyone present would get their turn once they were done with her. Seeing this, Hulaina's eyes flashed with determination as she raised her short sword to cut her own throat. She would rather die than be defiled by these scum. Just at that critical moment, with a bang, I hid her sword away with a small stone. I slowly walked over and coldly said to those 6 idiots, "I'll give you a chance to live, get lost." The leader still wanted to be tough and had just started to say a word when I revealed the Emperor's 7-kill sword. As soon as the 6 shiny 10,000-year soul rings appeared, the whole place fell silent. Moreover, since I could use soul skills here, they were so scared that they wet themselves and knelt on the ground, banging their heads and begging for mercy. I uttered 2 words, "It's late." With a flash of sword light, 6 heads fell to the ground. I walked over to Hulaina, smiling as I said, "Don't forget, you owe me a life." As soon as I finished speaking, she could no longer hold on and fainted. I quickly caught her in my arms. I held her tightly, thinking I needed to find a place. I randomly grabbed a passerby and asked where there was a clean place to stay. That guy said the east side was where the experts with over 50 consecutive wins lived, and if I wanted to move in, I just had to kill the people inside. All right, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I casually picked a room, kicked the door open, and threw the unfortunate guy inside out like a sandbag. Once inside, I laid Hulaina on the bed. I needed to tend to her wounds. Her tight outfit was one piece, so taking it off meant I had to remove it all. Goodness, even though she was just lying there. The pink hot pants hugging her cute little butt, paired with those long legs, almost shattered my heart on the spot. I quickly closed my eyes and silently recited the ice heart technique. Fortunately, I had spent 3 days with Yuehua before coming here, or I really wouldn't have been able to handle it. I suppressed the restlessness in my heart, fed her the elixir, and applied the powder to her wound, then quickly covered her with a blanket. Just looking at her more was a sin. After that, I went out to find her a clean set of clothes to change into. As soon as I sat down, I felt a powerful aura rushing towards me. I raised the corner of my mouth, the King of Slaughter, just in time. That guy was still flying in midair, so I directly flashed behind him and sent a thought. "King of Slaughter, I wonder if you can live up to that title." He was startled and was about to make a move when I used my stronger mental power to directly control him, leaving him unable to move. "Mental energy?" he exclaimed. I sneered. "A stinky bat dares to call itself a king?" As I spoke, I formed a seal with my right hand and forcefully pulled out a blood-red bat king from the top of his head. As soon as the bat appeared, the King of Slaughter, also known as Tang San, instantly regained clarity in his eyes. He looked at the bat in my hand and, in confusion, asked if I was the one who saved him. I replied, "That's right. This mental energy I left in your body is my betrothal gift to the Tang family of Haotian sect. Whether you can become a god in the flesh depends on your own fortune." After hearing that, I stuffed the Bat King, which I had completely controlled, back into his body. There was no choice. It wasn't yet his time to become a god. But now, this King of Slaughter had become my puppet. Once I sorted everything out, Tang Shen's eyes turned back to blood red, with all his previous memories gone, leaving only a bone-deep fear of me. He fled back to his lair, immediately ordering that no matter what I did in the city of Slaughter, even if I tore it down, no one was allowed to interfere. The next noon, Hulaina finally woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found her clothes changed and immediately panicked, thinking she had lost her virginity, sitting on the bed, crying and dropping little pearls. I walked in, put food on the table, and told her, "All right, stop crying. I just helped you with some medicine and took a few looks. I didn't do anything." She still didn't believe me, so I had to say, "You're too small. I'm not interested." I pointed her chest. She immediately exploded in anger, screaming to die as she rushed over, only to tug at her wound and gasp in pain. I threw a bottle of medicine at her and told her to take 1 pill every day for a quicker recovery. She held the bottle and quietly said thank you. I told her that it was BB Dong who asked me to take care of her. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother. Upon hearing this, she seemed a bit disappointed and asked me, "Is there no other reason?" "Like my looks, my figure." I looked her up and down and sincerely said, "To be honest, your figure is really nice. That little perky, but is great, but there's still some room for improvement in terms of development. Don't be too self-conscious. Go to hell." She was so angry that her face turned red, shot me a fierce glare, and turned to run back to her place. Seeing that she had calmed down a bit, I didn't stop her. I had important matters to attend to. Earlier, besides looking for food, I also asked around about Tang San. And guess what? That guy actually showed up, and he's on a remarkable 56 consecutive win streak. Let me tell you, even without his soul skills, with his Shintian skill and a poisoned iron pellet, he can hold his own here. The King of Slaughter would have a hard time dealing with him. I found a seat in the audience and saw Tang San dominating the arena, looking quite impressive. I stroked my chin and thought to myself, this kid is growing a bit faster than I expected, especially with his grass evolving into the Blue-Silver Emperor, full control. Paired with that overpowering Haotian hammer, he's simply a hexagonal warrior. Just as I was watching, a voice floated over from the side. You guys from Shrek really are monsters. I turned my head and exclaimed, wow, Hulaina. She was also staring at Tang San in the arena, her expression very complex. I laughed and leaned over to say, this monster is a bit outrageous. Hey, I want to ask you something. Do you want to beat him? Her eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed again. I do. But the rule is that those with over 50 consecutive wins won't be matched together. I smirked. Rules are made by people, so they can be changed by people too. Let me ask you, without my help, do you have confidence? She honestly shook her head. No. I'll help you. If we split it, one of us has to die. I said the rules can be changed. I stood up, patted her shoulder, and said, wait for me here. I'll take care of it in no time. After saying that, I strolled out. It didn't take long for me to return. Tang San had just finished, achieving 57 consecutive wins. I sat back down next to Hulaina and casually said, wait for his next match. You two will be paired together. All right. I also had them change the rules a bit. Now everyone has one chance to concede, but if you concede, your winning streak resets to 0. Hulaina was dumbfounded, looking at me as if I were a ghost. Who exactly are you? Even the King of Slaughter can be swayed by you? What's so difficult about it? I shrugged. Isn't it just about defeating him? I say this lightly, but for Hulaina, it's like a bolt from the blue. She probably thought she understood me well, but now she realizes that I am simply a mystery. In her view, with my strength, there's no need for me to play any lurking game with her master, Bibi Dong, who understands the family dynamics. The way she looks at me almost writes "you sneaky one" on my face. I didn't delay any longer and jumped into the fray myself, aiming straight for the 100 victories. I'm coming for the realm of slaughter. That afternoon, the announcement of the new rules was posted. The city of Slaughter erupted with excitement. Many were overjoyed because it meant a new lease on life. However, those seasoned players with 50 or 60 consecutive wins turned pale. It was clearly going to force them into early competition. But here, the King of Slaughter is the ultimate authority, and they could only swallow their complaints. That evening, Hulaina came knocking again, looking confused as she asked me, why do you insist on having me go up? You could just go yourself and take him out, right? He can't die yet. I have big plans for him. Why? There is no why. That is what I said. I looked at her, my tone leaving no room for debate. Remember, even if you have the chance to kill him tomorrow, don't make a move. Can I tell her? At first, I didn't kill Tang San because I wanted to take advantage of his protagonist aura to help me find treasures. Now, I don't kill him because I want to wait for him to become powerful and use his Blue-Silver Emperor domain to revive Ain. That 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. I can't wait for Ain to recover slowly. I'm focusing on nurturing an opponent, fattening him up before harvesting. But the problem now is that this kid is growing too fast, and today I sensed a hint of divine aura on him, likely because he has caught the attention of the god of Shura from the divine realm. Who knows if those gods will open back doors early. My enemies are not just on Douluo continent. I must be fully prepared before he becomes a god. Are you so sure I can win against him? Hulaina is still a bit hesitant. With me around, nothing is impossible. I stretched out my finger and touched her forehead, directly transmitting a powerful divine thought to her, so that at a critical moment, she could control him and manipulate him as she wished. Aren't you afraid that I might not listen to you and kill him? You can't kill him. I said it casually, but with an undeniable confidence. The next day, sure enough, the 5 of us who had over 50 consecutive wins were grouped together. The scene was thrilling, a once-in-a-century event. Hulaina and Tang San also had good chemistry, first teaming up to eliminate the other 8 unlucky ones. Only the 2 of them were left on the field. Tang San was showing off, arms crossed, chin nearly raised to the sky. You might as well give up. You're not my opponent. Hulaina snorted coldly. You won't know until you fight. After saying that, she charged forward with her short sword. She still wanted to win on her own, to wash away the humiliation from the previous Soul Master competition and avenge her brother. Back then, Seiyu was poisoned deeply while protecting her. Although the poison was cured, the source was damaged, and it was likely that he wouldn't even achieve title Douluo in this lifetime. What a pity. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. In just a few exchanges, Hulaina understood how great the gap was between her and the seemingly invincible Tang San. Her eyes filled with disappointment. Give up, or you'll die. Tang San's voice was as cold as ice. Don't celebrate too early. Hulaina gritted her teeth. Today, I won't kill you, but one day, I will defeat you fairly. As soon as she finished speaking, she directly used the divine thought I gave her. In an instant, Tang San felt as if he was crushed by a mountain. Unable to move, his expression shifting from arrogance to confusion. Bang! In that brief moment, Hulaina had already rushed in front of him, grabbed his shoulders, and with a shoulder throw, sent him crashing out of the arena onto the concrete ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Tang San's eyes were filled with unwillingness, but he was also capable of bending and stretching. Knowing he couldn't win, he got up, glared fiercely at Hulaina, and turned to leave. His winning streak was broken. My plan was successful. Trapping Tang San here to slowly wear him down was just what I wanted. For the next few days, Tang San didn't show up, probably feeling depressed. Meanwhile, I was grinding hard, with my consecutive wins reaching over 30. I must say, although the city of Slaughter has its problems, it was simply paradise for me. So many people died every day, and the energy value converted from soul power increased dramatically. I even thought about accumulating enough energy here to fully exchange for the Holy Angels set before leaving. However, the system didn't give me that chance. Ding! The remaining locations of the 9-winged dragon's bones have been calculated. The 7-treasure glazed tile school has 1 9-winged dragon skull. Ding! Mission released. Go to the 7-treasure glazed tile school to obtain the 9-winged dragon skull. Mission reward: 100,000 year soul, ring X1. Holy Angel set skull X1. Looking at the task that popped up from the system, I smiled. The Holy Angel set, just 1 right arm bone, turned my spiritual power into tangible divine thought. If I could gather a full set, I couldn't even imagine. For the next 3 months, I went on a killing spree, either in competitions or on my way to competitions. My consecutive wins reached 97, and I accumulated 16,000 energy points. Without hesitation, I directly exchanged for the Holy Angel left arm soul bone in the system shop. The fusion process was incredibly smooth. A massive amount of spiritual power surged into my brain, directly absorbed by the golden pool, without any pain. In that moment, I felt as if the entire city of Slaughter was enveloped in my divine thought. And the king of Slaughter in the cave was so scared that he suddenly opened his eyes, probably wetting his pants. Just after the fusion, there was a knock on the door, and then Hulaina pushed the door open. Was that power you just unleashed? I poured myself a glass of water and let my gaze wander over her. You just barged in like this. Aren't you afraid I'm not dressed? She ignored my comment and sat down beside me. I came to ask you for a favor. After the 100 victories, I want to walk the path of hell with you. What's wrong? Lacking confidence in yourself. My teacher said that to pass the path of hell, you need to absorb the death energy here. I shook my head. You really are your master's good disciple. She's harming you. The god of killing domain is essentially a container for absorbing evil thoughts. And if you absorb too much, you'll go crazy. Look at BB Dong. ISNT, she a madwoman now? And that Bloody Mary in your hand is just a catalyst to accelerate the absorption of evil thoughts. Juliana's face turned pale instantly. Although she was reluctant to believe it, she had witnessed BB Dong's changes over the years, becoming increasingly brutal and irritable. Is there a way to cure it? Her voice was tinged with a sob. Not for now. I came here to study how to solve this issue. I handed her a small porcelain bottle. Take one of these pills every day. It can suppress evil thoughts. That wretched wine, don't drink it. The next day, we continued to rank up, and soon, we both achieved 100 victories. The entire killing arena was in an uproar. It hadn't seen such a scene in hundreds of years, and 2 at once. The king of killing also came out. Without saying a word, he waved his hands, and all the cheering people in the audience turned into blood mist with a bang. Their blood flowing like a river, opening a dark hole beneath the killing stage. This guy really didn't want me to stay even a second longer. Let us go. Stay close to me. I'll take you out. I turned back to Juliana and said, then jumped in first. The hole was pitch black, and the deeper we went, the less we could see. I suddenly asked her, you should be at level 60 now, right? Haven't you gotten your 6th spirit ring yet? My master said to wait until we get the god of killing domain. It can absorb beyond limits. Nonsense. Wait, I'll give you one. As soon as I finished speaking, a squeaking sound came from around us. I smiled. Here it comes, your 6th spirit ring. A blood-red bat, king starting from 50,000 years. Absorbing it might help suppress the evil thoughts of the god of killing domain. Countless bats swooped down, and I drew my Emperor 7 kill sword. The sword light illuminating the darkness, protecting her behind me. This girl looked at my back, her eyes wide. Family. Who understands this damned sense of security? I shouted, "What are you standing there for? Let's go." Only then did she come back to her senses and catch up. Soon, a blood-red-winged Bat King appeared. I immediately activated my 12-winged Seraphim martial soul, and as the holy aura emanated, the Bat King got scared and tried to flee. I slapped my hand back and crushed it along with its little minions, only bringing the Bat King over and throwing it in front of Hulaina. "Do it. Kill it. Absorb the soul ring." She was still a bit dazed, so I directly helped her summon the Fox Spirit Martial Soul. She pierced the Bat King with a sword, and a black and gold soul ring emerged, along with a piece of blood-red external soul bone that fell nearby. The fusion process went smoothly with my divine consciousness and holy aura providing double insurance. In less than 10 minutes, she was done. "What is the sixth soul skill?" I asked her. "Evil Eye," as she activated it. An eye opened in the middle of her forehead, allowing her to see through darkness and release evil thoughts to disturb her opponents, ignoring their domains. It was simply unbelievable. Indeed, I nodded. This evil eye can actively absorb evil thoughts, so the side effects of the Killing God domain will no longer affect you in the future. I picked up that soul bone again and found it to be a flying type. I asked her, "Do you have any external soul bones?" She replied, "Yes." I said, "That's a pity. What kind of soul bone is it?" She leaned over to take a look. Her eyes instantly lit up. "Can it fly?" She excitedly asked me, "Is there any way for me to fuse with this one?" I asked the system, and there's a way, but the process. Just listening to it makes my teeth ache. There's a way, but you have to be conscious while painfully stripping the original soul bone out of your body and then merging the new one. That kind of pain is no less than breaking ribs, and once you pass out, you won't be able to merge it again. Are you sure? I thought she would give up, but instead, her expression shifted from panic to determination. "I can endure, no matter how painful it is." "All right, if that's the case, then I'll help you. Take off your clothes and lie on that stone." I pointed to the giant stone I had flattened nearby. "Right? Right here?" "Yes. It has to be done before you obtain the realm of the Killing God, so that it can perfectly merge." She gritted her teeth, unbuckled her belt, took off her outer clothing, and lay on the stone bed in only her pink underwear. Let me tell you, that figure, those curves. I quickly took a deep breath and silently recited the core values 800 times in my mind. "What was your original external soul bone?" "The tailbone of the nine-tailed celestial fox." I was taken aback and instinctively looked behind her, my expression oddly strange. Could it be growing in that place? She blushed and nodded. "Goodness, ISNT this, making it difficult for me." I had her turn over and lie down, and she complied. I stuffed a pill in her mouth. "This will keep you awake. Remember, don't fall asleep." Then I had her release her external spirit bone, and 9 fluffy foxtails sprouted from the middle of her pert backside. I took a deep breath and reached out to press down. I tell you, that feeling. Cough, cough. I quickly intensified the sacred output to calm myself down. As soon as my hand touched her, her body trembled, and then the sharp pain came. I started to exert force, peeling off the soul bone that had already fused with her. At first, she held on, but soon she couldn't bear it anymore and cried out in pain. While controlling the force, I used my spiritual energy to keep her consciousness suspended, shouting, "Don't fall asleep. Whatever you do, don't sleep. When that tailbone was completely peeled away from her, she let out a heart-wrenching scream, and her entire body was drenched in sweat as if it had been washed with water. I don't have time to enjoy the scenery. Hurry up and give her the bone, then guide her to integrate the new soul bone. By the end of the whole process, she was already exhausted. I covered her with clothes and waited for her to recover. Soon, she sat up cross-legged, and with a swish, a pair of blood-red bat wings sprouted from her back. The transformation was successful. She suddenly opened her eyes, flapped her wings, and took off into the air, her body quickly shrinking as she flew, fast and steady. It was steady, but who understood what I felt at that moment? My expression was like that of an old man on the subway, looking at his phone. Let me tell you, she flew so smoothly, then suddenly landed with a thud and returned to her original form. Then the air froze. She hadn't even reacted yet. Just standing there laughing foolishly. Wow, flying feels amazing. I thought to myself, girl, you're enjoying yourself, but my eyes are about to pop out. Her little hot pants had a big tear in them from when I accidentally cut them while taking out the bones earlier, and now, good grief. Half of her, but is exposed to the cold wind in the cave. And it's pink. I was completely stunned at that moment. This scene would definitely trend in 2025 with a title like Limited Skin Spotted in the City of Slaughter. I really couldn't bear to look, so I tilted my head and pointed behind her. She looked back in the direction I was pointing, still confused. The next second, there was a sharp scream, and her face turned as red as a monkey's butt. She frantically pulled out clothes from her soul guide and put them on haphazardly. By the time she was dressed, I turned back and couldn't help but tease her. Wow, both times I've seen you, you're wearing pink. Looks like it's true love. She stomped her foot in anger. Go die. Joking aside, we couldn't forget the serious matters. I handed her the tailbone of a nine-tailed fox, saying, you should take this. Your teacher is really good to you. She wanted to be polite and said it could be considered my reward. I shoved it in her hands. Come on, this thing is useless to me. Keep it. If you run out of money, you can sell it for some gold soul coins. Only then did she accept it. To be honest, after this trip, I really have a newfound respect for Hulaina. The pain of switching bones is not something just anyone can endure. The fact that she gritted her teeth and got through it shows that she will definitely be a force to reckon with in the future. An hour later, we finally walked out of the hellish path and returned to that small town. We both successfully obtained the God of Slaughter domain. Moreover, Hulaina was really lucky. Her newly acquired 6th soul skill, Evil Eye, was practically the perfect purifier for the God of Slaughter domain, automatically absorbing the evil thoughts within it. Not only did it have no side effects, but it also boosted her mental strength, making her immune to all evils. All right, let's stop here. We need to part ways. I have a bunch of things to do and no time to indulge her in melancholy. She looked at me with a complex expression, like something out of romantic drama, opened her mouth, and finally managed to say, Zhao Su, until we meet again, take care. I nodded and replied with take care as well. Then with a flash, I disappeared. I had just left when Douluo and Ghost Douluo jumped out. They seemed like reporters hiding in the shadows, waiting for me to leave before revealing themselves. As soon as they appeared, I saw Hulaina wiping her tears. Girl, how could you be with him? Ghost's voice was chilling. Hulaina wiped her tears and honestly confessed, we met in the city of slaughter. He guided me through the hellish path. Yuguan, who was even more perceptive, grabbed Hulaina's wrist in shock. You're over level 60? When Hulaina released her martial soul, the 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, shone brightly. Especially the 6th black ring with dark golden ripples made both titled Douluo's eyes nearly pop out. You killed the Bat King and obtained an external soul bone? You want fire questions like a machine gun. Hulaina proudly puffed out her chest. Yes, I even took out the previous external soul bone. What? Now the 2 old guys couldn't hold back anymore. They knew the cost of extracting a soul bone all too well. But looking at Hulaina's lively appearance, there was no sign of weakness. Hulaina had even learned to tease. With a playful smile, she said, it's very simple. I'm off now. Need to go back and report to my master. After saying that, she leaped, her body shrank, wings sprouted from her back, and she flew away in a flash. Fast enough to leave the 2 titled Douluos in the dust. They exchanged shocked and confused glances. In the spirit city, in the papal palace, Bibi Dong was meditating when she suddenly sensed a rapidly approaching aura. She opened her eyes to see a small bat flying in, which transformed into Hulaina upon landing. Hulaina knelt down with a thud. Master, I'm back. Bibi Dong's gaze was like X-ray vision as she scanned her, first complimenting her, then coldly asking, did you obtain the 6th soul ring? Hulaina quickly showcased her achievement. The killing god domain activated, and her blood-colored eyes flashed, absorbing all the evil energy. Bibi Dong frowned, sensing that things were not simple. Tell me everything you experienced in detail, and no hiding anything. The intensity of her gaze made Hulaina's heart race, and she could only confess everything about meeting me and how I helped her change bones. After listening, Bibi Dong expressionlessly took the foxtail bone and said 2 sentences. Train hard, and from now on, you are not allowed to have any contact with Zhao Su. After waving her hand, she dismissed her. Hulaina wanted to say something, but ultimately held it back. As soon as she left, Bibi Dong immediately ordered Ju and Ghost Douluo, the time has come, officially initiate the soul-hunting operation. Goodness, they were about to turn the tables. The target, Haotian sect. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ning Rongrong was having a terrible time. This young lady had recently broken through to level 60 and insisted on hunting for soul rings herself, only to be ambushed by a group from the Sacred Dragon sect in the Sunset Forest. An 81st level soul, Douluo, along with 6 soul sages, was clearly out to take her life. Her 2 external disciples, acting as bodyguards, were beaten half to death, and Ning Rongrong herself was injured on the brink of collapse. She despairingly closed her eyes. Just when the soul, Douluo aimed to Oba Ming, was about to deliver the final blow, the classic hero saves the beauty moment arrived. I, Zhao Su, made my dazzling entrance. With a few swift moves, The opposing group was all on the ground. Brother Su, Ning Rongrong, seeing me, ran over with tears in her eyes. After more than a year apart, this girl was looking more vibrant than ever. As we were exchanging compliments, the one on the ground, Tuoba Ming, still unconvinced, forced himself to ask who I was. I couldn't be bothered with him because when I got close, the system had already alerted me that he had the aura of the nine-winged Inglong's remnants. I'll get straight to the point. Don't ask me who I am. I want to ask you, does your sacred dragon sect have the remains of the nine-winged Inglong? That guy turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost. I laughed and said, take your questions to hell. I placed my hand on his head, searched his soul, read his memories, and crushed them in one go. It turned out that the dragon bones were hidden in their ancestral tablet. After sorting that out, I discussed with Ning Rongrong that this was most likely the work of the Spirit Hall, trying to incite internal conflict within the sect. We had previously agreed that I would ensure the safety of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, but she would have to help me. It seems her father, Ning Fengji, the old fox, wasn't planning to cooperate anymore. Let us go. I'll help you get a soul ring first. Then we'll return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect together. I need to meet them in person. Soon, I helped Ning Rongrong secure her 6th soul ring, and we returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. When Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo heard that their precious daughter was being hunted, they exploded on the spot. On the surface, they expressed their gratitude and held a feast for me, but behind the scenes, they were already plotting how to kill me. That old Bone Douluo was particularly suspicious, as if he had guessed that I was after their precious dragon bones. During the banquet, I couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore and laid my cards on the table. Sect leader Ning, let us not beat around the bush. I am indeed from the Spear Hall, but I came here for the remains of the nine-winged Inglong. As soon as I finished speaking, they instantly turned hostile. Bone Douluo was the first to explode, roaring as his skeletal frame swelled, transforming directly into his martial spirit, a gigantic bone dragon charging towards my face. Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji were frantically buffing from behind, with the 7 treasure true body and the 7 killing sword. 3 against 1, they came at me with everything they had, wanted to take me down in one blow. I couldn't help but laugh. You want to take me down in an instant? You've picked the wrong target. I remained steady in my position, and behind me, the 12-winged holy angel martial soul appeared. With the first soul skill, Heaven and Earth Manifest, my martial soul instantly transformed into a giant over 2 meters tall, one hand wielding a death spear and the other a holy angel sword. The sacred yet deathly aura spread out, instantly extinguishing Ning Fengji's supportive light. Bang! With a thrust of the spear, I pierced through the Bone Douluo's bone dragon form, pinning him firmly against the wall. That old bone was pushed to his limits. With a roar, he pulled out the spear and directly released a certain seal on himself. His muscles began to recover, and his soul power skyrocketed, reaching the unparalleled 99th level Douluo before finally stopping. He went completely mad, swinging a bone sword at me. Wow, he must have activated a fake god mode. I won't play anymore. 4th soul skill, Holy Angel True Body Fusion. I instantly transformed into an angelic form over 3 meters tall, with 6 golden and 6 black wings flapping, intertwining holiness and death. At the same time, the Emperor's 7-kill sword martial spirit also appeared, creating a 36 celestial sword formation that trapped Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji. While I focused on dealing with this old skeleton. So what if the seal is lifted? He'll still be pressed down by me. In the end, Bone Douluo was forced to use his ultimate 9th soul skill, Bone Transformation Divine Dragon. A loud dragon roar echoed throughout the 7 treasure Glazed Tile sect, as his bone dragon martial spirit rapidly grew flesh and blood, eventually transforming into a majestic 5-clawed true dragon. At that moment, I heard a ding in my mind. Detected the complete bone dragon in the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian. Do you wish to absorb it? I silently thought, suck. It must suck. The next moment, a massive black hand that obscured the sky stretched out from the void and grabbed that divine dragon. The big hand formed seals, and a pentagram symbol instantly bound the divine dragon tightly. No matter what kind of divine dragon it was, the black hand directly grasped the dragon's head and forcibly extracted its divine consciousness. As the divine consciousness was stripped away, the flesh and blood on the divine dragon rapidly faded, transforming back into a skeletal dragon, its momentum plummeting. The skeletal Douluo himself was even worse. His forcibly elevated level was directly reverted to level 95, causing him to wither on the spot. That black hand suddenly thrust the extracted divine consciousness into my body. Damn! In that moment, I felt like my entire soul was burning. The pain was not just physical. It was a scorching fire from the depths of my soul, making me nearly pass out on the spot. But it was just a moment. The mental power in my mind exploded with a bang, flowing throughout my body, and that searing pain immediately turned into an unparalleled, powerful force. I couldn't help but let out a huge shout as powerful soul power burst forth from me, directly sending the ancient banyan tree nearby, as well as Ning Fengji and Chun Xian in the sword formation, flying away. The three of them simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. Then a panel popped up in front of me. Hey, the data was updated again. I tell you, as soon as I scanned with my mental power, I immediately locked onto the target. In that shimmering golden pool, a white bone dragon was soaking in the liquid-like divine consciousness. Isn't this the remains of the nine-winged Dinglong? Without saying a word, I directly collected that 12-winged holy angel and the Emperor's 7-killing sword. My aura was effortlessly controlled, showcasing my professionalism. Then I slipped over to that old man Gu Rong, who was lying on the ground panting, his face as white as A4 paper. I squatted down and patted his face. Old man, give me the stuff, and I promise you the 7-treasure glazed tile sect will have peace forever. But this old man was quite tough, sneering at me. Get it to you? You, a puppet used by others, are worthy? I was left dumbfounded. Who understands this? How did I become a puppet? I asked him what he meant, and he just acted like a riddle master, saying I didn't understand the secret of the 9 divine dragons. My heart sank. This matter was indeed something that the system made me do, but as for the specifics, that broken system has always read my messages without replying. Seeing my expression, Gu Rong laughed even harder. Just kill me, putting on a heroic sacrifice pose. I was furious at that moment and reached out to directly search for his soul. As a result, the system beeped with a warning. Warning. This person's consciousness has a self-destruct restriction. Forceful reading will result in boom. Just at this critical moment, Ning Rongrong rushed out and shouted, "Don't touch my grandpa bone." With a swoosh, a small dragon skull was thrown into my arms. Hey, got it. The system notified me that the task was completed and the rewards were credited. I felt quite pleased. I received something and didn't make things difficult for them. I sat down at the side table, crossed my legs, and said, "All right, I promise you, as long as your 7-treasure glazed tile school doesn't get involved in the affairs of the Spirit Hall, I will ensure the safety and peace of your entire sect." Ning Fengji had also calmed down by this time. He looked at me with an unsettling calmness. Instead of arguing with me, he turned to Ning Rongrong and said, "Rongrong, I'm getting old. From now on, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will be entrusted to you." After saying this, he sighed, as if aged by a decade or more, and left with Chun Xian and Gu Rong. Their backs looked desolate, truly desolate. Ning Rongrong watched her father and the others leave, her eyes turning red. But soon she became resolute and whispered to their departing figures, "Dad, Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Jian, don't worry with me here. The sect will be fine." I looked at her and felt quite emotional. To put it simply, this is growth. I took out the 5 exquisite tulips I promised her and placed them on the table. These things can help their 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ning Rongrong looked at the fairy grass, then at me, and suddenly asked, "You are with Zhu Qing for the sake of using her, right?" I paused for a moment, didn't look back, and didn't answer, just walked away. When I returned to my small courtyard in Tiano City, I took out the dragon skull to study it. The words of the bone Douluo and Ning Rongrong's question made me doubt myself. Is it right or wrong for me to rely on the system to level up all the way? I was pondering over this matter when suddenly a translucent figure appeared beside me, like a cyber ghost with an indistinct face. The voice was that kind of a motionless electronic sound, and I had no choice. I understood at that moment. Wow, the system is manifesting. I asked him who he really was, and he said he forgot. I asked him if he was the one who made me travel through time, and he replied, "Even if I tell you, you'll forget by tomorrow. Right now, you just need to continue completing tasks." He added a sharp remark, "You are not the only one." This meant that I was just a worker, and a temporary one at that, easily replaceable. After saying this, he slowly faded away like a bad signal. All right then, no choice means no choice. I stopped hesitating and directly fused the holy angel skull that the system had just rewarded me with, and absorbed that 100,000-year soul ring. With a bang, I shot straight up to level 70 Soul Saint. I felt my mind clear up, I looked more handsome, and I even grew a bit taller. Next stop, the Holy Dragon Sect. I need to quickly gather the bones of the 9 dragons. Only by being invincible can I be truly safe. Before heading there, I made a detour back to Shrek Academy. Flinder and Lu Erlong were both level 84, and even the master was in his 40s. It seems the pills I left had a good effect. The scene shifted to the Holy Dragon sect. The sect leader, Tuoba Shi, was furious because his cousin, Tuoba Ming, had gone to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to cause trouble and ended up being killed by me. They were discussing how to cling tightly to the Wuhuan Temple's thigh when I arrived. I directly revealed the papal decree, and the Lord Tuoba Shi immediately came out to greet me like a grandson. Once inside, I got straight to the point. Give me your family's dragon bone. His face turned green at that moment. He thought I was sent by the Spirit Hall to ask for retribution, but I was actually there to rob him. Of course, he refused and tried to reason with me. I didn't waste any words and told him directly that his useless cousin Tuoba Ming was the one I had killed, and I had extracted his memories. This caused an uproar, and he immediately tried to attack me. Attack me? Just with him? With a single thought. I froze him in place, unable to move at all. Then I pried his mouth open and, fed him a pill. The next second, a miracle happened. His white-armored earth dragon martial spirit suddenly evolved into a Kuei dragon. The bottleneck he had been stuck at for years instantly broke through, and he directly advanced to title Douluo. Tuoba, she immediately knelt down, clinging to my thigh and calling me senior. Don't mention a broken bone. He was ready to give me his wife on the spot. Folks, this is what you call professionalism. I took the dragon bone and gave him a token of the honorary elder of the Martial Soul Hall. That old man was so grateful that he nearly bowed to me. After sorting everything out, I headed straight to the Star Luo Empire to find my Zhuqing. It had been over a year since we last met. She had been ostracized by her family and was living alone in a shabby courtyard. Her little face worn and haggard, which broke my heart. After some back and forth, you know how it goes, I pretended to be angry, and then acted like I was about to leave. She grabbed me and cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom. In the end, we ended up in each other's arms. 1,000 words are omitted here. That night, my little kitty completely became my woman. The next day, while out on the street, an oblivious noblewoman came to pick a fight, her mouth as foul as could be, calling me a wild man. Zhuqing kept holding on to me, not wanting me to cause trouble. But could I bear it with my fiery temper? I told her I never hit women unless they bring it upon themselves. As soon as I finished speaking, I slapped her, and she flew out. The two men beside her wanted to intervene. One was a Soul Emperor over level 60, charging at me like a pig, and I didn't even move. A single pressure shattered all his bones. The other one was so scared he wet himself and ran away. As a result, this incident escalated. That guy's uncle was some national general, and he immediately sent assassins after me. Coincidentally, Zhuqing's father also arrived. Just as her father called her into the house to talk, the assassins showed up outside. I was really frustrated at that time, with nowhere to vent my anger. The Emperor's 7 killing swords suddenly appeared with a hum, and as the 7 black circles lit up, I transformed into a beam of sword light and charged in. Those assassins didn't even touch the corners of my clothes before I chopped them all down. By the time Zhuqing and her father came out, the yard was already littered with corpses. Her father looked at the 7 glowing soul rings on my sword, completely dumbfounded. That girl Zhuqing was so scared her face turned white, and she hurried over, extremely anxious. I tell you, I found it amusing at that moment. Patted her and said, "What's the big deal? With just these few guys, even a reinforced squad wouldn't be enough to fill my teeth gaps." As a result, her father, Zhu Yuming, approached with a serious expression and said something about how that kid Wang Jie from the Wang family definitely wouldn't let it go easily. Goodness. I wanted to retort, "Are you stacking buffs for me here?" But before I could say anything, a person swayed in at the entrance of the yard, Dai Mubai. As soon as he arrived, he put on the demeanor of a prince and said, "Don't worry, Teacher Zhao. I've already settled the matter with the Wang family." Then he politely took me aside, saying he wanted to have a private chat. I definitely can't tell you what we talked about, but after the conversation, the way he looked at me was so respectful. It was as if he was ready to worship me as an ancestor. Once this matter was settled, I prepared to leave. Zhuqing didn't come with me. She wanted to stay and help Dai Mubai. Her father was also a tough guy, declaring on the spot that Zhuqing would be the next clan leader, and anyone who opposed would be kicked out. Family members know, this is just like one person attaining the Tao, and the chicken and dogs ascend to heaven. With me as a big support here, his back was strong. The matters on the side of the Star Luo Empire came to a close, and I directly returned to Heaven Do City. Why? I got wind that Tang San had also come out of the Slaughter City and had obtained the God of Slaughter Domain. I thought I should go take a look. As a result, after inquiring, I found out he actually went to Moon Pavilion, being trained by his aunt, Tang Yuehua. I don't want to be a third wheel, so I lay low in Heaven Do City first. After waiting for a few months, as soon as Tang San left, I immediately made my appearance. I tell you, as soon as I appeared on the top floor of Moon Pavilion, that beautiful girl Tang Yuehua sensed me instantly. her pretty face blooming with a smile like a flower. And she turned and pounced towards me. I pulled her into my arms and teasingly asked, "Little beauty, did you miss me?" She snuggled in my embrace and replied, "Missed you to death, what about you?" Let me tell you, it's only in front of me that she shows this little girl side. I immediately became smooth-tongued. Of course, I think about you every day and night, dreaming of you. While she spoke sweet words, her heart was as sweet as if she had eaten honey. We were being affectionate for a while when she suddenly looked up at me and said, "Su, I'm going back to my sect to see my big brother in a few days. Would you like to come with me?" I was taken aback and replied, "Isn't your Hao Yin sect hidden from the world? Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to go?" She immediately sat up, looked at me seriously, and asked, "Do you want to marry me?" Without hesitating for even a second, I said yes. She then said, "That's settled then. My father is gone, and my big brother is my only family. If you want to marry me, you must get his approval." Wow, this was definitely a meet-the-parent situation. I laughed and teased her, "Are you really going to bring me back? Aren't you afraid I'll expose the secrets of your Hao Yin sect?" She sighed and replied, "Do you really think the Spirit Hall can't find us? They haven't made a move because they're afraid of my grandpa." As soon as she mentioned her grandpa Tang San, I tightened my hold on her and mysteriously said, "Guess who I ran into in the Slaughter City this time? A third party?" I did run into him, but that's not who I'm talking about. "Then who? Didn't you just mention it?" Her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "My grandpa." "That's right," I said, raising an eyebrow proudly, "but he can't come out for now. However, I've already sent a betrothal gift to him, and he has nodded an agreement for you to marry me." Of course, I made that last part up, but I did send the betrothal gift, and he accepted it. So that means he agreed, right? She didn't believe me and reached out to tug at my ear, saying, "Are you trying to deceive me again?" I quickly pretended to be aggrieved. "Oh, my little Iya, my sincere heart is so cold, and you actually don't believe me." She couldn't help but laugh, released her grip, and said, "I really can't do anything with you." I immediately took the opportunity to say, "Then you wronged me. Shouldn't you give me some compensation?" My eyes were clearly communicating my intent. She pretended to be annoyed, but her body was quite honest. The next morning, we set off. After 2 hours in a carriage, we arrived at a very ordinary little village. This was the outskirts of the Hao Yin sect, where the outer disciples and ordinary people with little talent lived. As soon as Tang Yuehua got off the carriage, a group of elderly people surrounded her, being very warm and welcoming. While we were chatting, 2 young men who looked as strong as bears came running out from the innermost part of the village, nearly 2 meters tall, calling out "Second Aunt" when they saw Tang Yuehua. These 2 were the strongest in the 3rd generation of the Hao Yin sect, Tang Long and Tang Hu. As a result, these 2 guys noticed me as well. The one called Tang Long pulled my second aunt aside and whispered to her, "Second Aunt, is this the uncle you mentioned in your letter? He looks too weak, doesn't he?" I laughed at that moment, thinking, who are they looking down on? They're trying to play the pig to eat the tiger, right? Soon we reached the foot of a bald mountain, at least 500 meters high. Tang Long and Tang, who wanted to help Tang Yuehua up, saying they would take her along. I directly said, "No need. You 2 can catch up with me first." As soon as I finished speaking, I wrapped my arm around Tang Yuehua's waist and pushed off the ground, shooting up like a cannonball. The speed left those 2 guys dumbfounded. I even remembered to stop halfway up the mountain to wait for them. When they finally climbed up, panting, I casually said, "You 2 are too slow." Their faces turned green, and they exerted all their strength to keep up with me. When we reached the peak connected by a single iron chain, I directly picked up Tang Yuehua and stepped onto it, turning back to say, "I'll wait for you on the other side. Don't keep me waiting too long." When they finally arrived, looking pale and strapped with safety ropes, Tang Hu looked at me and muttered, "What kind of monster is this?" Once we entered Hao Yin sect, we went straight to Tang Zhao's courtyard. He was already waiting at the door. When the siblings met, they were extremely excited. After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Zhao's gaze fell on me, and he frowned. "Yuehua, is this the husband you found? Isn't he a bit too young?" He was worried that his sister might be deceived by a pretty face. Before I could say anything, Tang Yuehua quickly explained, "He's not young. He just looks young." Then she pulled me over. "Zhao Su, this is my eldest brother, Tang Xiao." I shouted loudly, "Big brother." Tang Xiao completely ignored me, his eyes instantly turning sharp like knives, and a pressure from a title Douluo directly bore down on me. He coldly asked, "Do you have the strength to protect Yuehua?" I stood there, motionless, like a fan, with a smirk on my lips. "Don't worry, big brother, I can definitely protect Yuehua." "Really?" As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. A huge black hammer suddenly appeared in his hand with a buzzing sound, and it came crashing down on me with a destructive momentum. I tell you, he didn't even use his soul skills. With just his level 96 soul power and the might of the Hao Yin hammer, even a typical title Douluo would have to kneel. And what happened? Bang! With a loud noise, the entire yard shook. Tang Xiao, holding the hammer, staggered back a dozen steps before stabilizing himself. As for me, I remained standing in place, without even activating my martial soul, effortlessly taking that blow with my physical body. Tang Xiao was completely stunned and blurted out, "How could you be this strong?" Even Tang Yuehua was shocked. I rarely humbled myself. "Lord Tang, you flatter me. It's just a small skill." With this strike, Tang Xiao immediately changed how he addressed me and gestured for me to enter. "Brother Zhao, please." As soon as we entered the room, before I had even warmed my seat, someone came to report that Tang San had arrived. Tang Yuehua quickly explained that she was the one who had called Tang San here. When Tang Xiao heard it was Tang Hao's son, he was initially a bit displeased. But his expression softened a bit when he learned that Tang San had a twin martial soul. When Tang San came in, he immediately spotted me, his eyes narrowing slightly. Clearly shocked, he respectfully handed over the 2 pieces of inherited soul bones that his father had lost his hands and feet for. As Tang Xiao looked at the 2 soul bones, reminiscing, I suddenly heard a sound in my head. System prompt. Detected the aura of the remnants of the 9-winged Ding Long. I immediately sat up straight. It was those 2 soul bones. I immediately stood up and said, "Big brother, can I exchange these 2 soul bones with you using my soul bones?" Tang Xiao was stunned. "Exchange?" "That's right," I directly offered. "I'll trade my complete set of 6 soul bones for these 2. Before he could react, Tang Yuehua had already elbowed him and directly advised her brother, "Big brother, just trade with him. These soul bones are very important to him." Tang Xiao shook his head helplessly and handed the box containing the soul bones to Tang Yuehua, saying, "All right, consider it Yuehua's dowry." Just then, he suddenly grabbed Tang Yuehua's hand, looking incredulous. "Level 19? You broke through?" Tang Yuehua proudly showcased her martial soul and soul skills, along with the external soul bone and the complete set of soul bones, leaving Tang Xiao dazzled. Finally, Tang Yuehua proudly pointed at me and said, "All of this was helped by ASU." At this point, Tang Xiao was completely convinced and bowed to me, saying, "Brother Zhao, I apologize for not recognizing your greatness before." I quickly helped him up and casually placed the prepared 6 pieces of the white tiger soul bone set on the table. "Big brother, you're too polite. This is just a little token of my appreciation for the sect." Tang Xiao saw the 6 soul bones and his eyes lit up. In the end, he accepted them. That night, he gathered all the elders and announced that I would be an honorary elder of the Haotian sect. The old guys were initially grumbling, but when Tang Xiao showcased the 6 pieces of white tiger soul bones, the room fell silent, and it was unanimously approved. Then, Tang Xiao brought up the matter of Tang San returning to the clan. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin old man jumped out. He was the 7th elder, whose son had been killed by the Spirit Hall due to matters involving Tang Hao, so he harbored deep hatred for the Tang family. "Impossible. If he is here, I won't be, and if I'm here, he won't be." The 7th elder threw down his harsh words and stormed out. The next morning, I was woken up by the sounds of fighting outside. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw that it was indeed the 7th elder fighting with Tang San. Tang Yuehua was extremely anxious, grabbing my hand and saying, "Su, if the 7th elder goes all out, you must save him." I patted her hand and said, "Don't worry. Your nephew is clever. He won't die." Sure enough, that kid Tang San didn't confront him head-on, but used the rules to outsmart him, darting around and driving the 7th elder crazy until he was forced to unleash his martial soul's true form. The 2nd elder, watching from the side, immediately shouted, "Old 7, you've lost. Stop now. Stop. Too late." Let me tell you, Old 7 was completely enraged at this point. With only one thought in his mind, he had to smash Tang San into a pulp. That dark Haotian hammer descended with a devastating aura. Tang San realized he couldn't dodge this time. All his soul rings activated, and the 8 spider legs on his back dug into the cliff, afraid of being sent plummeting into the abyss by a single blow. With a loud bang, goodness, the scene was filled with smoke and dust. And everyone thought Tang San was definitely done for, crushed to bits by the Haotian true form. But guess what? When the smoke cleared, a young man in white stood there nonchalantly, with just one hand. I tell you, just one hand, he caught that hammer, which was bigger than a truck. But that wasn't the end. A wave of energy erupted from the young man, directly waking the dazed Old 7. But he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, heading straight for the cliff's bottom. Tang San was also unfortunate, swept away by this force. The sect leader, Tang Xiao, reacted quickly, diving to rescue Tang San. As for the fallen 7th elder, no one cared. Family members understand. He's a titled Douluo. He's tough. He won't die from a fall. Sure enough, not long after, the seventh elder climbed back up from the abyss, covered in dirt and dust. Without even glancing at Tang San, who was meditating to heal, his eyes were fixed on that young man in white, my brother Zhao Su. Although he had gone mad earlier, the moment he woke up, he clearly saw that Zhao Su had caught his full-force blow with one hand. He incredulously asked, "Was it you who blocked my Haotian hammer just now?" Zhao Su, with his hands in his pockets, smiled casually. "That's right, old seven. Are you calm now?" At this moment, not only the seventh elder, but everyone around was in an uproar, as if they had seen a ghost. "It's impossible. How could you possibly catch my Haotian true form with bare hands?" The seventh elder roared. Zhao Su spoke as if it were nothing. "Don't believe it? Then let's practice. If I use my martial soul, you'll lose." With those words, the seventh elder couldn't hold back his anger any longer, and the second elder couldn't stop him either. He pulled out that big black hammer and charged at Zhao Su with a roar. Zhao Su looked at him, shook his head helplessly, and then suddenly changed his demeanor. "All right, today I'll let you see what real power looks like." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Su didn't even reveal his martial soul. He directly used his first soul skill, Law of Heaven and Earth. I watched as his body rapidly grew larger, finally reaching over 3 meters tall, glowing with white light, like a deity descending. When the seventh elder swung his hammer at him, he caught it effortlessly, and with a slight exertion, snatched the hammer right out of Old Seven's hands. That huge hammer was like a toy in his grip. What happened next, I tell you, I will never forget in my life. Zhao Su held Old Seven's head down with one hand, rendering him unable to move, while with the other hand, he swung his own Haotian hammer, smashing it against Old Seven's own body. Bang, bang, bang. It was a relentless onslaught. He muttered, "Let you experience the taste of being hammered by your own weapon." The sound was like a blacksmith's forge, clanging and ringing. A 3-meter giant hitting a frail old man. The sight was too beautiful for me to bear. Old Seven didn't even get a chance to fight back. The second elder turned pale beside them and dared not intervene. He could only plead with Tang Xiao, sect leader, "That's enough. Old Seven is only confused because he lost his son. His crime doesn't warrant death." Tang Xiao awkwardly coughed, passing the buck to Tang Yuehua. "Yuehua, go persuade him." Guess what Tang Yuehua said? She replied, "Big brother, second uncle, don't you notice the change in Uncle Seven?" I was stunned. What kind of new therapy was this? Physical exorcism, right? Tang Yuehua explained that Zhao Su wasn't hitting him. He was using the most violent method to help him clear the internal injuries caused by his force breakthrough. Only then did Tang Xiao and the second elder realize, and upon careful sensing, they found that, indeed, the blocked meridians inside Old Seven were being forcefully cleared with each strike. This method was a bit insulting, but the effect was outstanding. The second elder thought it through. Old Seven's temper needed someone to discipline it. He then turned around and shooed away the younger onlookers, giving the elders some dignity. The younger generation hadn't gone far when they heard a loud thud as Zhao Su dropped the hammer on the ground. He returned to his normal size, bare-chested. His physique caused several young girls from the Haotian sect to starry-eyed. Zhao Su quickly pulled a black robe from his storage soul guide and tossed his head towards Tang Xiao, casually saying, "Carry him away. Once he wakes up and the swelling goes down, he'll be fine." After Old Seven was carried away, Tang Xiao approached Zhao Su to thank him. Zhao Su waved his hand. "Why thank me? It's all for Yuehua." As he spoke, he scanned Tang Xiao and several elders with a mischievous smile. "I see that Big Brother and several elders also have internal injuries. Should I give you a few strikes too?" The elders turned pale, shaking their heads repeatedly. No. We're old. We can't handle this kind of torture." The fifth elder slyly sold the sect leader out. "The sect leader is still young. There's room for improvement. I think we should give the sect leader a few strikes." This infuriated Tang Xiao. Zhao Su smiled and didn't really act. He pulled out a small porcelain bottle and handed it over, saying that the elixir could also heal. If Old Seven knew there was this option, he would probably be so angry he'd come back to life. Just as the second elder was thanking him for receiving the elixir, suddenly, several earth-shattering explosions rang out from outside the sect. The protective formation of the sect had been breached. A disciple came rolling and crawling to report, "Sect leader, it's bad. For title Douluo have invaded. They seem to be from the spirit hall." Before he could finish, 4 winged birdmen had already flown in front of them. The leader boldly proclaimed, "Tang Xiao, the Pope commands me to deliver a message. Submit to the spirit hall or die." Tang Xiao exploded on the spot, snorting coldly as he swung his Haotian hammer and charged forward. But those 4 immediately took their positions, black and white iron chains appearing in their hands. executing some kind of 4-in-1 martial soul fusion technique that trapped the 96th level Tang Xiao tightly. They didn't actually fight. They were just delivering a challenge. They left a message that in a month, if they didn't submit, they should prepare for annihilation, and then they turned and flew away. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire Haotian sect became extremely tense, as everyone realized that their hidden existence was over and that a great battle was imminent. That night, a shadow quietly appeared in Zhao Su's room. It was one of his subordinates. I tell you, the amount of information here was explosive. The shadow reported that Bibi Dong had already made her move, simultaneously attacking the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Zhao Su was stunned. He had clearly instructed those embedded in the Spirit Hall not to listen to Bibi Dong, only to find out that she had secretly hidden a troop of 9 titled Douluo. Zhao Su then realized, damn, the plot was no longer the one he knew. This plot was all about the unexpected. With his arrival as a time traveler, the entire timeline had gone haywire. Why did he have to stay in the Spirit Hall? Because he was carrying a KPI on his back. The system issued him 2 death orders. First, to gather all 9 divine dragons to become a god. Second, to help Bibi Dong, not to inherit, but to eliminate the Rakshasa god and become the new Rakshasa god himself. The difficulty of this task was simply monstrous. That's why he had been helping Bibi Dong gather the 100,000-year spirit rings. But now this crazy woman was completely out of control. He didn't have time to think and immediately ordered his subordinate, Aing, go to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family immediately, and be sure to protect at least one of their direct descendants. What about the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Although personally, I promiset ningrong. I can't go back on my word. Zhao Su collected his thoughts and turned to go to Tang Yuehua's room. He didn't have time for sentimental feelings. He explained the situation and told her that he had to leave. Although Tang Yuehua was reluctant, she also understood the seriousness of the situation. Zhao Su handed her a papal order as a talisman, reminding her to be extremely careful, then turned and, under Tang Yuehua's reluctant gaze, unfolded a pair of butterfly wings behind him and flew down the mountain like a streak of light. The scene shifted to the main hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, which was already a river of blood. The Spirit Hall had dispatched 4 titled Douluo, along with over 10,000 spirit masters, catching the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School off guard. Jian Douluo, Chen Xian had already been injured, and with Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo arriving, it was 3 against 4, which could still be fought. However, 2 more titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall arrived. 3 against 6, how could they fight? Outside, the disciples suffered heavy casualties, and many outer disciples even turned against them. Chen Xian gritted his teeth and shouted at Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo, "You go outside to save people. I'll handle things here." Saying this, he single-handedly held off 6 titled Douluo. He directly unleashed his 9th spirit skill, Demon God Slash, completely giving up defense and exchanging his life for theirs. With one sword, he severely injured the strongest Demon Bear Douluo, but couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the Snake Spear Douluo, severing his right arm. Just when the situation was critical and the 5 from the Spirit Hall were about to surround the armless Chen Xian with a loud bang, a sword very similar to the 7 killing sword fell from the sky, firmly lodged among them. Dressed in black, Zhao Su slowly walked in from outside the hall and coldly said, "Let's go, I don't want to spill blood today." Bon Douluo, seeing Chen Xian's severed arm, turned red with rage and roared to charge in for a fight. Ning Fengji quickly stopped him, fearing an ambush. Zhao Su ignored them and just looked at Ning Fengji, speaking in a complicated tone. "Ning Sect Master, I promised Rongrong that I wouldn't let the Spirit Hall harm the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I have broken my promise." Ning Fengji wanted to persuade him to leave the Spirit Hall, but Zhao Su directly interrupted. "Don't say any more. I can't betray the Spirit Hall. You all take care of yourselves." After saying this, he turned and vanished. On the other side, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family fared even worse. They were attacked while performing ancestral rites and were almost exterminated. When Aing, sent by Zhao Su, arrived, she happened to see the clan leader perish alongside a titled Douluo. She was initially prepared to leave, but then saw that titled Douluo digging out 3 soul bones from the clan leader's corpse. And she immediately recognized that 2 of them were what Zhao Su was looking for. Without a second thought, Aing used a flash to ambush and snatch the soul bones, displaying the papal order to ensure a black market deal that made them dare not speak, and then she slipped away with the items. In Heavendo City, at Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were whispering when Zhao Su knocked and entered. As soon as Zhu Zhuqing saw him, she happily rushed over. Zhao Su embraced Zhu Zhuqing, but his gaze was fixed on Ning Rongrong, and his first words were, "Rongrong, I'm sorry." Ning Rongrong was completely taken aback. At that moment, Ma Hongjun rushed in a panic, saying that Ning Fengji had arrived. Only then did Zhao Su speak, revealing that the seven-treasure glazed tile school had been ambushed and that Douluo had lost his arm. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong let out a sharp scream. Her face pale, and she frantically ran toward the dean's office. When they all arrived at the office, Ning Fengji and Douluo looked as if they had aged 10 years. Ning Fengji looked at his daughter, then at Zhao Su, knowing that she was fully aware, and didn't hide anything, directly stating that the Spirit Hall had sent 6 titled Douluo to attack the sect. The Master and Lu Erlong, upon hearing the news, rushed back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family overnight, only to find a scene of corpses and ruins. At this moment, the favorability Zhao Su had built up at the seven-treasure glazed tile school was wiped clean overnight. The way Ning Rongrong looked at him was as cold as a stranger. In the Spirit City, inside the Papal Hall, Zhao Su, enraged, instantly teleported back and shouted at Bibi Dong on the throne, "Bibi Dong, you really are self-righteous. Do you think that by doing this, the 2 great empires and the top 3 sects won't join forces? Can your Spirit Hall withstand that?" Bibi Dong, however, sat coldly on the throne, her eyes filled with mockery. "So what if they join forces? Bibi Dong, fear nothing." I tell you, Zhao Su was completely speechless at that moment. He finally understood that Bibi Dong was not some cunning hero. She was just a pure madwoman who had been hurt by emotions and wanted to take revenge on the whole world. If it weren't for the system's mission binding him, he would have quit long ago. Looking at Bibi Dong's unyielding demeanor, Zhao Su knew that saying anything more was useless. Just as he was about to leave, I tell you, the plot twist came. A soldier from a Spirit Hall rushed in, tumbling and stumbling, and he could hardly get the words out, saying that the Ghost Elder and the Chrysanthemum Elder had found Shao Wu in the Stardow Forest, but they were blocked by 2 other 100,000-year soul beasts. Good grief. As soon as Bibi Dong heard this, her eyes instantly lit up. 3 100,000-year soul beasts. Who understands, family? Just a second ago, she was acting all queenly with me, and the next second she did a complete turnaround, running over to me saying, "Help me. As long as you help me take down these 3 soul beasts, I will listen to you from now on." What else can I say? To keep this crazy woman calm and prevent her from flipping the table early, I could only agree to it first. By the time we reached the Stardow Forest, let me tell you, the scene was already a complete mess. Tang San had appeared out of nowhere and had already rescued Shao Wu, while the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, including Hulaina and dozens of others, were crazily chasing after them. That Tang San is really something over level 60. Protecting Shao Wu, he managed to weave in and out of the crowd, taking out several of them. But there were just too many people, and in the end, he was forced into a desperate situation. Tang San is also ruthless to let Shao Wu escape. He snapped his own right leg and threw the soul bone with the flying soul skill to Shao Wu. This pushed Shao Wu to her limits, and she chose to sacrifice herself, just as that red light was about to fully merge into Tang San's body. A classic scene, right? But, let me tell you, how could Zhao Su let a cooked duck fly away? Zhao Su's divine sense enveloped the entire scene in an instant, directly pausing the sacrifice process. Following that, Bibi Dong made a dazzling entrance. According to the method Zhao Su taught her, she formed a hand seal, and wow, she directly intercepted Shao Wu's sacrificial soul ring halfway. You heard that right. Right in front of Tang San, she attached his wife's 100,000-year soul ring to her second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Queen. I was watching beside them and was shocked by the operation. It was truly heart-wrenching. Tang San lay on the ground, his legs broken, helplessly watching his wife's soul ring being absorbed by his enemy, screaming in agony. But what use was it? Zhao Su's divine sense was pressing down, and an hour later, Bibi Dong had successfully absorbed it. After it was done, Bibi Dong didn't even glance at Tang San. After all, she had promised Zhao Su not to kill him, and took her people straight to the center of the forest to find the other 2 big ones. After she left, Zhao Su quietly took action, gathering the remnants of Shao Wu's soul, turning it into a soulless little rabbit, and threw it to Tang San. He also healed Tang San's injuries, but of course, he didn't return that piece of Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone, directly pocketing it for himself, as it was a key item to resurrect Ayin. Finally, fearing that Tang San would get up and cause trouble, he delivered a mental shock that knocked him out. It was a one-stop service, thoughtful and thorough. Meanwhile, At the central lake of the Stardow Forest, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, also known as De Ming and Air Ming, were almost driven mad by Yu Guan and Gue Mei. They sensed that something had happened to Xiao Wu and were preparing to fight desperately. But just as De Ming shouted, "If we perish together," Bibi Dong arrived with her people. I tell you, the next scene is simply on the level of Baby Bus. Just as Daming was about to rush over, Zhao Su's divine sense came again, buzzing, and 200,000-year-old beasts were instantly frozen in place, unable to move. Then, a long sword exuding terrifying sword energy descended from the sky, and with a puff, it broke through the defense of the Tianqing Neo Python. The big brother was severely injured on the spot. Erming watched with his eyes turning red, struggling madly, but it was useless. He could only watch as Bibi Dong went up to finish the job, and then sat down happily to absorb the soul rings. The torso soul bone that exploded out was tossed to Ghost Daw by Bibi Dong without even a glance, making him so excited that he revealed his true form for the first time, a regular middle-aged man about 1.6 meters tall. Then, the same operation was repeated. Zhao Su's sword broke through the defense. Bibi Dong went up to collect the kill, and the Titan giant ape also fell. This time, the soul bone that exploded out was given to her precious disciple, Hulaina. Once Bibi Dong absorbed all 300,000-year soul rings, her aura changed again. Her figure became more impressive, and her presence grew colder. Before leaving, she instructed Ghost and Zhu to continue searching for 100,000-year soul beasts, while Bibi Dong was reaping the rewards. Other forces on the continent were not idle. The Snow Knight Emperor, the Master, and Ning Fengji had formed an anti-Spirit Hall alliance, and were even preparing to temporarily cease hostilities with the Star Luo Empire, uniting against a common enemy. Of course, the Spirit Hall's momentum grew even larger, with countless small sects and kingdoms rushing to cling to their legs, and many young soul masters desperately wanting to join. As for our Zhao Su, he had already gathered 7 pieces of the 9-winged Inglong's remains, just 2 pieces short. He had also found 5 Guardian 9 Divine Dragons, waiting for the right moment to collect them, just as he was planning his next move. His subordinate Shadow came to report that there was a dragon bone aura in the Tiando royal family. Moreover, there was bad news. The dragon-rearing sacrificial offering he had previously reserved, Yu Luomian, who was Lu Erlong's father, had undergone a mutation in his martial soul and might no longer be usable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su decided to go take a look himself. He infiltrated the Spirit Hall, where Yu Luomian was drinking and boasting with Snake Spear Douluo and others, feeling quite arrogant after siding with Bibi Dong. Without a word, Zhao Su shot his Emperor 7-kill sword straight into the center of the hall. Seeing the sword, Snake Spear and the others were so scared they immediately stood up and moved aside. Those who understood, understood. Only the foolish Yu Luomian, drunk, laughed at them. "A broken sword, look how scared you are." Just as those words left his mouth, the sword slashed towards his face. Instantly, he sobered up. He hurriedly activated his martial soul, but as soon as his mutated purple lightning demon dragon appeared, Zhao Su's sword vanished in an instant. Zhao Su, watching from the shadows, understood that this martial soul was not the guardian divine dragon after all, and he felt a bit anxious. He couldn't proceed step by step anymore. He had to speed up. First, he bid farewell to Tang Yuehua and Zhu Zhuqing, arranged everything, and then prepared to leave Tiando City alone for training. However, just as he reached the city gate, Ning Rongrong blocked his way. This girl was now also on a career path, after her sect was destroyed. She was determined to become stronger and revive her family, insisting on following Zhao Su. Zhao Su thought for a moment. He had indeed not fulfilled his promise to help her, so he decided to take her along as a form of compensation. "If you want to follow me, don't ask too many questions. Wherever I go, you go. As long as you can become stronger, I don't care where you go." Ning Rongrong's gaze was resolute. "All right." Zhao Su smiled wickedly. "Then let's go to a good place first." A day later, the two entered the Sunset Forest. Zhao Su had Ning Rongrong hide, changed into a black robe, and took a soul-changing pill, transforming his Emperor's 7-kill sword into the Haotian hammer. I tell you, that aura, that appearance, was exactly the same. What was he planning to do? He was going to snatch Tang San's mother. At that moment, Tang Hao, with broken arms and legs, was guarding the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye, staring blankly at a blue-silver emperor. Zhao Su disguised himself as a member of the Haotian sect and deliberately leaked a trace of aura. Tang Hao was startled and looked up to see a figure in a black robe swinging the Haotian hammer towards him. "Who are you?" Tang Hao was stunned. This hammer couldn't be fake. "You traitor! How dare you ask?" Zhao Su pretended to be fierce and immediately launched a flurry of hammer strikes. Dang Hao, already in a weakened state, was no match and was quickly knocked away. Then Zhao Su walked in front of Ayin and, in front of Tang Hao, said fiercely, "You unfaithful and unfilial thing, betraying the sect for this plant. Today, I will let you watch as I uproot it." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao panicked and frantically begged for mercy. "It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with Ayin. Kill me, don't touch her." This was exactly the effect Zhao Su wanted. He sneered, turned around, and pulled out the blue-silver emperor, storing it in his spatial storage. Then left a parting remark. "If you want this plant back, go back to the Haoyin sect and ask the sect master." After saying that, he turned and ran. This operation was simply impossible to hold back. Not only did he steal the item, but he also planted a huge bomb between the Haoyin sect and Tang Hao. After running with Ning Rongrong to a small town hotel, Zhao Su finally released Ayin, and the whole room was instantly filled with blue vines. Ning Rongrong was dumbfounded. "This is Tang San's mother? Congratulations, you got it right," Zhao Su said mysteriously while transplanting Ayin into a specially made soul guide. Time flew by, and a year passed. During this year, Zhao Su trained with Ning Rongrong in the extreme north, and he reached level 81, while Ning Rongrong finally reached level 70 and needed her 7th soul ring. After a year of hardships, Ning Rongrong's killing intent was now overwhelming. Just as they were looking for a soul beast for Ning Rongrong, they suddenly heard a commotion. Goodness, a familiar face. Oscar was leading a group to attack a mirror beast over 50,000 years old, apparently preparing to absorb it as a soul ring. Ning Rongrong initially looked down on it, thinking it wouldn't enhance her 9-treasure glazed tile. Zhao Su directly pointed out, "You, as a support type, lack attack power the most. If you can replicate others' martial souls and soul skills, isn't that more valuable than a little enhancement?" Hearing this, Ning Rongrong was tempted. Zhao Su wasted no time. He drew his Emperor's 7-kill sword, and with a few slashes, everyone except Oscar was knocked down. Oscar, seeing Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong, especially when he saw Ning Rongrong, his eyes went wide, and without thinking, he said, "This soul beast is for Rongrong. I'll go again." Unfortunately, now Ning Rongrong only had her career in mind. Without a moment's hesitation, she went up and dealt with the mirror beast, then sat cross-legged to absorb it. Soon, she stood up excitedly. Just as Zhao Su said, her 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, also had an incredible effect, replicating martial souls. And let me tell you, her replication was no joke. It attached to her Martial Soul True Body, the 9-treasure glazed tile, and as long as the 9-colored light shone. Whether you were a teammate or an enemy, whoosh, your martial soul would be replicated, with no time limit unless soul power was exhausted or she canceled it herself. It was practically a permanent skin. Family, who understands? Ning Rongrong immediately demonstrated for me. The moment her 7th soul ring lit up, the 9-colored light enveloped me. In the next second, the 9-treasure glazed tile in her hand, Duong, transformed into my 12-winged holy angel. Although it was a bit weaker in momentum, the appearance and stance were exactly the same. She casually waved the death spear, and I tell you, a huge tree several meters in front of us was instantly flattened. The little rich girl was so excited she directly hugged me, shouting, "Great! I'm no longer just a support hiding behind." Goodness, this left me completely speechless. Poor little Oscar was watching from a distance, his eyes wide and his face dark as a pot bottom. I hurriedly pushed Ning Rongrong away and said to Oscar, "Don't worry, Xiao Ao, I'll help you find someone great too." But he didn't appreciate it at all, coldly saying, "Thank you, but I can manage on my own." And then he directly became emo and turned to leave. Sigh, the bitterness of love, no one can help. Ning Rongrong, who was focused on her career, didn't care about Oscar at all. After she calmed down, her eyes lit up as she pointed at the corpse of the mirror beast and said, "What is that?" I followed the direction of her finger and was amazed. It had dropped equipment. On the head of the mirror beast, there was a shining golden object. What else could it be? I went over and skillfully dug out a piece of a head soul bone. The aura was incredibly strong, feeling even more powerful than my 9-winged Inglong skull. "You should absorb it," I told her. "This thing must be related to your new soul skill." Ning Rongrong wasn't polite and took it to sit cross-legged to start absorbing it. However, as soon as she began to absorb it, the soul bone burst with golden light, and Ning Rongrong's face turned pale in an instant. She hugged her head and started rolling on the ground. It was quite a tragic sight. I was also confused at the time, so I quickly sent my spiritual sense in to take a look, and oh wow, I hit the jackpot. A white flame appeared in her mind, burning her soul wildly. I recognized it at a glance. This thing is the first of the 10 ancient divine fires, the chaotic white fire. This soul bone is basically an external carrier. What is this fire doing? It's helping her purify her soul, burning away all the killing intent, hatred, and chaotic thoughts she accumulated over the past year. But this process is too painful, and it looked like Ning Rongrong's willpower was about to give in, her soul starting to become unstable. If she failed, she wouldn't die, but she would become a fool. How could I just stand by and watch? I directly attached my spiritual sense to her soul to help stabilize her mind. With my super external aid, Ning Rongrong finally managed to regain her composure, and the painful expression on her face disappeared. Her soul began to sit cross-legged in the flames and actively cooperate. After about 10 minutes, seeing that she was no longer in danger, I prepared to withdraw my spiritual sense. But then I realized, oh no, a small part of my spiritual sense was directly absorbed by the chaotic white fire along with Ning Rongrong's soul. Oh well, it's not a loss for me anyway. By the time Ning Rongrong woke up, it was already an hour later. Let me tell you, the effect was comparable to top-tier cosmetic surgery. Her skin became fair and tender, flawless to the touch. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and there wasn't a hint of negative emotion left in her. She looked like a glowing fairy. As soon as she opened her eyes, she sweetly smiled at me. Brother Su, thank you. Thank me for what? When I was being burned by the fire, I felt your presence. You helped me. As she spoke, her face even turned red. I sighed inwardly. My strand of spiritual sense was absorbed by her, probably leaving my mark in her soul, making things more complicated. We're partners, so it's only natural. That's all I could say. Then she looked at me with her big eyes sparkling and asked, "Can you protect me like you did for Zhu Qing?" As soon as I heard that, my scalp tingled, and I quickly stood up. It's getting late. We should go. After saying that, I turned around and slipped away. Everyone likes a beauty, but I really don't want to carry this emotional debt anymore. However, Ning Rongrong looked at my back and actually started to giggle, whispering, "You will definitely be mine." Then she bounced after me. From that day on, Ning Rongrong completely transformed into a clingy person. Her personality was so cheerful that her gaze on me was almost electrifying. We were eating noodles in a noodle shop, and she just stared at me intently, making me feel all jittery. "Can you stop staring? I really can't take it anymore. I want to." She replied with those 3 words and continued to stare. Just then, a voice from outside shouted, "Stop. Prepare for inspection." I looked up and chuckled. I saw Tang San and the leader of the Li family, Titan, getting off a big carriage. "I've been waiting for you. We have been lurking in this border town for 3 days just to block Tang San." According to my memory and intelligence, that old guy Tang Hao went mad after his wife was taken away, ran back to the Haotian sect to demand people, and ended up being suppressed and expelled by Tang Xiao and the elders. As for Tang San, that kid is much more patient than his father, a typical egoist. On the surface, he comforts his father, but in his heart, he's thinking about how to win over the Haotian sect to deal with the Spirit Hall. So he can't afford to fall out now. As soon as Ning Rongrong saw Tang San and Ma Hongjun, she rushed out immediately. The fatty saw Ning Rongrong. His eyes lit up, and he lewdly laughed. "Rongrong? How come you're with Boss Zhao? It can't be. He. Ning Rongrong's face turned red, and she chased after him to hit him. "You fat bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? And you say there's nothing, your face is all red." Xiao Ao would cry if he knew. Tang San came out to stop their playful bickering, then looked at me with a hint of deep-seated vigilance in his eyes. He introduced me to Titan. When Titan heard that I was so young and a teacher at Shrek Academy, he clearly didn't believe it and immediately released a pure force pressure to give me a show of strength. What happened next? His pressure was turned up to the maximum, and even Tang San had to use his soul power to resist it, while I stood there motionless with a smile on my face. In return, I also released a bit of pressure. I heard Titan grunt and take several steps back to stabilize himself, while the disciples from the Power Clan behind him were drenched in sweat, looking as if they had just been fished out of water. Now Titan was convinced, and his attitude was incredibly respectful. Just then, a group of soldiers came over looking for trouble, inspecting this and that, and ended up being taught a lesson by the Power Clan. Then, 3 Lu guys walked out, and the leader was none other than Douluo, the one who was burned by the fatty's little bird back in the day. Enemies meeting each other are particularly fiery. Douluo shouted and rushed up. The fatty was no longer the little chubby boy from back then. With the Fire Phoenix martial spirit unleashed, 6 soul rings dazzling the eyes. He was not afraid at all. However, Ning Rongrong was unhappy. She had been wanting to test her new soul skills power, and directly shouted, "Fatty, I'm coming. Let you see how awesome my 7th soul skill is." The fatty looked unconvinced. "You Don't joke around. You're better off supporting me. Underestimating me? Ningrongrong Potet, directly revealing the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Douluo and the other 3 were startled at first when they saw the 7 soul rings, but then thought, you're just a support type, so what if you're level 70? Their expressions immediately turned disdainful. Ning Rongrong sneered, and her 7th soul ring lit up, the light sweeping over Tang San. She didn't copy my skill, mainly because she was afraid my 12-winged holy angel would be too eye-catching. The Haotian hammer was enough. She held up the tower enveloped in white light, and then she charged forward. Wait, she actually rushed up? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Tang San was stunned. A support-type soul master was going to fight 3 soul emperors in close combat? The next second, I tell you, the whole place was petrified. Ning Rongrong swung the Haotian hammer, wrapped in white flames like a violent little loli, with no fancy techniques, just simply and brutally swinging the hammer bang. Bang, bang. In 3 strikes, Douluo and his 2 companions were sent flying like bowling pins. But that's not all. Ning Rongrong charged up and gave him a fierce pounding. The Haotian hammer in her hands was like a toy, swinging with great momentum. Her physical body had been enhanced by the chaotic white flame, making her strength astonishing. The soldiers were already scared silly and ran away like they were in a panic. In the end, Douluo and the others knelt on the ground, bruised and begging for mercy, and only then did Ning Rongrong smugly stop, turning around to raise an eyebrow at me. After that, we shamelessly squeezed onto Tang San's carriage. Tang San and Titan's faces were visibly unpleasant, clearly not wanting to take us along, but it was hard for them to turn us away. When we arrived at Longxing City, Titan wanted to shake us off, even saying he would give us the carriage. I directly refused. No need for that. We're just idle. We might as well follow Senior Titan to broaden our horizons. Tang San had no choice but to hold his nose and accept it. The carriage soon arrived at the residence of the Yu clan, where the clan leader, Niu Gao, a robust old man with broad shoulders, came out laughing. He and Titan were old buddies, and their greeting was special, directly bumping their chests together with a loud thud, then wrestling with each other's necks. Once in the hall, Niu Gao noticed us, and Titan introduced us. When Niu Gao heard Tang San's surname was Tang, his expression changed. Back in the day, when the Haotian sect closed its mountain, they had suffered greatly as affiliated sects, and he harbored resentment. Titan pulled him to the backyard and whispered for a while. And when he returned, Niu Gao's expression was even worse. He directly walked up to Tang San. You are Tang Hao's son? If you want my Yu clan to submit, you need to show if you have that strength. If you can break my defense, I will submit to you. Old Rhino, you promised me. Titan was anxious. If you can't break my defense, we won't talk about anything. Niu Gao was also stubborn. Seeing the two about to reach a stalemate, I stood up and cheerfully said to Niu Gao, Senior Niu Gao, let me interrupt. It's not that I look down on you, but I mean, all so-called defenses are just psychological comfort in the face of absolute power. As soon as these words came out, Niu Gao's face instantly darkened. I had essentially trampled the faith of his entire clan underfoot. I'll continue to strike. I'm speaking the truth. Senior, you should focus on studying how to build houses. That skill can at least earn you a living. Niu Gao trembled with anger, but still suppressed his rage, saying, young people shouldn't be too arrogant. My Yu family does not welcome you, so please leave. Don't be angry, Senior. I'm even happier now. How about we make a bet? Bet on what? Let us bet on defense. Huh, all right. I'll bet with you today. If you lose. I interrupted him directly. I lost. I'll bow to you 10 times and apologize. If you lose, your life will be mine from now on, and you'll do whatever I say. Titan was anxiously pulling at him from the side, but Niu Gao was already worked up and yelled, I can't possibly lose. It's a deal. I was overjoyed inside. This was exactly the effect I wanted. Niu Gao angrily asked, what do you want to do? It's not a competition between us. I pointed to Ning Rongrong beside us. It's you against her. Niu Gao was so exasperated by my move that he laughed, thinking I was out of my mind. I continued to raise the stakes. The method is very simple. You activate your strongest defense, and if you can break through your defense in one hit, then you lose. All right, today, I must make you bow your head. Niu Gao didn't waste any words and directly released his martial soul. A thick layer of horn-like armor appearing on his body. But he didn't use his full strength at all, clearly looking down on Ning Rongrong. I quietly communicated with Ning Rongrong. Copy my 12-winged holy angel. Don't reveal your martial soul. Use the 4th soul skill, immortal body. After hearing this, Ning Rongrong loudly asked, won't that kill him? This question instantly filled Niu Gao with rage. I laughed and said to him, Old Rhino, I advise you to activate your martial soul's true form. Otherwise, if you get killed, I won't take responsibility. Let's see if you can break my defense first. Then I won't hold back. Ning Rongrong raised her small fist and leisurely walked over. Are you ready? You talk too much. Before Niu Gao could finish, Ning Rongrong's seemingly light punch had already struck the white protective shield in front of him. Crack! With a loud bang, Niu Gao was sent flying. He broke right through the wall. I tell you, the noise was tremendous, and then we heard a thud as Old Rhino fell to the ground, his protective shield cracking apart. Old Rhino. Goodness, Titan was the first to react, howling and rushing towards the hole in the wall. When he got there, he saw Niu Gao, who was as big as a mountain, lying there with a layer of horn-like skin starting to peel off, clearly injured by the martial soul. His face as white as paper. The expression in his eyes was no longer anger. It was a look of shock and disbelief. Titan quickly went over to help him. But guess what? This old bull pushed Titan away and crawled back through the hole. He stared fixedly at Ning Rongrong, who was still smiling innocently, and asked, "What level are you?" Ning Rongrong stretched out her small hand, and a colorful pagoda appeared, with 7 soul rings shining brightly on it. She said, "I just got my 7th one recently. Impossible." Niu Gao immediately broke down. The 7 treasure glaze tile. How could it break my defense? While he said impossible, I could see his expression, and he was probably starting to doubt his life, wondering if he had bought a counterfeit defensive martial soul. At that moment, Zhao Su slowly chimed in. "I told you, defense isn't that useful." Saying this, he took out a small bottle from his waist and handed it over. "Here, take this, and your injuries will be fine in no time." I thought to myself, this operation is really striking at the heart. Then something even more explosive happened. Niu Gao didn't take the medicine, but suddenly, in front of everyone, he knelt down to Zhao Su. "I lost. I'm convinced. From today on, I Niu Gao, and our entire Yu family will follow you." "Oh my God." Zhao Su quickly went to help him up, saying, "Senior, don't do this. We'll all be friends from now on." But this old bull was stubborn, insisting, "Friends are friends, but rules are rules. From now on, we are your subordinates." I glanced at Tang San beside me. His face was as dark as a pot bottom. Titan also looked helpless, probably cursing under his breath, as the bro he wanted to pull in had turned around and followed someone else. Tang San could only signal Titan with his eyes, implying, "Forget it. Don't bring up the Tang sect. It's pointless to mention it." After taking Zhao Su's medicine, Niu Gao's recovery was astonishing. It was as if he had activated a cheat. His injuries healed instantly, his martial soul restored, his complexion rosy, and his soul power even increased a bit, clearly about to break through level 85. At this moment, the way Old Bull looked at Zhao Su was different, filled with admiration. That night, Niu Gao directly held a celebration banquet, or rather, a submission banquet. The table was filled with hearty dishes, big pieces of meat, and 3 large jars of strong liquor, with bowls thick enough to be used as basins, each bowl weighing a pound. Old Bull raised his bowl and gulped it down, saying, "I was just an old rhino sitting in a well. This bowl is my apology." Zhao Su was also generous, raising his bowl and downing it in one go. "Senior Niu Gao, you're straightforward. I'll drink with you." The two of them continued to drink, and by the end, all their grievances were resolved, and they became sworn brothers. The scene was filled with sincerity. Titan couldn't even find a chance to interject. When everyone had dispersed, Niu Gao still pulled Zhao Su aside for some private practice, and it wasn't until Niu Gao was completely drunk that it ended. Zhao Su returned to his room, washed his face, and probably feeling the effects of the alcohol, sat by the window, feeling emotional, looking up at the moon, and began to miss home. Think about it. It had been over 20 years since he crossed over, and he didn't know how his parents and sister were doing. Lost in thought, he eventually fell asleep on the windowsill. I don't know how long he slept, but he heard someone softly calling him, "Brother Su, Brother Su." Zhao Su opened his eyes groggily and saw Ning Rongrong's beautiful little face close to him, filled with concern. "Why aren't you sleeping so late? Did you come to find me for something?" Zhao Su asked as he sat up. "Nothing, just worried about you, came to see you." Zhao Su probably wanted to cut to the chase and said, "Rongrong, we're not suitable. Don't waste your thoughts on me." However, Ning Rongrong was completely unfazed by this, stepped forward, and sat directly on Zhao Su's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, being very proactive. "Whether it's suitable or not, I decide. I like you. I didn't say it before because of Zhu Qing, but in this past year of spending time alone together, I realized I can't control myself." "Rongrong." Just as Zhao Su wanted to say something, Ning Rongrong blocked his mouth with a kiss. After kissing, she boldly declared, "I don't care that you have Zhu Qing. If you're worried about her, I'll go explain to her. Anyway, I don't want to deceive myself anymore." With that, she kissed him again. "Let me tell you, With alcohol and a beautiful woman being proactive, no man can resist. Zhao Su also went along with it. Who understands, right? Ning Rongrong usually looks like a delicate little princess, but in this regard, she was incredibly bold. I even doubted who was the real man between them. After the passion, Ning Rongrong rested her chin on Zhao Su's chest and looked up at him, asking, between me and Zhu Qing, who do you like more? Both are lovely. No, you must choose one. Zhao Su, being a master of words, opened his mouth and said, both of you are the most beautiful. Being able to have either one of you makes me the happiest man. Now that I have both, wouldn't you say I'm happier than the happiest man? Goodness, this guy was all about fair treatment, wasn't he? Ning Rongrong was amused by him, playfully hitting him. You're annoying, just good at sweet talking. Besides us, you must have deceived other women, right? There's just one more, Zhao Su honestly replied, but it's not Xiao Wu. I don't like rabbits. However, it does relate to Tang San. When we return to Heavendo City, I'll take you to meet her. Okay, Ning Rongrong flipped over and sat back on him. Now you're happier than the happiest person, so you're not allowed to seek other happiness in the future. With that, her innocent face engaged in the most aggressive act, leading to another round of battle. The next day, at dawn, Zhao Su was still sleeping in the warmth when someone knocked on the door. Mr. Zhao, are you up? Who is it? Zhao Su asked, a bit annoyed. I'm Niu Ben, the sect master of the Elephant Armor sect, and Huyan Zhen is here. My father requests your presence. Zhao Su looked down at Ning Rongrong, who had been woken up in his arms, and his irritation flared up again, directly covering himself with the blanket. By the time they came out of the room, it was already an hour later. In the hall, Huyan Zhen, a black and chubby man resembling a mountain, was arguing with Niu Gao. Upon seeing this, Zhao Su shouted, Brother Niu. This shout carried a bit of soul power, instantly bouncing back Huyan Zhen's imposing aura. Upon seeing Zhao Su, Niu Gao immediately left Huyan Zhen aside and warmly welcomed him, saying, Brother Zhao, did you sleep well last night? While speaking, he deliberately glanced at Ning Rongrong beside him, and the little girl blushed instantly. Thank you, Brother Niu, very good. This is being friendly. As for brothers, old Niu, never hold back. But for those who are not friends, I won't be so polite. Niu Gao's words were clearly directed at Huyan Zhen. The fat guy's face turned purple with anger, and he dropped a harsh remark. All right, Niu Gao, just you wait. For those who are not friends, Huyan Zhen, will not show mercy either. After saying that, he stormed off with his men. Does he think I'm afraid of him? Niu Gao cursed at his back. Zhao Su pretended not to recognize and asked, Brother Niu, who are they? They are from a Shangjia sect, one of the 4 lower sects. That fat guy is the sect master, Huyan Zhen. He wants to swallow our Yu family mainly for our defensive secret techniques. Niu Gao sighed and said that with the current situation, the Shangjia sect wants to take advantage of swallowing them to get a top 3 status in the new 7 sects election. After hearing this, Zhao Su's eyes turned, and he said, Brother Niu, why don't we join forces and create our own sect? Create our own? Yes. Independent from all forces, not participating in conflicts. We just do business. Zhao Su started painting a big picture. Think about it. Your Yu family-esque construction techniques are unique on the continent. We can bring in the other single attribute sects. Everyone relies on their abilities. Just make money. No fighting. Isn't that a good life? Niu Gao was tempted, but he was also worried. Those old guys are stubborn. I'm afraid I can't persuade them. That's easy. You handle the introductions. I'll do the persuading. Do you really have a way? Don't worry. All right. Brother Zhao, I trust you. Niu Gao was convinced. He was already heartbroken by the Haoyan sect and just wanted to live a stable life. The two discussed that since the Strength family followed Tang San, it was not feasible anymore. They would start with the Min family and the Pa family. Just as they were talking, Tang San and the others also came out. Goodness. The hall was directly divided into 2 camps. One side was Tang San and Titan's Tang sect, and the other side was Zhao Su and Niu Gao's new force. At this moment, a servant reported that the Min family had arrived. Titan and Niu Gao quickly went out to greet them. The family leader who came was named Bai He, and he was as thin as a monkey, a complete contrast to the two. Old Bai Bird, you finally made it. Old Gorilla, you're the first to arrive again. The brothers began to roast each other upon meeting. There were only a little over 10 people who came with Bai He, looking quite miserable. Among them was a pretty young girl, though her expression was a bit proud. Niu Gao immediately introduced Zhao Su to Bai He. Old Bai Bird, this is my newly recognized little brother, Zhao Su. Zhao Su was also quite good at socializing. He stepped forward and praised, I've heard Brother Niu mention you. And today I see you are indeed extraordinary. A few compliments made Bai He quite happy. Niu Gao sighed and asked Bai He how he had been lately. Bai He's smile immediately vanished, and with a troubled expression, he said, "Sigh, it's hard to explain, just being alive is good enough. Don't worry, it will all get better." Niu Gao comforted him, and then expressed his and Zhao Su's idea. "Brother Zhao and I plan to unite our families and establish a chamber of commerce. Just make money, no fighting. Are you interested?" Chamber of Commerce? Bai He's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Tell me more." Over the years, he had been hiding with his clan and was almost starving, so he couldn't help but be excited at the mention of a money-making opportunity. Niu Gao laid out the entire plan. Bai nodded repeatedly, but still had some concerns. "Are you sure the Spirit Hall won't interfere?" Just as Niu Gao was about to respond, Tang San suddenly interjected. "Your idea is fundamentally unfeasible." Tang San said seriously, "The Spirit Hall is ambitious. Under their nest, how can there be complete eggs? If you want to survive, you must unite with us to resist the Spirit Hall." Upon hearing this, Bai He also felt it made sense and looked at Niu Gao. However, Niu Gao shook his head. "That will only make us die faster. I don't want to mention old grudges. I just want to live a stable life now." Senior Niu Gao, Zhao Su also spoke up, directly confronting Tang San. "Only by eliminating the Spirit Hall can we live a stable life. Do you believe that yourself? The Spirit Hall is overbearing, but they also help awaken martial souls for civilians, giving many poor people opportunities. Can you say everything they do is wrong? That is just their way of attracting talent. So what?" Zhao Su countered, "You let them join the Tang sect. Isn't that also using them to fight against the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall has done many evils. Shouldn't they be eradicated? If the Spirit Hall is eliminated, will the world be peaceful? Without the Spirit Hall's restraint, the major clans will only become more rampant, and the lives of the common people will only become harder." All right. Niu Gao quickly mediated, "Stop arguing. Anyway, I stand with Brother Zhao, just doing business." "Old by bird, what do you think?" Bai looked troubled. I need to think it over." The meal was filled with hidden currents, and at the wine table, Titan and Niu Gao started arguing again. Neither could convince the other. After the banquet, Tang San directly went to find Bai He for a private talk. In Zhao Su's room, Ning Rongrong leaned in his arms, asking what he was really after. Zhao Su sighed and revealed the secret about the demon-devouring god to her, saying that everything he did was to survive. He must gather the 9 guardian divine dragons before someone becomes a god, or he would suffer a backlash, leading to irreversible doom. After hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes turned red, hugging him and saying, "Brother Su, don't worry. No matter what, I will stand by your side. This time when I go back, I will persuade my dad not to get involved with Tang San and the others." Zhao Su moved, embraced her, and the two became intimate again. The next day at noon, Yang Wudi from the family arrived, looking like someone owed him millions, shouting to unite and take down the Spirit Hall. It turned out he had just been threatened by a sect that had allied with the Spirit Hall before coming. Titan saw an opportunity and quickly tried to recruit him into the Tang sect. However, when he introduced Tang San as Tang Hao's son, Yang Wudi exploded on the spot. "Old gorilla, have you forgotten how the Haotian sect abandoned us? That turtle Tang Hao sold out all 4 of our clans for himself." Yang Wudi was furious. If it weren't for the Haotian sect back then, they wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Tang San wanted to explain. "Senior, my father had no other choice back then. Get lost." Yang Wudi shouted angrily, pulling out a pitch-black spear and charging at Tang San without hesitation. Tang San quickly retreated to avoid it. Seeing that he had dodged, Yang Wudi became even more excited, activating his 7th spirit ring, turning into his martial soul true form. Merging man and spear, charging forward. Tang San was not afraid either. He unleashed the blue-silver Emperor's vines, tried to trap him, but it was useless and was pierced through. Tang San's 8 spider lances suddenly shot out from his back, and he tightly gripped the Haotian hammer, seizing the moment to smash down as the 8 spider lances temporarily blocked Yang Wudi. Let me tell you, the most thrilling operation was about to happen. Everyone was focused on the fight between them, and no one noticed that Zhao Su was secretly making moves behind. He suddenly had Ning Rongrong step aside, perfectly blocking his view. Then he pulled out a silver needle from his waist, flicked his finger, and the needle silently shot towards Yang Wudi. That needle was coated with a drug that could temporarily drive someone insane. The next second, Yang Wudi's aura surged violently, his eyes turned red, and every strike with a spear aimed for vital points, clearly driven by murderous intent. Although Tang San was powerful, the level difference was too great, and he was pushed back by the enraged Yang Wudi on the verge of collapse. "Old goat, stop!" Titan yelled urgently when he saw the situation was wrong. But Yang Wudi seemed to not hear, attacking more frantically. There's no way out. The Titan can only take action himself. Once the gorilla martial soul is activated, he grows significantly larger. He directly lunges towards Tang San, forcefully taking on Yang Wudi's deadly soul-breaking spear. I tell you, that old man Yang Wudi had red eyes at the time, pointing at Titan's nose and scolding, "Old gorilla, are you serious? You turn against me for that little brat of the Haotian sect?" Titan also looked helpless and said, "Old goat, calm down first. Let's talk it out." What is there to talk about? That stubborn old man Yang Wudi got fired up and without saying a word, swung his gun and started fighting. Goodness, those two old soul fighters were fighting like a demolition site, with shockwaves exploding outward in circles, and we had to hide far away. Bai He and Niu Gao were jumping anxiously on the side, wanted to step in and break it up, but they couldn't get a hand in at all. Niu Gao had no choice but to run to Zhao Su. "Brother Zhao, what should we do? If this keeps up, someone is going to get hurt." He was still doubtful at the time. After all, Zhao Su was only in his 70s, while these two were serious soul fighters. In the end, Zhao Su just smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Niu, watch me." I tell you, as soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, he disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing steadily between Titan and Yang Wudi. The scene was simply incredible. He grabbed the broken soul gun that Yang Wudi thrust at him with one hand, while pressing down Titan's shoulder that was charging at him with the other hand, as if he were handling two temperamental elementary school students effortlessly. Then a black and gold light burst forth from his body. Boom! Two strong men weighing over 200 pounds were directly blasted away, landing with a thud. Immediately after, a particularly holy aura emerged from Zhao Su, enveloping Yang Wudi, causing the red, bloodshot eyes of the old man to fade away, and he calmed down quite a bit. But once calmed down, the argument had to continue. Yang Wudi pointed at Tang San, looking deeply aggrieved. "Old gorilla, I ask you again, are you really willing to throw away our decades-long brotherhood for him?" Titan also advised, "Old goat, what happened back then is in the past. Now the spirit hall is the real enemy." This statement directly hit Yang Wudi's sore spot, and he exploded on the spot. Help him? Help the son of someone who, back then, discarded our families as cannon fodder for a soul beast? Bah! Tang San wanted to explain, saying that things were not as he thought back then, but Yang Wudi shot him down directly. "Not as I thought? Then how is it? Is the truth that we had to die for him?" Well, with that said, the meeting of the 4 single attribute clans was completely broken apart. Yang Wudi shrugged his sleeves and walked away, leaving behind a sentence. "Don't hold this broken meeting again in the future." Titan and Bai He exchanged glances, and with no other choice, they could only leave with Tang San as well. In the large courtyard, only Niu Gao was left, watching his old brothers leave, feeling incredibly desolate. Who understand the family bonds? Decades of friendship, just like that, it's over. Zhao Su went over to apologize, saying it was all his fault. Niu Gao waved his hand, saying it's not your fault. Let us go drink. The two of them drank from noon until dark, and Niu Gao ended up completely drunk. That night, Zhao Su stood alone in the courtyard looking at the stars, and Rong Rong came over to keep him company. Perhaps because he had been drinking, Zhao Su rarely felt a bit emo, saying he missed home, but also said he no longer had a home and might never go back in this lifetime. Rong Rong felt heartbroken, hugged him, and said, "My home is your home." The next day, I was still hungover when Niu Gao banged on the door and rushed in, looking excited. "Brother Zhao, it's done." I was puzzled. What is done? Guess what? That stubborn old man Yang Wudi actually came early in the morning to find Niu Gao and said he agreed to join our business association. But there's one condition. From now on, he will only study medicinal herbs and will not get involved in any fighting or killing. We have to ensure the safety of his clan. Is this even a thing? Zhao Su immediately made a decision. No problem. He even pulled out a bracelet, saying that it was filled with top-tier immortal herbs he had collected. Take it to let old Yang study. Niu Gao took the bracelet to find Yang Wudi, and in less than half an hour, the two old men returned happily together. Yang Wudi's attitude had made a complete 180-degree turn, coming up to call Zhao Su brother. The three of them sat down to discuss serious matters, and Zhao Su said, "Our business association will be called the Holy Angel Business Association." The two old men were stunned upon hearing this. Angels? Isn't that the martial spirit of the Qian family in the spirit hall? Isn't this just looking for trouble? Zhao Su didn't waste any time and directly activated his martial spirit. Let me tell you, that scene I will never forget in my life. 12 wings suddenly unfolded behind him, half black and half gold, and that aura of both holiness and death nearly pressed me down. The scariest part was the soul rings. 2 black, 6 red. My goodness, 600,000-year soul rings. I just want to kneel. This was too outrageous. Niu Gao and Yang Wudi were both stunned, with their mouths hanging open, unable to say a word. Finally, when they managed to recover, Zhao Su dropped another bombshell, looking at Yang Wudi and saying, "Old Yang, isn't there a flaw in your clan's broken soul gun that it can never reach the title Douluo level?" Yang Wudi nodded bitterly, saying it was a curse passed down from their ancestors. Zhao Su smiled slightly. "Others might not be able to, but I can." Yang Wudi skeptically summoned his broken soul gun, and Zhao Su stepped forward to touch it. Then, I tell you, metaphysics came into play. A black flame instantly enveloped the gun, and the 10,000-year soul ring that came with the gun shattered with a crack inside the flames. But it didn't fall off. Instead, it reintegrated and directly turned into the 9th soul ring. Yang Wudi's momentum skyrocketed, breaking through on the spot to level 91. Title Douluo. Yang Wudi was completely dumbfounded, feeling an unprecedented power within him, holding the new broken soul gun that burned with black destructive flames, trembling with excitement. The next second, he knelt down to Zhao Su. "Brother Zhao, from now on, my life is yours." Niu Gao also expressed his stance, saying that from now on, the Yu clan and the Pa clan will listen to Zhao Su. Now it was good. 2 top clans were directly subdued. The name of the business association was set to be Holy Angel, with headquarters in Heavendo City. Zhao Su was responsible for handling the Spirit Hall, while Niu Gao and Yang Wudi were in charge of management. Zhao Su also said he wanted to find the best craftsmen to create gold silk soft armor that could defend against Tang San's hidden weapons. When it came to money, Zhao Su was even more outrageous, pulling out 2 cards and saying, "There's 100 million in here, first as startup funds. If it's not enough, we'll talk again." 100 million. He was tossing around like it was nothing. Niu Gao and Yang Wudi, those 2 old men, had never seen so much money in their lives, holding the cards with trembling hands. With everything arranged, Yang Wudi and Niu Gao went back to prepare for the relocation of their entire clan. Zhao Su also received news that the last piece of the 9-winged divine dragon's remains was in the hands of the crown prince of the Heavendo Empire, Xue Qinghe, who is also Qianren Xue. Now the target was clear. We got on the carriage, ready to return to Heavendo City. On the way, Rong teased Zhao Su, saying, "Let's not go to Heavendo City first. How about we visit Luo City instead?" Zhao Su stubbornly replied, "No, we have important business at the Shenlong sect." Rong linked her arm with his and smiled. "The Shenlong sect is right next to Luo City, and Sister Zhuqing is in Luo City." Zhao Su still insisted, "I won't see her. I don't have time." Rong directly silenced him with one sentence, "I want to see Zhuqing." Zhao Su couldn't help but laugh. Rong then pinched the soft flesh at his waist. "Humph. I knew it. You're just playing hard to get, right?" Suddenly, the carriage was filled with laughter and screams. Despite the commotion, the carriage still headed towards Luo City. 3 days later, we first arrived at the Shenlong sect. The sect leader, Tuoba Shi, personally came out to welcome us, showing great respect. Once in the hall, Zhao Su ordered him to dismiss everyone and then asked him to activate his martial soul. A black, one-legged Kuei Long appeared out of thin air, exuding an impressive aura. Without hesitation, Zhao Su commanded the system to conjure a giant hand that grabbed both Tuoba Shi and his dragon. Tuoba Shi cried out in pain, feeling as if his martial soul was about to be ripped away. But Zhao Su told him not to resist, and he had no choice but to endure. After a few minutes, the pain subsided, and a warm current surged through his body, causing his soul power to skyrocket to level 94. As Tuoba, she felt the surging power within him. He forgot all his pain, and once Zhao Su finished absorbing the complete soul of the Kuei Long, he knelt down and called a master. Zhao Su did not stay long at the Shenlong sect and left that night. On the carriage, Rong asked again, "Are you really not going to see Sister Zhuqing?" Zhao Su replied seriously, "No." However, Rong then chuckled, "I miss her, I want to go." Zhao Su couldn't hold back any longer and smiled, saying, "Then let's go." Meanwhile, at the Zhu family estate in Luo City, the atmosphere was tense. A group of elders were united in opposing Zhuqing becoming the next clan leader. Why? Because Dai Mubai had recently been losing to his brother Davis, and his supporters were dwindling. Zhuqing's father, the clan leader Zhu Yuming, insisted on his decision, but the elder directly exploded, threatening to depose him on the spot. Just as the elder was about to flip the table, someone outside suddenly announced, "Clan leader, elder, a person claiming to be Zhao Su seeks an audience." I tell you, just those 4 words made the entire conference room instantly quiet enough to hear a pin drop. As soon as Zhuqing heard the name Zhao Su, her eyes lit up, and without caring about the elders, she turned and ran outside. Wow, That speed was like a 100-meter sprint. Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong had just gotten off the carriage, their feet still unsteady, when a fragrant, soft figure directly crashed into my buddy's arms. Zhao Su was taken aback, and when he focused his eyes, he saw it was Zhu Zhuqing. The next second, Zhu Zhuqing, like a little cat that had suffered a great injustice, hugged Zhao Su and cried out loud, tears streaming down her face, releasing all the grievances she had endured these days. Who understands family? The sight of this top-tier, rich beauty in distress was truly heart-wrenching. Zhao Su felt so sorry for her that he quickly held her and gently wiped her tears. As a result, the two of them were so engrossed in their moment that they didn't even notice Ning Rongrong standing beside them. Rongrong was speechless and cleared her throat, saying, Zhuqing, you really didn't see me standing right here? Only then did Zhu Zhuqing react, her face turning red as she quickly wiped her tears, took Rongrong's hand, and apologized. I'm so sorry, Rongrong, I got too excited. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Saying that, she pulled us both inside. But instead of going to the so-called conference room, she directly took us to her secluded little courtyard where she lived. As soon as we entered the room, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the two of us and finally asked the soul-searching question, Rongrong, how did you two end up together? Ning Rongrong's face turned a little red, and she stammered while explaining that she had reached level 70 and needed to find a soul ring, and coincidentally, Zhao Su also needed to train, so they decided to travel together. I tell you, all the domineering aura she had before coming here was gone, and now she looked like a little wife who had done something wrong, not daring to look at Zhu Zhuqing at all. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at her, then at Zhao Su, and the little spark of suspicion in her eyes was about to ignite, but she didn't expose it. Just at that awkward moment, someone knocked on the door and said that the clan leader and the elder wanted them to go to the conference room. Zhu Zhuqing immediately didn't want to go and wanted to dismiss them. However, as soon as Ning Rongrong heard this, she got fired up, waving her little fist, and said, What are you afraid of? If reasoning doesn't work, then use your fist to make them understand. The messenger guy shot a glance at Rongrong, and that look, TSK, it was as if it was written on his face. Where did this crazy girl come from? Seeing the situation, Zhao Su directly held Zhu Zhuqing's hand, giving her a look that said, I'm here, don't be afraid. Zhu Zhuqing felt reassured instantly, thinking fine, let's go, who's afraid of whom? As soon as they entered the door, a guy with a sharp face jumped out and started yelling, pointing at Zhu Zhuqing's nose, accusing her of unilaterally tearing up the marriage contract and saying she was unworthy of being a member of the Zhu family. Before Zhu Zhuqing could respond, Ning Rongrong's fighting spirit was undeniable. She immediately shot back. Is that what you call face? Trading your daughter's happiness for it? I think a family like that should go bankrupt. This stirred up a hornet's nest, and the elder stood up abruptly, pointing at Ning Rongrong and scolding. What do you think you are? I tell you, that old man was so angry his face turned green. The pressure of his over-level 80 spirit Douluo was like a gale force 8 wind pressing down on Rongrong. He was genuinely intent on killing. And what was the result? Rongrong stood there unfazed. Come on, her entire body was filled with soul bones, plus the chaos white fire protecting her. Did he think he was just scratching her? A nearby muscular guy couldn't stand it anymore, let out a roar, and lunged at her, manifesting his martial spirit and showing his claws to attack. But Rongrong didn't even glance at him, dismissing him entirely. Suddenly, with a buzzing sound, the Emperor's 7-kill sword flew out on its own. A flash of sword light passed by, and that guy, still charging forward, had his life bar completely cleared with a loud thud as he fell. A big hole in his chest, feeling a chill to the core. Now, the whole place was silent as a grave. The elder's face turned pale, yet he still tried to hold on, saying, In my Zhu family, killing my Zhu family members, you. Before he could finish, he was countered by Rongrong. Does your family still have any face? Relying on selling daughters for your face? At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's father, the clan leader Zhu Yuming, finally spoke up, saying that their Yuming clan needed to change their rules. Her third uncle also stood up to speak, directly exposing the truth, saying that their Zhu family acted as a marriage tool for the royal family, and the girl sent over would mysteriously die a few years after giving birth. Essentially just breeding machines, used and thrown away. That elder still had the nerve to say that this was their mission and awareness. I was so furious that my fist clenched. Rongrong exploded, pointing at the old man's nose and shouting, Bullshit. You old thing are just a waste of air. As soon as she finished speaking, her 7th soul ring lit up, one that was tens of thousands of years old. Countless sword energies flew out. And did that old man think he could run? Too late. Where the sword light passed, he turned into nothing but a skeletal frame, collapsing into a pile of bones with a clatter. I tell you, that scene was incredibly shocking. Now, who still dared to say anything? Her father announced on the spot that the old rules would be abolished and that Zhu Qing would become the clan leader. But Zhu Qing didn't care at all. She took Zhao Su's hand and said she wanted to leave with him. So that night, the two girls slept in one room while my buddy was left alone in the empty room. The next morning, the fun began. The two of them came out hand in hand, one on each side, directly pinching Zhao Su's soft flesh at his waist, in unison demanding, "Tell us, who's the other one?" My buddy was so honest and confessed everything. Goodness, now the harem has formed a united front and ordered him not to look for a fourth one. I thought we could live happily for a few days. But less than 3 days later, something happened in Heavendo City. The emperor was poisoned and his condition was critical. When Zhao Su heard this, he knew he couldn't stay in the gentle village any longer and hurried to get down to business. However, before heading back, he needed to intercept and make a trip to Gongxin City. Why? Because he wanted to recruit the continent's best blacksmith, the divine craftsman Lu Gao, before Tang San did. After 6 days of traveling, they finally arrived at Gongxin City, but guess what? They were still a step too late. Niu Gao was there, looking worried, saying that Lu Gao had already been tricked by that little brat Tang San into joining his so-called Tang sect. There are only 3 divine craftsmen on the continent, and the other 2 are a Titan and Tang Hao, both of whom are now under Tang San. But who is Zhao Su? The word give up isn't in his dictionary. He said directly, "Let's go, I'll meet him personally." When they arrived, they just happened to see Tang San and Oscar, who were happily coming out of the Blacksmith Association. After they left, Zhao Su went in. The old man Lu Gao was staring blankly at a tattered blueprint. Zhao Su took a glance and lightly said, "This blueprint is nice, but unfortunately, it's a defective product." The old man immediately perked up. Zhao Su then took out the complete version, along with the top-tier weapon blueprints for the Peacock Feather and Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, which left the old man stunned. So excited he could barely speak. But once he calmed down, he thought this thing couldn't possibly be made. He asked Zhao Su what his requirements were. Zhao Su got straight to the point, inviting him to join the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, saying they'd pay well, allow freedom, and he could even engrave his own name on the things he created. The old man was tempted, but still skeptical, asking Zhao Su if he had ever produced a finished product. Zhao Su was even bolder, directly pulling out a real peacock feather and saying, "Don't believe me? Go ahead, shoot at me." The old man didn't hold back, pressing a button, and suddenly a rain of flowers fell, 360,000 needles. Zhao Su braced himself for the impact, even intentionally taking a few hits, then revealed his identity as an 80th level soul Douluo and his terrifying soul rings. The old man was dumbfounded. "This thing can't even be blocked by you?" Zhao Su smiled slightly and said, "Here, its power ranks only 4th. In a sneak attack, even a title Douluo would kneel." With that one sentence, he sealed the deal. The entire Blacksmith Association, along with its people and technology, was bundled into our Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce. We were far ahead. The next day, Tang San came back cheerfully, only to find the place empty, with just a disciple telling him, "My master has taken the core team to another job. Goodbye." Ha ha ha. Tang San's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he left in a fit of rage. Even on the carriage, he couldn't stay calm and started to sow discord between Oscar and Rongrong with his insidious remarks. Meanwhile, we returned to Heavendo City, bringing the divine craftsman and a bunch of top blacksmiths with us. Niu Ben was already waiting at the city gate and immediately reported, "Dad, Senior Zhao, we've already bought the land for the headquarters of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, and construction is underway. It will be finished in a month." Zhao Su was very satisfied, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Well done. From now on, don't call me Senior. Just call me Zhao Su. I just finished speaking, and this guy Niu Ben was being polite to me, insisting on calling me the president." I said, "Enough of that. Let us skip the formalities and hurry up to see our Chamber of Commerce headquarters." Wow, this guy really knows how to handle things. When there's work to be done, he really steps up. He directly bought up all the properties around that yard, planning to create a commercial center for me. I was looking at the blueprints when Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing mysteriously approached me, saying they wanted to go out without explaining why. I figured nothing much could happen in Do City today, so I let them go. I briefed Niu Ben to ensure that Master Lu Gao and the others were given the best forging room on the entire network. The rest was up to him, as money was not an issue. While we were chatting, people from the shadow came, saying that the old Master Yang Wudi had arrived with the Pajie clan. I quickly went out to welcome them. Now that everyone was here, we just needed to wait for the opening. To be safe, I directly handed Yang Laozu a Pope's order and told him that if anyone dared to cause trouble, they should show the card first, and if they didn't leave, I would take care of them physically. Once everyone was settled, I needed to find my intelligence chief, Zhang Ying. I had barely walked a few steps on the street when he appeared out of nowhere. Let me tell you, as soon as he opened his mouth, the news he brought left me speechless. That woman, Qian Rinxue, had already taken control of the palace. For title Douluos and 5,000 soul masters came in one fell swoop. Not only that, but it seemed she guessed I was looking for the last piece of the dragon bone and hid it away. This operation was simply about guess if I guess. I asked who was behind her, and Zhang Ying said it was most likely that old man Qian Douluo, Bibi Dong, was probably sidelined and in seclusion. I thought to myself, wow, the internal power struggle in your spirit hall is even more exciting than a palace drama. After obtaining the second-to-last piece of dragon bone that Zhang Ying found, I directly ordered, you go find Douluo and have him take Tang San to detoxify the old emperor, forcing Qian Rinxue to act early. After arranging all this, I felt a bit uneasy. I hadn't seen Rongrong and Zhu Qing all day. I thought about going back to Shrek to check. As soon as I arrived at the academy, the playground was bustling with noise. I casually grabbed a junior to ask, and wow, the Four Elements Academy had come to challenge us. There were Yu Tianxin from Thunder Academy and the Huowu and Huowushuang siblings, along with Feng Xiaodian and others. I immediately focused on those two, and the system's notification sound began playing in my mind. Ding, Fire Dragon and Candle Dragon aura detected. I couldn't help but smile. I thought, ISNT this my future Divine Dragon KPI? Alright, I'll jot this down and chat about life with them later. I was about to leave when a junior ran over, nervously saying that Ning Rongrong and Senior Zhu Zhuqing were waiting for me in the bamboo forest on a back mountain. At that moment, I didn't think much of it. What great place for romance, I happily went. But who could understand, as soon as I entered the bamboo forest, I couldn't smile anymore. Sitting by the stone table were three people, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang Yu Hua. 3 pairs of eyes were staring at me like searchlights. I immediately wanted to turn and run, but Tang Yuehua blocked me with a teleport, smiling without smiling, and asked, Brother Zhao Su, where are you going? I broke into a cold sweat and said I was hungry and wanted to grab a bite. She reached out and twisted my ear, pulling me back to sit at the table. Well, there was no avoiding it. I took a deep breath and declared boldly, I swear, you 3 are all my favorites. Each of you is equally important in my heart, and I would be willing to die for any one of you. Guess what? The 3 of them couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing, even calling each other sisters. Just as I was pondering how to solve this happy dilemma tonight, Tang Yuehua's butler rushed in, saying there was trouble in the palace, and the Snow Knight Emperor was on the verge of death. Tang Yuehua's expression changed, and she told me that Snow Knight had long suspected Xue Qinghe and had secretly given her an imperial edict to dethrone the. Upon hearing this, I realized that Qian Rinxue's true intentions had come to light. I made a quick decision. Rongrong, you and Zhu Qing go to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School immediately and keep your father steady. Don't let him get involved. Then I took Tang Yuehua and went to call our poison expert, Yang Wudi, and headed straight for the palace. On the way, I started to have doubts in my heart. This system is pushing me step by step, first to find the dragon and then to become a god. Why do I feel like I'm just a tool? Once I gather the 9 dragons, will it just kick me aside? No, from today on, I need to have my own plan and can't let myself be led around anymore. When we arrived at the palace gate, well, Tang San, Master, and the Iron Triangle, along with Dugabo, were confronting Xue Qinghe. To win over Tang San, Xue Qinghe even said he would help you kill Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. I couldn't help but laugh. He truly is ruthless, being a descendant of the hidden weapons Douluo. I stepped forward to mock him directly. Xue Qinghe, does your father Qian Douluo agree with your reckless promises? As soon as I appeared, everyone was stunned. Tang San looked at me with such hatred. Tang Yuehua directly revealed the imperial edict, and Xue Qinghe immediately broke down, shouting like crazy, kill them, leave not a single one. Instantly, the snake spear and the Douluo charged forward. As for me, I held on to Tang Yuehua and retreated to the side, primarily just watching the fight unfold. Yang Wudi had long been itching to go, armed with his broken soul gun, and engaged in battle with the Dun. On Tang San's side, he was fighting Xue Qinghe fiercely, shattering Xue Qinghe's angel domain, just when it looked like Xue Qinghe was about to be defeated. 4 old monsters suddenly jumped out from the shadows. Damn, the 4 offerings of the Spirit Hall, the lowest of whom were level 95, with the leader, the golden crocodile Douluo at level 98. What the hell is this? The situation instantly reversed, and Tang San and the others were being suppressed. The Golden Iron Triangle activated their martial soul fusion technique. The Golden Sacred Dragon looked impressive, but in front of 6 tidal Douluos, it was just a live target. Tang Yuehua panicked, pulling me and saying, "Su, hurry up and make a move." I told her to wait a moment. Sure enough, the next second, Ning Fengji, along with the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, descended from the sky. My heart sank. It seemed my father-in-law still didn't listen to advice. But now this lineup was luxurious. With Ning Fengji becoming a tidal Douluo, the Sword Douluo at 97, and the Bone Douluo at 96, their combat power was fully on display. The two sides started fighting again. As the Bone Douluo activated the Bone Transformation Divine Dragon, my mind was stirred by the Bone Dragon Divine Spirit. The system said it was a bloodline response, just a small scene. Seeing that they were locked in a fierce battle, I thought I couldn't wait any longer. I made my move directly. With a hum, the Emperor's 7-kill sword was drawn, instantly transforming into 36 swords hovering in the air. The sword intent directly immobilizing the level 98 Golden Crocodile Douluo. I spoke coldly. "Today I'll give you a chance, Scram." Qianren was still unconvinced, screaming not to let them go. With a roar, my sound wave directly caused her to spit blood. I stared at the Golden Crocodile though. "Remember, I'm not your pope, but you must listen to my words." That old guy was so scared his legs went weak, repeatedly saying yes, leading his people away in a flurry. Once they left, I looked at the Golden Sacred Dragon above Master and the others, feeling a bit regretful that I still couldn't collect it. Then the system came to strengthen me again. "Did you think Tang San's crossing was just an accident?" I was stunned. Before I could think further, that little brat Tang San was staring at me intently, asking if I was the one who helped BB Dong back then. At this point, hiding was pointless. I laid my cards on the table. That's right, it was me. Tang San's fist clenched, cracking ominously. "Why'd you do this?" I laughed. "There is no reason. To you, Xiao Wu is a lover. To me, she is just 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, understand?" His eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Zhao Su, in the future, I will definitely kill you to avenge Xiao Wu and Dai Ming and destroy the Spirit Hall." I looked at him and disdainfully replied, "Humph, I'll be waiting for you to become powerful, waiting for the day you become a god." Honestly, after saying that harsh remark, I turned around and completely forgot about Tang San. To me now, he was no longer a concern. My new goal was to help BB Dong become a god, and not just any inherited god, but to directly take down the previous one and take their place. I wanted to see just how powerful a god created this way could be. As soon as I turned around, good grief, Ning Fengji was blocking my way, immediately throwing a big accusation at me. "Ning Zhongzhu, are you really going to stand against me?" He had a righteous look on his face, saying it was for justice, for the common people, and that the hundreds of lives from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School couldn't have been lost in vain. Fine, we have different paths, so we won't work together." I directly pulled out a small vial and threw it to him, saying, "If you trust me, take this to detoxify the Snow Knight Emperor. Consider it a favor returned to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. From now on, we'll meet on the battlefield, and I won't hold back anymore." I was just about to leave when Ning Fengji became more enthusiastic, starting to play the emotional card. "Zhao Su, I know how much Rongrong likes you. Why do you insist on serving the Spirit Hall? As long as you come over, I'll marry Rongrong to you, and the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will belong to both of you. Let me tell you, if this offer were made in 2025, it would be an unimaginable fortune. But I can only say, Uncle Ning, I can't do it." He was still not giving up. "Can you bear to see Rongrong sad? Or is she just a pawn to you?" This question left me stunned. At that moment, Rongrong came out, her eyes red, standing beside her dad, looking at me with a gaze full of sadness. "Dad, you don't have to pressure him anymore. From now on, I have nothing to do with him. Family, who understands? She is protecting me, but it breaks my heart. She knows my intentions, but she can't say anything or help me, so she can only do this." I mouthed to her, "Rongrong, wait for me." She immediately turned her head and buried her face in her dad's shoulder, crying, not wanting me to see. I took a deep breath, turned around and left, not looking back. Tang Yuehua didn't follow either. She had the Haotian sect, which was the same as Ning Rongrong. In the end, only Zhu Zhuqing followed me wholeheartedly. To be honest, the moment I walked out of the palace, I felt a bit lost, not knowing what to do next. Then Zhu Zhuqing directly linked her arm with mine and said to me softly, "Su Go, no matter when, I will always be with you, and I will support whatever you do." Wow, that one sentence completely revived me. With her words, I fear no one. I just finished dealing with an emotional dispute, and on the other side, Qianrenxue woke up and immediately went into a frenzy. She isn't afraid of me at all. The first thing she did upon waking was gather over 3,000 soul masters and launched a fierce assault on Heaven-Do City, taking out all the fence-sitters in the palace and those left behind by the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School. Shrek Academy also faced a disaster and was almost completely wiped out. If it weren't for Zhao Wuji's desperate resistance, they would have likely been annihilated. The entire Heaven-Do Empire was severely weakened by her actions, and many families, seeing the situation, immediately defected and sided with the Spirit Hall. At the same time, the Douluo Empire was also getting hammered by the Spirit Hall. There was no choice but to send Mubai to Heaven-Do, claiming he wanted to form an anti-Spirit Hall alliance. The Snow Knight Emperor naturally agreed, but both sides are holding back, waiting for Tang San's Tang Sect hidden weapons to be mass-produced. I haven't been idle either. My Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce has officially opened, publicly selling medicine while secretly having the Divine Craftsman Hall conduct crazy research on golden silk soft armor that can restrain hidden weapons. I've entrusted all the business matters to Niu Gao, and I'm just a hands-off manager, heading straight to the Sunset Forest with Zhu Zhuqing. When I arrived at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Ai, that place was almost dried up with no fairy herbs left. Tang Hao has also gone missing. I did something big. I used my divine powers to relocate those 2 springs entirely to a secret place that no one can find. Then I resurrected Yin, who is Tang San's mother, the Blue Silver Emperor. However, I gave her an ultimate transformation, erasing all her memories and merging her with the ancient tree of life. Now, she can be considered a completely new species, with only me in her memory. Looking at me is like looking at the Creator. She transformed into a little girl in a spirit body, wearing a light blue dress, and she was incredibly beautiful, pure to the point of being unbelievable. Just as I was about to leave, she wrapped her branches around my arm and sent a thought. Are you leaving? I don't want you to go. It's too lonely here without you. I can only tell her, be good, I have things to do. You should focus on your cultivation, and when you can take form, I'll come back to see you. After saying that, I added a protective shield for her and quickly slipped away. Just as I exited the forest, Zhu Zhuqing informed me that the new 7 great sects on Bibidong's side were all set and were about to fully engage in war with the 2 empires. Upon hearing this, I thought it was not the right time yet. Zhu Zhuqing asked me what to do, and I said, let's go to Soul City. You need to improve your soul power, and by the way, let's take Bibidong away. I haven't been idle these past few months. Besides resurrecting Yin, I've also realized that I can't always rely on the system. So, I established the Chamber of Commerce and secretly took Hu Wushuang and Yu Qianxin as my disciples to help them evolve their martial souls. They will become my strength in the future. Now, the core of the plan is Bibidong. In the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing was still a bit worried. Suge, are you really confident in getting the Pope to come with us? I smiled at her. Don't worry, I have my ways. Upon arriving at the Spirit Hall, I didn't see Bibidong, but encountered Qianrenxue first. She had already changed back in her female attire, sitting in the Pope's chair, exuding the same arrogance as Bibidong. Zhao Su, I didn't expect you to dare come to my Spirit Hall. Her condescending gaze was like looking at a dead person. I directly ignored her. Why wouldn't I dare come? Just because of you? Call Bibidong out. I want to see her. The Pope is currently in seclusion and won't see anyone. Just then, Hulaina arrived. It had been years since I last saw her. This little enchantress had become even more charming. Seeing me, her eyes sparkled. Zhao Su, do you want to see the teacher? Wait here, I'll go find her. Qianrenxue shouted angrily from behind. It's always been like this since childhood. My mother likes you, and everything I wanted has been taken away by you. One day, I will make you know who is the strongest. Entering the dim, secret chamber, Bibidong was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed, her eyes closed. You came to find me. Not to persuade me not to go to war with the 2 empires, right? I replied, I'm not that bored. Whether you fight or not has nothing to do with me. Only then did she open her eyes, which were both weary and sharp. Then what are you here for? Your second martial soul still lacks a few 100,000-year soul rings, right? I got straight to the point. I promised to help you with that. Moreover, I have a way to fuse your Death Spider Queen and Soul-Devouring Spider Queen into the Rakshasa Spider Queen, allowing you to perfectly inherit the Rakshasa God. She was clearly intrigued, but also very cautious. Why should I trust you? What do you gain from helping me like this? She couldn't understand. In terms of strength and resources, I didn't seem to lack anything, and the women around me were all top-notch, so I had no ulterior motives regarding her. I sighed and put away my smile. I'm not helping you. I'm helping myself. One of my divine exam tasks is to assist you in becoming a deity. I walked up to her, leaned close to her ear, and in a voice only we could hear said, "And it's not about inheritance. It's about helping you completely replace the Rakshasa God. Let's join forces and take down that descending original Rakshasa God during the inheritance ceremony." I tell you, Bibi Dong's expression at that moment was as if she had heard some kind of absurd tale. Are you crazy? How could we, mere mortals, possibly kill a true god who has been a deity for many years? Nothing is impossible. I smiled confidently, daring her to gamble. She stared at me for a long time, and the madness in her eyes was gradually ignited. Killing a god. All right, since that's the case, I will join you in this madness. I also want to see if the so-called gods can really be killed. As long as you trust me, I won't let you down. The plan was set, and the first step was to go to the city of slaughter to obtain the Rakshasa divine gear and the Rakshasa demon scythe. I told her that the king of slaughter is Tang San, the inheritor of the Shura God. This time, I didn't bring Zhu Zhuqing with me to the city of slaughter. I entrusted her to Hulaina. On the carriage, Bibi Dong looked at me and suddenly said, "That little girl is Zhu Zhuqing, right? It seems that all my actions over the years have been under your control." I laughed. "If you can monitor me, I can certainly monitor you as well." Upon arriving at the entrance of the city of slaughter, Bibi Dong, in her Pope's golden robe, exuded an overwhelming aura that instantly dominated the scene. The messenger of the king of slaughter came out to greet us, and Bibi Dong directly ordered, "Clear the area. We need the slaughter grounds." The messenger said the king of slaughter was not present and could not make decisions. Bibi Dong found him slow and said, "Oh, so you're just toying with me?" As soon as she finished speaking, the domain of the god of slaughter opened, and the messenger was instantly turned into a puddle of flesh. I was just about to say, "Can you crazy woman, make some sense?" when suddenly 6 blood-red bat kings swooped down from the sky. I quickly drew my sword, the Emperor's 7-kill sword, and with a few swift moves, I took them all down in an instant. Bibi Dong mocked me. "You're not that much stronger than me." We walked into the slaughterhouse, and without saying a word, she swung her spider spear, unleashing a powerful move that wiped out everyone inside who was fighting. A strong smell of blood surged into the air, and the entire slaughterhouse was instantly engulfed by countless squeaking bats. When the stench of blood reached its peak, I threw a fireball into the swarm of bats. Tens of thousands of bats screamed in the flames, and in the end, all the essence gathered together, forming a huge scythe, completely black and covered in blood threads. The Rakshasa demon scythe. As soon as the scythe appeared, it instantly split into 8, forming a strange pattern that directly summoned a phantom of a Rakshasa deity. The figure, clad in black armor and with red hair, had an indistinct face, but the oppressive aura was overwhelming. Without saying a word, the phantom grasped the demon scythe and struck at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, being tough, directly activated her martial spirit to confront it, and the result? With a loud bang, she was forced back repeatedly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Let me tell you, that was a battle on a completely different dimension. Level 99 was like paper in front of God. The Rakshasa deity's phantom became increasingly fierce with each strike, locking Bibi Dong in with a deathly aura. She couldn't dodge and could only take the hits. The death scythe, bearing destructive power, slashed down again, and for the first time, a hint of despair appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes. As the fatal scythe was about to come down, I tell you, in that moment, Bibi Dong's face was truly filled with hopelessness. But guess what happened? With a loud bang, a muscular man, glowing white all over and over 3 meters tall, descended like a god right in front of Bibi Dong. Incredible. With one hand, he stopped the Rakshasa deity's death scythe. With the other hand, he delivered a powerful punch that sent the Rakshasa deity's phantom flying. This guy was Zhao Su. He didn't give the opponent a chance to breathe. The Emperor's 7-kill sword instantly split into 36 swords, forming a sword formation that trapped the Rakshasa deity's phantom tightly. The sword energy, let me tell you, was like a cheat. With a few swipes, it stripped the Rakshasa deity's armor and demon scythe away. Then Zhao Su grabbed the Rakshasa deity's head and forcefully pulled off all the equipment, directly throwing it to Bibi Dong, shouting, "Hurry up and fuse. Let your 2 broken spider martial spirits be absorbed by this demon scythe." At that moment, I realized, who understands what my family is going through? It turns out he was playing a risky game of exchanging one for another. He deliberately waited until Bibi Dong was severely weakened, when her martial soul was at its most vulnerable, to force an upgrade. This scheming is simply incredible. The phantom of the Rakshasa god was so furious that it was about to summon its true form. How could Zhao Su give him that chance? He directly unleashed his ultimate move. The 36 swords merged, transforming into a gigantic golden sword inscribed with mountains, rivers, sun, and moon descending from the sky. With one strike, it cleaved the Rakshasa god phantom into pixelated fragments, completely evaporating it. But on the other side, Bibi Dong was in trouble. The Rakshasa scythe, like a starving ghost reincarnated, after draining her twin martial souls, began to absorb her life force. I watched in disbelief as Bibi Dong's skin instantly wrinkled, making her look like she aged several decades in an instant. She was almost gone. Zhao Su hurried over, placing one hand on her back, using his soul power to forcibly extend her life. Goodness, after this operation, Bibi Dong completely transformed. Her twin martial souls fused into a brand new Rakshasa Spider Queen. Her domain upgraded, and even the craziness in her personality was suppressed. Her hair turned purple, and the previously black Rakshasa god armor was upgraded to gold. Her entire aura changed. She looked both beautiful and heroic. However, before the two could celebrate, a chilling voice drifted over. "You two really think my territory is a public restroom, coming and going as you please?" As soon as the words were spoken, a blood-red sword energy slashed towards them. As soon as I saw it, I knew it was bad. It was the King of Slaughter. This guy had now been possessed by the Shura God, and his combat power was off the charts. Zhao Su was already running low on energy, and now he had to protect Bibi Dong, who had just leveled up, instantly putting him at a disadvantage. The Shura God was still there acting tough, saying something about the battle of the gods, and that Zhao Su was just a pawn. Zhao Su completely ignored him, using his last bit of strength to block the attack. Then he hugged Bibi Dong tightly and softly said, "Don't torment yourself anymore. Take better care of yourself in the future." Then, he threw her out of the city of slaughter. After sending Bibi Dong away, Zhao Su directly exploded with power, growing 12 wings behind him, half black and half gold, transforming into a giant dozens of meters tall, confronting the Shura God head-on. The scene was like Godzilla versus Ultraman. With a loud bang, the entire city of slaughter was flattened. Bibi Dong watched from the outside, thinking Zhao Su was gone, and tears started to fall. But then, Zhao Su crawled out of the rubble like a cockroach, covered in dirt, and smiled at her. I tell you, the atmosphere between these two people instantly changed. Bibi Dong surprisingly took the initiative to say, "I found that I like you more and more." Zhao Su, being a straightforward guy, actually replied, "Don't. The pressure of being liked by you is too much." Later, the two of them were still playfully tugging at each other, and Zhao Su suddenly pulled her in his arms, making Bibi Dong's face flush, while she stubbornly retorted, "Don't use this trick to deceive young girls. I'm not falling for it." Later, Zhao Su told me that the Shura God didn't kill him in the end. Instead, he left a blood-red flower in his body and told him, "Don't trust any gods." Wow, that's a lot of information. It feels like the water is deep enough to nurture an aircraft carrier. The next day, Bibi Dong came to find Zhao Su, saying her martial soul had a bug. The new Rakshasa Spider Queen had 600,000-year soul rings, but she couldn't unleash a single skill. Moreover, she couldn't summon the Rakshasa divine armor either. Zhao Su thought about it and laughed, saying, "This isn't just a single martial soul. You actually have a twin martial soul. That divine armor is your second martial soul." He took a few stones and activated them. And just like that, Bibi Dong's clothes vanished in an instant, leaving her completely naked. Zhao Su was stunned. Immediately after, a set of golden armor covered her, with 9 soul rings behind her and a death scythe in hand, looking incredibly cool. The best part is, these two martial souls can be used simultaneously. Isn't this double the happiness? Afterward, Zhao Su jokingly asked her if she had to take off her clothes every time she transformed. Bibi Dong blushed and surprisingly started to tease him, saying, "Do you want to see?" "Sure, just help me hunt soul beasts to complete my soul rings." This directly exploded Zhao Su. His face darkened as he coldly said, "Do you look down on yourself that much? Are you willing to trade your body for someone to help you hunt soul beasts?" Those words were too harsh, hitting Bibi Dong right in her sore spot. After Zhao Su finished, he slammed the door and left. The two of them were stuck in this awkward situation. Later, when they went to Heaven-Do City, they also didn't speak a word along the way. Just as they arrived, they received news that his subordinate, the divine craftsman Lu Gao, had been ambushed and nearly killed. There were also undercurrents in Heaven-Do City. Upon hearing that Bibi Dong had arrived, Emperor Shuiyi and the others were extremely nervous. Tang San even took the opportunity to sow discord with Ning Fengji. In the end, they actually sent the master to probe Bibi Dong's intentions. Meanwhile, in the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Su looked at the severely injured Lu Gao on the bed, and the killing intent in his eyes was so strong that I tell you, It could freeze someone into an ice sculpture from 800 miles away. This grudge must be avenged. Old Master Yang Wudi directly said that the person who attacked was really well hidden, but he still smelled a trace of the Haotian hammer's scent. I was taken aback at that moment. The Haotian sect? Let me tell you, because of the relationship between Tang Yuehua and Rongrong, I really didn't want to fall out with them. But one sentence from Elder Yang woke me up. He said, "Brother Zhao, in this continent, there are no good or bad people, only interests." Damn, that instantly burned my CPU. It was true, I was naive. Only by becoming that ultimate villain who controls everything can I laugh until the end. Just as I was thinking, my most mysterious subordinate, Zhang Ying, appeared in a flash. She told me that the White Dragon and Black Dragon had no news, but the Sea Dragon was on Sea God Island. Good heavens. To go to Sea God Island, I'd have to deal with Poseidon. That old lady is level 99. She moves like she's cheating in the sea. I might not fare well if I go. But then I thought, I've already shattered the Rakshasa goddess Phantom. Gods can be killed too. However, before I go, I need to head to a place called the Ancient Relic Mountain and boost my soul power directly to level 99. Then Zhang Ying added that Yu Xiaojing had arrived and was chatting with BB Dawn. I thought, what's meant to come will come. Sure enough, BB Dawn came looking for me the next second. As soon as she opened her mouth, she caught me off guard. She said, "The next time I see Yu Xiaojing, I found that I no longer hate him. I figured it out. I want to pursue my own happiness and live a normal person's life. Family, who understands?" I was dumbfounded at that moment. Big sister, you've lived a normal life. Who is going to help me with my god-slaying plan? What about my villainous ambitions? But what could I say? I couldn't tell her, please continue to be a crazy person. So I just replied with an and immediately changed the subject. As a result, my annoyed BB Dawn. She started to overthink, and eventually her expression changed, filled with possessiveness, almost saying directly, "Zhao Su, you are mine, and you can never escape." I quickly found an excuse to slip away. Wandering alone on the street, my mind was in chaos. Just then, Rongrong's voice came over. I tell you, the moment I saw her, all my worries disappeared. Rongrong hugged me tightly, looking very aggrieved, but she still lifted her head and said to me, "Brother Su, no matter what, I will always support you. Sai, this is my little cotton-padded jacket." Instantly, I felt energized. After a brief gathering with Rongrong and Sister Yuehua, I completely understood. What seven treasures Glaze sect, what Haotian sect, if they dare to provoke me again. I will crush them all. The next day, I held a meeting and kept Shadow and a bunch of experts at the Holy Angel Business Association, issuing a death order. From now on, no matter who it is, whether it's the Spirit Hall or the two great empires, if anyone dares to stick their head out, just kill them without giving me any face. After explaining all this, I set off with BB Dawn. The destination, the Ancient Relic Mountain, but the location of this place is unpredictable, and this time it was actually in the sea on the west side of the continent. To get in, we first had to pass through Sea God Island. BB Dong said she had been there and advised me not to provoke those people easily. But I told her, if we're going to kill gods and we can't even handle a few gods watchdogs, how can we talk about replacing the divine position? Upon hearing this, BB Dong was ignited by my words and openly declared that as long as I was there, she would accompany me to death, and she was willing. My goodness, the impact of this cheesy love talk was incredible. The next day, our group of 10 set off. Me, BB Dong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Hulaina in one carriage, while the Golden Generation from the Spirit Hall took another carriage. We traveled west, riding in the carriage for over half a month, nearly falling apart from the bumps. Finally, we arrived at a coastal city and found a hotel to stay. I tell you, the moment BB Dong and the others got off the carriage, the entire lobby fell silent, with a 200 rate of turning heads. Then trouble came. A general in armor, extremely arrogant, came in with a dozen soldiers and immediately demanded money. On our side, Yin from the Golden Generation, with his bad temper, instantly revealed 7 spirit rings, scaring the other side, just as it looked like a fight was about to break out. The hotel manager hurried over to mediate and quietly told us that this general was a good person. The real bad guys were the city lord of Hanhai City and a bishop named Charles from the Spirit Hall, colluding with officials and oppressing the common people. This general was fighting against them to protect everyone. The manager cursed the Spirit Hall, saying they were worse than bandits. As soon as I heard that and looked at BB Dawn's face next to me, wow, it was as black as the bottom of a pot. With the Spirit Hall in such a terrible state, how could she not be angry? She immediately coldly ordered, "Yin, go and bring me Charles's head." Yin and the others were incredibly efficient. In less than half an hour, a bloody head was thrown into the hotel lobby. BB Dawn's actions left General Liu dumbfounded. Seeing that this general was someone easy to deal with, I said to him, "The city lord is not taking action. You should." He replied that he couldn't because the city lord had shown him kindness. I thought to myself, since you can't take action, I really can handle this. I said, "If you can't do it, then I'll do it." After saying that, I went straight to the city lord's mansion, dragged that guy out of his comfort zone, and took care of him. I also cleared out all the opposition. Now, General Liu had no choice but to take action. Once these issues were settled, I asked General Liu about the wolf bandits. When he explained, I understood that they were monsters born from humans and wolf spirit beasts, specifically preying on people and extremely cruel. I asked him where their lair was, and he said he wasn't sure, and that the opposing side had 300 to 400 people, all with soul power. Going there would be like sending oneself to death. I told him directly, "General Liu, trust me, gather your people and come with me. You just need to watch the show when the time comes. I'll handle it." Upon hearing this, although General Liu still looked a bit hesitant, he gritted his teeth and nodded, immediately going to gather people. I told you as soon as he left. Bibi Dong came over to ask me, "Why are you meddling in this idle matter? Aren't you in a hurry to go to Sea God Island?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, looking at the few little geniuses from the spirit hall beside me, especially the one named Yin, who had a face that seemed to say, "Who do you think you are?" I knew then that I was definitely going to wade through this muddy water. I shrugged at her. Since I'm just idle anyway, what's the difference where I practice? I deliberately raised my voice and said to Hulaina and the other 6, "I've heard that this bunch of wolves are all muscle men, and they have soul power too. You guys better be careful." Goodness. That kid named Yin exploded on the spot, his brows furrowing as if he could squash a fly. "Are you saying we should go kill robbers?" The tone he used was so reluctant, as if just getting his hands dirty would soil him. Does anyone understand? Family? With flowers grown in such a greenhouse. If they really went to the battlefield, wouldn't they just be pure cannon fodder? I finally understood why their golden generation couldn't compete with the Shrek 7 Devils. Those guys really fought with real weapons, while they, just a facade built with resources. I shook my head and made it clear. That's right. This is just the real beginning of your training. That kid got even more fired up and directly challenged me. "We're going to the ancient ruins to seek opportunities, not to be your lackeys. Don't you just want to use us to satisfy your own vanity? If you have the ability, go yourself." Well, this was it. The conflict completely erupted. Hulaina wanted to step in to mediate, but I stopped her with a glance. As for Bibi Dong, she just sat there watching the show, fully aware that these little brats wouldn't understand the seriousness of the situation until they got a good beating. I laughed directly, walked out of the room, and stood in the middle of the yard, beckoning to them. "All right, you're not convinced, right? Here's your chance. Come on, the yard is big enough. All 7 of you, come meet together. If you can force me to unleash my martial soul, I'll consider a loss." "Zhao Su, you're too arrogant." Yin couldn't hold back and charged at me, flames erupting all over his body. The others also activated their martial souls in a rush. Even Hulaina joined in, probably wanting to see just how strong I really was. The 7 of them were quite organized, positioning themselves and coordinating well, looking quite impressive. Yin was the main attacker, while Xiaoyu and Hulaina provided support, and the others each played their roles. And what was the result? I vanished from my spot and reappeared right behind him, even patting him on the shoulder, saying, "Buddy, this flame lord of yours would be good for boiling water." Before he could react, I threw a punch with my left hand, completely catching him off guard, giving him no chance to respond. On Hulaina's side, there were the god of killing domain and martial soul fusion techniques, making everything flashy, and the pink demon fox appeared. The others also unleashed their martial soul true forms. And the scene was dazzling, like a concert had just begun. I snorted coldly at that moment. Is this all you can do? Too weak. I tell you, I couldn't even be bothered to activate my martial soul. I just fully unleashed my aura, and that pressure came crashing down. 7 people, one by one, their martial souls were forcibly shattered in an instant, and they all fell to their knees. I walked over and looked down at them. "So, are you admitting you are useless now?" That Yin had a look of disappointment and disbelief in his eyes, but still gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, we are useless." Now, they were being honest. Just as I was about to educate them a bit more, Bye Dong came out to play the good guy, offering encouragement and comfort. To be honest, when she changed into a purple dress and stopped acting like a pope, she did have a somewhat compassionate teacher vibe. Just as this matter was settled, Lord Liu returned, and his gaze toward me was different. He directly changed his address to Zhao Sr. and said he had only gathered over 30 people. I waved my hand and said, "No need to call me senior, just call me brother. 30 or so will be enough. Let them guard the entrance and make sure the wolf bandits don't escape. The rest, Leave it to me and my group of useless ones to practice. When those 7 little brats heard this, they didn't dare to say a word. Lord Liu, feeling a bit uneasy, said, "But the leader of the wolf bandits is over level 80 and has wings." When I heard this, I got even more excited. I immediately made the decision. Don't prepare any longer. Let's go right now. We, a group of people, rode horses and took carts, rushing overnight towards the forest in the east. Before we arrived, both Bibi Dong and I caught a whiff of a strong, unyielding smell of blood. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly asked Lord Liu if there were any villages nearby. He replied, "Yes, there are a few." I knew something bad was going to happen, and I shouted, "Full speed ahead. Those beasts are slaughtering the village." I directly wrapped my arms around Zhu Zhuqing's waist, and with a flap of my butterfly wings behind me, I was the first to rush forward. Hulaina was fierce too, with bat wings sprouting from her back. She was even faster than I was. By the time we reached the village, the scene, let me tell you, it was like hell on earth. There were severed limbs and broken arms everywhere, and the entire village was stained with blood. That pack of wolf bandits had just left, leaving chaos in their wake. The few of us following behind, including Yin, saw this sight and immediately turned pale, but soon after, fire ignited in everyone's eyes. There was no need for me to rally them. Each one was filled with murderous intent, wanting nothing more than to tear those beasts to pieces. "Let's go. Chase. We must kill them all today." We rushed into the forest and soon caught up with the more than 300 wolf bandits. Many of the beasts were still holding human arms and legs in their hands, gnawing on them as snacks. I only said one word, "Kill." Those wolf thieves reacted quickly, dividing into several teams under their leader's command and surrounded us. One leader at the Contra level, accompanied by 3 team leaders at the Soul Saint level. I have to tell you, Bibi Dong really couldn't hold back. She directly unleashed her ultimate move, her whole body covered in golden armor, and combined 9 scythes into a gigantic death scythe, like a lawnmower swishing back and forth, mowing down those wolf bandits like wheat. The main theme was electronic mercy. No negotiation on the exorcism. Just as she was about to wipe out all the monsters by herself, I quickly shouted with my divine sense, "Sister, leave a few for the kids to practice on. What are we supposed to do if you kill them all?" Only then did she realize, retracting her divine powers and stepping aside. Lu Chengzhu and his subordinates were already dumbfounded, their eyes filled with admiration. Now was good. Over 300 wolf bandits were mostly taken down by Bibi Dong alone, leaving only a few dozen, plus the winged leader and 3 captains. When the leader saw his little brothers all dead, he completely went berserk, his muscles swelling to 2.5 meters tall, and his soul power skyrocketing to title Douluo level. He also released a cloud of white mist that enveloped Hulaina and the other 6. Bibi Dong frowned beside him and said, "This half-beast man is a bit strange. I sensed the aura of the Rakshasa god. I felt a sinking sensation in my heart, and before I could think it through, I saw the leader becoming even more ferocious. He actually turned around and grabbed a captain at the Soul Saint level beside him, sinking his claws in and instantly draining the person into a dried corpse. He absorbed 3 in total, and his own body grew larger, armor sprouted on him, and he produced a large broadsword in his hand. Now, his intelligence had also increased. He instantly teleported into the formation of Huoliana and the others, specifically targeting the support and agile attackers. However, the Golden Generation was not to be underestimated. The 7 of them were spiritually connected and coordinated seamlessly. Xiaoyu commanded, while Li Kai and Sun Chuantao held the front, and Yin unleashed a frenzied output of flames. Huoliana and Xiaoyu's martial soul fusion skill directly shattered the leader's green armor. For a time, it became an even match, but the level difference was still there. Soon, the soul power of the 7 couldn't keep up. The leader's defense became increasingly monstrous, and Huoliana could barely break through it with all her might, her face turning pale and her speed slowing down. This one flaw was seized by the leader. He grabbed Huoliana by the neck and opened his bloody maw to bite down. In that critical moment, I teleported over and punched that monster's face, causing it to split open. At the same time, I swung my sword and severed his hand that was gripping Huoliana, saving her. I threw Hulaina back beside Xiaoyu, and then I unleashed a furious attack on that half-orc leader. I didn't kill him outright. Instead, I pounded him with one punch after another, trying to force the sinister energy out of his body. Sure enough, a completely different voice emerged from that monster's body. Old and angry, "It's you again. From now on, you will be my eternal enemy, to the death." I let out a cold laugh. "Is this what you call a god? Just wait. One day, I will personally come to your door and take down all of you hypocritical gods, one by one. After saying that, I directly reached out and pressed my hand on his head, forcibly extracting his memories. The result was quite something. This memory retrieval nearly burned out my CPU. The fragments of memory showed that not only the Rakshasa God, but also the Sea God and the Shura God, all the big shots from the divine realm, were hiding in Douluo continent. It seemed that there was a war going on within the divine realm, and they were all in a hurry to find heirs to escape. Even more shocking was that Zhao Su, was not here by accident. I was specifically brought over from Blue Star by some big shot. Douluo continent is just one of the 3,000 universes, and it is the only one that has not been completely unified and where the gods have intervened the most. It's possible that even Tang San's arrival was part of this grand scheme. But as for the bosses behind us, they are definitely not from the same company. On Tang San's side, I suspect it's the Sea God and the Shura God who are pulling the strings behind the scenes. But what about me? The identity of the person who buried that little red flower in my body is still a mystery. I casually threw the orc leader, from whom I had drained all memories, to the ground, feeling quite annoyed. DefeatsDai noticed that my expression was off, but she didn't ask much and first went to check on Hulaina. After inspecting her, she found that the little fox had merely exhausted her soul power and wasn't seriously injured, which relieved her. Hulaina and her 6 companions had just walked through the gates of hell, and now they all looked like wilted eggplants, heads down, their pride completely gone. After all, they had almost been treated as snacks. Who wouldn't be afraid in their place? DefeatsDai, being a teacher, immediately launched into a motivational speech, saying something like, "You may not be able to win now, but when you become titled Douluo, even this guy won't be worthy of carrying your shoes." To be honest, it really worked, as the spark returned to the eyes of those 7 little ones. When they sat down to recover their soul power, DefeatsDai finally walked over to me, lowered her voice, and asked, "Did you discover something?" I told you, I wasn't hiding anything at that time. While I was pulling out the soul bone from that half-orc corpse, I threw out my guess. This ancient relic mountain is just a huge scam. Those sons of bitches, the Rakshasa God and the Shura God, are probably lurking in the mountains. The turquoise soul bone of the right arm in my hand, that burst of violent energy, is definitely the work of the Rakshasa God. When DefeatsDai heard this, her brows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. What is their purpose? Healing. I scoffed, saying, "How can the blood of ordinary people compare to the great nourishment of soul masters? This so-called 100-year secret realm is just a buffet party they organize to mislead others." DefeatsDai is incredibly intelligent. As soon as I mentioned it, she understood, but she still had doubts. Then how did Tang Chun and Qian Douluo come out alive and even grow stronger? That is even easier to explain. I directly dug into the dark history. Tang Chun did become stronger, but when did he become the king of slaughter? It was because he was parasitized by that damn bat. And as for Qian Douluo, how many years has it been since he stepped out of the Douluo palace? At this point, DefeatsDai completely understood. Her face turned pale. She looked at me and asked a crucial question. "So, are we still going?" "Yes. Why not go?" I smirked, saying, "If we don't charge into the Thief-Fest den, how can we overturn the table?" In my current state, it seems like I've impressed DefeatsDai. The way she looks at me is truly bright. Just as I finished showing off, I suddenly felt a wave of killing intent from behind. I turned around and saw Zhu Zhuqing leaning with her arms crossed, looking at the two of us with a fake smile. I felt a jolt in my heart and quickly raised the soul bone in my hand to change the subject. "Ahem, look at this soul bone, it's quite good, but it's a bit violent. I wonder if whoever absorbs it will become hot-tempered." Zhu Zhuqing didn't say anything, just smiled and walked over, then reached out her small hand and twisted it around the softest part of my waist in a full 360 degrees. Hiss! That sensation was so intense that the smile on my face twisted into a mask of pain. She even leaned close to my ear and said, "Are you still watching?" and added a bit more strength. I wasn't watching. I swear I was studying the soul bone. I quickly grabbed her little hand and kissed it near my mouth. Oh, her little hand was quite strong. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and finally let go of me, playfully hitting my chest. Just as we were being all lovey-dovey, Hulaina and the others had also almost recovered. I walked over to a guy named Li Kai, who was the only one in the golden generation without a soul bone. "Here, this is yours. But this thing has a lot of power and can easily get you high. Using it might drive you crazy, so it's your choice." Li Kai hesitated for a moment, then grabbed it and without saying a word, absorbed it. In the next second, his whole body erupted with a blue light, his eyes turned red instantly, and he charged at me like he had gone berserk, howling loudly. I urged others to step aside quickly, stood my ground, and with one hand stretched out, effortlessly halted his overwhelming and barbaric charge. Come on, with my physical strength, he wouldn't even be able to move me if I just stood there. Then, I shot a beam of white light into his body, purifying the violent side effects for him. After about 10 minutes, Li Kai returned to normal, and he could control the soul bone freely now. At this point, he wasn't just grateful. His gaze toward me was filled with admiration. On the way back to Hanhai City, Yin and Shiyue, who had previously been the most defiant towards me, also came over to apologize. Brother Zhao, we didn't recognize your greatness before. Please don't take it to heart. I waved my hand and said, it's not a big deal. I've already forgotten it. As a result, Xiaoyu directly said, Brother Zhao, from today on, you are the leader of the 7 of us. Your words are like those of a teacher, and we will obey unconditionally. The others joined in the cheer. I thought to myself, come on, I don't want to be any kind of leader. When we returned to Hanhai City, it was quite a scene. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air, and firecrackers were going off everywhere, with the citizens of the city lining the streets to welcome us. It was all about making a grand display. The City Lord's mansion even hosted a banquet for 3 days and nights to celebrate our elimination of the half-orcs. During those 3 days, we really didn't hold back and feasted freely. On the night the banquet ended, Zhu Zhuqing and I sat on the rooftop watching the moon. She leaned against me and quietly asked, do we really have to go to that ancient relic mountain? It sounds dangerous. I held her in my arms, and my heart was a complete mess. There was no way around it. I had to go. This game had already begun, and we had no choice. We were exchanging sweet nothings, the atmosphere was just right, and I leaned down to kiss. Just as we were about to take it further, a sudden cough came from beside us. I shivered, turned my head, and saw, wow, it's Bibi Dong. Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned bright red, looking at me like a little rabbit, as if to say she would wait for me in her room tonight, and then she quickly jumped off the rooftop and disappeared. Bibi Dong walked over, sat down beside me, her cheeks a bit flushed, not sure if it was from the alcohol or something else. She asked me softly, if we enter the ancient relics mountain and encounter danger, will you protect me? I was a bit stunned at the time and instinctively replied, you're so strong. You shouldn't need my protection, right? As soon as the words left my mouth, I regretted it. The light in Bibi Dong's eyes instantly dimmed. And guess what? She cried. I tell you, I was completely shocked. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, the strongest woman in the Douluo continent, sitting right next to me, cried like a little girl. She said she hated herself, hated everyone, and that she didn't want to be a pope at all. She just wanted to be a little woman who was cared for and loved. What else can I say? I can only pat myself on the shoulder and say, shoulder, I lend you to cry. As a result, she leaned over, and her gaze suddenly changed, filled with a kind of daring allure. She reached out and wrapped her arms around mine. You can hurt me, love me. I can be your little woman. Then she came at me. She kissed me directly. I was completely frozen. Who can withstand this? After a kiss, she leaned close to me and said, if you don't want to, that's fine. Just be my little man. After saying that, she kissed me again. But the tension in my mind snapped tight, and I forcibly hit the brakes, pushing her away. I jumped off the rooftop, putting distance between us, my heart pounding like a drum. You're too impulsive. I said to her, I'm not the right person for you. Why? Because I can't love just you alone. It seemed she had anticipated this, as she said, I don't need you to love only me. Just loving me is enough. I shook my head and resolutely said, I'm sorry, I can't guarantee that either. I didn't want her to escape one pit of fire only to fall into my abyss. Bibi Dong didn't linger. Her eyes showed disappointment, but also a hint of relief. She turned and walked away, her back looking quite desolate. After seeing Bibi Dong off, I hurried back inside. My Zhu Zhuqing was still waiting for my affection. I had to make up for all the debts tonight. The next afternoon, we finally went out, and Yin and Shiyue had been waiting for us at the door. When they saw us come out, Yin winked at me and gave a thumbs up, saying, Boss. Real man. Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned red, and she turned her head away, ignoring them. I jokingly asked them what was going on. Only then did they become serious and leaned in to say, Tang San and the others have also come to Hanhai City, and they are currently at the Great Soul Arena. The teacher asked us to ask you if you want to go and have a look. As soon as I heard it was Tang San, I knew I had to check it out. I asked and found out that Ning Rongrong wasn't with him, so there was no problem. Bibi Dong was probably still sulking with me, so I didn't go. Hulaina was accompanying her. I called up Li Kai and a few others and headed straight to the Great Fighting Soul Arena. Once inside, I immediately scanned the area with my spiritual sense. Wow, that kid Tang San is impressive, already over level 80 as a Soul Douluo, and that divine aura around him is hard to hide. It seems he's also made some progress. Beside him were Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and a few old acquaintances from the Tiando Royal Academy, forming a new team. On the arena, Ma Hongjun was struggling against two Sea Spirit Masters while wearing a mask. I understood right away. Tang San was using him as cannon fodder to test the waters. TSK, that's a bit harsh, showing no brotherly love at all. After watching this match, I lost interest and left with my group. On the way, Yin and the others were lamenting how tough the Sea Spirit Masters were to deal with. I told them that if they weren't tough, it wouldn't be training. I let them head back to rest first. We would set off tomorrow, and I would handle the boat arrangements. Just as they left, I suddenly sensed two familiar auras. Wow, isn't that Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuehua? I quickly followed the aura to find them. In the end, I saw them in a tea house, sitting next to a one-armed old man, sword Douluo Qinshin. Rongrong, Yuehua, I shouted, and the two girls turned around to see me, their eyes instantly turning red, and they directly rushed into my arms. Ning Rongrong cried, like a rain-soaked pear blossom, and my heart was almost broken. After I finally comforted her and we entered the tea house, I learned that Sword Douluo, the old man, had lost an arm in the last great battle. Although he had broken through to level 97, his time was running out. This time he came to the ancient relics mountain to gamble with his life, seeking a glimmer of hope. If he didn't succeed, he would die honorably. He entrusted Ning Rongrong to me solemnly, then turned and walked away alone, his back exuding a tragic determination. Ning Rongrong cried out to his back, promising that she would fulfill his wishes. When we returned to the city lord's mansion, Zhu Zhuqing was overjoyed to see Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuehua. The three girls gathered together chattering, and I learned more insider information. It turned out that ever since Tang San's transformation after the last incident in the Tiando Palace, he had completely darkened, becoming ruthless and sinister, tightly controlling the Snow Knight Emperor and the entire Tiando royal family, while completely pushing the Seven Treasure glazed tile school out. As soon as I heard it, I understood that this guy was most likely completely controlled by the god behind him, just like Tang Xin back in the day. What's even more concerning is that Tang Yuehua said that this time the ancient relic mountain has been opened, and the commotion is particularly large. All the sects lose cultivators, and even many long-hidden old monsters with the title of Douluo from across the continent have been mobilized. I felt a sudden jolt in my heart. It seems that this trip to the ancient ruins mountain is likely to turn into a battle of immortals. I originally thought this trip was too dangerous and wanted to leave Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang Yuehua behind in Hanhai City to wait for me. However, just as I started to speak, the three of them had an attitude that was firmer than the next. Zhu Zhuqing said, "Wherever Suga goes, I will go. I'm not afraid." Ning Rongrong, holding my arm, added, "That's right. Wherever Suga goes, I will follow." Tang Yuehua was even more direct. "Su, I've made up my mind. If I marry a chicken, I follow the chicken. If I marry a dog, I follow the dog. In the future, I will only have you. Who understands? Family?" Their main point is companionship. What else could I say? All right then, let us go together. I vowed on the spot that as long as I was alive, I would never let them suffer any harm. The next morning, our group bid farewell to the city lord and headed straight for the dock. The large ship we had already rented, named the Sea Demon, was quietly docked there, waiting for us. We received a warm welcome as Zhao Su and the others boarded. It should be noted that Zhao Su spent a considerable amount of money to rent this ship, which is the largest and most robust in the port. Captain Heidel was naturally very enthusiastic. The entire ship had 3 levels, with 10 rooms on each level. For safety, our group of more than 10 people stayed in the 10 rooms on the top floor. After the ship set sail, we watched the city buildings gradually fade away as we gazed towards the endless blue sea. At first, everyone except Zhao Su and Bibi Dong was very excited. These people had lived on land their entire lives and had never been to the sea before. However, after just a few hours, the initially excited crowd became completely listless due to seasickness. They could hardly stand, let alone cultivate. Even Bibi Dong's complexion looked a bit pale, but she was able to endure it due to her strong soul power. The ones who suffered the most were Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. In the end, they could only lie in bed, feeling nauseous with every movement. "Rongrong, Zhuqing, are you feeling any better?" Zhao Su, holding a bowl of porridge he had personally cooked, looked at the weak Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing lying on the bed with deep concern. "I'm fine. I didn't expect seasickness to be this severe on the open sea." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, with Zhao Su's help, sat up against the cabin wall. Their faces pale. "Eat something. After a day or two of getting used to it, you'll be fine." Zhao Su brought over the porridge, sat between the two, blew on it, and carefully fed them a bit to help them regain their strength. On the deck, Bibi Dong and Tang Yuehua stood together, looking out at the endless sea. In the distance, the sea met the sky. It was close to dusk, and the red glow of the sunset illuminated the sea, giving it a dreamlike quality. Those who have never seen the ocean cannot imagine its beauty. But there is a saying, the more beautiful something is, the more it comes with danger. This saying applies equally to the ocean, which is home to many powerful sea spirit beasts. Now, under the glow of the setting sun, it looked beautiful, but one could never know when they would be attacked by a powerful sea spirit beast. At that time, there would only be danger. Are you jealous? Bibi Dong withdrew her gaze from the distant sea and asked Tang Yuehua beside her. What is there to be jealous about? I believe if I couldn't get up, he would treat me the same way. Tang Yuehua turned to look at Zhao Su in the room, who was carefully taking care of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Her eyes filled with infatuation. No wonder he rejected me, Bibi Dong muttered softly, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Before long, Zhao Su returned with 2 bowls of porridge and approached Bibi Dong and Tang Yuehua. He handed 1 bowl to Bibi Dong. You haven't eaten all day. Drink some warm porridge to soothe your stomach. It will help you feel better. Bibi Dong didn't say anything. Just reached out to take the bowl of porridge from Zhao Su. Zhao Su didn't directly hand the bowl prepared for Tang Yuehua to her, but instead, like with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, personally fed her. Watching from the side, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and reached out to take the bowl to feed herself. Be good, don't move, open your mouth. Zhao Su avoided Tang Yuehua's outstretched hand and brought the spoon to her lips, speaking gently. So annoying. Although Tang Yuehua said this, she obediently opened her mouth, a happy smile on her face. Oof. Seeing this, Bibi Dong couldn't help but snort and quickly returned to her room. As night fell, the danger began. Among Zhao Su's group, he was the only one in the best condition, so that night he sat cross-legged on the deck, keeping watch. Halfway through the night, a cool sea breeze blew by, carrying a hint of a bloody smell. Zhao Su suddenly opened his eyes wide, his consciousness spreading out, covering a 100-meter radius around the sea demon. He discovered that several hundred deep-sea demon whales had completely surrounded the ship, swimming towards them from all directions. At the same time, Zhao Su's consciousness awakened everyone on board, including Captain Heidel and several crew members. Zhao Su, Bibi Dong, and those in relatively good condition stood on the periphery, while those who were unwell were protected in the middle, ready to face the attack of the deep-sea demon whales. Captain Heidel, what are these deep-sea demon whales afraid of? These deep-sea demon whales are not terrifying. Compared to Zhao Su and the others' panic, Heidel appeared very calm. As long as the deep-sea demon whale king doesn't show up, these 1T be able to break our ship, Heidel said, directing the crew to activate the protective shield and move forward at full speed, aiming to break through the encirclement of the deep-sea demon whales. However, just as the deep-sea demon whales were about to approach the sea demon, a strange cry came from deep within the ocean. The sound was piercing and strong, causing the deep-sea demon whales to change direction and swim rapidly away. Looks like someone is going to have bad luck. Heidel looked at the retreating deep-sea demon whales, shaking his head with a hint of regret in his eyes. Captain Heidel, what was that cry? Zhao Su asked, feeling a bit intrigued. That was the cry of the demon whale king. Someone has intruded into their territory. How many years has the deep-sea demon whale king been around? There isn't just one demon whale king. The one that made the sound just now is about 50,000 years old. But the most powerful one is said to be the million-year-old demon whale king, which has reportedly completed its transformation into a dragon 8 times and is preparing for its 9th transformation to become a deity. There are million-year level sea spirit beasts in this ocean. Upon hearing Heidel's words, Bibi Dong's eyes lit up. Right now, her Rakshasa spider emperor martial soul still needed 3 soul rings. If she could obtain a soul ring from this million-year spirit beast, her overall strength would surely reach the next level. There is not only this one close to 1,000,000 years, but there are also 2 others over 100,000 years. As long as we avoid these 3 areas, we generally 1T encounter too much danger. Heidel explained to Zhao Su and the others. Chapter 129. Incorrect information. Danger at sea. What about those sea spirit beasts that just attacked us? Zhao Su is now somewhat tempted. A million-year sea spirit beast is worth risking everything for, not to mention the million-year soul ring. Even just the million-year soul bone would make everyone eager to take the risk. It should be that a nearby ship has started fighting, and blood has flowed into the sea, attracting these deep-sea demon whales. Captain Odell, if our ship goes to the abyssal sea, can it withstand the attacks of the abyssal whale king? I advise you not to think about it too much. That abyssal whale king, not to mention my ship, Even if the master of Sea God Island, the Sea God himself, came personally, might not be able to defeat that abyssal whale king. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Odell quickly waved his hand, persuading Zhao Su to give up this idea. Zhao Su, however, laughed and said, Captain Odell, I've bought your ship. We're heading to the abyssal sea. Not for sale, and I'm not going either. If you want to go, we'll return tomorrow morning. You can find another ship. Odell said this very firmly, without any hesitation. It's useless to earn money if you don't have a life to spend it. Earning more money is meaningless if you don't have a life. How about this? I'll give you money to buy your ship, and you and your crew can take the lifeboat back. That's no different from seeking death. No matter how Zhao Su argued, Odell simply refused to sell and wouldn't he go. In the end, Zhao Su had no choice but to use force, directly controlling Odell and the crew. He felt his way to pilot the sea demon towards the abyssal sea. After traveling about 3 miles, the sea was littered with corpses. There were human bodies, abyssal whale corpses, and various sea spirit beast bodies. Just as Odell said, a great battle must have taken place here. It attracted the abyssal whales. And then everyone united to fight against the abyssal whales and the remaining sea spirit beasts. Zhao Su. In this place, I sense a strong, murderous aura carrying evil intent. BB Dawn stood on the deck, frowning as she spoke to Zhao Su. Yes, I feel it too. Zhao Su then thought of something and continued. Could it be that the entrance to the ancient relic mountain is in this abyssal sea? It shouldn't be. The information we received at the Spirit Hall indicated that the entrance to the ancient relic mountain is behind Sea God Island, and we're still quite a distance from Sea God Island. How can you be sure that the information you received at the Spirit Hall, or the information conveyed to you, is correct? What do you mean? Bibidon also thought of something, but was somewhat skeptical. No wonder Qian Douluo didn't let Qian Renshue go with them to the ancient relic mountain, but acted alone. It seems it's not as simple as Zhao Su and Bibidon thought, that he didn't trust them. Thinking about it now, it is indeed unreasonable. Although Bibidon and Qian Renshue's mother-daughter relationship is not good, Qian Renshue is still Bibidon's biological daughter. Could she really harm her? Although you don't believe it, I can assure you that this time, when you return to the Spear Hall, whether you can keep your position as Pope is still uncertain. Bibidon exuded a strong killing intent, but soon that killing intent retracted. On her indifferent face, a slight relieved smile appeared. It doesn't matter. If she wants the position of Pope, let her have it. You've really changed. So, do you like the current me or the old me? Bibidon deliberately leaned toward Zhao Su, her eyes playfully asking Zhao Su. Bang! Just then, before Zhao Su could answer, a powerful impact began to violently strike the hull of the sea demon. The entire ship shook violently. Zhao Su had no time to think. His spirit sense spread out, and he discovered that the entire ship was surrounded by abyssal whales. Among them were several completely black abyssal whales, much larger than normal abyssal whales. As the ship shook violently, everyone except Sun Chuantao and Zhang Ping, who were operating the sea demon on the lowest level, gathered on the deck. Bang, bang, bang. With the continuous impacts from the abyssal whales, cracks soon appeared in the protective shield of the sea demon. It looked like it was about to be shattered. Zhao Su knew he could no longer wait. He had to take the initiative. You stay on deck and pay attention to your surroundings. I'll drive away those abyssal whales and break a hole to rush out. I'll go with you, Bibidon said to Zhao Su, and before he could respond, she activated her Rakshasa armor and rushed out first. Sai, what are you going to do? Seeing Bibidon already rushing out, Zhao Su couldn't help but feel helpless. But it was already too late to say anything. He then told Xiaoyu and Hu Laina, remember, after breaking the gap, don't hesitate at all, just rush through. Understood, be careful, Hu Laina responded. Zhao Su was worried about Bibidon's safety. After all, although Bibidon was invincible on land, it was uncertain in the sea. After all, this was the home ground of the sea spirit beasts. Every abyssal whale not only had powerful attack power, but also astonishing defense. Wings of the split sky demon butterfly appeared behind Zhao Su, and he flew towards the direction Bibidon had just rushed out. In the darkness, although Zhao Su's vision was limited, his terrifying spirit sense could accurately transmit everything around him into his mind. He saw that Bibidon's Rakshasa armor had grown a pair of black wings on her back, and she was floating above the sea, as if she were walking on the water, holding a death scythe made of 9 magic sickles. Every swing of the scythe decapitated an abyssal whale. Before long, the sea was filled with abyssal whale corpses. Blood gradually stained the originally blue sea, and the strong smell of blood made Zhao Su frown slightly. However, Zhao Su also understood that this was not the time to be kind-hearted. Buzz, The Emperor's 7-killing sword was drawn, and 8 soul rings lit up simultaneously, splitting into 38 heavenly gang sword intents, forming a sword formation that crashed into the sea, forcibly breaking open a passage. Quick, rush through. Zhao Su's spirit sense enveloped the entire sea demon. Upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, the people on the ship showed no hesitation, maximizing the speed of the sea demon, rushing out following Zhao Su's guidance. Don't kill them. Conserve your soul power. Hurry. Zhao Su shouted loudly to DefeatsDai, who was in the heat of battle. At the same time, the 36 heavenly gang sword formation blocked the abyssal whales that were pursuing the sea demon. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhao Su and DefeatsDai rushed towards the direction the sea demon was leaving as fast as possible. After Zhao Su had distanced himself, the 36 heavenly gang sword formation, carrying powerful sword intent, exploded violently. Suddenly, that section of the sea churned into towering waves, and countless abyssal whales were swept up, dying under the rippling sword intent. In an instant, this place became a true hell on the sea. Chapter 130, Pearl Island, Evil Soul Master on the Sea Demon. Odell and several crew members had already been released from control and began to pilot the sea demon again. Since they had already entered the territory of the abyssal sea, it was too late to say anything now. Odell could only compromise. However, during this time, he extorted a significant amount from Zhao Su and others, making Zhao Su buy the sea demon, and along with him, the captain and 8 others had to be paid a daily wage. Zhao Su knew he was in the wrong, and with Odell, a living map who had been sailing the seas for years, it was relatively safer for them on this vast ocean. Most importantly, neither Zhao Su nor DefeatsDai are short of money. For them, if something can be solved with money, it's not a problem at all. 5 miles to the east, we can say that we have left the territory of the deep sea demon whale, and at that point, we will be safe. On the deck, Odell looked at the vast sea ahead and said to Zhao Su, "Are you sure there is no land or any small islands nearby?" Zhao Su asked Odell with some skepticism. They had been sailing for almost 5 days within the range of the deep sea demon domain. Not only had they not seen any figures from the battle on the sea that day, but they also hadn't spotted any islands or land. This indicates that the entrance to the ancient relic mountain is not here. Of course, I'm sure. Although I wouldn't come here easily. A senior risked their life to draw the nautical map of this area, and it's all in my head. I'm not wrong, Odell said proudly, pointing to his head. Are there any islands nearby? Besides the largest sea god island in the center of the sea, the next largest island would be Pearl Island. Pearl Island? Upon hearing the name Pearl Island, Zhao Su looked at Odell with a meaningful glance. What kind of island is Pearl Island? It's nothing special. It's just inhabited by ordinary fishermen. Some soul masters also stop by Pearl Island when they come to the sea for training. Really? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Don't worry, it's definitely safe. Well then, if that is the case, let us go to Pearl Island. Zhao Su knew that the inhabitants of Pearl Island were not just ordinary fishermen as Odell claimed, but rather a pirate group. The reason Zhao Su didn't expose Odell was that he wanted to know Odell's true intentions. Most importantly, they had lost their direction on the sea, and aimlessly sailing was not a solution. Therefore, they wanted to find an island to rest for a few days and also scout the location of the ancient relic mountain. As for the pirates, they were not a concern for Zhao Su. After hearing Zhao Su's words, Odell became unusually active, ordering the crew to sail full speed towards Pearl Island. He was clearly lying. Why would you agree to go to Pearl Island? DefeatsDai asked Zhao Su, puzzled, as she watched Odell leave the deck for the control room. Let him lie. We just need a temporary place to land, and everything else doesn't matter. After several days of drifting at sea, the crew's seasickness had disappeared, but everyone's faces were still filled with fatigue. After all, the sea is not land and doesn't suit them. The sea demon ship sailed quickly, and after leaving the range of the deep sea demon domain, it sped towards Pearl Island. 3 days later, as the sea demon approached Pearl Island, Zhao Su looked at the unusually calm Pearl Island and felt a sense of foreboding. Mr. Zhao, something's wrong. Odell also noticed that something was off about Pearl Island and ordered the sea demon to stop sailing, frowning as he gazed at the island. If you still want to tell the truth now, perhaps we can help you. This time, Zhao Su stopped hiding and asked the anxious Odell. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Odell's eyes showed a hint of evasion. What do you mean by that? I don't understand. Although Pearl Island looked clean, didn't you notice the bloodstains still remaining on the shore? It's clear that there was a fierce battle. Impossible. Out here on the sea, besides Sea God Island, no other forces would dare to attack Pearl Island. But don't forget, the emergence of the ancient relic mountain has brought many forces to the sea. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly tell us what conspiracy you have to trick us into coming to Pearl Island. At that moment, Yin stepped forward, flames igniting beside him, grabbing Odell by the collar and angrily asking. The days of sailing at sea had pushed everyone's emotions to the limit, especially Yin, who already had a fiery temper. I really don't know what you're talking about. Odell refused to speak the truth no matter what. In that case, don't blame me. Zhao Su, losing paciencia, reached out to extract Odell's memories. Stop it, Mr. Zhao, I'm telling you. Just then, a young voice interrupted, belonging to one of the crew members who looked to be in his 30s. If you let go of my father, I'll tell you everything. Go ahead. Zhao Su didn't waste any more words and pushed Odell out. As expected, it was not far from what Zhao Su had thought. Although there were ordinary people on Pearl Island, it was primarily dominated by the Purple Pearl pirate group, and Odell was one of the vice captains of the group. They often engaged in robbery against passing ships. Originally, Odell had planned to take action against Zhao Su and the others at sea, but before he could do so, the deep-sea demon whale incident occurred, and he was then controlled by Zhao Su and his group, realizing that they were no match for them. So he attempted to trick Zhao Su into Pearl Island. Once they were on their turf, they could manipulate them at will. Did you think your plan would work? Zhao Su snorted coldly, releasing his spiritual sense to envelop Pearl Island. Now, your plan is likely to be in vain. Looking at the tragic scene on Pearl Island, Zhao Su frowned. The island had already been occupied by a group of evil soul masters, and very few of your people are still alive. Impossible. How could there be evil soul masters here? Besides, our captain is a soul saint over level 70. How could Pearl Island be taken over by evil soul masters? Nothing is impossible. If you want to save the people who are still alive, stop lying and follow my orders. Dad, just agree. By now, I believe Mr. Zhao wanted to deceive us. Odell's son spoke up to persuade him. All right, I'll listen to you. What do you suggest? Odell took a deep breath, made up his mind, and asked Zhao Su. Signal Pearl Island as if nothing happened. Xiao Lu, send the signal. Odell said to his son, Xiao Lu. Chapter 131. The Saintess of the Wuhuan Temple, Purple Pearl. As Xiao Lu fired the signal flare, shortly after, several figures appeared at the coast of Pearl Island. These people were waving small flags in their hands. What are they saying? They're asking us to come ashore. Odell said to Zhao Su while continuing. These people are acquaintances. I told you nothing would happen on Pearl Island. The frown on Odell's face disappeared, replaced by joy. However, as the sea demon drew closer, Odell's expression grew graver. Although from a distance, the island appeared unchanged except for the lack of people, Odell, being a soul king over level 50, and with his great white shark spirit, had a sense of smell far beyond ordinary people. He distinctly sensed a strong smell of blood. It seems you were right, Odell said with a pale face to Zhao Su. Remember, no matter what you see, don't act impulsively. Once the sea demon was completely steady, Zhao Su reminded Odell again. Odell didn't speak, just nodded. Wang Jia, why are you all here today? Where are Xiao, Duzi, and the others? Adir adjusted his mood, forcing a smile on his face, and casually asked Wang Jia as if nothing had happened. Wang Jia was also the vice captain of the Purple Pearl pirate group, a level 68 soul emperor. His martial soul was a highly poisonous sea urchin. He could be considered the strongest after the captain, Purple Pearl, and had a high reputation within the Purple Pearl pirate group. They went to rest. I have nothing to do, so I'm just keeping watch here for a while, Wang Jia said, looking towards the sea demon, where he saw Zhao Su and the others tied up with blank expressions. Especially when his gaze swept over Bibi Dong and the others, his eyes suddenly lit up. The beauty of Bibi Dong and the others was definitely top tier, not just on this sea, but across the entire continent. They could even be called fairies without exaggeration. Did you all gain a lot this time? Especially these few girls. They're just perfect, Wang Jia said as he walked towards Bibi Dong and the others, a lewd smile in his eyes. You can't handle all of them by yourself. Why not let your brothers enjoy too? Saying this, he reached out his filthy hand towards Bibi Dong's smooth, tender face. His gaze occasionally wandered to the perfect peaks. Damn it, go die. Zhao Su, who had been trying to calm Adir on the ship, could no longer hold back. He cursed angrily, broke free from his ropes, and instantly appeared beside Wang Jia. With a swift motion, he snapped Wang Jia's neck. At that moment, Yin and Xiaoyu also made their move, directly killing the other few people who were with Wang Jia. I'm done pretending. With Zhao Su's words, a terrifying divine sense instantly enveloped the entire Pearl Island. Everyone on the island, under that powerful divine sense, couldn't even stand and all crawled down to the ground. Adir and Xiao Lu looked at Zhao Su with fear on their faces. The previous disdain turned into a kind of admiration. An hour later, in the hall where the Purple Pearl pirate group had originally gathered, Zhao Su sat there drinking tea, looking very relaxed. Soon, Yin helped a well-proportioned woman walk in. Upon seeing this woman, who looked around 27 or 28, extremely beautiful but somewhat pale at the moment, Xiao Lu hurriedly approached her. "Captain, are you okay?" "I'm fine. That beast Wang Jie secretly contacted those evil soul masters from who knows where and drugged our food, trying to monopolize Pearl Island." This person was none other than the captain of the Purple Pearl pirate group, Purple Pearl. Although her face was pale at the moment, her short purple hair gave her a heroic appearance. Judging by Xiao Lu's attitude towards Purple Pearl, it was obvious that he had feelings for her. In recent days, Purple Pearl had been imprisoned by Wang Jie, forced to reveal the secrets hidden on Pearl Island, and had suffered quite a bit. There were several clear blood marks on her originally fair skin, which were obviously from being whipped. You don't even know where these evil soul masters came from? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Purple Pearl turned her gaze to Zhao Su and the others. Perhaps due to being deceived by Wang Jie, her eyes showed a guarded expression. "Who are they?" Purple Pearl did not answer Zhao Su's question, but instead asked Xiao Lu beside her. "Captain, this is Mr. Zhao Su. He is the one who helped us kill the traitor Wang Jie and repel those evil soul masters." "Zhao Su, are you also here for the ancient relic mountain?" "Oh, Captain Purple knows about the ancient relic mountain? You answer my question first." "That's right. We came to the sea to search for the ancient relic mountain. I advise you to turn back now. The ancient relic mountain is not a place for humans." When the ancient relic mountain was mentioned, Purple Pearl obviously showed signs of fear, as if she had been there before. However, the ancient relic mountain opens once every 100 years, and although Purple Pearl's age is certainly greater than she looks, it couldn't exceed 100 years. "Since we've come, we won't leave easily without finding the ancient relic mountain." Purple Pearl looked Zhao Su up and down. With her soul power of over 70, she couldn't see through Zhao Su's details at all. Moreover, being imprisoned in a secret room, Purple Pearl naturally felt that terrifying divine sense. At that time, Zhao Su's divine sense was not intentionally controlled. Purple Pearl knew that it was no longer just spiritual power, but divine sense. She had felt such terrifying divine sense before in a certain place. In fact, Zhao Su's divine sense was even stronger than the divine sense of the true God she had sensed back then. As she looked Zhao Su up and down, other thoughts began to arise in her heart. "All right, since you are not afraid of death, I have nothing to hide." Then Purple Pearl detailed her true identity to Zhao Su and the others, as well as why she had stayed on this desolate Pearl Island. "What? You are a saint of the Spirit Hall?" "That's right. 100 years ago, I entered the ancient relic mountain with my teacher Douluo. I didn't expect Douluo to sacrifice my soul to the angel god in order to obtain the angel goddess inheritance." As Purple Pearl spoke, Bibi Dong's expression grew colder. Bibi Dong was forced by her teacher Qian Xuanji, which led to her more than 20 years of tragedy. Unexpectedly, Qian Xuanji could be said to have followed suit. Although Douluo did not force Purple Pearl, he similarly ruined her life. Purple Pearl continued, "When my soul was sacrificed to the angel god, it seemed that the angel god was attacked by something terrifying. I took this opportunity to escape with my remaining soul and have been sleeping on this Pearl Island until I woke up 10 years ago. What kind of place is the ancient relic mountain? It could be said to be another continent, a continent built by the gods, where the descendants of the gods live." As Purple Pearl spoke, a painful expression appeared on her face, as if she was recalling memories she was unwilling to think about. Chapter 132. Preparing to open the entrance to the ancient relic mountain, based on Purple Pearl's narration. Zhao Su and the others initially gained an understanding of the ancient relic mountain. It could be said to belong entirely to the primitive jungle era, where mutual fighting and killing prevailed, and the strong were respected. There were no constraints of laws. As long as one was strong enough, they could do as they pleased. The ancient relic mountain opens once every 100 years, not only because the gods want to absorb the souls of soul masters to ensure their eternal life. The so-called gods are not truly immortal. As time passes, their vitality is consumed, and they also enter a period of weakness. To avoid death and maintain strength, they must use others' souls to enhance their own. Therefore, every so-called god can be considered an evil soul master. Those gods who are unwilling to absorb other souls have long since vanished in the river of time. In every world, it is actually the same. No one truly sympathizes with the weak. Only by making oneself strong can one truly grasp their own life. Additionally, the soul masters of Douluo continent are treated as prey, as sharpening stones for their descendants. Only the outstanding survivors who live through the hunting of the original residents of the ancient relic mountain will become the favored ones of the gods, thus obtaining powerful strength. However, these fortunate ones favored by the gods will become puppets of the gods, just like Tang San, who was parasitized by the nine-headed Bat King, thereby manipulating the Douluo continent. This is also why Douluo has not left the closed-off area of the Spirit Hall for many years. He felt his soul being gradually eroded, which is why he needed to keep himself in the strongest state to fight against the parasitism coming from deep within his soul. This is also the reason why Douluo became a 99th level peerless Dao many years ago, but has never been able to become a god. Because once he accepts the divine test, his soul will be parasitized like Tang San's. At that point, he would no longer be himself. Is that so? Zhao Su seemed to understand something in his heart and continued to ask Zhao. Then how did you leave the ancient relic mountain? I left only as a remnant soul, so my current memories are incomplete, and my soul power level is still suppressed at the same level as that of a soul sage in the ancient relic mountain. Otherwise, how could these people possibly harm me? Zhiju's eyes were filled with anger and hatred. So those evil soul masters likely came out of the ancient relic mountain? That's right. Every time the ancient relic mountain opens, a group of evil soul masters escapes and becomes a scourge on the Douluo continent. These people are either the original residents of the ancient relic mountain or the last ones who entered it. They should be considered half-original residents. The last ones who entered the ancient relic mountain passed down their bloodline within it. And these people are also targets hunted by the descendants of the gods in the ancient relic mountain. Is this the god worshipped by everyone? At this moment, Zhao Su felt no goodwill towards the gods, and even developed a deep aversion. But Zhao Su also understood that in the face of powerful strength, any emotion is useless. Only by becoming stronger can everything be changed. Do you still want to go to the ancient relic mountain? Zhiju looked much better and asked Zhao Su. Of course, we have to go. Without pressure, how can we become strong? I hope you won't regret it. Zhiju did not say much more, just revealed a hint of meaning. Clearly still having secrets she did not fully disclose. Captain Z, isn't it said that every time the ancient relic mountain opens, it's in a different place? Actually, it's all the same. It's just to confuse everyone. So the entrance that opens each time is different, but the Douluo continent is completely connected to the ancient relic mountain. As long as your strength is strong enough, you can open a portal at the end of the Douluo continent and enter the ancient relic mountain. So, does that mean there is an entrance to the ancient relic mountain on this Pearl Island? That's right. Wang Jie was actually interrogating me about where the entrance to the ancient relic mountain is, which is why he spared my life. In Zhiju's words, Zhao Su felt many inconsistencies. For example, if those evil soul masters escaped from the ancient relic mountain, how could Wang Jie conspire with them and not know where the entrance was? Also, since entering the ancient relic mountain is a life or death situation, why hide it from Wang Jie? Zhiju also noticed Zhao Su's doubts and smiled faintly on her pale face. I know what you're thinking. After those evil soul masters escape from the ancient relic mountain, they will soon be discovered by the enforcers of the gods within the ancient relic mountain, who will plug the loopholes. Even if Wang Jie wants to enter there, he won't be able to. Moreover, once the entrance to the ancient relic mountain is opened, the entire Pearl Island will become a teleportation array to the ancient relic mountain, and the entire island will be destroyed, along with all the people on the island. They will be sucked into the ancient relic mountain. After hearing Zhiju's explanation, Zhao Su still felt something was off in his heart, but did not ask further. As long as he had a general understanding, that was enough. No matter what others said, without personal experience, one could not fully understand. Soon, except for the few evil soul masters who escaped, all the dangers on Pearl Island were eliminated. Even those who rebelled alongside Wang Jie were ruthlessly killed by Zhiju. Then, under Zhiju's arrangement, all the surviving people on Pearl Island boarded the sea demon ship. Once the entrance to the ancient relic mountain opens, this island will become forbidden. Zhu Qing, Rong, Yuehua, are you really not going to leave with the sea demon ship? As the sea demon ship was about to start, Zhao Su asked the three girls again. In fact, Zhao Su didn't want the three of them to take the risk with him, especially after hearing Zhiju's story. But the three had clearly made up their minds and were determined to enter the ancient relic mountain with Zhao Su, no matter what he said. Have you all thought it through? Zhao Su felt helpless, but did not say more, instead looking towards Hulaina and the others. Once the entrance opens, there will be no turning back. Life or death will depend on fate. We are ready and will not regret it. All right, Captain Odell, you can set sail. Standing on the shore, Zhao Su waved to Odell, who was looking over from the deck. Captain, be careful. I'll be waiting for your return in Hanhai City. As the sea demon ship turned around, Xiao Lu shouted loudly to Zhizhenju. Fool! Zhizhenju ignored Xiao Lu and casually said in a low voice. Watching the sea demon ship gradually sail away, Zhizhenju then said to Zhao Su and the others, Let's go. To open the entrance to the ancient relic mountain, we still need to prepare some things. Chapter 133. The entrance opens black whirlpool then. Zhizhenju took Zhao Su and the others to a hidden cave at the back of Pearl Island. The space inside the cave was quite spacious, with a black pentagram pattern on the stone floor and various fierce birds and beasts carved into the surrounding walls. The entire cave exuded a chilly atmosphere, giving a sense of eeriness. This is your last chance. If you insist on going your own way, there will be no turning back. Zhizhenju placed a dozen black spiritual consciousness orbs into the black pentagram pattern. For the last time, she asked Zhao Su and the others. Zhao Su did not speak, but reached out to hold Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's hands, while Ning Rongrong also held Tang Yuehua's hand. Then a white light radiated from Zhao Su, allowing everyone to stand within the white protective barrier. It's useless. Once you enter the boundary passage of the ancient relic mountain, a powerful divine consciousness will surround you, suppressing your soul power to level 70 while also scattering you apart. Scattering apart? That's right. This is to prevent powerful individuals from gathering together in the same place within the ancient relic mountain. Is there any way? Zhao Su furrowed his brows and asked Zhizhenju. If what Zhizhenju said is true, then it would be too dangerous for Ning Rongrong and the others to enter the ancient relic mountain, unless your divine consciousness can surpass the combined divine consciousness of the gods. Rongrong, don't say it. I want to go back. Zhao Su was about to say something to Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang Yuehua when he was interrupted by Ning Rongrong. Don't worry. Even if we temporarily separate, we will find you as soon as possible. There won't be any danger. All right. Zhao Su thought for a moment and took out 3 golden lotus flowers from the storage jade pendant at his waist, which looked quite small. They were even smaller than normal lotus flowers. They were the Tang sect's top-ranked hidden weapon, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Along with them were 3 green, cylindrical hidden weapons. The peacock feather. The 3 were handed something separately, and they were instructed, if we separate later, don't act recklessly in case of any situation. Preserving your life is the most important. Don't worry. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang Yuehua nodded. Why be so tangled up? There's no need to take risks. All right. Zhao Su ignored Zhenzu and tightly held Tang Yuehua's hand. Among the 3 women, Tang Yuehua had the lowest rank. Although she had a gifted domain, she was far from sufficient when facing real powerhouses. Ning Rongrong, though an auxiliary soul master, had her 7th soul skill, which replicated martial souls, along with a full set of hidden weapons, including the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus and Peacock Feather. She should be fine for self-defense. As for Zhu Zhuqing, there was no need to say more. Her original strength was not weak, and, as long as she wasn't surrounded, she would be fine. Zhenzu smiled slightly, but said nothing more. Instead, she formed hand seals, and a black gas appeared, entering the spirit stone on the black pentagram pattern. Instantly, a powerful aura emanated from the pentagram. The dense black mist quickly enveloped the entire cave. The black mist continued to spread, turning the entire Pearl Island into a massive black vortex. In this boundless sea, it resembled a black hole in the universe. Soon, the terrifying aura emitted by this black vortex attracted others who were also searching for the ancient relic mountains over the sea. On Sea God Island, inside the Sea God Hall, Poseidon, who was sitting cross-legged in seclusion, also sensed the aura emanating from the black vortex. Her brows furrowed slightly, and at the moment she stood up, she had already vanished from the spot. When she reappeared, she was already atop the highest peak of Sea God Island. At this moment, one could truly see Poseidon's appearance. Poseidon was very tall, even taller than most men, standing about 1.8 meters. She was draped in a bright red robe, and although her figure was not clearly visible, it was evident from her silhouette and stunning features that her body must be exceptional. Her beautiful face appeared to be around 30 years old, exuding an aura as tranquil as the sea. In her right hand, she held a 3-meter-long golden scepter. In truth, whether it was her appearance or her aura, nothing could compare to her eyes. Her clear blue eyes were deeper than the sea itself. Especially the sense of vicissitude within those eyes, like the deep sea, made it hard for one to gaze directly at them. High Priest. At that moment, the 7 holy pillars of Sea God Island, the 7 sons of the sea god, also appeared not far behind Poseidon. The 7 men slightly bowed to Poseidon in salute. Poseidon simply acknowledged them with a sound and turned her gaze back toward Pearl Island. High Priest, the entrance to the ancient relic mountains has opened. Should we intervene? The sea dragon Douluo stepped forward respectfully to ask Poseidon. In this sea, although these sea soul masters might not necessarily have stronger soul power than land soul masters, they possessed a natural advantage, especially Poseidon, who could be said to be invincible in this sea. Even the strongest land soul masters, Tang San and Douluo, might not gain the upper hand against her. Therefore, as long as they intervened, they would surely grasp the situation. No need. Poseidon's voice was very gentle, yet carried an irresistible authority. I can feel that this opening of the ancient relic mountains is different from the past. This time might be the end. High Priest, do you mean? Cannot say. Poseidon turned and raised her hand to stop the sea dragon Douluo from continuing, adding, what we need to do now is to observe the changes. Relay my order that as long as Sea God Island is not affected, no one on Sea God Island is allowed to intervene. Yes. The 7 men bent slightly again, respectfully replying. I hope you won't disappoint me. Poseidon once again looked toward Pearl Island, her sapphire eyes seemingly able to see through layers of obstructions, catching a glimpse of the scene inside Pearl Island, which was enveloped by the black vortex. At this moment, as the black mist spread across Pearl Island, forming a black vortex, Zhao Su and the others were also drawn into this black vortex, resembling a black hole. After each of them entered the black vortex, their soul power was instantly confined. Subsequently, their consciousness gradually became blurred. Individual consciousness, ultimately, could not withstand the combined consciousness of the gods. This was a thought that flashed through Zhao Su's mind as he completely lost consciousness. Unbeknownst to Zhao Su, after he lost consciousness, the system that had not appeared for a long time began to gradually condense a phantom in the reverse-flowing black hole of that space. A white shadow, indistinguishable as male or female, approached Zhao Su's side and extended a hand, emitting a white light, attempting to enter Zhao Su's body. However, at that moment, a red light appeared within Zhao Su's body, blocking the white light from entering his body. Chapter 134. The Enchantment of the Black Hole. Strolling birds at sea. The red light emitted from Zhao Su's body was precisely from the terrifyingly powerful red flower. Following that, the red flower manifested at Zhao Su's brow, transforming into a red blood lotus, protecting his entire body. Upon seeing this red blood lotus, the white phantom gradually revealed its true form. It was a woman, dressed in a white long gown, and even in this evil-filled black hole, she exuded a strong vitality. When she saw the red blood lotus, a slight smile appeared on her stunning face. I didn't expect you to have already hidden inside this body. As the white-clad goddess spoke, the blood lotus imprinted itself onto Zhao Su's brow. Zhao Su slowly opened his eyes, revealing deep blood-red eyes filled with endless destruction, in stark contrast to the vibrant aura of the white-clad goddess. I didn't expect that the one hidden inside him was you. I thought it was someone from the Shura God side. Would someone from the Shura God side search for the divine soul of the 9 divine dragons for you? You've always been carefree and never consider the consequences. The white-clad goddess looked at Zhao Su, her eyes containing a hint of reproach, but more concern. Wife, I'm sorry. It's all because of me that you suffered. Zhao Su stepped forward, reaching out to embrace the white-clad goddess. As long as you can return safely, what does my suffering matter? The white-clad goddess leaned in Zhao Su's embrace, filled with affection. Don't worry. This time my return is unstoppable. This body still hides another secret. Zhao Su held the white-clad goddess, leaning close to her ear and whispering, Really? Of course, otherwise why would I have chosen him? The smile on the white-clad goddess's face grew even brighter, and instead of speaking, she rewarded Zhao Su. Her soft red lips pressed against Zhao Su's, and her arms tightly wrapped around his neck. Her soft, elastic body gently twisted, fully pressing against Zhao Su. As their passion intensified, one of Zhao Su's hands climbed up a towering peak, while the other hand lingered on an unusually perky plateau. The temperature in the entire black hole, originally filled with evil and murderous intent, began to rise rapidly. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Zhao Su groggily opened his eyes. At the moment his consciousness fully returned, an incredibly beautiful spring scene appeared in his mind. Bodies intertwined, limbs woven together, as if they were trying to completely merge into each other. However, the image was not clear. Zhao Su looked around while simultaneously extending his spiritual sense. Although his soul power was suppressed to the level of a rank 70 soul sage, fortunately, his spiritual sense was not restricted. Soon, Zhao Su realized he was floating above a vast sea, drifting aimlessly without any means of support. Moreover, he was completely naked with no clothes on at all. Upon seeing his bare self, the previous image in his mind resurfaced. Zhao Su shook his head, forcing those thoughts down, and stood up on the surface of the sea. At that moment, his appearance was quite ridiculous, standing there completely naked on the water. Thankfully, there was no one else around. Otherwise, he would certainly be seen as a pervert. In fact, this was a helpless situation for Zhao Su. He had no idea why his clothes had disappeared, along with the storage jade pendant at his waist. He was truly penniless now, forced to remain naked for the time being. Furthermore, what concerned him was not his lack of clothing, but the safety of Ning Rongrong and the others. Just moments ago, his spiritual sense had swept the area, but he found no trace of Ning Rongrong or the other three. There was also no sign of Bibi Dong and the other 7. After 3 days, Zhao Su finally left that sea area and entered a primitive forest. The trees here were so large that even the smallest could be called towering giants. The tree canopies blocked out the sun, casting a cool shade over the entire forest. Zhao Su first gathered some leaves and wove them together to cover his critical areas. After drifting aimlessly at sea for 3 days, he certainly did not want to continue that in the forest. Fortunately, after entering this primitive forest, he finally saw living creatures. Although they were all low-level soul beasts, it was a sign that life existed here, and it was no longer a wasteland. Little girl, if you yield to us today, we'll spare your life. One day, after Zhao Su had eaten and drunk his fill, he lay on a tree branch, ready to rest when he heard a lewd voice not far away. Although the voice was quite sleazy, it sounded oddly familiar to Zhao Su. He had been wandering in this forest for 5 days, and it felt as if the primitive forest was endless. Even his vast spiritual sense could not fully cover the area. Besides those low-level soul beasts, he had not seen a single person. Hearing a human voice excited Zhao Su immediately. He quickly got up, his upper body bare, and his lower half covered only by a grass skirt made from leaves, presenting the image of a primitive wild man. Wang Hong, do you really want to oppose my Xinyuan family? With that lewd voice came an angry female voice. Xinyuan Qing, today you're the only one from the Xinyuan family here. As long as we leave no survivors, who will know it was us from the Wanjian sect that did it? Humph, despicable and shameless. Do you think you can kill us too, with just a few of you? When that voice came, Zhao Su's heart leaped with joy because he was too familiar with it. It was indeed Hulaina's voice. Haha, you were just an outsider. Your soul power suppressed at the rank 70 soul sage level, and you were severely injured. What do you have to fight us with? As the two sides began to fight, Zhao Su's spiritual sense had already spread out, but it was merely to gather information, and he did not use his spiritual pressure. In this ancient relic mountain, he had not yet grasped the situation and needed to keep his cards close to his chest, not letting others see his true strength. Standing with Hulaina was a woman in silver armor. Although her looks were not as stunning as Ning Rongrong and the others, she was still quite beautiful. Her martial soul was a golden longsword, somewhat similar to Zhao Su's Emperor's 7 killing sword, but lacking the powerful sword intent. There were a total of 6 individuals, and all of their martial souls were swords, but they were not 1 sword, rather 3 swords. All 6 were at the rank 70 soul sage level. However, the leader clearly surpassed rank 70. Bang! Just as it seemed Hulaina and Xianyuan Qing'er would be completely surrounded by the 6. A strangely shaped figure suddenly descended from the sky. Chapter 135. The Xianyuan clan, Xianyuan Qing'er kid. Do you think you were very arrogant? After landing, Zhao Su struck a pose he thought was cool, looking at Hulaina and then turning his gaze to the people from the Wanjian sect. When Hulaina saw Zhao Su appear in such a manner, she was initially stunned, then she breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across her face. Zhao Su's appearance made Hulaina realize she was safe. Who are you? The leader of the Wanjian sect, named Wang Hong, narrowed his eyes upon seeing Zhao Su. He quickly retreated, warily asking Zhao Su, "Just remember, in your next life, be a good person and don't be so sleazy. That's enough. I fear you won't remember more." As soon as Zhao Su's words fell, a long sword fell from the sky, and before the 6 could react, their heads were severed from their bodies. Ding! Detected disappearing soul power. Do you wish to absorb it? At the moment Wang Hong and the others fell, the long-lost voice of the system reappeared. This time, although the system's voice was still mechanical and devoid of emotion, Zhao Su felt a slight difference, though he couldn't pinpoint what was different. However, He didn't think too much and directly chose to absorb it. Being able to absorb soul power and convert it into energy value meant the system shop had restarted, allowing him to exchange for spirit herbs and items again. Due to the loss of his jade pendant soul guide, Zhao Su was in urgent need of these things. Zhao Su, what kind of look is that? Seeing Zhao Su easily kill Wang Hong and the others with just a wave of his hand. Both Hulaina and Xianyuan Qing'er looked at him in shock and confusion, as if they were looking at a fool, but with smiles on their faces. Don't mention it. When I woke up, I was lying naked on the sea, and my clothes and soul guide were gone. As Zhao Su spoke, he walked over to Wang Hong's corpse and quickly stripped off his clothes, putting them on at lightning speed. Although they didn't fit perfectly, they were much better than the grass skirt that barely covered his important parts. You woke up at sea? Yeah. Where did you wake up? Your clothes didn't disappear too, did they? Zhao Su glanced at Hulaina's ample bosom as he spoke. I wasn't unconscious. I fell directly into this forest. But like you, I was alone at first. 3 days ago, I met Qing. By the way, let me introduce you. This is the saintess of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Qing'er. Xianyuan family? So your martial soul, just now, was the Xianyuan sword? Elder, you know about my Xianyuan family's inherited martial soul, the Xianyuan sword? Upon hearing Zhao Su mention the Xianyuan sword, Xianyuan Qing'er lowered her attitude toward Zhao Su, even addressing him as elder. Zhao Su was somewhat puzzled and casually replied, I know about the Xianyuan sword. Is there anything curious about it? Your ancestor must be the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, right? Indeed, senior. Do you know the ancestor of the Xianyuan family? Very well. Shao Su smelled mysteriously of Xianyuan Qing'er. In fact, what Zhao Su said was not a lie. Although he had never met the Xianyuan Huangdi, as a descendant of Huaxia, he was still quite familiar with him. However, Zhao Su did not expect to encounter the descendants of Xianyuan Huangdi in this world. Hulaina looked at Xianyuan Qing'er with admiration in her eyes as she gazed at Zhao Su. She couldn't help but smile, but did not expose Zhao Su. By the way, who were those people just now? Why were they trying to kill you? Zhao Su and the others found a place to sit down and then asked Xianyuan Qing'er. The leader is called Wang Hong, and he is one of the stronger disciples among the third generation of the swordplay sect, with an actual soul power level that has reached the realm of an 83rd level soul Douluo. In this ancient relic mountain, do you native residents also have your soul power compressed? That's right, whenever the ancient relic mountain opens, a pressure from the gods descends for 2 years, suppressing everyone's level to the realm of a 70th level soul saint. However, those with exceptional talent can increase their soul power under the pressure of the gods. But it is very difficult, so that's how it is. After listening to Xianyuan Qing'er's explanation, Zhao Su understood somewhat. In fact, the pressure from the gods seems to suppress everyone's soul power, but also allows everyone to cultivate under this pressure. It enables them to break through their limits more quickly and reach the highest levels. It seems that the gods' conspiracy is not just to absorb the souls of soul masters for themselves, ensuring they remain at their peak. There must be other schemes. What about the 10,000 Sword Sect? The 10,000 Sword Sect has always been a sworn enemy of my Xianyuan family. This time, they took advantage of the hunting trial of various clans to secretly attack our Xianyuan family. In fact, Zhao Su was not interested in the grievances between the Xianyuan family and the 10,000 Sword Sect. After all, these people might become his enemies one day. Originally, the hunting trials of the native sects and families in the ancient relic mountain were meant to hunt down outsiders like them. Miss Xianyuan, I have other important matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you, Zhao Su said, giving Hulaina a glance, preparing to leave. He needed to find Ning Rongrong and the others as soon as possible. Otherwise, if too much time passed, unexpected things might happen. Hulaina naturally understood Zhao Su's intention and also cupped her fist to Xianyuan Qing'er, saying, Miss Qing'er, we shall meet again. Seeing Hulaina and Zhao Su about to leave, Xianyuan Qing'er's eyes flashed with hesitation, but then suddenly became resolute, as if she had made a decision. Senior, please wait. Xianyuan Qing'er quickly got up, called out to Zhao Su and Hulaina, and hurriedly knelt down before them, under their puzzled gazes. Miss Qing'er, what are you doing? Please, senior, help save my Xianyuan clan. Ding. The Xianyuan clan was the child of destiny that dominated one era. Although their fortune has now declined, they are not comparable to ordinary sects. Before Zhao Su could speak, the system's voice appeared. This time, Zhao Su could clearly feel that the system's voice was different from before. It was no longer mechanical, but carried a bit of emotion. Child of destiny? What does that mean? Zhao Su thought and inquired of the system. Each continent is regarded as an independent world, and within a certain sect or family in each world, There will be a child of destiny who carries the natural aura of heaven and earth. Not only do they cultivate at an astonishing speed, but they will also become rulers at a certain stage. So that means the Xianyuan family is that family of destiny. That's right. Although Xianyuan Huangdi has passed away, the aura of destiny still protects the Xianyuan family. Gaining this aura of destiny would be immensely beneficial for you. Hearing this, Zhao Su nodded, and it was clear that he had already made plans. However, he still showed a troubled expression towards the Xianyuan Qing'er and kneeling before him. I am merely an outsider. I may not have the power to save your Xianyuan family. No, Senior, you can, Xianyuan Qing'er said as she took out an ancient book from the Soul Guide on her wrist. This is the Book of Chaos left by our Xianyuan clan's ancestor before leaving. The Book of Chaos contains a prophecy that our Xianyuan clan will rise again because of a young man. Chapter 136, Ancient Relic Mountain, the Three Upper Sects. The Book of Chaos? Zhao Su said as he took the Book of Chaos that Xianyuan Qing'er handed over. There were no words on the Book of Chaos, only complex and intricate drawings. On the last page of this book was a human figure. It seemed to be a self-portrait. The person stood on a mountaintop, facing away and gazing into the distance, making it impossible to see their face. However, the person's attire resembled that of a primitive wild man, with bare arms and a simple grass skirt. Yet, even in such a state, one could still feel that this person exuded a powerful aura. Even just on paper, one could sense the imposing presence of a ruler. I believe that the young man mentioned in the Book of Chaos left by the ancestor is you, Senior. Just because of my appearance? Not just the appearance, but also the extraordinary aura emanating from you is just like the prophecy left by the ancestor. Zhao Su found Xianyuan Qing'er's words quite flattering. He lightly coughed, placed his hands behind his back, and pretended to be a transcendent figure. You're still young, yet your vision is quite discerning. Since that is the case, I will help you this once. Thank you, Senior. Xianyuan Qing'er felt delighted and hurriedly bowed her head to Zhao Su again. Get up, Zhao Su said as he returned the Book of Chaos to Xianyuan Qing'er. After all, he was going to the Xianyuan family to look for that aura of destiny. It would be better to do them a favor in the process. Perhaps he could also leverage the influence of the Xianyuan family to find Ning Rongrong and the others. After all, the more allies, the better the chances. Under Xianyuan Qing'er's guidance, the three of them quickly exited the primitive forest. At the same time, through Xianyuan Qing, Zhao Su learned about the top forces currently within the ancient relic mountain. Similar to the top sects of the Douluo continent, there are 7 major sects, which are the 3 upper sects and the 4 lower sects. Additionally, there is a sea overlord on the ocean known as the 10,000 Sacred Dragon Palace. The master of the Dragon Palace is named Shi Yao, and the most crucial point is that Shi Yao's martial soul is an ancient white dragon. This instantly piqued Zhao Su's interest. The 9 divine dragons guarding the realm currently have no leads on the white and black dragons. Perhaps unexpected results could be achieved in the ancient relic mountain. Moreover, while the system could not confirm it, it suggested to Zhao Su that the master of the 10,000 Sacred Dragon Palace, Shi Yao, with her ancient white dragon martial soul, is very likely the white dragon among the 9 divine dragons. The 3 upper sects are the Buddhist sect, the Tao sect, and the Divine Hall. The Buddhist sect's inherited martial soul consists of various Buddha images and arhats. The martial soul of the Buddhist master is even a 10-foot golden Buddha image. The Tao sect's martial soul is much simpler, being an innate 8 trigrams diagram, which harmonizes with the way of heaven and can harness the natural power of heaven and earth. The martial soul of the Divine Hall is similar to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect's 7-treasure glazed tile tower, belonging to the auxiliary type of martial soul. It is the sacred compass of Qi Min Dunjia. Not only does it have the same auxiliary capabilities as the 7-treasure glazed tile tower, but it can also glimpse the secrets of heaven. Most importantly, the sacred compass of Qi Min Dunjia is perfect and without flaws. Unlike the 7-treasure glazed tile tower, besides the 3 upper sects, the strength of the 4 lower sects should not be underestimated, among which are the Xianyuan family and the 10,000 Sword sect. The Xianyuan clan has already fallen from grace. Although it still ranks among the lower 4 sects, its prestige has diminished significantly. Moreover, both the Xianyuan clan and the Wanjian sect possess sword martial souls, with the Xianyuan clan historically suppressing the latter. Given the opportunity to completely eradicate the Xianyuan clan, the Wanjian sect naturally would not let it pass. After leaving the primordial forest, Xianyuan Qing'er rented a carriage in a nearby town and headed towards the direction of the Xianyuan family. The Xianyuan family, like the Wanjian sect, is located within Longxing City. 6 days later, Zhao Su and his companions finally arrived at Longxing City. Why do I feel that the citizens of Longxing City are somewhat strange? Hulaina, looking out the carriage window at the oddly staring citizens on the street, remarked to Zhao Su. The Xianyuan family is in trouble. Zhao Su, who had been leaning against the carriage and closing his eyes, opened them and said to Xianyuan Qing. Upon entering the city, Zhao Su sensed a pervasive aura of slaughter throughout the entire city, prompting him to extend his spiritual sense over Longxing City. At that moment, a fierce battle was unfolding in the Xianyuan family courtyard at the easternmost part of Longxing City. As the carriage sped towards the Xianyuan family courtyard, the sounds of combat became audible, and it was evident that no one dared approach the vicinity of the Xianyuan family courtyard. From Xianyuan Qing, Zhao Su learned that there were no law enforcers in any city within the ancient relic mountains. Survival here depended entirely on the strength of one's fists, even for ordinary people. However, there are many cities where powerful sects or families exist, and those sects would establish rules. But such cases are rare. Most belong to the era of primal jungle laws. In the main courtyard of the Xianyuan family, 9 elders stood with swords drawn, surrounding a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe with a golden long sword floating behind him. Xianyuan Cheng, hand over the Xianyuan sword that carries the luck of the Xianyuan family, and I will spare you and everyone in your family today. Otherwise, I will make you watch as they die one by one before your eyes. The speaker was an old man in white robes, with white hair and a youthful face, his gaze cruel and vicious. As he spoke, he grabbed a Xianyuan family disciple who had already been subdued and directly killed him with his sword. Wang Changsheng, let's talk. If you have the ability to deal with the younger generation, come at me. Xianyuan Cheng roared, and the Xianyuan sword martial soul behind him instantly radiated a powerful golden light as he grasped the sword's hilt and slashed towards Wang Changsheng. Bang! However, before he could get close to Wang Changsheng, 2 of the 9 elders had already acted, their 3 swords floating around them, completely protecting them. The 2 simultaneously kicked Xianyuan Cheng, sending him flying to the ground, significantly dimming the golden light of his martial soul. Xianyuan Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to prop himself up with his sword, barely managing to stand. He looked at Wang Changsheng and the 9 elders of the Wanjian sect, knowing that he was doomed today. He resolved that even if he were to die, he would take Wang Changsheng down with him, or at the very least, heavily injure him. Just as Xianyuan Cheng made up his mind to self-destruct, a long sword imbued with supreme sword intent descended from the sky. A figure appeared before Xianyuan Cheng, clad in silver armor. It was Xianyuan Qing'er. Uncle, you take a rest. Leave these people to me, Xianyuan Qing'er said to Xianyuan Cheng, then looked at the corpses of the Xianyuan family disciples scattered on the ground and the few captured Xianyuan family members not far away, her eyes filled with anger. Ha! How ridiculous! A little girl like you dares to boast. One of the 2 who had just attacked Xianyuan Cheng looked at Xianyuan Qing'er with disdain and contempt. He snorted coldly, and a powerful pressure surged towards Xianyuan Qing'er. This man was the 5th elder of the Wanjian sect, and Wang Hong was his beloved grandson. Wang Hong had mentioned more than once that he liked Xianyuan Qing'er, and the elder had always remembered what his precious grandson desired. Chapter 137, Wanjian sect. Not so impressive, the 5th elder of the Wanjian sect wanted to capture Xianyuan Qing'er and present her to his grandson, so he did not directly attack her. Instead, he intended for her to submit under his pressure. However, the elder was unaware that his precious grandson had already died and might currently be waiting in line for reincarnation. Moreover, he would never have imagined that he himself would soon meet his end. Although these elders of the Wanjian sect were also subjected to the suppression of the divine while during this special period, they still possessed the strength of an 80-level soul, Douluo, with Wang Changsheng having reached the rank of title Douluo. The Xianyuan family, on the other hand, had failed to produce any title Douluo-level experts under the pressure of the divine will. This led Wang Changsheng to decide that it was time to eliminate the Xianyuan family and seize the Xianyuan divine sword that carried the luck of the Xianyuan clan. Once they obtained the Xianyuan divine sword, utilizing its divine will and hidden luck, the Wanjian sect might soon join the ranks of the top 3 sects, becoming the true rulers of the ancient relic mountains. However, they overlooked the emperor's 7-kill sword that floated above everyone's heads, radiating supreme sword intent. Even Wang Changsheng felt the difference from the Xianyuan sword martial soul, yet he did not take it to heart. Upon sensing the pressure from the 5th elder, Xuanyuan King meinet unfatzit. Instead, she summoned the emperor's 7-kill sword, which floated behind her. With a disdainful smile, she said to the fifth elder of the Wanjian sect, "Now it's my turn." As soon as Xianyuan Qing'er finished speaking, the Emperor's 7-kill sword began to rapidly split, transforming into 36 heavenly gang swords. It did not merely target the fifth elder, but aimed at all the members of the Wanjian sect present in the courtyard. When the supreme sword intent of the Emperor's 7-kill sword locked onto them, each person's heart filled with a sense of impending death. They all realized they had been careless. However, even knowing they had been negligent, it was already too late. With their soul power, they could not possibly block the 36 heavenly gang sword formation of the Emperor's 7-kill sword. In the blink of an eye, except for Wang Changsheng, who barely managed to defend against one strike, but suffered severe injuries, the other 9 elders and all disciples had perished. Impossible. How can you be so strong? Wang Changsheng half knelt on the ground, his soul power rapidly dissipating, his chest heaving as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Oomph. Wang Changsheng, today I will take your life to avenge my parents, my elder brother, and all the clan members who died at the hands of your Wanjian sect. No, Xianyuan girl, as long as you spare me, I, Wang Changsheng, and the entire Wanjian sect will be your Xianyuan clan's servants in the future. In the face of death, dignity seemed worthless. Feeling the supreme sword intent, he found that he had no thoughts of resistance, only wanting to survive. What kind of person you are, Wang Changsheng, I am well aware of. A treacherous and cunning villain. Qing'er, kill him. Although Xianyuan Cheng, who was also injured and sitting on the steps, was surprised by Xianyuan Qing'er's transformation. He clearly sensed that the long sword was not the Xianyuan sword martial soul. However, this was not the time for detailed inquiries. Pointing at Wang Changsheng, he called out to Xianyuan Qing'er. Wang Changsheng knew that his enmity with the Xianyuan family ran deep, and he could not rely on pity to save his life. He could only fight back, risking his irreparable injuries to summon his martial soul, the 3-star sword. His 7th soul ring lit up, and the 3 swords fused into one. A gigantic light sword appeared, slashing towards Xianyuan Qing'er. Wang Changsheng could not believe that Xianyuan Qing'er had become so powerful in just a few months. In his mind, Xianyuan Qing'er must have obtained some treasure, which allowed her to unexpectedly kill 9 elders and severely injure him. Therefore, Wang Changsheng wanted to kill Xianyuan Qing'er with all his might, thinking that he could survive. As long as he was alive, the swordplay sect would not be finished, and there would still be a chance for a comeback. However, he did not expect that Xianyuan Qing'er had obtained a treasure, but that treasure was a person. When the light sword struck towards Xianyuan Qing'er, Zhao Su, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally appeared. He had been hiding because he was unsure of the combat power of the title Douluo in this ancient relic mountain, especially during this special period when soul power was suppressed. Now it seemed it was not that impressive after all, since he never intended to let Wang Changsheng escape. There was no need to hide anymore. Zhao Su's principle had always been to eliminate the root of the problem, leaving no future troubles for himself. You are too weak. How can you still learn from others to destroy their clan? With Zhao Su's appearance, a massive hand emerged, directly crushing Wang Changsheng. As the giant hand crushed Wang Changsheng, it transformed his titled Douluo's soul power into energy value and absorbed all his memories. Among Wang Changsheng's memories, Zhao Su was unexpectedly surprised to find memories related to the sea god. The reason Wang Changsheng was able to reach title Douluo, despite the suppression of the will of the gods, seemed to be because the sea god had left a trace of divine intent within him. This caught Zhao Su off guard. However, just as that divine intent was rapidly disappearing, the system made its move. A layer of green light emerged on the giant hand, grasping the disappearing divine intent of the sea god and completely erasing it. After the sea god's divine intent was obliterated by the system, far away on a small island in the middle of the ocean, the sea god, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed that his divine intent had been obliterated. From the power that erased his divine intent, the sea god felt a massive vitality. In this overwhelming vitality, he had already realized who the opponent was. A cold smile, full of conspiracy, appeared on the sea god's still handsome face. Then at the moment he stood up, he took a step forward. Be careful next time. When crushing others, check first if there are any taboos within them. After erasing the sea god's divine intent, the massive hand also disappeared. Then Zhao Su heard the voice of the system echoing in his mind. The changes in the system over these days had become increasingly apparent. Zhao Su did not respond to the system's words, but the corners of his mouth lifted in a smile as he turned to Xianyuan Chen. We must eradicate the root. gather manpower, and take this opportunity to destroy the swordplay sect. Although Zhao Su spoke casually, it was filled with killing intent in the ears of Xianyuan Cheng and Xianyuan Qing'er. However, for the Xianyuan family at this time, it was also the only choice. Soon, under Xianyuan Qing'er's call, the remaining disciples of the Xianyuan family, led by Xianyuan Qing'er, charged towards the swordplay sect in Longxing City. After this night, the ancient relic mountain would no longer have the swordplay sect. Longxing City had completely become a city controlled by the Xianyuan family, and everyone in Longxing City had to obey the rules of the Xianyuan family. Senior, good news. One day, Zhao Su was drinking tea in the backyard of the Xianyuan family when Xianyuan Cheng ran overexcitedly and said to Zhao Su, "Our Xianyuan family's disciples in external trials have reported that they discovered a girl with a 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda in the trial area." Where? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su suddenly became excited. He had been searching for the whereabouts of Ning Rongrong and the others for days, but had no clues. Feeling extremely anxious. Now, there was finally a lead. As long as it was someone with a 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul, it must be Ning Rongrong. Chapter 138. The joint pursuit order of the 3 great sects near the Northern Sea area, along with the time it took for the news to return. It should not exceed 3 days. After spending time together, Xianyuan Cheng had increasingly come to trust Zhao Su, truly considering him a hidden master. Although he knew that Zhao Su was an outsider and that the forces of the ancient relic mountain were hostile to outsiders, he still treated Zhao Su as a guest of honor, complying with him in everything. What about her situation now? It is said that she has been taken as a foster daughter by the master of the Divine Hall, the ancient Jiran, and is now the saintess of the Divine Hall, so you don't need to worry about her safety. That's good. Hearing this, Zhao Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. After these days, Zhao Su had naturally learned about all the forces within the ancient relic mountain, including the ancient Jiran. As the master of the Divine Hall of the 3 great sects, his level had long reached the realm of a 99th level super Douluo. He was known as one of the strongest in the ancient relic mountain alongside the leaders of the Buddhist and Taoist sections. However, unlike the ancient Jiran, the Buddha and the Taoist leader, he did not have such great ambitions. Every time the ancient relic mountain was opened, the Divine Hall rarely acted to hunt down outsiders. Unless someone attacked them, Divine Hall disciples generally would not take action. But that did not mean the Divine Hall was weak. It was said that within the Divine Hall, there was the sacred compass of the Chimen Duanjia left by one of the ancient gods, the Divine Calculation Emperor. As long as the ancient Jiran did not leave the Divine Hall and retreat to the Divine Calculation Mountain, even the will of the gods could not harm him. Therefore, the ancient Jiran almost never left the secluded place of the Divine Calculation Mountain. After receiving the news of Ning Rongrong, Zhao Su could not wait for a moment. That day, he left Longxing City with Hu Laina, heading toward the Northern Sea area. Originally, Xianyuan Cheng wanted Xianyuan Qing'er to follow Zhao Su and obey his orders. But Zhao Su rejected it. Zhao Su did not want to have too much contact with the forces of the ancient relic mountain. He saved the Xianyuan family, and the Xianyuan family helped him find news about Ning Rongrong, which could be considered a mutual favor, leaving them even. Even if he encountered people from the Xianyuan family and became enemies, he would never show mercy. Why don't you let Xianyuan Qing'er come with us? On the rapidly moving carriage, Hu Laina asked Zhao Su, somewhat puzzled. Xianyuan Qing'er, as the future head of the Xianyuan family, holds considerable weight in the ancient relic mountain. It would be easier to resolve issues than for the 2 of us outsiders. Zhao Su leaned against the carriage, slowly opening his previously closed eyes, and continued. In the ancient relic mountain, do not develop feelings for anyone. It is very dangerous for you. Also, do not completely trust anyone. Can I trust you, believe in you? Hu Laina, who was originally sitting opposite Zhao Su, suddenly got up and sat beside Zhao Su. I meant for those within the ancient relic mountain, not including me. You can completely trust me. If that's the case, then I have nothing to worry about. Hu Laina said casually, resting her head on Zhao Su's shoulder and closing her eyes. As Zhao Su and Hu Laina headed towards the Northern Sea area, it was unknown who spread a message, and various forces received a portrait. The person in the portrait was Zhao Su. It was said that Zhao Su was the first magic body of all time, harboring an unparalleled great demon within him. Once the demon within him awakened, it would be a devastating blow to the ancient relic mountain. All 3 great sects jointly issued a pursuit order for Zhao Su. Anyone who kills Zhao Su can freely choose any sect from the 3 upper sects to become an elder. Additionally, they will be rewarded with 2 soul bones. Upon hearing this news, everyone began to go crazy, frantically searching for Zhao Su's whereabouts. At this moment, the protagonist Zhao Su was still in the dark, on his way to the northern sea area. One day, Zhao Su and Hulaina arrived at the sea city where they met Ning Rongrong from the Xinyuan family. After a long journey, the two were feeling a bit tired. Once they entered the city, they first looked for a restaurant to get something to eat. Why do I feel like everyone is looking at you? In the restaurant, as Zhao Su and Hulaina had just found a place to sit, Hulaina felt countless eyes staring in their direction. Moreover, the focus of attention was not on her beauty, but on Zhao Su. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Zhao Su didn't mind, touched his face, and said with a narcissistic expression. In fact, after entering the sea city, the system had already alerted Zhao Su, sensing a strong killing intent. Moreover, there were at least 3 title Douluo inside this sea city who were not restrained by the will of the gods. Are you still smiling at this point? Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? What's the use of being afraid? Since I'm here, I'll just enjoy it. Let us fill our stomachs first, Zhao Su said, waving to the waiter to order food. After about 10 minutes, when the food hadn't arrived yet, someone could no longer hold back. 2 strong middle-aged men walked towards Zhao Su, one of them coldly staring at Zhao Su and asking, "Are you Zhao Su?" "Yes." "I am Zhao Su." "Then it's you. Attack." With a roar from the muscular man, the sea turtle martial soul instantly appeared. Its limbs began to retract, and a hard turtle shell emerged on its back. The shortened front claws held a sharp spike, charging towards Zhao Su at high speed. At the same time, all the people in the restaurant revealed their martial souls and rushed towards Zhao Su one after another. These people's soul power was not particularly high. The strongest among them was the sea turtle, but it was only at the level of a 50-something soul king. Seeking death? Then don't blame me. This time, Zhao Su did not use the Emperor's 7-killing sword, but instead used the sky-devouring spirit cat martial soul, which he hadn't used for a long time. Moreover, the sky-devouring spirit cat completely detached from Zhao Su's body. Originally only the size of a kitten, the sky-devouring spirit cat rapidly grew larger, eventually becoming over 4 meters long, a body even larger than a tiger. Its blood-red eyes emitted a glow that devoured souls as it charged towards the people in the restaurant. Like a tiger entering a sheep pen, in just a few minutes, it had devoured all those people completely. At the moment when they were swallowed by the sky-devouring spirit cat, not only were their soul powers converted, but their memories were also extracted. At this point, Zhao Su finally understood why these people recognized him and wanted his life. It seemed that some god had made a move. At this moment, the sky-devouring spirit cat had shrunk back to the size of a kitten, jumping onto the table and affectionately rubbing against Zhao Su's hand. What does this mean? Hulaina asked Zhao Su with a puzzled expression. Zhao Su did not elaborate, but transmitted the key information he had just gathered to Hulaina. Are we in danger now? After receiving Zhao Su's transmitted information, Hulaina frowned at Zhao Su, feeling somewhat worried. When we entered the ancient relic mountain, we came with a mindset to train if it's not dangerous. How can we train? Zhao Su did not care about the joint hunting order from the 3 upper sects. Anyway, they came to the ancient relic mountain for training. And as long as they don't die, the more intense the danger, the better. That is easy to say, but now everyone knows what you look like. That is not a good thing for us. It doesn't matter. Didn't the joint hunting order say that there's a demon hidden inside me? Then I'll just act like a demon and fulfill their wishes. A hint of red light flashed in Zhao Su's eyes, and a charming smile appeared on his face. This smile made Hulaina feel a bit unfamiliar. In fact, after seeing Zhao Su again in the ancient relic mountain, Hulaina had sensed something different about him, but she couldn't pinpoint what was different. Now, this feeling was becoming increasingly strong. "Boss, serve the food," Zhao Su shouted at the boss, who was standing at the counter, watching as all the guests disappeared within just a few minutes without leaving a trace of blood. Although the boss was also a soul master, he understood that Zhao Su was not someone he could handle. Moreover, he didn't want to become an elder of the 3 upper sects. He just wanted to do business honestly. So upon hearing Zhao Su's shout, he quickly put on a smile, agreed, and turned around to urge the kitchen to serve the food loudly. "Boss, have you seen a girl with the 9-treasure glazed tile in this sea city?" After Zhao Su had eaten enough, he finally looked at the boss, who had been standing at the counter looking at them. Upon hearing Zhao Su's question, the boss hurried over to Zhao Su's side, thought for a moment, and said, "Are you asking about the Saintess of the Divine Hall?" "Yes." "Do you know where she is now?" The boss looked a bit hesitant, seemingly troubled. Zhao Su took out a 1,000-year-old ginseng king from his wrist soul guide and placed it on the table. "This ginseng is my token of appreciation for you. Seeing the faintly fragrant thousand-year-old ginseng king, the boss's eyes nearly popped out. How can I accept this? Though the boss said this, his hands were very honest, quickly taking the thousand-year-old ginseng king and hurriedly saying, as far as I know, the saintess of the Divine Hall is an outsider. Although she is protected by people from the Divine Hall, she has also been targeted by some. Who has targeted her? People from the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect. I don't know their exact whereabouts, but I think they must have gone to the Northern Sea area by now. What are they going there for? I heard that a massive waterfall that seems to have fallen from the sky has appeared in the Northern Sea area. It seems to be a passage connecting to the outside world. Thank you, boss. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he took out a bag of gold soul coins as payment for the meal. Then Zhao Su and Hulaina left the restaurant, preparing to head to the Northern Sea area. In the ancient relic mountain, the sea was not fully connected, but was divided into 5 sea areas: east, west, south, north, plus the central sea area where the Wanxing Dragon Palace is located. The sea tribes do not fight among themselves like those on land. All sea tribes obey the orders of the Wanxing Dragon Palace and the White Dragon Douluo. Before the will of the gods descended, all land soul masters were not allowed to enter the territories of the 5 seas without the permission of the Wanxing Dragon Palace. However, since the will of the gods descended this time, not only the Wanxing Dragon Palace, but also the other 4 sea tribes did not appear, tacitly allowing land soul masters to enter the sea. Perhaps this was also related to the entrance to the ancient relic mountain appearing on the sea. Search. Just as Zhao Su and Hulaina walked out of the restaurant, someone attacked them, shooting dozens of steel needles at Zhao Su and Hulaina. However, the source of these steel needles could not be seen with the naked eye. Humph, a coward who doesn't even dare to show his face. Killing you would dirty my hands. Zhao Su snorted coldly, standing still as dozens of steel needles changed direction and shot towards the crowd not far away. It was not aimed at a specific person, but was an indiscriminate attack. In an instant, dozens of people fell to the ground, losing consciousness without even a drop of blood. At the same time, a middle-aged man in black clothing turned to flee. At that moment, Hulaina made her move, merging her fox spirit with her martial soul, and leaped like a real fox, blocking the man's escape route. Who gave you those hidden weapons? The man had just used the steel needles against her and Zhao Su, which were launched from the dragon whisker needles. A total of 36 steel needles, each coated with deadly poison. What hidden weapons? I don't know what you're talking about. Looking at the short sword pressed against his neck, the man showed some fear, but still stubbornly replied. With a swift motion, Hulaina did not waste any more words and directly struck his throat with the short sword. Then she kicked him towards Zhao Su's direction. Zhao Su naturally understood Hulaina's intention. He absorbed the man's memories. Interesting. Zhao Su smiled, but there was a hint of killing intent in his smile. Is it Tang San? That's right. It seems I underestimated Tang San. As he spoke, Zhao Su transmitted the memories to Hulaina. Tang San truly possessed the fate of a protagonist. His luck and power were even stronger than that of a child of destiny. After arriving at the ancient relic mountain, although their team members had scattered, they quickly gathered again. While Tang San had the fate of a protagonist and good luck, Zhao Su believed that someone was secretly aiding Tang San from behind. As for who that person was, it was still unknown. At the same time, Tang San, using hidden weapons and a Shantian skill as a basis, had even subdued a sect called the Wandu sect for his own use, assassinating those outsiders. Tang San's goal was simple: to monopolize all opportunities within the ancient relic mountain. After arriving at the ancient relic mountain, Tang San had completely revealed his ambitions and greedy nature. He was cruel and ruthless, showing no mercy in his actions. Was the person who issued your bounty also orchestrated by Tang San? It shouldn't be. Zhao Su thought for a moment and continued. Tang San probably doesn't have the ability to mobilize the entire upper 3 sects. Then who could it be? Don't worry, we will know soon. Just remember, Tang San is not our final enemy. Our real opponent will be much more difficult to deal with than him. Hulaina seemed to understand something and quickly followed Zhao Su, saying, Are you saying? Not to say, but since the opponent has already taken action, our opportunity has come. We just hope he doesn't hold back. Zhao Su revealed a faint smile, speaking to Hulaina with deeper meaning. But do you really have the confidence to deal with all the forces within the ancient relic mountain? Although Zhao Su was quite unconcerned, Hulaina felt a strong sense of worry in her heart. Even if they all gathered, there were only 13 people, aside from Zhao Su and Bibi Dong. The rest could barely restrain a sole dual-level expert. However, behind all the forces of the ancient relic mountain were gods. And not just one god. She truly worried if they could handle it. Chapter 140. Being pursued, peacocks spread their feathers. Don't worry, they have gods behind them, but we may not be without support. Zhao Su only said this and did not elaborate further. In fact, whether it was humans or gods, war would only occur when there was an opponent. Without an opponent, there would be no war. The same goes for the gods. Since there are gods behind Tang San, there will naturally be other gods opposing the ones behind him. Therefore, Zhao Su was not worried. He just needed to act boldly. Moreover, Zhao Su still had his own trump cards. Above the northern sea, 2 men and 2 women were being pursued. Ning Rongrong, you all go ahead. I'll hold them off. The one speaking was Zhu Zhuqing. With a cat-like cry, she rushed into the crowd pursuing them. Zhuqing, don't engage with them. As long as we retreat to the area of the Divine Calculation Mountain, they won't dare to act further. Ning Rongrong's right hand was dragging a treasure tower radiating colorful light, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing in a protective glow to amplify her power. Beside them were 2 others, dressed in black robes, with a divine compass of mysterious arts hovering above their heads. As the compass spun, alternating black and white light radiated, not only amplifying Zhu Zhuqing with the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, but also enhancing their power while calculating the best escape route. Although 3 of the 4 were top-tier support martial souls, only Zhu Zhuqing was a battle soul saint. Even with powerful amplifications, it could not withstand the seemingly endless attackers. Boom! At the junction of the Northern Sea and the Divine Calculation Mountain, a powerful aura swept over the attackers. For a moment, everyone came to a halt under this overwhelming pressure. Everyone, beyond this point, is the territory of my Divine Calculation Mountain. Those who trespass will die. The speaker was a young man in white, appearing to be just over 20 years old, standing on a peak. A golden divine compass of mysterious arts hovered above his head. Ancient Revival, are you really going to protect these 2 outsiders? A man with a terrifying scar across his face, shouldering a large knife and exuding a domineering aura, stepped forward. It was clear that although he was wary of Ancient Revival, he was not afraid of him. Thus, he was the first to speak, directly turning the focus onto the 2 outsiders, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. I don't know what outsiders are. I only know that they are my friends. Friends of my divine hall. Ancient Revival said with a calm expression on his handsome face. I think your divine hall has ulterior motives. Someone in the crowd said again, though he remained hidden and did not reveal himself. That's right. All outsiders should be the prey of everyone in the ancient Relic Mountain. Why should your divine hall monopolize them? If you disagree, then enter the Divine Calculation Mountain, and we can discuss it further. Ancient Revival did not want to continue engaging with them. He signaled to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to enter the area of the Divine Calculation Mountain. The Divine Calculation Mountain connected with the Northern Sea, and even if they were only 1 step away, would not count as entering the Divine Calculation Mountain. Bang! Just as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were about to cross into the territory of the Divine Calculation Mountain, several black chess pieces fell from the sky. The pieces fell into a tricky position, not landing within the Divine Calculation Mountain's range, but blocking all the escape routes to it. Brothers, they are blocked by the 5 elements flags. Kill. The scar-faced man shouted, charging first towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Hundreds of people behind him surged forward as well. At this moment, within the ancient Relic Mountain, not only was there Zhao Su's bounty, but also Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and all the members of the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall. It could be said that everyone was already on the bounty list. Although the reward was not as generous as Zhao Su's, it was still a fortune enough for them to squander their entire lives. Therefore, everyone wanted a share of the pie. Standing on the peak, Ancient Revival watched all of this with a grim expression. Since Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had not entered the Divine Calculation Mountain, he could not take action. But those 5-element flags completely blocked the last step into the Divine Calculation Mountain, leaving him momentarily unsure of what to do. Ancient Revival is the young master of the Divine Hall, the only son of Ancient Silence, and was extremely doted on as he was a child born late in life. Although he has an exceptionally high talent, with the Sacred Compass martial soul of the Mysterious Gate that evolved into a golden sacred compass from birth, his future is limitless. However, living in a sheltered environment for many years has made him indecisive, wasting such a good talent. Brothers, leave that little wildcat to me. I want to have some fun. Scarface, you wish. I'll have my fun first. From the crowd, a series of lewd laughs erupted. Although Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were strong and could handle these useless people easily, the sheer number of opponents was overwhelming. Various martial souls caused their soul power to deplete rapidly. Their faces gradually turned pale, yet they still did not want to give up, wanting to persevere. Puff! Zhu Zhuqing was struck hard on the back by a large iron hammer, staggering and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tower first emitted a restorative light, then a white glow enveloped Zhu Zhuqing. The 9 treasure glazed tower in Ning Rongrong's right hand began to transform, letting out a cat's cry. It turned into Zhu Zhuqing's yin-yang spirit cat. Standing in front of her, Rongrong, don't worry about me, just go. No, Brother Su isn't here, I'll protect you. Ning Rongrong said, her eyes firm, and she exchanged a glance with Zhu Zhuqing. Their thoughts were in sync. Each held a blue circular device in their hands, the king of hidden weapons, the peacock feather. Little girl, will you choose to die quickly if you come with us? Scarface saw that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were at the end of their strength and became increasingly arrogant. He stepped forward, ready to take them down. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, the peacock feather in Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's hands emitted a blue glow, and simultaneously, the peacock spread its tail, producing a loud phoenix cry. Beneath the incredibly beautiful peacock display, countless death silver needles shot out. Scarface was the first to be struck, instantly turned into a porcupine and killed. Those behind him suffered heavy casualties under the peacock feather. Devilish women, they are devilish women. Charge forward and crush them to pieces, go. As they watched their companions fall one by one, the onlookers were momentarily stunned before erupting in rage. Someone shouted. They roared and charged towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing once again. By now, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but admire these people. They truly were unafraid of death. However, as they prepared to face their demise, they also had a grand gift ready for them. A beautifully shaped lotus appeared in their hands. Chapter 141. Predicting the heavenly secrets, great calamity approaches boom. Just as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing held hands tightly, ready to unleash the Buddha's Wrathtang lotus and perish together with these people, 36 long swords fell from the sky, directly blocking the crowd charging towards them. Then, a figure appeared before them, as if a deity had descended. It was Zhao Su. At the same time, Hulaina also appeared in front of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, protecting them. Zhao Su's face, which had originally held a smile, turned to anger when he saw Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's pale faces and the blood at the corner of Zhu Zhuqing's mouth. His eyes gradually turned red, and the aura he had previously merged with became violent. Everyone die. With Zhao Su's words, the 36 celestial swords also turned savage. All the sword bodies emitted a red sword intent, forming the character for kill and slashing towards the crowd. When the kill character entered the crowd, it began to split again, and countless red lights instantly enveloped everyone, shredding them into pieces, severed limbs flying everywhere, and a blood mist filling the air. The thick smell of blood lingered. After dealing with these people, Zhao Su turned to the 5 element flags that blocked their path. He punched out, directly shattering the barrier created by the 5 element flags. He reached out and summoned the flags into his hand, completely refining them, leaving a strand of his divine consciousness within the 5 element flags. Although the 5 element flags had no offensive power, they were rare protective treasures that could not only trap others, but also protect oneself in times of danger. Then Zhao Su looked at Ancient Revival, who stood on the peak of the mountain, his face looking quite grim. Bradevsu, Bradevsu. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing rushed toward Zhao Su. The two tightly embraced him, unable to hold back their tears as they leaned on his shoulder and cried. Don't cry. It's Brother Su's fault for not protecting you well. Zhao Su wrapped his arms around their waists, looking at their pale faces and the blood stain at the corner of Zhu Zhuqing's mouth with guilt, causing his aura to become increasingly agitated. No, it can't be blamed on Brother Su. It's us who dragged you down. Silly girl. Hearing this, Zhao Su's aura finally began to stabilize. As he gently wiped the blood from Zhu Zhuqing's mouth, it must hurt, right? It doesn't hurt. Zhu Zhuqing held Zhao Su's hand, her eyes smiling as she shook her head. After reminiscing for a while, Zhao Su then turned his gaze to Ancient Revival on the mountain peak, his smile instantly disappearing, replaced by a hint of indifference. Ning Rongrong leaned closer to Zhao Su's ear and whispered something. Zhao Su's expression softened a little. On the main peak within the Divine Calculation Mountain, in a magnificent castle, Ancient Silence sat on the main seat, observing Zhao Su. A few days ago, the sea god had suddenly descended upon the Divine Calculation Mountain, forcing Ancient Silence to join forces with the Buddhist sect and Taoist sect to issue a pursuit order for Zhao Su. Ancient Silence initially did not want to agree. He did not want to be involved in the conflict between the ancient relics and outsiders, nor did he wish to directly enter the center of the conflict. However, under the pressure of the sea god, he had no choice but to compromise. Although the divine calculation mountain was protected by the sacred compass left by the ancient divine calculation emperor, if the sea god forcefully intervened, he might not be killed. But it could still plunge the entire divine hall into crisis, or even severely damage it. Most importantly, Ancient Silence did not know what kind of person Zhao Su was. So in the end, he chose to obey the sea god's decree. After seeing Zhao Su this time, Ancient Silence's star-like bright eyes revealed a hint of disbelief. Ancient Silence's greatest ability was not combat, nor the terrifying support power known to many, but the ability to glimpse the heavenly secrets. He sensed a hazy divine king aura from Zhao Su, an aura that even the sea god did not possess. Ancient Sectmaster, thank you for your protection of Rongrong these days. Zhao Su's attitude towards Ancient Silence was very friendly. After all, Ancient Silence had protected Ning Rongrong. Brother Zhao, you're too polite. Rongrong is my goddaughter, so it's only right for me to protect her. Ancient Silence's voice sounded somewhat ethereal, unlike a real person's voice, making it a bit awkward to hear. Then the two of them exchanged some trivial words, just as Shanggu Jiran was about to ask Zhao Su about his doubts. A disciple from a divine hall rushed in, first glancing at Zhao Su and the others, then hurriedly approached Shanggu Jiran and whispered, Sect Master. The Buddhist sect Huikong and the Taoist sect Li Yuran said they're coming to subdue demons, hoping we won't interfere. Subduing demons? Hearing this, Shanggu Jiran's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of killing intent. He knew that the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect had always been closely linked. They were merely using the pretense of subduing demons to attack his divine hall. After all, from Zhao Su's performance, he was indeed strong, but not to the extent of making the most powerful third-generation disciples of both sects take action together. Leaning on a chair, Zhao Su also noticed Shanggu Jiran's difficulty. A casual smile appeared on Zhao Su's lips as he said, Thank you again for your hospitality, Sect Master Shanggu. I will take my leave now. Brother Zhao, please wait. Shanggu Jiran looked at Zhao Su again, and the vague aura of the Divine King became clearer. Taking a deep breath, Shanggu Jiran made up his mind. I can assure Brother Zhao, as long as you are in my divine hall, no one will be able to do anything to you. There's no need to make things difficult for Sect Master Shanggu. It's enough to kill a few petty characters, Zhao Su said, cupping his fists toward Shanggu Jiran, and then without any hesitation, turned to walk out. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Hulaina followed closely behind Zhao Su as he left. Shanggu Jiran frowned and summoned his martial soul. A massive holy compass of the Chiman Dunjia appeared before him, with 9 soul rings lighting up simultaneously. The ladle on the compass began to spin rapidly. Shanggu Jiran closed his eyes, seemingly in comprehension. A few minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Dad, are you alright? Shanggu Fu, who had been guarding Shanggu Jiran, quickly stepped forward to support the injured Shanggu Jiran, worriedly asking. It seems our Shanggu Ishan is about to undergo a complete change. Shanggu Jiran's face was very grim as he looked at the now calm compass, not knowing what he was thinking. Dad, is it because of Zhao Su? Shanggu Fu asked softly. Shanggu Fu's talent was far superior to Shanggu Jiran's, so he could naturally glimpse the heavenly secrets. But his soul power was still too weak to deduce the future like Shanggu Jiran. However, the moment he saw Zhao Su, he felt a sense of destruction in his heart. This feeling was a natural talent carried by his golden Chiman Dunjia, holy martial soul. Chapter 142, The Compassionate Light of the Buddhist Sect and the Divine Intent of Angels Indescribable. Indescribable. Shanggu Jiran murmured softly, then solemnly continued to Shanggu Fu. No matter what happens, never be enemies with Zhao Su, even if he kills me, understand? That we mean. Shanggu Fu's tone began to tremble as he thought of something. That's right. So no matter what happens, regardless of any choices I make, you must firmly stand on Zhao Su's side. Do you remember? Shanggu Jiran tightly grasped Shanggu Fu's arm, speaking coldly. Facing Shanggu Jiran's inquiry, Shanggu Fu merely nodded without speaking, seemingly already having the answer in his heart. Yet he felt powerless to change anything. Everyone envied him for having the ability to glimpse heavenly secrets as a disciple of the Divine Hall. But who could understand the helplessness and despair when they deduced those secrets yet could do nothing to change them? Therefore, one need not understand too much about life. The more one understands, the more tiring life becomes. At this moment, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong and the others had already walked out of the Fortune Teller Mountain. However, they did not find any people from the Buddhist sect or the Taoist sect. Instead, there were many loose cultivators wandering in the sea near the Fortune Teller Mountain. Brother Su, those bald monks and Taoists won't be hiding in the dark to ambush us, right? It doesn't matter. This 5 elements banner has been completely refined by me, and there's a trace of my divine consciousness hidden within it. In times of danger, I'll use this 5 elements banner to protect you. Zhu Zhuqing took the 5 elements banner and nodded at Zhao Su. Zhao Su paid no attention to those wandering around, no matter what they were doing there. As long as they didn't make a move against him, they could live. Zhao Su exchanged energy points for a small boat in the system shop. Although it was not large, it was enough to carry the 4 of them. After all, using soul power to float oneself for a long time over the sea consumed too much of one's soul power. This small boat, while not fast, solved their problem of consuming soul power. Whoosh! Just as Zhao Su and the others had walked a distance away from the fortune teller mountain, black iron chains suddenly shot toward them. The black chains emitted a faint golden glow, exuding a sense of solemn authority. Zhao Su understood that it was the people from the Buddhist sect who had made their move. Zhao Su, surrender peacefully and come back to the Buddhist sect with us. Our Buddhist sect can guarantee your safety. A total of 18 black chains emitting golden light intertwined to form a cage. Following the chains, Zhao Su saw 18 monks in robes standing around the small boat they were on. With their hands clasped together, each of them had a phantom of an arhat behind them. Behind these 18 arhat venerables stood 3 young men, 1 Buddhist and 2 Taoist. The one who had just spoken was the solemn little monk, Hui Kong, the first genius of the 3rd generation of the Buddhist sect. I do not believe in Buddhism, nor in Taoism, and even less in gods. You cannot trap me with these demon-locking chains. Zhao Su said this calmly. Whether in modern society or now, Zhao Su was an atheist. Even after arriving in this continent and gaining divine abilities, he firmly believed that so-called gods were just people with higher cultivation. At this moment, a red light appeared around Zhao Su, and just standing there, he exuded an invincible aura. In that case, the little monk can only transcend you. After Hui Kong finished speaking, the 18 arhat venerables moved. The black chains imbued with Buddhist light quickly shrank, aiming to completely trap Zhao Su and the others within. Then they would refine and transcend them. Trivial skills. Zhao Su snorted coldly, and wings of the rift sky demon butterfly appeared behind him. As the wings flapped rapidly, Zhao Su soared into the air. The 12-winged holy angel martial soul manifested behind him. The half-black, half-golden holy angel suddenly opened its eyes wide and then fully merged into Zhao Su's body. Instantly, Zhao Su's originally red eyes turned into 1 black and 1 golden pupil. The Emperor's 7-kill sword quickly enlarged in front of him, forming a massive sword shadow that slashed towards the black chains emitting Buddhist light. Boom! With a loud crash, the black chains completely shattered. The 18 arhat venerables were also sent flying. Zhao Su did not stop there. The Emperor's 7-kill sword quickly split, forming a 36 celestial sword array, slashing towards the 18 arhat venerables. At this moment in Zhao Su's heart, these people were not Buddhas but enemies. Since they were his enemies, there was no possibility of holding back. To be merciful to enemies is to be cruel to oneself. The 18 arhat venerables quickly formed seals, each of them conjuring golden protective shields, trying to withstand Zhao Su's 36 celestial sword array. But they underestimated Zhao Su and overestimated themselves. Not far away, Hui Kong watched as Zhao Su broke the 18-lock magic formation in just 1 round. The 18 people not only had their protective golden bodies shattered, but also spat out blood and fell into the sea, their lives uncertain. Hui Kong had no choice but to intervene. However, the 2 Taoists in Taoist robes beside him did not take action. Instead, they quickly retreated, clearly unwilling to get involved or wanting to sit back and watch the fight, hoping to reap the benefits. Hui Kong unleashed a powerful move, the 6-character mantra, one of the Buddhist heritage soul skills. At the same time, a golden haloed Buddha figure appeared behind Hui Kong, sitting cross-legged with hands clasped together. As the sound of Aum emanated from the Buddha figure's mouth, instantly filling the area with golden light. Countless Aum characters formed a Buddha's palm and struck toward Zhao Su. Buddha? Zhao Su scoffed disdainfully and did not draw his sword. The 12-winged holy angel behind him completely merged into his body. The wings of the were entirely replaced by the black and gold wings of the holy angel. At that moment, Zhao Su resembled a true angelic deity, standing there impervious to all. He then formed a strange seal with his hands, and a massive golden holy sword radiating divine intent descended from the sky, instantly shattering the countless Aum characters that made up the Buddha's palm. The divine intent of the golden holy sword clashed with the compassionate light of the Buddha, representing two opposing forces. Both sought to be the sole representative of divine compassion in that moment, but ultimately became two independent powers. Please grant me a magical artifact, Buddha, to aid me in subduing demons. Huaikong formed another seal, and as his gestures changed, the Buddha figure behind him began to move and formed the same gestures. Soon, a demon-subduing staff appeared in Huaikong's hands, infused with countless Buddha lights. As Huaikong grasped the demon-subduing staff, his aura grew even stronger. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, raised the demon-subduing staff, and smashed it toward Zhao Su. If you want to fight in close combat, then I will oblige. Zhao Su waved his hand, causing the golden holy sword to disappear, and the previously emitted divine intent gradually transformed into a sense of destruction. Zhao Su's eyes turned completely black, and a chilling death spear appeared in his hand. Chapter 143, 8th Soul Skill, 6 Realms Reincarnation Curse. The moment Zhao Su grasped the death spear, a blood-red lotus mark appeared on his brow. The powerful sense of destruction and death instantly enveloped an area of almost a kilometer around Zhao Su. Under this overwhelming destructive aura, the protective formation of the divine calculation mountain, which had not been activated for years, was automatically triggered. The sacred compass of the Qi Men Dun Jia, worshipped in the ancestral hall, began to emit white light, enveloping the entire divine calculation mountain. In the grand hall, the ancient Jurun, sitting on the throne, suddenly opened his eyes wide. A hint of fear appeared in his gaze, which then shifted to helplessness as he shook his head. I didn't expect it to come so quickly. At that moment, on the sea, Zhao Su stood like a demon god, holding the death spear. His deep-set eyes turned entirely black, exuding an aura of contempt for the world. It is said that the Buddha's light suppresses all evil and darkness. Today, I shall see if your Buddha light can subdue me. Zhao Su's aura rapidly ascended. The 18 Arhat venerables, who had their golden bodies shattered by Zhao Su earlier, reappeared, standing behind Huaikong with their hands clasped together, each radiating brilliant Buddha light, chanting unknown scriptures. This transformed into Buddha light, empowering Huaikong. The Buddha figure behind Huaikong also gradually became clearer, resembling a Buddha statue cast in gold that slowly opened its eyes, revealing golden pupils. At this moment, Huaikong's eyes also turned golden, and his entire body seemed to be made of gold, chanting scripture as well. Zhao Su stood there, the black wings behind him gently flapping. He raised the death spear toward Huaikong. Since you wish to fight, I shall fight with you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Su had already lunged forward, charging at the solemn little monk Huaikong. As Zhao Su swung the death spear, Huaikong, who was chanting scriptures, was moved. His chanting continued as the demon-subduing staff floating before him was grasped in his hand, colliding directly with Zhao Su's death spear. The moment the death spear and the demon-subduing staff collided, terrifying waves of energy radiated outward, forcing those watching from a distance to retreat. Even Ning Rongrong and Hulaina hurriedly summoned the Five Elements banner. The two Taoists, observing from a distance, exchanged glances, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. They never expected Huaikong, whom they thought was on par with them, to possess such profound Buddhist skills, nor did they anticipate that Zhao Su, whom they had underestimated, would be so powerful. In this moment, both had begun to entertain other thoughts. Both simultaneously used a special transmission method to relay the situation back to their sections. It was clear that although both were disciples of the Tao sect, they were loyal to different individuals. The 18 great monks behind Huaikong, although boundless in Buddhist skills, were completely suppressed by Zhao Su's realm of destruction and could not effectively assist Huaikong. With his hands clasped together, Huaikong's chanting transformed from a general blessing for all beings to a specific act of transcending. He then formed a peculiar seal with his hands, pressing forward, as the character Ma flew out, dispersing the destructive power that enveloped him. As the second character of the 6-character mantra, Huaikong, the first genius of the 3rd generation of the Buddhist sect, had already begun to comprehend the second character at such a young age. Among the spectators, one person couldn't help but marvel at Huaikong's strength. The 6-character mantra was one of the most renowned and powerful divine abilities of the Buddhist sect, with each character being immensely powerful and each stronger than the last. It is said that if all 6 characters are formed, the power would be unimaginably strong. Benefactor, withdraw. As long as you promise never to enter my Buddha's holy land again, I, representing the Buddhist sect, guarantee that I will not pursue you. Oomph. Zhao Su snorted coldly, the death spear suddenly hovering before him. You think I would retreat based on just your word? You overestimate yourself. So you are stubborn and unrepentant? Since you regard me as evil and wish to suppress me, then I will tell everyone that the light of the Buddha is nothing but a joke. Amiba. Huaikong once again uttered a Buddhist chant, his solemn face displaying a sense of regret as he said, Then, in that case, I represent the Buddhist sect to suppress you. As Huaikong uttered the word suppress you, the seventh soul ring on his body lit up, and the fully formed Buddha figure behind him instantly merged into Huaikong's body. The golden light surged, making Huaikong appear even more majestic. His body, resembling golden construction, began to grow rapidly, ultimately reaching a height of 10 zhang. Huaikong's seventh soul skill, the true form of his martial soul. The 10 zhang golden body of the ancient Buddha Lord boasted not only incredible defensive power, but was also impervious to all forms of attack. At this moment, the 18 Arhat venerables behind him also moved, each of their 7 soul rings lighting up as they activated their true martial souls. The 18 uniquely shaped Arhat venerables surrounded Huaikong's 10 zhang golden body. The light of Buddha shines brightly, as if to eradicate all the evil in this world. Zhao Su swings the spear in his hand, transforming it into countless Crimson War spears that fly in all directions, each one resembling a stream of blood. Zhao Su intends to shatter the compassionate light of Buddha with bloodshed. However, the 18 Arhats and Huaikong are enveloped in the Buddha's light, impervious to all attacks, causing the Crimson War spears aimed at them to dissipate just a step away, flowing into the sea like true blood. This time, Zhao Su is truly enraged and no longer holds back, revealing one of his true trump cards, the 12-winged Holy Angel, which has merged with Zhao Su's body, separates and materializes behind him, a 12-winged angel in black and gold. Zhao Su's 8th soul ring lights up, and he unleashes his never-before-used 8th soul skill, the 6 paths of reincarnation curse. Like the 8th soul skill of the Emperor's 7-kill sword, it is a killing move capable of slaying gods. 6 paths of reincarnation. Curse. With Zhao Su's voice, the 12-winged holy angel behind him begins to form hand seals. 6 massive black holes emerge, enveloping Huaikong and the 18 Arhats. By the time Huaikong and the Arhats sense the danger, it is already too late. The 6 enormous black holes emit a terrifying aura, causing everyone nearby to retreat in fear. Even the 2 talented disciples of the Dao sect dare not linger. Once the 6 black holes completely envelop Huaikong and the 18 Arhats, they begin to merge, ultimately transforming into a furnace, with black and gold flames surrounding it, aiming to completely refine Huaikong and the Arhats. However, Zhao Su retracts the black and gold flames and instead looks towards Ning Rongrong, who stands on a small boat, frowning with worry. Rongrong, unleash your chaotic white fire and refine them. Hearing Zhao Su's voice, the worry on Ning Rongrong's face turns to joy. Without saying much, she releases her 9 treasure glaze tile, her 7th soul ring glowing as a white flame shoots up to envelop the furnace. Amipa. At that moment, a loud voice comes from afar, chanting a Buddhist mantra. Upon hearing the mantra, Zhao Su quickly shields Ning Rongrong, who is refining Huaikong and the 18 Arhats. Behind him, in an instant, an old monk clad in a robe, with long white eyebrows, and a Taoist, seemingly under 30 years old and exuding a celestial aura, appear before Zhao Su and the others. Amitba, since you have already won, why must you go for the kill? The old monk first recites a Buddhist mantra, a powerful pressure enveloping Zhao Su. Although his demeanor and tone are peaceful, his aura speaks volumes. Cut the nonsense. If you can defeat me, they will naturally live. Zhao Su's attitude is equally firm. Since the other party wishes for his death, he must ensure their demise. There is no more unnecessary talk. Rongrong, continue refining them. Zhao Su places Ning Rongrong in a safe spot behind him, and the Emperor's 7-kill sword hovers before him, forming the 36 Heavenly Gang sword formation, charging toward the old monk. At this moment, not only does the old monk move, but so does the Taoist beside him. A Buddha image, even more radiant than the one behind Huaikong, appears behind the old monk, seated in meditation. Above the Taoist's head appears an innate 8 trigrams diagram imbued with the essence of the Tao. Under the guidance of the 8 trigrams diagram, dark clouds gather in the sky, and bolts of lightning flash down, striking toward Zhao Su. Emperor's 7-kill, destroy kill. The 8th soul ring of the Emperor's 7-kill sword lights up, a transcendent and ethereal sword intent emerging, aimed at the Buddha and the Taoist. Boom! Rumble. At this moment, the lightning summoned by the dark clouds also descends. The entire sea becomes engulfed in a realm of thunder. The waters churn violently towards Zhao Su. The Taoist launches an attack, not just targeting Zhao Su, but also unleashing a killing move against Ning Rongrong and the others. In their hearts, there is no trace of compassion. Though they claim to be the orthodox representatives of the Tao, it is merely a means to deceive and dominate the masses. Compared to these people, Zhao Su is still too kind. Thus, in this world, despite the presence of good and evil, there is no true distinction between villains and heroes. In the eyes of those righteous people, anyone who does not align with them is a villain. Those who do not adhere to their rules are villains. Bang! When Zhao Su's Emperor's 7-kill clashes with the Taoist's myriad lightning strikes, a terrifying wave of energy spreads outwards. At this moment, the old monk also moves, forming seals with the Buddha image behind him, a massive golden hand reaching towards Ning Rongrong, attempting to rescue Huai Kong and the 18 Arhats. Zhu Zhuqing and Hu Laina also spring into action, especially Hu Laina, whose fox spirit martial soul merges, her 7th soul ring glowing. The evil eye on her forehead rapidly emits endless malice, merging into the god of death's domain, seeking to dispel the Buddha's light emanating from the Buddha image. Zhu Zhuqing also directly merges with her martial soul's true form. Like a true cat, she moves at incredible speed, her hands adorned with sharp claws like blades. Appearing behind the Buddha, without mercy, she strikes towards the Buddha's neck, aiming to tear it apart. However, the Buddha's soul power has already reached the unparalleled level of a 99th level Douluo, unrestrained by the will of the ancient mountain gods. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing, suppressed at the 70th level soul sage, finds it difficult to truly harm the Buddha. In the end, she is struck by the Buddha's staff and sent flying. Puffed. A mouthful of blood is spat out, and had it not been for Hu Laina's timely interference, Zhu Zhuqing might have died at the Buddha's hands. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing spitting blood, Zhao Su is completely furious. In his view, while one can strike him, harming his woman means death. Even if it costs him an unknown price, they must die. The red flower within him erupts violently. The 9 petals on the flower begin to split, merging into Zhao Su's various meridians. In his mind's golden pool, the bone dragon and Kuei Long emit roars, merging into the meridians that just absorb the petals. All the bones in Zhao Su's body begin to crack under this immense energy. At this moment, intricate patterns appear in Zhao Su's mind. And when the spear of death reappears in his hand, the black spear shaft is adorned with red veins like blood threads, creating a sense of resonance with the spear of death, the aura of the divine. Looking at Zhao Su, whose momentum had completely risen in an instant, both the Buddha Lord and the Tao Lord hurriedly stepped back, standing together in mutual vigilance. Zhao Su held the spear of death, his eyes blood red, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a hint of evil intent. This made the Tao Lord and Buddha Lord feel a divine aura in an instant, and an inexplicable fear arose in their hearts. This was unprecedented since they became the peerless Douluo at level 99. Aren't you both so high and mighty? Zhao Su said. In my eyes, you're even less than ants. As he spoke, he took a step forward, simultaneously thrusting the spear in his hand towards the Buddha Lord. The Buddha Lord quickly formed a seal, but his protective golden body was utterly insufficient. There was no way to dodge, and he was directly pierced through the body by the spear, which seemed alive with blood-red veins. At this moment, the Buddha Lord could no longer maintain his peaceful and compassionate image, letting out a cry of pain and fear. For after the spear of death pierced through his body, he could clearly feel it crazily absorbing the soul power within him. Even the Buddha shadow behind him began to dim. Zhao Su did not spare the Tao Lord either. He threw a punch that sent the Tao Lord retreating, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhu Qing, use the yin-yang secret technique I taught you to absorb his soul power. Zhao Su did not pay any more attention to the Tao Lord, who had been sent flying by his punch, but fixed his gaze on the Buddha Lord, who had been pierced by the spear of death. He summoned the spear of death and sealed the Buddha Lord, sending him to the pale-faced Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing did not hesitate at all, nodded to Zhao Su, stretched out her sharp claws, and leaped directly into the Buddha Lord's body. Bang! Soon, the Buddha Lord's entire being became completely shriveled, and the Buddha shadow behind him completely cracked. Zhu Zhuqing then tossed the Buddha Lord away, and Zhao Su caught him midair before throwing him towards the Tao Lord. By now, even if the Buddha Lord did not die, he would not be able to recover to his peak in a short time. and whether he could return to his peak was still uncertain. After absorbing all of the Buddha Lord's soul power, Zhu Zhuqing's complexion gradually became rosy. Her soul power increased rapidly, and the will of the gods could no longer suppress her soul power, which surged crazily until it finally stopped at level 79. Due to the increase in soul power, Zhu Zhuqing's figure became increasingly perfect. Dressed in a black leather outfit, she perfectly outlined her flawless curves. Chapter 145, The Hall of the Holy Dragon, the 10,000-year Sea Soul Beast. Boom! Just as Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the Buddha Lord's soul power and advanced, Ning Rongrong had also refined Huai Kong and the 18 Arhat Lords. The chaotic white fire that could burn souls and consume everything became increasingly vigorous. Finally, a 9-colored flame dominated by chaotic white fire appeared on Ning Rongrong's forehead. The entire flame was extremely magnificent. The bottom was mainly 9-colored, surrounded by a pure white flame. Beneath that brilliant glow lay a deep sense of the passage of time. When a 9-colored flame imprinted onto Ning Rongrong's forehead, a powerful force surged into her mind. Ning Rongrong's mental power began to grow rapidly. Ultimately, it transformed into a physical entity, reaching the realm of divine origin. At this point, it could no longer be referred to as mental power, but as divine thought. Although her soul power did not increase significantly, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda she held in her right hand grew a bit larger once again. At the same time, it was surrounded by that 9-colored flame, exuding a powerful pressure. Ning Rongrong's divine thought radiated outward, enveloping the Tao Lord, who was trying to escape with the Buddha Lord not far away. Oof. Just as Ning Rongrong's divine thought was about to completely envelop the Tao Lord, a light snort echoed in the air. A massive divine thought appeared, repelling Ning Rongrong's divine thought. You timid little creature, not even daring to show your face. Do you even deserve to be called a god? Upon sensing that vast and turbulent divine thought, Zhao Su's god-level divine thought quickly pursued it. On a distant island at the bottom of the sea, a man wearing blue armor, with long blue hair, a crown on his head, and a trident in his hand, also felt Zhao Su's divine thought had discovered him. You are not my opponent now. Let us wait until your true body returns for a battle. The sea god's gaze was filled with disdain, clearly not taking Zhao Su seriously. This was all orchestrated by the sea god to force Zhao Su to reveal his trump cards and see how far Zhao Su had come. Although Zhao Su's displayed strength was somewhat beyond the sea god's expectations, it was still not taken to heart. The sea god did not realize that this was not Zhao Su's true hidden trump card. He sensed the aura hidden within the red flower, but did not know what that person truly intended. Moreover, Zhao Su had a system within him, the white-clad goddess radiating vibrant life. Whether to fight or not is not for you to decide. It's for me to say. Zhao Su also did not regard the sea god as a threat. The sea god was too weak. His targets were the Rakshasa god and the Shura God. Zhao Su also knew that the sea god could not stay away from the small island he was hiding on for long. In other words, the gods within the ancient relic mountain were also under some restrictions and could not act without concern. Otherwise, Zhao Su and the others as outsiders would have been wiped out long ago. Above the island where the sea god stood, Zhao Su's divine thought gradually condensed into a human figure. Sea god, you might as well enjoy your retirement on this sea. If you make a move, I won't be so polite. As the figure formed by Zhao Su's divine thought spoke, it quickly formed a seal. A gigantic hand, exuding a sense of destruction, shot towards the sea god. Bang! Boom! The giant hand fell, and the entire island was instantly shattered into pieces, with a powerful energy wave rapidly spreading. The sea churned, causing the entire ocean to shake violently as if an earthquake had occurred. Even the Hall of the Holy Dragon felt the impact and experienced severe shaking. Zhao Su knew that while this damage could not truly harm the sea god, it was merely to annoy him and leave him in a messy situation. After the figure formed by Zhao Su's divine thought delivered this strike, it did not hesitate or linger, beginning to dissipate rapidly. Zhao Su, we will not rest until one of us is dead. The sea god stood on the surface of the sea, looking at the island that had been reduced to rubble. No longer possessing the calmness he had moments ago, his eyes were filled with a vicious anger as he roared, causing the entire ocean to churn violently once more, with towering waves surging from all directions. On the island where the Hall of the Holy Dragon was located, a silver-haired white dragon Noa, Xiao, stood atop the dragon palace, gazing in the direction of the sea god. Teacher, a young man appeared behind Xiao, respectfully calling out to her. The young man wore a white robe, had silver hair and 2 white horns on his forehead, though they were not very noticeable, deliberately concealed by his hair. This person was the current saint son of the Hall of the Holy Dragon, Mieshang. He was known alongside Huaikong of the Buddha sect and Li Yuran of the Tao sect as the 3 great young supremes of the ancient relic mountain. His martial spirit was the ancient divine beast white dragon. Among the 3 young supremes, he was the most low-key, rarely making a move. Yet he had at least reached the level of an 80-level soul Da, achieving such a level at only 20 years old. Even Tang Hao, who is known as the most gifted person in Douluo continent for a century, cannot compare to her. With her back to Mieshang, Xiao turned around upon hearing Mieshang's respectful call, and only then did she reveal her appearance. Like Mieshang, she also had 2 white sharp horns on her head. But even these horns did not detract from her beauty at all. It was so naturally stunning, without a hint of awkwardness. The opening of the ancient relic mountain, this time, is somewhat different from before. You should go and experience it otherwise. When the great calamity arrives, you won't have the ability to protect yourself. Yes, the student understands. Mieshang bowed respectfully and replied, "This illusion, sea pearl, when worn. Even gods will not detect the aura of soul beasts on you. When you encounter danger, this illusion sea pearl can save your life." "Thank you, teacher." Xiao did not continue speaking, and as she turned to prepare to leave, she casually added, "You don't need to come see me again when you leave." After that, she quickly disappeared. From Xiao's words just now, it can be inferred that Mieshang is not human, but a 10,000-year soul beast transformed into a human. It's just unclear whether the other disciples of the Wanshan Dragon Palace are also 10,000-year soul beasts transformed into humans. If that is the case, then the existence of the Wanshan Dragon Palace would have a different significance. At this moment, the battle on the sea was also nearing its end. The Tao Master was similarly severely injured by Zhao Su and, using the last bit of strength, escaped with the Buddha Master. Zhao Su did not continue the pursuit, as he understood that it was not yet time to end things. It would be more fun to leave some suspense and play slowly. The onlookers around naturally did not dare to make a move against Zhao Su and the others. Even the 2 strongest figures of the ancient relic mountain, the Buddha Master and the Tao Master, had been significantly injured. If they went up, it would only mean death for them. Zhao Su and the others then took a small boat again, heading toward a place that is very likely to connect Douluo continent and the entrance of the ancient relic mountain. Chapter 146, completely at odds with Tang San. Now that Zhao Su has found Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, the weakest among the 3 girls, Tang Yuehua, is still unaccounted for. Also, there has been no news from Bibi Dong and Yin, among others. Therefore, Zhao Su cannot fully relax yet and must continue to search. After gathering his side's people, he would then think about how to enhance their strength. In this battle with the Buddhist sect and the Tao sect, Zhao Su not only gained some insights, but also realized that since he could improve his cultivation by absorbing other soul power, why should he toil away on his own training? However, Zhao Su also understood that relying on the strength gained from absorbing other soul power is not solid. Therefore, while absorbing other soul power, he must also engage in battle, endless battles, to comprehend and achieve the purpose of gaining strength. In the ancient relic mountain, one can say that battles are plentiful. Moreover, many are unaware of the battle near the Divine Calculation Mountain and still regard Zhao Su as an important target for hunting. To cement his status as the first demon body and the main antagonist, Zhao Su even went to several prestigious and powerful sects and families within the ancient relic mountain to kill a few people, prompting everyone to unite in hunting him down. This way, Zhao Su had a reason to act as he pleased against those who surrounded him. Most importantly, as long as people united, those who had previously dared not act against Zhao Su would also grow bolder. Above the sea, it seemed as if seawater was cascading down from the sky, forming a waterfall that completely linked the sky and the sea. A massive high platform was constructed above the sea, and what was most baffling was that Zhao Su had somehow procured some thick trees to build a wooden house on that high platform. It was clear that Zhao Su intended to stake his ground at the entrance connecting Douluo continent and the ancient relic mountain. He would not leave until his people were gathered. Surrounding the high platform, Zhao Su had also set up restrictions. After all, even tigers take naps. Brotersu. I've received news that the Wandu sect controlled by Tang San has new movements. Ning Rongrong and Hulaina quickly approached from the distant sea surface. Leaping onto the high platform, Ning Rongrong hurriedly approached Zhao Su, who was building the wooden house, and said, "What new movements?" A 10,000-year sea soul beast has been discovered near the Wanshan Dragon Palace. and Tang San and his group have gone to hunt the sea soul beast. A 10,000-year sea soul beast? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su became intrigued. Although he himself did not need to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Hulaina all did. Moreover, after absorbing the Buddha Master's soul power, Zhu Zhuqing had already reached level 79 and was about to enter the level of Soul Douluo. She just needed one soul ring. With her current body strength and Zhao Su's assistance, she could completely absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. That's right. This news was passed to me by a disciple of the Divine Hall, and Hujia and I also wandered around the vicinity. Indeed, many people have gone near the Wanqing Dragon Palace. Hulaina took over the conversation and said to Zhao Su. Zhao Su thought for a moment and turned to glance at the waterfall cascading down from the sky. All right, since that's the case, let us join the fun. Hulaina, you should also work hard to cultivate. It would be best if you could reach level 80 in the next few days and seize this opportunity to obtain a 10,000-year soul ring. As long as I have a 10,000-year soul ring, I can break through at any time. Hulaina said confidently. That is good. As Zhao Su spoke, powerful soul power surged out of him, and a massive high platform began to move rapidly under his soul power's influence. The high platform moved like a fortress gliding over the sea. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, it headed towards the direction of the Wanqing Dragon Palace. Before leaving, Zhao Su also planted a flag at the spot where the high platform had just docked. One was to remind Bibi Dong, Tang Yuehua, and others not to leave if they arrived here and await. The other was to inform the other forces that this place was occupied by Zhao Su, and no one was allowed to take action. The massive high platform was very stable above the sea, much more comfortable than being on a boat. Dressed in white, Zhao Su stood at the edge of the high platform, hands behind his back, gazing ahead, his robe billowing in the wind, alongside the stunningly beautiful Ning Rongrong, creating quite a scene. At this moment, Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing were inside the makeshift house, striving to break through the level 80 barrier. Although Ning Rongrong had reached the divine origin realm in mental power, her soul power was only at level 74, even with hard work. She could not reach level 80 in a short time. So, Ning Rongrong was not anxious. Boss. Just then, a broken ship appeared not far from the high platform, with two weak and ragged figures standing on it, loudly calling out to Zhao Su. Zhao Su focused on the sound and realized that the two on the broken ship were Yin and Li Kai. Seeing the two, Zhao Su stopped the high platform, and soon the two climbed up. Boss, we finally found you. Li Kai rushed forward and hugged Zhao Su excitedly, his voice trembling with emotion. Why is a big man crying? Looking at Li Kai's appearance, Zhao Su felt somewhat helpless. Although he said this, he still took out some dry food and water to hand to the two. The two took the food and water and began to eat heartily. In these days, the two not only had to guard against attacks from various forces in the ancient relic mountain, be cautious of those who are also outsiders. Many people have joined Tang San's team. That's right, one day I will definitely kill him to avenge Ping Ping. Yin tightly gripped the rations, his eyes filled with anger. Originally, there were three of them together. Besides the two of them, there was also Zhang Ping, who possessed the Golden Way Swallow martial soul and specialized in agility. Zhang Ping, relying on the characteristics of her flying martial soul, was responsible for scouting. Just 5 days after they arrived at the ancient ruins mountain, they encountered Tang San and Oscar along with 4 others. Initially, Yin and the others intended to team up with Tang San and his group, although they belonged to opposing factions in the Douluo continent. As fellow outsiders in the ancient ruins mountain, they should have united against the various factions disciples that were surrounding and attacking them. At first, they reached an agreement with Tang San to help each other break out of the encirclement and then go their separate ways. However, Yin and the others did not anticipate that as soon as they broke free from the encirclement, Tang San would attack them. If Yin had not reacted quickly, all 3 of them might have died under Tang San's hidden weapons. Even so, Zhang Ping ultimately died under Tang San's hidden weapons while trying to cover their retreat. After hearing Yin and Li Kai's account, Zhao Su softly murmured Tang San's name. Don't worry, we will have our chance for revenge. From that moment on, Zhao Su knew he had completely taken a stand against Tang San. Chapter 147. Bah, Xia Dragon Turtle, Red-Clad Woman, even now. Zhao Su doubted whether Tang San was still the same Tang San from before. However, it no longer mattered to Zhao Su. Regardless of whether he was the old Tang San or not, he had to die. Because regardless of whether the current Tang San was parasitized or not, he was on the same side as the Sea God, and Zhao Su had already completely torn apart his relationship with the Sea God. In the future god-slaying plan, the sea god must be eliminated. Boss, there's a group of people attacking 100,000-year Xia Dragon Turtle Sea Soul Beast up ahead. At this moment, Yin and Li Kai, who had fully recovered, took on the responsibility of scouting. Xia Dragon Turtle? That's right, the entire turtle body was like a small mountain, and those attacking it couldn't break through its defenses. Let's go take a look. With Zhao Su's words, the platform moved towards the besieged Xia Dragon Turtle under his control. Soon, Zhao Su and the others saw the Xia Dragon Turtle, which lay quietly on the water surface, motionless and allowing the attackers to strike. Interesting. Zhao Su smiled slightly, already forming a plan in his mind. Li Kai, come with me. This Xia Dragon Turtle has astonishing defense, and it's a better match for your Blackhorn Mountain Pig. Is the boss really giving me the soul ring of this 100,000-year soul beast? Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. As Zhao Su spoke, he had already made his move, drawing the Emperor 7 killing sword. But instead of attacking the Xia Dragon Turtle directly, he charged towards those surrounding it. First, he would deal with them, then focus on the turtle. Zhao Su could sense that the Xia Dragon Turtle was not as easy to deal with as it appeared. Zhao Su, we haven't provoked you. Why are you attacking us? The people surrounding the Xia Dragon Turtle quickly retreated. Their eyes filled with anger as they looked at Zhao Su and coldly asked, in the ancient ruins mountain, does killing require a reason? Indeed, a demon, a disciple of the Buddhist sect, hands clasped in front of him, appeared solemn, but he had been the fiercest attacker when hunting the Xia Dragon Turtle. Why all this nonsense? Either leave here or die. Zhao Su stood on the water's surface, the Emperor 7 killing sword hovering in front of him. The terrifying sword intent forcing these people to compromise. Yet, every one of their eyes was filled with rage, wishing they could swallow Zhao Su alive. However, Zhao Su did not care. As long as he could achieve his goal, that was enough. I have a sword, named Emperor 7 Killing Break. Seeing those people retreat, Zhao Su's expression became serious. His 8th soul ring lit up, directly unleashing his killing move. The Emperor 7 Killing Sword transformed into a golden blade, slashing towards the Xia Dragon Turtle. Roar. Crack. Under Zhao Su's killing strike, the Xia Dragon Turtle finally moved, its hard shell covered in cracks. Its massive body spun rapidly, creating a tornado on the water's surface, carrying a tremendous soul power that aimed to tear Zhao Su into pieces. Indeed hard enough, world-destroying strike. Overlord Divine Fist. Zhao Su did not evade at all, but intentionally allowed the tornado created by the Xia Dragon Turtle to envelop him. At the same time, Zhao Su's body rapidly enlarged, extending a giant fist directly towards the cracked turtle shell. Roar. Under Zhao Su's successive heavy strikes, the Xia Dragon Turtle let out another roar. Its entire body began to transform rapidly. The massive turtle body stood upright, although it still resembled a turtle. It stood like a human, holding a steel fork in its hand. Its small eyes glinted with coldness, as if it wanted to shred Zhao Su into pieces. All things live. Shake the heavens and earth. The dragon turtle spoke human words, its steel fork spinning rapidly, and its entire turtle body shrank, covered in steel fork spikes. At this moment, it no longer looked like a dragon turtle, but rather like a hedgehog. Wherever the dragon turtle rolled, the sea water surged and the space cracked, truly shaking the heavens and earth. 100,000-year soul beast is much stronger than a god. Zhao Su looked at the dragon turtle and softly murmured. He retracted the Emperor's 7 killing sword and grasped the death spear. The moment he held the death spear, Zhao Su's aura instantly transformed. A sense of destruction spread out. At the moment the death spear was unleashed, red lights emerged, blocking the earth-shaking Xia Dragon Turtle. Simultaneously, the spear thrust out, effortlessly piercing through the turtle's defenses. Impossible. You can't break my earth-shaking defense so easily. The Xia Dragon Turtle, feeling its invincible turtle body had been so casually breached by Zhao Su, emitted a voice filled with disbelief, tinged with fear. It no longer had the thought of continuing the fight and turned to flee. 100,000-year soul beast is something every soul master dreams of. How could Zhao Su let it leave so easily? If you want to leave, sacrifice your soul ring, and I will let your body remain and let you go. You're dreaming. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Hearing Zhao Su's words, the dragon turtle was completely enraged. It stopped trying to escape and instead halted its massive turtle body, which had already returned to its original form. At that moment, soft light circles appeared around the dragon turtle, enveloping its entire body. Seeing this, Zhao Su also stopped in his tracks. Then, A gentle and melodious ancient tune from a pipa filled the air. Under the enchanting ancient melody, everyone's eyes revealed a dazed expression. After the daze, each person showed different expressions. Some were joyful, some filled with killing intent, and some were insane. Only Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong remained unaffected. Zhao Su snorted, releasing his spiritual consciousness to help Li Kai, who was following him, return to normal. Recovered, Li Kai's eyes held a hint of confusion, and he shivered all over, feeling a twinge of fear. Just moments ago, under the influence of that ancient melody, he had entered a perfect world. In that world, there were no intrigues or battles. Only a beautiful life filled with happiness, tranquility, and the love of parents, along with the companionship of a wife and children. Go back, Zhao Su said to Li Kai, and simultaneously sent him back to the high platform, protected by the 5 elements flag. Ning Rongrong's spirit also shielded the few people on the platform, pulling their souls trapped in the illusion back to reality. After regaining consciousness, the expressions on their faces varied. At that moment, Zhao Su looked towards the direction of the dragon tortoise. There, on the massive back of the tortoise, stood a woman in a red long dress, holding a pipa in her arms. The woman was not particularly beautiful, but there was a gentle aura about her. Especially as her fingers quickly plucked the strings of the pipa, it created an enchanting scene, reminiscent of an ancient painting. Chapter 148, The White-Clothed Goddess System. You dare to invade my North Sea, harm my spirit beasts. Do you not think that is a bit too domineering? After finishing her tune, the woman in red turned to Zhao Su and questioned him. Her voice, though weak, carried a hint of chill. On the North Sea, the sea soul beasts should be unowned entities. We can naturally hunt them. Zhao Su retorted. You are outsiders, yet you audaciously kill my compatriots. Are you not afraid of the cycle of karma? What karma? Only the strong can escape any karma. If humans want to grow strong, they must acquire soul rings. That is the rule of heaven and earth, and I cannot help it. Zhao Su replied. Well, if that is the case, can I slaughter you at will? Of course. You believe in the cycle of karma, right? If we die at the hands of your sea soul beasts, it would also be a fitting end and fulfill the cycle of karma. What do you call yourself? Hearing Zhao Su's words, the woman in red's ocean-like eyes showed a hint of unexpected emotion. Her tone softened, no longer as icy. I am Zhao Su. Zhao Su, the woman in red repeated, having just asked for his name, but then inexplicably added, so now you are called Zhao Su? Let me test how much power you have left from your past life. After saying this, the woman lightly tapped the back of the tortoise with her bare, immaculate feet. The pipa she held began to disassemble, transforming into 7 distinct weapons arranged before her. Although her aura remained gentle, Zhao Su felt an unprecedented danger emanating from her. With a light tap of her toes, and as her seemingly delicate figure moved, the 7 weapons began to shift again. 7 ultimate techniques, first move, kill. With the woman's voice, the 7 weapons formed the character for kill before her. The gentle aura concealed an inescapable pressure that locked onto Zhao Su. Even his spirit was being suppressed, as if her presence surpassed the will of the ancient gods. What truly surprised Zhao Su was the soul skill the woman in red used, 7 ultimate techniques. It was clearly the fusion technique of his devouring sky dragon cat and Zhu Zhuqing's yin-yang spirit cat. However, this woman not only executed the fusion technique alone, but did so with far greater power than when he fused with Zhu Zhuqing. After the woman in red unleashed the first move of 7 ultimate techniques, Zhu Zhuqing's spirit, the yin-yang spirit cat, suddenly manifested, rushing toward her. Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, seeing this, quickly tried to intervene to stop Zhu Zhuqing. But Ning Rongrong could not replicate someone else's spirit in time. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhuqing was already by the woman in red's side, her eyes devoid of any light, appearing hollow. The spirit cat's phantom behind her affectionately rubbed against the woman's arm. 6 paths of reincarnation, curse it. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing being controlled by the woman in red, Zhao Su was completely enraged. He formed hand seals, and 6 black holes appeared, enveloping the woman in red. With a wave of her right hand, the woman in red casually created a bubble like a rainbow that encapsulated the 6 curses of reincarnation. Then, she extended a finger and tapped the bubble. As it burst, the 6 curses shattered along with it. After the bubble containing the 6 curses of reincarnation broke, another bubble appeared beneath Zhao Su, trapping him. Even with all his soul power, he could not break free from the colorful bubble that looked fragile enough to burst at a touch. You are too weak now. Focus on improving your strength, and stop thinking about unrealistic things. The woman in red looked at Zhao Su, and in that moment, he surprisingly felt a familiar sensation in her gaze. Her tone was strikingly similar to that of his mother scolding him in his past life. Oof. Zhao Su was still in a state of confusion when a light scoff echoed in his mind. It not only pulled Zhao Su's thoughts back, but also shattered the bubble encasing him. No wonder I was brought to this world before the time was right. So it was you pulling strings. The woman in red's eyes narrowed, and her gentle aura gradually turned sharp. With her voice, a green light radiated from Zhao Su's body, finally coalescing into a woman in white clothes. The white-clothed woman exuded a vibrant vitality. Zhao Su understood that this white-clothed woman was the one who had appeared in his mind after awakening in that black hole from the painting of Spring Palace. When you think the time has come, everything is already too late. Since you believe that, then I have nothing more to say. Anyway, whatever I say, he won't listen. Do as you please. The woman in red said no more and turned back to the back of the dragon tortoise. The tortoise quickly changed direction, heading towards the deep sea. You can't leave. Leave Zhu Qing behind. The woman in red's departure was inconsequential to Zhao Su, but if she wanted to take Zhu Qing away, he would not agree. Even if he couldn't win, he would fight to the death. The 12-winged holy angel instantly merged into himself, and without any restraint, he unleashed the full law of heaven and earth. He transformed into a giant towering 10 zhang tall. Simultaneously, the immortal body was released. His massive frame moved across the surface of the sea as if it were solid ground, taking a step to catch up with the woman in red standing on the tortoise's back. Supreme Overlord Fist. Zhao Su roared and struck at the woman in red. She merely smiled disdainfully, making no move. The moment Zhao Su's fist came down, the woman in red and the dragon tortoise beneath her vanished in an instant, reappearing 100 meters away. Don't worry, this girl will be fine. When the time comes, I'll bring her back. This was the last sentence the woman in red left before she completely disappeared. No, you can't go. Zhao Su could not let her take Zhu Qing away based solely on her words, and he took another step toward the direction she had vanished. But he could no longer see the figure of the woman in red. His divine sense quickly spread out, but found no trace of her. No need to search anymore. She was right. She wouldn't harm Zhu Qing. Having Zhu Qing by her side would only bring benefits, not drawbacks. Who are you? Zhao Su tried to calm himself down and asked the woman in white. You really have no conscience. I've been helping you from the very beginning. And you don't even know who I am? Are you the system? Zhao Su's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at the indistinct face of the woman in white. Chapter 149. Thinking he tricked the system, he actually tricked himself, not entirely. That's just a wisp of my incarnation. This time, the woman in white did not hide it, but directly admitted to Zhao Su. Since the system is a wisp of your incarnation, then what about the so-called energy points and the items exchanged in the system shop? Energy points are just a way to motivate you. The items in the shop are originally yours, or you could say the system shop is your storage soul guide. Hearing the words of the woman in white, Zhao Su was left speechless. He never expected that the energy points he worked so hard to obtain and the items he exchanged were originally his. Thinking about it this way, he had been desperately exchanging, thinking he was tricking the system, but in reality, he was tricking himself. Since those things are all mine, can I have a remaining 3 pieces of the holy angel set soul bones? No, why not? It's not the right time yet. Forcibly absorbing them will not bring you any benefits. Then who are you? Did you bring me to this Douluo continent? Who I am is not important. The figure of the woman in white began to fade away. To answer your last question, yes, I brought you here because you were meant to belong here. After saying this, the woman in white completely disappeared. Beep, erasing the memories of everyone around. With the disappearance of the woman in white, the system's voice appeared, and a green light instantly enveloped all those with hollow eyes and various expressions on the surface of the sea. Immediately, those people returned to normal in an instant. However, their memories remained stuck in the time frame of Zhao Su's actions against the Basya dragon turtle. They no longer remembered the woman in red. However, the few people protected by Ning Rongrong's divine sense on the high platform still clearly remembered everything that had just happened. It was clear that these people were on Zhao Su's side. There was no need to erase their memories. Brother Su, don't worry, Zhu Qing will be fine. After those people regained consciousness, Zhao Su and the others had already left the high platform. In their hearts, they naturally thought that Zhao Su had slaughtered the Basya dragon turtle and conveyed the news to their respective forces. On the high platform, Zhao Su stood there, looking at the calm sea, not knowing what he was thinking. Ning Rongrong walked to Zhao Su's side, gently linked her arm with his, and said softly, Zhao Su nodded, forcing a smile at Ning Rongrong, but the smile looked worse than crying. Today, when facing the woman in red, Zhao Su felt a significant sense of disparity in his heart. After Zhu Zhuqing was taken away by the woman in red, Zhao Su felt a strong sense of guilt. Originally, he thought he was invincible and could protect them well, but unexpectedly, Tang Yuehua had not been found, and he didn't know if she was safe. Zhu Zhuqing had been easily taken away again. This made him feel a lot of guilt towards the three of them. In the following days, the entire sea was very calm. Although small skirmishes occurred continuously, no major battles happened again. Bibi Dong, Tang Yuehua, and the others had no leads. After 15 days, the waterfall phenomenon connecting the sky and the sea gradually faded, and by the morning of that day, it completely disappeared without leaving any trace, as if it had never appeared. The disappearance of the waterfall also meant that the connection between the ancient relic mountain and the Douluo continent had been completely severed for the time being. Moreover, it was impossible to wait for Bibi Dong and others here. Zhao Su decided to use his soul power to control the high platform and prepare to leave the sea. He had been drifting on the sea for days, searching everywhere, but had not found the remaining 10,000-year sea soul beasts. He also had not found suitable sea soul beasts for Hulaina and the others. Therefore, Zhao Su decided to leave the sea and head to the ancient relic mountain, known as the Human Forbidden Area, the Valley of Death, to take a look. Although the Valley of Death was called a valley, it was a primitive forest, similar in nature to the Stardow forest of the Douluo continent, but even more dangerous. It was said that there was a soul beast king close to 1,000,000 years old, the Yamada no Orochi. The place where the Yamada no Orochi resided was in a valley in the middle of the forest, which is why this primitive forest was called the Valley of Death. Rongrong. Just as Zhao Su and his group landed, a voice called out to Ning Rongrong. Following the voice, they saw Ancient Revival standing on the shore. And upon seeing Ning Rongrong, he was very happy. It was evident that Ancient Revival had feelings for Ning Rongrong. When Ning Rongrong crossed the black hole to the Ancient Relic Mountain, the first person she met was Ancient Revival. It was Ancient Revival who saved her and took her back to the Divine Calculation Mountain. This was how she became the adopted daughter of Ancient Silence and the Holy Maiden of the Divine Hall. So although Ning Rongrong was an outsider, she already had the identity of the Holy Maiden of the Divine Hall, which made her not just a simple outsider. Furthermore, Zhao Su's battle against the Buddha and Tao Lord on the Sea made everyone reluctant to easily attack Zhao Su and his group. However, there were still some who would plot against them with a determination to die. Those people, although part of the original forces of the ancient Relic Mountain, had already been controlled by Tang San. The Wandu sect had been renamed Tang Sect, mastering various hidden weapons and poisons. In the area where the original Wandu sect was located, it had clearly become the most powerful sect. "Big brother, what are you doing here?" After Ning Rongrong landed, she called out to Ancient Revival, also indicating her attitude towards him, and then asked. Hearing Ning Rongrong call him Big Brother, a hint of disappointment flashed in Ancient Revival's eyes, but quickly returned to normal. He smiled and said, "Originally, I wanted to go out to sea to find you, but I heard from those who returned from the sea that you were also coming towards the shore, so I waited for you here." Our disciples from the Divine Hall sent back news that on the way to the Valley of Death in the east, they found an old man with a sword martial soul and one arm, fighting fiercely with someone. It's Grandpa Jian. Upon hearing Ancient Revival's words, Ning Rongrong's brows furrowed. What happened? That old man was injured, but he killed the few who attacked him and headed towards the Valley of Death. Brother Su. Ning Rongrong anxiously grabbed Zhao Su's arm and called out. She was very worried about Chen Xian's safety. Ning Rongrong had grown up under the care of Chen Xian and Gu Rong, playing and frolicking on her shoulders since childhood. In Ning Rongrong's heart, she had long regarded Chen Xian and Gu Rong as her grandfathers, even surpassing her biological grandfather, whom she had only met at birth. Don't worry. Senior Jian's 7-killing sword is not something those petty thieves can handle. I believe Senior Jian must know something to go to the Valley of Death. Are you saying that Senior Chen Xian came to the ancient Relic Mountain just for the Valley of Death? Hulaina thought of something and looked at Zhao Su, asking. Chapter 150. It is impolite to come without going, that's right. So, I believe that Senior Jian must have his own considerations, so we don't need to worry so much. As Zhao Su spoke, he held Ning Rongrong's little hand, and a warm current flowed into her body through her palm, gradually calming her mood. Originally, Zhao Su did not want to let Shang Gufu follow his team. It wasn't because of Ning Rongrong, but because Shang Gufu was, after all, the young master of one of the 3 sections. Now, with the Buddha Lord half crippled and the Tao Lord severely injured, The only one among the three sects that still had full strength was the Divine Hall. Therefore, the Divine Hall was already being eyed by many people. Zhao Su did not want to attract unnecessary trouble for himself. However, Shang Fu was determined to go with them to the Valley of Death and refused to leave alone. Ning Rongrong also spoke up for Shang Fu. So Zhao Su could not say much more and tacitly allowed Shang Fu to follow his team to the Valley of Death. However, with Shang Fu, the young master of the Divine Hall, joining their team, it did indeed make things much easier. Although all parties had their own agendas, the status of the Divine Hall was still there. Until they completely tore their faces, everyone still had to give some face. Moreover, many forces were directly subordinate to the Divine Hall. After returning to land, Ning Rongrong and Hulaina's complexion gradually returned to their peak. After all, they were land creatures. And even though there were spacious high platforms in the sea, they still felt somewhat uncomfortable. In the few days leading up to the Valley of Death, they traveled slowly, resting while on the move. As they progressed, they increased their speed. One day, just under 30 miles from the Valley of Death, in a city named Yaqi City within the ancient Relic Mountains, Zhao Su and Tang San met for the first time. Teacher Zhao, I didn't expect to meet you here. In a hotel, Zhao Su did not go looking for Tang San, but Tang San took the initiative to approach him. If it weren't for Hulaina blocking them, Yin and Li Kai would have directly attacked Tang San. Zhao Su looked at Tang San, who had a smile on his face and seemed very amiable. There was nothing unusual. But at that moment, the system's voice, which had already changed, rang out. It was no longer the emotionless mechanical voice, but sounded like that of the white-clothed goddess he had seen that day on the sea, although it was a bit hollow. You need to be careful. I sensed the aura of the sea god on him. Zhao Su did not show any unusual reaction to the system's words and continued to smile lightly. I didn't expect that as soon as you arrived at this ancient relic mountain, you would give me such a big gift. It is only right for a student to give a gift to a teacher. Tang San's expression appeared quite arrogant. He was no longer the Tang San of the past, unwilling even to pretend. Compared to Zhao Su, the current Tang San looked more like a big villain. However, true villains usually do not appear so early. Those who show up now can only be considered cannon fodder. The real villain, who masters the situation and orchestrates everything, is the one who truly counts as the antagonist. Then I should really thank you, but it would be impolite not to reciprocate. I also have a gift for you. Oh, is that so? Then the student should thank the teacher first. No need to thank me. You can thank me after you receive the gift. Zhao Su revealed a meaningful smile to Tang San. Although he could not act against Tang San, who harbored the aura of the sea god, it did not mean he could not act against those around him and the forces that relied on him. The Wandu sect, renamed Tang sect, had indeed been upgraded somewhat under Tang San's hidden weapons and poisons, but it was still not enough against the Divine Hall, one of the three sections. Zhao Su's principle was that it is unworthy of a gentleman not to repay a grudge, and he never left grudges overnight. Moreover, the Tang sect was not far from Yaqi City. That night, Zhao Su, along with Yin and Li Kai, went to the Tang sect. By the time they returned the next day, those left behind at the Tang sect had already become corpses. No, they should be said to have turned to ashes, as the entire Tang sect had been burned to the ground. At the same time, Shang Fu, in his capacity as the young master of the Divine Hall, issued orders to the sect forces that were subordinate to the Divine Hall. He commanded the complete extermination of those allied with the Tang sect, leaving not a single one alive. In an instant, even Tang San and Yu Tianheng faced attacks. Before they even reached the Valley of Death, Tang San and his group were already in a frantic escape, with those relying on Tang San either dead or fleeing. In the end, only a few members of Tang San's original team remained. Tang San, this must be the work of Zhao Su and the others. Upon entering the range of the Valley of Death, the attacks against them became more frequent. After just repelling another wave of attackers, Yu Qianheng looked at Tang San with a grim expression. At this moment, Tang San's face no longer held a smile. Instead, it turned grim and fierce as he clenched his fists tightly. Zhao Su, one day I will personally kill you. Hearing Tang San's words, Ma Hongjun, who stood not far away, sneered coldly but quickly returned to the same angry expression. However, the fleeting cold smile in Ma Hongjun's eyes was clearly seen by Bai Qinxiang beside him, who did not directly expose him but showed a thoughtful expression. Compared to the dire straits of Tang San and the others, Zhao Su and his group had a much easier time, enjoying the scenery along the way as they headed to the Valley of Death. Brother Shanggu, do you know about the 8-headed serpent in the Valley of Death? Zhao Su asked Shang Fu in the carriage. After spending a few days together, Although Shanggu Fu was somewhat taciturn and rarely spoke, Zhao Su still had a good impression of him. He was not as overbearing as those second-generation heirs, and was quite low-key. I have only heard my father mention it. I have never seen it in person. Now that it is winter, the eight-headed serpent should be hibernating. If no one deliberately provokes it, we should not encounter it. Then if we provoke it, what are the chances of success? It was clear that since Zhao Su had come to the Valley of Death, he could not leave empty-handed. A soul beast close to 1,000,000 years old was only matched by the deep-sea demon whale king on Douluo continent. And it was a tremendous temptation even for Zhao Su. After all, there were many 10,000-year soul rings in the system shop, but not a single million-year soul ring. Brother Zhao, you aren't joking, are you? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Shanggu Fu couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile, somewhat nervously retorting to Zhao Su. It should be noted that the eight-headed serpent was just one opportunity away from fully comprehending and completely shedding its mortal body to become a true god. Even though it was still a mortal body, its combat power would not be lower than that of an ordinary god, and it might even be capable of slaying gods. How could ordinary people like them possibly be a match for a god, whether in the ancient Relic Mountains or on Douluo continent? The power of gods had been deeply impressed upon everyone's minds. It could be said that their ultimate goal throughout their lives was to become gods. Chapter 151. Only by believing in oneself as invincible can one truly be invincible, of course. I am not joking. If we successfully hunt down a soul beast close to 1,000,000 years, that would mean 1,000,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Are you not tempted? Zhao Su stared at Shanggu Fu, trying to brainwash him and instill an invincible belief in him. That being said, we are merely mortals. How can we possibly deal with gods? Nothing is impossible. Gods can be transformed from humans, and if humans can be killed, then gods can be killed as well. Zhao Su leaned casually against the car window and continued, Shanggu Xiong, to truly become powerful, one must have an invincible belief. Otherwise, even if you become a god in the future, you won't achieve anything significant. I'm just an auxiliary soul master with almost no combat power. Even if I have an invincible heart, it's still a case of having the heart, but lacking the strength. I wonder if Shanggu Xiong has heard this saying? What saying? There are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters. Moreover, your golden Shimen Duanjia sacred compass is a divine-level martial spirit that surpasses the ancestral martial spirits of your Shanggu family. Although Zhao Su did not completely agree with Yu Shaojiang's words, he had to admit that they were indeed classic brainwashing quotes. Is it really like that? Of course. Rong, like you, is also an auxiliary soul master, but who would dare to underestimate her now? Isn't she invincible? Yes, Zhao Xiong, you are right. If I want to become powerful, I must first have an invincible belief in myself. As Shanggu Fu spoke, he became increasingly excited, and the light in his eyes grew brighter. Seeing Shanggu Fu's transformation, Zhao Su nodded in satisfaction. In fact, Zhao Su did not completely dismiss what Shanggu Fu said. Some of it made sense. For instance, if one believes oneself to be useless, then one can only be useless. One must first believe in oneself to strive toward their goals and have a chance at success. Since that day, when Shanggu Fu talked with Zhao Su, he seemed to have become a different person. From a low-key young man, he transformed into someone very high-profile and irritable, ready to confront anyone who displeased him. Perhaps this was the true Shanggu Fu. Previously, he had been self-conscious due to his auxiliary martial spirit, but now Zhao Su had released him from that mental block. A small Qingyuan sect dared to be so arrogant. They truly did not know how to write the word death. One day, as they entered the Valley of Death, they were stopped by a dozen people claiming to be from the Qingyuan sect, stating that they were hunting soul beasts and that anyone wanting to enter the Valley of Death must take a detour. Hearing this, Shanggu Fu snorted coldly and took action. The golden Shimen Duanjia sacred compass, radiating golden light, appeared before him. His fourth soul ring instantly lit up. The ladle on the compass began to spin rapidly, and beams of golden light formed a sword shadow that charged towards the dozen people. This fourth soul ring was Shanggu Fu's only attack soul skill of the golden Shimen Duanjia sacred compass. In fact, the Qingyuan sect was not as nameless as Shanggu Fu said. It was one of the lower four sects, comparable to the Xianyuan family and the Wanjian sect, with a martial spirit of the green serpent. Brother Su, has Shanggu Fu been stimulated by something? Zhao Su couldn't help but feel helpless, signaling Yin and Li Kai to assist. Zhao Su suspected that Shanggu Fu had not truly understood his words, but had only remembered one thing. Believing in oneself as invincible is the key to becoming truly invincible. Sigh, I really can't help it. Zhao Su shook his head at Shanggu Fu, who was vigorously wielding the golden holy sword, relying on his innate ability to perceive heavenly secrets. Brother Zhao, my previous 20-plus years were wasted. Invincible. After defeating the dozen members of the Qingyuan sect, Shanggu Fu excitedly shouted toward Zhao Su and simultaneously clenched his fist to show his strength. I see you've really shot yourself in the foot this time. Hulaina couldn't help but laugh at Zhao Su's displeased expression and said to him, I think what Sister Hu said makes sense. Ning Rongrong also teased Zhao Su, then quickly stepped forward to link arms with Hulaina, laughing happily. Since arriving at the ancient relics mountain, the two had never laughed so joyfully. Indeed, their essay saying that happiness is built on the pain of others. Yin quickly finished it off and absorbed the soul ring. This place isn't safe. One day, Zhao Su and the others discovered a fire phoenix with over 50,000 years of age, and the flames on this bird were not ordinary. They were the 9-yang heavenly fire, a flame of the same level as the Zhuke divine bird's Nanmingli fire. Okay, understood. Yin replied without hesitation, and flames instantly enveloped the fire phoenix, roasting it. Soon, a soul ring and a burning bone fell from the fire phoenix. At that moment, Yin didn't bother to look at the fallen flame, but quickly sat cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. Taking advantage of Yan's absorption of the soul ring, Zhao Su stepped forward to pick up the burning soul bone. When Zhao Su picked up the soul bone, he felt a slight burning sensation, which piqued his interest. Soon, Zhao Su discovered that this soul bone was an external soul bone, similar to the one Ning Rongrong obtained after hunting the mirror beast. And it also carried an ancient strange fire. An external soul bone carrying the 9-yang heavenly fire? Shanggu Fu also came over, observing the soul bone without touching it, recognizing its difference from normal soul bones. This was actually Shanggu Fu's forte, deducing heavenly secrets. However, Shanggu Fu had completely veered off course, only thinking of using force to solve problems. The Valley of Death was indeed known as a nurturing ground for divine pets. Brother Yin is fortunate. Once this external soul bone carrying the 9-yang heavenly fire is fully absorbed, it might evolve as flame Lord Martial Spirit into the 9-yang heavenly fire. Shanggu Fu said this with a hint of envy in his voice, but he was not jealous because he understood that this soul bone was meant for Yin. After about 10 minutes, Yin woke up, having completely reached the level of an 80-level soul Douluo. Before he could celebrate, Zhao Su handed him the external soul bone with the 9-yang heavenly fire, urging him to fuse with it quickly. Boss, I think I should pass on this soul bone. It's better left for someone who needs it. Yin hesitated, not taking the soul bone. This soul bone is most suitable for you. No more nonsense. Fuse with it quickly, and then we'll continue deeper. We've already wasted enough time. Most people have entered the center of the Valley of Death, and we need to catch up, Zhao Su said as he directly pushed the soul bone into Yan's body. At the same time, a strand of divine thought also entered Yan's body with the soul bone because Zhao Su was worried that Yin might face danger while merging with the soul bone, just as Ning Rongrong had when absorbing the Mirror B soul bone. Chapter 152, Gathering in the Valley of Death when the soul bone entered Yan's body. His martial spirit was instantly summoned forth. In an instant, flames enveloped his entire body. The originally ordinary flames began to be replaced by the 9-yang heavenly fire, capable of burning all things. Ultimately, as Shanggu Fu had said, the flame Lord Martial Spirit was completely replaced by the 9-yang heavenly fire. But this was not the end. The 9-yang heavenly fire began to gradually converge, ultimately forming a long sword that radiated divine light. The long sword fused into Yan's body. The fusion with Yan's body can be said to be perfect. Now, Yan seems to be that long sword, and the 9-yang heavenly fire emanating from him is the flame radiating from this long sword. The Sun God? Once Yan transformed into a sword, the flames on his body grew even stronger, soon resembling a sun. The forest, which was originally in darkness, was instantly illuminated. At the same time, countless characters appeared around Yin, each resembling a miniature sun. The ancient golden compass of the divine gate of revival was released and hovered in front of him. The ladle on it began to spin rapidly. Brother Zhao, this is the divine 9 trials of the Sun God. The ancient revival, who was intently watching the rapidly spinning ladle, seemed to have to do something and quickly said to Zhao Su. Hearing this, Zhao Su did not hesitate and acted immediately, his powerful divine consciousness quickly enveloping Yin, sealing the characters containing the divine 9 trials and hiding them within Yan's body. This temporarily severed the Sun God's descent of the divine 9 trials upon Yin, since they still did not have the ability to slay gods. It was unnecessary to accept the divine 9 trial for now. However, Even though the connection between Yin and the Sun God was temporarily blocked, it had little effect on Yan's evolution into the nine-yang heavenly fire, martial soul, and the corresponding power. The moment Yin opened his eyes, they seemed to transform into two small suns, and then his entire body was shrouded in scorching sunlight. With a punch, the surrounding trees were shattered into dust. Boss, I just seemed to sense the aura of a god, but it disappeared in an instant. Yin looked at the terrifying damage he had caused around him, then thought of something and frowned at Zhao Su. I already know, now is not the time to accept the Divine Nine Trials. Once we return to Douluo continent, I will explain it to you in detail. For now, you just need to focus on your cultivation and improve your strength. Don't worry, boss, I won't let you down. At this moment, Yin was incredibly convinced of Zhao Su. Whatever Zhao Su said, he would not question it and would execute it unconditionally. Just now, the sunlight-like brilliance illuminated the entire Death Valley, causing the disciples of various clans who had already entered the Death Valley to think that some treasure or divine inheritance had appeared, and they all began to gather towards this side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Su and the others quietly left the place where the anomaly occurred and headed towards the core area of the Death Valley. Soon, Zhao Su and his group arrived in a valley that had already gathered many people. The space inside the valley was large, and various factions were on guard against each other. As they walked deeper into the valley, Zhao Su quickly discovered a cave. Everyone was gathered outside the cave, and no one dared to enter first. To Zhao Su's surprise, since entering the ancient relic mountain, he had not heard any news. Yet Qian Renshue unexpectedly stood beside Tang San. It seemed that the two had reached some sort of agreement. Upon seeing Zhao Su, a hint of malice reappeared in Tang San's eyes as he looked at Zhao Su, seemingly provoking him. However, Zhao Su ignored Tang San and instead focused on Qian Renshue. At this moment, Qian Renshue had already broken through the suppression of the will of the gods in the ancient relic mountain and surpassed the limit of a 70th level soul sage, reaching the level of an 80th level soul Douluo. Moreover, Zhao Su could clearly sense the aura of a god emanating from Qian Renshue. It was evident that Qian Renshue was currently undergoing the Divine Nine Trials. Schwerer, you are accepting the Divine Nine Trials in this dangerous place. If you fail, it will be a path of no return. Hulaina glanced at Zhao Su and, seeing that he did not oppose, quickly ran to Qian Renshue's side and quietly said, "What I do is none of your business. What you're doing is not becoming stronger, but becoming a stepping stone for others. Can't you understand that? As long as I can become stronger, as long as I can become a god, I don't care if I become someone else's stepping stone." At this moment, Qian Renshue could be said to be increasingly stubborn, completely unable to listen to anyone's advice. In her heart, there was only one belief: to become stronger. No matter what the cost, it didn't matter. After finishing her words, Qian Renshue ignored Hulaina and returned to Tang San's side, clearly indicating her choice to Hulaina. Sigh. Hulaina couldn't help but shake her head helplessly, but she didn't say anything more. Now, she was not in a state to listen to anything. When she truly faced setbacks, she would naturally understand. I'm just worried that if she stays with Tang San, she will become Tang San's cannon fodder, and by the time she wants to regret, it will already be too late. It won't be. Qian Renshue, as the chosen successor of the Angel God, will be aided by the Angel God at a critical moment. Yeah, for now, there's nothing else we can do. Hulaina looked at Qian Renshue with slight concern again. But at this moment, Qian Renshue did not glance back towards Hulaina and the others. Instead, she was attracted by the sudden sounds of intense fighting coming from within the cave. Roar! An angry roar came from inside the cave, followed by a burst of scorching light that was felt even from outside the cave, showcasing its power. Boss, Nanyang Heavenly Fire. After the light flashed, Yin felt his martial soul, which had already evolved into Nanyang Heavenly Fire, begin to stir. Even the soul bone integrated into his spine began to move. Isn't this cave the hibernation place of the eight-headed serpent? How could there be the aura of Nanyang Heavenly Fire? As Zhao Su spoke, he looked at the ancient revival standing beside him, whose eyes were rapidly moving as if deducing something, but did not respond to Zhao Su. At this moment, the battle inside the cave grew increasingly intense. Although they couldn't see it from the sounds, it was evident that it was a fierce battle. However, it was still unclear who the two opposing sides were. Zhao Su looked around, and most of the familiar outsiders had gathered here. The 7-member team, led by Tang Long and Tang, who from the Haotian School, was also present. However, the Haotian School's team did not stand with Tang San and had deliberately maintained a slight distance from Tang San's group. There were also disciples from the new 7 sects, like the Armor Sect and the Holy Dragon Sect. Tang San and Dai Mubai represented the Tiando and Xingluo empires, while Qianrenshua represented the Spirit Hall. Of course, the Spirit Hall could be said to have already split, with Qianrenshua representing the Douluo Hall of the Spirit Hall, which was the branch of worship. Meanwhile, Hulaina represented the Pope's lineage of the Spirit Hall in the absence of Bibi Dong. Chapter 153. Conflict erupts. Heavy injury to Tang San. In addition to these outsider teams from the Douluo continent, there were also original forces from the ancient Relic Mountain. The Buddhist faction was led by a little monk who looked about 80% similar to Huai Kong. This person was named Huai Rong, and he was Huai Kong's twin brother. Their martial soul was also the golden light Buddha shadow, and his face bore no signs of compassion, but rather a killing intent as he gazed at Zhao Su and the others. The Taoist faction was still led by the same 2 young Taoist priests. Zhao Su knew that one of them was namely Yuran, a direct disciple of the Taoist master and the 3rd-generation grand senior brother of the Taoist sect. The other was namely Shiran, a direct disciple of the grand elder of the Taoist sect and the 2nd-generation grand senior brother of the 3rd generation, known as the twin stars of the Taoist sect. If nothing unexpected happened, these 2 brothers would be the successors of the future Taoist master and grand elder. There was also a team led by Xianyuan Qing'er from the Xianyuan family, whom Zhao Su recognized. Among the last 4 sects, the Wanjian sect has long been destroyed, and the people from the Qingyuan sect who came to the Valley of Death were recently wiped out by the ancient revival of Hua. So, besides the Xianyuan family, the last 4 sects include only the Illusion Sound sect. The leader is a woman in red, and when Zhao Su saw her, he couldn't help but recall the woman in red who took Zhu Zhuqing away over the sea. Just as Zhao Su was observing the teams gathered at the entrance of the cave, the ancient revival finally woke up. Frowning, he said to Zhao Su, "If my calculations are correct, the so-called Yamada no Orochi is actually the spirit pet of the Sun God. There's a divine artifact left by the Sun God in this cave, the Sun God sword." The Sun God? That's right. According to my calculations, the Sun God has long been dead, and what remains is merely a remnant soul. So our previous concerns are completely unnecessary. So, does that mean we can now accept the divine 9 trials of the Sun God? Yes, but the Sun God is not looking for a successor. He is searching for a new Sun God to replace him. The divine 9 trials will become increasingly difficult. It can be said to be a matter of life and death, and we cannot assist you. Boss, I'm not afraid. Don't say it's a matter of life and death. Even if it's certain death, I still want to give it a try. Yan's eyes gradually became firm as he spoke, looking at Hulaina beside him. It was obvious he wanted to prove himself to her. Yan has always been deeply in love with Hulaina since childhood, but unfortunately, the feelings were not mutual. You need to think this through. If you don't accept the divine 9 trials with your current talent, you could at least become a titled Douluo boss. I've thought it through. Rather than living a mediocre life, I might as well take a gamble. Even if it leads to death, I have no regrets. Go ahead. According to my calculations, you have 1 chance of success. The ancient revival smiled and patted Yan's shoulder, encouraging him. Since you've made your decision, then give it your all. And be careful. Hulaina also said to Yan. Yan didn't say anything more but smiled and nodded. Then, without any hesitation, the 9-yang heavenly fire martial soul was instantly unleashed, merging into the soul bone of his spine, radiating powerful heavenly fire. In the end, it formed a long sword that replaced his spine. The sword trembled slightly, completely breaking the seal of the 9 ancient characters sealed within Zhao Su. At once, a breath of the Sun God emanated from Yan. Yan took one last look at Hulaina, then turned decisively and rushed into the cave. Bang! Seeing Yan rush into the cave, the others moved as well, with Tang San directly unleashing the Haotian hammer, smashing it towards Yan and the others rushing into the cave. It was clear that Tang San intended to awaken the Yamada no Orochi that was sleeping in the cave to bury those who entered. At this moment, Tang San's Haotian hammer no longer lacked soul rings. The first soul ring was a red 100,000-year soul ring. By the time he reached the 8th soul ring, that red soul ring was nearly dark gold. Holding the Haotian hammer, Tang San's eyes were filled with malice as he unleashed a chaotic hammer technique directly at Zhao Su. Yu Qianheng, Duge Yin, and others also released their martial souls at the same time, charging toward Zhao Su and his group. Zhao Su snorted coldly, drawing the Emperor's 7-kill sword, slicing towards Tang San's Haotian hammer with sword intent. At that moment, Tang San quickly retreated, unleashing a powerful divine consciousness. He intended to catch Zhao Su off guard and invade his mind to control him. A mere sea god dares to strike at me? The death spear appeared instantly in Zhao Su's hand, and he vanished from his original position, reappearing with his spear piercing through Tang San's chest. At the same time, the sea god's aura within Tang San was enveloped by a green light radiating overwhelming vitality. In an instant, it was completely obliterated. It was the system, that is, the white-clad goddess, Xiaolu, who had acted. The sea god consciousness was not on the same level as Xiaolu's. Xiaolu not only obliterated the sea god's consciousness left in Tang San, but also severely injured the sea god through that consciousness. Thud! In this land valley, everyone heard the sound of something falling into the water. Tang San, pierced through the chest, immediately weakened in momentum, and the 800,000-year soul rings on the Haotian hammer quickly shattered. It was evident that those 8 soul rings were temporarily granted to him by the sea god. One could say they were all condensed from the sea god's divine power. Now that the sea god was severely injured and his divine power dissipated, those soul rings were destroyed along with it. Roar! The 7th soul ring on Yu Tianheng quickly lit up. In the true form of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, martial soul rapidly enveloped Yu Tianheng's entire body, completing his dragon transformation. Allow dragon roar temporarily repayed Zhao Su. At the same time, Ma Hongjuan's phoenix divine bird unleashed flames, separating Zhao Su and Tang San. Yu Tianheng took this opportunity to pull the pierced Tang San back. Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia radiated soft light, enveloping Tang San, whose terrifying healing ability quickly brought him back from the brink of death. However, her face looked quite pale, as she had already lost her fighting capability in a short time. At this moment, with Tang San severely injured, the command of their team fell into the hands of Dai Mubai and Yu Qianheng. The two no longer wished to continue fighting, protecting Tang San as they headed out of the Valley of Death. They knew that with Tang San severely injured, they had lost their strongest fighting force, and staying would only make them cannon fodder. Boss, they are leaving. Should we stop them? Li Kai, who had fallen into a berserk state, looked at the departing Yu Qianheng and others, ready to charge at Zhao Su with a question. He would directly unleash his martial soul's true form and charge up at Zhao Su with just a word from him. Don't worry about them. Let them leave. We should go into the cave first, Zhao Su said to Li Kai, then took the lead into the cave, as he had just sensed the aura of the Yamada no Orochi. At the same time, there was also the lingering consciousness of the sun god. Chapter 154. The Ancient Sword God, the Cage of the Gods. Upon entering the cave, everyone was immediately enveloped in darkness, with no light whatsoever, complete darkness. Zhao Su's divine consciousness spread out, protecting Ning Rongrong, Hulaina, and the others, reminding them, stay close to me, do not leave the range of my divine consciousness. The 4 responded, walking deeper into the pitch-black cave under the protection of Zhao Su's divine consciousness. From time to time, they heard chilling screams. It was unclear whether they were the cries of mutual slaughter or the result of being ambushed by something in the cave. The deeper they went into the darkness, the more the evil thoughts in people's hearts were triggered. Sometimes, in the dark, even the closest people beside them could not be fully trusted. After walking for about 15 minutes, the previously completely dark cave began to show faint glimmers of light, although not particularly clear. But it was still possible to see the people beside them and the path beneath their feet. Brother Su, I sense the aura of Grandpa's sword. The aura of the 7 kills, sword carrying overwhelming sword intent. Ning Rongrong tightly grasped Zhao Su's arm, her face filled with worry as she softly said to him, don't worry, from the momentum Grandpa's sword is emitting, although he's in a tough battle, he won't be in danger in the short term. The Grandpa sword you mentioned seems to have released the seal of a terrifying entity. The seal of a terrifying entity? From this, we can see the terrifying aspect of the Qi Min Dunjia sacred compass martial soul, as it can predict danger in advance and change one's response strategy accordingly. At the same time, it can deduce heavenly secrets, allowing one to know in advance what is about to happen. Although sometimes, even if one can deduce it, they cannot change it. They still have more opportunities to try and error than ordinary people. Indeed, it seems to be a sword spirit, sealed here by his father. I understand now, this must be the opportunity that Grandpa Sword mentioned he came to the ancient relic mountain to seek. Let's go take a look. With that, Zhao Su and the others quickened their pace. After walking for about 10 more minutes and crossing a narrow passage, they arrived at a vast cave space. In the center of the cave, there was a square lava pool about 30 meters wide. At the center of the lava pool, a high platform emerged, on which floated a sword spirit exuding a terrifying sword intent. The people who entered the cave were desperately trying to cross the lava pool to reach the high platform. At this moment, an one-armed old man was not only resisting the backlash from the sword spirit, but also fighting against those rushing toward the high platform. Waidong, Li Iodan, and Li Shiran all took action. The outsiders who came from Douluo continent also joined in. The aura emanating from that sword spirit made them want to do everything they could to obtain it. They felt the presence of a divine artifact from that sword spirit. Everyone understood that as long as they could obtain this sword spirit, even if they could not inherit the divine legacy, they would still significantly enhance their strength. Boom! Those who do not want to die, retreat. Zhao Su glanced at the anxious Ning Rongrong, gently squeezed her hand to reassure her. Then, a pair of wings appeared behind him, flying toward the high platform. As he landed on the high platform, the 12-winged holy angel appeared behind Zhao Su. Black and gold light burst forth, forcing everyone back. The momentum of destruction and death fused with overwhelming divine vitality instantly enveloped the entire cave. After sensing this powerful aura, everyone calmed down and did not dare to act rashly. Senior Sword, you can focus on refining that sword spirit. I will protect you. A hint of hesitation flashed in Chen Xian's eyes, but he ultimately chose to trust Zhao Su. Thank you. Chen Xian said a word of thanks, and then turned around to sit cross-legged beside the sword spirit. He extended his one arm and formed a strange symbol, which even Zhao Su felt a sense of danger from. This is the remnant soul of the ancient sword god. That sword spirit is the sword of the ancient sword god. It seems that Chen Xian's father had already hidden this sword spirit here, leaving a chance for his son to become the ancient sword god. After the terrifying sword intent symbol appeared in Chen Xian's hand, Xiao LV also appeared beside Zhao Su. However, this time, apart from Zhao Su, the others could not see Xiao LV. Ancient sword god? Within this ancient relic mountain, there are many remnants of old gods who have passed away, always searching for suitable inheritors. Then, according to what you said, the sun god is also a remnant soul? That's right. Then why didn't Chen Xian's father take this sword spirit away last time the ancient relic mountain opened? The ancient relic mountain is led by the 5 god kings of the divine realm, with the will of the gods as a supplement, in addition to absorbing the souls of soul masters to ensure they remain at their peak. The most important point is that the ancient relic mountain is a prison that suppresses the remnant souls of the gods. Prison of the gods? This was the first time Zhao Su had heard such terminology, and he realized that his understanding of the divine realm was still too limited. In ancient times, the divine realm did not only have 5 god kings, but 18 god kings. The souls of the deceased god kings are immortal and have had a significant impact on various worlds. They can only be temporarily suppressed, waiting for new inheritors to appear. Then what about the war of the gods? Some want the deceased god kings to find inheritors, while others do not want the deceased god kings to reappear through inheritors, which naturally leads to war. Which side do you belong to? Zhao Su stared at Xiao LV, wanting to discover something on her face, but ultimately felt disappointed. Once that terrifying aura within you fully awakens, you will know which side I belong to. That red flower in my body is also the remnant soul of some ancient deity, right? You will need to seek the answer yourself. Xiao LV said this with a meaningful smile, and before completely disappearing, she left Zhao Su with one last warning. Be careful. Those who do not want the sword god to reappear are coming. Just as Xiao LV's words finished, Zhao Su heard a sound of a pipa reverberating through the entire cave, shaking the souls of everyone present. Following the sound of the pipa, he saw the red-dressed woman leading the illusion sound sect plucking the strings. At this moment, her aura had changed significantly from when she was outside the cave. Holding the pipa in her arms, her right hand rapidly plucked the strings. Layer upon layer of white, soft soul power rippled out, heading towards Chen Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the high platform, using the remnant soul of the ancient sword god to refine the sword spirit. It seemed she intended to interrupt Chen Xian's refining. Oomph. Zhao Su snorted coldly, and the kill god domain instantly spread out, protecting the entire high platform while crashing into that gentle soul power. The red-dressed woman's hand that was plucking the strings did not stop. She frowned slightly and looked at Zhao Su. At this moment, the few white-dressed women following her also produced pipa in their arms, merging the same aura with the red-dressed woman's music to counter Zhao Su's kill god domain. Chapter 155. You are not a complete person. Boom. A powerful force instantly knocked Zhao Su back a few steps. As he retreated, Zhao Su clearly felt the same aura as the red-dressed woman he encountered on the sea. However, Zhao Su understood that the woman in front of him, the illusion sound sex Saintess Lan Yu, was not the same red-dressed woman he had seen that day on the sea. Lan Yu lightly tapped her feet, and the peep in her hand transformed into an ancient-looking dagger as she leaped onto the high platform. Just a seemingly ordinary gentle slash broke through Zhao Su's defenses. Under Lan Yu's hand, Zhao Su felt a sense of powerlessness arise in his heart. Since coming to Douluo continent, he had never felt this way before. Ning Rongrong and Hulaina also noticed Zhao Su's unusual state. They exchanged glances and, no longer hesitating, instantly released their martial souls to attack the other women assisting Lan Yu. Li Kai guarded beside the ancient revival, once again turning as if possessed, his head spinning rapidly. Do you think you are invincible? Lan Yu looked at Zhao Su with a contemptuous smile. After breaking through Zhao Su's defenses with her dagger, it instantly disappeared. A smooth palm slapped Zhao Su's chest. This seemingly gentle slap sent Zhao Su flying. Brother Su. Ning Rongrong saw that Zhao Su was unexpectedly unable to defeat Lan Yu, and with her right hand holding the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, it radiated a colorful glow, instantly enveloping Zhao Su, helping him stabilize his form quickly. At the moment he steadied himself, Zhao Su's body was once again covered in black armor, and the death spear was grasped in his hand. The 9 petals hidden within his body erupted with a powerful destructive aura. A strange symbol appeared at the center of his brow. Kid, you're not my opponent. Even if your true body were here, you would still be a little brother. Facing the mockery of Blue Moon, Zhao Su was completely enraged. Since arriving in Douluo continent, he had never experienced such humiliation. The death spear in his hand, which seemed to possess a bloodline, actually revived, transforming into a 9-headed flood dragon, opening its bloody maw and charging towards Blue Moon. At the same time, Zhao Su also moved, the Emperor's 7-killing sword appearing in front of him. With Zhao Su's hand seals, a character for kill instantly formed, slashing towards Blue Moon alongside the 9-headed flood dragon. Oof. Blue Moon merely snorted lightly, and what followed left everyone feeling incredulous. Everything around them was instantly bound. Eyes could see, minds could think, but bodies could not move a single inch. Even Zhao Su's divine consciousness, at the God King level, was directly bound. Why hasn't your backing come out? Blue Moon asked lightly, gracefully approaching Zhao Su, curiously questioning him. Do you really think you're invincible? As soon as Blue Moon finished speaking, the figure of Xiao Lu coalesced, but this time it was different from previous illusions. The momentum was even more powerful, and the gaze was deeper. That vibrant life force instantly broke Blue Moon's confinement domain. Zhao Su immediately felt his body lighten, reaching out to summon back the 9-headed flood dragon created by the death spear. His expression looked quite unpleasant. The earlier confrontation with Blue Moon had left Zhao Su with a significant sense of defeat. I never claimed to be invincible. It's those who claim themselves to be invincible who may not truly be so, right? Right now, I don't wish to battle you. It would be better for you to retreat. It might not be up to you. The moment Blue Moon's words left her lips, 7 strangely shaped weapons appeared before her. Just like the ones the woman in red had on the sea, the 7 absolute swords. Ladies, this is not the time for life and death struggles. Just as Xiao Lu and Blue Moon were about to engage in battle, a powerful voice emerged from Zhao Su's mouth. At that moment, Zhao Su's demeanor, tone, and aura seemed to have transformed into someone else entirely. Aside from still resembling Zhao Su, everything else had changed. Brother Su. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhao Su, who seemed like a different person, and immediately called out to him with a worried expression. Zhao Su turned to look at Ning Rongrong, but did not speak to her. Instead, he gazed once more at Xiao Lu and Blue Moon. What? Do you want to deal with me together with her? Blue Moon coldly asked Zhao Su. I want to work with Xiao Lu against you, but I also want to let you harm her. The aura of destruction around Zhao Su instantly enveloped Blue Moon. The moment she was surrounded by this terrifying aura of destruction, Blue Moon's expression changed drastically. She wanted to resist, but there was no chance left. Zhao Su, you wait for me. Blue Moon's angry voice echoed, and in an instant, her eyes were no longer so deep as she looked at herself standing on the high platform. A hint of confusion flashed in her gaze, as if she was unaware of what had just happened. Miss, at this moment, the white-clothed women at the edge of the magma pool were similarly weakened in aura. One of them called out to the puzzled Blue Moon. Blue Moon glanced at Zhao Su and Xiao Lu, feeling confused but said nothing more. She leapt and continued to jump until she returned to the ground outside the magma pool. Miss, are you okay? I'm fine, let us go. Blue Moon frowned, seemingly recalling something, and without any further delay, She took her people and left. Zhao Su and Xiao Lu both looked towards Xian, who was refining the spirit of the ancient sword god using its remnants. Devoted to the sword, you could say you were born for the sword. The position of sword god is rightfully yours, and it's not a disgrace to the name of the sword god, Zhao Su said, extending his hand to release a red light that enveloped the remnants of the ancient sword god and the sword spirit, along with Xian and his martial soul. The 7 killing sword. He continued, this is a piece of creation that I bestow upon you. After these words, Zhao Su's body shivered, and his blood-red eyes gradually returned to normal. The aura around him also reverted to its original state. As Zhao Su's consciousness returned, Xiao Lu's illusion began to shatter and then completely disappeared. Brother Su, are you okay? Ning Rongrong approached Zhao Su, scanning him with concern. I'm fine. It seems I just had a dream. Zhao Su reached out and held Ning Rongrong's hand, trying to calm her down as much as possible. The dream Zhao Su experienced felt incredibly real, as if it were his own life, something that had truly happened. However, he could not recall such a life in his memory. It was just that this dream was incomplete, missing many important characters and particularly significant events. Just now, someone occupied your body. It scared me to death. I thought you would never come back. As Ning Rongrong spoke, she began to cry, tightly hugging Zhao Su. All right, I'm fine, so don't cry. Zhao Su forced a smile, wiping away Ning Rongrong's tears, gently comforting her. What you experienced was not a dream, but something that truly happened. At this moment, the ancient revival has also awakened, looking at Zhao Su with complex emotions in his eyes, saying that you are not a complete person right now. Chapter 156. The ancient revival is driven mad by his own predictions, not a complete person? Or rather, your soul is not complete. It's just a part of your complete soul. Are you referring to the terrifying aura hidden in that red flower? Exactly. That is your original soul. Then who is my original soul? Cannot say. The ancient revival's eyes showed hesitation and a hint of fear. Although he had deduced something, he was afraid to speak it out loud. In the end, he only warned Zhao Su. There is a huge conspiracy hidden behind you. An unspeakable conspiracy. This conspiracy began when you were born in your last life. Do you know where I come from? I don't know. As the ancient revival spoke, his expression suddenly became confused, his deep gaze losing its luster, but quickly returning to normal. Do not attempt to deduce any further. Do not trust anyone, including your other half-soul. Do not believe. Soon, the ancient revival's eyes became chaotic again, clutching his head, descending into madness. Then he began to laugh loudly. What is it all for? What is the final outcome? He kept mumbling something. Ancient revival, calm down, don't think about it. You will drive yourself mad. Seeing the ancient revival like this, Ning Rongrong quickly stepped forward, wanting to temporarily quiet him down. However, she soon realized that her divine consciousness, reaching the divine origin realm, had no effect on the ancient revival. Ning Rongrong could even clearly feel that although the ancient revival's mental energy was chaotic, it was gradually strengthening. What is it? What is the ultimate goal? At this moment, the ancient revival laughed maniacally, transforming into a madman, turning to walk out of the cave. Ning Rongrong initially wanted to stop the ancient revival, but found that with her strength, she could not stop the now mad ancient revival. At this moment, Zhao Su was also in a daze, his eyes shifting, unsure of what he was thinking. The ancient revival spoke these words to him, especially that sentence. The conspiracy has begun since your last life. If what the ancient revival said is true, then being chosen by Xiao Lu and brought to the continent was not random, nor was it because of his extraordinary talent. It was because of the other half of his soul. Zhao Su had considered many possibilities regarding the terrifying aura hidden within him, even suspecting that the terrifying aura regarded him as a furnace, waiting for the right opportunity to seize his soul and completely occupy his body. But now it seemed far from simple. The woman in red who took Zhu Zhuqing and the prison of the ancient god's remnants within the ancient ruins mountain, along with the open and covert struggles among the 5 divine kings of the divine realm, everything was not as simple as he had thought. Brother Su, are you okay? Don't scare me. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhao Su, who showed signs similar to those of the ancient revival before he went mad, and quickly infused a wisp of her soul power into Zhao Su's body to calm him down. Bang! At that moment, the figure shrouded in red light, Chen Exent, broke through the red light. His posture, which was originally sitting cross-legged, changed to standing, and the arm he had lost had grown back. He looked much younger. The 7 killing sword martial soul, floating in front of him, also underwent a tremendous change. The body of the sword did not change much, but a layer of golden ripples appeared at the blade's edge. However, the overall momentum underwent a dramatic transformation. It was not that the killing intent was heavier than before, but rather that the sharpness was retracted, returning to simplicity. At the moment the sword body entered Chun Xian's body, Chun Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp sword light flashed. His entire soul power rapidly increased at that moment, stopping at level 99. Then, the soul power throughout his body, like the retracted sharpness of the 7-killing sword martial soul, was completely absorbed into his body, making it impossible to see any soul power level. There was not a trace of soul power fluctuation throughout his body, as if he were an ordinary person who had not cultivated it all. Grandpa's sword. You finally woke up. Are you okay? Hearing Ning Rongrong's call, Chun Xian's eyes revealed a soft color as he reached out to touch Ning Rongrong's head and smiled. I'm fine. I can feel that my body is filled with power now. Even when facing a god, I am not afraid, Chun Xian said, and at this moment, he also noticed Zhao Su's change. He extended his newly grown right hand, formed a seal with both hands, and a strange symbol entered Zhao Su's body. It was like the red flower within him when he was in the city of slaughter. This strange symbol also emitted a terrifying aura, hiding within Zhao Su's body. At the same time, it awakened Zhao Su. Although Zhao Su, who had just recovered, showed a hint of confusion in his eyes, he quickly calmed down. His eyes became increasingly profound. Quickly make yourself stronger, absorb the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm, and complete all preparations before becoming a god. After Chun Xian merged with the remnants of the ancient sword god, although he did not directly become a god, he obtained the ultimate god S9 trials from the ancient sword god. Naturally, he also inherited part of the ancient sword god's memories. Thank you, Grandpa's sword, for the reminder. I know what to do. After experiencing confusion and a chaotic soul, Zhao Su appeared more mature and calm. It seemed that he had figured something out amidst the earlier chaos. Brotersu, don't worry, I will be fine. The final victory will belong to us, Zhao Su said with a smile, revealing his signature grin. Once everything is over, I'll take you, Zhu Qing, and Yuehua home. Home? That's right, back to my home. Zhao Su tightly held Ning Rongrong's hand and turned in a direction, but he didn't say anything more. Then Zhao Su and the others continued deeper into the cave, with the other factions following but keeping a certain distance. Before entering the cave, Zhao Su clearly felt the aura of the sun god's remnants and the 8-headed serpent. However, they had walked through the entire cave without discovering the 8-headed serpent or the sun god's remnants. Even Yin was not found. At this point, the ancient revival had already left, and they could no longer rely on deduction to find Yan's whereabouts. No matter whether Yin succeeded or not, he could only rely on himself now. Zhao Su. That night, Zhao Su and his group were resting in a shelter in the Death Valley forest. Suddenly, Xianyuan Qi, who had not spoken to them since entering the Death Valley, approached Zhao Su. Can you come over for a moment? Xuanyuan King F found it, looking at Zhao Su as if she had something difficult to say. But in the end, she still called out to Zhao Su. Chapter 157. The Past of Sordo. Chunixin Zhao Su glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was resting her head on his shoulder. Although Ning Rongrong did not speak, she still moved her head away from Zhao Su's shoulder. Zhao Su then stood up and walked over to Xianyuan Qinger. Miss Qinger, what do you need from me? I want to ask you for a favor. A favor? Yes, not long ago, my second uncle sent a message that the Xianyuan sword enshrined in my Xianyuan family's ancestral hall suddenly soared into the air and headed toward the Mangking Mountain to the east of the ancient ruins mountain. I want you to help me retrieve the Xianyuan sword. If your Xianyuan family can't retrieve the Xianyuan sword, what can I do? Upon hearing Xianyuan Qinger's words, Zhao Su couldn't help but ask her with some confusion. As long as you can help our Xianyuan family retrieve the Xianyuan sword, I will give you something containing the luck of our Xianyuan family as a reward. Luck of the Qi? To be honest, Zhao Su was tempted, but he still put on a very difficult expression. He couldn't let Xianyuan Qinger see through his thoughts and had to appear humble and reserved. Stop pretending. I know you've been wanting the luck of our Xianyuan family, but couldn't find an excuse. Xianyuan Qinger's words could be said to have exposed Zhao Su's facade. Since it was already out in the open, there was no need to hide anything, and Zhao Su agreed to help Xianyuan Qinger. He would go with her to Mangking Mountain to take a look. After all, he had no clear goals of where to go. It would be better to go with Xianyuan Qinger to Mangking Mountain, helping the Xianyuan family find the Xianyuan sword, while also looking for suitable soul beasts for Hulaina and Li Kai. At this time, both of them had reached level 79 and only needed one more soul ring to advance to level 80. Mangking Mountain? After returning to the campfire where his group was resting, Zhao Su recounted why Xianyuan Qinger had come to find him. When he mentioned Mang King Mountain, Chen Xian's eyes clearly flashed with hesitation. Grandpa Sword, do you know about Mang King Mountain? Ning Rongrong linked her arm with Chen Xian's, looking at him with meaningful eyes. All right, since I've already accepted the ancient sword god's trial, that item is of no use to me anymore. I'll give it to you as a reward for your protection, Chen Xian said, forming a seal with his left hand. A strange symbol containing the remnants of the ancient god appeared before him again. This is also an ancient remnant? This time, even Zhao Su was a bit surprised and looked at Chen Xian, who had a smile on his face. Yes, the last time the ancient relic mountain opened. Although my father did not complete the inheritance of the gods, he found 2 remnants of ancient divine souls, one of which I've already inherited, and the other is the remnant soul of the ancient barbarian god. As Chen Xian spoke, his eyes gradually turned cold, and he continued, if it weren't for Tang Chun and Qian Douluo ambushing and severely injuring my father, those 2 might not have been the greatest beneficiaries of the last ancient relic mountain. When he mentioned this, Chen Xian's eyes were filled with resentment. Chen Xian's father was named Jianfeng. Although he was also part of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school at that time, he was not a guest elder, but merely an outer disciple affiliated with the school. Due to his extraordinary talent, he was accepted as a disciple by the previous generation's secmaster of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, who was Ning Rongrong's great-grandfather. From then on, the Jian family became generations of guest elders for the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. It could be said that Chen Xian not only grew up watching Ning Rongrong, but also watched her father, Ning Fengji, grow up. They were good brothers with Ning Rongrong's grandfather. However, Ning Rongrong's grandfather had average talent, and due to the special nature of the 7 Treasures glazed tower's martial soul, he could not advance beyond level 50, so he passed away early. At that time, the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall were not in opposition as they are now, and the Haotian sect was not the leading sect among the top 3. Tang Chun could be said to be a once-in-a-thousand-years genius of the Haotian sect. At less than 20 years of age, he had already reached the level of a soul saint at level 70. He, along with Qian Douluo, who was then an elder of the Spirit Hall, and Jian Feng, had a mutual admiration for each other. The 3 soon joined forces and embarked on an invincible path for their generation. Shortly after, when the ancient relic mountain opened, all 3 entered together. Jianfeng was the first to find the remnant soul of the ancient barbarian god within the ancient relic mountain, but his heart was set on the sword, so he did not directly inherit the ancient barbarian god. Instead, he sealed the remnant soul of the ancient barbarian god and hid the ancient barbarian god's divine weapon, the barbarian king's hammer, in the barbarian king's mountain, where he discovered the remnant soul. Soon after, the 3 met again in the ancient relic mountain. When Qian Douluo and Tang Shan learned that Jianfeng had found the remnant soul of the ancient barbarian god, they joined forces to heavily injure Jianfeng. Jianfeng did not expect that his supposed good brothers would turn against him. However, he was already severely injured, and under the combined assault of the 2, his source was damaged, but he managed to preserve his life. He escaped to a cave in the center of the Valley of Death. By chance, he discovered the remnant soul of the ancient sword god, but Jianfeng understood that with his current source damaged, he could not say whether he could withstand the power of the ancient sword god's remnant soul. Qian Douluo and Tang Chun had already chased him down, and they would not give him time to merge with the remnant soul of the ancient sword god. In desperation, Jianfeng could only seal the sword spirit of the ancient sword god in the high platform in the middle of the lava pool and awaken the slumbering Yamada no Orochi. It was only then that he barely escaped the deadly hands of Tang Chun and Qian Douluo. To survive, Jianfeng paid a half-damage price and forcibly broke through the boundary wall connecting the ancient relic mountain with Douluo continent. It was at that place where Chen Xian entered the ancient relic mountain. After returning to the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, Jianfeng spent 50 years recovering to his peak state. He then left the 7 Treasures glazed tile school to seek revenge on Qian Douluo and Tang Chun. However, at this time, Jianfeng was only at level 97, while Qian Douluo had already reached the level of a 99 title Douluo. The gap between them had already widened. In that battle, Jianfeng was again heavily injured by Qian Douluo and returned to the 7 Treasures glazed tile school in a weakened state, telling Chen Xian everything that had happened. This is also why Chen Xian harbors such deep hatred for the Haotian sect, especially the Spirit Hall. Grandpa Jian, don't worry. I will kill Qian Douluo for you and help you take revenge. As for Tang Chun, you will have to take revenge on your own. I understand. Regardless, Tang Chun is the biological grandfather of that girl Tang Yuehua. I appreciate your intentions, but my own revenge does not require your help. As long as the Spirit Hall does not stop me from killing Douluo, that will be enough. Chen Xian took a deep breath, trying to calm his thoughts as much as possible, and the coldness on his face was replaced by a smile. He then handed the strange symbol that sealed the ancient barbarian god to Zhao Su. As for who Zhao Su would give this remnant soul to, that was not something he needed to consider. Chapter 158. The ancient barbarian god is attacked. Zhao Su carefully examined the remnant soul of the ancient barbarian god after receiving it. Although it was just a remnant soul, Zhao Su still felt its domineering aura, and this aura was not derived from the suppression of spiritual consciousness, but rather from pure physical power. Now Zhao Su finally understood what the barbarian and the barbarian god meant. Li Kai, this remnant soul of the ancient barbarian god is for you. If I'm not mistaken, this barbarian god's martial soul is also related to wild boars, representing the peak of brute strength. Really? You're really giving it to me? Yes, from what I see now, you are the most suitable among us. Thank you, boss. I will definitely not let you down. Li Kai excitedly took the remnant soul of the barbarian god, his voice trembling slightly. Feel the aura of this remnant soul well, but remember not to easily break the seal. Haste makes waste, and it will not benefit you. Chen Xian was very satisfied that Zhao Su handed the remnant soul of the ancient barbarian god to Li Kai. He and Zhao Su shared the same opinion that Li Kai was the most suitable among them for this remnant soul. He then spoke to Li Kai with a reminder. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Sword Senior. Chen Xian nodded, did not say much more, but stood up and sat cross-legged next to a big tree, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate and comprehend the inheritance of the ancient sword god. Everyone go and rest. Conserve your energy. Tomorrow morning, we will head to Barbarian King Mountain. There will definitely be another fierce battle. Zhao Su said to the others and then sat down cross-legged. Ning Rongrong did not cultivate but leaned against Zhao Su's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. For some reason, ever since that day, she absorbed the soul power of the Buddha Lord and evolved the chaotic white fire. She has been very drowsy. Zhao Su had checked Ning Rongrong's body multiple times and found no problems. Moreover, every time Ning Rongrong woke up after sleeping, her spiritual consciousness improved to some extent. Even Chen Xian had checked and found no issues. Since it could enhance her spiritual consciousness, he decided not to worry about her. The next morning, Zhao Su and the others met up with Xianyuan Qing'er and then headed toward the nearest branch family of the Xianyuan family that had a teleportation array. They were currently located in the northern part of the ancient Relic Mountain, while Barbarian King Mountain was in the eastern part of the ancient Relic Mountain. Although the ancient Relic Mountain was not as vast as the Douluo continent, traveling from north to east would still take a month even on a fast horse. Therefore, they needed to use the Xianyuan family's teleportation array to directly teleport east, which would save a lot of time. This time, apart from Xianyuan Qi, no one else from the Xianyuan family was following them. Moreover, Zhao Su always felt that Xianyuan Qing'er had not told him the whole truth. However, he could not figure out what the problem was. Why do I feel something is strange about the Xianyuan family? After sitting down in the Xianyuan family branches hall, Xianyuan Qing'er left to arrange the teleportation array. Chen Xian whispered to Zhao Su beside him. I felt a vague, killing intent when we came in just now. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Hulaina, Li Kai, and Ning Rongrong all became vigilant, and the entire hall was eerily quiet. Soon, a servant brought tea. Looking at Zhao Su and the others, there was a meaningful smile in their eyes, which they thought they had concealed well, but Zhao Su still saw through it. After the servant retreated, Zhao Su picked up the teacup and glanced at Chen Xian. Zhao Su, it seems our feelings were not wrong, an old bone, just right for a little exercise. Chen Xian also picked up his teacup, leaning back in his chair. He lifted the lid of the teacup, gently stirring the tea leaves, and then took a sip. The tea was too poor. When we return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, I'll let you taste the tea I have collected. Chen Xian smiled and said to Zhao Su and the others, then we will be in for a treat. As soon as Zhao Su finished speaking, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and a huge hand appeared, grabbing the servant who had secretly observed them from the doorway after delivering tea. At that moment, Zhao Su had already stood up and stepped forward. The giant hand suddenly exerted force, directly crushing the servant. His memories were also extracted at the same time. Bang! Just after Zhao Su crushed the man and extracted his memories, 18 sword intents descended from the sky, completely enveloping the courtyard. At the same time, 18 men in white robes appeared where the 18 sword intents had landed. Behind each of these 18 people floated a long sword. Each person's aura fused together, clearly indicating that these 18 were executing a killing formation, intending to annihilate Zhao Su and the others within this array. You think you're good at playing with swords? You're still far from it. Before Zhao Su could make a move, Chun Xian's voice came out, and with it, he transformed into a sword, charging toward the killing formation that enveloped them. Boom! Rumble. With a loud explosion, Chun Xian was taken aback, not expecting the Xianyuan killing formation to be so powerful. It directly shattered his sword body, and a man in black appeared within the killing formation, his sword intent even stronger than Chun Xian, who had already received the Sword Goddess inheritance. You think one person can break my Xianyuan family's killing formation? You think too highly of yourself. The man in black, who was the ancestor of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Junming, made his move, while the 18 members of the Xianyuan family surrounding the courtyard also acted. They wanted to take this opportunity to crush Zhao Su and the others and then join forces to deal with Chun Xian. Senior Sword, you just deal with that old turtle. Leave this Xianyuan killing formation to me. Zhao Su used the 5 Elements banner to protect Ning Rongrong and the others. Said a word to Chun Xian and charged toward the Xianyuan killing formation. Since you seek death, don't blame us for being merciless. Seeing Zhao Su actually charge into the center of the killing formation, the elder leading the 18 began to form seals. The others followed suit, and the 18 acted as one, their movements perfectly synchronized as 18 sword intents shot into the sky, merging to form a golden holy sword, carrying terrifying golden light. It descended from above. I have a sword. Its name, 36 Heavenly Stars, break. Zhao Su did not retreat or evade. Instead, he chose to confront it head-on. The Emperor's 7 kills sword instantly split apart and then reassembled. Each sword carried a different aura, intertwining with one another. Boom! The 36 swords, each carrying the aura of destruction, though in sword form, had completely transcended sword intent. Chapter 159. The fortune of the Xianyuan family after the clash between Zhao Su's 36 Heavenly Star sword formation and the Xianyuan killing formation. The immense energy generated instantly destroyed the entire courtyard of this branch of the Xianyuan family, except for Ning Rongrong and the others protected by the 5 Elements banner. Everyone else in the courtyard perished under this overwhelming impact. The destructive power was even greater than the extreme sword intent displayed by Chun Xian and Xianyuan Junming. Puffed. The 18 people spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Zhao Su, who stood in the center of the killing formation with a constant smile on his face. Their expressions filled with disbelief. Humph. The Xianyuan killing formation is not worth a single blow. Although Zhao Su wore a smile, he was truly angry inside. Let me show you what a real killing formation is. The 36 long swords arranged in front of Zhao Su transcended sword intent, carrying the aura of the Great Tao. Red light rapidly erupted, forming a red pentagram made up of the 36 swords, on which floated a character for kill that seemed to be condensed from blood. Rumble. It violently exploded, and the killing character, carrying an aura of destruction, instantly spread out. Bang! After a loud noise, the 18 people who had executed the Xianyuan killing formation, along with the formation itself, were completely obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. The pentagram, set against the blood-red kill character, emitted a rich smell of blood and an aura of destruction, hovering above Zhao Su's head. This terrifying aura caused Xianyuan Junming's heart to become chaotic. However, it did not disturb Chun Xian at all. In a battle between masters, even the slightest distraction could be fatal. Taking advantage of this moment, Chun Xian's sword had already reached Xianyuan Junming. Xianyuan Junming hurriedly concentrated his mind and quickly turned around, but he was still struck by Chun Xian's sword, losing an arm. Oof, you dare use a sword? That is an insult to the sword path. Chun Xian did not relent. He transformed into a sword again and slashed at Xianyuan Junming. Xianyuan Junming had already lost the will to continue fighting. With his remaining arm, he quickly formed seals. A yellow talisman appeared, and he instantly vanished from sight. So you want to leave just like that? Isn't that too easy? Standing there, Zhao Su looked in one direction, and the pentagram above his head flickered, once again forming the 36 Heavenly Stars killing formation, forcing the hidden Xianyuan Junming to reveal himself. Cough, cough. Puffed. Xianyuan Junming's face was pale. The wound from the broken wall could no longer be stopped, and blood dripped to the ground from the injury. Do you really want to exterminate us all? It is not us who seek to exterminate, but your Xianyuan family. I admit it is my Xianyuan family's fault. I am willing to offer the sealed fortune of my Xianyuan family in exchange for my life. Xianyuan Junming said, forming a seal with one hand, lifting a collapsed building nearby, and then opening the entrance to a hidden chamber. A person flew out from that entrance and landed beside Xianyuan Junming. You want to use her to threaten me? Zhao Su looked at Xianyuan Qing'er beside Xianyuan Junming and couldn't help but sneer. Using his own Xianyuan family member to threaten Zhao Su thought Xianyuan Junming must have been stimulated and was mentally unstable. No, the fortune of my Xianyuan family is sealed within her body. I can tell you how to extract that fortune from her. At this moment, Xianyuan Qing'er was clearly sealed at all her acupoints. Although she could see and hear everything happening, she was completely unable to move or speak. Xianyuan Qing'er's eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at Xianyuan Junming. If looks could kill, Xianyuan Junming would have been torn to pieces by her gaze. Xianyuan Junming, as the ancestor of the Xianyuan family, stood by and did nothing during the family's crisis, never intervening. Later, he even used Xianyuan Qing'er to attempt to assassinate Zhao Su and others. Now, in order to save his own life, he has turned Xianyuan Qing'er into a bargaining chip. Having such an ancestor in the Xianyuan family is undoubtedly a tragedy and has destined the family's decline. You don't need to tell me. Once I kill you, I'll naturally know. Zhao Su looked at Chen Xan, who understood the signal, and the two acted simultaneously. Zhao Su headed towards Xianyuan Qing'er, while Chen Xan went for Xianyuan Junming. Since you're forcing me so hard, even if I die, I will take you down with me. Xianyuan Junming roared, no longer paying attention to Xianyuan Qing'er, and formed a hand seal. His body erupted with a surge of bloodlight, and a violent aura instantly surged forth. It was clear that Xianyuan Junming knew he could not escape and chose to self-destruct, wanting to take Zhao Su and Chen Xan with him. Someone like you doesn't even have the right to self-destruct. Impossible. Zhao Su suddenly appeared next to Xianyuan Qing'er, grabbing her shoulder and throwing her away from the danger zone of Xianyuan Junming's self-destruction. Then his spiritual consciousness swiftly imprisoned Xianyuan Junming, along with the violent aura he emitted. Take your impossible and go reincarnate. At this moment, Chen Xan had also arrived in front of Xianyuan Junming, and the long sword in his hand pierced through Xianyuan Junming's chest. At that moment, it seemed as if the sword was a mouth of an abyss, directly swallowing Xianyuan Junming whole. As Xianyuan Junming was completely absorbed, a golden light rose and merged into Chen Xan's body. At the same time, the first soul ring on the 7 kills sword turned light red. It was evident that Chen Xan had passed the first trial of the ancient Sword God's Divine 9 trials, gaining a trace of divine aura. Furthermore, the age of the first soul ring had been enhanced. From the color, it appeared to be infinitely close to 100,000 years of red soul ring. After completing the first trial, Chen Xan looked a bit younger. His originally silver hair began to turn black. Don't you want to explain anything to me? After the crisis was averted, Zhao Su stepped forward to unseal Xianyuan Qing'er and asked her, I'm sorry, I didn't expect him to be so despicable, forcing my uncle and using me to lead you into danger. Xianyuan Qing'er's complexion was poor. After this battle, even if Zhao Su did not hold her deceit against her, the Xianyuan family could be said to be completely in decline. This time, with the opening of the ancient relic mountain, 3 of the 4 lower sects were severely damaged, and the Wan Jianmin was directly expelled. Forget it. Today's matter is not your fault. Take care of yourself in the future. Zhao Su did not hold a grudge since this incident was not Xianyuan Qing'er's fault, and moreover, the final planner had already been killed, which could be considered a relief. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he did not linger, and the group left the Xianyuan family, which had become ruins. Zhao Su, a trace of hesitation flickered in Xianyuan Qing'er's eyes, but in the end, she called out to Zhao Su, Is there something else? This is the fortune of my Xianyuan family. It is of no use to me now. As Xianyuan Qing'er spoke, her martial soul appeared behind her, and she summoned the Xianyuan sword, running her finger along the blade. A few drops of blood fell onto the sword body, and then the golden light on the Xianyuan sword began to slowly condense, eventually forming a golden light orb. Chapter 160. Between heaven and earth, a thought apart, when Xianyuan Qing'er extracted the golden light from the Xianyuan sword martial soul. The entire martial soul completely dimmed. The soul power was also rapidly fading, ultimately stabilizing at the level of a 50-plus soul king. Zhao Su could feel that Xianyuan Qing'er was not only experiencing a decline in soul power, but also that her essence had been damaged. You should keep it for yourself. With the fortune, perhaps you can reach the title of Douluo. Once the fortune is stripped away, you will forever be stuck here. Perhaps being an ordinary person is also good. Xianyuan Qing'er presented the condensed golden light of fortune to Zhao Su. On her somewhat pale face, A hint of a pure smile appeared. The teleportation array here has been destroyed by Xian Yuan Junming. It seems you will have to find your own way to the Barbarian King Mountain. After saying this, Xian Yuan Qing showed no hesitation and turned to leave gracefully. Qing is also a pitiful person. Hulaina looked at Xian Yuan Qing who appeared carefree but bore the heavy burden of the Xian Yuan family, and couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. But now she had no way out. Just as Hulaina finished speaking, the golden light orb that condensed the fortune of the Xian Yuan family flew into Hulaina's body on its own. It quickly spread within her, enveloping her entire body. Suddenly, a layer of faint golden light appeared on the surface of Hulaina's body. Finally, that golden light coalesced into a scarlet gold soul ring, absorbed by Hulaina's fox demon martial soul. Thus, she successfully broke through the barrier of level 79 and entered the rank of an 80-level soul Douluo. This is a million-year soul ring? Chen Xan looked at the scarlet gold soul ring floating above Hulaina, radiating a golden light, and his eyes instantly narrowed. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the true effect of the Xian Yuan family's fortune. Or perhaps it was meant to be this way for the Xian Yuan family. Zhao Su looked at the scarlet gold light and couldn't help but shake his head. For so many years, the Xian Yuan family has always integrated the so-called fortune into the strongest martial souls of each generation. Yet they have no idea that the so-called fortune is merely one of the purest energies in the world. Or rather, what their ancestor, the Yellow Emperor, left for them was not some ethereal fortune, but a substantial million-year soul ring forged at the cost of their own essence. From this point, it can be seen that in this world, there is no such thing as a fortune that enhances luck. Only true, powerful strength can grasp the so-called fortune. The Xian Yuan family was wrong from the very beginning, even reversing the fundamental principles. Girl, what is your 8th soul skill? The Xian Yuan Emperor's martial soul. The Xian Yuan Divine Sword can be said to be among the best in swordsmanship. It has even been specifically mentioned in the ancient Sword God's legacy. If it weren't for the fact that the Xian Yuan Emperor was not solely devoted to the sword, the title of ancient sword god might have gone to someone else. The 8th soul skill, Hulaina said, and the scarlet gold 8th soul ring quickly lit up. In an instant, a golden long sword hovered above her head. Between heaven and earth, a thought apart, the golden long sword erupted instantly, and a terrifying sword intent shot into the sky. I'm going. Zhao Su, feeling the destructive power of this sword, quickly shielded Ning Rongrong beside him and retreated rapidly. Chen Xian also had no choice but to release his martial soul to withstand the terrifying pressure of this sword. The one who suffered the most was Li Kai, whose martial soul was forcibly attached, and as Zhao Su moved back, he crashed out violently. Yet he was still injured, his face pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear he had been severely wounded. Girl, save your next sword to strike others. The 7 kills soared behind Chen Xian trembled rapidly, and a domineering sword intent was released, extinguishing Hulaina's sword strike. After unleashing that terrifying sword, Hulaina had completely fallen into a state of comprehension, unconsciously releasing that strike. In the blink of an eye, Hulaina opened her eyes and excitedly exclaimed, I can feel it. This sword technique has 4 swords, with each sword stronger than the last. 4 swords? Although Chen Xian sensed that this sword technique definitely had more to follow, he thought there would only be one last sword. He never expected there to be 4 swords. It's important to know that this is just the power she can unleash at the soul Douluo level. Once she reaches the title Douluo level, even a peerless Douluo at level 99 might not be able to withstand it. If all 4 swords are unleashed simultaneously, even a god might be slain. Now Chen Xian finally understood why the ancient sword goddess inheritance specifically mentioned the Xian Yuan Emperor of the Xian Yuan family. Perhaps in the proud heart of the ancient sword god, only the Xian Yuan Emperor could be compared with him in the realm of swordsmanship. The others who wield swords are simply looked down upon. That's right, I can feel a total of 4 swords now. But I still feel there should be a 5th sword. A 5th sword? But it seems even the Xian Yuan Emperor has never unleashed it. That's right. Even if you become a god in the future, it's best not to use that 5th sword casually. Thank you for the reminder, senior. I will remember it. Hulaina replied. Chen Xian nodded, turned, and glanced at the huge sword mark left by Hulaina's previous strike, revealing a satisfied expression in his eyes. Take this pill. Don't use your soul power for the next few days. Rest for a few days, and you'll be fine. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda in Ning Rongrong's right hand emitted a 9-colored light, enveloping Li Kai and temporarily stabilizing his injuries. His complexion was no longer pale. He had regained some color. Li Kai, what happened to you? Seeing Li Kai injured, Hu Lai's killing intent immediately radiated. Did someone ambush us again? My dear aunt, I didn't die at the hands of the enemy when I came to these ancient ruins, but I almost died at your hands. After taking the pill, Li Kai was not seriously injured and looked at Hu Laina with lingering fear. Did I hurt you this badly? Although Hu Laina did not know exactly what happened earlier, she could sense that no one had attacked. She stuck out her little tongue and showed a hint of embarrassment. I'm really sorry, Li Kai. It's okay, just kidding. I'm tough. This little injury is nothing. Li Kai laughed as he patted his chest. Originally, Zhao Su didn't want to go to Barbarian King Mountain again, but then he thought that there was still plenty of time before leaving the ancient ruins. Moreover, since Li Kai had the remnant soul of the ancient barbarian god and the true body of the Xianyuan sword from the Xianyuan family, it might help Hu Laina comprehend the 8th soul skill. So he decided to stick to the original plan and head to Barbarian King Mountain. However, they were no longer in a hurry and chose to travel by horse-drawn carriage instead of directly using the teleportation array. Chapter 161. Sea God and Angel God. As the time for the reopening of the ancient ruins approached, there was still no news from Bibi Dong and Tang Yuehua. Zhao Su couldn't help but worry about their safety. One day, Zhao Su and his companions arrived at the nearest town to Barbarian King Mountain. They initially planned to rest for a few days there before entering Barbarian King Mountain. However, as soon as they sat down at a restaurant, they overheard people nearby discussing the events happening inside Barbarian King Mountain. Have you heard? Yesterday, news came from Barbarian King Mountain that a killing god has appeared. How could I not have heard? It's common knowledge in the whole town. Big brother, what is this killing god about? Li Kiglan said at Zhao Su. And seeing Zhao Su nod, he got up and approached the middle-aged man at the next table who was speaking passionately. The middle-aged man sized up Li Kai before saying, Are you here for that barbarian god's divine weapon too? Exactly. I advise you to go back where you came from. Don't throw away your lives for nothing. What do you mean by that? Li Kai sat down and asked the middle-aged man. The person next to him said, A killing god has appeared on Barbarian King Mountain, covered in black armor, and his face is indistinguishable. He wields a trident, and anyone wanting to ascend the mountain must first pass his test. Can one person really stop everyone? Why not? From what I know, so far, only a few people have been able to pass the test and ascend Barbarian King Mountain. Who has ascended Barbarian King Mountain? I don't know. They're all young supreme talents, not something you can compare with. The soul power fluctuations from Zhao Su and his companions all retracted, but Li Kai's soul power aura gave off a strong feeling. However, compared to those true geniuses, they still fell short. Therefore, these two men did not take Zhao Su and the other seriously and further advised them not to seek death. After finishing their meal, Zhao Su decided not to rest any longer and hurried to Barbarian King Mountain. Regarding the killing god clad in black armor wielding a trident, Zhao Su and the others already had some answers in their hearts. Brother Su, do you think that person could be Tang San? It's almost certain. It should be Tang San. Perhaps he has already completed the sea god's test. Are you saying Tang San has become a god? He probably hasn't fully become a god yet, but I can assure you that Tang San now is definitely not what he used to be. I wonder if Schwer will encounter any accidents following him. When Hu Laina thought of Qian Renshue, her eyes filled with worry, but she also understood Qian Renshue's stubbornness, which was even more pronounced than Bibidong's. Bibidong's obsession stemmed from her own injuries, and once she figured things out, she would no longer be obsessed. However, Qian Renshue's obsession was deeply ingrained since childhood. This also reflects an old saying, a happy childhood can heal the wounds of the rest of one's life, while an unhappy childhood requires the rest of one's life to heal. In fact, Qian Renshue's transformation into who she is today holds significant responsibility on Bibi Dong as her biological mother. But Bibi Dong is also a victim. The fundamental fault lies with Qian Sundi. Once you see Qian Renshue, you'll naturally understand. As they spoke, they had already arrived at Barbarian King Mountain. As they approached the vicinity of Barbarian King Mountain, all the vegetation began to gradually decrease. Once they fully entered Barbarian King Mountain, they looked up to see stones everywhere, exuding a chilling and eerie feeling. Moreover, each stone's surface displayed a faint black glow. Standing on these stones, Zhao Su could clearly feel that the soul power within him seemed to be absorbed by the black glow covering the surface of these stones. The others clearly felt the same. Suddenly, Zhao Su exerted force under his feet, and a powerful aura radiated out, scattering the stones that emitted black light. Bang! At that moment, the killing god mentioned by the two middle-aged men in the restaurant suddenly appeared, wielding a trident and attacking Zhao Su. Saos was nortev goldly. and the Emperor's 7 killing sword appeared before him, forming a killing array that enveloped the killing god. Zhao Su, today I will show you the true power of a god. As the killing god spoke, the face hidden beneath the black armor gradually revealed itself. It was none other than Tang San, but from momentum emanating from him, he was no longer the Tang San of the past. A murderous intent was evident in his profound gaze. This killing intent was familiar to Zhao Su. It was indeed the aura of the sea god. Just a minor sea god. Today, I will make you understand that mortals can indeed slay gods. After Zhao Su finished this sentence, his entire body was enveloped in armor, radiating a destructive aura, and a death spear coalesced in front of him. His soul power was rapidly rising, but ultimately, due to various limitations, it did not break through level 99. But that was enough. Grandpa's sword, protect them. Zhao Su left this remark, and with a grasp of his right hand, he held onto the pulsating death spear, which resembled a heartbeat. Carrying a world-destroying momentum, he leaped towards Tang San, who was wielding the sea god's trident. Feeling this soul power that, despite not being transformed into divine power, still bore an invincible aura, Tang San was taken aback. No, it should now be referred to as the sea god. At the same time, Chun Xian's 7 killing sword martial soul was also released. However, it was not to kill enemies, but to protect Ning Rongrong and the others, quickly retreating. This time, Zhao Su could be said to no longer be hiding, because he knew that even if he kept his trump cards hidden, they could not break the conspiracy behind it. Since that was the case, he would showcase his invincible potential and sweep away all enemies step by step. Absorbing their soul power or divine power would enhance his own strength. Only with powerful strength could he break all conspiracies. Impossible. You have yet to break the boundary between man and God. How could you possess such powerful strength? Perhaps for you, it is impossible, but for me, nothing is impossible. The death spear in Zhao Su's hand transformed into a 9-headed flood dragon, opening its blood-red maw and carrying its own innate domain, the myriad phenomena heaven pull. Under this myriad phenomena heaven pull, the sea god felt unprecedented pressure. The movement of wielding the sea god's trident slowed down. Zhao Su then unleashed the Emperor's 7 killing sword, and the 36 heavenly gang sword array split apart, carrying the great Tao that transcended sword intent. It once again coalesced into a pentagram pattern. Unexpectedly, you're not only a furnace, but also his future self. Now I understand why you have such talent. It is too late now. Take your promise and die. Bang! Just as Zhao Su was about to completely end the sea god, an angelic holy sword radiating a sacred aura descended, preventing Zhao Su from completely annihilating the sea god. Chapter 162, God and Demon Slash, Unity of Man and Sword. Clad in golden holy armor, with golden long hair casually gathered behind her head, Qian Rinxue descended from the sky, radiating a sacred aura. She did not speak but stood beside the sea god, gazing at Zhao Su. It seems that you all finally couldn't hold back and descended together. Although Qian Rinxue did not speak, her gaze revealed that, at this moment she, like Tang San, was under the control of the angel god. No matter how strong you are, after all, you have not yet become a god. Today, the two of us must kill you. Qian Rinxue spoke, and the angelic holy sword erupted with powerful, sacred intent. At the same time, the angelic domain instantly enveloped the surrounding area, erasing the myriad phenomena heaven pull of the 9-headed flood dragon. The 9-headed flood dragon once again transformed into spear form and returned to Zhao Su's side. You're still as arrogant and ignorant as before. At that moment, Chun Xian spoke, stepping up to Zhao Su's side. The 7 killing sword hovered behind him, emanating a terrifying sword intent, and the first soul ring, now dark red, radiated powerful swordsmanship to the extreme. I never expected that back then. I hadn't completely annihilated you, allowing you to be reborn through this person's body today. You are wrong. I am Jian Shenxin, not the ancient sword god, but the hatred in my bones cannot be erased. It was you who controlled Qian Douluo and harmed my father, right? Ever since Chun Xian became a peerless Dao at level 99, his physical state began to rapidly recover. His mind also became much clearer, and many things gained new insights. Qian Douluo and Tang Chun, while not good people, were indeed very loyal. Logically speaking, they should not have attacked sword phone. Thus, there is only one explanation. Qian Douluo and Tang Chun must have also sought the inheritance of the angel god and the Shura God. However, unlike sword phone, who found the remnants of the ancient sword god and the barbarian god, gods who were already dead, the angel god and the Shura God were still alive. Since the War of the Gods began, the two factions have been opposing camps. In these endless years of the gods, they do not care about brotherly feelings. As long as they can become stronger, all beings can be sacrificed. This also explains why Sword Feng challenged Qian Douluo after returning to the Douluo continent. Qian Douluo severely injured Sword Feng, but ultimately did not kill him. It seems you are much smarter than your father. Oomph. Today, I will kill you with the 7-killing sword. Chun Exin snorted coldly, and the 9th soul ring instantly lit up. The long sword quickly coalesced into a massive light sword. Wherever the light sword passed, even the space began to distort. God and demon slash. With Chen Xian's voice, the light sword pointed directly at Qian Renshue and the sea god. Boom! Boom! Unity of man and sword. Chun Xian's entire being began to become ethereal, ultimately merging completely into that light sword. At this point, Chun Xian could be said to be the sword. Carrying an invincible potential, he slashed towards Qian Renshue. Bang! Puffed. Under that light sword, Qian Renshue's golden holy armor quickly disintegrated. Although she had been possessed by the angel god and gained part of the angel god's divine power, her physical strength was still inferior to that of a true god. Under Chun Xian's strongest strike, she could not withstand it at all. In order to survive and not be slain by Chun Xian's god and demon slash, the angel god quickly detached from Qian Renshue's body. A golden light appeared, attempting to escape. At this moment, the sea god also moved, rapidly shaking the sea god's trident in his hand, instantly creating a tidal force akin to the ocean, sweeping towards the transformed sword of Chun Xian. Your opponent is me. Zhao Su also made his move, swiftly slashing out with the death spear in his hand. The sea god had no choice but to raise the sea god's trident to defend. The tremendous impact once again severely injured Qian Renshue, who was already critically wounded. Multiple cracks appeared on her pure white body. Grandpa Sword, show mercy. Seeing that Qian Renshue was about to be completely torn apart by Chun Xian's sword intent, Hulaina could no longer hold back and quickly shouted. Bat wings appeared behind her, and with rapid flapping, she appeared beside Qian Renshue. The 8th soul ring lit up, and a golden holy sword coalesced above her head, emitting a blade of light that blocked Chun Xian's strike. Puffed. This moment of heaven and earth was something Hulaina could control on her own. Moreover, she only wanted to save Qian Renshue and did not intend to fight to the death, so she did not unleash the same level of power as before. At the last moment, Chun Xian also restrained his strength. Although it still injured Hulaina, it was not fatal. However, the soul of the angel god took this opportunity to completely escape. At this point, the battle between Zhao Su and the sea god had also reached its conclusion. The sea god seemed to have some concerns and did not dare to strike with all his might, only thinking of escaping. Moreover, he was now completely merged with Tang San's consciousness, so he could not abandon Qian Renshue's body like the angel god and let his soul escape. The sea god's wrath. The sea god formed hand seals, and a giant, transparent figure, resembling condensed seawater, appeared behind him. Although merged with Tang San's body, even the sea god's trident began to turn transparent as it struck toward Zhao Su. Zhao Su's body similarly grew larger, and the death spear in his hand spun outward. Bang! The fierce clash between the death spear and the sea god's trident released a powerful shockwave that perfectly aided Tang San. Perhaps this was Tang San's true intention, using the force of the impact to quickly fly away, soon disappearing from sight. Useless. Zhao Su did not pursue further. He merely returned to his normal size and looked disdainfully in the direction Tang San had fled. Girl, are you trying to throw your life away? Chun Xian transformed into a human form with his sword and shouted towards Hulaina, who was blocking the heavily injured Qian Renshue. Grandpa Sword, I'm sorry, she can't die. Hulaina pulled out a robe from her storage soul tool and covered the already unconscious Qian Renshue, whose clothes were tattered due to the release of the golden holy armor. This was her apology to Chun Xian. Alas, you are just too kind-hearted. You treat her like a sister, but has she ever treated you like an elder sister? Although Chun Xian said this, the anger in his eyes had faded considerably. After all, for him, it didn't matter if he couldn't kill the angel god today. There was no loss. Hulaina remained silent. At this moment, the sky had darkened. The previous battle had attracted many onlookers, including those who had entered the barbarian king mountain and had turned back. Yu Qianheng and others stood on a nearby peak, watching the scene. It was clear that they had witnessed the battle in its entirety. Tianheng, what should we do? Dugian nervously grabbed Yu Tianheng's arm and asked. We'll just observe. Yu Qianheng had heard the conversation between Zhao Su and Tang San, and understood that perhaps Tang San's consciousness had already been merged with the sea god even before entering the ancient relic mountain. This could explain why Tang San suddenly seemed like a different person. Chapter 163. The 12-winged angel deep within Qian Rinxue's soul. Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who had temporarily teamed up with Yu Qianheng and Duge Yin, exchanged glances. It was clear that they both had their own thoughts. At this moment, the few of them were only pretending to be harmonious. After Tang San fled, the passage to the Barbarian King Mountain was opened, and Zhao Su didn't mind others going to the Barbarian King Mountain. As a result, many people gathered on the Barbarian King Mountain. What I do is none of your business. After Qian Rinxue woke up, she did not appreciate Hu Laiina's concern and spoke harshly. You're still stubborn in your current state. You won't survive leaving the ancient relic mountain alone. Even if I die, I don't need anyone's pity. If that's the case, then go ahead and leave, ungrateful thing. Hu Laiina was completely heartbroken by Qian Rinxue, and if it weren't for Bibi Dong, she wouldn't bother with Qian Rinxue at all. Qian Rinxue, where is that piece of soul bone from the royal family of the Tiando Empire? Zhao Su blocked Qian Rinxue, who was trying to leave, and asked. I discarded it. Discarded? I know that soul bone is very important to you, but it's useless to me, so I threw it away. Don't think that saying this will provoke me. Give me that piece of bone, and I can take you away from the ancient relic mountain. Go find it yourself. I don't need you to take me away from the ancient relic mountain. I can leave on my own. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being merciless. Zhao Su said as he instantly vanished from his spot, appearing in front of Qian Rinxue, reaching out a hand towards her head. A powerful soul force instantly entered Qian Rinxue's soul, attempting to extract her memories. Boom! However, as Zhao Su's consciousness entered Qian Rinxue's soul, a powerful aura erupted suddenly, forcing Zhao Su to retreat quickly. At the same time, a golden light burst forth from deep within Qian Rinxue's soul, radiating a strong sense of holiness. This power seemed to have been hidden in Qian Rinxue's soul for a long time. Even she herself was unaware of it. The aura of the ancient angel god? With the emergence of this aura, the soul power within Qian Rinxue began to rise rapidly. Upon reaching level 80, a pure golden soul ring condensed, and her soul power surged again until it stopped at level 99. The angel martial soul appeared on her back, slowly materializing into a physical form, resembling Qian Rinxue with 8 points of similarity, with long golden hair, wearing golden armor, and holding the angelic holy sword in one hand. Especially those pure white wings on her back gave a sense of divine holiness. As the angel martial soul opened its eyes, golden light radiated from its gaze. The wings on its back began to grow, transforming from the original 6-winged angel into a 12-winged angel. The 7th soul ring lit up, and the true form of the martial soul became clearer. Finally, it merged into Qian Rinxue's body, making her appear even more sacred. Countless memories surfaced in her mind, merging with Qian Rinxue's memories. At first, Qian Rinxue tried to resist, but soon she was forced to accept the fusion with those countless memories. Once the fusion was complete, a hint of confusion first appeared in Qian Rinxue's eyes, which gradually brightened, and her deep gaze became more resolute. I never expected that the one to break my seal would be you. Qian Rinxue looked at Zhao Su. Her eyes, although still holding a trace of Qian Rinxue's shadow, reflected more depth and a sense of desolation. It was certain that Qian Rinxue was no longer the Qian Rinxue of the past. She had perfectly fused with the memories of the original 12-winged angel, just like how Qian Rinxue's original memories belonged to her current life. Her original memories belonged to her past life. The memories of this life and the past life intertwined and fused together. However, Qian Rinxue's soul was inherently weaker than that of the 12-winged angel, so now she naturally took the 12-winged angel's soul as the main one. Her soul power level was only 99 because she now had an angel god. Therefore, if she wanted to become a god again, she would have to kill the current angel god. It seems that each of you knows me. Of course, after all, we fought side by side back then. It's just that we lost that battle. Qian Rinxue looked at Zhao Su with a somewhat unnatural emotion in her eyes. It's just a defeat. As long as we are alive, there will be opportunities. Now your soul is incomplete, but your character remains the same as in those days. Qian Rinxue said, looking at Ning Rongrong standing next to Zhao Su, continuing, but in this life, you are much happier than you were back then. Swish. After Qian Rinxue finished speaking, she threw a piece of bone to Zhao Su. Time is short. Take care of yourself. After saying this, her 6 pairs of angel wings gently flapped, and she flew away at an incredible speed. Zhao Su caught the 9-winged dragon's bone, still not reacting. As the 8 pieces of bones he had previously gathered flew out from the golden pool in his mind, they merged with the last piece of bone. The golden light fused the 9 pieces of bones together, gradually condensing into flesh and blood. A massive 9-winged dragon with wings appeared in the sky above the barbarian king mountain. Roar! A dragon roar that shook the heavens, and the earth resonated throughout the entire world. At the same time, one of the 9 red petals within Zhao Su's body flew out, emanating a blood-red light, attempting to envelop the massive 9-winged Yinglong within it. Roar! The 9-winged Yinglong let out another dragon cry, and as its wings trembled, a violent whirlwind swept in. The red light emitted by the petal transformed into what resembled burning red flames, forming a gigantic cauldron that trapped the 9-winged Yinglong inside. A strange symbol formed by the red flames sealed the cauldron that contained the 9-winged Yinglong. Bang! 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 The sounds of the 9-winged Yinglong violently colliding within the cauldron echoed out. Soon, many indentations appeared on the cauldron's surface. However, in the end, it was still refined by the red flames, and the soul of the 9-winged Yinglong was completely merged into the red petal. After the entire petal fully integrated the soul of the 9-winged Yinglong, another petal that combined the bone dragon and the Kuei Long appeared above Zhao Su's closed eyes. The 3 petals fused together again, radiating a powerful majesty. Just the momentum displayed by these 3 petals could be said to have surpassed that of the sea god. However, at this moment, Zhao Su was still only at level 99 and unable to break through to level 100 to truly become a deity. The 12-winged holy angel martial soul manifested, and a strange symbol appeared as he formed hand seals, sealing the flower composed of the 3 petals within it. Then, it was absorbed into the body of the holy angel martial soul. The moment the 12-winged holy angel merged into Zhao Su's body, Zhao Su suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 164. Ancient Barbarian God achieves demigod status. The moment Zhao Su opened his eyes, the powerful pressure and momentum he emitted instantly contracted. Although Zhao Su still only had level 99 soul power, he appeared extraordinarily transcendent. He looked taller and more imposing. Thud! 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 Just as Zhao Su's terrifying momentum began to recede, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a thunderous roar like the sound of heavenly thunder erupted from the peak of Barbarian King Mountain. Poof! Poof! Under this thunderous sound, many people with weaker cultivation felt as if their souls had been struck hard, and after a moment of dizziness, they spat out a mouthful of blood. Many people's first thought upon regaining consciousness was to escape from his place, not daring to linger any longer. Although there were divine weapons of ancient deities hidden in Barbarian King Mountain, one had to be alive to use them. If dead, they would only be burial goods. At that moment, the remnant soul of the ancient barbarian god within Li Kai manifested in response to the thunderous roar. Li Kai's complexion changed slightly, and a white light appeared above his head, merging with the remnant soul of the ancient barbarian god. Then, the Blackhorn Mountain Pig martial soul instantly fused with Li Kai's own body and uncontrollably charged toward the peak of Barbarian King Mountain. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that the Barbarian King Hammer sensed the presence of the barbarian god's remnant soul, which caused the remnant soul to autonomously break its seal. Chun Xian analyzed as he watched Li Kai rush toward the mountaintop. It is well known that divine weapons are all sentient. Usually, they are nurtured within martial souls. Therefore, the divine weapon's spiritual consciousness has long merged with its owner. It is precisely because of this that the owner and the divine weapon can exert their greatest power. Let's go, we'll head up the mountain too. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he wrapped his arm around Ning Rongrong's waist and headed toward the mountaintop. Chun Xian and Hu Laina followed closely behind. The disciples of the Buddhist sect, the Taoist sect, and the others who could withstand the thunderous roar all headed towards the peak as well. When everyone reached the mountaintop, they saw a massive iron hammer floating in midair, resembling a small mountain. The sky was overcast, with lightning flashing within the clouds, interlinking with the iron hammer, forming a terrifying thunder domain. At this moment, Li Kai was sitting cross-legged in the center of that thunder domain, beneath the barbarian king hammer. The enormous Blackhorn Mountain Pig stood behind Li Kai, its massive body exuding an imposing presence. Bang! The first bolt of heavenly thunder descended, and in that instant, the barbarian king hammer rapidly shrank, being grasped by a giant over 2.5 meters tall and extremely muscular. The barbarian king hammer was distinct from the Haoyan hammer of the Haoyan sect. The barbarian king hammer was more about strength. It looked very simple overall, with a hammer handle over a meter long and a huge round head on top, covered in black patterns. As the giant gripped the barbarian king hammer, it swung down toward the first bolt of heavenly thunder that descended amidst the overcast sky. Boom! The hammer fell, and the thunder domain was nearly shattered, unleashing a massive shockwave carrying the thunder's power that spread outward. However, the nearly dispersed clouds recongealed, creating an even more powerful thunder domain than before. The moment the lightning flashed, the entire Barbarian King Mountain was illuminated as bright as day. Bang! 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 The Barbarian King swung the Barbarian King hammer again, smashing into the thunder domain, and the bolts of heavenly thunder were completely shattered. The dispersed heavenly thunder was absorbed by the Barbarian King hammer. Instantly, the layer of black mist that had shrouded the Barbarian King hammer completely vanished, and the black patterns on the hammerhead began to emanate a terrifying aura. At this moment, the fifth bolt of heavenly thunder had also descended. However, this time, the Barbarian God did not continue to swing the hammer, but instead threw the Barbarian King hammer toward Li Kai. Feeling the approach of the Barbarian King hammer, Li Kai suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the moment he stood up, he extended his right hand and grasped the Barbarian King hammer. Poof! The powerful impact caused Li Kai to stagger back a dozen steps before he regained his balance. He then let out an angry roar, the veins on his face bulging, and his arms swelled rapidly, barely managing to lift the Barbarian King hammer. Not far away, the Blackhorn Mountain Pig martial soul also let out a grunt, merging with Li Kai. In an instant, Li Kai's entire body grew significantly larger. The clothes on his upper body were completely torn apart. With a roar, he swung the Barbarian King hammer down toward the fifth bolt of heavenly thunder that had arrived before him. Bang! 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 With 3 consecutive swings, the heavenly thunder was smashed apart, yet it did not disappear. Instead, it drilled into Li Kai's body. To be able to swing the Barbarian King hammer 3 times is not bad. It's considered barely qualified. Well, my true self has been sealed for countless years, and it is time to awaken. The giant standing in midair, over 2.5 meters tall, looked at Li Kai as he used brute force to lift the Barbarian King hammer and disperse the fifth bolt of heavenly thunder. The Barbarian God revealed a hint of approval. After speaking, he rapidly split apart, transforming into white light and entering Li Kai's body. As the white light entered his body, Li Kai's form began to swell again, and the Blackhorn Mountain Pig martial soul split off and began to evolve. After evolving, the appearance of the Blackhorn Mountain Pig martial soul did not change much. However, a set of hard armor, radiating black patterns, began to appear on the massive body of the mountain pig, covering it entirely. Under the influence of the black patterns, the Blackhorn Mountain Pig became even more majestic. At this moment, the sixth bolt of heavenly thunder was also taking shape. But Li Kai had already undergone a complete transformation, easily swinging the Barbarian King hammer. The evolved Blackhorn Mountain Pig merged again, and the true form of the martial soul was activated. It charged violently and wildly. But this time the purpose of the charge was not to harm the enemy, but simply to accelerate. Bang! Rumble! In a rapid collision, Li Kai wielded the Barbarian King hammer, striking continuously, causing him to soar into the storm of thunderclouds. Amidst a flash of lightning and the roar of thunder, the thunderclouds and the thunder domain disappeared completely. Li Kai stood there holding the Barbarian King hammer, and due to the fusion with his martial soul's true form, the black patterned armor enhanced by power covered his body. The black patterns on the armor merged with those on the Barbarian King hammer. His entire body occasionally flickered with terrifying lightning power. Seeing this, Chen Xian couldn't help but smile, saying, "It seems the Barbarian God used his last strength to directly help Li Kai complete the 9 trials of the ancient Barbarian God. So does this mean Li Kai has become a god now? One could say so, but his current soul power, no, it should be called divine power, still cannot break through to level 100 and can only be regarded as a demigod. However, I think it's just a matter of time. Once he reaches level 100, he will become a god directly." The Barbarian God seems to have given up on inheritance and directly fulfilled Li Kai. This may not be a good thing. Chen Xian sighed and looked at Zhao Su, his eyes filled with some concern. Chapter 165, The 6 Sons of the Divine Realm Senior Jian. Do you mean? Zhao Su also realized something, his brows slightly furrowing. Chen Xian nodded, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. That's right. The battle that led to the destruction of the ancient gods may be more terrifying than we imagined. Since we have reached this point, there is no turning back. Indeed, there was no retreat left. Chun Xian's gaze gradually became resolute. He understood that he needed to complete the ancient sword god's trial as soon as possible. Only by becoming truly powerful could he possibly survive the impending ultimate battle. Boom! At this moment, Li Kai had also completely inherited the legacy of the ancient barbarian god. Or rather, it could no longer be called a legacy. It was an inheritance, as the barbarian god directly transmitted all his divine power to Li Kai. However, at this moment, Li Kai was still unable to bear all the divine power of the barbarian god, which was sealed within the armor and the barbarian king hammer that radiated black patterns. As Li Kai's level increased, the seal would gradually be unlocked. Once he broke through to level 100, there would be no divine trial, and he would become a god directly. Boss, I feel like my whole body is filled with power. Li Kai suddenly woke up, excitedly speaking to Zhao Su. Be careful. Just as Li Kai was feeling the powerful force within him, Zhao Su furrowed his brows. He sensed a strong aura sweeping toward them. Boom! Thud! But Zhao Su's warning came too late. A bronze cauldron fell from the sky, directly sending Li Kai flying. As the bronze cauldron landed, a piercing roar echoed. A young man dressed in black robes, looking only about 18 or 19 years old, also descended from the sky, sitting cross-legged atop the bronze cauldron. Although this person's aura was strong, his legs seemed to be disabled, forcing him to sit cross-legged on the bronze cauldron. Kid, who are you? Li Kai said, as he swung the giant hammer in his hand toward the black-clothed youth sitting on the bronze cauldron. Humph, just a demigod. You dare to strike at me? You overestimate yourself. The black-clothed youth snorted coldly, forming a seal with one hand, causing a massive black python to appear behind him. It opened its bloody mouth and instantly swallowed Li Kai. One of the 6 sons of the divine realm, Shun Fan, unexpectedly appeared here. Li Yuran, the first genius of the Dao sect, looked at the black-clothed youth sitting cross-legged on the bronze cauldron, his face instantly changing. In the ancient ruins mountain, they were known as the top geniuses of their respective clans. The 6 individuals referred to as the 6 sons of the divine realm were indeed monstrous talents. From the moment they were born, they cultivated divine power, not soul power, naturally achieving demigod status. It was said that the purpose of their birth in the ancient ruins mountain was to suppress the remnants of the ancient gods. Although Shun Fan was born with disabled legs, he was invincible in formations. He had once easily defeated both Li Yuran and Li Xiuran with just one move. Therefore, Li Yuran was aware of Shun Fan's terrifying strength. Their levels might be similar, but the difference between soul power and divine power was insurmountable. It could be said that for ordinary people, their lifetime of effort only reached the starting point of these individuals. Thus, there is no true fairness in any world. Divine and Demon 2 cuts. At this moment, Chun Xian also made his move. Sensing the divine aura on Shun Fan, he attacked with a killing move. Bang, bang, bang. The bronze cauldron that Shun Fan sat on emitted black light, shielding him within. Even Chun Xian's divine and Demon 2 cuts only left a few shallow marks on the golden protective shield. Interesting, but without becoming a god. You are destined to be an ant. Wasn't that a bit premature to say? Zhao Su sneered, and the Emperor's 7 kills sword appeared, instantly forming the 36 celestial kill formation, slashing towards Shun Fan. Humph, trivial skills, all are void annihilate. Shun Fan formed seals with both hands, and a strange symbol emerged from the bronze cauldron beneath him, rapidly rising, with countless lights forming a formation. A powerful sword shadow charged toward Zhao Su's 36 celestial sword formation. From this, one could see Shun Fan's confidence. He aimed to defeat his opponent in the latter's strongest domain. However, he still underestimated Zhao Su and overestimated himself. Although Zhao Su had not yet become a god and was still using soul power, under the enhancement of the red petals that had fused with the souls of 3 divine dragons, his power was no weaker than divine power. Puff! The 36 celestial sword formation was enveloped by the red aura of destruction, directly shattering Shun Fan's ultimate killing formation. At the same time, the death spear transformed into a dragon, and a dragon's roar echoed as it swallowed the black python that had devoured Li Kai. After rescuing Li Kai, it transformed back into a spear, its red cold light flashing as it directly decapitated the black python's head. With both the martial soul and the ultimate killing formation shattered, Shun Fan immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. The bronze cauldron quickly retreated on its own. Trying to escape? It's not that simple. The now freed Li Kai was completely enraged. He had just emerged only to be swallowed by the opponent's martial soul, leaving him without a chance to unleash his brute strength. He was filled with pent-up anger. Moreover, Li Kai was not a kind-hearted person. He had no thoughts of mercy. Instead, he aimed to take the opponent's life while they were down. After all, you wanted to kill me, so why should I spare you? First hammer of the 7 hammers of the chaotic world. Shake the heavens and earth. As Li Kai's body rapidly expanded, the barbarian king hammer also grew larger. And in the state of his martial soul's true form, he swung the barbarian king hammer toward Shun Fan. Boom! Shun Fan no longer had the composure he displayed earlier. The bronze cauldron emitted light again, enveloping Shun Fan. He formed seals with both hands once more. But this time it was not an attacking formation, but a protective one, because he could sense that the automatic defense of the bronze cauldron could not withstand the furious chaotic world's 7 hammers. Bang! 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 Puff! After 5 consecutive strikes, perhaps due to the black patterns on Li Kai's armor and the barbarian king hammer, he became more ferocious with each battle. There was no chance for Shun Fan to set up a formation at all. If it weren't for the fact that the bronze cauldron he was sitting on was not an ordinary item, but belonged to the divine weapon level, he would have long been smashed into a meat paste by the 7 hammers of chaos. After swinging the 5th hammer, Li Kai felt somewhat drained and did not swing the 6th hammer. Instead, he charged at Shun Fan with a regular attack. At that moment, a girl in a pink long dress appeared, with a black shadow floating behind her, wielding a long whip, which she lashed out at Li Kai. Although it seemed like she was merely swinging the whip lightly, Li Kai felt a sense of deadly danger. To save himself, he had to abandon his attack on Shun Fan and turn to dodge the range of the whip. Chapter 166, Ancient Divine Weapon. Xin Yuan Sword Spirit, do you really think the ancient abandoned mountain has no one? The voice of the girl in pink was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. Her voice contrasted sharply with her delicate features. If one only heard the voice, they would never guess it belonged to such a seemingly fragile and beautiful girl. I find that the people from the ancient abandoned mountain are all of this kind, causing trouble themselves and then blaming everything on others. Zhao Su retorted without any politeness, looking at the girl in pink. That's right, big brother, you're absolutely right. Each of them is so hypocritical. The girl in pink spoke again, but this time her tone lacked the previous coldness and dominance, replaced by a sweet and gentle voice that surprised everyone, making them gaze at her in shock. Is she crazy? Zhao Su exchanged a glance with Li Kai, signaling him to retreat, while he whispered in confusion at the girl in pink. You always do this. As soon as I fight, you come out to cause trouble. And can you not wear pink in the future? Sister, pink is so beautiful. You always look fierce. People don't want to pay attention to you, Under everyone's gaze, the girl in pink underwent a real transformation, not just in tone, but also in the expressions on her face. Be careful. She has 2 souls hidden within her. Zhao Su warned the people around him. Moreover, Zhao Su could sense that the soul that seemed playful and loved pink was far more terrifying than the cold one. Dual souls? Or rather, it's like being split into 2. It's one person, but also not one person. What does that mean? Li Kai asked Zhao Su in confusion. In simple terms, it's like schizophrenia, but the split souls have developed their own consciousness. You're wrong. This young lady is not a madwoman. This young lady is a dual soul, invincible under heaven. As soon as the girl in pink finished speaking, she moved instantly, attacking Zhao Su with the long whip in her hand. Moreover, she did not release her martial soul, so it was unclear what her martial soul was. Since you think you're invincible, then let me show you what true invincibility is. The 12-winged holy angel hovered behind Zhao Su, and both hands formed seals simultaneously. Waves of golden and black light quickly fused, intertwining to form a sword that pierced through heaven and earth. The sword of judgment, indeed. Your ambition is not just to revive the battle of the past. The past is no longer important. What matters is the present. As Zhao Su's voice fell, the sword of judgment slashed towards the girl in pink. The girl in pink did not resist, but quickly retreated. At that moment, Shun Fan also made his move, soaring into the air as the bronze cauldron emitted a powerful world-destroying force. Disappearing and reappearing, he was already above Zhao Su, the destructive light seemingly pulling Zhao Su into the cauldron. Boom! The girl in pink quickly swung the long whip, which transformed into a seemingly ordinary black stick, striking fiercely against the bronze cauldron. With continuous strikes, the bronze cauldron and its lid became increasingly tightly sealed, and world-destroying flames emerged, attempting to attack Zhao Su from the inside and outside to refine him. The sword of one thought of heaven and earth. Second sword, limitless gentle breeze. With Shun Fan and the girl in pink teaming up against Zhao Su, Zhao Su's side naturally would not just watch. Hulaina's eighth soul ring quickly lit up, and a golden holy sword appeared above her head, directly unleashing the second sword. This was also the strongest attack Hulaina could unleash at that moment. Boom! The golden holy sword, carrying immense power, struck towards the bronze cauldron. Bang! The bronze cauldron, being a divine weapon, not only had strong defensive capabilities, but also possessed powerful offensive strength, even capable of refining all things. Although Hulaina's earth-shattering second sword pushed the bronze cauldron back, creating a small gap in the lid, it still did not completely break through the bronze cauldron. With the release of Hulaina's second sword, the aura belonging to Emperor Xianyuan quickly spread out. A golden light flew in from a distance, identical to the phantom of the golden holy sword floating above Hulaina's head. Hulaina understood that this sword must be the true body of the Xianyuan sword. Having sensed the Emperor's aura, it had quickly flown over. Indeed, as Hulaina had thought, the golden patterns on the sword body of the Xianyuan sword began to fall off. Then, the golden patterns condensed into a golden sword shadow, flying into the golden holy sword above Hulaina's head. Instantly, Hulaina felt that after the golden sword shadow merged into the golden holy sword, it seemed as if the golden holy sword had gained its own soul. Master, don't get entangled with them any longer. 3 miles east from here lies great fortune. At that moment, the golden holy sword was no longer simply floating above Hulaina's head, but very humanely leaned in to whisper in her ear. Great fortune? That's right. It seems to suppress an ancient great demon, which has been sealed here since the ancient chaos period. What kind of great fortune could a great demon have? Gods and demons are merely titles. Becoming a demon isn't necessarily worse than becoming a god. Are you the Xianyuan sword spirit? That's right. You can call me Little Sword. Little Sword, as a sword spirit, why do you possess such independent consciousness? Generally, divine weapons have spirits, but they only have simple spiritual awareness, able to better integrate with their masters. Stronger spiritual awareness can only attack and defend under the master's command. However, a completely autonomous consciousness like the Xianyuan sword spirit, I have never seen before or even heard of. I was originally an ancient chaotic primordial spirit, the great sun golden flame bird, refined into a divine weapon by a powerful being, sealed in chaos for countless years. It was the last generation's master, Emperor Xianyuan, who helped me unseal. To repay the emperor, I burned my own soul and transformed into the martial soul of the Xianyuan clan. The Xianyuan sword spirit spoke with a hint of sadness, continuing, Unfortunately, since the emperor, the Xianyuan clan has not produced any extraordinary talents. I sealed myself in the ancestral hall of the Xianyuan family and only recently sensed the aura of that great demon. Moreover, I can feel that the great demon is the one who refined me into a divine weapon. Now I finally understand why she sealed me in chaos for countless years, but never returned to find me. It turns out she was also sealed. During your peak years, you weren't even a match for the other party, and now you dare to come? A single line from Hulaina caused a series of black dots to appear above Xiao Jian's head, leaving him somewhat speechless. Sorry, did I touch on your sore spot? Although Hulaina was apologizing to Xiao Jian, she once again stabbed him in the heart. Chapter 167. Zhao Su's complete form. All right, I won't say more. But we can't leave yet. Zhao Su is still trapped inside that bronze cauldron, Hulaina said, pointing towards the bronze cauldron engulfed in flames, attempting to refine Zhao Su. Rest assured, he will be fine. I know him. Xiao Jian's words immediately piqued Hulaina's interest. The ancient divine souls that appeared in recent days, whether they were the 12-winged angels hidden deep in the snow, the ancient sword god, or that woman in red, all seemed to know Zhao Su. However, none of them were willing, or perhaps dared, to mention who Zhao Su's previous life was. Who was his previous life? It's no longer accurate to call it his previous life. Rather, it should be said that his complete soul never truly died. Many ancient deities possess a secret technique that allows for reincarnation and rebirth. As long as there is a remnant soul, one day they can return. What does that mean? After becoming a god, there is still a god king above, and above the god king, there is a god emperor, and above the god emperor, there is the source. To become an emperor, one must sever their own demonic or divine body, either achieve god emperor or demonic emperor. However, he severed both the divine and demonic bodies. Both severed? That's right. No one knows how he accomplished that, nor what would happen after both were severed. Was the turmoil among the ancient gods that led to destruction also because of him? At that time, I had just been unsealed by Emperor Xianyuan and personally experienced that battle. It was devastating. The entire world shattered completely. becoming the countless continents and divine realms we have now. As Xiao Jian spoke, he seemed to be transported back to that era of brilliance with gathered geniuses, a time considered the most powerful. After that, the world shattered, and the suppression of the heavenly Taos will meant that no one could ever reach that realm again. So who exactly is he? His name is Shang-Shi. As soon as Xiao Jian uttered the name Shang-Shi, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a series of thunderbolts, far more powerful than those summoned by the ancient barbarian gods, reappeared. Boom! The thunder quickly condensed, and a thick bolt of lightning struck directly at the bronze cauldron. Bang! With a solid strike, the bronze cauldron cracked open with a huge fissure. Looking through that crack, one could see Zhao Su sitting cross-legged inside the cauldron, his entire body enveloped in chaotic Tao energy. When Zhao Su opened his eyes, a terrifying light emanated from his blood-red eyes, directly shattering the bronze cauldron. This era is truly terrible. Even a paralyzed person can be called son of God. Zhao Su, surrounded by chaotic Tao energy, looked at the pale-faced Shun Fan lying on the ground. With that, a giant hand appeared, grabbing Shun Fan. Then he turned his gaze towards the dual-natured girl in pink. Has the bloodline of the Butterfly Emperor become so weak? What would this world be like without me? While saying this, the giant hand that grasped Shun Fan suddenly tightened, completely crushing him. Su, wake up, wake up. At that moment, Xiao Lv's figure began to take shape, her face filled with urgency as she shouted loudly at Zhao Su. Humph. Zhao Su snorted coldly, and a powerful aura enveloped Xiao Lv. He intended to annihilate her. 3 lives reincarnation spell. Xiao Lv quickly formed seals with her hands, and a strange symbol appeared in front of her, while the pattern on her right arm also lit up rapidly. At this moment, a pattern also appeared on Zhao Su's left arm. Detaching from Zhao Su's left arm, the pattern merged with the one on Xiao Lv's right arm in midair. Seal. Xiao Lv formed seals again. At the same time, Zhao Su's soul temporarily took control of the body. He also began to form seals. You fool. We were originally one. How could you help others to suppress me? Idiot. I am not Shang-Shi. I will always only be Zhao Su. Originally, I wanted to keep you, but since it has come to this, then you shall be completely destroyed. Let's see who is stronger. Xiao Lv said as she looked at Ning Rongrong, her eyes hesitant. But seeing Zhao Su's consciousness growing weaker, she had no choice but to take a gamble. Rongrong, form a seal. Xiao Lv called out to Ning Rongrong, and at the same time, a complex mark appeared in Ning Rongrong's mind. This mark also appeared on Ning Rongrong's right arm. Although the mark was intricate, Ning Rongrong easily formed it. After forming the mark, chaotic Tao energy enveloped her, and her entire body levitated. At this point, the mark had spread out, and 9 crimson petals emerged, forming a formation carrying chaotic Tao energy. The 9 petals began to condense, ultimately forming 7 lotus platforms, with one appearing beneath both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Lv's feet. Boom! As the 3 lives reincarnation spell took shape, a crimson flower imprinted itself into Zhao Su's body. Good, very good. Since you seek death, don't blame me. An angry voice emerged from Zhao Su's mouth, but it was definitely not Zhao Su. Shang-Shi, in this life, I will definitely slay you. At the same time, another voice emerged from Zhao Su's mouth, though it was not entirely the same as his original voice. It no longer carried that malevolent intent. This voice was the complete soul of Zhao Su, which had fully awakened at that moment. As the crimson flower entered Zhao Su's body, a powerful force radiated out, completely suppressing Shang-Shi's soul. At the same time, part of Zhao Su's complete soul was sealed along with Shang-Shi. Brotersu. At Ning Rongrong's call, Zhao Su jolted, and at that moment, he returned to normal. Rongrong, what just happened? You were controlled by another person just now. As Ning Rongrong recounted, the earlier scenes emerged in Zhao Su's mind. At the same time, some previously sealed memories surged into Zhao Su's consciousness. In ancient times, in order to break through to the Emperor realm and reach the Source realm that no one had ever attained, Shang-Shi walked a path that everyone else had traversed. He severed both his divine and demonic bodies, reincarnating separately, and once both the divine and demonic bodies reached the Emperor realm, it would reach the peak of the God Emperor and Demonic Emperor. Then he would merge the God Emperor and Demonic Emperor with his own original soul, achieving a chaotic Tao body that encompassed both divine and demonic, gathering the 3,000 paths into one to break through to the Source realm that no one had ever reached. At that time, Shang-Shi would become the new heavenly Tao, and all things would crawl at his feet. However, During this process, an accident occurred. The separated demonic body, which was Zhao Su, was born into a family of demonic emperors that was infinitely close to the source realm, with an invincible bloodline, combined with the supreme demonic skills inherited from the demonic emperor family. The Great Freedom Source technique allowed Zhao Su to break free from Shu's demonic soul and completely condense an independent divine soul. Chapter 168. The Ancient Town of Heaven's Lineage, the Zhao Family. As the opportunity to truly break through to the Emperor realm and reach the origin was about to vanish, Shang naturally could not just give up, because if this time failed, Shang would not only be unable to reach the origin again, but would also suffer a significant drop in cultivation due to the loss of the demonic drive. Thus, the ancient chaos was unleashed, attempting to forcibly merge with Zhao Su. However, at this point, Zhao Su could no longer be considered Shang's demonic drive. Instead, due to the Great Freedom Origin decision, he had already developed his complete divine soul. Moreover, upon reaching the Emperor realm, he had completely severed the parts of his soul related to Shang, using the Great Freedom Origin decision to reshape a brand new, complete divine soul. Naturally, Shang would not allow Zhao Su to succeed. Zhao Su's father. In order to help Zhao Su complete the divine soul reshaping of the Great Freedom Origin decision, single-handedly blocked Shang and severely injured him. But he himself was also gravely wounded, sealing himself in the chaos pool within the chaotic starry sky. However, Zhao Su's father, still underestimated Shang. After 10,000 years, Shang returned, wanting to forcibly refine the now Emperor Zhao Su. This marked the final battle of the ancient chaos. The battle that split the entire ancient realm into countless continents, and also the battle in which 2/3 of the 18 great god kings of the ancient realm fell. At the last moment, Zhao Su's mother, Cheng Feng, just like Zhao Ru did 10,000 years ago, risked her injuries to expel Shang once more. But at the final moment, Shang managed to merge a wisp of his divine soul into Zhao Su's divine soul. There was no choice to sever Shang's divine soul. Cheng Feng used her last bit of divine power to seal Zhao Su's complete divine soul along with Shang's wisp of divine soul within Zhao Su's body. She then sent Zhao Su to the world where he lived before crossing over to the Douluo continent, seeking a way to sever that wisp of Shang's divine soul. Unfortunately, Xiao Lu, in order to allow Zhao Su to return, activated the source of all things in advance. Although it brought Zhao Su to the Douluo continent, it also allowed Shang's divine soul to return alongside Zhao Su's increasing power. However, by the time Xiao Lu realized it, it was already too late. She could only divide a wisp of her divine soul to attach to Zhao Su's body, helping him suppress Shang's divine soul. The reason for not allowing him to become a god was that once Zhao Su became a god, he would be unable to suppress Shang's divine soul. Fortunately, Zhao Su's own divine soul, after endless years of recovery, had nearly returned to its peak. The divine souls of the 9 guardian divine dragons were meant to completely awaken Zhao Su's divine soul when he became a god. Don't worry, it's fine. Ning Rongrong tightly grasped Zhao Su's arm, tears in her eyes, filled with concern. Because of the recent divine soul conflict, although Zhao Su's memories began to awaken, he still did not fully understand everything. Therefore, the most important thing now was to quickly increase his strength. Zhao Su, look at that bronze cauldron. Since Shun Fan was directly crushed by Shang, the cracked bronze cauldron had become an ownerless object. At this moment, the entire bronze cauldron was emitting a white light, repairing the cracks on its body. It quickly returned to its original state. Divine weapons have spirits. Although they cannot achieve complete autonomy like the Xianyuan sword spirit, they can sense danger. It quickly soared into the air, wanting to escape. Your master is already dead. You should stay. Zhao Su quickly formed a seal, and a giant hand appeared, blocking the escaping bronze cauldron. He grasped the bronze cauldron and brought it before Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, refine it, regardless of the circumstances. This bronze cauldron belonged to the divine weapon level, and Ning Rongrong did not yet possess a divine weapon. It was perfect for her. The key point was that this bronze cauldron had astonishing defensive power and could block some attacks in case of danger, giving her a chance to breathe. Ningrongrong noted. The 9 treasure glazed tower appeared in her right hand, and then a 9-colored flame emerged, beginning to reforge and refine the bronze cauldron. As the 9-colored flame grew more intense, the bronze cauldron gradually stopped struggling. Buzz! Soon, the patterns on the bronze cauldron began to detach, and its momentum surged rapidly. Black lines appeared on the bronze cauldron. Was that bronze cauldron not its original appearance? Zhao Su looked at the bronze cauldron, which, although shaped the same, had completely changed in momentum and set in confusion. Xiao Lu, still lingering, showed some confusion upon seeing the true form of the bronze cauldron. But soon she smiled. No wonder I felt this bronze cauldron was somewhat familiar at first. It turns out to be the Zhun Tian Ding. With Xiao Lu's words, the black lines on the bronze cauldron had already formed, creating 3 ancient characters, Zhun Tian Ding. Each character contained a sense of the great Tao. When the 3 characters were combined, even the heavenly Tao could be suppressed. Zhun Tian Ding, your father's divine weapon, the Zhun Tian Demon Emperor, was once invincible in the ancient times. At this moment, Zhao Su's memories were still incomplete, and he was quite vague about his parents. However, he did know that his parents had nearly lost their lives to severely injure Shang for his sake, allowing him the time to recover and completely sever Shang's demonic drive and achieve the perfect reshaping of his own divine soul. Otherwise, there would have been no Zhao Su in this world long ago. It could be said that Zhao Ru and Cheng Feng were not only the parents who gave him this body, but also the parents who gave him his second life. Boom! As all consciousness belonging to Shun Fan was completely erased from the Zhun Tian Ding, its true power was revealed. Shun Fan's ancestor, the god of slaughter, had paid a considerable price to completely refine the Zhun Tian Ding. However, although he sealed the aura left by Zhao Ru within the Zhun Tian Ding, he still did not fully refine it, only using secret methods to control it. Naturally, the Zhun Tian Ding could not display its true power, but now it was different. Perhaps because the Zhun Tian Ding sensed a familiar aura from Ning Rongrong, she refined it without much effort. Xiao Lu did not expect the Zhun Tian Ding to so easily recognize Ning Rongrong as its master. Her deep gaze turned towards Ning Rongrong, and soon a smile appeared, saying, "No wonder. What do you mean? Is there going to be some unexpected development?" Seeing Xiao Lu's expression, Zhao Su began to worry and quickly held Ning Rongrong's hand, wanting to help her break free from the Zhun Tian Ding. When an uncontrollable divine weapon resides within one's body, it is sometimes not an opportunity, but a ticking time bomb. It might explode at any moment. Don't worry, it's very safe. The Zhun Tian Ding recognized Rongrong so easily because she has the aura of your Zhao family bloodline. The aura of the Zhao family bloodline? For a moment, Zhao Su was a bit taken aback. It was still Ning Rongrong, her face slightly flushed, who leaned close to Zhao Su's ear and whispered, "Silly boy, you're going to be a daddy." Chapter 169. The weakest of the Zhun Tian lineage, really? I'm going to be a daddy? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su immediately burst into excited laughter, lifting Ning Rongrong into the air. "Okay, put me down, or people will laugh. Let them laugh. I'm going to be a daddy. I'm going to be a daddy." Zhao Su shouted loudly, his voice echoing through the heavens and the earth. "Master, that great demon's aura is approaching." Just as Zhao Su was excitedly holding Ning Rongrong, Xiao Jian suddenly appeared, pointing in a direction towards Hulayina. At that moment, Qin Xian also sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching them. At this moment, although Zhao Su was excited, he had not completely lost his rationality due to joy. Naturally, he sensed something. In an instant, the smile on his face vanished, and he positioned himself in front of Ning Rongrong, ready for battle. In just a few blinks, the great demon from the small sword appeared, dressed in red, with long, smooth hair cascading down to her waist, loosely tied at the back of her head. She was enveloped in a red glow, making it difficult to see her features clearly. Only her figure was discernible. "No wonder I sensed the aura of the above. It turns out to be you, this demoness." If I'm a demoness, then what are you? What you've done is far more sinister than me." The woman in red glanced around, first lingering on Zhao Su for a moment before looking at Ning Rongrong behind him. Then she turned her gaze to Xiao Lu, and the previously calm aura around her suddenly turned violet. "So what? I don't agree. You'll never get through the door of the Zhao family. Then let us see if I can enter the Zhao family's door." After Xiao Lu finished speaking, she looked at Zhao Su, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes, and then her body quickly dissipated. The woman in red did not make a move to stop her, nor did she pay any attention to Xiao Lu's departure. Instead, she stepped forward and arrived in front of Zhao Su. However, the target of the woman in red was not Zhao Su, but Ning Rongrong. Buzz! Just as the woman in red was about to grab Ning Rongrong, the Emperor's 7-kill sword instantly unsheathed and slashed towards her. But soon, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. A gentle aura emerged from the woman in red, forming a domain. Under this domain, Zhao Su felt as if he were drowning, struggling to breathe. "You're still so weak. How embarrassing." The woman in red looked at Zhao Su with a hint of indulgence in her eyes. At this moment, she had already grasped Ning Rongrong's wrist. However, she quickly released it and stepped back. At the same time, the domain-suppressing Zhao Su also disappeared. "Who are you?" Zhao Su gasped for breath and asked the woman in red, whose features he could not clearly see. "Heartless, they say when you marry a wife, you forget your mother. I told you to marry a few more, yet you've forgotten your old mother completely." As the woman in red spoke, the hazy red glow around her gradually faded away, revealing her once indistinct appearance. She looked to be in her 30s, exuding a domineering aura. "Mom? Calling you mom is fine." This person was the matriarch of the ancient Zhao family, the mother of Zhao Su, and the previous generation's holy maiden of the eternal demon clan, Changfeng. Xiao Lu was the current holy maiden of the eternal demon clan living in the forest of life. When Changfeng was young, she met Zhao Ru, and the two fell in love at first sight and became husband and wife. However, because Zhao Ru belonged to the Zhao family, known for their demonic lineage, they were considered outcasts by various clans, and there was a rift between them and the eternal demon clan. The former leader of the demon clan, Long Feng, who was also Cheng Feng's master, firmly opposed her marrying Zhao Ru. He even launched an attack on the Zhao family's demon palace, wanting to take Cheng Feng away. Zhao Ru's father, Zhao Su's grandfather, tolerated this for a long time, but Long Feng was relentless. In desperation, Zhao Ji had to engage in a fierce battle with Long Feng in the sky for a day and night, severely injuring him. If not for Cheng Feng blocking Zhao Ji's half-palm strike, Long Feng would have been obliterated. After this defeat, Long Feng severed his master-disciple relationship with Cheng Feng and forbade any member of the demon clan from having dealings with those from the Zhao family's demon palace. Thus, nearly 10,000 years passed. Zhao Su was born, went out to train, and met a woman named Xiao Lu, developing feelings for her. This Xiao Lu was another disciple taken in by Long Feng after expelling Cheng Feng from the demon clan, and he had high hopes for her. He hoped that one day she could reach the imperial realm, attack the Zhao family's demon palace, and wash away the shame of the past. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lu also fell in love with someone from the Zhao family's demon palace. Upon learning this, Long Feng did not get angry but remained calm, simply gazing into the distance in his closed-off place. He said one last sentence, "Is this fate? I refuse to accept it. I am unwilling." After that, he completely lost his life force. After Long Feng's death, Xiao Lu learned about the events of that year. So, although she and Zhao Su were mutually affectionate, she always regarded Cheng Feng as a fire and water situation. Until the ancient upheaval began, and the ancient world was shattered into countless continents and divine realms. Xiao Lu had never truly married into the Zhao family. Eventually, Xiao Lu reached the imperial realm and wanted to bring Zhao Su back before Cheng Feng. This led to Zhao Su's traversal. However, Xiao Lu still underestimated the situation. As Cheng Feng spoke, this memory appeared in Zhao Su's mind, and the once blurry faces of his parents gradually became clear. Moreover, what surprised Zhao Su was that his mother in Blue Star actually looked identical to Cheng Feng in front of him. This meant that his parents in Blue Star were Cheng Feng and Zhao Ru. Realizing this, Zhao Su couldn't help but feel incredulous. "No need to doubt. Can I still deceive you?" Cheng Feng naturally saw the doubts in Zhao Su's heart. "The one in another world is merely a fragment of my being, meant to protect your safety. What about my 3 elder sisters?" Sigh. Cheng Feng sighed when she heard Zhao Su mention his sisters. The sister Zhao Su referred to were not his sisters from the ancient times, but his sisters in the Blue Star world. In Blue Star, Zhao Su could be considered happy. Although his family was not particularly wealthy, he never lacked for food and drink, and he was loved by his parents and 3 sisters. He had never suffered since childhood. Now, to tell him that his parents were merely fragments, did that mean his 3 sisters were also fake? When the ancient upheaval returned, your father was still sealed in the chaotic pool. I was not a match for him, so I could only act simultaneously with your 3 sisters, barely driving him away. They also suffered soul damage and need to recuperate. So, my 3 sisters in Blue Star are also my real sisters? Of course. What about them now? Your 3rd sister is still recovering. Your eldest and 2nd sisters. Haven't you already met them? Met them? Upon hearing Cheng Feng's words, Zhao Su immediately recalled the woman in red who took Zhu Zhuqing away over the northern sea, as well as the woman in red he met in the Valley of Death, who used the illusion sound sect to appear and said her true body was also his sister. Zhao Su couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, realizing that Lan Yu's words about her true body being his sister were not a mockery of Zhao Su, but the truth. Zhao Su could be said to be the weakest in the Zhao family of the above. Chapter 170. Ning Rongrong's Pregnancy, the Radiance of Motherhood. After you were brought to the Douluo continent by Zhao Lu, I knew that the ancient upheaval that was not yet completed could no longer be stopped. So your eldest and second sisters also lifted their seals and came with you. Mom, I'm sorry. It's my fault that you all were implicated. Zhao Su lowered his head and softly said to Chengfeng, Silly boy, you are my son, my most cherished treasure. I am willing to give up my life for you. After Chengfeng finished speaking, she reached out and tapped Zhao Su's forehead. Instantly, the golden pool in Zhao Su's mind began to churn rapidly, and finally, the golden pool shattered, and a nearly substantial divine consciousness quickly dispersed, ultimately forming a pentagram pattern. On that pentagram, two large characters appeared, Zhen Tian. Remember, no matter the time, you must hold on to a part of your divine soul. My Zhao family's supreme source decision can ensure your divine soul remains unextinguished. Chengfeng finished speaking and reached out to touch Zhao Su's cheek, her eyes filled with affection. I remember. Zhao Su nodded. Chengfeng then turned to Ning Rongrong, waved her hand, and a piece of jade bamboo appeared, which she handed to Ning Rongrong. You're called Rongrong, right? Yes. This little girl is really beautiful, much prettier than that little green. At this moment, Chengfeng couldn't help but make a jab at little green, which made Zhao Su feel a bit helpless, but he didn't say anything. This jade bamboo contains all the secret techniques and methods of the heaven-suppressing cauldron. You can study it well. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. Thank you. Annie, no need to thank me. Chengfeng then looked at Hulaina, but didn't linger too long on her. Instead, she looked at Little Sword. Seeing Chengfeng looking at him, Little Sword didn't hesitate at all and quickly hid into Hulaina's body, completely concealing its aura. This shows that Chengfeng had left an indelible shadow in its heart back then. Back then, I shouldn't have refined you into a divine weapon. Today, I'll give you a chance. As Chengfeng spoke, she reached out and gently tapped Hulaina's forehead, instantly infusing a powerful regenerative force into her body. This force then enveloped Little Sword hidden within Hulaina. Study it well. When you reach the Emperor Realm, you will be able to transform back into human form. Buzz! As soon as Chengfeng finished speaking, Little Sword appeared within Hulaina, with a circle of chaotic energy enveloping its blade. Little Sword should have hated Chengfeng. After all, it was she who refined it into a divine weapon and sealed it within the chaos for thousands of years. However, because of this chaotic energy, Little Sword's hatred for Chengfeng completely vanished. After all, back then, as an ancient primordial spirit, it could not become an emperor in beast form. Now it was different. Reforming in the form of a sword spirit, combined with the help of this chaotic energy, becoming an emperor in the future was just a matter of time. It could be said that Chengfeng indirectly helped it break the limitation of not being able to become an emperor in beast form. Mom, are you leaving now? That's right. The upper realm has awakened. Although it can't return to the chaos void yet, it can manipulate the gods to create chaos. I must go find your father. Right now, only your father can fight against the upper realm. Will it be dangerous? Don't worry in this chaos. Those who want to kill me haven't even been born yet. But you have to be careful. I know. But you don't have to worry too much. Your elder sister's divine soul has completely returned. If there's danger, she will take action. Chengfeng said as she leaned closer to Zhao Su's ear and whispered, And you, stop getting into romantic troubles. Mom. Zhao Su's face turned red, and he called out to Chengfeng in a spoiled manner. All right, take good care of Rongrong. Chengfeng said, not hesitating anymore. As she turned to leave, she continued to speak to Zhao Su. The ancient relic mountain is about to open again. Go to the sea area and absorb the white dragon's divine soul and become a god as soon as possible. Got it, Mom, be careful. At the moment Chengfeng turned around, a crack opened in space, and a powerful aura emanated from it. This aura was the same as the one they encountered in the Black Vortex when they came to the ancient relic mountain in Douluo continent. It was a space traversal. From this, one could see Chengfeng's power. Although she hadn't restored to her peak, she was already capable of controlling spatial power. For beings at their level, this world, though vast, was just a step away from where they wanted to go. After Chengfeng left, the entire Barbarian King Mountain finally returned to calm. The girl in pink had already retreated after appearing in the upper realm. From the words of the upper realm, it could be learned that the girl in pink was also a descendant of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Brother Su, are we going directly to the sea area? Not in a hurry. Let's find a town to rest for a few days. Everyone has made gains today. We need to comprehend well and stabilize our realms. Zhao Su said softly, frowning. Zhao Su understood that although each of them had become unprecedentedly powerful, the challenges they would face next would become increasingly dangerous. The appearance of the upper realm and Chung Feng represented the extremes of divine paths and demonic paths. Their arrival had already changed the heavenly path suppression of most of the continent. With the revival of the world's spiritual energy, becoming a god might not be so difficult in the near future. Of course, this is only in contrast to the past, when there was heavenly path suppression. After all, there are only so many divine positions, and not everyone can become a god. The process of becoming a god can also be said to be a survival of the fittest selection. Only after becoming a god can one engage in that final battle. Only then can one control their own destiny. There's a saying that Shun Fan said very well, "Under the gods, all are ants." 10 days later, because of the Great Freedom Origin decision, Zhao Su's divine soul self-repair had easily reached the level of a 99th level Supreme Douluo. However, due to the restrictions of the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm, he, along with Sword Douluo Qinshin and Sky Fox Douluo Hulaina, temporarily could not break through to the 100th level and become gods. The path to becoming a god was still long. In a courtyard within the city of Hengqin, Zhao Su was sitting at a stone table brewing tea, while Ning Rongrong leaned against him, fast asleep. Now Zhao Su finally understood why Ning Rongrong was so sleepy. It wasn't because she absorbed the Buddha Lord's soul power and was digesting it. It was simply because she was pregnant. Moreover, the bloodline of the heaven-suppressing lineage was too domineering, requiring powerful soul power to nurture it to perfection. "You little one, you must behave and not bully your mother. Otherwise, when you come out, I'll spank you." Zhao Su smiled as he gently stroked Ning Rongrong's belly, threatening the little one inside. "If little treasure hears that, he won't dare to come out." Ning Rongrong, who had opened her eyes at some point, gently held Zhao Su's hand that was caressing her belly and softly said, "Little treasure, don't listen to your dad. Whatever you want, your mom will give you." Since becoming pregnant, Ning Rongrong's aura had become increasingly gentle. No longer the willful person she once was, radiating a motherly love. Chapter 171. The ancient relic mountain is about to open again, boss, Rongrong. At this moment, Li Kai rushed in a panic, sat down at the stone table, and said, "I just found out that the waterfall in the North Sea area has appeared again. It seems that the time for the ancient relic mountain to open is approaching. We can't wait any longer. We need to hurry to the North Sea area." Zhao Su's expression turned serious as he began to think about what to do next. That day, Zhao Su and Li Kai went to buy a lot of supplies, including plenty of clean water and dry food. Zhao Su knew that before returning to the Douluo continent, they would probably have to live on the sea for a long time. He himself was fine, but he was a bit worried about whether Ning Rongrong's body could handle it. "Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. You don't have to consider me." Ning Rongrong noticed Zhao Su's concern and smiled as she wrapped her arm around his. Thank you for your hard work, Rongrong. It's no trouble." Above the North Sea area, the waterfall that fell from the sky was different from the previous ones. This time, the waterfall seemed truly connected to the sky, with the rushing seawater cascading down into the ocean. And the seawater in the ocean flowed back up into the sky, forming a perfect cycle. Whenever the sea is calm, the cascading waterfall gradually stabilizes, resembling a blue mirror. However, when the sea churns with waves, the waterfall becomes violent, raising towering waves. When Zhao Su and the others arrived near the waterfall in the North Sea, many people like Zhao Su had built high platforms. However, the platforms constructed by these people were not merely made of wood like Zhao Su's. They likely contained formations based on their auras. Besides Huairong from the Buddhist and Taoist sects, and Li Xiuran and Li Yuran, there was also the red-clad girl from the Illusion Sound sect, Lan Yu. At this moment, Lan Yu's expression was still cold. Dressed in red, she stood on a lotus platform, her clothes billowing in the wind, creating a unique scenery above the sea. Behind her, just as when Zhao Su last saw her, stood 9 women in white. Was she now the second sister or the saint of the Illusion Sound sect? Ning Rongrong also looked towards Lan Yu and then leaned toward Zhao Su, whispering a question. "I don't know, maybe like the 12-winged angel's soul hidden in Qianrenshua's spirit. The second sister's soul is also concealed deep within her own." Zhao Su shook his head, contemplating whether to test Lan Yu. At this moment, it seemed that Lan Yu sensed Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong's gaze as she turned to look at Zhao Su. When she gazed at Zhao Su, a hint of meaningful expression appeared on her originally cold face. Seeing this, Zhao Su couldn't help but smile and said to Ning Rongrong, "It's the second sister. It seems her soul has returned. That's great. Then we have nothing to fear," Ning Rongrong said, looking towards the group standing with the girl in pink. Including the girl in pink, there were 5 people altogether, known as the 6 divine sons of the divine realm, who were said to guard against those who disobeyed the ancient rules of the mountain of ancient legacy. With Shun Fan dead, only these 5 remained. Besides the obvious 5 divine sons standing on the same front, there were 2 others who operated independently. One was a boy dressed in a blue robe with a pair of protruding white horns on his forehead, his white hair and cold demeanor making him seem perfectly attuned to the sea. The other was a girl in a blue long dress with blue eyes, resembling a doll. Her expression was calm, and although she wasn't standing with the young master of the Wanshang Dragon Palace, she was close to him. It was evident that this girl also belonged to the sea as a sea soul master, compared to the land soul masters. She placed more trust in the sea soul master, Miexiang. At this moment, everyone in the North Sea had their own thoughts. The 6 divine sons of the divine realm, or rather now 5, had been watching Zhao Su closely. 2 of them even attempted to take action against Zhao Su, but were ultimately stopped by the girl in pink. Over the past few days, Zhao Su and Li Kai had gathered some specific information about the 6 divine sons. These 6 individuals were the offspring left by the gods of the divine realm in the mountain of ancient legacy. Although they were extraordinary, they were not the strongest and could even be considered abandoned by their families. The girl with the dual personality, known as Qian Yaoer, had a martial soul that was a variant, completely detached from the inherited martial soul of the Butterfly Emperor, the split-sky demon butterfly. Her martial soul mutated into her own, giving rise to another personality. Such occurrences had precedence. Typically, it meant that her previous life was a powerful figure who had reached a level above the God King. To break through to the Emperor realm, she severed her own soul and reincarnated, thus using herself as a martial soul to reforge her path to becoming a god. However, this situation was quite special. If she couldn't successfully reforge herself into a god, her soul would be extinguished, leaving no chance for rebirth. Furthermore, using oneself as a martial soul before awakening her past memories meant she essentially had a useless martial soul, lacking even the ability to protect herself. For Qian Yaoer to reach her current level was already extraordinary. It also indirectly indicated that her previous life was definitely a ruthless character. But the margin for error was too low, so Qian Yaoer became the discarded child of the Butterfly Emperor lineage, exiled to this mountain of ancient legacy. In fact, there was another reason for Qian Yaoer being cast aside. Once she awakened her previous life's memories, she might not align with the Butterfly Emperor lineage. This was the primary reason for her exile. Besides Qian Yaoer, the other 4 were descendants of the Mad God, Death God, Fire God, and God of Forging. The descendants of the Fire God and God of Forging were not worth mentioning. The descendant of the Mad God was named Li Zheng. His situation was quite special, as he did not seem to be exiled, but rather voluntarily sought to train in the mountain of ancient legacy. He was the strongest among the 6 divine sons. At this moment, he had also reached level 99, with the potential to exceed 100, yet he continually suppressed himself. The descendant of the Death God was named Ashing. Although gifted, he was not a direct descendant of the Death God. He was sent to the mountain of ancient legacy, not for training, but to suppress his cultivation speed and to make way for the first genius of the direct line of the Death God. He was the most unpredictable among the 6 divine sons. Although he stood with the others, he rarely interacted with them. Just as everyone was searching for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, a sound of water disturbance came from not far away. It seemed something was rapidly approaching from that direction. Everyone immediately became vigilant, looking towards the source of the sound. Chapter 172, Buddha Light and Demon Chi. Right and Wrong Guru. As the massive creature drew near, a strange sound entered everyone's ears. Amidst this strange sound, a gigantic turtle's head emerged, followed closely by the enormous shell of the Baxia dragon turtle breaking the surface. This Baxia dragon turtle was much larger than the last time it appeared, and its aura was significantly stronger than when it first emerged. The entire shell resembled a stable and colossal landmass. On its back stood 2 figures. One was the red-clad girl, and the other was Zhu Zhuqing. Suga, the originally cold-faced Zhu Zhuqing, upon seeing Zhao Su, immediately broke into a smile and called out loudly. She lightly landed and flew toward Zhao Su and the other's platform. Zhuqing, Zhao Su also hurried to meet her, and the 2 embraced tightly. Sister Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong also stepped forward, gently calling out to Zhu Zhuqing. During their time at Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had the closest relationship, and after experiencing so much, They could be considered as close as sisters. Rong, I heard from Sister Mei that you're pregnant? Zhu Zhuqing released Zhao Su and stepped forward to support Ning Rongrong, smiling as she asked. Ning Rongrong nodded with a blush. You little brat, I brought Zhuqing back for you. Take good care of her. The red-clad woman, standing on the back of the Basya dragon turtle, who was Zhao Su's eldest sister Zhao Mei, spoke to Zhao Su. Thank you, eldest sister. When Zhu Zhuqing appeared, Zhao Su felt a powerful aura emanating from her, similar to that of the Great Freedom Origin Technique. Moreover, besides the aura of the Great Freedom Origin Technique, he also sensed another soul's presence. It seems that Zhu Zhuqing, like him, has sealed her original soul deep within her being. At this moment, with the help of the Great Freedom Original Decision, she is gradually awakening. No need for thanks. Just living well is the greatest gratitude to me. Boom! Just then, the Basya dragon turtle beneath the sea suddenly became agitated, swiftly chasing after a sea creature. Zhao Mei's expression gradually grew serious. Standing quietly on the back of the Basya dragon turtle, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. As she formed seals with her hands, 7 oddly shaped weapons arranged themselves in front of her, forming a character of killing intent that launched an attack into the sea. Boom! As the killing character entered the water, the sea immediately began to churn. Amipa. Following the chanting of the Buddhist name, a creature resembling a giant shark surfaced. Sitting cross-legged on the back of the giant shark was an old monk dressed in a red robe. With the chanting, a golden Buddhist light appeared, enveloping Zhao Mei. Old bald donkey, are you really never going to stop? Suppressing evil is the purpose of my Buddhist sect, and as a monster, I naturally must transcend you. At this moment, the old monk also stood up, palms together, his body radiating Buddhist light, wearing a compassionate expression. This old monk is not a high monk from the ancient Ishan Buddhist sect, but a true Buddha from the divine realm. He is also the sworn enemy of the Zhao family from the Zhen Tian lineage. The Zhen Tian lineage belongs to the demonic path, while the Buddhist sect prides itself on being the true path of heaven alongside the Dao sect. They are intent on transcending the Zhen Tian lineage. The ancient war was initiated partly due to the assistance of the Buddhist sect, which caused heavy losses to the Zhen Tian lineage. Since that is the case, I cannot be blamed for lacking compassion. Today, I will make your Buddhist sect turn to ashes. Zhao Mei originally did not want to entangle with this old monk. She had important matters to attend to, but at this moment, Zhao Mei was genuinely angry, and a killing intent arose in her heart. Moreover, it was a lethal killing intent, with the Tao law of 3,000 borrowing the law of the universe, and the countless calamities of heaven and earth. Zhao Mei formed seals with her hands, and the sky suddenly darkened with clouds as a massive law body descended from the clouds, merging with Zhao Mei's main body. The violent momentum quickly spread. A gigantic hand reached out to grasp the old monk. Buddhist law, Vajra protects the body. The old monk also formed seals, and a Luohan phantom appeared behind him, sitting cross-legged in the void behind him. The Buddhist light formed a large bell, protecting the old monk. Dong dong dong. A series of bell sounds erupted, causing the surrounding sea water to boil, scattering like a shocking tsunami. You think a small Vajra protection can withstand my strike? Zhao Mei leaped up, the immense law body enveloped in chaotic energy, and forcefully threw a punch. Boom! Crack! Uft. Under this heavy punch, the bell formed by the gathered Buddhist light shattered like glass. The Luohan phantom behind the old monk quickly dimmed and retreated, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood once he steadied himself. Chaos Dao, all laws burn. Zhao Mei did not stop there. The chaotic energy on her chaotic law body began to condense into flames. While trapping the old monk, it started to burn him. Brother Huairong, is this the high monk sent down by your divine realm's Buddhist sect? Aren't you going to lend a hand? Li Xiaoran looked at the burning old monk and turned to Huairong with a hint of mockery. The Dao sect originally only had the Dao master lineage form an alliance with the Buddhist sect, while the Grand Elder lineage has always been independent. Thus, Li Xiaoran has always looked down on the Buddhist sect. Naturally, he has no regard for Huairong. Li Yuran just glared at Li Xiaoran, but did not say anything. After all, he and Li Xiaoran are biological brothers and belong to the same Dao sect, so their relationship is still closer than that of the two. Amipa. Huairong only uttered a Buddhist name, not responding. However, within Huairong's chant, one could sense a hint of helplessness. Help! Help my foot! He couldn't even defeat Zhao Su, let alone Zhao Mei, who is much stronger than Zhao Su. The battle between Zhao Mei and the old monk could already be considered a battle between gods, and moreover, A battle between true gods. Even if Qian Yaoer and the others went up, they would be going to their deaths. Let alone him. At this moment, the old monk sat cross-legged, chanting scriptures. Strange golden characters flowed from his mouth, eventually forming what looked like a golden piece of paper. Zhao Mai. Today I will let you see the power of my Buddhist sect. Once the golden paper was formed, the chaotic energy trapping the old monk was quickly broken. The chaotic fire was also dispersed. At this point, although the Buddhist light around the old monk radiated compassion, his expression appeared so fierce. In contrast, Zhao Mei, surrounded by chaotic energy infused with demonic aura, remained calm, making it hard to say who is truly righteous and who is truly evil. Chapter 173. The Passage over the North Sea. Humph. Liao ran. Do you really think that by inviting the Buddha's decree, you can transcend me? Zhao Mei looked up at the golden paper, radiating Buddhist light, snorting in disdain. Then let us give it a try and see how the old monk transcends you. Since that's the case, come on, and let you witness my Zhao family's great freedom original decision. The two formed seals almost simultaneously. As Liao Ran recited the scriptures, the golden paper began to split apart, forming 6 golden characters. Om, Ma, Ni, Bad, Me, Hum. The 6 characters emerged, and the Luohan phantom behind Liao Ran transformed into a Buddha figure sitting cross-legged on a lotus platform. For a moment, in the entire sea area, it seemed as if the sound of chanting was coming from all directions. Under this sacred sound, everyone felt a kind of transcendent tranquility in their hearts. Finally, these 6 characters formed a swastika. The Buddhist light shone brightly. On the other side, as Zhao Mei formed seals with her hands, a character representing suppression appeared above her head. Although it lacked the flamboyance of the 6-character mantra and was merely a black character, suddenly, a destructive aura emanated from that suppression character, and a massive law body abruptly opened its eyes. From those deep, abyss-like eyes shot out a beam of destructive light. Just that one glance shattered the swastika formed by the 6-character mantra radiating Buddhist light. At the same time, a gigantic hand appeared, grasping Liao Ran. Just a mere old, bald donkey dares to flaunt his power here? If you want to kill me, let your Buddha come personally. Although this voice was still Zhao Mei's, the tone was completely different. Boom! The massive hand suddenly exerted force, directly crushing Liao Ran, while the Buddhist light dissipated. And the sacred sound that had come from all directions vanished instantly. The swastika began to split apart, reforming into a piece of golden paper. A torn piece of paper. A wisp of chaotic fire appeared, quickly turning that Buddha's decree to ashes, as Zhao Mei's entire divine soul was released. The aura of the Basya dragon turtle beneath her also began to strengthen. It opened its mouth and charged toward the giant white shark where Liao Ran had just sat. The turtle's mouth instantly expanded, swallowing the massive white shark in one bite. Suppress. The character of suppression appeared again in midair, imprinting itself into the massive law body. As the character for Zhun was inscribed, the law body's eyes slowly closed, and the powerful chaotic Dao energy began to dissipate. Their Zhao family's great freedom primordial secret could not only suppress all enemies, but also suppress themselves. Even upon reaching the Emperor realm, with the decay of life force, one could still die. Hence, the Zhun Tian lineage created the great freedom primordial secret to confine their own soul, leaving only a small part of it within their body. As life flowed away and the soul deteriorated, they could then reshape the soul to achieve the goal of immortality. However, this great freedom primordial secret was not complete. Perhaps only when someone from the Zhao family bloodline broke through to the Emperor realm and reached the primordial realm could this great freedom primordial secret be truly perfected. After the massive law body closed its eyes, it quickly faded into the dark clouds of the sky, disappearing from view. At this moment, the Basya dragon turtle had completely digested the great white shark, its body growing even larger. The enormous turtle held its head high, resembling a small mountain, surveying all those around. Finally, its gaze landed on Huairong, who was also bald like Liao Ran. Instantly, Huairong felt a chill run down his spine, breaking out in a cold sweat. Little monk, go back and tell the Buddha that if your Buddhist sect wishes to kill me, do not send these people to their deaths. Let your 5 emperors come together. Amitba. Don't say Amitba. Did you hear what I said? The little monk heard it. Huairong clasped his hands together and replied softly. There was no choice. In the face of absolute strength, being tough was useless. One could only bow down. You're not bad, little monk. Zhao Mei smiled at Huairong, then looked towards the direction where the 5 sons of the divine realm were. The 5 quickly avoided the sharp gaze, turning their heads aside. Little brother, I'm leaving. Meditate well on the great freedom primordial secret until the day you fully return. Yes, big sister, take care. Zhao Mei merely nodded and did not say anything more. A peep appeared in her arms, and her right hand quickly plucked the strings. With a melodious tune, the Basya dragon turtle changed direction and swiftly headed towards the depths of the sea. After Zhao Mei left, the entire sea's surface gradually quieted down. Everyone dared not act recklessly anymore, waiting for the best opportunity. As night fell, Ning Rongrong had gone to sleep early, while Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing were still awake. Brother Su, what was the world like before you came to Douluo continent? On the high platform outside the wooden house, Zhu Zhuqing leaned against Zhao Su's embrace, suddenly recalling something, and raised her head to ask Zhao Su. A world without martial souls, without cultivation, just ordinary people. By now, Zhao Su knew that Zhu Zhuqing must have already learned everything from Zhao Mei. Moreover, he felt there was no need to hide his identity as a traveler anymore. Is there really such a place? Of course. Can we go to that world? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked up at Zhao Su, asking with anticipation. Yes, but I still prefer it here. Zhao Su tightened his embrace around Zhu Zhuqing and continued, because here I can be with you. What do you mean? Does that mean in that world we can't be together? Yes. Then I won't go. As long as I can be with you. That's the place I long for. Silly girl, no matter where we go, we will always be together, forever and ever. Yes, we will never be apart again. Zhu Zhuqing burrowed back into Zhao Su's embrace and initiated a kiss. Having not seen each other for several days, as the saying goes, a short separation is better than a new marriage. The two soon entered the simple wooden house. As they deepened their connection, the sounds that made one blush and their hearts race soon echoed from within the wooden house. The next day, Zhao Su's spirit was exceptionally good, sweeping away the fatigue of recent days. On that day, the waterfall connecting the sky and the sea became increasingly transparent. Eventually, it turned into a mirror-like surface, clearly reflecting the scenery on the opposite side. It was a barren swamp where nothing grew. Anything that fell into that swamp would quickly be engulfed. Brotersu. Ning Rongrong came out from the wooden house behind and called out to Zhao Su, then continued. It seems the Zhen Tian Ding has sensed a familiar aura. As Ning Rongrong spoke, the Zhen Tian Ding quickly flew out from within her body. It hovered in the air, emitting streams of chaotic Dao energy that flowed into the mirror-like otherworld. Buzz. After about 5 minutes, the chaotic Dao energy began to weaken. However, in that unknown otherworld, a terrifying aura emerged. Chapter 174. Forging the Soul, creating the strongest divine weapon. The aura of death? Sensing this powerful aura, the first to react was a Xing, the descendant of the Grim Reaper. This aura was all too familiar to him. There was not only the aura of the Grim Reaper, but also the auras of the Fire God and the Mad God. The 3 first-level deities appeared together in that mysterious world. This was no mere avatar of a god, but the true bodies of genuine first-level deities descending. Through the spatial gate, I could feel the scorching flames of the Fire God. Is this what gods are like? Everyone watching stepped back. Even Zhao Su quickly controlled the high platform to retreat. The joint appearance of 3 first-level deities was unpredictable. For safety's sake, it was better to withdraw first. Buzz. Just as everyone was backing away, the holy maiden of the Illusion Sound sect, Lan Yu, did not retreat, but instead stepped forward. A peepo appeared in her arms, and a frantic tune erupted. The ancient piece Lan Yu played was different from Zhao Mei's. Zhao Mei's music was melodious and soothing, bringing a sense of tranquility. However, Lan Yu's music exuded a momentum of war, as if 1,000 horses were galloping. Under this tune, the waters around the mirror-like spatial gate began to surge rapidly. Countless tumultuous waves surged through the spatial gate into that mysterious world. Bang! The seawater condensed into numerous ice blades, forming a character for Zhen, forcing the 3 first-level gods hiding their forms to reveal themselves. The character formed by the ice blades began to spread countless ice, turning the entire swamp into a world of ice and snow. In this white, transparent world of ice and snow, the Fire God, tall and engulfed in flames, found his fire not so scorching anymore. Humph, daring to strike against us from the other side of the boundary? The Fire God grunted coldly, and the flames on him ignited rapidly. Instantly, a strange scene unfolded. The image of water and fire not wanting to merge appeared before everyone. The burning flames melted the ice, while the ice turned into water, trying to extinguish the fire completely. Fire God, you do not abide by the laws of the divine realm and act on your own. What punishment do you deserve? At that moment, a voice of authority rang out. Simultaneously, a man, not tall in stature and shrouded in black mist, appeared. Within the black mist, strands of chaotic Dao energy mingled. A large blade hovered behind him. In this divine realm, who can judge me? Enough with the nonsense. Today, we three will slay you. A domineering voice echoed again, and a figure towering over 2 meters appeared to the north of the man, enveloped in black mist. Boom! Then, a domineering aura emerged again, and a deathly presence quickly spread, coalescing into a black scythe. It directly slashed toward the head of the man shrouded in black mist. Along with the fire god, the three stood at different positions around the man and attacked simultaneously. It was evident that these three were here to kill the man enveloped in black mist. However, it was unclear why such a scene was reflected in this ancient relic mountain. The way the Tao has 3,000 forms, the world-destroying Mad Blade. The man shrouded in black mist showed no signs of fear when facing the 3 first-level deities. As he formed his hand seals, the large blade behind him rapidly grew, and countless blade shadows coalesced into a light blade, striking towards the 3 first-level deities. 3,000 divine flames gather around me. The law of death, evil spirits descend. Storms rage, violent divine fists. The fire god, the death god, and the mad god unleash their strongest soul techniques, assaulting the man enveloped in black mist. Boom! The 3 Tao laws converged, forming a terrifying vortex. With such little ability, you think you can kill me? The way of the Tao has 3,000 forms. Borrowing the law of heaven and earth, the chaotic divine bell. Dong, dong, dong. Immediately, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the sound of a bell that could shake the heart resounded as a divine bell exuding chaotic Tao energy descended, trapping the fire god inside. Zong! The terrifying sound of the bell rang out again. Bang! Just as the mad god attempted to rescue the fire god. The heavenly suppression cauldron from the ancient relic mountain instantly passed through the spatial gate, trapping the mad god who wanted to save the fire god. You two can't help him anymore. I'll cut you down first, then refine the other 2. Just you? The death god scoffed, and the scythe in his hand struck out instantly, vanishing from the spot with the death god. When the death god reappeared, the scythe was already pressed against the neck of the man shrouded in black mist. However, the next scene did not show a severed head or bloodshed. There was no one in the black mist. It was just an illusion. Perhaps the 3 were attacking merely a clone, while the true body was not here at all. Impossible. There is nothing impossible. Do you really think 3 first-level deities can kill a god king? Bang! With the sound, a black vortex rapidly formed in front of the death god, and a fist emerged from the black vortex. It directly sent the death god flying. The death god didn't even have a chance to dodge. Boom! The death god crashed heavily into the frozen swamp, and 7 ice spikes appeared, piercing through the death god's body, quickly absorbing the divine power within. Everyone initially thought it was the death god, the mad god, and the fire god working together to ambush the man with the blade. But now it seemed that this was merely a trap set by the man with the blade to lure them in. The situation had instantly reversed. At this moment, the chaotic bell also began to reveal its true power. Countless chaotic Tao energies opened and coalesced into chaotic Tao flames, aiming to refine the fire god. Moreover, this time it was not only about absorbing the fire goddess' divine power, but also about refining the fire god into a divine weapon. At the same time, the heavenly suppression cauldron also aimed to refine the mad god into a divine weapon. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's divine soul was linked with the heavenly suppression cauldron, and besides the chaotic Tao energy, it also contained the 9 colored flames primarily composed of chaotic white fire. Ning Rongrong was also surrounded by chaotic white fire, assisting the heavenly suppression cauldron in forging the mad god. At this time, Lan Yu also moved, forming hand seals, and the ice spikes coalesced into a large pot, cooking the death god without needing to boil water. Husband, use the forging secret technique. Lan Yu shouted to the man with the blade, who seemed to hear her voice through the spatial gate. He didn't speak, but nodded, and the large blade in his hand began to split. The chaotic bell opened a gap, and the man sent his true name, Martial Soul, the Phantom World Mad Blade, into the chaotic bell. Subsequently, the chaotic Tao energy became even denser, and the fire god's aura rapidly faded. The aura of the Phantom World Mad Blade grew stronger. shooting out a blade shadow that pierced through heaven and earth, radiating a flame as scorching as the sun, giving a powerful sense of oppression. Chapter 175. The Heavenly Suppression Lineage. Forging Forbidden Technique. As the phantom of the Phantom World Mad Blade appeared, the fire god's divine soul let out its final roar, trying to break free from the chaotic bell's restraints and escape. However, the man, who was Lan Yu's husband, the son-in-law of the Zhao family of the Heavenly Suppression Lineage, Wang Fei, sneered. Fire God, obediently become my blade spirit. Don't you want immortality? Once you become my blade spirit, you can live forever with me. Wang Fei, how about we negotiate a deal? Oh, you still want to negotiate with me? I can sign a soul contract with your Heavenly Suppression Lineage, abandoning divine control, entering the demonic path, and eternally serving the Heavenly Suppression Lineage. Sorry, my Heavenly Suppression Lineage doesn't need fence-sitters. Just be my blade spirit obediently. You really want to give me any way out? Wang Fei, stop wasting words. Hurry and refine it. Lan Yu shouted loudly to Wang Fei, who was grappling with the fire god. You heard that. I can't make the decision. After Wang Fei finished speaking, he stopped saying any more unnecessary words. He formed seals, and a large hammer appeared in his hand. He leaped up and smashed it directly towards the Phantom World Mad Blade. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the sound of forging echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Damn, this is the feeling. When Cheng Feng forged me into a divine weapon, it was this exhilarating feeling. Xiao Jian, hearing the thunderous forging sound, suddenly felt excited for some reason. In fact, the forging of Xiao Jian and the fire god was not entirely the same. When Cheng Feng forged Xiao Jian into a divine weapon, it was not for his own use, but for the descendants of his Heavenly Suppression Lineage. Therefore, he did not integrate Xiao Jian into his martial soul. Moreover, it was a test for future generations, retaining some of Xiao Jian's consciousness. Only those who gained Xiao Jian's acknowledgement could use it. However, Wang Fei's forging of the fire god was to grant his martial soul the Phantom World Mad Blade, intelligence while ensuring it could not break free from his control. Therefore, the forging was more thorough, completely shattering the fire god's divine soul, extracting the spiritual awareness within and integrating it into the Phantom World Mad Blade. Xiao Jian, there is no need to be so excited, right? You wouldn't understand the feeling if you haven't experienced it. Moreover, this forging secret technique is a forbidden technique that has been prohibited. The Heavenly Suppression Lineage is indeed powerful. Had I known this, I wouldn't have resisted back then and would have followed Cheng Feng and joined the Heavenly Suppression Lineage. Then I could do whatever I wanted. After Xiao Jian finished speaking, he became even more excited. The entire blade body instantly vanished and passed through the spatial gate. Entering that world, Rong Rong, unleash your martial soul. I will assist you in awakening it. After Xiao Jian crossed into that cloud-filled world, he simultaneously shouted to Ning Rongrong. Xiao Jian's blade body struck the Heavenly Suppression Cauldron, awakening the spirit of the cauldron, and like Wang Fei, a huge iron hammer appeared, mercilessly pounding the mad god trapped inside the Heavenly Suppression Cauldron. More directly than Wang Fei, it shattered the mad god's physical body, using the mad god's divine body as fuel to burn and forge the mad god's divine soul. The heaven-suppressing cauldron was forged from the essence of heaven and earth's pure iron by the young demon Emperor Zhao Ru. The pure iron already possessed a spirit, and after countless years by Zhao Ru's side, having defeated various monstrous geniuses, it was no longer an ordinary divine weapon. It could be said that whatever Zhao Ru could do, it could do as well, albeit without the immense power he wielded. Initially, when it was suppressed by the lineage of the god of slaughter, the heaven-suppressing cauldron sealed its own consciousness to prevent the god of slaughter from obtaining the secret techniques of the heaven-suppressing lineage. At that time, the god of slaughter's lineage had dispatched 13 first-level deities to barely suppress it. Therefore, when facing a mad god, it could be said to handle the situation with ease. In no time, the mad god soul was completely shattered, and a fragmented consciousness began to pass through the spatial gate, attaching itself to Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile. The 9 colored flames, primarily composed of chaotic white fire, continued to burn the mad god's shattered consciousness. Eventually, Ning Rongrong felt that the 9 colored flames gradually developed their own consciousness, and a small girl's figure appeared within the 9-treasure glazed tile. Master, master. A tender, playful, and cute voice reached Ning Rongrong's ears. Good. From now on you shall be called 9 Colors. Great, I finally have a name. Thank you, master, for giving me such a beautiful name. The nine-treasure glazed tile transformed into a little girl wearing a nine-color dress, instantly appearing before Ning Rongrong and kissing her cheek. Ning Rongrong looked at nine colors, her face revealing a loving smile. From now on, there would no longer be a mad god in this universe. At this moment, Wang Fei had also successfully forged a fire god, with the illusory world Mad Blade radiating powerful fire god flames. After the illusory world Mad Blade merged into Wang Fei's body, the chaotic Dao Bell rose into the air again, sucking the Reaper trapped in the cauldron inside. Once again, it was forged. Your heaven-suppressing lineage has gone too far. Today, even if I die, I will take you with me. At this time, the Reaper had already broken free from Lan Yu's restraints, and black mist began to rapidly spread, carrying the aura of death. Eventually, it even passed through the spatial gate into the ancient relic mountain. The aura of death was madly absorbing the life essence of everyone within the ancient relic mountain. The small sword quickly returned, and a golden sword shadow appeared, protecting Hulaina from the influence of this death aura. The heaven-suppressing cauldron also returned to Ning Rongrong's side, surrounded by chaotic energy, shielding her. Just as Zhao Su was about to act to protect himself and Zhu Zhuqing, he noticed a massive shadow of an yin-yang spirit cat appearing above Zhu Zhuqing's head, also shielding her. This seemed to be the true spirit hidden deep within Zhu Zhuqing's soul. A long sword emerged behind Chun Xian, radiating sword intent to protect him. Li Kai was enveloped in a white light, also unaffected by the death aura. Seeing this, Zhao Su couldn't help but feel a bit helpless and could only silently act, using his divine consciousness to protect himself from the corrosion of death. Not far away, Huairong, Li Shiran, and others quickly released their martial souls to resist the encroaching death. The only one completely immune to this death aura, even feeling comfortable all over, was a Xing, one of the 6 sons of the divine realm. Under this death aura, a Xing's divine power and soul were rapidly growing. The Reaper, who was planning to self-destruct and perish along with Wang Fei, seemed to sense a Xing's aura. It seemed to have thought of something, and the death aura rapidly spread, beginning to gather around Xing. Finally, taking advantage of the life essence it had absorbed, it broke free from the constraints of the chaotic Dao Bell with all its might. Passing through that spatial gate, it arrived at the ancient relic mountain. Moreover, as it passed through the spatial gate, it discarded its physical body to move through the spatial gate more quickly. Chapter 176. The Replacement of the Reaper's Position. The Reaper is no longer a god. Wang Fei, behind, was also trying to pass through the spatial gate, but he did not discard his physical body. Thus, his speed was much slower than that of the Reaper. No, I will not abandon my soul to accomplish your goals. Once the Reaper's soul arrived at the ancient relic mountain, it attempted to occupy a Xing's body to complete the possession and regain its Reaper form. However, at the moment the Reaper entered a Xing's body, it was unexpected that a Xing actually rejected it. Do not forget, I am your ancestor. Your blood flows through me. If I disappear, the lineage of the Reaper will regress and lose its first-level divine status. What does that have to do with me? I am merely the offspring of a servant. When did you ever acknowledge me as your bloodline? Humph, ungrateful child. Like your mother, with your filthy bloodline, yet you still wish to soar high. Just as a Xing said in the Reaper's heart, there was no recognition of a Xing and his mother as part of the Reaper lineage. In fact, the Reaper felt that having a Xing as a descendant polluted its noble bloodline. You are not allowed to speak of my mother. From today, I, a Xing, will abandon the divine drive and enter the demonic path, and I will return your bloodline to you. A Xing roared, and a powerful aura of death also enveloped him. However, his death aura was not absorbing the life essence of others, but was rapidly condensing. Boom! With a violent explosion, a Xing's body instantly burst apart, blood splattering into the sea. He truly managed to return his bloodline to the Reaper lineage. Do you think that this will rid you of my bloodline? Although I cannot rid you of it, I can refine you. From now on, the Reaper bloodline will start anew from this youth. Lan Yu spoke up, and at this moment, the red dress on her had changed color. Her entire aura began to transform. Lan Yu looked at the soul of a Xing, which was left, and continued, Are you willing to enter the demonic path and join my heaven-suppressing lineage? I am willing to enter the demonic path and join the heaven-suppressing lineage. A Xing's shattered soul was about to completely dissipate into the heavens and the earth. As a Xing spoke, a pentagram pattern appeared above Lan Yu's head, with an ancient character for suppress floating above it. Today, I grant you the supreme great method, the great freedom origin technique, to assist you in reshaping your demonic soul. The pentagram pattern began to slowly shift, ultimately condensing a Xing's soul completely. A character for suppress radiated black mist, reassembling a Xing's already shattered physical body. He emanated a powerful aura of death. The Reaper's scythe condensed in a Xing's hand, aimed at the fleeing Reaper's soul. No, I am your ancestor. You cannot do this. Once the Reaper was locked by that scythe, it could clearly feel its soul rapidly fading, being absorbed into it. The Reaper's voice was filled with fear as it shouted loudly. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and bolts of thunder fell. A Xing stood under the thunder tribulation. Without a hint of fear, his tall figure shrouded in a black robe. He reached out to grasp the Reaper's scythe. At this point, the Reaper's soul had been completely absorbed into the Reaper's scythe. From now on, I, a Xing, will be the new Reaper, no longer a god, forever a demon. The souls and spirits of the world shall all be under my control. This declaration from a Xing was like the will of the heavens. A massive black hole appeared behind a Xing, the place where souls would return. Looking at the black hole, radiating a mournful and terrifying aura, Zhao Su's brow furrowed slightly, and he muttered softly. At this moment, everyone felt an incredible sensation. That black entrance was the place where all beings, whether human or divine, go after death. It is what people refer to as the underworld. It is said that all continents share a single underworld, which is elusive and unpredictable. No one knows where the entrance is. Now Zhao Su understood. The so-called underworld is actually just the realm of the god of death, the realm of the river of the dead. It is the final resting place for all souls in the world. In other words, there is no such thing as reincarnation. It is all dust to dust, earth to earth. All souls that enter the realm of the river of the dead will completely disappear, merging into the domain of the god of death. With the appearance of the realm of the river of the dead, it also signifies that the previous generation of the god of death has been completely refined, and a new god of death has been born. At the moment the realm of the river of the dead appeared, the divine power within a Xing was rapidly increasing, directly breaking through to level 100, becoming a true deity and a first-tier god at that. Roar! Just as all the anomalies were gradually disappearing, a dragon's roar came from afar, and a white five-clawed, divine dragon approached from a distance. The giant dragon was over 100 feet long, blocking out the sun, giving a powerful sense of oppression. The giant dragon lowered its body, and its enormous claws reached out toward Wang Fei and Lan Yu. At the same time, a ball of flames appeared, spraying toward the people around. It could be said that everyone was targeted at once. All the people quickly retreated, not wanting to participate in this battle. Wang Fei, holding the illusory world Crazy Blade, stood in midair. At the moment the white divine dragon reached for him, the illusory world Crazy Blade was instantly swung out, and a blade shadow slashed toward the white divine dragon. Although the white divine dragon was massive, it was extremely agile. In the blink of an eye, it dodged the blade shadow of the illusory world Crazy Blade. At this moment, people noticed that a figure was standing on the massive white dragon. It was a woman in a white robe with silver hair and a cold expression, showing no sign of emotion, just like Mieshang, with two protrusions above her head. She was none other than Xiao, the master of the Holy Dragon Palace. Teacher. Upon seeing Xiao, Mieshang moved as well, appearing beside Xiao in a flash. Xiao glanced at Mieshang, her eyes flashing with a completely different expression than usual, carrying a hint of guilt. Lan Yu, back then, you suppressed me from the Zhan Tian lineage, and you didn't expect me to return, did you? The events of that year were not as you think. It was not to suppress you, but to save you. This time, when Lan Yu faced Xiao, she did not strike directly, even though Xiao had just attacked them. She surprisingly held her patience. Wang Fei stood beside Lan Yu, the illusory world Crazy Blade hovering behind him, ready for any situation. Save me? That sounds nice. If it was really to save me, why seal my soul? Why not let me see my husband? The situation back then was somewhat special. I returned from the darkness, and my father sealed himself in the depths of chaos, unable to return. If he stayed, it would only be a death sentence. Then what about my husband? Hearing Lan Yu's words, a hint of doubt appeared on Xiao's face, and the white divine dragon beneath her began to gradually disappear. Xiao looked at Lan Yu and continued to ask, a few days ago, I clearly sensed his and Xiaolu's presence. Why can't I perceive where he is now? Chapter 177. Douluo Universe and Blue Star Universe, you look over there. Lan Yu pointed in the direction where Zhao Su was located, and Xiao followed Lan Yu's gesture. However, when she saw Zhao Su standing on a high platform, a hint of daze flashed in her eyes, and her cold expression could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face. In a flash, she stepped forward and appeared in front of Zhao Su. Husband, is it really you? Xiao reached out her hand to caress Zhao Su's cheek. Zhao Su did not dodge. Although he had no memories of Xiao at this moment, when he saw her, he felt an inexplicably familiar sensation. Husband? I'm your husband? Yes, I am Xiao. You don't remember me? Xiao stared at Zhao Su, as if recalling something, and hurriedly said, I understand now, but it's okay. Sooner or later, you will remember me, remember how we met, how we got to know each other, our happiest and most joyful times together. Soda. Although Zhao Su could not remember anything about Xiao now, he was also aware that it must be the emotional debt he owed from years ago. There is no need for us to say sorry. You're called Mieshang? At this moment, seeing that Xiao's emotions had temporarily stabilized, Lan Yu looked at Mieshang and asked, That's right. From the conversation between Xiao and Lan Yu just now, Mieshang could also tell that they were old acquaintances. Although there were some misunderstandings, they were not mortal enemies. Moreover, upon hearing the dialogue between Xiao and Zhao Su, Mieshang understood more. So, in response to Lan Yu's question, although she was indifferent, she still replied, Your talent is good, but it seems that your bloodline power has been sealed. As Lan Yu spoke, she looked toward Xiao. You don't need to worry about that. I have my own plans. Since that is the case, I want to say more. After all, you are family. Family? What do you mean? Zhao Su was puzzled by Lan Yu's words and asked her, Once you become a god, your entire soul will completely break free from the seal. By then, you will understand everything. When Lan Yu said this, she glanced at Mieshang again, clearly having something difficult to say. I will wait for you in the Forbidden Land. Take care of yourself. Lan Yu said solemnly to Zhao Su, sighed, and then stopped lingering. She turned and stepped into the space portal with Wang Fei and the white-robed women behind them. As Lan Yu and her group passed through the space portal, it began to close rapidly. The people surrounding it, upon seeing this, quickly moved to follow Lan Yu and others through the space portal. The descendants of the Fire God and the descendants of the God of Forging rushed ahead. After hesitating for a moment, the most powerful descendant of the six gods, Li, also charged forward. With the death of the Mad God, he had little use left in this ancient relic mountain. Although the Mad God's bloodline had not been completely reshaped like the God of Death's, it began to fade due to the Mad God's death. Moreover, because the Mad God's soul was completely taken over by Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures glazed pagoda, a pagoda spirit was born. This meant that the Mad God's divine position could no longer be inherited in the usual way. He could only return to the divine realm as soon as possible and throw his soul into the Mad God pool in the divine realm to generate a new Mad God divine position. Otherwise, once the people of the Mad God lineage in the divine realm since the Mad God's death, the elders would definitely send the talents from their lineage into the Mad God pool to become the new Mad God. By that time, it would be very difficult for Li to become a god. He might even face elimination from his own kin to prevent future troubles. Therefore, they had to gamble desperately for his own survival. The dual personality Qian Yaoer did not enter the already vanished space portal, but quietly retreated. Xing also left alone after the space portal closed. Where she went, no one knew. The Taoist and Buddhist people also all retreated. At Xiao's invitation, Zhao Su and his group followed Xiao to the Holy Dragon Palace. On one hand, Zhao Su wanted to find out whether Xiao was one of the 9 guardian divine dragons, and, on the other hand, he wanted to understand the relationship between Xiao and himself. From Xiao's demeanor, Zhao Su had gathered some understanding. Xiao was also his wife, or rather, the wife of his complete soul. This made Zhao Su feel a bit perplexed in his heart. How many wives does he have? And how many romantic debts does he owe? Hubby, no. Zhao Su, can I talk to you alone? Inside the Wanxing Dragon Palace, Xiao stopped Zhao Su. Her eyes filled with a hint of expectation as she spoke to him. Of course. Zhao Su then took Xiao to the edge of cliff outside the Wanxing Dragon Palace. Xiao, can I call you that? I prefer you to call me Yao Yao. All right. Yao Yao, what do you want to talk about? Zhao Su looked at Xiao, feeling somewhat uneasy, as there was no trace of Xiao in his current memories. In other words, to the present Zhao Su, Xiao was completely a stranger. I know you're looking for the 9 guardian divine dragons. I can tell you clearly that I am the white dragon among the guardian divine dragons you seek. You are a spirit beast? That's right. I am one of the 4 great ancient spirit beasts, transformed after millions of years. During my journey, I encountered you, as Xiao narrated. The memories sealed in Zhao Su's mind gradually awakened. All the memories of their meeting, knowing each other, and falling in love flooded into Zhao Su's mind. However, later on, Zhao Su's soul was occupied for a period of time. The memories during that time were fragmented. It was also then that the Jintian lineage made great efforts to separate Zhao Su's soul from the occupying soul. They nearly sacrificed all the powerful members of their lineage. In the end, Cheng Feng and Zhao Su's three sisters worked together to finally separate Zhao Su's soul from the occupying soul, banishing the latter into endless darkness. After sealing Zhao Su's soul, it was sent into the world of Blue Star. The universe where the Blue Star world is located is actually not the same universe as the one where Douluo continent is situated. This means that, for the people of Blue Star, the people of the Douluo universe are equivalent to aliens. This is also one of the reasons why, over the years, they have been unable to locate Zhao Su's soul. There are barriers between every continent in the Douluo universe. Similarly, there are barriers between the Blue Star universe and the Douluo universe, which are even more solid than those between the continents of the Douluo universe. To pass through the barriers, even an emperor-level expert must pay a corresponding price. Although Xiao is a sea spirit beast, she also belongs to the demon clan, so she has always been at odds with the Jintian lineage. However, Xiao does not harbor as deep a hatred for Cheng Feng and Zhao Ru as Xiao Lu does. Chapter 178. Unstable Heart, Collapse of Invincible Belief. Yao Yao, I'm sorry for making you suffer. After the memories of Xiao resurfaced in Zhao Su's mind, he reached out and embraced Xiao, gently saying, I said that I would give everything for you. This little hardship is nothing. Xiao tightly hugged Zhao Su, leaning against his chest and speaking with determination. I swear, this time I will definitely cut off all ties with the occupying soul. Once this is over, we will find a beautiful place to live in seclusion, and we will never be apart again. I believe you. Zhao Su felt that Xiao had something to say to him, but she ultimately did not. However, he did not think too much about it, immersing himself in the joy of reuniting with Xiao. In the following days, Zhao Su and his companions remained in the Wanqing Dragon Palace. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao gradually became familiar with each other. As Ning Rongrong's belly grew larger, she became increasingly drowsy, needing to sleep for over 10 hours each day. Rongrong, are you all right? Zhao Su gently patted Ning Rongrong's back, asking with concern as he looked at her pale face and constant vomiting. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ning Rongrong forced a smile, leaning into Zhao Su's embrace and softly saying, Take a nap. It will be better once you sleep. Ning Rongrong nodded, not saying anything further. Zhao Su gently wrapped his arms around her, sending a rush of vibrant energy into her body to help her sleep better. How is Rongrong? After Ning Rongrong quickly fell asleep with Zhao Su's help, Chun Xian, who had been standing not far away, stepped forward and asked softly. She's fine. She's asleep now. That's good. Chun Xian looked at the sleeping Ning Rongrong, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. I plan to leave alone. Why? The second trial of the ancient sword god has appeared, and I need to complete it as soon as possible. From Chun Xian's expression, Zhao Su understood that this second trial was definitely not simple and could even be life-threatening. What is the second trial? I don't know the specifics. I just need to find the sword tomb to perfect the sword spirit. Is there a specific direction? No. Chun Xian shook his head. Without direction, where do I find a sword tomb? Moreover, the passage to the ancient relics mountain and the Douluo continent could open at any time. If I can't return to Douluo continent then, I'll have to wait 100 years. Don't worry, even without a passage, I have a way to return to Douluo continent. It's just a bit dangerous. All right, since you, Sword Senior, have decided, I won't say more. Please be careful. I'm not worried about myself. I'm just a bit concerned about Rongrong. Rest assured, Sword Grandpa, with me here, she will not suffer any mishap. Okay, with your words, I feel relieved. Chun Xian took a deep breath, reaching out to gently stroke the head of the sleeping Ning Rongrong before standing up and quickly leaving. Zhao Su watched Chun Xian's departing figure and sighed. He knew he also had to quickly complete the collection of the 9 guardian divine dragons and become a god to face the impending final battle. However, after spending these days with Xiao, although she admitted to being the white dragon among the 9 guardian divine dragons, Zhao Su still did not sense the aura of the white dragon from her. The current system seemed to have ceased to exist, and Xiao Lu's avatar had returned to her main body. Don't worry about the white dragon for now. It can wait until the end to absorb. Just as Zhao Su was lost in thought, Xiao Lu's phantom condensed beside him, seemingly seeing through his heart, and spoke to him. This matter probably won't be that simple. Will it? That's right. Hearing Zhao Su's words, Xiao Lu did not deny it. The white dragon's dragon soul is absorbed differently from the other guardian divine dragons. In what way is it different? Zhao Su felt a bad premonition arise in his heart. The dragon souls of the other divine dragons only require absorbing the dragon soul, which does not cause much harm to the host. However, the white dragon is not a martial soul. It is the only true dragon among the 9 guardian divine dragons. Therefore, to absorb it, you must kill it, just like obtaining a soul ring. So, to become a god, I must kill Xiao? That's right. Is there no other way? This is the only way. It's impossible. I'd rather not become a god than kill Xiao to take her dragon soul, Zhao Su said without hesitation after hearing Xiaolu's words. I know you wouldn't kill Xiao for your own sake to take her dragon soul. That's why I said we should find a way after the remaining dragon souls are gathered. Xiaolu understood Zhao Su very well. She had anticipated this outcome from the beginning. Therefore, she did not try to persuade Zhao Su. If Zhao Su had killed Xiao without any hesitation to take her dragon soul, perhaps he would no longer be the Zhao Su she loved. Is it truly impossible to become a god without the dragon soul? If you want to become a god, it's simple. The hard part is how to get rid of the shackles when you become a god. Since that's the case, then I don't need the dragon soul. I can also break free from the shackles myself, Zhao Su said as his gaze gradually became more determined. This isn't the time to talk about anger. You had already stepped half a foot into the imperial realm, and with the great freedom source technique of the Gentian lineage, you still couldn't break free from the shackles. Do you think you can escape them now? How do you know it's impossible if you don't try? Since that's the case, then I have nothing more to say. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Xiaolu did not say anything further. She formed hand seals and transmitted a forbidden spell into Zhao Su's mind. This is the spell to release your sealed, complete divine soul. If there are no other methods in the end, you can unseal it yourself. After Xiaolu finished speaking, her phantom gradually disappeared. Zhao Su sat down in front of the stone table, his deep gaze lost in thought. His expression was quite grim. At this moment, Zhao Su felt a strong sense of defeat, and the belief in his invincibility was crumbling little by little, causing his Dao heart to waver. Brotersu, Ningrongrong, who was sound asleep, sensed Zhao Su's change and woke up from her dreams, calling out to him. Rongrong, am I useless? I can't protect you all, and every time. It's the ones who love me who have to bear everything for me. Zhao Su's face bore a painful expression as he looked at Ning Rongrong, appearing very dejected. No. In Rongrong's heart, Brother Su is the best, invincible. Ning Rongrong stood up and came to Zhao Su's side, embracing him tightly. She continued, I believe that in the end, victory will be ours. Even if we fail, Rongrong will always be by Brother Su's side. Yes, in the end, victory will definitely be ours. I want to become stronger. I want to protect those I love and who love me. Under Ning Rongrong's gentle persuasion, Zhao Su's dejected emotions began to fade. The belief in his invincibility started to coalesce once more, even stronger than before. Zhao Su took out the remaining 3 pieces of the holy angel soul bones from his soul guide device. He was not planning to wait any longer. Even if he couldn't become a god now, he needed to enhance his combat power as much as possible. Previously, Zhao Su had already fused the bones from his left and right arms and the skull. Now, only the torso bone and the bones from the left and right legs remained unfused. Zhao Su decided to fuse these 3 soul bones all at once to complete the holy angel set. Brother Su, isn't this too risky? I think you should fuse them slowly, Ning Rongrong said with a worried expression. It'll be fine. There's just enough time now. And since the entrance to the ancient relic mountain and Douluo continent hasn't appeared yet, I want to improve my strength as much as possible. I have a feeling that once the entrance to the ancient relic mountain and Douluo continent opens, we won't have any time left. In that case, let Sister Xiao protect you. No need. It's just 3 soul bones. There won't be any danger. Zhao Su smiled slightly and continued, don't worry, it'll be fine. Go find Zhuqing, and no matter what sounds you hear, don't come back. Although Zhao Su was confident, he still thought it best to have Ning Rongrong leave for safety. No, I'm not leaving. I'll stay right here. Rongrong, I won't have any issues. You being here will only distract me. Really? You won't be in trouble? I won't be in trouble. Trust me. Zhao Su smiled, embracing Ning Rongrong and gently kissing her forehead. Brother Su, you mustn't get into trouble. Baby and I are waiting for you. Ning Rongrong tightly hugged Zhao Su's waist and spoke softly, unwilling to part with him. It'll be fine. Zhao Su steeled himself, pried Ning Rongrong's hands off, turned around, and urged her to leave. Be careful. Ning Rongrong called out to Zhao Su with tear-filled eyes before she turned and quickly left without hesitation. After Ning Rongrong left, Zhao Su formed hand seals, sealing the entire courtyard to prevent anyone from entering. He then sat down in front of the stone table where the 3 soul bones were placed. Staring at the 3 soul bones, a crazy idea began to form in his mind. Boom! Zhao Su formed hand seals, and the sky darkened with dense clouds. A character for seal appeared, and at the same time, the pentagram symbol representing the Zhentian lineage of the Zhao family also began to manifest. In the courtyard where Xiao lived, Xiao, Zhu Qing, and Hulaina were sitting together, drinking tea and chatting happily. As the seal character and pentagram symbol appeared, a terrifying demonic aura spread throughout the realm of the Holy Dragon Palace. Looking towards Zhao Su's direction, Xiao's face suddenly turned cold, and her brows furrowed. Zhu Qing and Hulaina were also drawn in by this demonic aura. The 3 stood up simultaneously. Sister Xiao. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, with tear stains on her face, rushed into the courtyard. Rongrong, what happened? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong shout, Xiao quickly stepped forward to support her and asked. Brother Su said he wants to fuse the remaining 3 soul bones of the Holy Angel set. Ning Rongrong cried as she recounted the events to Xiao and the others. No, he doesn't just want to fuse the soul bones. He wants to reshape his divine soul and break the taboo. Reshape the divine soul? Break the taboo? Is it dangerous? Ning Rongrong tightly grasped Xiao's arm, her face filled with worry and regret. If Zhao Su truly intended to do this, it might not just be dangerous. Sighing, Xiao looked towards the black mist that had completely enveloped the courtyard where Zhao Su was. What do we do now? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left. All right. Rongrong, calm down. You can't blame yourself for this. Hulaina gently comforted Ning Rongrong. You all wait here. I'll go take a look. I'll go with you. Zhu Qing quickly followed. Ning Rongrong wanted to go too, but was stopped by Hulaina. Rongrong, you shouldn't go. No, I want to go. Ning Rongrong said firmly, and Hulaina could only accompany her. When they arrived at Zhao Su's courtyard, they found that they couldn't enter the place shrouded in black mist. Even Xiao tried several times, but couldn't break through this taboo. They were also worried that forcing their way in might harm Zhao Su. So they could only anxiously pace outside the courtyard, contemplating what to do next. Inside the courtyard, Zhao Su's eyes were red, his body covered in black armor, and a death spear floated in front of him, along with the 12-winged holy angel appearing as well. The Emperor's 7-killing sword also appeared beneath that long sword. A smaller version of a pentagram pattern emerged. The massive body of the devouring heavenly dragon cat also emerged, faintly visible in the black mist. At that moment, the 3 great martial souls within Zhao Su all manifested. Under the overwhelming demonic aura of the black mist, Zhao Su began to merge the other 3 soul bones into himself, aiming to reach his strongest state. When the 2 leg bones fused, nothing happened. They easily integrated with his own leg bones. However, when the torso bone fused into Zhao Su, beams of black and golden light appeared simultaneously, merging together. As these 2 streams of black and gold light flew into the 12-winged holy angel martial soul, the soulless forms that had merged together began to rapidly split apart, eventually completely separating into 2 beings. One exuded a terrifying aura of destruction, while the other radiated a golden, sacred aura. 2 completely incompatible auras appeared at the same time. The 2 then opened their eyes, each forming a strange symbol with their hands. With the appearance of this symbol, they began to rapidly split apart, ultimately transforming into a black sphere radiating an aura of destruction and a white sphere emanating a sacred aura. The 2 spheres began to rapidly enlarge, floating in mid-air, resembling massive planets, leaving everyone in shock. In the outer courtyard, Xiao, who was blocked outside, changed her expression upon seeing the 2 black and gold spheres that descended like planets. She murmured softly, Sister Xiao, what are these things? Zhu Juqing couldn't hear what Xiao said clearly, but she could tell from Xiao's expression that it was not a good thing. However, this time, Zhu Juqing misunderstood Xiao's meaning. It seems we both underestimated the Demon Emperor of Heaven. Perhaps he has long anticipated this day. Xiao shook her head, realizing the gap between the God King and the Emperor realm. Although it was only a difference of 1 realm, it was like the difference between a giant and an infant. One could still refer to the God King as a powerful human, but after becoming an emperor, one could no longer be called human, but rather a manifestation of the heavenly Tao, with the 3,000 paths of the great Tao. Only by truly comprehending one of them could one break into the Emperor realm. This is also why many God Kings cannot break into the Emperor realm throughout their lives. By that time, it could no longer be called cultivation, but rather enlightenment. Without understanding, one would ultimately remain immortal. Moreover, Zhao Ru could be said to have reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and it was even likely that he had 1 foot already in the origin realm. Zhao Su had previously told Xiao that the Great Freedom Origin technique had 3 layers, and only by reaching the 3rd layer could one be considered truly perfect. Even if Zhao Ru had reached the Emperor realm, he was still only at the 1st layer. It now appeared that Zhao Ru had long comprehended the 2nd layer of the Great Freedom Origin technique, but had sealed this 2nd layer within Zhao Su. One could say it was a fatherly love as strong as a mountain. In order to help Zhao Su reshape his divine soul, Zhao Ru had arguably given up his chance to step into the origin realm, completely extracting the 2nd layer of the Great Freedom Origin technique from his own divine soul and passing it on to Zhao Su. With the appearance of the black and gold sphere, countless traces of the Great Tao radiated, merging into Zhao Su's body. In an instant, Zhao Su was enveloped in the aura of the Tao. His red eyes began to change, one turning golden and the other black. The 7 killing sword and the devouring heavenly spirit cat also began to transform, especially the devouring heavenly spirit cat, though its body was shrinking. An incredibly terrifying, powerful aura radiated from it. Zhao Su understood that the devouring heavenly dragon cat might truly be the inherited martial soul of the Zhao family. The so-called 12-winged holy angel was merely an embodiment of the Tao's aura, hidden within Zhao Su's body in the form of a martial soul. When the 12-winged holy angel completely dissipated, the 9 soul rings attached to it began to shatter and then fused into the devouring heavenly dragon cat. Instantly, starting from the 1st soul ring, it completely transformed into a gold base, with black Tao aura encompassing the million-year soul ring. The 9 soul skills of the 12-winged holy angel also fully merged into the devouring heavenly dragon cat. Only now did Zhao Su finally understand why the devouring heavenly dragon cat had no soul skills, only a fusion skill with Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul. Because the devouring heavenly dragon cat and the 12-winged holy angel were the true complete forms. Once the fusion was completed, Zhao Su's complete divine soul also rapidly began to merge within the opening heaven and destroying world sutra. Finally, a figure identical to Zhao Su, only smaller, appeared on that pentagram pattern. Sitting cross-legged on the pentagram, his entire body was enveloped in Tao aura. Once fully formed, he suddenly opened his eyes, and at the moment he stood up, he merged into Zhao Su's mind, as if by teleportation. The golden pool in Zhao Su's mind shattered completely at that instant. The substantial golden liquid was fully absorbed by Zhao Su's smaller version. Zhao Su felt as if his head was about to completely split open. Even now, his physical strength had surpassed that of a god king, but he still couldn't bear it. Cracks began to rapidly appear all over his body, starting from his head. If it weren't for the Tao aura on him holding his body together, Zhao Su might have been shattered to pieces by now. Outside the courtyard, upon hearing Zhao Su scream, everyone couldn't help but furrow their brows. However, the entire courtyard was completely enveloped by the black and gold aura of the Great Tao, making it impossible for them to break through and enter. As Zhao Su's divine soul grew stronger, the cracks on his body also expanded. Eventually, even the Tao aura could not stop it. Sitting there cross-legged, the black, devouring heavenly spirit cat also radiated Tao aura. However, it was not helping Zhao Su, but rather aiding the complete divine soul within Zhao Su's mind. Zhao Su could feel that although the complete divine soul was also a part of him, it was attempting to assimilate his current divine soul, or rather, seize it. At that moment, Zhao Su might no longer be Zhao Su. Frankly speaking, this was not much different from being absorbed and seized. No, I, Zhao Su, will not become anyone's shadow, nor will I be anyone's stepping stone. As Zhao Su saw his divine soul about to be completely devoured, the Tao aura from the devouring heavenly spirit cat grew stronger. Zhao Su formed hand seals, and a red flower radiating a terrifying aura appeared above his head. This time, it was not just a few petals, but a complete flower with 9 petals. Only at this moment did Zhao Su realize what this flower was. It was not a sacrificial body hiding Zhao Su's complete divine soul, but rather a flower known as the Other Shore flower. 3 lifetimes of reincarnation. The great dream of spring and autumn, untouched by karma. The so-called lineage of the heavenly suppression, the so-called Shangshi, was merely a conspiracy. It was all an attempt to use him to complete the sacrificial body for breaking through the Emperor realm. There were no parents, no fatherly love as strong as a mountain, and no maternal love. It was all just a plot. He was Zhao Su, not a fragment of Shangshi's complete divine soul, nor was he the young master of the heavenly suppression lineage. Everything was just a dream, a conspiracy. Zhao Ru did not merge the 2nd layer of the Great Freedom Origin technique, opening heaven and destroying World Sutra into Zhao Su's body out of paternal love. Instead, he wanted to use Zhao Su's body to cultivate the Open Sky Destruction Sutra. Zhao Su sat cross-legged, forming seals with his hands, as a terrifying aura completely shattered the pentagram pattern that represented the heavenly suppression lineage. At this moment, the vibrant red spider lily bloomed fully. The enchanting red flower exuded an invincible chaotic Dao fruit. At this time, within Shrek Academy on Douluo continent, Wu Shuang, who possessed the fire dragon, and Yu Tianxin, who had the candle dragon, felt their martial spirits being drawn out by a powerful aura. Their respective martial spirits began to rapidly evolve, and then the dragon souls detached from their martial spirits, flying towards the distance. Simultaneously, the Trinity fusion technique of Flanders, Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaojiang was also guided by powerful aura. The golden sacred dragon emitted waves of dragon roars, spiraling above Shrek Academy. When the dragon soul of the golden sacred dragon was extracted, Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang, and Flanders felt their connection to each other vanish. The golden sacred dragon also began to rapidly degenerate, transforming back into the initial Luo Sanpao. The soul power that Yu Xiaojiang had worked hard to increase also quickly dissipated, stopping only at level 29. This time, Yu Xiaojiang could be said to have no chance to raise his soul power level again. Chapter 181. The Great Dream of Spring and Autumn. A dream of eternity on the sea. The sea dragon, guarding by the sea dragon pillar, encountered the same issue. The martial spirit was drawn out, and the dragon soul was stripped away, spiraling in the air above the ocean. However, the sea dragon Douluo's soul power was not significantly affected, remaining a tidal Douluo inside the sea god temple on Sea God Island. Sea god Douluo Poseidon also sensed a powerful aura rapidly spreading across the entire Douluo continent. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and not far from Sea God Island. On Pearl Island, a black vortex emitting a terrifying aura was forming. Four divine dragons spiraled above the sea, seemingly assisting in the rapid formation of that black vortex. Roar! Waves of dragon roars echoed from within the black vortex. Soon, that black vortex, like the one above the ancient Yushan in the middle of the Death Swamp, revealed a completely transparent spatial door. Through that spatial door, one could clearly see a person enveloped in Dao rhythm, sitting cross-legged. Above his head was a vibrant red flower, radiating a terrifying aura of destruction. On the flower petals, 3 divine dragons soared, as if the petals were a complete world. The fire dragon, the turbo dragon, the sea dragon, and the golden sacred dragon all dove into that red flower after passing through the spatial door. However, 2 divine dragons were still missing. Nevertheless, this was enough. The 7 divine dragons began to coalesce into a powerful divine soul centered around the golden sacred dragon. Roar! A dragon roar echoed as the divine soul formed by the divine dragons also entered Zhao Su's mind. The 2 divine souls could be said to resemble Zhao Su's true self perfectly, one dressed in red, the other in black. Both were enveloped in Dao rhythm. Zhao Su, you and I are one. Why struggle so hard? If I don't need you. The black-clad Zhao Su snorted coldly, without any superfluous words, extending his right hand as the death spear appeared in his hand. Roar! When the death spear transformed into the 9-headed flood dragon, it suddenly began to disintegrate, ultimately becoming a strand of divine thought that merged into the black-clad Zhao Su's divine soul. Seeing this, Zhao Su realized that the true form of the death spear was one of the last remaining guardians of the realm, the black dragon. You were originally our sacrificial body. Did you think you could escape us? At this moment, another divine soul identical to Zhao Su appeared, dressed in white, standing alongside the black-clad divine soul. All along, the divine soul of the ancient Zhao Su had not been stripped away. All of this was merely a conspiracy against Zhao Su. Did you really think that I, as the sacrificial body, had no means of my own? At this time, although the 3 looked identical, each person's aura was completely different. The black and white divine souls were forced out of Zhao Su's mind. The true self suddenly opened its eyes, revealing blood-red irises that exuded a hint of cold laughter. Impossible. The black and white divine souls seemed to realize something, and just as they were about to form seals with their hands, Zhao Su had already moved. With the Tao of 3,000, borrowing the laws of the universe, great dream of spring and autumn. As Zhao Su's voice rang out, the cracks on his body began to rapidly heal. The space began to change swiftly, the river of time began to merge together. Spring turned to winter and back again. In this brief moment, It seemed as though eons had passed. Zhao Su's momentum surged rapidly, and the sky-eating dragon cat hidden in the dark clouds also let out a meow, merging into Zhao Su's body. The spider lily floated above Zhao Su's head, and the blooming flower released streams of chaotic Dao energy, protecting Zhao Su's entire body. The Emperor's 7-killing sword flashed with countless patterns, and arrays of annihilation began to take shape. At the same time, an incredibly beautiful butterfly wing appeared behind Zhao Su. Boom! With the Dao of 3,000. Borrowing the laws of the universe, the annihilation formation, rise. At this moment, a void door reappeared in the air, and a girl in a white long dress, Xiao Lu, emerged. Annihilation formation, rise. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also formed seals, and a gorgeous red flower appeared above their heads. Each person had a strange symbol on their right arm, interconnected. So, you all knew everything long ago? Did you think I would forcibly bring Zhao Su back to the Douluo universe without any assurance? At this point, Xiao Lu could be said to no longer conceal her true realm. Emperor realm? You actually reached the Emperor realm. The white-clad divine soul looked at Xiao Lu in disbelief. Of course, everything we did was merely to allow your divine and demonic souls to come out on their own. Do you think this will allow Zhao Su to completely escape me? You're too naive. As she spoke, she began to form seals, and the white-clad divine soul also formed seals, ultimately merging into one. Their realms rapidly ascended until they stopped at the Emperor realm. We don't need to escape you. Xiao Lu laughed at this point, and in her deep gaze, it seemed the white-clad divine soul thought of something. Just as she was about to escape, she found herself trapped by a forbidden technique. Since you've come, don't leave. This time, the speaker was not Xiao Lu, but Xiao, or rather, Xiao, who had broken the seal, transformed into a white divine dragon, and merged into Zhao Su's body. In an instant, the 9 divine dragons fused into one, and the complete spider lily floated above Zhao Su's head. At this moment, it could be said that they completely understood that the so-called killing to obtain the dragon soul and the dangers of breaking the seal were all part of the game played by Zhao Su and Xiao Lu. It was all to lure out the divine and demonic souls of the white-clad divine soul completely. I never expected to spend my life playing with eagles, only to be pecked in the eye by one today. The white-clad divine soul looked at the fully formed annihilation formation, and a hint of helplessness appeared in its gaze. In the end, it still lost, even though it had hidden well and had deliberately allowed Zhao Su to completely devour its demonic soul in ancient times. With the intention of ultimately merging Zhao Su's divine soul with its demonic soul, it had not anticipated that all of this was seen by Zhao Su, who had once again played a grand game on his celestial chessboard. In the fleeting moment of the dream of spring and autumn just now, Zhao Su felt as if he had experienced countless epics again. Although Zhao Su had not yet reached the Emperor realm at this time, it was enough to deal with the remnant soul of the upper being. The key was that with the little green who had reached the Emperor realm as the core of the formation, and the peak of the God King, Xiao, plus 8 other protective divine dragons, all merging into Zhao Su's body, along with the 3 lives reincarnation decision empowered by Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. It could be said that they were invincible, overlooking the universe. From this day forward, I, Zhao Su, will no longer be your sacrificial body, nor will I be a blade that contends with the heavenly Tao on behalf of the Zhen Tian lineage. As Zhao Su's voice echoed, a figure clad in red armor appeared above the blooming other shore flower, surrounded by the aura of the Tao, holding a 3-meter-high red destruction scepter. Chapter 182. Zhao Su's complete form, God of Destruction. Is it really you? The upper being looked at the figure in red armor, who had merged with Zhao Su and held the scepter. This was the moment of complete realization. Zhao Su was indeed an incomplete remnant soul, but it was not the remnant soul of the Zhao family from the Zhen Tian lineage. It was the remnant soul of the God of Destruction, one of the 18 great God Kings from the ancient divine realm. This meant that from the very beginning, Zhao Su had understood that he was part of a grand chess game. The players manipulating this chessboard were 2, the Zhen Tian lineage and the one representing the heavenly Tao. However, unbeknownst to them, there was a true player hidden among them, the God of Destruction. Upper being, today you have learned all my plans, and it is time for you to close your eyes in death. The corner of Zhao Su's mouth slightly raised, a hint of wickedness on his face, as he raised the destruction scepter high, enveloping the upper being along with the annihilation formation. The upper being did not resist, knowing that even if he fought back at this moment, he could not reverse the situation. Do you think you really won? As the upper being's soul was about to completely dissipate, he felt no fear. Instead, he laughed with pride. Although you have completely freed yourself from me, this is by no means the final battle. I will be waiting for you in the forbidden land of deep space. Just before the upper being completely vanished, he uttered the same words he had said to Lanyu before. The forbidden land, even in ancient times, was merely a legend. It was said that this place was the origin of all life in the universe and the true battlefield of the ultimate battle. The forbidden land? After the upper being's soul was completely destroyed, the anomalies in the sky began to gradually fade. The annihilation formation also started to disintegrate. The destruction lotus began to split into 9 petals, 4 of which entered the bodies of Little Green, Xiao, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. The other 5 petals merged together and temporarily hid within Zhao Su's body. In fact, this was not the true complete annihilation formation. The true annihilation formation included a total of 9 people, including Zhao Su. Su, the Forbidden Land, is actually the place that suppresses the witch ancestor. After everything returned to normal, Little Green finally spoke to Zhao Su. The witch ancestor? The one who is said to have opened up this universe? That's right, eons ago. This universe was still in chaos. One day, 2 beings emerged from the chaos. One was the pinnacle of the demonic path, known as the witch ancestor, and the other was the pinnacle of the divine path, known as the Tao ancestor. Moreover, the divine was called Yang, and the witch was called Yin, which also constituted the complete 3,000 Tao of this universe. From the moment of their birth, the witch ancestor and Tao ancestor began to vie for the position of the master of heaven and earth. From the chaos with only 2 beings to the chaotic ancient era filled with all living beings, that era was truly spectacular. Each person could be said to be called a god. The myriad races rose up and fought against each other. However, these myriad races were all derived from the 3,000 Tao of the Tao ancestor and witch ancestor. By the end of the chaotic ancient era, the demonic path had reached its peak, and between heaven and earth, the demonic path was considered orthodox, while the divine path was called a heretical path. The Tao ancestor was suppressed in the heavenly outer heaven. Because the Tao ancestor was suppressed, the 3,000 Tao became incomplete, and the path of cultivation for all living beings gradually became difficult, entering the era of antiquity. Yet even then, the era of antiquity was filled with emperors, and the god kings could only reach the threshold of cultivation. This situation lasted for nearly 100 million years until the rise of a human genius completely disrupted the entire pattern. This human genius was named Emperor Tian. With an incomplete 3,000 Tao, he forcefully broke through the Emperor realm and entered the Origin realm, reaching the level of the Tao ancestor and witch ancestor. Because the 3,000 Tao was completed by Emperor Tian, the demonic path could no longer suppress the divine path, and the Tao ancestor broke the seal. He allied with Emperor Tian, forming a mutual alliance between humans and gods, launching a counterattack against the demonic race ruled by the witch ancestor. Ultimately, the witch ancestor was defeated and suppressed in the Forbidden Land. The demonic path fell into a low point, being suppressed by the divine race and human race. The orthodox way of heaven also transformed from the original demonic path to the divine path. Later, it was rumored that for some unknown reason, Emperor Tian vanished without a trace, and the human race was subsequently suppressed by the divine race. Only the strongest among the human race could ascend to become gods. The Tao ancestor is what people refer to as the heavenly Tao. To prevent anyone or any god from reaching the origin realm like Emperor Tian, he sealed the demonic path and even severed 1,000 Tao of himself, leaving the entire heavenly Tao incomplete. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth became thin, further suppressing the demon race that worshipped the witch ancestor. The cultivation system was altered so that a person must possess a martial soul to cultivate, making it difficult for the human race to reach the divine realm. In the beginning, there were only beast martial souls, but over time, with the improvement of the new heavenly Tao rules, various types of martial souls emerged alongside beast martial souls. Until the mid-ancient era, the emergence of the Zhun Tian lineage once again broke this pattern. From that time on, the demonic path began to revive. The 3,000 Tao also began to repair, but even so, it was still constrained by martial souls, making it hard to become a god. It was rumored that the Zhun Tian lineage was actually the bloodline of the witch ancestor, representing the demonic path, while the upper being was the bloodline of the Tao ancestor, representing the divine path. So, does that mean we are still trapped in a maze? That's right. The current divine realm has completely fallen into chaos, with the deities fighting against each other, and each person's body exhibiting a trace of Dao aura. If I'm not mistaken, it's very likely that the Dao ancestor and witch ancestor have already awakened. Little Green sighed, frowning with a look of worry on her face. Now they could be said to be excluded from both the demonic and divine paths, and they might become targets of everyone's attacks. It doesn't matter, since that's the case. Let's wait for them. The corner of Zhao Su's mouth slightly raised, his deep gaze shining with an invincible light. His whole body was filled with fighting spirit. Even knowing he was at a disadvantage, he feared nothing. Brother Su, no matter when, I will always be with you. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, linking her arm with Zhao Su's, looking up with determination. Silly girl, don't worry. With me here, there is no need to fear any witch ancestor or Dao ancestor. Zhao Su ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, his eyes filled with a doting expression. After Zhao Su broke through the taboo and successfully reached the divine realm, he directly became the god of destruction among the 5 great god kings. With the return of Zhao Su's complete form, the entire ancient remnant mountain was quietly undergoing changes. The spatial door between the Douluo continent and the ancient remnant mountain was completely formed near Pearl Island and the ancient remnant mountain's dragon palace. This time, the spatial gate is different from before. There are no longer any time restrictions. As long as one can withstand the powerful force of the black vortex within the spatial gate, they can pass through it and reach the Douluo continent. With the opening of the spatial gate and the gradual perfection of the 3,000 paths, the suppression effect of the will of the ancient gods within the ancient ruins mountain has also lost its effectiveness. Chapter 183, The Spatial Gate. The arrival of the gods, however, what surprised Zhao Su was that he had never found any trace of Bibi Dong or Tang Yuehua within the ancient ruins mountain. With the help of the forces of the Holy Dragon Palace, they searched the entire ancient ruins mountain, but there were still no signs. To find Tang Yuehua, Zhao Su personally visited many forbidden areas but still yielded nothing. If I'm guessing correctly, the people you mentioned are probably not in the ancient ruins mountain. In the courtyard of the Holy Dragon Palace where Zhao Su resides, Xiao looked at Zhao Su, who had a worried expression, and said, "Not in the ancient ruins mountain? That's very possible. Otherwise, even if there was an accident, there wouldn't be no clues at all. Where could they have gone? I don't know." Xiao shook her head. The battle that led to the destruction of the ancient ruins mountain can be said to have split this world into hundreds of continents. Searching one by one would be like finding a needle in a haystack. It's simply unrealistic. There's no need to worry too much. I don't know about Bibi Dong, but I can feel that Yuehua is safe and hasn't encountered any danger. You can feel Yuehua's aura? Of course. The 9 people of the Annihilation Array can sense each other. Then why can't I feel it? To put it bluntly, within this Annihilation Array, you are merely a sacrificial body. Although you are the center, to be honest, you are not important. Xiao smiled casually as she spoke to Zhao Su. Hearing this, Zhao Su couldn't help but feel a bit helpless, but didn't dwell on it. He then remembered what Xiao had just said about the 9-in-1 matter and continued to ask, "Besides you, Little Green, Zhu Qing, Rong, and Yuehua, are there any others? You really don't know?" "What do I know?" It was obvious that Zhao Su felt a bit guilty when he said this, but he was telling the truth. He really didn't know. "I don't know either. Who knows how many affairs you have outside?" With Xiao's words, Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong both shot Zhao Su a displeased look. Zhao Su was immediately silenced and dared not say more. "I was just kidding." Seeing Zhao Su's aggrieved expression, Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile returned to his face, just as Zhu Qing said, "That may not be the case. Bibi Dong, Hulaina, and your shadow leader all seem quite interested in you. Well, there's nothing I can do. Who told me I'm so charming?" Zhao Su said with a very self-satisfied smile. "Oomph." The few of them simultaneously snorted coldly and stepped forward to pinch Zhao Su's waist, saying in unison, "Is that so?" "Just kidding. My charm only shows in front of you few." Faced with the combined attack of the 3 women, Zhao Su could only concede and dared not boast anymore. For a moment, the courtyard was filled with joyful laughter. However, this could be said to be the last moment of joy. The spatial gate between the ancient ruins mountain and the Douluo continent had already opened. Although Zhao Su was reluctant to leave, he had no choice but to go. "Xiao, why don't you return to the Douluo continent with me?" On a ship in front of the Holy Dragon Palace, Zhao Su said to Xiao with some unease, "I can't leave for now. If I leave, all the sea tribes within the range of the Holy Dragon Palace will probably suffer." Although Xiao also wanted to follow Zhao Su and stay by his side, she could not leave for the sake of the sea tribes of the Holy Dragon Palace. "Be careful. If you encounter danger, don't forcefully resist. Preserving your life is the most important. Don't worry, I will be fine. As long as I am here. Those gods won't dare to act recklessly. Take care, Sister Xiao. Take care. Xiao smiled at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, then said no more, turned, and left the ship, returning to the Holy Dragon Palace. She didn't like farewells, but had to part ways. Let's go. Zhao Su watched Xiao's departing figure, feeling reluctant but helpless. He turned away, unable to look back. Upon reaching the area where the spatial gate was located, Zhao Su and the others found that it had already become a battlefield. Countless people were desperately trying to pass through the spatial gate to enter the Douluo continent. Master, seeing the ship with the Holy Dragon Palace flag approaching, the already waiting Mia Shang leaped onto the ship and respectfully called out to Zhao Su. Why are there so many people? Because on the Douluo continent, due to the laws of heaven and earth, many people have already become gods, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has become denser. Therefore, many people want to go to the Douluo continent. Many people have become gods. That's right. The angel god, the Shura God, the sea god, and several other gods have appeared on the Douluo continent. How do you know this? Mia Shang handed a jade tablet to Zhao Su and continued. Such jade tablets have appeared in many places throughout the ancient ruins mountain. Zhao Su took the jade tablet and glanced at it. It only had a short line of text. The gods have returned, and the great calamity officially begins. On this jade tablet, Zhao Su also sensed the presence of multiple gods. It seemed that someone wanted to throw this world into complete chaos. If I'm not mistaken, not only the ancient ruins mountain, but several continents might have connected passages to the Douluo continent. That's right. I've heard that the Xinglua Empire has been destroyed, and the Tiando Empire and Wuhuan Hall have joined forces to deal with the outsiders. It seems we need to return as soon as possible. Zhao Su looked toward the direction of the chaotic spatial gate, his eyes filled with worry. Mia Shang, go back and tell your teacher that if you encounter danger, don't stubbornly defend the ancient ruins mountain. Think of a way to get to the Douluo continent as soon as possible. Yes, Mia Shang promised. Bowed again to Zhao Su, then turned and leaped off the deck, walking on the sea. Boom! Zhao Su then made his move, releasing a powerful aura of destruction. Under this terrifying aura of destruction, those who were fighting immediately stopped and looked toward Zhao Su's direction. Anyone who doesn't want to die, step back. Zhao Su's voice carried a strong divine consciousness along with the aura of a god, causing everyone to hurriedly retreat. Soon, the area around the spatial gate became quiet. To ensure safety and avoid scattering when passing through the spatial gate again, Zhao Su formed seals with both hands, sealing several people into his portable storage space. Then, his entire body was covered in red armor, and a pair of butterfly wings sprouted from his back. With a flap of his wings, he entered the spatial gate. This time, he did not faint from the powerful aura produced by the black vortex like when he came to the ancient ruins mountain. Instead, he resisted the force of the black vortex within the spatial gate. The speed was incredibly fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, he saw the light coming from the exit and smelled the strong scent of blood. At this moment, after Zhao Su entered the spatial gate, the people on the side of the ancient ruins mountain rushed toward the spatial gate again, hoping to use Zhao Su's aura to break through the spatial gate. Chapter 184. The Submission of Tang Chunbang. The moment Zhao Su stepped through the spatial gate, a long red sword appeared directly in front of him. A terrifying sword intent slashed towards Zhao Su's neck. Zhao Su quickly dodged, avoiding the horrifying sword intent, and turned to look in the direction from which the attack came. He saw a tall, middle-aged man standing not far away, with blood-red long hair and blood-red eyes, exuding an aura of evil. It was the king of slaughter, Tang Chun. Zhao Su could sense that Tang Chen's aura had surpassed the 100th level and had clearly reached the divine realm. However, in addition to the aura of the Shura God, there was also a hint of malevolence about him. It seemed that he had not directly inherited the position of the Shura God, as usual when becoming a god, but had instead used some special means. Although he had entered the divine realm, he was not the Shura God, but coexisted with the Shura God. At this moment, the area around the spatial gate was filled with corpses, and blood had stained the entire sea red. Corpses floated on the surface of the sea, creating a scene of horror and a thick smell of blood, resembling hell on earth. These corpses belonged to those who had desperately tried to pass through the spatial gate from the ancient relic mountain to reach Douluo continent. They had no idea that the Douluo continent they desperately sought to reach was, in fact, their true grave. Should I call you Tang Shun or the nine-headed bat? Zhao Su distanced himself from Tang Chun and first released Ning Rongrong and the others from the spatial storage device. Although the spatial storage device allowed them to survive temporarily, it did not provide air, so it was not comfortable, especially since Ning Rongrong was pregnant. She could not stay in a completely isolated space for too long. I also want to thank you. If it weren't for the divine thought you left in my body, I wouldn't have been able to easily devour the nine-headed bat. It seems you're now Tang Chun, right? That's right. I am not only Tang Chun, but have also entered the divine realm. I want to break free from the Shura God and become a new god. Since that's the case, how about we work together? Just based on you. As soon as Tang Chun finished speaking, the Shura God sword was sheathed, and he grasped the black Haotian hammer in his hand. The Great Sumera Hammer. Tang Chun launched his strongest soul skill, which could even be called a divine skill, the Great Sumera Hammer. As the Great Sumera Hammer came out, Tang Chun completely fused with the Haotian hammer, which was primarily black but mixed with blood red, exuding a domineering aura as it smashed toward Zhao Su. You may have become a god, but you're still too weak. Zhao Su stood there, not taking Tang Chun seriously at all. Although Zhao Su was also only at the divine realm now, at his peak, he was infinitely close to the imperial realm. He could be said to have personally experienced the power of the imperial realm. Even though his level had not fully recovered, he still carried an invincible aura. Facing Tang Chun's strongest strike, he did not even release his martial soul, instead seemingly simply throwing a punch. Bang! Boom! The moment Tang Chun's Haotian hammer collided with Zhao Su's fist, the entire sea surface churned violently, creating towering waves. The terrifying sound of explosions echoed across the ocean. Countless waters mixed with blood surged into the sky. Centered around the two, a powerful aura radiated outward. After the powerful force dissipated, Zhao Su remained calm and standing there. Tang Chun, however, quickly retreated, stabilizing himself only after stepping back a dozen paces and spat out a mouthful of blood. Could there really be such a large gap between divine realms? If you cooperate with me, you will be the ultimate victor. Otherwise, you will only die. Zhao Su's aura suddenly exploded, and he took a step forward, heading towards Tang Chun again. Tang Chun gripped the Haotian hammer, and that domineering aura surged forth again as he used all his strength to smash it down toward Zhao Su. He wanted to test the gap between himself and Zhao Su. 3,000 Dao laws, invincible Dharma body. This time, Zhao Su also began to exert his strength, wanted to make Tang Chun completely submit. The reason Zhao Su wanted to cooperate with Tang Chun was not because Tang Chun was strong, but mainly because there was the aura of the Shura God on him. He could be said to be the best candidate to replace the Shura God. Zhao Su had already decided that this catastrophe would be the end, eliminating all hidden dangers completely. After Zhao Su formed hand seals, a law body in black armor appeared behind him, which was the new martial soul formed from the fusion of the 12-winged holy angel. It was called the Demon Devouring God, a fusion of divine and demonic powers, possessing the complete 3,000 great Dao. The Demon Devouring God fused with Zhao Su, and the huge body was flowing with traces of Dao rhythm, simultaneously radiating a field of destruction. This directly caused the divine power within Tang Chun to completely solidify. And even under this field of destruction, he felt the breath of death. At this moment, Tang Chun was grabbed by a gigantic hand. At that instant, a sense of helplessness arose in Tang Chun's heart, and he even lost the will to resist. Submit or die. Zhao Su brought Tang Chun before him, his eyes resembling the abyss of the universe, one emanating a breath of destruction, while the other radiated boundless vitality. Two completely different auras perfectly manifested in Zhao Su's eyes. I submit. Tang Chun took a deep breath, no longer resisting, and said softly. Upon hearing Tang Chun's words, Zhao Su smiled and released his grip on Tang Chun. The invincible law body also began to dissipate, while Zhao Su formed seals with his right hand, imprinting a pattern exuding a powerful aura into Tang Chun's mind. Immediately, Tang Chun's divine consciousness began to rise significantly. From his mind, a powerful force spread throughout his body, allowing Tang Chun's divine power to increase dramatically, completely eliminating the drawbacks of forcibly ascended to the divine realm by absorbing other soul power. He stabilized completely in the divine realm. The peculiar pattern in his mind also generated a complex method imprint. It not only slowly enhanced Tang Chun's divine consciousness, but also made Tang Chun feel an unprecedented clarity. The residual soul thought of the nine-headed Bat King was completely integrated. Tang Chun underwent a significant transformation, his crimson eyes returned to normal, and the evil thoughts of the nine-headed bat king disappeared entirely. He appeared much younger, and his towering frame, already over 9 meters, became even more erect. Coupled with the originally invincible and domineering aura of the Haotian hammer, Tang San looked even more majestic and extraordinary. It must be said that Tang San was indeed a rare beauty. Handsome yet not delicate, he could be said to be a true prodigy, embodying both appearance and strength. No wonder Cessis fell in love with Tang San at first sight, but felt nothing for the equally dazzling Douluo. Chapter 185. A major reshuffle of all forces in Douluo continent. After all, looks are the real justice, and moreover, Tang San's talent was superior to Douluo's. Therefore, Douluo's defeat to Tang San was not an accident, but rather something that was destined from the start. The Great Freedom original decision? Tang San felt the intricate yet profoundly mysterious method in his mind, revealing a hint of joy in his eyes. That's right, practice well. This Great Freedom original decision can not only help you reshape your divine soul, but also completely rid you of the nine-headed bat king and the Shura God's lingering aura on your divine consciousness. Now Zhao Su has realized that the so-called Zhentian Vein is not really aligned with him. What the Zhentian Vein wants to protect is merely Zhao Su, not his destruction god. The final battle in the Forbidden Land may very well be against enemies. Since that is the case, Zhao Su will impart the Great Freedom Origin technique entirely to the people in his camp, allowing them to rise quickly. He wants everyone to master the Great Freedom Origin technique and create a competition among themselves. Since a breakthrough is impossible, they will strive to become the strongest under the rules of heaven and earth. Moreover, in this Douluo universe, there is no technique more suitable than the Great Freedom Origin technique. Although they may be enemies, Zhao Su has to admit that the leader of the Zhentian Vein, Zhentian Mod Zhao Ru, is indeed a genius, even surpassing the Dao ancestor and Wu ancestor who existed before this world. Now Zhao Su suspects that Zhao Ru is very likely to suddenly disappear Detian. After all, at their level, even wanting to die can be considered a luxury. They have truly achieved longevity equal to that of heaven and earth. As long as heaven and earth do not perish, it is difficult to die. Do you trust me this much? Tang San looked at Zhao Su, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. It's not trust, but I firmly believe in my invincibility. Even if you turn against me, I won't care about just you. Zhao Su spoke with great dominance, and then ignored Tang San. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the ship they brought from the ancient relic mountain and boarded it with Ning Rongrong and the others. Under the impetus of Zhao Su's divine power, they sped away into the distance. Standing on the sea, Tang San gazed at the ship that had disappeared from sight, a hint of a smile crossing his face as he softly murmured, "All right, since that's the case, I'll accompany you to go crazy one last time." After saying this, Tang San's eyes gradually became determined. He saw his youthful self in Zhao Su, but later fell into the obsession of becoming a god, forgetting his original intention. Nearly 100 years were lost under the parasitism of the nine-headed bat king, losing his original self. Yet, despite Zhao Su always being in adversity and constantly on others' chessboards, he maintained his original intention. This made Tang San admire Zhao Su greatly. Inside the spirit hall, a black vortex quickly appeared, and 2 women and 1 man stepped out. The 2 women were Bibi Dong and Tang Yuehua, and the man was Ulaina's brother, Xieyu. At this moment, Bibi Dong was wearing a golden gown. Her long golden hair gathered behind her, adorned with a crown. Holding a golden scepter over 2 meters tall, her curvaceous figure combined with her flawless beauty gave people a dreamy feeling. From her, one could also sense the aura of a god, indicating that she had completely replaced the Rakshasa god and stepped into the divine realm. Compared to Bibi Dong, although Tang Yuehua's figure and appearance were on par with Bibi Dong, the aura surrounding her was slightly inferior. Xieyu, while handsome, paled in comparison to the 2 stunning beauties and lacked presence. However, it was evident from his aura that although Xieyu had not become a god, he had still reached the level of a 99th level super Douluo, clearly having encountered fortuitous events. As for the other 2 members of the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation, Sun Chuantao and Su Yu, they did not appear together. I wonder if Zhao Su and the others have returned? Gazing at the familiar scene within the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong couldn't help but worry about Zhao Su and the others. Just as Xiao guessed, Bibi Dong and Tang Yuehua were not teleported to the ancient relic mountain, but to a world called the Sun Moon Continent. At this moment, Bibi Dong had completed the 9 tests of the Rakshasa god and, with the assistance of Tang Yuehua and Xieyu, had completely replaced the Rakshasa god. It could be said that in the future, there would only be Bibi Dong as the Rakshasa god. Xiaoyu had also received the inheritance of the moon god. As for Tang Yuehua, although she had not received any godly inheritance, her soul power had also reached the 99th level. Plus, with the 6 soul bones, Zhao Su gave her and the external soul bone for spatial teleportation, along with her innate domain and the Zi Wu Yin Yang axe that could devour everything. Her combat power was not to be underestimated. Your Highness, you have finally returned. When Bibi Dong and the others arrived at the Spirit Hall, the entire Spirit Hall was completely empty. Just as Bibi Dong was puzzled, Ghost Douluo, Ju Douluo, and 2 other title Douluo appeared in the main hall. Especially when Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo saw Bibi Dong, they were filled with excitement. The other 2 were Hong Feng and Quang Dao Douluo, whom Zhao Su had left in the Spirit Hall. After the excitement, Yu Guan and the others became helpless again. What's wrong with you? Why is there no one in the Spirit Hall? Your Highness, the Spirit Hall is practically non-existent now. What? At this moment, many new forces had emerged across the Douluo continent. The Star Luo Empire had been destroyed, and our Spirit Hall had also suffered heavy losses. Qian Douluo, for self-preservation, led the Spirit Hall to join a sect called the Angel Sect. Angel Sect? That's right. The leader of the Angel Sect is Miss Qianrenxue. With just 1 strike, she severely injured the 4 of us. I can feel that although she looks like Miss, she is not Miss. Is there any news about Zhao Su? Bibi Dong furrowed her brows and asked Yu Guan and Ju Douluo. She hadn't expected that in just a few months, such drastic changes would occur across the Douluo continent. It could be said that all the forces on the Douluo continent had been completely reshuffled. The Spirit Hall was practically non-existent, leaving only Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo. The rest had either been killed or followed Qian Douluo to join the Angel Sect. No, since you left, there's been no news of Zhao Su. As far as I know, the Holy Angel Merchant Association has also suffered tremendous losses, and the shadows have almost been completely wiped out. Zhang Ying is now missing and unaccounted for, said Hong Feng, her face pale. What about Hao Qian's sect? Tang Yuehua quickly asked Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Hao Qian's sect is also not doing well. The sect leader Tang Xiao is severely injured. 3 of the 5 title Douluo elders are dead or injured, and there are very few 3rd-generation disciples left, forced to flee from their hidden place. It is said that they have gone to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect in Heavendo City. What about my second brother? The one who attacked Hao Qian's sect with Miss Tang was Tang Hao and Tang San. If it weren't for those 2, Hao Qian's sect might not have been in such dire straits. Yu Guan coldly huffed at Tang Yuehua's words, his expression complex. Chapter 186. The Crisis of the 7-Treasure, Glazed Tile Sect, and Hao Qian's sect. How could this happen? Dang Zuhu Wen, shaking her head, but already believing what Yu Guan said. We are not clear on the specifics. In recent days, Yu Guan, Gue Mei, Hong Feng, and Quang Dao had all been holed up in the Spirit Hall, not daring to go out. In the past, title Douluo were considered the pinnacle of existence on the Douluo continent, but now, for title Douluo, it was merely a standard they had just reached. Besides the rise of their own forces, outsiders had taken a dominant position on the Douluo continent. That night, Bibi Dong and her group left Spirit City, heading towards Heavendo City. One reason was to check if Zhao Su had returned, and the other was to go to the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile sect to see if the people from Hao Qian's sect were there. Bibi Dong was also prepared to ally with the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile sect. However, whether the alliance would be successful remained unknown, as Bibi Dong had previously launched a surprise attack on the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile sect, causing heavy casualties. The 2 parties can be said to be irreconcilable enemies. In the past, it was absolutely impossible for them to form an alliance. However, the situation in Douluo continent has changed dramatically, leading to many variables. What Bibi Dong doesn't know is that just as her group left, Zhao Su and his companions arrived at Wuhuan City. Similarly, after Zhao Su and the others stepped onto the land, they heard about many changes in the powers of Douluo continent. Originally, Zhao Su planned to return to Tiando City first, but upon hearing that Wuhuan Hall had undergone a major change, he decided to go to Wuhuan Hall first, as it was closer than going directly to Tiando City. Why do I feel something is strange here? As they just entered the city, Laina, who was most familiar with Wuhuan City, sensed something unusual. Although it was midnight and everyone was in dreamland, it was normal for it to be quiet. But it was too quiet, which was a bit abnormal. It seems that everything we've heard along the way is true. Wuhuan Hall really has undergone a major change, Zhao Su said as his spiritual sense quickly spread out, enveloping the entire Wuhuan City. He discovered that the entire Wuhuan City was deserted, with all the houses empty. There were no people at all, not even a dog. Every house showed signs of having fought. Let us go to Wuhuan Hall. When Zhao Su's spiritual sense swept through the Hall of the Pope in Wuhuan Hall, he felt Bibi Dong's lingering aura. Boss, look over there, there are words. When the group arrived at the Hall of the Pope, they found no one there. The vast palace was empty. Just then, Li Kai pointed at a pillar in the hall and shouted to Zhao Su. Following Li Kai's direction, Zhao Su saw a line of words carved on the pillar. It was clearly left by Bibi Dong, intentionally for Zhao Su, indicating that they had gone to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in Tiando City. Let us go to Tiando City. After seeing the line of words left by Bibi Dong, Zhao Su and his group wasted no time and rushed overnight towards Tiando City. In Tiando City, at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Secmaster Bibi Dong seeks an audience. In the conference room of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji was sitting in the main seat, discussing something with Tang Xiao. Ning Fengji's face was very pale, and Tang Xiao also looked pale, clearly having been seriously injured, but unable to recuperate properly. During this time, the Tiando Empire had repeatedly pressured the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to make them and the Haotian sect submit to the Tiando Empire. They even sent god-level experts to provoke the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Bibi Dong? Hearing this, Ning Fengji couldn't help but frown, just as he was about to speak. The messenger continued, saying, besides Bibi Dong, there's also Miss Tang. Miss Tang? Yuehua? Tang Xiao immediately stood up and asked excitedly. That's right, and I can sense that Bibi Dong may have already become a god. Brother Ning, this is not the time to be stubborn. Why don't we meet? Tang Xiao advised Ning Fengji. All right, since Brother Tang has said so, let us meet. Ning Fengji said as he waved his hand to the messenger. Soon, under the guidance of the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Bibi Dong, along with Tang Yuehua and Xieyu, walked into the conference room. Ning Fengji sat there, looking at Bibi Dong with a hint of resentment in his eyes. If it weren't for Bibi Dong, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would not have had to rely on the Tiando Empire, and they would not be in such a miserable state now. Brother. Upon seeing Tang Xiao, Tang Yuehua immediately burst into tears and ran towards him. Little sister, seeing that you're fine, I can rest assured. A rare smile appeared on Tang Xiao's face. Ever since the rules of the Douluo continent changed, the Haotian sect had suffered continuous blows. Watching his clansmen die one by one before him, feeling powerless. As the sect master, Tang Xiao had borne too much. The most crucial thing was that the one who led the attack on the Haotian sect was his own younger brother. So, seeing Tang Yuehua this time, Tang Xiao's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Brother, is it true about second brother? After all she had seen and heard along the way, Tang Yuehua already had an answer in her heart, but she still asked Tang Xiao. That's right, your second brother is no longer the same as before. Menting Dang Hao. Tang Xiao's face grew even paler. Sect Master Ning. Ning Fengji sat there, looking coldly at Bibi Dong, but he didn't say a word. In the end, it was Bibi Dong who spoke first, calling out to Ning Fengji. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Ning Fengji. Your Holiness the Pope doesn't need to be so polite. What brings you to our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Just say it directly. Since that's the case, I'll get straight to the point. I want to form an alliance with your sect and the Haotian sect to seek a chance to survive in this chaotic world. No need. Our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School cannot afford to climb so high. Your Holiness should find someone else. Please leave. Ning Fengji waved his hand and said coldly, Sect Master Ning, I know you hate me, and I do not expect your forgiveness. But you must understand that we are now in the same boat. Only by forming an alliance can we avoid being completely replaced by the other forces. From what Bibi Dong said, it was clear that she had truly changed. She was no longer the arrogant and domineering pope of the past. Nice words. Bang! Ning Fengji coldly snorted, and before he could finish speaking, a loud noise came from outside. Sect Master, it's bad. The 9 so-called law enforcers have come again, and they even directly attacked, killing many of our disciples. This is truly too much. Tang Xiao shouted angrily and quickly walked outside. He saw 9 old men dressed in black, standing in midair, looking down at everyone in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The leader, upon seeing Tang Xiao and Ning Fengji, arrogantly said, Ning Fengji, Tang Xiao, this is your last chance. If you still refuse to submit, then you can only die. Just based on you, do you have a right to decide someone else's life or death? Just as that person finished speaking, a cold voice came from behind. It was Bibi Dong. Chapter 187. Fierce battle with the Shura God. As soon as Bibi Dong's voice fell, a suit of blue armor covered her body. 9 scythes flew out simultaneously, attacking the 9 people hovering in the air. Bibi Dong herself also moved, and a terrifying aura of the Soul Eater Demon Emperor appeared behind her. The 6 spider legs carried Bibi Dong soaring into the sky. When Bibi Dong revealed her martial soul, the 9 people actually felt the threat of death, especially those 9 scythes, carrying an endless evil intent. At the same time, the Rakshasa domain enveloped the 9 people. Instantly, the movements of the 9 were affected. Rakshasa God? The 9 exclaimed in unison, quickly retreating, but it was already too late to escape. Although they barely dodged the 9 scythes, they were completely enveloped by Bibi Dong's Rakshasa domain and could not leave it at all. Bang! Just as the 9 were about to perish under Bibi Dong's Rakshasa demon scythe, a terrifying sword intent descended from the sky. It instantly broke through the Rakshasa domain. Then, a tall man radiating a strong killing intent appeared before Bibi Dong. The newcomer was none other than the Shura God. Bibi Dong, I didn't expect that in just a few months, you have completely replaced the Rakshasa God. What? Do you want to fight me? You are still not my opponent. Even though you have replaced the Rakshasa God, the Shura God, with a proud expression, stood before Bibi Dong with his hands behind his back, clearly not taking her seriously. It didn't matter if she was his opponent or not. As soon as Bibi Dong's voice fell, she made her move, summoning the Rakshasa scythe to strike at the Shura God's neck. Since you seek death, don't blame me. I originally intended to spare your life, but now it seems I can only completely erase you. The Shura God remained calm and easily dodged Bibi Dong's attack. Buzz! At that moment, a sound of a sword being drawn echoed from within the Shura God. The Shura sword, radiating a red glow and carrying endless killing intent, slashed towards Bibi Dong. From this killing intent, Bibi Dong could sense that the Shura God had completely surpassed the Divine King realm and was likely on the verge of stepping into the Emperor realm. His path of slaughter had reached its pinnacle, just one step away from breaking through to the Divine King realm. Bibi Dong frowned slightly. This terrifying killing intent was something she could not withstand. Bibi Dong would not sit idly by. She formed hand seals, and the soul-eating spider emperor behind her instantly merged into her being. Her entire form transformed into a massive spider emperor, with 6 spider legs moving rapidly. Even so, she was still injured by the Shura God's killing intent. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Just as the Shura God was about to unleash his killing move, a figure suddenly appeared and took the injured Bibi Dong away, escaping from the Shura God's domain. At the same time, the crescent moon in the sky suddenly became full, emanating a gentle glow. The law of the moon, moon blade strike. It was the evil moon making its move. In this night, the moon in the sky could provide him with immense power. Countless moon blades fell from the full moon, heading towards the Shura God. A trivial skill. Don't think that just because you're not yet a moon god, and even if you were, you would only be a secondary deity, merely an ant. The Shura God snorted coldly, completely disregarding the myriad of moon blades. He casually waved his hand and shattered all the moon blades. Then he turned his gaze back to Bibi Dong, who had been taken away by Tang Yuehua. I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me, and I can guarantee that all of you will become gods and enjoy the longevity of heaven and earth with me. You don't have that kind of ability, do you? Roar. At that moment, a voice came from the back hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, accompanied by a dragon's roar that resonated through heaven and earth. With the dragon's roar came a massive figure, skeletal with little flesh, which was none other than Douluo Gu Rong. At this moment, Gu Rong had completely unraveled his seal and had stepped into the divine realm, even surpassing it to reach the Divine King realm. Surrounding his enormous body was a giant dragon made of bones. The 7-treasure glazed tile school was able to survive in this chaotic world because of Gu Rong, preventing it from being directly exterminated. Dragon Clan Bloodline. It seems that the last person from the Dragon Clan who escaped from the Divine Realm is you? That's right. I have endured for so many years just to one day return to the Divine Realm and avenge my Dragon Clan. You are too weak. Even the ancestor of your Dragon Clan cannot escape the fate of being hunted down. What makes you think you can take revenge? With my own strength. Boom! Before Gu Rong could finish speaking, a domineering voice interrupted him, and a long sword descended from the sky. This terrifying sword intent made even the Shura God retreat quickly, unwilling to confront it head-on. The long sword transformed into a human form, ignoring the Shura God, and instead looked at Gu Rong. Old Bone, I'm back. I promised I would help you take revenge, and I will not go back on my word. Ha! Old sword, you're finally back. I thought you died outside. Seeing Chun Xin, Gu Rong laughed out loud. You died, but I won T. Chen Xian retorted without backing down. Although they teased each other upon meeting, they could not deny that they were the best of old friends. It was Chen Xian who had saved Gu Rong when he fled to Douluo continent, injured. It was also because of Chen Xian that Gu Rong remained in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Sword Master. Upon seeing Chen Xian, Ning Fengji also smiled and called out to him. Fengji, I've returned, so rest assured. Anyone who wishes to harm the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School must first pass through me, Chen Xian said, turning to face the Shura God. At this moment, Chen Xian appeared like a sharp sword. In this sword domain, he was not inferior to the Shura God's path of slaughter. It was clear that Chen Xian had fully completed the 9 trials of the Ancient Sword God and had truly surpassed the Divine King realm. Ancient Sword God, I didn't expect you to perfectly replace the Ancient Sword God. The Shura God no longer maintained his composure and frowned deeply, uncertain of what he was calculating in his heart. Shura God, it is not yet time for the final battle. Do you truly wish to fight to the death now? Just you alone really think you can stop me? The Shura God had made up his mind. Today he must kill Chen Xian and all the others. Otherwise, they would become a future threat. Even if Chen Xian had reached the Divine King realm, he was still somewhat weaker than him. Coupled with the 9 Divine Realm powerhouses behind him, it was enough to kill Chen Xian and the others. Even if it required a price, it did not matter. Then let us give a try, Chen Xian said, forming hand seals. The 7-kill sword appeared within him, and along with the 7-kill sword, a complete sword tomb emerged. Countless various swords floated above the sword tomb, and terrifying sword intent permeated with traces of Dao rhythm. Chapter 188. Life and Death Battle. The way of the sword is 3,000. All swords return to the source. As Chen Xian completed his hand seals, led by the 7-kill sword, countless swords soared into the sky, ultimately merging into a sword that transcended the Dao of the sword. Boom! It slashed toward the Shura God. Eternal slaughter, invincible domain. The Shura God also formed seals, and a field of killing intent spread out, simultaneously flashing a red light within that killing intent field. It was as if a blood-dripping Shura sword appeared, transforming into a shadow that slashed toward Chen Xian. Bang! The two clashed, and a terrifying aura erupted, completely destroying the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If it weren't for Bibi Dong and the others protecting their area, everyone would have perished under this terrifying aftermath. Even so, many disciples with lower cultivation levels spat blood and fell to the ground, unaware of their fates. But now they could not afford to check on the lives and deaths of these disciples, as the 9 Divine Realm powerhouses on the Shura God's side had already launched their attacks against them. They truly wanted to eradicate all, leaving no future troubles behind. Kill! Bibi Dong's gaze turned towards the 9 Divine Realm powerhouses, exuding battle intent, and she roared. She was the first to charge forward. Tang Xiao, Tang Zuhu, and the remaining 2nd and 7th elders of the Haoyan sect followed closely behind. Ning Fengji and the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were responsible for support. Brilliant lights enveloped Tang Xiao and the others. Ning Fengji glanced at Bibi Dong, unsure of what he was thinking, but ultimately still cast a light over her. Compared to Bibi Dong, Ning Fengji hated the Shura God even more. Gu Rong and Chen Xian teamed up to battle the Shura God. At first, they were evenly matched, but gradually, the two fell into a disadvantage. The Shura God can be said to be growing stronger with each battle. Although Chen Xian has obtained the complete inheritance of the Ancient Sword God, the Sword God was originally weaker than the Shura God. Furthermore, Chen Xian has only recently completed the 9 trials of the gods, and his divine power realm has not yet fully stabilized. So he is naturally no match for the Shura God, who has lived for countless years. If he cannot be utilized by me, he can only be killed. What a pity. The Shura God emanates a bloody scent and is surrounded by an aura of slaughter, with an overwhelming killing intent radiating from the Shura sword. This forces Chen Xian and Gu Rong to retreat repeatedly. The battle between both sides has drawn the attention of everyone in Heavendo City. At the headquarters of the Holy Angel Commerce Association, Niu Gao and Yang Wudi are also gazing towards the direction of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, which is emitting a strong light. Old Rhino, should we intervene? Yang Wudi asks Niu Gao beside him. Niu Gao is also somewhat troubled. They are essentially struggling for their own survival. Just a few days ago, someone came to the Holy Angel Commerce Association trying to recruit them, but after they were rejected, the association was attacked that very night. If it weren't for Tang Xiao and Ning Fengji coming to help, they, along with the Holy Angel Commerce Association, might have already ceased to exist. However, They also understand their own strength. They are invincible beneath the gods, but somewhat lacking against divine realm powerhouses. Are you afraid of death? Niu Gao asks Yang Wudi with a determined gaze. I've lived for over 70 years. I've made my return. Since that's the case, then let's go all out one last time. And me, a bearded, short, and round figure, Lu Gao, appears behind Niu Gao and Yang Wudi, holding 4 lotus-shaped orbs in his hands. This is the Buddha's Wrathtang lotus I've developed. Today I'm going to test its power on these gods. Lu Gao throws the 4 orbs to Niu Gao and Yang Wudi. Alright, since that's the case, let's go crazy one last time. Let's go. Yang Wudi exudes a powerful aura as the 3 of them exchange determined glances, having resolved themselves to face death. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujia is also looking towards the direction of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Without much thought, he exits his room, his martial spirit, the mighty golden bear, manifesting, and then he leaps towards the direction of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Boom! Under the joint attack of 9 divine realm powerhouses, Tang Xiao, the one at the forefront, is the first to get injured, sent flying by another divine realm powerhouse wielding a hammer. Big brother, Tang Yuehua sees Tang Xiao in danger and, disregarding her own safety, forcibly takes a hit from another divine realm powerhouse. Activating her instantaneous soul skill, she disappears and reappears in front of Tang Xiao. The noble circular domain instantly radiates out, and, at the same time, the zodiac pairing axe in her hand breaks through the limits of space, slashing towards the neck of the divine realm powerhouse, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Tang Xiao. Forced to protect himself, the divine realm powerhouse quickly retreats, allowing Tang Xiao to survive. However, Tang Yuehua is gravely injured from taking that hit meant for Tang Xiao, blood at the corner of her mouth and her face pale. Soon after, both the Evil Moon and the 2nd and 7th elders of the Haotian sect are heavily injured. Bibi Dong is also struggling, surrounded and attacked by 4 people. The other 5 wish to kill Tang Yuehua and the others first before turning to attack Bibi Dong. Boom! At that moment, a black spear descends from the sky, and then a figure of varied stature stands before Tang Xiao and the others. Sec Master Tang, how are you? Brother Nyo, we're fine. The Yu clan and Pa clan are originally affiliated with the Haotian sect, so they are naturally familiar with Tang Xiao. Here, Yang Wudi looks at Tang Xiao with a somewhat indifferent gaze, but still throws a small porcelain bottle to him. This is a healing elixir I've developed. It should help with your injuries. Thank you. Tang Xiao does not hesitate, opening the porcelain bottle and distributing the pills inside to several people. After taking the pills, their complexions improve slightly, and their soul power recovers significantly. Great Sumera Hammer. After regaining some strength, Tang Xiao charges out first, launching a killing move. The 7th soul ring lights up, and he unleashes the true form of the Haotian hammer, simultaneously executing the strongest hammer technique of the Haotian sect, the Great Sumera Hammer. The Haotian hammer, like a small mountain, carries an invincible momentum as it strikes towards the divine realm powerhouse who had injured him. Boom! Boom! With 9 consecutive strikes, each stronger than the last, the final strike's power even surpasses the limits beneath the divine realm. Bang! Puffed. The divine realm powerhouse, struck by Tang Xiao's Great Sumera Hammer, actually gets injured, quickly retreating with disbelief in his eyes. Just a moment ago, Tang Xiao had actually broken through. Under the Haotian true body, he instantly gained enlightenment. His soul power began to transform into pure divine power, and his mental strength surged significantly, converting into divine thought. The originally black Haotian hammer began to show golden patterns, exuding an even more invincible presence. Gaoti Krok Amer Technique. Tang Xiao gives no chance for the opponent to breathe, gripping the Haotian hammer tightly in his hand and smashing down again towards the divine realm powerhouse. Chapter 189. Zhao Su arrives and directly annihilates Humph. You think you can kill a god just after breaking through? You're too full of yourself. The divine realm powerhouse who was struck and spat blood by Tang Xiao snorts coldly. Although he says this, he becomes serious. A black shadow appears behind him, which is his martial spirit, the Shura God. Once the Shura God martial spirit appears, a powerful aura of slaughter manifests. He forms seals with his hands, merging the Shura God martial spirit with his own, rapidly increasing his momentum. A divine sword appears in his hand, similar to the Shura God sword, but significantly weaker than the Shura God's innate divine weapon. At this point, Tang Xiao and the others finally understand who these 9 individuals are. They are none other than those who have inherited the position of the Shura God throughout the ages. To become the Shura God, one must sell their soul to the Shura God to become a god. This is the essence of divine position inheritance. In short, all of these can be called the Shura God, and it remains to be seen whether the Shura God fighting with Gu Rong and Qin Xin is the true Shura God. However, it can be confirmed that this Shura God is the strongest. Even if he is not the real Shura God, he is the one closest to it. Ultimately, Tang Xiao is still no match. To avoid a fatal blow from the Shura God sword, he loses an arm. Blood spurts out, and he crashes heavily to the ground. At this moment, Tang Yuehua is also entangled and has no chance to rescue him again. Roar! Just as Tang Xiao closes his eyes, preparing to await death, a roar sounds, and a massive figure lands before him, blocking the deadly strike. Invincible divine bear, indestructible golden fist, Zhao Wujia, like a true giant bear, roars and charges towards the divine realm powerhouse. In an instant, countless fist shadows appear, pounding towards the divine realm powerhouse. I didn't expect there to be a divine realm powerhouse hidden in Heavendo City. You didn't expect much more. Since you've come today, leave your life here. Zhao Wujia's invincible divine bear is covered in thick armor, and his bare paws clench into fists, slamming down towards the opponent. He possesses immense defensive capabilities, and those bare fists can destroy everything. Brother Tang, are you all right? Taking advantage of this moment, Ning Fengji covered Tang Xiao with a 9-colored light and quickly stopped his bleeding. I'm fine. After recovering slightly, Tang Xiao stood up, although he was now one-armed. His aura surpassed that of any previous time. After saying this, he charged forward again. Ning Fengji also held nothing back, risking damage to his life's soul power. As the 9th soul ring quickly lit up, a 9-color domain radiated out, enveloping all of their allies. Boom! Bang! But in the end, they were still at a disadvantage, especially as the gap for Qin Xin and Gu Rong became more and more apparent. Gu Rong was struck by the Azura God sword, instantly receiving a terrifying wound on his upper body, with blood quickly staining his clothes. Qin Xin was also in bad shape. After multiple force collisions, he was severely injured. Even the Dao rhythm on the 7-killing sword had dimmed significantly. The countless swords on the sword tomb were also dull and lifeless. From the current situation, defeat could be said to be only a matter of time. The Azura God once again formed a seal, and the Azura sword began to split, forming a killing formation aimed at Gu Rong. He intended to eliminate Gu Rong first, and then kill Qin Xin. You should be the one to die. At that moment, a cold voice rang out, and with that cold voice, a long sword descended from the sky. It directly shattered the killing formation aimed at Gu Rong. Accompanying the long sword were 5 people: Zhao Su, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Hulaina, and Li Kai. Among the 5, except for Ning Rongrong, who had not yet reached the divine realm, the others could be said to have entered the divine realm. Even Li Kai and Hulaina, who had never stepped into the divine realm in the ancient Relic Mountain, had entered the divine realm upon returning to the Douluo continent. Especially Hulaina, who had even approached the God King realm directly. It's you? That's right, it's me. I have to thank you for that red flower you gave me back then, Zhao Su said with a smile, looking at the Azura God. It was the Azura God who had placed the red flower, which sealed the soul of the God of destruction, into Zhao Su's body back in the city of slaughter. At first, Zhao Su thought that the soul inside that red flower belonged to Zhao Su of the heavenly stabilization lineage. The Azura God, belonging to the heavenly stabilization lineage, had given this red flower to Zhao Su. Now it seemed that Zhao Su had overthought it. The Azura God had indeed given him that red flower for the purpose of the heavenly stabilization lineage, but not for him. Instead, it was to allow the Zhao Su of the heavenly stabilization lineage to absorb the soul of the God of destruction, and then take over that soul, thus creating a brand new Zhao Su. However, the Azura God did not expect that by giving that red flower to Zhao Su, he indirectly helped Zhao Su. It gave Zhao Su the opportunity to lay a trap and completely sever the connection between the former soul and the Zhao Su of the heavenly stabilization lineage's demonic soul. This accomplished his goal, allowing the God of destruction to fully return, becoming an independent soul. Even if you can return, what of it? You're currently just at the God King realm. What can you do to me? The Azura God snorted coldly, forming seals with both hands, and a light shadow appeared, carrying an endless killing intent, slashing towards Zhao Su. A mere trick. Let your true self reveal itself. Zhao Su looked at the light shadow carrying the killing intent and said disdainfully. Casually extending his hand, a massive palm appeared, then clenched into a fist, directly shattering that light shadow. Without leaving any trace, he appeared once again before the Shura God. Bang! Poof! A punch was thrown, striking fiercely at the Shura God's chest, causing the armor on him to crack and suffer heavy damage. At this moment, Hulaina also made her move. Between heaven and earth, second sword, endless breeze. As Hulaina's voice rang out, the evil eye on her forehead opened, giving birth to a Xianyuan divine sword that radiated golden light amidst the evil. Although this Xianyuan divine sword emerged from evil, it exuded a sacred brilliance, as if it had emerged from the mud without being stained. A sword shadow that pierced through heaven and earth slashed towards the four who were attacking Bibidong. Boom! The four of them had no chance to escape and were directly pierced through their bodies, exploding apart, with all their divine power and soul power absorbed by Hulaina. Li Kai also made his move, his martial soul, the black-horned wild boar, manifesting, transforming him into a towering wild boar holding a large hammer. He smashed down towards a divine realm expert, who was also wielding a hammer. The large hammer, enveloped in white light, locked onto the divine realm expert, smashing him into a meat patty. Then he turned and attacked another person, rescuing the evil moon. Zhu Zhuqing was not idle either. Behind her appeared a giant spirit cat that was half black and half white. Not only was its body half black and half white, but even its eyes were one black and one white, seemingly representing the fundamental yin-yang technique between heaven and earth. Chapter 190. After the great battle, rest and recuperation, the yin-yang spirit cat autonomously attacked, swallowing the other divine realm experts one by one. Meow. The yin-yang spirit cat returned to its normal kitten form, leaping onto Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder. It meowed once, and then rubbed against Zhu Zhuqing's cheek, seemingly seeking praise. So good. Zhu Zhuqing reached out to stroke the soft fur of the yin-yang spirit cat, smiling as she spoke. Dad. Watching as the 9 divine realm experts were annihilated and seeing Ning Rongrong return safely made Ning Fengji, who had forcefully assisted everyone, smile knowingly and then faint. Ning Rongrong hurriedly stepped forward to support the falling Ning Fengji. A 9-colored light enveloped Ning Fengji, and soon he woke up. Although his face was still somewhat pale and his soul power was severely depleted, he was no longer in danger of death. Rongrong. Ning Fengji tightly grasped Ning Rongrong's hands, his face filled with smiles. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed Ning Rongrong's bulging belly. Dad, you're going to be a grandpa soon. Good. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ning Fengji's smile became even more radiant. The 7-treasure glazed tile school could be said to be on the brink of extinction, with very few direct descendants left. Now that Ning Rongrong was pregnant, it provided an opportunity for the revival of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. At this moment, the battle between Zhao Su and the Shura God had also ended. The Shura God was gravely injured by Zhao Su and escaped using secret techniques. Looking in the direction the Shura God fled, Zhao Su did not pursue. Instead, he revealed a hint of a wicked smile. Boss, I'm going after him. Li Kai shouted at Zhao Su, who waved his hand. No need, let him be for now. Hearing this, Li Kai felt a bit disappointed, but said nothing more and withdrew his martial soul. Zhao Su then looked towards Ning Fengji and quickly approached him, kneeling down in front of him. This sudden action surprised Ning Fengji. Ning Sect Master, I ask you to let Rongrong marry me. I swear to treat Rongrong well for all eternity. Get up. If you don't agree, I won't get up. Rongrong is already pregnant. What else can I say? Get up. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, a smile appeared on Zhao Su's face, and he quickly responded to Ning Fengji. After standing up, Zhao Su looked in the direction of Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua. From the very beginning, Zhao Su had already noticed Tang Yuehua. Elder brother, your arm? I'm fine. Tang Xiao had heard what Zhao Su said while kneeling before Ning Fengji and felt somewhat displeased. So Zhao Su's attitude towards Zhao Su was quite cold. All right, the crisis has been temporarily resolved. Everyone should quickly recover their soul power, and we'll discuss other matters later. Chun Xin, supporting Gu Rong, also sensed Tang Xiao's displeasure and quickly spoke up to smooth things over. That's right, it seems we can't stay here anymore. We might as well temporarily reside at the headquarters of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, and after everyone recovers, we can discuss the remaining matters. Niugao also stepped forward to say. Everyone looked at the dilapidated house, which was obviously no longer habitable, and the contents inside had almost completely been destroyed. So they could only agree with Niugao's suggestion. The group temporarily headed to the headquarters of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce. Although it was still called the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, it was essentially a shell as all the branch chambers had been destroyed, leaving only this one residence of the headquarters. Fortunately, the residence where the headquarters was located was still quite spacious, enough to accommodate everyone. All of them began to enter closed-door meditation to heal their injuries. Yuehua, where have you been? I've been looking for you on the ancient relic mountain and couldn't find you. Do you know how worried I was? After settling everyone down, Zhao Su finally found the opportunity to speak his heart to Tang Yuehua. We were transported to a place called the Sun and Moon Continent. Tang Yuehua detailed her experiences to Zhao Su. It's good that you're safe. I miss you so much. Zhao Su reached out to pull Tang Yuehua into his arms and whispered in her ear, I miss you too. I was so worried that I would never see you again. The usually strong Tang Yuehua tightly embraced Zhao Su, unable to hold back her tears any longer. Perhaps it was only by Zhao Su's side that she could show her vulnerable side. It won't happen. Don't worry. We won't be separated again in the future. Zhao Su gently comforted Tang Yuehua while also channeling a powerful regenerative energy into her body to help her heal her internal injuries. Leaning against Zhao Su's embrace, Tang Yuehua quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, as Zhao Su just walked out of the room, he saw the one-armed Tang, Xiao, standing not far away, seemingly waiting specifically for Zhao Su. Zhao Su took a deep breath, walked over to Tang Xiao's side, and called out, Big brother, you were waiting for me, right? Yes. I want to know what you're thinking. Zhao Su understood that Tang Xiao was referring to the relationship between him, Tang Yuehua, and Ning Rongrong. No one knew what Zhao Su and Tang Xiao talked about, but ever since their conversation, Tang Xiao no longer opposed Tang Yuehua marrying Zhao Su. The two even became good brothers. Big brother. After Tang Yuehua got up and walked out of the room, she happened to see Tang Xiao and Zhao Su seemingly having a pleasant conversation. Both of their faces wore smiles. Tang Yuehua called out to Tang Xiao with some confusion. Yuehua, with Zhao Su taking care of you, I can rest assured. Tang Xiao looked at Tang Yuehua, and the smile on his face gradually faded, revealing a hint of worry in his eyes. Big brother, what do you mean by that? The war among the gods is about to begin, and my title as a Douluo is too weak, so I need to leave for a while to train. Big brother, with your arm broken and your strength greatly diminished, isn't it too dangerous for you to train now? Exactly because of this, I need to train even more. I don't want to become useless. Tang Xiao's gaze was very firm as he placed his right hand over the spot where his shoulder had been severed, having made up his mind. Big brother, enough. You don't need to say anything, and you don't need to worry about me. Who in this world can escape death? I've lived for so many years. That's enough. As Tang Xiao spoke, he reached out to wipe away Tang Yuehua's tears, then held her hand and placed it in Zhao Su's hands. Zhao Su, don't forget the promise you made to me. If I come back and find out you've treated Yuehua badly, I won't let you off. Rest assured, big brother. I will take good care of Yuehua and won't let her suffer any harm. Good, then I can leave with peace of mind. After Tang Xiao finished speaking, he smiled at Tang Yuehua again, said no more, and walked away quickly without hesitation. Don't worry, we should trust big brother. Nothing will happen to him. Zhao Su softly comforted Tang Yuehua by her ear. Tang Yuehua nodded, not saying anything further. Chapter 191. The 7-Treasure Glazed Tile, School Sugu, Sister Yuehua. Master Ning is calling us to discuss what we should do next. Zhu Zhuqing came to Zhao Su and Tang Yuehua and said. The three of them then walked towards the conference room. Bibi Dong, you are nothing more than a lone commander now. You are no longer the invincible Pope. Even if I'm not the Pope, I'm still stronger than you. As soon as Zhao Su and the others arrived at the conference room, they heard Chun Xian and Bibi Dong at odds with each other, refusing to back down. The others sat there in silence, understanding that to survive in this Douluo continent where the gods were descending, they had to unite. However, the current problem was that the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Haotian School, and the Spirit Hall did not yield to one another, making it impossible to merge. Grandpa Jian, this is not the time for us to fight among ourselves. I didn't intend to fight internally, but I will never ally with her and stand on the same boat. That's easy. You can leave on your own. Why should I leave? If anyone should leave, it should be you. This isn't the Spirit City. All right, Grandpa Jian, what's in the past is in the past. Let's not dwell on it. Zhao Su is right. Now we must find a way to consolidate our forces and survive in this Douluo continent where the gods are descending. Fengji, are you just going to let the destruction of the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School go? Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chen Xian calmed down a bit but still felt some resentment. Besides Bibi Dong, who was the main culprit behind the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School's plight, he had never had any good feelings towards the Spear Hall. The combination of these two factors made him even more disdainful of the Spear Hall. Forget it. Let's not bring it up again. Ning Fengji sighed, then took a deep breath, not wanting to dwell on this matter anymore. As the head of a sect, he naturally had to consider more. Grandpa Jian, what Uncle Ning said is right. What's done is done. Now the most important thing for us is how to deal with the upcoming issues. This matter can be set aside. But the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will definitely not merge with the Spirit Hall. Gu Rong spoke up this time. That's natural. We won't merge with the Spirit Hall. And besides, the Spirit Hall is already a shell of its former self. Zhao Su thought for a moment before continuing. My idea is for us to jointly establish a brand new sect, with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as the main body and various branches established under it. I have no objections. Anyway, I don't want any power anymore. Being free like this is better. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhao Su finished speaking, Bibi Dong was the first to agree with Zhao Su's proposal. This surprised both Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, who looked at Bibi Dong in disbelief. Since Bibi Dong said it this way, and it's based on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, they naturally had nothing more to say. Ning Fengji and Bibi Dong reached a consensus. Therefore, Niu Gao and Yang Wudi from the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce naturally would not oppose it. As for the Haoyan School, there were no objections either. Before Tang Xiao left, he had already entrusted the entire Haoyan School to Tang Yuehua, and he had also received support from the only two remaining elders of the Haoyan School. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was renamed the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School, consisting of direct disciples from both the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Haoyan School. The Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce exists as a separate entity and does not participate in the specific affairs of the sect. Ning Fengji is the new sect master. Elders Zhao Su, Chen Exin, Gu Rong, Bibi Dong, Tang Yuehua, and two elders from the Haoyan School, along with Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and Lu Gao, serve as elders of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School, holding decision-making power. This means that the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School is not solely dictated by Ning Fengji. All elders must reach a consensus. Hu Laiina, Xie Yu, and Li Kai are guest disciples of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School. As for Zhao Wujia, Zhao Su originally wanted to include him in the Elder Council, but Zhao Wujia refused. According to Zhao Wujia's wishes, after these matters are settled, he plans to return to Shrek Academy to teach and does not wish to participate in sect conflicts. Zhao Su respected Zhao Wujia's decision and subsequently transmitted the Great Freedom Origin technique to everyone present, urging them to swiftly enter the divine realm and gain the true power to battle the gods. A month later, under the construction of the Yu family, a massive castle rose from the ground. The castle is divided into 5 areas, with the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce occupying one area at the very front for business purposes. The other 4 areas are the Haoyan Hall, Nine Treasure Hall, Wuhan Hall, and Elder Hall. Furthermore, the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School is not hereditary, but based on merit. This means that the next sect master does not necessarily have to be chosen from the Nine Treasure Hall. Individuals from the Haoyan Hall and Wuhuan Hall can also become the next sect master. Zhao Su then issued a notice in the name of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School, boldly declaring that the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School would not join any empire or sect power, effectively severing ties with the Heaven Do Empire and freeing itself from its constraints. The headquarters of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School is not built in Heaven Do City, but on the ruins of the original Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Boss, the people from the Holy Dragon sect have arrived. On this day, before Zhao Su had even gotten out of bed, Li Kai knocked on the door and called out to him. Holy Dragon sect. Zhao Su glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was still sleeping beside him, then quietly got out of bed, dressed, and left the room. Indeed, to Oba, she looked quite disheveled, and accompanying him was the Holy Dragon sect master, Hu Yin Jun. Let's go take a look, Zhao Su casually said, and he and Li Kai walked toward the main hall. Upon arriving at the main hall, they saw Tuoba Shi and Hu Yin Jun sitting there, their expressions filled with anxiety. Although Ning Fengji is currently the sect master of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School, he and all the elders are in seclusion attempting to break through to the divine realm, so Zhao Su is in charge of the sect at this time. Mr. Zhao, upon seeing Zhao Su, Tuoba Shi and Hu Yin Jun quickly stood up and respectfully greeted him. May I ask what brings Sect Master Tuoba and Sect Master Hu Yin to my Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School? In times of crisis for the Wuhuan Hall, the Holy Dragon sect and the Elephant Armor sect were the first to turn against them, even leading an assault that breached the Wuhuan city. Therefore, Zhao Su did not greet them warmly. He also learned that Zhang Ying was gravely injured and her life was uncertain, which was caused by Hu Yin Jun. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't the right time, Zhao Su would have taken the initiative to eliminate Hu Yin Jun right away. Mr. Zhao, We both wish to ally with the 9-treasure glazed tile school and serve you. Tuoba, she stated directly without beating around the bush. Huh? Zhao Su laughed upon hearing Tuoba's words. Sect Master Tuoba really thinks highly of me. I can't afford to hire you too. Mr. Zhao, I know what you're thinking. We are in a desperate situation. If we don't do this, both we and our clansmen will perish. Hu Yin Jun, who was as large as a mountain, lowered his posture before Zhao Su. They understood that in the current situation where the gods have descended upon Douluo continent, the only original sect capable of contending with the sects controlled by the gods was the 9-treasure glazed tile school. The original powers on Douluo continent have either been destroyed or reduced to servitude within those sects controlled by the gods, working like beasts for them without receiving any benefits. And they do not care about their lives or deaths. Also, Ms. Zhang is not dead. She has gone to the Shadow Island. Tuoba, she whispered to Zhao Su. Shadow Island? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su frowned. He was aware of Shadow Island, though not very familiar with it. Shadow Island appeared after the rules of heaven and earth on Douluo continent were perfected and with the descent of the gods. It is located not far from Sea God Island and is rumored to have been opened by the witch ancestor to combat the divine realm. It is home to the powerful Shadow Clan, which was said to be the strongest army under the witch ancestor. When the witch ancestor was sealed in the Forbidden Land, the Shadow Clan disappeared along with him. Indeed, when we were forced by the Shura God to jointly attack the Wuhuan Hall, Ms. Zhang pretended to be heavily injured to protect the Wuhuan Hall and actually went to Shadow Island. Then why did you betray the Shura God and join the 9-treasure glazed tile school? Zhao Su stared closely at Tuoba Shi and Hu Yin Jun, wanting to discover any unusual signs in their eyes. However, in their eyes, he only saw fear. The Shura God is no longer the Shura God. What do you mean? It seems he's been possessed. A month ago, the Shura God was gravely injured and returned to the original star Douluo Imperial Palace. Since then, his temperament has changed drastically, and he began a bloody massacre against the surrounding forces, absorbing everyone's soul power and souls. A month ago, after listening to their account, Zhao Su softly murmured, realizing that this was around the time he had heavily injured the Shura God and forced him to flee. Indeed, relying on the absorption of soul power and souls, the current Shura God carries a strong aura of evil, and the entire original star Douluo Empire is in a state of panic. The current Shura God could be said to be a madman, sparing no one, not even ordinary people. Have you noticed who might have possessed him? It is very likely to be Tang San. Tang San? Yes. There is a woman beside the Shura God. If I remember correctly, she is that 10,000-year-old rabbit, Xiao Wu. Upon hearing Tang San's name, Zhao Su couldn't help but think of Yin, whom he had left in the Sunset Forest, wondering how she was doing now. All right, since that's the case, I will take the lead in accepting you and establish the Holy Dragon Hall and Elephant Armor Hall. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for taking us in. We will definitely do our utmost to assist you. Li Kai, Zhao Su called out to Li Kai. Go arrange 2 courtyard for Sect Master Tuoba and Sect Master Hu Yin. Yes, please follow me. Li Kai, trusting Zhao Su's words, said nothing more. The 2 stood up, bowed to Zhao Su, and then followed Li Kai out. Zhao Su sat there, lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Bibi Dong, who had appeared without Zhao Su noticing, came over and sat down beside him. I wonder which side Tang San represents. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the Dao Ancestor's side, Bibi Dong said with certainty. You know about the Dao Ancestor and the Witch Ancestor? During my time in the Sun and Moon continent, Yuehua and I encountered a remnant soul that had sealed itself in a cave, calling itself Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian? It seems you know about Emperor Tian as well? That's right. Emperor Tian is the first and only human to reach the original realm. Actually, you're mistaken. Emperor Tian did not reach the original realm. In fact, Emperor Tian was only at the half-original realm, which is still different from the Witch Ancestor and the Dao Ancestor. Back then, the Witch Ancestor's demon race ruled the entire land. Although that era was splendid, it was also the most chaotic time. Powerful beings at the divine realm, even ordinary divine kings, were abundant. However, the Witch Ancestor believed in freedom and doing as one pleased, whether human or demon. Everyone was the master of this land. Among the 18 divine kings close to the Emperor realm, 13 belonged to the demon race, while only 5 were human divine kings. Naturally, humans were at a disadvantage, and more often than not, they had to serve the demon race as slaves to earn a difficult living. It was under such circumstances that Emperor Tian rose to power. With his own strength, he made the demon race too afraid to claim superiority. Because Emperor Tian had one foot in the Emperor realm, the demonic path weakened, and the divine path revived. This allowed the Dao Ancestor to break the seal. The Dao Ancestor promised Emperor Tian that after eliminating the Witch Ancestor, humans and divine beings would coexist in the world. This is why Emperor Tian allied with the Dao Ancestor, and humans and divine beings officially united to wage war against the demon race. The Witch Ancestor and the Dao Ancestor were evenly matched, each unable to outmaneuver the other, mutually restraining one another. However, Emperor Tian's strength far exceeded that of the 13 supreme demon ancestors, along with the half-emperor realm experts from the divine race. The 13 demon ancestors retreated steadily. The allied forces of the divine race and the human race quickly achieved victory. Afterwards, Emperor Tian assisted the Dao Ancestor in suppressing the Witch Ancestor in the Forbidden Land across the starry sky, causing the demonic path to dissipate in this world. The divine path became the consciousness of heaven, also known as the Almighty. Emperor Tian did not expect that the Dao Ancestor had been using him from the very beginning, ultimately dealing him a heavy blow. After that, Emperor Tian split his divine soul into two. One part sealed itself in a cave to recuperate, while the other part changed its appearance and specialized in the demonic path, planning to complete the 3,000 paths, release the Witch Ancestor, and seek revenge on the Dao Ancestor. Unfortunately, the Dao Ancestor had long anticipated this, not only trying to suppress the demonic path, but also destroying most of his own divine path. This left only a few of the 3,000 paths in the world and altered the cultivation laws to suppress both humans and demons. One had to possess a martial soul to continue cultivating. This is why, over the endless years, Emperor Tian's original body has grown increasingly weak. The other part of Emperor Tian wouldn't be from the Tang San lineage, would it? After listening to Bibidong's account, Zhao Su had already formed his own answer in his heart, but still confirmed it with Bibidong. That's right, Zhao Ru is the demonic soul of Emperor Tian. But Zhao Ru's Great Freedom original technique has already reached the second level, reshaping his complete soul, and cannot be called Emperor Tian anymore. So it turns out, one more thing. According to Emperor Tian, it seems the Tang San lineage is laying plans for a complete transformation of the entire world's layout. What does that mean? I don't know. At that time, Emperor Tian was already too weak, and although Zhao Ru belongs to the same entity, he could not sense Zhao Ru's ultimate purpose. Bibidong shook her head. This was something she was also quite concerned about. Chapter 193. Twins. Innate Emperor Realm. So does Emperor Tian still exist now? Zhao Su showed a contemplative expression, as if he thought of something but could not fully confirm it. At this point, Emperor Tian's soul had completely dissipated. Then that's right. If my thoughts are correct, the Emperor Tian you encountered is very likely not the real Emperor Tian. Are you saying this is also a conspiracy of the Tang San lineage? Whether it is a conspiracy of the Tang San lineage, Emperor Tian's conspiracy, or the Witch Ancestor's conspiracy, is uncertain. Zhao Su's mouth curled into a smile as he said this. But what I can confirm is that Shadow Island will definitely give us answers. You want to go to Shadow Island? Yes. As Zhao Su spoke, he stood up, walked out of the great hall to the courtyard, and looked up at the sky. I wonder what he's looking at. I think our main priority now is to quickly improve our overall strength. Otherwise, when the final battle begins, we, as the fourth faction, might become a target. The Witch Ancestor, the Dao Ancestor, and the Tang San lineage representing Emperor Tian. These three factions can be said to have existed for countless years. Battling for countless years. They all have deep foundations, especially the Zhao family of the Tang San lineage. Besides Zhao Ru, who may have already entered the original realm, there are also Cheng Feng at the peak of the Emperor realm, Zhao Mei, Lan Yu, and Wang Fei, who are also at the Emperor realm. And that never-before-seen third sibling is definitely also an Emperor realm expert. Plus, there are the Divine Kings affiliated with the Tang San lineage. They can be said to be the absolute strongest. Zhao Su had to admit that the Zhao family bloodline is indeed invincible. Moreover, this invincibility is not just the invincibility of a single person, but the invincibility of everyone in the Zhao family. In battles of the same realm, it can be said that they rarely encounter opponents. Even the Witch Ancestor and the Dao Ancestor cannot be compared. The Witch Ancestor and the Dao Ancestor may be stronger than Zhao Ru, but the Divine Kings supporting them are far from being a match for the Zhao family members. This is also why the Dao Ancestor and the Witch Ancestor do not dare to engage in direct conflict. Then what should we do? Since that's the case, let's let them fight amongst themselves first. Do you want to ally with the Witch Ancestor? Not an alliance, but to make the Witch Ancestor one of our own. After Zhao Su said this, he did not continue to elaborate, as he had already set a goal in his heart. I really don't know what you're thinking. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. Zhao Su revealed a mysterious smile and did not say anything further. 10 days later, Ning Fengji and the others all exited their seclusion, and everyone had broken through to the divine realm. Gu Rong and Chen Xian had also stabilized at the divine king realm. Bibi Dong, Hulaina, and Zhu Zhuqing, with Zhao Su's help, had also stepped into the divine king realm. Especially Hulaina, who had completely comprehended the 4 swords of heaven and earth from Emperor Xinyuan, combined with the small sword that had surpassed the divine king realm. Even Gu Rong and Chen Xian might not be her match. She could be said to be the strongest besides Zhao Su. In the meeting hall, all members of the 9-treasure glazed tile school had gathered, including the newly added members from the Holy Dragon Hall, Tuoba Shi, and the Elephant Armor Hall, Huyen Zhun. Master, today the Angel Sect sent someone to say they want to ally with our 9-treasure glazed tile school to jointly deal with the Heaven Do Empire controlled by the Shura God. Li Kai was the first to speak to Ning Fengji. Also, Sea God Island and the new city of Slaughter, the Demon Race Alliance, have also extended an olive branch to us. These people are not here to form an alliance. They just want to investigate our background. So how should we respond? Should we ignore them? Of course we need to respond. First, reply to the Angel Sect. If they want to form an alliance, they should go directly to Shadow Island. Shadow Island? That's right. Okay, I got it. Uncle Ning, tomorrow morning, Li Kai and Xie Yu will accompany me to Shadow Island. During my absence, do not engage in conflicts with various factions. We'll discuss everything when I return. You want to go to Shadow Island? Shadow Island may be the final station for the ultimate battle. We must go. All right, since you've made your decision, I won't say much more. Ning Feng Inoted, agreeing with Zhao Su's proposal. In the 9-treasure glazed tile school, although Ning Fengji is the sect master, all matters are still primarily under Zhao Su's control. After Zhao Su arranged everything, Bibi Dong took charge, while the others began to enter seclusion again, aiming to break through to the God King realm before the final battle. At night, in the courtyard where Zhao Su resided, a red flower blossomed, exuding an aura of destruction and immense vitality. Zhao Su sat cross-legged in the middle, surrounded by Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang Yuehua. There were also 5 vacant positions, 2 of which were for Xiao Lu and Shi Yao. This meant that the formation of the 9-in-1 3-life reincarnation annihilation array was still missing 3 individuals. The red flower merged into their bodies, with Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Yuehua each receiving 1 red petal, while Ning Rongrong absorbed 3 red petals. A powerful force emanated from within Ning Rongrong. Seeing this, Zhao Su couldn't help but show some confusion and concern on his face, quickly rising to Ning Rongrong's side. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Yuehua had also awakened and noticed Ning Rongrong's change. Zhao Su reached out and held Ning Rongrong's hand, which was resting as she sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, sending a warm current into her body. However, as soon as this warm current entered, it was instantly absorbed. Helpless, Zhao Su had no choice but to continue strengthening his divine power while ensuring he did not harm Ning Rongrong. Su, how is Rongrong? Seeing Zhao Su's strange expression, Tang Yuehua quickly asked. It seems like they're a pair of twins, one absorbing the spirit of the heaven-pacifying cauldron and the other absorbing the spirit of the 9-color divine fire, reaching the innate emperor realm. The realization of those 2 little beings shocked Zhao Su. 2 massive auras coexisted within Ning Rongrong, drawing upon the powerful natural energy through their mother while also feedbacking their strong divine power to nourish her. Innate emperor realm? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but exclaim and quickly took Ning Rongrong's hands. They soon felt the 2 imperial-level auras Zhao Su mentioned. Although they were very domineering, they seemed to intentionally hold back, as if afraid of harming Ning Rongrong. Under these 2 imperial auras, Ning Rongrong's soul power began to increase significantly, ultimately breaking through to the divine realm. The soul power within her rapidly transformed into divine power until it stabilized completely in the divine realm, at which point it ceased to grow. However, Zhao Su could sense that although the significant growth had stopped, it was still slowly nourishing Ning Rongrong's body, and her divine consciousness was gradually strengthening. These 2 little ones have already given us such a big surprise even before they are born. Tang Yuehua retracted her divine power and looked at Ning Rongrong, who had a rosy complexion and radiated maternal brilliance, smiling as she spoke. Chapter 194. Lean disappears. The door of space. It wasn't until dawn that Ning Rongrong woke up from her meditative state. She appeared even fairer, emanating a very gentle aura, looking incredibly tender. Since becoming pregnant, Ning Rongrong's personality has changed significantly. Rongrong, take good care of yourself. Don't act impulsively when something happens. Okay? Brother Su, I want to go with you. I don't want to be apart from you. Ning Rongrong pouted, looking displeased as she clutched Zhao Su's arm. Zhao Su actually didn't want to leave either. He wanted to stay by Ning Rongrong's side until the baby was safely born. However, he no longer had the luxury of time. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable it would be for them. They had to hurry to Shadow Island to seize the initiative. Rongrong, be obedient. It's not suitable for you to come with me right now. I promise you, once everything is over, we will never be apart again and will find a beautiful place to live freely. For safety's sake, Zhao Su could only carefully comfort Ning Rongrong, not wanting her to accompany him on this adventure. Rongrong, with me here, nothing will happen. Tang Yuehua also reached out to hold Ning Rongrong's hand, speaking softly. All right then, Brother Su, you must be careful. The baby and I will be waiting for you to come back. Don't worry, I will be fine. Just make sure to take good care of yourself. Ning Rongrong nodded, turning away intentionally, not wanting to look at Zhao Su. At this moment, the last thing she wanted was to say goodbye. But she also understood that at this point, they had no choice left. Don't worry, I will take good care of Rongrong. Tang Yuehua grasped Zhao Su's hand, smiling as she spoke. You and Zhu Qing must be careful too. We'll be fine. Although Zhao Su felt some reluctance and concern in his heart, he knew he could not wait any longer and had to suppress his feelings of reluctance and worry. He turned and quickly left. The reason Zhao Su brought Li Kai and Xiaoyu this time was that they needed to experience training. Their situations were somewhat special. They had directly inherited everything from the Barbarian God and the Moon God, but had always been unable to fully integrate it with themselves. They remained in a semi-God King realm, and many methods had failed to help them truly break through to the God King realm. In fact, although they had inherited everything from the Barbarian God and the Moon God, which significantly boosted their internal cultivation in a short time to reach the half-step God King realm, it also limited them. They had to surpass the Barbarian God and the Moon God to truly live as themselves, achieving a realm that neither the Barbarian God nor the Moon God had reached. Only then could they perfectly integrate the essence of the Barbarian God and the Moon God into themselves, completely shedding the shadows of their original forms. Otherwise, they would only be substitutes for the Barbarian God and the Moon God throughout their lives. Boss, can you really come back? On a carriage, Xiaoyu asked Zhao Su. Among the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Xiaoyu had the best relationship with Yan. We must believe in him. He will definitely return. Moreover, I can feel that Yan's aura has not completely dissipated and the golden thread software I gave him has not been triggered, which means he hasn't encountered any life-threatening danger. It had been several months since Yan had gone alone to pursue the remnants of the Sun God in the Valley of Death in the ancient Relics Mountain, and he had not reappeared since. However, Zhao Su was confident that Yan would succeed, and when Yan returned, he would surely bring a great surprise. Before heading to Shadow Island, Zhao Su needed to go to a specific location, the place where Ain, fused with the ancient Tree of Life, was hiding in the Sunset Forest. But when Zhao Su arrived there, everything before him made his expression turn cold. He saw that the taboo he had set had been broken. The ice and fire duality had completely dried up, and most importantly, Ain had also disappeared. The place where Ain was planted had a huge, deep pit, as if Ain, fused with the ancient Tree of Life, had been uprooted. From the residual aura, it seemed that a fierce battle had taken place here. Boss, look over there. Xiaoyu shouted to Zhao Su, pointing in a direction. This shout gradually calmed Zhao Su, who was filled with anger. He took a deep breath, completely suppressing the restlessness in his heart and returning to his usual calm demeanor. Following the direction Xiaoyu pointed, he saw that a small stream had appeared not far away at some unknown time. In front of the slowly flowing stream, there was an array, which carried subtle fluctuations of space. It seemed to be a teleportation array. Zhao Su and the others, including the evil moon Li Kai, stepped forward and arrived at the teleportation array. Zhao Su formed a seal with both hands, injecting a powerful divine force into the teleportation array. With Zhao Su's divine force enhancement, the teleportation array began to rotate rapidly, and soon a spatial door appeared above the array. A terrifying aura emanated from the spatial door, which Zhao Su could clearly feel was far stronger than that of the Shura God. Boss, why do I feel a sense of danger? Should we leave here first? Li Kai reminded Zhao Su. No, you two protect me. I'll go check it out, Zhao Su replied. Boss, this is too dangerous. Let me go. The evil moon blocked Zhao Su and said, Haha, don't worry, I won't be foolish enough to take risks myself. After saying that, Zhao Su sat cross-legged, formed seals with his hands, and then condensed a divine thought around him. This divine thought eventually transformed into Zhao Su's appearance, both in looks and aura. It could be said to be exactly the same as Zhao Su. This clone did not hesitate at all and directly stepped into the spatial door. This clone possessed half of Zhao Su's combat power, but its divine thought was no weaker than Zhao Su's. In fact, the divine thought of the clone was shared with Zhao Su's main body. Therefore, everything the clone saw and experienced would be transmitted in real time to Zhao Su's mind. To Zhao Su's surprise, after passing through the spatial door, he did not see any terrifying scenes of barren land or corpses everywhere. Instead, he found himself in a blooming flower garden, with various flowers competing for beauty, and the air was filled with a faint mixed floral fragrance. It gave a feeling of the soul being sublimated. The restlessness and all negative emotions in his heart completely dissipated at that moment. Through the flower garden, there was a simple thatch cottage. In front of the cottage stood an ancient tree radiating a strong, vibrant life force, with every branch and leaf wrapped in a rich Dao rhythm. Beneath the ancient tree was a stone table, at which sat a woman in white. She was also surrounded by the Dao rhythm, making her features indistinguishable. However, her every gesture exuded a sense of calm and confidence as she was brewing tea. "Since you're here, let's have a cup of tea." The woman in white poured Zhao Su a cup of tea and then looked up at him, standing on the other side of the flower garden. Chapter 195. The perfect fusion of 3,000 avenues. Although Zhao Su was a bit hesitant, he ultimately crossed the flower garden and sat down opposite the woman in white at the stone table. Without saying anything, he picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Good tea, accompanied by flowers and grass. How nourishing it is to live like this. Zhao Su held the cup and looked around, discovering that besides the flower garden, there was also a small stream flowing gently to the north of the thatched cottage. Colorful fish swam back and forth in the clear stream. In addition to the fish in the stream, there were also some spirit beasts living on the grassy bank beside the stream. Some of these spirit beasts were ancient spirit beasts that had already disappeared in the endless years of the Douluo continent. Each one could be called a divine beast, with bloodlines so powerful that they left Zhao Su feeling incredulous. Among them were the Qilin, representing auspiciousness, and the unicorn, representing darkness, along with the terrifying rift sky demon butterfly that looked beautiful yet exuded a terrifying aura. Zhao Su counted a total of 12. Each one, if released alone, could dominate a territory and cause a bloody storm. Seeing these 12 ancient divine beasts, Zhao Su seemed to think of something and looked back at the woman in white. Nourishing? If you were to live here forever, all alone, would you still feel nourished? Which ancestor? It seems what Zhao Ru said is correct. You are very clever. The witch ancestor did not deny her identity, but readily admitted it. Once the witch ancestor acknowledged her identity, the Dao rhythm enveloping her began to dissipate, revealing her true appearance. However, when Zhao Su saw the witch ancestor's face, a hint of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He thought of many possibilities, but never imagined that the witch ancestor was actually Chang Feng. Is all this part of your and Di Tian's conspiracy? The extermination war back then and the subsequent ancient destruction war were both your schemes? That's right. I and the Dao ancestor represent the 3,000 avenues. Although we can suppress each other, we can never truly kill one another. Then what is the purpose of your actions? Of course, to force the Dao ancestor to sever the 3,000 avenues. Only then can someone surpass the heavenly Dao and completely kill the Dao ancestor. Aren't you afraid that the one who surpasses the heavenly Dao will kill you too? What do I have to fear? This is also part of my plan. Only if I and the Dao ancestor die together can it be considered a true end. When the witch ancestor said this, she was very calm. There was no trace of fear of death on her face. It was as if, when she spoke of death, she was not referring to herself, but to a stranger completely unrelated to her. You are all mad. When you've lived for endless years, you too will become a madman. At this point, the witch ancestor's emotions finally showed some change. Everyone thinks that longevity is a blessing, but for me, longevity is actually a curse. Watching those around you dissipate in the long river of time while you must live on alone. Reaching the Emperor realm means you won't die, right? Haha, you are mistaken. Even those in the Origin realm will die. Only by surpassing the Origin realm can one avoid death. Although the Emperor realm and the Origin realm possess endless lifespan, there will eventually come a day when it reaches its end. What realm is above the Origin realm? Nothingness. When the witch ancestor said this, she looked in a certain direction, as if she wanted to see through this universe and understand the essence of the universe's rules. Nothingness? That's right. Everything is nothingness, not under anyone's control. Are you the subject? Or is Cheng Feng the subject? Or are you both actually the same person? We're the same person, yet not the same person. I am Cheng Feng, but Cheng Feng is not me. After the witch ancestor finished speaking, she said no more. The following long period of time was spent letting Zhao Su drink tea. Once the cup of tea was finished, it would automatically refill, endlessly and ceaselessly. Not knowing how long he had been drinking, Zhao Su remained in a repetitive action. He picked up the teacup, drank the tea, set it down, and it would automatically refill, and then he would pick it up again. It was as if this action had become eternal in this world. Nothingness. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Su finally stopped his actions and muttered a sentence. A flicker of realization passed through his eyes. He then looked down again at the teacup on the stone table, watching the faint tea fragrance wafting from the tea water. He was lost in thought. Was that nothingness another cycle? The witch ancestor sat there, quietly observing Zhao Su, and upon hearing his words, the smile in her eyes grew even stronger. So, there is no such thing as true longevity. There is only one cycle after another, one rebirth after another. But after reincarnation, is that still the original self? As Zhao Su spoke, the divine power and divine thought within him began to grow wildly. The Tao rhythm on Zhao Su's body grew stronger and eventually became substantial, enveloping him. Not only did Zhao Su, who was sitting opposite the witch ancestor, undergo a transformation, but outside the spatial door, Zhao Su's true self also experienced changes. This powerful Tao rhythm caused both Li Kai and Xieyu to gain enlightenment, and they unconsciously sat cross-legged beside Zhao Su, shrouded by the Tao rhythm emanating from him. The moment Zhao Su opened his eyes, they seemed to represent the transformation of heaven and earth, with time flowing like a shuttle. One, I was filled with the aura of destruction, depicting endless wars where generations perished, only for new generations to be reborn. The other, I radiated immense vitality, free from war and death, yet every individual appeared as a walking corpse, devoid of interest in life. With a sigh from Zhao Su, the two completely opposite auras began to merge, seemingly completing an incomplete world. After war comes peace, and after peace comes war. One can witness the brutality of war and the prosperity of a flourishing era. It seems you have understood what a truly perfect world is like. Once the strange phenomena in Zhao Su's eyes completely faded, the witch ancestor's voice rang in Zhao Su's ears. Zhao Su took a step forward, passing through the spatial door and returning before the witch ancestor once again. This time, however, it was not a clone, but his complete self. At this moment, Zhao Su's realm had reached the emperor level, even surpassing it, achieving the strength to battle the Tao ancestor and witch ancestor. You truly are a prodigy. I didn't expect you to comprehend the 3,000 Tao in such a short time, the witch ancestor said, standing for the first time upon seeing Zhao Su, a smile on his face. I want to know, who is my mother, you or Cheng Feng? At this moment, Zhao Su showed no fluctuation of divine power, and the Tao rhythm had been concealed within him. He stood there as if completely merged with heaven and earth. Even the witch ancestor, who had reached the origin realm of the divine soul, could not detect Zhao Su. Chapter 196, Heading to Sea God Island. Meeting ancient revival, is this matter still important now? Of course it is important. I said I am Cheng Feng, but Cheng Feng is not me. The witch ancestor did not give a clear answer to Zhao Su, but Zhao Su had already understood. In the earlier enlightenment, the 3,000 Tao were all within him, and everything that had happened in ancient times had replayed in his mind. During the chaos period, before the Tao ancestor and witch ancestor were born in the depths of the universe, there was actually another person, Detian. The witch ancestor and Tao ancestor were the divine soul and demonic soul of Detian, respectively. It can also be said that Detian created the Tao ancestor and witch ancestor in search of a void realm above the origin realm. However, after this process, the Tao ancestor and witch ancestor developed their own new souls and no longer wished to be puppets of Detian, nor did they want to be thoughtless vessels merely supplementing the 3,000 Tao. Thus, the witch ancestor split off a completely independent soul, which was Cheng Feng, and the Tao ancestor also split off a completely independent soul, which was Zhao Ru. Therefore, neither Zhao Ru nor Cheng Feng had any relationship with Detian. The only person Zhao Su and his companions had to confront was Detian. Cheng Feng represented Yin, Zhao Ru represented Yang. So their offspring could be said to be born as the perfect fusion of Yin and Yang, embodying the 3,000 Tao. This is also why their children were all prodigies. The Detian that Bai Bai Dong encountered on the Sun and Moon continent was not the so-called remnant soul of Detian. Detian did speak a truth. He had also split off a completely independent soul, but it was not Zhao Ru, but rather Shang Shi. Whether representing the witch ancestors' Zhan Tian lineage or the Dao ancestors' Xiao Luo Shen lineage, everything done was not to mold Zhao Su into a weapon of their lineage, but to make Zhao Su, the god of destruction, the foundation, merging the divine and demonic souls of Shang Shi to truly achieve a perfect Dao body. Although the Dao ancestor and witch ancestor represented the fundamental yin and yang of the universe's operation, the yin and yang, while completing the 3,000 Dao, were not perfect. They knew they could never be Detian's match, so they had to create a perfect Dao body. This person was Zhao Su. Understand. Zhao Su did not continue speaking to the witch ancestor, but simply said this and did not linger any longer. He turned and stepped out, crossing the spatial door. As Zhao Su crossed through the spatial door, it began to collapse rapidly. The witch ancestor looked up, sensing a powerful aura gathering. "Oof, you finally can't hold back?" The witch ancestor snorted coldly, watching the dark clouds quickly gather in the sky, his face showing no fear, even revealing a slight smile. He stepped into the flower grove. Boom! When the witch ancestor stepped into the flower grove, a long sword descended from the sky, and its terrifying sword intent instantly destroyed the entire flower grove. "Since you have come, why hide?" The witch ancestor continued to stroll leisurely, and the destroyed flower grove bloomed again. Countless points of light gathered around the witch ancestor. "You have hidden for countless years just to create a person who perfectly fuses the 3,000 Dao to deal with me." The long sword stuck in the ground split apart, revealing a tall figure not far from the witch ancestor. Dressed in a black robe, the figure bore some resemblance to Zhao Su but exuded an even more domineering aura. There was no restraint, only an ostentatious dominance. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" "Haha. Afraid?" Detian seemed to hear a joke and laughed loudly. "Don't forget, not just you and the Dao ancestor. This entire world was created by me. Do you think that a person created by you can make me afraid? If you're not afraid, then why come here?" A single sentence from the witch ancestor caused Detian's eyes to turn cold. "Fine, I originally wanted to give you a chance, but now I see there's no need. I can create this world, and I can destroy it as well. It's just a matter of starting over." Although Detian said this, he did not attack again and transformed back into a long sword, shooting away into the void. Detian's visit could be said to be a declaration of war against the witch ancestor, or perhaps a provocation. In the sunset forest, Zhao Su stood before the now-vanished spatial door, seemingly sensing Detian's aura. With a hint of worry in his eyes, he softly said, "The true final battle is about to arrive." Li Kai and Xie Yu only opened their eyes late into the night after awakening from their enlightenment. Through the Dao rhythm emanating from Zhao Su, they had truly reached the peak of a certain Dao. Li Kai had completely freed himself from the shadow of the ancient barbarian god, fully overcoming the drawbacks left by it. Xie Yu had also completely merged with the moon. One could say he was now the moon itself. Zhao Su then searched the entire sunset forest, but still could not find any trace of a yin, not even a single remnant. Zhao Su asked the witch ancestor, but the witch ancestor simply replied, "Everything is destined. Perhaps even the final battle is destined." After saying this, the witch ancestor gave Zhao Su a meaningful look, one filled with a hint of regret and helplessness. Zhao Su saw something in their eyes, but didn't care. He knew he was invincible and would undoubtedly become the ultimate victor. "Boss, should we go directly to Shadow Island?" On a large ship at sea, Zhao Su stood on the deck, looking towards the direction of Shadow Island. Li Kai leaned closer and asked, "No, let's go to Sea God Island first." "Okay." Li Kai nodded, didn't ask further, and turned to head to the ship's cockpit. When the ship was less than 20 miles from Sea God Island, many corpses of sea soul beasts began to appear on the surface of the sea, alongside human corpses. Blood flowed into the ocean, creating a red hue across the water under the sunlight, shimmering with an eerie glow. The closer they got to Sea God Island, the more corpses there were, until eventually, the entire surface of the sea was completely covered with them. As the ship sailed, it had to clear away the bodies. "Ha ha ha, I have my wine, carefree in the world." At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed, followed by the sounds of fighting. Ancient Fu, standing on the deck, Zhao Su looked towards the direction of the fighting sounds and saw Ancient Fu, tattered and bearded, with disheveled hair, being besieged. At this moment, Ancient Fu was a stark contrast to his previous self, who had been somewhat shy and gentle. It was as if he had completely transformed into another person. Although Ancient Fu now looked like a beggar, he exuded an air of nonchalance and an invincible aura. And this invincible aura was not a DefeatsDai, it was genuine. Chapter 197. The Lineage of Tianjin, Poseidon. The ones surrounding ancient Fu were from the Buddhist and Taoist sects. But the leaders were not the brothers Huai Rong and Li Yuran. Brother Ancient, long time no see, how have you been? Zhao Su's voice, infused with immense divine power, was clear to everyone around. The disciples from the Buddhist and Taoist sects were startled and quickly retreated. Brother Zhao, I'm doing quite well now. I finally understand what true invincibility is. Upon seeing Zhao Su, Ancient Fu's smile grew wider, despite his disheveled appearance. His eyes told Zhao Su that he was no longer in a state of madness. Smack! Ancient Fu pulled out a jar of wine from the soul guide on his wrist and tossed it to Zhao Su. This jar of wine is on me. Zhao Su easily caught the jar. He didn't hesitate, popped the seal, and said, Then I'll offer this flower to Buddha and congratulate Brother Ancient on living out your true self. With that, he took big gulps. Ha ha! Brother Zhao, you're straightforward. Ancient Fu also began to drink heartily, exclaiming loudly, All 3,000 paths converge upon me. As Ancient Fu spoke, he tossed the jar of wine aside and formed hand seals, causing a divine compass of the strange gates to appear above his head. With his voice, a new realm containing the complete 3,000 paths began to coalesce on the divine compass. In an instant, Ancient Fu's aura surged dramatically. He casually reached out a large hand and struck at the disciples from the Buddhist and Taoist sects besieging him. Boom! With just one strike, he turned those disciples into dust, leaving not a trace behind. After clearing the area, the divine compass returned to Ancient Fu's body, reverting him to the disheveled beggar appearance. His originally deep and bright eyes now appeared dazed, as if he hadn't sobered up. He leaped onto the ship's deck, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Su. It seems you've not only lived out your true self, but also your own path? Zhao Su took a few more sips of wine and asked Ancient Fu. It's just a wedding dress for others. Ancient Fu casually sat on the deck, raised a jar of wine, and took several large gulps. Although he wore a carefree smile, Zhao Su could see a sense of helplessness in his eyes. Although Zhao Su was still uncertain about many things, he had started to form his own answers in his heart. He didn't say anything more and just drank with Ancient Fu. The ship continued its journey, and soon they arrived at Sea God Island, which had turned into a battlefield. There were severed limbs everywhere, and the sounds of battle filled the air. Apart from the Sea God Temple, where the High Priest Poseidon resided, blood flowed throughout the entire Sea God Island. Despite this, many divine realm powerhouses were using all their might to attack the protective barrier of the Sea God Temple, trying to breach it. Are you really going to just endure like this without retaliating? On the peak where the Sea God Temple stood, Poseidon, tall and holding a staff, looked at the attackers with a calm expression, showing no anger or any other emotion. Tang San appeared behind Poseidon, puzzled, and asked, Why not fight back? We won't endure forever. When that person arrives, it will be our time to retaliate. That person? When Tang San heard Poseidon mention that person, a figure appeared in his mind. You mean Zhao Su? Perhaps, I'm not sure. Poseidon's face showed a hint of doubt for the first time, continuing. It could also be anyone else. What do you mean? Do you see the flag raised above the Sea God Temple? Poseidon turned and pointed with his staff at the white 5-pointed star flag at the center of the Sea God Temple. Isn't that the Sea God's flag? You're mistaken. That has nothing to do with the Sea God. It's the totem of the Tianjin lineage. As long as we wait for that person to arrive, that flag will turn red. Then you're no longer the Sea God's heir? Why do you still have the Sea God martial soul? Martial souls can change, or rather, after reaching the Imperial realm, martial souls lose much of their significance. Under Poseidon's explanation, Tang San nodded, as if he understood something but still had many questions. However, before he could ask again, the white 5-pointed star flag began to change color, ultimately turning red, with the star pattern radiating a powerful aura. It's here. Seeing this, Poseidon smiled, and the 7 elders of the holy pillars, who had been in seclusion within the Sea God Temple, also emerged behind Poseidon. Without hesitation, Poseidon opened the protective shield surrounding the Sea God Temple. Suddenly, hundreds of people rushed into the temple's vicinity. But what awaited them was not fortune, but death. The 7 holy pillar elders attacked simultaneously, striking down those who had entered the Sea God Temple. The holy pillar elders had already reached the divine realm. And after the red 5-pointed star appeared, the powerful aura caused their divine power and divine consciousness to rapidly enhance. Clearly, like Poseidon, they harbored forbidden powers within them. When the red 5-pointed star appeared, it was when their internal prohibitions were lifted. The most noticeable change was Poseidon. The originally sky blue dress she wore turned red, and her blue hair became black. The sea god martial soul behind her began to dissipate, merging into her body. Immediately, a massive phantom coalesced behind her, revealing only a pair of eyes, one white and one black, each exuding strands of Dao rhythm. Meow! A cat's cry rang out, and the phantom gradually became real, transforming into a gigantic dragon cat that was 10 meters long. It leaped forward, its sharp claws tearing through enemies one by one, leaving only a few hundred remaining. Meow! The dragon cat did not completely annihilate them, but left behind those powerful beings for the 7 great pillar elders. It quickly shrank in size and jumped onto Poseidon's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its small head against Poseidon's cheek to express its longing. Good boy. Poseidon gently patted the little cat's head. Unexpectedly, the high priest of Sea God Island, known as the Sea God Douluo, turned out to be a member of the Zhun Tian lineage. At that moment, Zhao Su had already ascended to the Sea God Hall. Zhao Su looked at the dragon cat martial soul on Poseidon's shoulder, which was the same as his own, and instantly realized Poseidon's identity. Chapter 198. The universe has an end. Chaos is boundless. This was somewhat beyond Zhao Su's expectations. Although he had thought Poseidon was not as simple as she appeared, he had never imagined that she was the never-before-seen third young lady of the Zhun Tian lineage, who was also the twin sister born alongside Zhao Su. The dragon cat belonged to the 10 great divine beasts and was the guardian beast of the Zhao family in the Zhun Tian lineage. During the battle with the upper echelon back then, the pregnant dragon cat was severely injured, giving birth to the last 2 dragon cats at the cost of its life. To ensure the survival of the dragon cat's offspring, Zhao Ru fused the souls of these 2 dragon cat cubs with the twins in Changfeng's womb. This was how the dragon cat became the martial soul of Zhao Su and Poseidon. This was also why their martial souls could exist independently. Should I call you fourth brother or enemy? Poseidon asked Zhao Su with a smile. It's better to be enemies. After all, I don't belong to your Zhun Tian lineage. Zhao Su replied. Is that so? Isn't it? Poseidon countered. Since you say that, then I need not hold back. As soon as Poseidon's words fell, she vanished and reappeared right in front of Zhao Su, her staff transforming into a spear aimed at Zhao Su's neck. Zhao Su stood there without any reaction, completely disregarding Poseidon's attack. Sister, you are too weak now. You should wait until the final battle when your Zhun Tian lineage fights together. As Zhao Su spoke, he became ethereal, and it was only at that moment that Poseidon realized that the Zhao Su before her was not his true self, but merely a clone. Have you grown this strong already? Poseidon looked at the gradually disappearing Zhao Su, her eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction. Everything they had done was to help Zhao Su truly grow. Seeing Zhao Su's invincible path had become unstoppable, she naturally felt a sense of comfort, and the smile in her eyes grew more pronounced. Aren't you a descendant of the sea god? During the conversation between Poseidon and Zhao Su, Tang San had also gained some clarity. Seeing Zhao Su leave, he then asked Poseidon, the sea god is nothing but an ant to me. The reason I guard Sea God Island as a descendant of the sea god is merely to protect something. What is it? The heart of the universe. Poseidon said, looking at the red flag emblazoned with a pentagram. I believe these people have come for the heart of the universe. What is the heart of the universe? When the time comes, you will naturally know, Poseidon replied, then looked at Tang San. Is your great freedom source technique taught to you by Zhao Su? You already knew when you saw me this time? Yes, but the great freedom source technique he taught you is not complete. Are you willing to join my Zhun Tian lineage? Poseidon's expression became serious as she asked Tang San. Upon hearing Poseidon's words, Tang San showed a hint of hesitation, but ultimately chose to join the Zhun Tian lineage. This time, Tang San's decision to join was not for immortality, but for Poseidon, to make up for nearly 100 years of regret. I am willing, as long as I can be by your side. I will do anything. Tang San looked at Poseidon with eyes full of love. Seeing the affection in Tang San's eyes, Poseidon couldn't help but smile. She then formed a seal with both hands, and a pentagram pattern appeared before her, sending it to Tang San. When the pentagram pattern entered Tang San's body, he immediately felt a powerful Dao rhythm emerge within him. This rhythm then activated the Great Freedom Source technique, which began to operate on its own, completely perfecting itself with the infusion of the Dao rhythm. Outside the Sea God Hall, Zhao Su stood on the deck of the ship, gazing towards the Sea God Hall, revealing a somewhat profound smile. Change course. We are heading to Shadow Island. Zhao Su turned and entered the ship, calling out to Li Kai and Xiaoyu. The heavenly chessboard has already taken shape. Now we are just waiting for the final battle. Ancient Fu approached Zhao Su with a jar of wine. Did you already foresee the outcome? So what if I did? It cannot be changed. Not even the complete 3,000 Daos condensed into the heavenly Dao can change it. Does that mean there are even more terrifying realms beyond the void? Perhaps you are right. Ancient Fu did not answer Zhao Su's question, but took a big gulp from the wine jar, his eyes somewhat dazed, lost in thought. It is well known that in this chaos, there is not only the Douluo universe. The Blue Star universe where Zhao Su resides is a completely new world independent of the Douluo universe. Is there a stronger realm above the heavenly Dao that controls a universe? And is there a broader world beyond the chaotic Dao that governs all cosmic heavenly Daos? In the eyes of those who have lived as long as the heavens, is the void also merely an ant? These can be considered an unsolved mystery. The universe has an end. Chaos is boundless. Perhaps the end you strive for is just the beginning for others. The ship sailed swiftly, and in less than a day, Zhao Su and his companions arrived at Shadow Island. From a distance, the entire Shadow Island was enveloped in a powerful Dao rhythm, while countless people continued to battle around it. Blood flowed into the sea, and the mixed bloodied seawater flowed towards Shadow Island. The island did not appear large from the outside, even less than half the size of Sea God Island. Brother Zhao, once we step onto Shadow Island, our next meeting may be a farewell. After arriving at Shadow Island, Ancient Fu made an unprecedented effort to tidy himself up. Dressed in black, he had shaven his face clean, and his handsome features bore a hint of melancholy, his clothes billowing in the sea breeze. I hope by then we are not enemies. Zhao Su took the wine jar from Ancient Fu, took a big gulp, and then spoke to him. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Take care, Brother Zhao. Ancient Funa revealed a broad smile on his melancholic face, clasped his fists towards Zhao Su, and then without any hesitation, leaped towards Shadow Island. The people fighting around Shadow Island, upon seeing someone once again charging towards it, abandoned their battles and followed in Ancient Funa's footsteps, rushing towards the island. Most of these individuals were not local forces from the Douluo continent and did not even know which continent they had been transported from. It seemed that everyone had set their sights on Shadow Island, including several super strong beings who had already reached the Divine King realm. Before the rules of heaven and earth changed, there were only 5 divine kings in the divine realm. It was unexpected that within just a few months, so many divine kings had appeared. Perhaps these individuals had merely been lying in wait, waiting for the final opportunity. Is this truly the last moment? Zhao Su, looking towards Shadow Island, furrowed his brows and murmured softly. Chapter 199. The result is the same, but the victor is different. Is the so-called final moment a new beginning? Zhao Su couldn't comprehend this, which was also the reason he couldn't truly surpass the Emperor realm and reach the Origin realm. Boss, someone is coming, Xiaoyu said softly to Zhao Su, glancing at a ship approaching quickly in the distance. Only then did Zhao Su take a deep breath, temporarily suppressing his thoughts as he looked towards the ship flying the angelic flag. On the deck of the angelic ship stood 2 people, Qian Renxue and Qian Douluo. From the aura emanating from Qian Renxue, Zhao Su could sense that she had also reached the Emperor realm. She unconsciously radiated a sense of divinity, purifying the battlefield that was originally filled with severed limbs and a stench of blood. Zhao Su, do you agree with what I said? Qian Renxue asked Zhao Su directly upon seeing him. What can we possibly collaborate on? Of course there is. I can help you become the true heavenly path and master the heavenly path of all beings. Qian Renxue spoke very directly, without any concealment, unafraid of heavenly retribution as she stated her intentions outright. Do you have that ability? How would you know if you don't try? Forget it. I still want to live a few more days. Zhao Su replied, and then maneuvered the ship away, having received an address from Ancient Funa before he left. The missing Ain was very likely at that location. Moreover, Ancient Funa had earnestly told Zhao Su that to achieve true victory in the end, Ain must be found, because at this time, Ain had merged with the ancient tree of life, and only she was the root of all things growing in the new world. Otherwise, if everything perished, it could no longer be called a new world. Zhao Su, don't you want to know where Ain is? Did you take Ain away? It wasn't me who took Ain. She willingly came with me, Qian Renxue said, and her entire demeanor began to change significantly, as if she had completely transformed into another person. Zhao Su was quite familiar with this person. It was the male disguise Qian Renxue had worn when she impersonated Xue Qinghe. Even her aura had completely changed. Looking at Qian Renxue, dressed in white and holding a folding fan, Zhao Su seemed to understand something. It seems you were born in the wrong gender from the start. This appearance is much more pleasing than your original self. Could it be that this is my true form? Qian Rinxue, unfazed by Zhao Su's mockery, laughed. The god of angels is originally androgynous, able to conquer the world and purify evil. All right, since that's the case, let's proceed as you say. We will cooperate. Now it's not me seeking you, but you have no other choice. Qian Rinxue stepped forward and appeared in front of Zhao Su, extending her hand to him, a confident smile on her face. Zhao Su's expression remained unchanged. He mechanically extended his hand in response. This was their agreement. I want to know what we can do next. Do nothing. Where's Ain now? There's no Ain anymore. When you merged her with the ancient tree of life, it was destined that Ain would no longer exist. Do you really think your scheme can succeed? Zhao Su es norte dismissibly. Zhao Su understood that Qian Rinxue's strategy was for what purpose, although he still couldn't comprehend why Qian Rinxue wanted to ally with him. He was clear, however, that there would be no true collaboration between them, only a coalition of interests. When a final battle came, they would ultimately be enemies. As the saying goes, whether it can be realized, one must try to know. Where do we go now? To the Sea God Temple. At this moment, both Qian Rinxue's group and Zhao Su's group had gathered on a ship, and the crew was now comprised of members from the Angel sect. Although the two sides had allied, they still remained wary of each other, lacking any real trust. Since their meeting, Qian Douluo had stood coldly beside Qian Rinxue without uttering a word. From him, Zhao Su did not sense the divine aura of the angel lineage, but rather a strong killing intent, mixed with a hint of evil thought, which was in stark contrast to the sanctity of the angel lineage. Are you here for that thing hidden beneath the Sea God Temple? The ship flying the angelic flag halted in waters less than 100 meters from the Sea God Temple. Even Qian Rinxue chose not to forcefully land, but opted to observe for the time being. That's right. Whoever first masters the heart of the universe suppressed beneath the Sea God Temple will occupy the advantage in the final battle. It seemed everyone had the same thought. Regardless of the process, the end result would be the same? Not the same. In the end, only one player can remain. Perhaps you're right. Zhao Su did not argue with Qian Rinxue. After all, no matter the outcome, it was the same for him. Moreover, from the beginning, Zhao Su's layout had been different from the rest. While others aimed to become the final player, he was exactly the opposite. What he sought was only peace. To forge a brand new world, one with wars and death, yet filled with laughter and joy, a world without immortality, a world without gods. But the premise for this was to bury all gods, including himself. A total destruction, with no victors. This was the true victory of the final showdown. Inside the Sea God Temple, Tang San had completely merged with the complete Great Freedom Source Art, exuding a full aura of Tao. He had thoroughly shed all traces left by the Shura God in his body. He appeared increasingly youthful, almost the same age as Zhao Su, but his figure was taller and more perfect, standing at a towering height of 2 meters alongside the over one. Non meta tal Poseidon. They were truly a match made in heaven. Old friend has arrived. Aren't you going to meet him? Tang San looked towards a ship anchored not far from the Sea God Temple and said to Poseidon, "He may not be here to find me. Perhaps he is here to find you. After all, you defeated him in that battle years ago. I think it has always been a knot in his heart all these years. Back then, he was not my opponent. And today, he will be even less so." After Tang San finished speaking, a long sword emitting a red glow appeared before him. At this moment, the aura that originally belonged to the Shura God had long been extinguished, leaving only a terrifying killing intent, closely connected to Tang San's own aura. This long sword could be said to have become Tang San's second martial soul, not inferior to his primary martial soul, the Haotian Hammer. Chapter 200. In this life, the next life, and for eternity, I do not wish to know you again. The long sword trembled lightly, and then quickly flew out, slashing towards Qian Douluo, who was standing on the deck of the ship. Here it comes. Qian Douluo, whose expression had always been cold and who had not spoken a word, felt that powerful killing intent, and for the first time, a smile appeared on his cold face. Similarly, a long sword appeared before him. The aura emanating from the long sword was completely the opposite of his own. The long sword radiated a golden light, exuding a sense of divinity. At the same time, a domain appeared, making everything around it sacred. Within this domain, all killing intent and evil auras were completely weakened. Brother Qian, it's been many years, and you still have such charm. Tang San was not surprised that Qian Douluo easily blocked his killing move. On the contrary, if Qian Douluo had been easily defeated, it would have surprised Tang San, even disappointed him. You've hidden in the city of slaughter for so many years. while I have never dared to step out of the Douluo palace. Now we can finally have a good fight. Back then, you were not my opponent, and now you'll be even less so. For the sake of our brotherhood back then, I advise you not to participate in this final battle. Tang San, back then I lost to you because my angelic divine power could not be fully unleashed. Today, I will have no limitations. What will you use to fight me? Douluo said, and his entire being went completely mad. Even the angelic sacred domain that dispelled evil began to transform into a dark, destructive aura. Layer upon layer of black armor covered his entire body, and the angelic sacred sword became a sword of death. Dark law, the heavens and earth will collapse. Douluo held the sword in one hand and formed seals with the other, a terrifying dark aura quickly spreading, causing his entire body to grow rapidly. Since it's come to this, I can only let you understand what true law is. 3,000 great ways, how in true body, annihilate all things. Tang San also formed seals with both hands, and as a pentagram pattern appeared, a Haotian hammer covered in eerie patterns appeared, held tightly in his hands. And then he struck towards Douluo's law body, shrouded in darkness. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce sound of collisions echoed as the Haotian hammer clashed with the dark sacred sword. The terrifying shockwaves spread out, instilling fear in everyone fighting on the sea. But at this moment, the more fear there was, the stronger the aura became, and they grew more excited, disregarding their lives as they rushed towards the fierce battle. In the deep-sea magic whale domain, nearly 1,000,000 years old, after the changes in the laws of heaven and earth, the deep-sea magic whale king, having completed the transformation into the 9 dragons, led its clan towards Sea God Island. Dozens of deep-sea magic whales, exceeding 10,000 years in size, began their hunt under the leadership of the magic whale king. Sensing the aura of the deep-sea magic whale king, the magic soul great white shark, originally gathered near Sea God Island, also surfaced. The deep-sea magic whale and the magic soul great white shark had always been mortal enemies. It was precisely because of the existence of the magic soul great white shark king that the deep-sea magic whale king dared not approach Sea God Island easily. However, in terms of true strength, the deep-sea magic whale king was still stronger than the magic soul great white shark. At this moment, the deep-sea magic whale king had completed its 9th transformation into a dragon, although it had not chosen to take on a human form. This allowed the deep-sea magic whale king to become the absolute ruler of the sea. Even the sea god, who could also control the waters, might not truly be the deep-sea magic whale king's opponent. At the same time, the dark aura emanating from Douluo made the deep-sea magic whale king feel a very familiar aura. Therefore, it rushed towards Sea God Island without hesitation, devouring everything in its path, whether human or sea soul beast. In an instant, the entire sea surface was thrown into chaos once more. The magic soul great white shark, under the leadership of its king, Little White, engaged in battle with the deep-sea magic whale group. For a moment, the entire sea boiled over. Are you just going to watch and not make a move? The most relaxed at this moment were Zhao Su and Qianrenxue, especially Zhao Su. Leaning leisurely against the deck, holding a jar of wine in his right hand, he took a big swig and, with a look of amusement, asked Qianrenxue. Hearing Zhao Su's words, Qianrenxue also sat down on the deck but did not respond. Instead, she focused on the jar of wine in Zhao Su's hand. Is this good to drink? One drink can relieve 1,000 sorrows, but unfortunately, in this imperial realm, even getting drunk has become a luxury. Zhao Su pulled out another jar of wine from his storage soul guide and handed it to Qianrenxue. Once a person reaches the imperial realm, although still in human form, they can no longer truly be called human. There are no impurities left within them. Completely filled with the aura of the Great Path, they constantly merge with the primal forces of heaven and earth, expelling impurities from their bodies, making themselves increasingly solid. At the same time, even the soul is constantly being tempered, becoming invulnerable to all poisons. The weak effect of alcohol can be said to have no real impact, only serving to satisfy a craving. To this day, Zhao Su still could not figure out how the ancient revival could get drunk every day. Qianrenxue looked at the jar of wine Zhao Su handed over, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not refuse, instead accepting the jar. She did not drink as freely as Zhao Su, but took a small sip. Upon entering her mouth, the spicy taste immediately made Qianrenxue frown. However, she still forced herself to swallow it down. Instantly, a warm current spread in her abdomen, gradually easing her tightly knit brows. The spiciness and the warmth spreading in her abdomen made Qianrenxue involuntarily recall the past. Afterward, she took a few more big gulps. A slight flush appeared on her perfect face due to the alcohol, making her even more enchanting under the moonlight. Do you really not remember me at all? Qian Renshue stood up, leaning against the railing of the deck, and looked at Zhao Su, softly asking, "What more do you want me to remember?" Zhao Su laughed. "Ha!" Qian Renshue took a few more sips, a hint of bitterness showing on her flushed cheeks. "You remember everyone and everything, yet you alone have forgotten me." Hearing Qian Renshue's words, a series of images flashed quickly in Zhao Su's mind. There was a scene on a mountain peak where he drank with several people. At the same time, there was a battlefield where he sat cross-legged on the ground, covered in blood, surrounded by corpses, cradling a woman who was on the verge of death in his arms. The woman, using her last bit of strength, reached out to touch Zhao Su's cheek. On her pale face, a hint of expectation showed as she asked Zhao Su, "Do you hate me?" "I don't hate you," Zhao Su replied softly as he sat there. "I know you hate me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have lost everything. If it weren't for me, your parents and sister wouldn't have died. If it weren't for me, you would still be that carefree fourth young master of the Zhao family. Yes, if it weren't for you, I would have experienced what pain and helplessness truly are. But I don't hate you. I just wish I had never met you. Not in this life, the next. Or for eternity." As Zhao Su's last words fell, he slowly closed his eyes, and the aura around him began to fade rapidly. Chapter 201. That Last Memory. Feeling Zhao Su's aura dissipate, the woman in his arms, who looked just like Qian Renshue, revealed a hint of a relieved smile. "I hope I can fulfill your wish," the woman said as a tear rolled down her cheek, leaning against Zhao Su's embrace, and slowly closed her eyes, merging with Zhao Su's fading aura. She then flew upwards, ultimately disappearing without a trace. Leaning against the deck, Zhao Su shivered involuntarily, and his consciousness returned to reality. When he looked at Qian Renshue again, a complex emotion appeared in his eyes. You can never truly comprehend the 3,000 paths and merge them into a new path. Perhaps it's because of that memory you are unwilling to recall. Qian Renshue seemed to have developed a fondness for the taste of alcohol, taking another few sips as she spoke. This time, Zhao Su remained silent, but a strong sense of unease surged within him. This emotion lingered in his heart, unable to dissipate for a long time. At this moment, the battle between Douluo and Tang Chun was nearing its end, and ultimately, Douluo was defeated by Tang Chun, just as he had years ago. "You have always been thinking about how to defeat me, but this has created a tremendous mental barrier within you, so you can never be my opponent." Tang Chun stood there with the Haotian hammer hovering behind him, perfectly merging with his invincible and domineering aura. He felt increasingly powerful. "Impossible. Why? Despite my relentless training and comprehension, can I never defeat you? I told you, if you cannot overcome this hurdle in your heart, you will never be able to defeat me." After Tang Chun finished speaking, he ignored Douluo and turned to look at Qian Renshue and Zhao Su, but he said nothing more, turning to step away and return to the Sea God Palace. Roar! Just as the battle between Tang Chun and Douluo ended, the powerful pressure dissipated, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. A roar suddenly tensed everyone's nerves again. Countless waves rose from the nearby sea, mixed with blood. Numerous enormous deep-sea demon whales and soul-devouring great white sharks occasionally surfaced. Especially the battle between the 100-meter-long giant deep-sea demon whale king and the soul-devouring great white shark king, which created pressure no less than that between Douluo and Tang Chun, and perhaps even stronger. Demon technique, Demon Lord descends. The deep-sea demon whale king spoke human language, and as the incantation echoed, a terrifying great demon appeared on the sea surface. Trivial skills, the soul-devouring great white shark also spoke human language, invoking the path of 3,000, world-destroying divine palm. From the magical techniques displayed by the soul-devouring great white shark king, it was clear that it belonged to the Zhun Tian lineage, just like Zhao Mei's spirit pet, the Basya dragon turtle. As the emblematic pentagram pattern of the Zhun Tian lineage lit up, a gigantic hand appeared, slapping towards the demon lord's physical form summoned by the deep-sea demon whale king. Poof! The demon lord's physical form quickly faltered under the world-destroying divine palm, retreating rapidly and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The entire physical form dimmed. The deep-sea demon whale king did not relent, forming seals once again, causing its massive body to rapidly shrink until it merged into the demon lord's physical form, making the light emitted by the demon lord's physical form even more intense. Although the deep-sea demon whale king merged into the demon lord's physical form, that form began to take shape. I was empty, giving a chilling and terrifying feeling, while the other irradiated overwhelming evil intent. Demon Technique. True body of the Demon Lord, thunders heaven's call. The Demon Lord's physical form formed seals again, and dark clouds gathered in the sky as bolts of lightning began to take shape. The lightning entered the body, forming a long spear made of lightning that radiated thunderous power, piercing towards the soul-devouring great white shark. The soul-devouring great white shark king, Mubai, still used the world-destroying divine palm, manifesting a gigantic hand that contained all its divine power, attempting to block the incoming thunder spear. Boom! The powerful thunderous force shattered the world-destroying divine palm without losing any power, continuing to stab towards Little Bai. Just as the thunder spear was about to pierce through Little Bai's head, a figure suddenly appeared on Little Bai's back, raising a staff to block the thunder spear. The Demon Lord's physical form, merged with the deep-sea demon whale king, retreated rapidly upon seeing the figure appear, creating distance between them. This showed the deep-sea demon whale king's wariness towards this person. Sister She, upon seeing Poseidon, Little Bai transformed into human form, appearing to be of similar height to Poseidon, both standing at nearly 2 meters tall. Her gray-blue hair flowed down her back, and her eyes were also gray-blue, with fair skin and a high nose. She exuded an exotic charm that was quite beautiful. Will you retreat now, or do you wish to die? Poseidon simply stood there quietly, with no fluctuations of divine power. But her mere presence overwhelmed everyone. Even Qianren appeared weaker before Poseidon. It must be said that the bloodline of the Zhun Tian lineage is truly extraordinary and should not be judged by ordinary standards. The deep-sea demon whale king looked at Poseidon, and strange flames ignited in its hollow eye sockets. It stared at Poseidon without speaking or retreating. It seems you want to fight me? How can you know if you don't try? The flames in the deep-sea demon whale king's eye sockets became increasingly intense, eventually enveloping its entire body, transforming it into a being made of fire. Demon Technique. Heaven and earth share longevity. With the deep-sea demon whale king's voice, the demon fire formed a character for demon. Finally, it turned into a massive refining furnace that radiated powerful demonic energy, shrouding Poseidon. 7 absolutes. The 7th absolute, destruction. As Poseidon was enveloped by the refining furnace, a clear voice echoed, "Dong, dong, dong." At the same time, a series of violent banging sounds came from within the refining furnace. Soon, a crack appeared on the refining furnace, and a massive axe emerged. Under the continuous assault of the giant axe, the refining furnace was completely shattered. Poseidon calmly walked out from within. "Now, even if you want to leave, you cannot. Use your strongest strike, otherwise you'll have no chance." Poseidon walked towards the deep-sea demon whale king step by step, yet she did not make a move. "Do you really think you are invincible? This is enough to deal with you. All right, since I cannot survive this calamity, I will completely disrupt your plans and make all your efforts in vain." "Just you?" Poseidon looked at the deep-sea demon whale king with disdain on her face. Yet she still did not make a move, seemingly deliberately guiding the deep-sea demon whale king to act. Chapter 202. Great Dreams Spring and Autumn Decision, reappearing the ancient times. However, at this moment, the deep-sea demon whale king was already consumed by rage, unable to think of anything else. In its heart now, it can be said that there is only one thought, which is that even if it dies, it must cause great trouble to the Zhun Tian lineage. Demon Techniques. The might of the divine dragon. The deep-sea demon whale king's strike was not aimed at Poseidon, but at Zhao Su. In an instant, several divine dragons appeared in the dark clouds of the sky, flying toward Zhao Su. "Damn it, what does this have to do with me?" Zhao Su finally couldn't help but curse, but it was too late to say anything now. The Emperor's 7-killing sword was drawn quickly. At the same time, the divine dragon essence within him also flew out completely. It seemed that the might of the deep-sea demon whale king was not an attack technique, but merely aimed to draw out the divine dragon essence within Zhao Su, with the 3,000 ways of Tao, borrowing the law of the universe, and an invincible Dharma body. The moment the sword was drawn, Zhao Su also began to form seals, and a powerful black Dharma body appeared behind him. He reached out to grasp the Emperor's 7-killing sword and slashed at the deep-sea demon whale king. Ha! This time, the deep-sea demon whale king did not dodge or retaliate again, looking at the long sword piercing into its chest. It laughed madly. At the moment, blood gushed out. The entire world turned blood red. Only at this moment, besides Poseidon, did the others finally realize what the deep-sea demon whale king was trying to do. Sacrificing itself to the heavens and earth completely gathering the most evil aura in the world into Zhao Su's body, making Zhao Su the enemy of all, the demonic body that must be eliminated before the war begins. Demon Whale King, you really underestimate me, thinking that this can enslave my soul? Feeling the evil entering his body, Zhao Su was not flustered at all. 8 divine dragons surrounded him, blocking the evil aura from entering his body. You are inherently evil. You can't stop this. Even if you win, the new world will become an evil world, destined for destruction. The deep-sea demon whale king laughed loudly and continued. You will all eventually end up like me. The outcome is death. But don't forget, we still have our last trump card. Poseidon remained calm, looking at the deep-sea demon whale king, who was already beginning to dissipate and would soon completely merge into evil within this world. At this moment, it could be said that the deep-sea demon whale king was no longer the true deep-sea demon whale king after merging into that demon sovereign's dharma body. It had long been controlled by the so-called demon sovereign, who was the leader of one of the 4 great legions of the emperor's heavenly expedition. So this was all a contest between the Taoist ancestor and the witch ancestor lineage and the emperor's heavenly lineage, a prelude to the final battle. As long as Zhao Su was possessed by evil, what trump cards could you have left? Demon sovereign, you miscalculated. Hearing Qian Renshue's voice, the demon sovereign, who wanted to sacrifice Zhao Su to draw him into the realm of evil, couldn't help but panic. It's you are still alive, impossible. After endless years, I didn't expect you to remember me. Impossible, I watched you all die back then, completely vanish. How could you still be alive? The demon sovereign seemed to have thought of something, looking at Zhao Su, who was filled with evil, with a face full of terror. His surname is Zhao. So it's him. I have plotted for endless years, but in the end, it was all for nothing. Demon sovereign, back then, I was defeated by you. Today I will slay you to unlock the last memory deep within my soul. Zhao Su opened his eyes, his blood-red eyes radiating endless evil aura. Even the grand principles of the Tao could not conceal that wicked intent. This is not my true body. You can't slay me, haha. The demon sovereign's dharma body was about to completely dissipate, and the demon sovereign laughed wildly. Now it could be said that it completely understood that Zhao Su had sworn with his own soul as the price, partly because Qian Renshui had hurt him too deeply in that life. But more importantly, it was to deceive the demon sovereign and the emperor. With the 3,000 ways of Tao, the great dream spring and autumn decision, Zhao Su formed seals with both hands, and a red flower appeared above his head, emitting ripples of red that twisted the entire world. No, I don't want to go back to the past. I don't want to. Under the powerful grand principles of that red flower, the demon sovereign's dharma body began to condense again, fear showing in its hollow eye sockets. Master, save me. The demon sovereign shouted loudly, hoping that the emperor would intervene, not allowing Zhao Su to take him back to that chaotic ancient era. Having finally survived to now, it did not want to experience another terrifying era. Bang! With the demon sovereign's shout, a Feng Tianhua halberd tore through the sky, carrying supreme pressure, quickly approaching. It directly slashed at Zhao Su. Humph, without your true body, do you think you can stop all this with just a divine weapon? Poseidon moved at this moment, the scepter in his hand flying out and directly knocking the Feng Tianhua halberd away. It's you Zhao family again. Today I will slay you and see how you oppose me. As a very authoritative voice spoke, a crack opened in the sky, ultimately transforming into a spatial gate. From that spatial gate emerged a tall man. He appeared to be at least 2.5 meters tall. Although his build was tall, it was not robust. However, there was nothing out of place. He was very well coordinated. Go back where you came from. Zhao Su opened his eyes, his red eyes looking at the emperor's avatar, and coldly said this one sentence. The realm of laws? After Zhao Su's words, the emperor unexpectedly found that his dharma body began to disintegrate without warning, flowing back into the spatial gate behind him. As the emperor's dharma body disappeared, the spatial gate began to close rapidly. Here is an opportunity for you. Dream back to the ancient times. My memories and cultivation will be temporarily sealed. Relive an era of chaos. If you want to kill me, this is your last chance before the final battle. Zhao Su's words were unclear whether they were directed at the demon sovereign or to the emperor, who had been banished back into darkness. But now, this matter was no longer important. As the world transformed, before Zhao Su completely disappeared, he looked back at Qian Renshui. A slight smile appeared on his face, though this smile was mixed with too many indescribable emotions. Seeing the smile on Zhao Su's face, Qian Renshui couldn't help but shed tears, then slowly closed her eyes. With Zhao Su's disappearance, he began to dissipate, turning into specks of light rain. merging into the ancient time and space reshaped by the great dream spring and autumn decision. Boom! Then a tremendous energy violently exploded in the air. The sun and moon changed, and the world was reshaped. The so-called most chaotic ancient era slowly began to reappear. In the city lord's mansion of Tianyong City, a middle-aged man was anxiously pacing back and forth in the courtyard, occasionally glancing towards the tightly closed door. Chapter 203, The Chaotic Ancient Era. Big brother, could you please stop pacing and sit down for a cup of tea? Big sister won't have any issues. Another middle-aged man by the stone table in the courtyard shook his head helplessly and said to Zhao Ru, "Sai, you don't understand. This little guy is different from the previous ones." "What's different?" Zhao Ru glanced at Zhao Li and thought for a moment before coming to Zhao Li's side and whispering in his ear, "What?" Hearing Zhao Ru's words, Zhao Li's eyes widened in worry. "Big brother, you and big sister are being too reckless." "Reckless? This is our last chance." "Oof. I'm afraid it will be our downfall." "It won't be. I have observed the heavenly signs, and the ultimate victory will definitely be ours." Zhao Ru had calmed down at this moment, picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip, and wore a satisfied smile. "I hope so, big brother. She has given birth." Soon, a woman opened the door and happily shouted at Zhao Ru. 16 years later, in the same courtyard, Zhao Su, dressed in white, sat at a stone table, sipping tea while flipping through ancient texts. "Senior brother, the master wants you to go to the main hall." At that moment, a small child who looked about 5 or 6 years old ran to Zhao Su's side, panting as he spoke. "Xiao Bao, how many times have I told you to be calm and not so impulsive? Otherwise, when will you reach my level?" Zhao Su waved his hand to let Xiao Bao sit down and then poured him a cup of tea, looking like a wise master. "Senior brother, you are right. I have learned." Zhao Su nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Xiao Bao, who had climbed onto the stool. "You just said the master called for me to the main hall. What's the matter?" "The demon clan has invaded. Senior sister led people to confront them, but fell into an ambush. Their lives are now uncertain." "What? Why are you speaking while panting? Hurry up and go." Before Xiao Bao could finish, Zhao Su had already disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Xiao Bao sighed helplessly, took a sip from the teacup on the stone table, then jumped down and hurriedly chased after him. When Zhao Su and Xiao Bao arrived at the main hall, more than 10 people had already gathered there, each with stern expressions, sitting on either side. Sitting at the head was Zhao Ru, dressed in black. "Father," Zhao Su respectfully called out to Zhao Ru. Zhao Ru casually nodded, signaling Zhao Su to sit down, and continued. "This time, the demon clan's invasion can be said to be well prepared. If I'm not mistaken, the demon sovereign has likely emerged from seclusion." At this moment, Zhao Su's thoughts were not on this. He was solely focused on his senior sister being ambushed. "Father, my senior sister has fallen into an ambush and is in danger. I request to lead a team to rescue her." "Did you hear what I just said?" "I heard it, but do not act recklessly." After Zhao Su said this, he sensed it was inappropriate. "I don't need to lead a large team. Just give me a small squad." "Father, Shuer has been forced into the myriad demon forest. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it becomes. I will go with the fourth brother." Zhao Mei also spoke to Zhao Ru. "No, you're the vanguard of the 3 armies. You cannot leave the team without permission." "Father, I don't need my sister's help. I can go alone." Zhao Ru hesitated for a moment at Zhao Su's words, looking at him as if he had something unspeakable. "Are you really going to save her?" "Yes. What if I don't agree?" "Father, once I make a decision, I will not change it." Zhao Su stood up, his attitude very firm. No matter what Zhao Ru said, he would go. Big brother, Zhou Li, sitting on the right side, wanted to say something but was stopped by Zhao Ru. "Since you want to go, then go. But you must bear the consequences of what you cause." "Consequences?" A hint of confusion appeared on Zhao Su's face. What consequences could there be? "Go. Perhaps this is also fate and cannot be changed." Zhao Ru did not answer Zhao Su's question, only wave his hand. Although Zhao Su felt puzzled, he didn't think too much about it. Right now, he was completely focused on his senior sister. After Zhao Su turned to leave, Zhao Ru sighed and said, "It seems the outcome is still the same as before." "Father, there are clearly things that can be changed." "Why? Change? Can things really be changed?" "Xiao Mei, it cannot be changed. Everything has already become a foregone conclusion. The great dream spring and autumn decision cannot change everything. It is merely to perfect his great Tao. For him, starting over is still a tragedy. There is no way." From the conversation among the few, it is not difficult to find that this reappearance of the ancient chaotic era was forcibly reversed by the great dream spring and autumn decision. Unable to change everything, it was merely to make Zhao Su recall that final memory. to complete the 3,000 great Daos and reach the true origin. When this illusion shatters, it will be the beginning of the final battle. That time will be the true battle that decides victory and the final victor. After countless years, the ultimate battle after multiple reversals and living through many lifetimes. In the myriad demon forest, 7 or 8 people were quickly fleeing, with dozens of divine realm experts pursuing them from behind. "Miss, you go first. We will hold them back," the strongest among the 7 or 8 said to the woman they were protecting. Then, instead of continuing to flee, he resolved himself to die, preparing to sacrifice himself to help the woman escape. "No, Uncle Long, if we are to leave, we leave together." The woman's face was somewhat pale, showing she had been severely injured, but even so, she still wore a determined expression. "You all cannot escape." At that moment, a cold voice rang out, and soon dozens of divine realm experts caught up, with the leader already having reached the divine king realm. Dozens of them instantly blocked all escape routes. "Xianhong, do you really want to kill them all? Longyang, I see your cultivation is not weak, and you are so loyal. If you agree to join my demon clan, I promise to grant you wealth and honor." You're no different from a dog of the demon clan. I don't want to be a dog." Longyang snorted coldly, and the long sword in his hand instantly thrust out, while at the same time, his divine power rapidly increased. It was clear he intended to create a path for Qian Rushue at the cost of self-destruction. "Since that's the case, then you can die." The one named Xianhong's eyes also turned sharp in an instant, and a huge axe appeared, striking towards Longyang. A terrifying aura emanated from the giant axe, directly enveloping Longyang. This is the aura of the demon sovereign. It was evident that although Xianhong was human, he was highly favored by the demon sovereign. "Uncle Long." Qian Rushue saw Longyang completely obliterated by the demon sovereign, and a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. But in the end, she still did not strike, turning to continue her escape, until all those protecting Qian Rushue were killed under the hands of the demon clan experts led by Xianhong, completely forcing Qian Rushue into a valley. "Search." Just as Xianhong raised the giant axe in his hand to strike at Qian Rushue, a long sword fell from the sky. The powerful sword intent instantly repelled Xianhong. Chapter 204. Please teach me, master with the powerful sword intent. A man dressed in a white robe stood in front of Qian Rushue. The man was Zhao Su, who had rushed over the fastest speed and finally arrived just in time to save Qian Rushue. "Senior sister, you don't have to be afraid with me here." Seeing Zhao Su, a complex emotion flashed in Qian Rushue's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by joy. "Zhao Su, you really aren't afraid of death. What do you do alone? Against you all, I am enough alone." Zhao Su looked at Xianhong and the dozens of divine realm experts behind him, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Form a formation," Xianhong shouted, retreating at the same time as the dozens of divine realm experts began to shift positions. They surrounded Zhao Su, and a giant character for demon rose beneath their feet. Then, that character coalesced into a massive furnace, enveloping both Zhao Su and Qian Rushue within it. "Today, I will refine you and take you back to offer to the demon sovereign." Xianhong saw that Zhao Su was trapped and became arrogant. 3,000 Dao laws, 36 heavenly generals. With Zhao Su's voice echoing, countless sword shadows erupted, instantly breaking apart the heavenly refining furnace. The 36 sword shadows then merged into a single character, Kill. As the character rose, the demon clan powerhouses, including Xianhong, turned to flee. However, their escape route was completely sealed, making it impossible to leave. Streams of sword intent emerged, instantly annihilating the dozens of divine realm powerhouses. At the same time, the sword intent merged again, completely devouring all divine power. Xianhong's divine power was sealed, and he couldn't even speak. "Go well on your journey, and don't be anyone's dog in your next life." Zhao Su placed his hand on Xianhong's head and completely extracted his memories. After extracting Xianhong's memories, a hint of confusion flashed in Zhao Su's eyes as he turned to Qian Rushue. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" "It's nothing, senior sister. Are you all right?" Zhao Su tucked away the confusion in his eyes and approached Qian Rushue, softly asking. "I'm fine, it's just that Uncle Long and the others." "Don't worry, I won't let Uncle Long and the others die in vain. One day, I will definitely break into the demon clan and eliminate them all." When Zhao Su said this, a powerful killing intent radiated from him. 12 years ago, the demon clan's demon sovereign led the demon army to besiege Tianyong City. At the same time, 36 Divine King Realm powerhouses from the Demon Clan infiltrated Tianyong City and slaughtered the residents of the surrounding towns. Zhao Ru met the enemy head-on, while Tianyong City was left defenseless, with only Chung Feng remaining. To stop the 36 Divine King Realm demon powerhouses, Chung Feng led the few demon-slaying teams left in the city to hunt down those demon powerhouses. Ultimately, while he killed the 36 demon powerhouses, Chung Feng was also severely injured. It was at that time that Qianru Xue was brought back to Tianyong City. Half a year later, Chung Feng died from his injuries, and little Zhao Su, not yet 5 years old, cried every day looking for his mother. But Zhao Ru was too busy defending against the demon clan to care for Zhao Su. It was Qianru Xue who stayed by Zhao Su's side every day, helping him overcome the grief of losing his mother. From that moment on, Zhao Su vowed to train hard, waiting for the day he could break into the demon clan and avenge his mother. All right, let's not think about this anymore. Let's return to Tianyong City. Qianru Xue also sensed Zhao Su's intense killing intent and reached out to hold his hand. Feeling the warmth in Qianru Xue's palm, Zhao Su gradually calmed down. In the demon clan's holy land, the demon sovereign leaned back on a grand throne. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, looking in a certain direction. You want to live again and regain your complete path? I won't let you have your way. The demon sovereign's gaze was filled with a terrifying intensity. And at that moment, he seemed completely mad. Even if it meant death, he would never allow Zhao Su to reconstruct his path, nor would he let Zhao Su live a complete life again. Greetings, demon sovereign. At that moment, 16 clan leaders and elders of the demon clan who had reached the emperor realm appeared and knelt before the demon sovereign, respectfully saluting. Get up. Deliver my orders. Assemble the army and attack Tianyong City at all costs. We must break through Tianyong City. As you command. The 16 responded in unison. Lu Ancestor, it's time. Let those hidden in Tianyong City take action. After the others left to prepare, the demon sovereign kept the Lu Ancestor of the ancient tree clan behind. Lu Ancestor was tall, with a long beard, radiating vibrant life force. However, his expression was quite grim at that moment. Demon Sovereign, the situation seems to be beyond our expectations. What do you mean? Yesterday, according to our original plan, Xian Hong and the others were supposed to chase down Qianru Xue and kill the guard around her. They were to act as insiders and return to Tianyong City with Qianru Xue, but Xian Hong and the others were all killed. Then what about Qianru Xue? That's the strange part. Qianru Xue severed all connections with us. We can no longer control her. I'm useless. Hearing this, the demon sovereign became furious, his gaze sinister. But he managed to suppress his anger. Is that all you can do? There is one more way. What way? Lu Ancestor leaned close to the demon sovereign's ear and whispered a few words. The demon sovereign's expression gradually shifted from gloomy to bright. Finally, he couldn't help but laugh. Good, let's do it this way. I want to see how Zhao Su will choose this time. In the city lord's mansion of Tianyong City. Since returning from the 10,000 demon forest, Qianru Xue's condition had been worsening day by day. Her complexion was pale, and her realm had dropped from the Divine King realm to the Douluo realm. Dad, how is senior sister? In Qianru Xue's room, Zhao Su anxiously asked Zhao Ru, who was checking Qianru Xue's pulse. Zhao Ru frowned, not answering Zhao Su. You go out first. Don't come in unless I call you. Dad, if you don't want her to die, don't ask too much. Zhao Ru's attitude was resolute, coldly telling Zhao Su. Zhao Su glanced at the weak Qianru Xue lying on the bed, no longer asking further, and turned to leave the room. After Zhao Su left, Zhao Ru also stood up. What are you doing this for? With Zhao Ru's voice, Qianru Xue, who had her eyes tightly closed, slowly opened them and quickly knelt before Zhao Ru. Master, I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry to you and to Aunt and to Tianyong City. What use is there in saying this now? I know that whatever I say now is useless, but I want to atone in my own way. I don't want ASU to hate me. Qianru Xue's pale cheeks bore a resolute expression. You should understand that these things cannot be changed. Even if you give your life, then please teach me, Master. Qianru Xue knelt there and bowed her head several times to Zhao Ru, then pleaded with him. Chapter 205. Ultimately unavoidable. Have you really made up your mind? Zhao Ru squatted down, pulling Qianru Xue up, confirming once more. You must understand that what has happened cannot be changed. Once you change something, it means that all time will change, and you might completely lose yourself. I understand. But Master, have you ever thought that even if Zhao Su lived a life again according to his original life, he would still be with me, and nothing would change? How could his path be complete then? Sigh, since you think this way, I have nothing more to say. Remember, once an accident happens, It is irreversible. As Zhao Ru spoke, he handed a small porcelain vial to Qian Ruxue and extended his right hand, imprinting a mark into Qian Ruxue's mind. How to choose is your own decision. Thank you, Master. You don't need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. I hope we have a chance to meet again. After saying this, Zhao Ru turned and left the room. 3 days later, the demon sovereign personally led 16 demon armies to besiege Tianyong City. Tianyong City was the last line of defense for humans against the demon clan's holy land. Once breached, the demon clan could advance unimpeded, and at that time, humanity would be in grave danger. Moreover, human sects had always been focused on their own interests. This is also the fundamental reason why, despite the large number of humans and their excellent cultivation talents, they were always suppressed by the demon clan. The human race is divided into 2 great empires and 7 major sects, and wars have been incessant for nearly 1,000 years. If it weren't for the Tianyong City blocking the only entrance for the demon race into human territory, the human race might have been annihilated long ago. Demon Lord, why don't you stay in your own territory and keep coming into ours? Outside Tianyong City, Zhao Li, clad in armor, sat atop a black steed, gazing at the demon lord surrounded by his followers not far away. I didn't come this time to attack the human race, but to clean up the traitors. Clean up? That's right. You claim Tianyong City is the hardest guardian of the human realm, yet you shelter traitors from my demon race. Once this news reaches the city, what will the people inside think? Demon Lord, you underestimate the Zhao family too much and overestimate yourself. A hint of disdain appeared on Zhao Li's face. Do you really think you are the only one who can see through the Great Dream Spring and Autumn Technique? Don't forget, the Great Dream Spring and Autumn Technique is a secret art of my Zhao family. Boom! Upon hearing Zhao Li's words, the demon lord's expression gradually turned cold, and then his eyes narrowed sharply. It seemed he thought of something, but by then it was too late. In the seemingly endless formation of the 16 demon armies, suddenly countless giant hands appeared from underground. These gigantic hands were enveloped in terrifying Tao rhythm, and they began to slaughter the demon army mercilessly. In an instant, the 16 demon armies fell into chaos. Kill! At this moment, Zhao Li also shouted loudly, and the defending troops of Tianyong City charged toward the chaotic demon army. Demon Lord, our retreat has been blocked. In the confusion, the demon army could only temporarily fall back. But soon, sounds of battle came from behind as well. An elder named Lu stepped forward to the demon lord's side and said loudly, "Our plan has failed. Qian Rinxue has somehow completely shed her demon form, and the elders of the 2 great empires and 7 major sects we lured have allied with the Zhao family of Tianyong City. Originally, they intended to use special means to expose Qian Rinxue's identity as a demon. Then they would turn the tables and accuse Tianyong City of colluding with the demon race, leading the 2 great empires and 7 major sects to fall into infighting with Tianyong City. They never expected to reap the benefits of the fishermen. But it turns out that everything had already been seen through. Moreover, they pretended to take the bait intentionally. Useless. All of you are useless. Hearing Lu's words, the demon lord was furious, but at this point, all he could do was roar in anger. Demon Lord, it's bad. Zhao Ru and the elders of the 2 great empires and 7 major sects have united and taken advantage of our holy land's emptiness to invade within. What? At this moment, the demon lord realized that only Zhao Li had come out to challenge. He now understood that he had fallen into Zhao Ru's trap from the very beginning. The demon lord had thought that Zhao Ru's true body was sealed deep in the universe, and that the Zhao Ru in this great dream, spring, and autumn technique was merely a condensed remnant soul. He wouldn't be able to sense this reshaped time and space. However, the demon lord still underestimated Zhao Ru, or rather, the moment the witch ancestor appeared meant that Zhao Ru had already returned from deep within the universe. This great dream, spring, and autumn technique reshaped the primeval era to assist Zhao Su in reclaiming his complete path while altering the original path. This formed a truly perfect 3,000 paths. This was also their only chance of victory. Demon Lord, your momentum is gone. It's time to give up resistance. Zhao Li, do you really think you can defeat me like this? The outcome is already determined. Why struggle again? Haha. Don't forget, the ancient era followed the destruction of the primeval era, and the ancient times are the domain of the demon race. The demon lord laughed loudly, forming hand seals. A gigantic character for demon rose beneath him and then spread out, enveloping the entire world. Since I cannot defeat you at this time, I'll find someone else to do it. Don't waste your efforts. You can't do it. Your Zhao family has the great dream, spring, and autumn technique. Do you think my demon race doesn't have the 10,000 dreams awakened? As the demon lord's voice echoed, the demon character spreading across the world coalesced into a massive character for dream, floating in midair. At that moment, it felt as though this time and space had been sealed, and all beings, including every flower and grass, were completely frozen in place. Thuk bang. After an unknown amount of time, the entire time and space resonated with the sound of shattering glass, and then suddenly collapsed rapidly. Time and space were completely altered, still within Tianyong City, but now the city was no longer prosperous. It was filled with ruins, and not a single person could be seen. All that was visible was desolation. At that moment, Zhao Su, dressed in white, walked slowly along the moss-covered street. A gentle breeze blew, causing Zhao Su's clothing to flutter in the wind, filled with a sense of desolation. Zhao Su, will you not surrender? Suddenly, a domineering voice rang out, and with it, dozens of people in Taoist robes appeared around Zhao Su. Each of them had a diagram of the innate 8 trigrams above their heads, intertwining to form webs of heaven to trap Zhao Su. Leon, why do you have to force me? Zhao Su stood there with an expressionless face, looking coldly at the leading Taoist and asking, Zhao Su, you disregard the safety of the world and the kindness of your parents who gave you life. For the sake of immortality, you have plunged into the demonic path, leading the human race into the slaughter. Shouldn't someone like you die? Liang's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Zhao Su, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. Chapter 206 Reality? Dream? As Li Yong spoke, Zhao Su's memories began to gradually complete. The great dream spring and autumn technique ultimately cannot be changed, since that is the case. Then I will re-enter the Tao. As Zhao Su's words fell, a powerful Tao rhythm emerged from him, and a long sword descended from the sky. It directly shattered the heavenly net laid out by Li Yong and the others. Impossible! How can you be so powerful? My Tao is not limited to the Witch Tao or the Divine Tao. To me, they are the same. In Li Yong's fearful gaze, a powerful sword shadow pierced through his chest, completely absorbing the divine power and divine consciousness within him. After killing Li Yong and the others, Zhao Su did not linger and continued to walk through the ruined Tianyong City, seeking to regain his original memories. Finally, Zhao Su arrived at the original Lord's mansion of Tianyong City, looking at the familiar scene. Tears unconsciously streamed down Zhao Su's face. Memories flashed before his mind. There were sounds of laughter, as well as life and death partings, but in the end, all had turned to ruins. In the end, he was left all alone. Could this be the final outcome? Zhao Su seemed to realize something and murmured softly. At that moment, the scene shifted again, arriving on a battlefield filled with corpses. There were both human and demon bodies. The ground was riddled with huge cracks. The sky was overcast with dark clouds. Zhao Su sat in the center of those corpses, with Qian Rinxue, barely alive, leaning against him. The same question arose. Do you hate me? Hate. But this time, Zhao Su's answer was different. There was no hiding, but a direct expression of his true feelings. But I still hope that we will meet again in the next life for all eternity. I have no regrets, even if it was a tragic life. Just hearing this from you makes me feel that even if I die, I have no regrets. Qian Rinxue reached out to stroke Zhao Su's cheek, slowly closing her eyes, but this time it was with a smile of happiness, closing her eyes without any regrets. Incompleteness may be the true completeness of the Great Way. 3,000 paths, 3,000 paths. Zhao Su murmured softly, the aura of the Great Way on him becoming more and more intense, eventually transforming into a physical form, before disappearing again. At this moment, it could be said that there was no longer any aura of the Great Way on Zhao Su. Even his divine power had completely vanished. Zhao Su slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had returned to the Sea God Island in the Douluo continent. Around him, there were no longer Poseidon and others. Even those who had been fighting had disappeared. Zhao Su appeared very calm, looking at the already dilapidated Sea God Temple. Beneath that Sea God Temple, Zhao Su felt a very familiar aura. Bang! The heart of the universe, which was suppressed beneath the Sea God Temple, at this moment could be said to have fully formed and broken free from its seal. Soon, a towering tree radiating immense vitality appeared above the Sea God Temple. It shaded the sky, and at this moment, everyone could feel this powerful aura. That immense vitality made the originally ruined world come back to life. Is this the heart of the universe? Zhao Su reached out to the towering tree that shaded the sky, and it quickly shrank, eventually merging into Zhao Su's body. In an instant, Zhao Su, who had no aura of the Great Way and even no divine power, was once again enveloped by a powerful aura of the Great Way. The true 3,000 paths converged on him, and it was not just a single path, but all of the 3,000 paths. Zhao Su at this moment could be said to have truly stepped into the origin realm, truly reaching the realm of Tao ancestor and which ancestor. He further integrated himself into the world tree, transformed by the heart of the universe. From this moment on, the final ultimate battle could be said to have truly begun. There was no chance for a do-over. After this battle ended, it would be a true and complete end. When Zhao Su returned to Heaven-Do City, he realized that it had already been 8 years since he last left. At this time, Heaven-Do City had undergone a tremendous change. The Heaven-Do Empire had also disappeared. There was no longer any empire in the Douluo continent. All the divided continents had once again been merged together, becoming a complete new world. Even the divine realm had merged into this new world. All powers were controlled by the 3 major forces. The Zhao family of the Zhentian lineage, the demon clan controlled by the demon sovereign, and most unexpectedly, the last force was actually the Shadow Island controlled by Zhang Ying. The Zhao family represented the witch ancestor and Tao ancestor, and also represented the human race. The demon sovereign represented the Emperor Tian and the demon clan. As for who the person behind Zhang Ying was and what he represented, it was currently unknown. Surprisingly, on the eve of this impending storm, the entire world was strangely calm, showing no signs of an impending battle. The demon clan and the human race had reached an agreement to coexist peacefully. The witch ancestor and Tao ancestor had also changed the cultivation systems of all races at the cost of their own great way. The human race no longer needed soul rings to cultivate. At the same time, the rule that the demon clan could not become gods was also removed. Even the demon clan did not need to take human form to become gods. At this moment, the world could be said to have truly reached a perfect state. All races lived in harmony, and the human race and soul beasts were no longer adversaries. In a tavern in Heaven-Do City, Zhao Su sat by a window, looking at the bustling street filled with a peaceful atmosphere. For some reason, Zhao Su's heart could not calm down. He always felt that everything had an unreal feeling, as if it were just a dream. "Boss, bring us a pot of wine and some small dishes." At that moment, a slightly childish voice pulled Zhao Su's thoughts back. Following the voice, he saw 2 little girls, around 7 or 8 years old, pretending to be mature as they shouted to the boss. "Little girls, how old are you to be drinking? What if you get drunk and someone takes you away? Who dares to take us? Just watch me turn them into pig heads." The waiter smiled and shook his head, not saying anything more. "Sister, do you really know where Dad is?" "Of course. Well, have I ever lied to you? Just follow me. If we sneak out like this and Mom finds out, we'll get beaten." One of the clearly more quiet girls whispered to the other. "What are you afraid of? If something happens, I'll take the blame. And don't call me sister. Call me big brother or just my name. I'm still scared. If you run away, I'll still get beaten." Ha! Hearing this, Zhao Su couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Su's laughter also attracted the attention of the 2 girls who looked over at him. One of them asked Zhao Su, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I just felt like laughing," Zhao Su replied, taking a sip of the wine, which was very spicy and not good at all. Chapter 207, Awakening from a Dream. The moment Zhao Su saw these 2 little girls, he sensed the aura of the Zhentian Ding and the 9-color divine fire on them. So, he naturally thought of them as his daughters. 8 years had passed, and he didn't expect his daughters to have grown so big. "I'm not afraid of spicy. Do you think I haven't drunk before?" One of the little girls said dismissively, standing up and coming to Zhao Su's side. She picked up the cup of wine in front of Zhao Su and drank it all in one gulp. Cough, cough. She immediately started to cough violently, her little face turning red. But she still stubbornly said, "It's not that spicy. What are your names?" Zhao Su asked gently, looking at the little girl who had filled her mouth with food. "I'm Qian, and this is my sister Yu. Are you looking for Dad?" "Yeah. Is your dad's name Zhao Su?" "How do you know?" Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Yu quickly swallowed the food in her mouth and looked at Zhao Su with a guarded expression. "I also know that your mother is Ning Rongrong, from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Who are you? If I say that I am Zhao Su, your dad, would you believe me?" Zhao Su asked Qian and Yu with a smile. "Dad." As soon as Zhao Su's words were finished, Qian sweetly called out Dad and jumped into Zhao Su's arms. Soon, Yu also jumped into Zhao Su's embrace. What surprised Zhao Su was that the 2 little ones had no doubts and believed that he was their father just like that. "Aren't you afraid I'll trick you and take you away?" Zhao Su gently asked, holding the 2 of them. "I'm not afraid. I can feel that the aura on you is indeed Dad's aura." Yu stretched out her little hand, holding Zhao Su's cheek, looking him up and down, and said firmly, "Ha! My little treasure is so smart." Zhao Su looked at the adorable Qian and Yu, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of melancholy in his smiling eyes. 8 years had flown by, and everything had changed. Even his daughter had turned 8 since her birth, yet he had never been by her side. Zhao Su watched as Qian and Yu devoured their food, wondering what they were thinking. After finishing their meal, Zhao Su held Qian and Yu's hands and walked towards the former palace of the Tian-Do Empire. While eating, he learned from Yu that although the 9-treasure glazed tile school was not among the 3 major powers, it was still one of the top sects on the complete Douluo continent. Each hall of the 9-treasure glazed tile school occupied different cities. Now, there was no distinction of empires. It was like the ancient chaotic era, where each city had a city lord's mansion. In this city, the city lord's mansion could be considered the emperor. Mom. Upon arriving at the 9-treasure glazed tile school, Qian and Yu excitedly rushed into the courtyard where Ning Rongrong lived, shouting loudly, "You 2 little rascals, are you willing to come back? Just wait until I spank you." A gentle voice came from a room as Ning Rongrong appeared in the courtyard, wearing a white dress. At that moment, Ning Rongrong no longer exuded the arrogance of her youth. Instead, she radiated a maternal glow. When she saw Zhao Su, her eyes immediately turned red, and she quickly rushed into his arms, crying sadly, "All right, I'm back. I will never leave again." Zhao Su gently patted Ning Rongrong's back, softly comforting her. "From now on, our family will always be together." "Really? Of course it's true. We will never be apart." "Shame. Mom is ashamed, still crying at this age." Qian and Yu giggled, playfully touching Ning Rongrong's cheeks. In the following days, Zhao Su stayed by Ning Rongrong and the 2 adorable girls' sides. However, he soon noticed something unusual. Aside from Ning Rongrong and the 2 girls, everyone else seemed to have disappeared. Ning Rongrong explained that the others had all gone to seek their own paths, and even she didn't know where they had gone. Although it sounded reasonable, Zhao Su couldn't shake the strong sense of unease in his heart. But with Ning Rongrong and his 2 lovely daughters by his side, he didn't think too much about it, simply immersing himself in this rare tranquility and enjoying family happiness. "Zhao Su, wake up. You can't sleep anymore. Wake up quickly." Huh. That night, Zhao Su heard an anxious voice echoing in his mind while he was dreaming, as if calling him to wake up. According to reason, at his current level of origin realm, he shouldn't be able to dream anymore. But the voice in the dream felt so real. "Brother Su, what's wrong?" Ning Rongrong, still groggy, hugged Zhao Su from behind as he sat up. Ning Rongrong's body was still soft, but when she touched Zhao Su's back, he surprisingly felt no warmth. Zhao Su reached out to hold Ning Rongrong's hand, but he felt the same absence of warmth. Was this just a dream? A perfect dream? Zhao Su's eyes fell into a state of confusion, and the complete 3,000 paths formed by the world tree, which had merged with the heart of the universe, began to shatter gradually at that moment. He didn't know how long it had been when Zhao Su suddenly jolted awake. Looking around, where was Ning Rongrong? Where were Qian and Yu? Where was Tian-Do City? He was still in Tianyong City, but at that moment, the 18 demon legions had already broken through the city gates. They rushed into Tianyong City, slaughtering all the human race. At that moment, Zhao Su felt as if he were transparent. Neither the demons nor the humans could see him. Zhao Su stepped towards the city lord's mansion. Inside the mansion, it was as if nothing had been left behind. Corpses lay everywhere. Familiar faces appeared before Zhao Su, yet he felt no sadness. He gazed calmly at those closest to him who had lost their breath. Then Zhao Su left Tianyong City and arrived at the battlefield where the city's defenders were fighting against the 18 demon legions. Zhao Ru, clad in armor and wielding a spear, stood atop a pile of demon corpses. However, Zhao Ru had also reached his limit, yet he refused to let himself fall, propping his long sword against his back, standing there as he looked towards Tianyong City. Gradually, he lost his life force, but he never closed his eyes, staring at the city he had guarded all his life. Chapter 208. The Heavenly Tao is old. A new Heavenly Tao is born on the other side. Zhao Su himself was engulfed in demonic energy, wielding a spear and fighting fiercely. Beside him was Qianrenshue. Puff! Qianrenshue blocked a fatal blow for Zhao Su, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Zhao Su was completely enraged. The black mist around him surged, and as he swung his spear, large numbers of demons fell. But the endless waves of demon troops ultimately pierced Zhao Su's chest. Zhao Su weakly sat down on the ground, looking in the direction of Tianyong City, just like Zhao Ru. Aksu, Imsari. Qianrenshue used her last bit of strength to crawl into Zhao Su's arms, wanting to die in his embrace even if it meant death. It was still the familiar question. But this time, Zhao Su's answer was the same as the first time. I don't hate you. I just hope that in this life, the next life, and for eternity, we will never meet again. After Zhao Su said this, he slowly closed his eyes, and his life force completely vanished. Qianren, tightly leaning against Zhao Su, had a pale face with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, revealing a tragic smile. Then she rested her cheek against the spot where Zhao Su's heart had stopped beating. Okay, I won't appear by your side again, but I will always remain in your heart. After saying this, Qianren gently kissed Zhao Su's lips and then looked at Zhao Su, who was in a void state. She smiled with her lips upturned, and then her entire being transformed into an ancient tree. The ancient tree emitted a rich aura of the Tao. As the Tao's aura merged into Zhao Su's body, the life-ancient tree began to dissipate into Zhao Su. Soon, Zhao Su's body began to regain vitality. His tightly closed eyes slowly opened, but there was a hint of confusion in his gaze as he reached out to his heart, which had started beating again. As if sensing something. What is the Tao after all? Time flows like the sea, and years pass. After an unknown period, due to the collapse of the ancient heavens and earth, the original Tianyong city had become a small island in the vast ocean. Zhao Su sat cross-legged on the highest boulder of that small island, gazing at the Zhao Su in a void state, as if questioning himself, perhaps questioning Zhao Su, and maybe even questioning the heavens. But no matter whether it was him, Zhao Su, or even the heavens, no one could provide him with this answer. What is the Tao? After an unknown period of time, Zhao Su separated his body and soul, with his soul dissipating into the world. He buried his body on that small island. This question can only be answered by you. Zhao Su looked toward the void version of himself and said this after completely burying himself. Immediately, the soul that had dissipated in the world began to condense, and it gathered around the void version of Zhao Su. As the soul fully coalesced around Zhao Su, his void state gradually became real. Everything around him also became real. This place was no longer a barren island but had transformed into a sea island, the Sea God Island. However, at this moment, the Sea God Island had fallen into ruin, and the Sea God Temple had become a wasteland. Although the buildings had deteriorated, the red flag with a pentagram pattern that was planted above the Sea God Temple still waved there. When Zhao Su's body fully manifested, the red pentagram flag instantly emitted a strong radiance. As the pentagram pattern appeared, the entire Sea God Temple began to shake violently, ultimately splitting in half. At the same time, a world tree leaped out from the crack. A towering tree, divided into 9 layers, floated in mid-air, with its lush branches occupying the entire sky. Boom! With the appearance of the world tree, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thick bolts of lightning descended to strike the world tree. Boom! Under the strike of the lightning, the radiance on the world tree grew stronger and stronger. Finally, a dazzling light burst forth, merging into the Tao of heaven of this world. Following this, the world tree began to shrink gradually, and then rapidly entered Zhao Su's body, merging with his heart. When the world tree fused with Zhao Su's heart, he could clearly feel the trajectory of the Tao's operation. It seemed that at this moment, he was equivalent to the Tao of heaven. Bang! At that moment, a spatial door appeared not far from Zhao Su, and a Feng Tianhua halberd flew out, its immense force causing Zhao Su to retreat instinctively. At the same time, 3 more teleportation doors appeared not far away. The first to emerge was a man dressed in a Taoist robe, with no energy fluctuations, seemingly an ordinary Taoist. However, his eyes were as deep as the entire universe. Next appeared a woman whom Zhao Su recognized as the witch ancestor. The third door revealed a man and a woman that Zhao Su also recognized, Zhao Ru and Cheng Feng. As for the first spatial door, it only released the Feng Tianhua halberd, but no one emerged. The new 3,000 Daos had appeared, and the time for the final battle had come. Would they fight separately or together? The first to speak was the Tao ancestor, looking at Zhao Ru and Cheng Feng. His voice was soft, yet everyone could hear it clearly. Whether fighting separately or together, you cannot win. The witch ancestor's voice carried a hint of laziness. Not even glancing at the Tao ancestor, speaking disdainfully. Zhao Ru and Cheng Feng did not speak, merely standing quietly. Whether you can or cannot, we will find out. The Tao ancestor snorted coldly, waving his right hand, and a seemingly ordinary long sword appeared. However, the Tao ancestor did not attack the witch ancestor or Zhao Ru and Cheng Feng, but shot toward the first spatial door that appeared. Upon seeing this, Zhao Su understood that the Tao ancestor's mention of fighting separately or together was not directed at the witch ancestor or Zhao Ru in Chengfeng, but rather aimed at the unseen Emperor Tian. Bang! A terrifying aura erupted from within that spatial door, easily blocking the Dao Ancestor's sword strike. It even forced the Dao Ancestor to take a few steps back to stabilize his stance. Oof! In the end, you are all creations of mine. Since I can create you, I can completely destroy you. With a domineering voice, a tall man cloaked in black robes appeared. His face was obscured, but his eyes resembled black holes, as if they wanted to devour the entire world. No one can escape death, and the Tao of Heaven cannot last forever. With the emergence of the new Tao of Heaven, you have already entered your apocalypse. Who destroys whom is still uncertain. The witch ancestor's voice remained lazy, yet now it carried a hint of dominance. Chapter 209. The last person to be annihilated at this moment, Zhao Su had completely merged with the world tree. He radiated no aura, seamlessly blending into the world around him. Since that is the case, let us fight. There is no time to waste. Let you witness what true Tao of Heaven is in this final battle. As Emperor Tian's words fell, the Feng Tianhua halberd moved again. However, this time it was not aimed at the Tao Ancestor and the others, but directly at Zhao Su. The Tao Ancestor and the others had no intention of intervening, quickly retreating and leaving the battlefield to Zhao Su and Emperor Tian. Clearly, they wanted to test what level Zhao Su had reached at this moment. The Tao has no boundary. The universe is void. Zhao Su appeared very calm, forming hand seals as he spoke. The Emperor's 7-killing sword manifested before him. As Zhao Su reached the origin realm, the Emperor's 7-killing sword also attained a sense of returning to its roots. Its edge was retracted, but with a gentle wave, a sword shadow directly slashed toward Emperor Tian. This sword shadow seemed very gentle, not even unleashing powerful energy, but rather controlling the sword shadow within a very small range. Bang! Yet this seemingly ordinary sword shadow, when colliding with Emperor Tian's Feng Tianhua halberd, erupted into a massive white light. It scattered everywhere, as if it wanted to annihilate everything. The Tao Ancestor and the others quickly intervened, sealing off the space where Zhao Su and Emperor Tian were, preventing the destructive aura from spreading. Otherwise, this world would be completely destroyed. At that moment, ships appeared from afar. The first ship bore the flag of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong, Tang Yuehua, and Zhu Zhuqing were all present. Beside Ning Rongrong stood two little girls, identical to Qian Qian and Yu Yu from Zhao Su's dream. Bai Bai Dong and Hu Laina, along with others from the original Spirit Hall, were also there. Tang Chun led the people from the Haoyan school. Following them was Tang San, who controlled the Tiando Empire and had taken over the Shura God. At this moment, Tang San was not only the sea god, but also the Shura God. Xiao was also by his side. Judging from their auras, they had already reached a half-step Emperor realm. Finally, the last to arrive was Qian Rinxue, who had become an angel god. The one who occupied Qian Rinxue's soul had merged with Zhao Su's body, along with the world tree. Thus, Qian Rinxue at this moment was the original Qian Rinxue. These people were now divided into 3 factions. Tang San belonged to Emperor Tian's faction, Qian Rinxue belonged to the Tao Ancestor's Divine Realm faction, and the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School belonged to Zhao Su's faction. The Witch Ancestor's Shadow Island army had yet to appear, and the people from the Zhen Tian lineage had also not shown up. Emperor Tian, do you really want to fight now? With this voice, another spatial door appeared in the sky. 2 figures stepped out from the spatial door. It was the god of life, Xiao LV, and the dragon god Xiyao. The one who spoke just now was Xiao LV. With Xiao LV's words, a mark flew out from her arm, and, simultaneously, a mark also appeared on the arms of Xiyao and Ning Rongrong. They then formed a red flower. Annihilation Array, activate. A killing array appeared within the red flower, hovering above D. Tian's head. Good, it seems you've been prepared. Upon seeing the Annihilation Array, D. Tian showed signs of retreat and quickly disappeared, leaving behind only the Feng Tianhua halberd. After merging with the World Tree, Zhao Su had already created new 3,000 pathways in this world. Although the new Heavenly Tao could not compare to his old Heavenly Tao, with the combined force of the 9-in-1 Annihilation Array, D. Tian in his current state could not win. At present, D. Tian was not yet in his complete form. His true body was still sealed in the depths of the cosmos and could not return. Starting a battle now meant a very low chance of victory for D. Tian. Reluctantly, he could only endure for the time being. Seeing D. Tian retreat, it was clear that Xiao LV also breathed a temporary sigh of relief. D. Tian was not ready, and in fact, neither were they. The Annihilation Array was far from complete. If a real fight broke out, it would only result in mutual destruction. So, it was merely giving each other a way out. Now is not the time for a true decisive battle. With Dtion's disappearance, the faction of Dtion, led by Tang San, the Shura God, also vanished. Zhao Su could feel that Tang San and the others were taken away by Dtion. At the same time, Zhao Su understood that the next time they met would be the real decisive battle. Zhao Su had little time left. The last person of the Annihilation Array was on Shadow Island, and to truly defeat Dtion, he had to gather the complete Annihilation Array before Dtion's true body broke free from its seal. Before leaving, Wu Zu left Zhao Su with these words. Then, Wu Zu disappeared along with the spatial door. Dao Zu did not look at Zhao Su before leaving. Instead, he gazed at Qianrenxue. Is the angel bloodline so weak? Of course, it is weaker. For so many years, the angel bloodline has been occupied by Schwer. However, Schwer's disappearance has left her with a bloodline power far stronger than that of the 12-winged angels. Zhao Ru, who had been silent, also looked at Qianrenxue, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. Schwer could be said to be Zhao Ru's favorite disciple, and she had the best talent, even surpassing Zhao Mei and the others. Yet, fate played tricks, and in the end, she chose to sacrifice herself to fulfill Zhao Su's 3,000 pathways. You should go with me. Dao Zu did not pay attention to Zhao Ru, but said this to Qianrenxue, and then both of them vanished from the spot. The spatial door to the outer sky also disappeared. Sun, Qingfeng stepped forward to Zhao Su's side, wanting to say something but ultimately held back. No matter what happens in the final battle, don't hold back. This last battle must be a complete end. I understand. Zhao Su seemed to have thought of something upon hearing Chengfeng's words. That's good to know. Chengfeng looked at Zhao Su with a faint smile, though her eyes were filled with tears. At the moment she turned around, she stepped forward again and passed through the spatial door. Zhao Ru also wanted to say something to Zhao Su, but ultimately did not, taking the same step forward. As they passed through the spatial door, it disappeared as well. Now, only those belonging to Zhao Su's lineage remained here. The Annihilation Array once again coalesced into a red flower, splitting into petals and merging into the bodies of Xiao LV and the others. Zhao Su arrived on the deck of the ship, looking at the two little girls, Qian Qian and Yu Yu. The two little girls stared at Zhao Su with wide eyes. Daddy! The two little girls locked eyes with Zhao Su for a moment, then shouted in unison, rushing towards him. Although they did not speak, the two little girls knew that Zhao Su was their father. Perhaps this was the feeling of blood ties. Chapter 210. The rules of heaven and earth cannot be perfect after that. Zhao Su simply exchanged a few words with everyone and then set off alone toward Shadow Island. Although Zhao Su felt some reluctance and did not want to leave his daughters, wishing to stay by their side and accompany their growth, he had no choice at this moment. Since Zhao Su merged with the world tree centered around Schwer, he had formed a close connection with the Heavenly Tao. He could even feel the trajectory of the Heavenly Tao's operation. Zhao Su sensed that the combined power of Dao Zu, Wu Zu, Zhao Ru, and Chengfeng was nearing its limit in suppressing Dtion. Before Dtion truly broke free from his seal, Zhao Su had to gather the Annihilation Array to have a chance to fight him. Although the new Heavenly Tao belonged to the same level as the old Heavenly Tao, the old Heavenly Tao had received the offerings of all living beings for millions of years. Therefore, the new Heavenly Tao could not be compared to it. The Annihilation Array could be seen as compensating for the flaws between the two. When Zhao Su stepped onto Shadow Island, he was stunned by the scene before him. There was no chaos or darkness here, only the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. The entire Shadow Island resembled a paradise. It could be said to be the opposite of the terrifying black mist that enveloped the outside of Shadow Island. A river divided the entire Shadow Island. Following the river, Zhao Su walked for nearly an hour before finally reaching a small town. In the town, the sounds of children playing and the barks of dogs and crowing of chickens filled the air, presenting a peaceful and prosperous scene. Zhao Su's appearance instantly enlivened the entire town, primarily filled with children and a few plainly dressed women. However, what surprised Zhao Su was that despite the town's tranquility, there were no adult men in sight, aside from the children and women. Auntie, why are there no men here? Zhao Su asked a plump woman who looked to be in her 50s. Upon hearing Zhao Su's question, the woman's previously smiling face gradually turned cold. Sigh. In this Shadow Island, once men reach the age of 16, they must go to the other side of the River of Life. It is said that it is a battlefield, and no one who goes there ever returns. Battlefield? That's right, a battlefield to resist the invasion of foreign tribes. We can only use our bodies to block the entrance and prevent their invasion. Then without men, how can children be born? Aren't you from the other side of the river of life? What do you mean? Zhao Su was momentarily confused by the woman's words, not understanding what she meant. Following the woman's explanation, Zhao Su finally understood the secret of Shadow Island. Shadow Island was divided into two parts. One part was a battlefield, and the other part was this seemingly paradise-like residence. However, this paradise also concealed darkness. Their existence was not to enjoy life, but simply to bear children. Every year, men would come to this seemingly paradise-like town to fulfill marital duties with girls who had reached 18, leaving behind offspring. Moreover, they had no choice. Even if they did not want to, they could not resist. Although life here seemed carefree, resembling a paradise for them, it was hell. The happiest time was perhaps before turning 18. Upon reaching 18, both men and women would enter hell. After hearing the woman's words, Zhao Su fell into silence. How many towns are there on Shadow Island? I don't know. The area of Shadow Island is vast, and the distance between each town is quite far. From birth to 18, one almost has to live in their own town. Has anyone ever ventured out? Yes, but once they left their town, they lost contact and never returned. After understanding this, Zhao Su did not linger too long, passed through the town, and continued walking forward. Zhao Su seemed to walk slowly, but each step covered a great distance. Even so, it took Zhao Su over 2 hours to reach the next town. When Zhao Su entered this town, what he saw was not the sounds of birds and flowers or the laughter of children, but a dark place akin to a city of slaughter. It would be more accurate to say that this was a dwelling for beasts rather than humans. The sight of blood was everywhere, with continuous mingling, cries, and sounds of excitement rising and falling. Does a place like this really need to exist? As Zhao Su passed through the town, it seemed that the people did not notice him at all, simply indulging in their own pleasures and silently enduring. This place could be said to be more evil than the city of slaughter. Zhao Su continued forward after passing through the town. He then arrived at another city, where things were much more normal. There were men and women, children and animals. However, everyone was in a hurry, with no smiles on their faces. All the people appeared to have a numb expression. Even the children looked numb, doing the same monotonous tasks. Zhao Su continued forward. However, this time he walked for a long time, without encountering any more human-inhabited villages or towns. Finally, Zhao Su formed a hand seal and opened a spatial door, stepping inside. When he reappeared, he found himself in a city where everyone seemed quite normal, and the city was not uniform. Here, there were the suffering underclass, the wealthy living in luxury, and those who had worked hard to reach the peak. There were also those who had experienced their peak, but had fallen to the bottom. But mostly, there were ordinary people with laughter and arguments. Zhao Su entered a tavern, found a seat by the window, and ordered a pot of wine and some side dishes. Listening to the noisy conversations in the tavern, Zhao Su's emotions gradually calmed down, and a smile slowly appeared on his face as he raised his wine cup and gazed out the window. Is this the world you envision? Just then, a voice sounded in Zhao Su's ear. Following the voice, he saw a figure cloaked in black robes sitting beside him, having appeared there without him noticing. At the same time the voice appeared, everything around began to dissipate. Even the tavern vanished, and Zhao Su was once again standing in a city even more evil than the city of slaughter, looking at the unbearable scene around him. Is this the true essence of Shadow Island? Zhao Su asked the figure beside him, completely shrouded in a black robe, as tears involuntarily streamed down his face. For some reason, after Zhao Su was brought back to the ancient times by the Great Dream Spring and Autumn technique, reliving everything from the ancient era and merging with the world tree, transforming himself into the new 3,000 avenues, he had changed a lot, becoming very sentimental, wanting to make the new rules of heaven and earth perfect. Yet he had lost the invincible aura he once had. This is not only the essence of Shadow Island, but the essence of the entire universe. The new rules of heaven and earth have just taken shape and are still imperfect. If you remain lost in fantasy like this, before the rules of heaven and earth can fully take shape, they will collapse again. At that time, even if you have the means to annihilate, you will not be a match for Emperor Tian. The black robe on Zhang Ying peeled away, revealing his face as he frowned and said firmly to Zhao Su. Chapter 211. The birth of the new rules of heaven and earth. Is there something wrong with what I'm doing? Is it wrong to want a perfect world? With Zhang Ying's words, a hint of confusion flashed in Zhao Su's eyes. He did not know where he was wrong. He only wanted a perfect heaven and earth. Although there is war, separation of families, there are also laughter and a happy life. A world without divine intervention, without immortality, where life and death are natural. The rules of heaven must be cold-blooded. no matter the time, there can never be true perfection. Then what should I do? Retrieve your invincible heart. Only by truly standing above everyone can you strive to formulate relatively perfect rules according to your ideals. Invincible heart? When Zhao Su heard those 3 words, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, as if he had realized something. The puzzled expression in his eyes gradually became firm. The world tree within him began to emit a powerful aura, and then, as Zhao Su formed a hand seal, a colossal tree appeared before him. A leaf then fell, completely destroying Shadow Island. The entire Shadow Island seemed to transform into an endless cosmic starry sky. The colossal tree emitted dazzling light. The world tree was divided into 7 layers, each with a different set of rules and heavens. Zhao Su stood beside the world tree, gazing at those 7 layers of heaven and earth, feeling what truly constitutes a complete set of rules for heaven and earth, not knowing how long it had been. At the moment Zhao Su opened his eyes, the entire world tree also transformed into colorful light rain, dissipating into the universe, bringing light to the originally dark and colorless universe. The 3,000 avenues. As I transform myself into the path, the hearts of the people are united, and I am the master of heaven and earth. That is the Tao of heaven, with Zhao Su's voice. The countless points of light scattered throughout the universe began to rapidly converge. Finally, they formed paths of rules for heaven and earth, and at this moment, the new rules of heaven and earth were fully formed. Deep within the universe of the Douluo world, in a dark sealed place, Emperor Tian sat cross-legged, also sensing the formation of the new rules of heaven and earth. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking in the direction of the new rules of heaven and earth. Zhao Su, it seems you have truly touched the realm of the void. However, your character destined you to fail. After Emperor Tian finished speaking, his whole body stood up. His body began to split, and eventually, a doppelganger identical to Emperor Tian emerged. Then, taking a step forward, it silently merged into the new rules of heaven. Although Emperor Tian's doppelganger was mysterious, Zhao Su still sensed it, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he gazed in the direction of Emperor Tian's true body. Emperor Tian, the new rules of heaven and earth have been born, and the old rules will certainly be eliminated. So what if they are eliminated? Even if the new rules of heaven and earth are established, I am still destined to be the ruler. Since I have been discovered, Emperor Tian no longer hid. Forcibly breaking through the seal for a brief moment, his true body appeared before Zhao Su. The first rule of the new Tao of heaven is that no one can become a permanent ruler, not even myself. The rules of heaven are independent, only possessing control. As soon as Zhao Su's words fell, the new Tao of heaven condensed a mark. Seeing the mark of the Tao of heaven coalescing, Emperor Tian's eyes narrowed, filled with disbelief. He did not expect that Zhao Su, at the cost of himself, had fused the old Tao of heaven with the world tree to create the new rules of heaven and earth. Yet he ultimately gave up the possibility of becoming the sole master of the Tao of heaven, turning the position of the master of the Tao of heaven into one that could be overthrown like a king. This means that even if Zhao Su ultimately obtains the heavenly Tao mark and becomes the new heavenly Tao ruler, as long as he no longer qualifies to be the heavenly Tao ruler in the future, others can still overthrow his rule. The new creator of the heavenly Tao rules, Zhao Su, can also be overthrown even if Emperor Tian defeats him and becomes the new heavenly Tao ruler. Moreover, due to the birth of new rules, even the heavenly Tao ruler cannot change the laws of heaven and earth or the 3,000 paths. Therefore, they cannot prevent monstrous geniuses from cultivating, which poses a threat to the rule of the heavenly Tao ruler. Zhao Su, you are quite ruthless. Even so, I will still become the heavenly Tao ruler. When that time comes, I will destroy this new world and create a new set of rules again. It will depend on whether you can become the ultimate victor. A smile remained on Zhao Su's face. Since making his decision, he felt completely enlightened. That invincible belief reappeared. Let's wait and see. You will definitely regret the decision you made today. Emperor Tian did not say more, turned around, took a step forward, and disappeared from the scope covered by the new rules of heaven and earth. The new rules of heaven and earth quickly devoured the old heavenly Tao rules at a terrifying speed. When the new rules of heaven and earth completely devour the old heavenly Tao rules, it will be the time when the first master of the heavenly Tao mark, the ruler of the laws of heaven and earth, is born. That will be the ultimate final battle. In the Taoist ancestor S dojo, Tian Y Tian, the Taoist ancestor and Qianren Shue stood on a high platform, looking towards the direction of the birth of the new rules of heaven and earth. Master, Will Zhao Su die when the new rules of heaven and earth are born? Qianrenshua asked the Taoist ancestor, frowning as she sensed the new rules gradually permeating the old heavenly Tao rules. So now you can't help but expose it? The Taoist ancestor turned to look at Qianrenshua, his eyes carrying a meaningful glint. From the very beginning, I felt that you had not fully integrated into the world tree. Master's insight is remarkable. This is what my master taught me. I originally thought this would allow Zhao Su to perfectly merge with the 3,000 paths, but I didn't expect it to still fall short in the final step. Qianrenshua sighed, recalling what Zhao Ru had said to her back then. If it were really that simple, the new rules of heaven and earth would have been born long ago. Why would we have to exert so much effort? It turns out that abandoning the heavenly Tao is the true void. At this moment, it seemed the Taoist ancestor also realized something. After all, he was part of the old heavenly Tao. Master, will Zhao Su die? Qianrenshua asked again, repeating the question the Taoist ancestor hadn't answered earlier. He won't die from the birth of the new rules of heaven and earth, but whether he can survive until the final battle is uncertain. What do you mean? Zhao Su abandoned the heavenly Tao and condensed into the new rules of heaven and earth, which means he has given up all his cultivation. He must reach the source realm again within the new rules of heaven and earth to have a chance to truly defeat Emperor Tian and become the ruler of the new rules of heaven and earth. But this process is too difficult. I believe in him. He will definitely return from adversity, just like in countless years, becoming the creator of the new rules of heaven and earth in the face of hardship. Maybe the Taoist ancestors seem to think of something. Do you want to reconnect with Zhao Su and become the last person of the Annihilation Formation? Chapter 212. New Rules of Heaven and Earth. New Douluo Era, the last person of the Annihilation Formation. A hint of daze flashed in Qianrenshua's eyes. She naturally knew what the Annihilation Formation represented. To become a member of the Annihilation Formation, one must resonate with the core spirit. She could say that Zhao Su was someone she had vowed never to recognize in this life, the next, or in eternity. Perhaps ordinary people's vows are insignificant, but Zhao Su is different. To a certain extent, he is also part of the old heavenly Tao. What he said is connected to the heavenly Tao. The stronger he is, the closer his connection with the heavenly Tao becomes. The vows he has made must not be defied. I know what you're thinking. Now that the new rules of heaven and earth are born, and Zhao Su has condensed the heavenly Tao mark from himself, you could say he has no connection to the heavenly Tao anymore. Although he is still Zhao Su, he is no longer the past Zhao Su. So, does that mean his vows no longer count? You could say that. Please teach me, Master. Qianrenshua repeated what she had once said to Zhao Ru. Have you really made your decision? The Taoist ancestor asked Qianrenshua the same question Zhao Ru had. Of course, my decision will never waver. In that case, I will help you one last time, the Taoist ancestor said, forming a seal with his hands. A bagua pattern appeared before him, enveloping Qianrenshua entirely. The way of 3,000, merging with heaven and earth. As the Taoist ancestor's voice echoed, Qianrenshua was absorbed by the black and white light emitted from the bagua pattern. Then she headed towards the birthplace of the new rules of heaven and earth. Finally, she completely merged into the new rules of heaven and earth that were devouring the old heavenly Tao. Standing at the birthplace of the new rules of heaven and earth, Zhao Su seemed to sense the bagua pattern infused with Qianrenshua's aura. He slowly opened his eyes. In this life, I do not wish to miss you, Zhao Su said, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he opened his arms, radiating a strong aura of the Tao. He transformed into light rain, and his entire being was rapidly engulfed by the expanding new rules of heaven and earth. After Zhao Su transformed into light rain and merged into the new rules of heaven and earth, the speed at which the entire heavenly rules devoured the old heavenly Tao gradually slowed down. In Tian, the Taoist ancestor's dojo, it seems you have a new plan to deal with this? Wu Zhu appeared beside the Taoist ancestor, looking towards the birthplace of the new rules of heaven and earth. Speaking softly, Zhao Su has already created a new heavenly Tao with himself as the guide. He dares to take the gamble. So what do I have to fear? The Tao is inherently void, and from a void comes a new beginning. We were both born from chaos and have fought for endless years. Now I find that aside from being somewhat domineering, you are quite good. The Taoist ancestor turned to look at Wu Zhu and continued. How about we try what it feels like for ordinary people to fall in love? Can I understand this as you confessing to me? Of course. But don't you think it's a bit late? It's not late. Let's abandon everything and start anew. The Taoist ancestor said as he, like Zhao Su, transformed into light rain. before completely merging into the new rules of heaven and earth. He said to Wu Zhu once more, "I will be waiting for you." Watching the Taoist ancestor merge into the new rules of heaven and earth, a hint of hesitation flashed in Wu Zhu's eyes. However, the hesitation in her gaze quickly turned into a smile, similarly forming seals with her hands. She transformed into light rain and merged into the new rules of heaven and earth, following the Taoist ancestor. After both the Taoist ancestor and Wu Zhu merged into the new rules of heaven and earth, Cheng Feng and Zhao Ru also appeared in Tian. "Fenger, what do you think?" Zhao Ru, who was usually serious and rarely smiled, unexpectedly showed a smile on his face as he asked Cheng Feng beside him, "If you want to go, I will accompany you. Let us transcend the past. After all, we are merely avatars of the Taoist ancestor and Wu Zhu. Under the new rules of heaven and earth, we will live out our own lives again. Then there is nothing to hesitate about." Zhao Ru reached out and drew a strange symbol on Cheng Feng's right arm. "This way, we want to be separated. You must find me quickly. Otherwise, I won't want you." Cheng Feng glanced at the pentagram symbol on her right arm and looked at Zhao Ru with affection. "Rest assured, I will definitely find you before you don't want me." As Zhao Ru spoke, the two of them, gazing at each other with deep affection, transformed into a shower of light and rain, merging into the new rules of the world. The new world rules, the new Douluo era, year 520. At the peak of Hidden Mist Mountain, the Spirit Spell Sect. "Cheng Feng, are you really going to betray my Spirit Spell Sect and enter the demonic path?" In the main hall of the Spirit Spell Sect, an elderly man with a youthful face and white hair, dressed in a Taoist robe, glared at Cheng Feng, who was kneeling in a red dress. "Master, I don't want to betray the Spirit Spell Sect, nor do I want to enter the demonic path. I only ask you not to separate me from Rugu and to bless our union." Cheng Feng pleaded as she knelt before Ling Daozi. "You ungrateful disciple. Even if I kill you, I will not allow you to be with that demon," Ling Daozi said, and a long sword appeared before him, emanating a powerful sword intent as it slashed toward Cheng Feng. Bang! At that moment, an old woman intervened, using her staff to block Ling Daozi's furious strike. "Old man, do you really want to take Fenger's life? She is already obsessed and has entered the demonic path. Keeping her alive is a disaster." What does it matter if it's the demonic path? I don't care about the demonic or divine paths. All I know is that Fenger is my disciple. "Master, please show mercy." A man and a woman also knelt before Ling Daozi, pleading for Cheng Feng. Ling Daozi glanced at his wife, Shui Ling, then at Cheng Feng and the other two kneeling there, and sighed helplessly. "All right, as long as she agrees not to have any ties with that demon Zhao Ru, I will not pursue this matter." "That's impossible. I would rather you kill me." "You." Ling Daozi's previously softened attitude flared up again, pointing at Cheng Feng, unable to find the words in his anger. "Fenger, why are you so stubborn?" "Master, I cannot leave him. We truly love each other. And I don't want my child to be born without a father." "You mean?" "Yes. Then I absolutely cannot let you stay here today. I won't allow you to give birth to that demonic seed and bring calamity to the world." Hearing Cheng Feng's words, Ling Daozi was once again enraged and suddenly attacked. Bang! Cheng Feng did not avoid Ling Daozi's assault, taking his palm head-on, and was directly sent flying. She crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A hint of surprise flashed in Ling Daozi's eyes. He hadn't expected Cheng Feng to not dodge and take a strike. "Ling Daozi, your obsession with the orthodox path is too deep. I think it is you who has entered the demonic path." Shui Ling was instantly furious, her staff emitting countless talismans as she charged at Ling Daozi. Although Ling Daozi knew he might be wrong, he still refused to admit it, merely snorting coldly and easily deflecting Shui Ling's attack. Chapter 213. 1,000 years later, Taiching village. "Fine, since you insist on killing Fenger, then kill me too." Knowing she was no match for Ling Daozi, Shui Ling changed her strategy, standing in front of Cheng Feng and coldly saying to Ling Daozi, "I won't kill her, but she is forbidden from leaving the Spirit Spell Sect's Reflection Cliff for the rest of her life." Ling Daozi also felt reluctant to truly kill Cheng Feng, so he decided to let her go and ordered her to be sent to the Reflection Cliff. Time passed quickly, and 8 months later, Cheng Feng gave birth to a child at the Reflection Cliff of the Spirit Spell Sect. The child was named Zhao Su. With Zhao Su's birth, dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning flashing within them, accompanied by sounds resembling cat cries. At the same time, a long sword fell from the sky, directly embedding itself into Zhao Su's body. Twin martial souls? Ling Daozi and Shui Ling stood before the main hall, looking towards the reflection cliff. In this new Douluo era, everyone would have a martial soul appear within them at birth. If no martial soul appeared at birth, it meant that the person would never be able to cultivate. There was no need for awakening, and during the upgrade process, there was no need to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. No, it should be 3 martial souls. I can feel that within that little child, there's also a terrifying martial soul with Dao rhythm hidden. A terrifying martial soul with Dao rhythm? Xue Ling repeated, seemingly recalling something, her eyes suddenly narrowing. Could it be he is the one said to bring about great calamity, leaving him behind? I don't know if it's right or wrong. Ling Daozi sighed, revealing a complex expression. Boom! At that moment, a spear fell from the sky. Ling Daozi, where is Feng? Zhao Ru, do you really think you are invincible? You dare to recklessly invade my spirit spell sect? A mere spirit spell sect. I've invaded it. If it weren't for Fenger, I would have long since flattened your pathetic sect. Arrogant! Ling Daozi shouted coldly, drawing his long sword to strike at Zhao Ru. Zhao Ru extended his right hand, summoning the spear to him, and at the same time leaped up, striking toward Ling Daozi. With Zhao Ru's appearance, black mist gradually enveloped the entire spirit spell sect. From within the black mist, a man dressed in a black robe suddenly appeared behind Ling Daozi, severely injuring him. If it weren't for Xue Ling intervening to block most of the damage, Ling Daozi might have already died. Even so, Ling Daozi was heavily injured. Moreover, the crucial moment was that, taking advantage of this opportunity, the Dark Army of the Dark Sovereign broke through the defense array of the Spirit Spell Sect. They charged into the Spirit Spell Sect, catching the disciples completely off guard. The Dao has 3,000 paths. All are but illusions. Kill. Ling Daozi forcibly suppressed his injuries, and above his head appeared his innate martial soul, the primordial Bagua. A dazzling light emanated from the primordial Bagua, dispelling the black mist that shrouded the entire Spirit Spell Sect. A ray of sunlight illuminated the ground. The disciples of the Spirit Spell Sect, led by their senior brother, Ling Zi, began to counterattack against the Dark Army. Zhao Ru, let's join forces to kill this old man. Then this world will belong to us. You two come at me together. What do I have to fear? Now, in Ling Daozi's heart, he had already determined that Zhao Ru and the Dark Sovereign were colluding with each other, and Zhao Ru, being someone who disliked explanations, naturally deepened the misunderstanding between him and Ling Daozi. In this battle, no one knew what the final outcome would be. From then on, the Spirit Spell Sect closed its mountain, and after that battle, the Dark Sovereign and the Witch Sect Saint Zhao Ru also disappeared without a trace. Some said Ling Daozi, Zhao Ru, and the Dark Sovereign perished together. Others said the three were mutually injured, unable to leave their seclusion for 1,000 years. But the true result, no one knew. The Witch Sect was originally discordant. It was only because of Zhao Ru's presence that the factions formed an alliance. Zhao Ru's disappearance quickly threw the Witch Sect into chaos. However, after Zhao Ru's disappearance, a red-clad woman appeared within the Witch Sect, possessing profound cultivation and decisive in killing, referred to as the Divine Sovereign. But then the Divine Sovereign also vanished, and after 1,000 years of changes, the current Witch Sect was divided into 3 parts. One was the old faction of the Witch Sect, which firmly believed that the Saint and the Divine Sovereign would return, thus remaining steadfast in the sacred land of the Witch Sect. The second was the Cursed Sect, led by the former Grand Elder of the Witch Sect, further developing curse techniques based on witchcraft, calling themselves the Curse Masters. They could be said to be guilty of all kinds of evil. And the last part was the Yin-Yang Sect, which also based its practices on witchcraft, evolving into Yin-Yang techniques. Unlike the Evil Spirit Sect, the Yin-Yang Path, although also referred to as the Path of Magic and not recognized by the orthodox teachings of heaven and earth, never harms the common people or indiscriminately kills the innocent. After the Lingzhou Sect sealed the mountains, it split into 2 parts over the course of 1,000 years. One part is the main Lingzhou Sect, which inherits the innate Dao techniques of heaven and earth. The other part is the Taching Dao Palace, which derives the Taching 13 techniques from the innate Dao techniques. In the year 1520 of the new era of Douluo continent, in a village called Taching Village within the Nowhere province of the Sun Moon Empire, Zhao Su is lying on a deck chair under a large tree, enjoying the cool breeze. Little Su, where's your grandmother? At that moment, an elderly man who appeared to be over 70 hurriedly pushed open the door and entered the courtyard, first glancing around. He then asked the closed-eyed Zhao Su, who was lying on the deck chair, "My grandmother went to summon souls. She shouldn't be back so soon." Seeing the anxious expression on the old man's face, Zhao Su became interested and stood up, moving closer to say, "Grandpa Li, is something wrong?" Zhao Su knew that there was a grave behind their village, said to be the resting place of a terrifying figure's 3 souls, which often came to cause trouble. This time it must be that evil spirit causing havoc again. Sigh. There's no other way now. It's just you and me going. The old village chief sighed and then made a decision, pulling Zhao Su to head outside. "Grandpa Li, you have to tell me what's going on," Zhao Su asked as they walked. Although the old village chief appeared to be over 70, slightly hunched and using cane, he walked quickly. He then explained the situation to Zhao Su in detail. Just as Zhao Su had guessed, the terrifying figure buried behind the village was the evil Ghost King, one of the 3 guardians under the Dark Ruler, whose seal had been unintentionally broken by the village's mischievous children. The remaining seal could no longer suppress the evil Ghost King's 3 souls, and many of the village's young adults had their soul power drained by the evil Ghost King. If they waited any longer, not only would those young adults be lost, but the evil Ghost King's 3 souls would completely break free from the seal and wreak havoc on the world. Their Taching village would be the first to suffer. When Zhao Su and the old village chief arrived at the empty area behind the village where the evil Ghost King was buried, they saw at least a dozen pale-faced individuals lying on the ground. Among them, the highest soul power of those holding swords was only at the Great Soul Master level, struggling to hold back the evil Ghost King's 3 souls from breaking through the remaining seal. These people were all the cultivators in Taching Village. Chapter 214. The Evil Ghost King, breaking the seal. Little Su, don't just stand there. Hurry up and take action. The old village chief shouted at Zhao Su, who was standing there somewhat at a loss. "I don't know if I can do it. My grandmother taught me some things, but I haven't practiced them." Although Zhao Su's grandmother had imparted many secret techniques to him since childhood, they were mostly theoretical, and for some reason, Zhao Su's martial soul had always been sealed. Thus, Zhao Su was not much different from an ordinary person without a martial soul. This made things quite awkward. Watching the villagers struggling to hold on, one by one collapsing, the old village chief gritted his teeth and decided to act. "No time to waste, follow my lead." Most of those holding back the evil Ghost King from breaking the seal were Zhao Su's peers, who had grown up together. Seeing them spitting blood and falling down, Zhao Su became anxious. So, hearing the old village chief's words, he didn't think much and began to form seals alongside him. Buzz! As a white light appeared around Zhao Su, a wave of Tao rhythm enveloped him. A treasure sword burst forth from within him, emanating powerful sword intent, slashing towards the evil Ghost King's 3 souls. Upon the emergence of the Emperor's 7-kill sword, the evil Ghost King seemed to sense danger and instantly fell silent, hiding its 3 souls within the grave that suppressed it. 3,000 Dao techniques, soul-capturing great technique. At this moment, Zhao Su seemed to transform into another person, forming seals with both hands, unleashing a terrifying aura that enveloped the entire grave. He extracted all the soul power that the evil Ghost King had absorbed and even drew out the life soul power from the evil Ghost King's 3 souls. These powers then transformed into white light spots that integrated into the bodies of those lying on the ground. It was clear that these light spots, mixed with the evil Ghost King's life soul power, not only replenished the soul power of those fallen, but also caused it to grow rapidly. However, for some unknown reason, Zhao Su ultimately did not directly slay the evil Ghost King's 3 souls, but instead repaired the damaged seal. He resealed the evil Ghost King's 3 souls once more. After completing all this, the Emperor's 7-kill sword returned to Zhao Su's body, and the Tao rhythm around him began to dissipate. Puff! Just as the old village chief was watching Zhao Su gradually calm down and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, Zhao Su suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. "Little Su," the old village chief hurried over and found Zhao Su's face pale, clutching his head tightly, appearing to be in great pain. "It's over. I didn't expect the worst to happen. I hope third sister-in-law has a way." The old village chief muttered as he had people carry Zhao Su back home. Now he could only place his hopes on what he called third sister-in-law. It wasn't until midnight that third sister-in-law, Zhao Su's grandmother, returned. However, she seemed to already know what had happened, so when she saw Zhao Su lying on the bed, pale-faced, she remained very calm, without any surprise. "Third sister-in-law, I really couldn't do anything and had to use the secret technique you taught me to break the seal on Zhao Su. Brotherly, don't blame yourself. When I taught you the secret technique to break Zhao Su's seal, it was because I was worried that such a day would come. This is something he cannot escape. Will little Su be all right? Don't worry, he will be fine." Third sister-in-law revealed a faint smile. "It's getting late. Brotherly, you should rest early." "Really? You won't have any issues? You won't have any issues. Then I can rest assured. It has indeed been a tiring day. I'll head back first. MHM. After the old village chief left, third sister-in-law's smile disappeared, and she sealed the courtyard door. She then entered the room, approached Zhao Su's bedside, and grasped his wrist. Sigh. But soon a sigh escaped her lips. Then she waved her hand, and a staff appeared in her hand. With a gentle shake, a talisman emerged and was pressed onto Zhao Su's forehead. Immediately, the talisman fused into Zhao Su's mind. As the talisman integrated, Zhao Su's face gradually regained color. After completing all this, third sister-in-law covered Zhao Su with a quilt and left the room. Back in her own room, third sister-in-law formed seals with both hands, and a lotus flower appeared. On that lotus flower, a shadowy figure emerged. Zhao Su's seal has been broken. How much longer does he have to live? The figure on the lotus flower furrowed its brows and asked third sister-in-law, after hearing her words. At most a year. That's enough. Within a year, I will have Shura return to extend Zhao Su's life. All right, I understand. Third sister-in-law nodded, and then the lotus flower began to dissipate. The next morning, when Zhao Su woke up, he felt a sharp pain in his head from time to time. He vigorously shook his head. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open, and third sister-in-law entered with a coarse porcelain bowl, handing it to Zhao Su. Drink this medicine, and your head won't hurt anymore. Zhao Su did not ask further, took the rough porcelain bowl, and drank the black liquid inside. The third sister-in-law was the closest person to Zhao Su. He had never seen his parents since he could remember. It was the third sister-in-law who raised him. When he was younger, he had asked her where his parents had gone, but each time she just casually found an excuse to evade the question. As Zhao Su grew up, he became accustomed to life without parents and stopped asking. The black liquid in the rough porcelain bowl had an indescribable fishy smell and was difficult to swallow. However, there was no choice to alleviate the severe headache. He had to force it down. Although the taste was strongly fishy, the effect was surprisingly good. Within minutes, the intense pain in his head eased significantly. Go wash up first, then come to the ancestral hall to find me. Upon hearing his grandmother's words, Zhao Su realized he was sticky and emitting a strong odor. It was fine when he hadn't noticed, but now that he did, it made him feel uncomfortable all over. He did not ask anything further, nodded, and left the room. After washing himself thoroughly for about 10 minutes, Zhao Su's dirt was completely gone, and his head no longer hurt, leaving him feeling refreshed. Stepping out of the bathroom, he stretched in the yard. When he inadvertently looked up at the sun that had just risen, images flashed through his mind. Zhao Su shook his head, and the images that had just appeared quickly blurred again. Taking a deep breath, he temporarily suppressed his doubts and walked out of the house, heading towards the ancestral hall in the village center. The ancestral hall, usually wide open, was now tightly shut. Zhao Su, you finally made it. Li Fan, the grandson of the old village chief who grew up with Zhao Su, rushed over to greet him. What's going on? You seem flustered. Zhao Su stopped and looked at the anxious Li Fan with some confusion. My grandpa, your grandma, and 5 other elderly people of similar age are inside the ancestral hall. Li Fan glanced around and leaned closer to Zhao Su, continuing, my grandpa specifically told me to guard the entrance and not let anyone in except you. Is it related to the evil spirit king incident from yesterday? Maybe, but I still feel like it's not that simple. Do you remember what happened with the seal on the evil spirit king yesterday? Of course I remember, but after I formed the seal with Grandpa Li, things got a bit hazy. I just felt a sword. Zhao Su frowned, recalling the events of the previous day. At that time, a sword appeared within you, exuding a terrifying sword intent I had never felt before. With one strike, it severed the 3 souls of the evil spirit king and absorbed its soul power, giving it to the villagers. Am I that strong? Zhao Su couldn't help but laugh at Li Fan's words. Since he could remember, his martial soul had been a useless mark with no effect. Therefore, even though he could cultivate, he had never been able to break through the 10th level soul power. This was also why Zhao Su understood many secret techniques, but was limited to theoretical knowledge. Brother Su, from now on, you'll be my idol. Teach me when you have time, okay? Li Fan looked at Zhao Su with admiration. Sure, no problem. Just then, before Zhao Su could finish speaking, the old village chief seemed to have heard them talking at the entrance and called out loudly, Li Fan, has Zhao Su arrived? Yes, yes. Li Fan shouted back to the ancestral hall and then entered with Zhao Su. The ancestral hall was quite large, but very simple. Many memorial tablets were placed in the main hall. On each side of the main hall, there were 5 chairs, besides the old village chief and the third sister-in-law. As Li Fan had said, there were 5 other elderly people present. They all looked quite old, at least over 70. Grandma, Zhao Su called out to the third sister-in-law. She nodded and then said, kneel. Zhao Su did not resist his grandmother's words and obediently knelt before the memorial tablets. At the moment Zhao Su knelt down, the 5 elderly people also moved. They positioned themselves around him, enclosing him in the center. They simultaneously formed seals, and a pentagram pattern rose beneath Zhao Su's feet, with a red flower floating above the pentagram. As the pentagram and the red flower entered Zhao Su's body, he felt a powerful aura surge within him. Soon, a huge cat shadow appeared behind Zhao Su, with one black and one white eye, resembling black holes. At the same time, a long sword that looked quite ancient gradually formed in front of Zhao Su. One side was engraved with mountains and rivers, while the other side depicted the sun, moon, and stars. The sword's hilt had 5 ancient characters that did not belong to the present time, besides the celestial dragon cat and the emperor's 7-kill sword. Zhao Su clearly felt that there was also a vague, circular mark in his mind. However, at this moment, Zhao Su's soul power was not enough to fully materialize this vague, circular mark. Soon, the celestial dragon cat and the emperor's 7-kill sword vanished into Zhao Su's body. As they entered, his soul power, which had always been unable to break through level 10, began to grow rapidly, soaring to level 59 before stopping. At the same time, Zhao Su could feel that, in addition to the increase in soul power, his mental strength was growing even more terrifying. With the awakening of your martial soul, you can start cultivating from now on. Grandma, who are my parents? Although Zhao Su had not asked his grandmother this question since he grew up, it did not mean he did not want to know. Since he could remember, he had watched others with their parents' companionship while he was alone. Though he did not speak of it, it still left an unpleasant feeling in his heart. You are too weak now. Even if I tell you now, you will forget by tomorrow. When you break through to become a titled Douluo and ascend, you will naturally know. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su did not pursue the question further, but he had already made up his mind to work hard to cultivate and become a god as soon as possible. Following this, the entire Taiching village returned to its usual calm. The place where the evil spirit king was sealed behind the village was also surrounded by the old village chief, who informed all the children in the village that they were not allowed to play behind the village anymore. Time quickly passed, and a month went by. The summer vacation was about to end, and Zhao Su and Li Fan were preparing to return to school. The third high school in Lanxian City, Normal Province, was no longer just a Soul Master Academy, but a comprehensive academy, similar to the schools in the Blue Star universe before Zhao Su traveled to the Douluo continent. Zhao Su, are you going out for drinks tonight? In the dormitory, Zhao Su's face looked quite bad. For some reason, his head had been hurting again intermittently these past few days. Each time, it felt as though it was exploding. Starting from drinking 1 bowl of medicine daily, he now needed to drink 2 bowls in the morning and evening, but still could not suppress the explosive pain. I'm not going. You all go ahead. I have a headache. What's wrong with you? Since you came back from school this time, I've noticed a big change in you. Your complexion looks terrible. The person speaking was named Liang Rongxing, but those familiar with him called him Liangzi. Liangzi's father was also from Taiching village, but later he moved into his mother's family. So he left Taiching village. They live in Qintong town, not far from Lanxian City, and they're considered a wealthy family. I don't know why, but my head feels like it's exploding these days, Zhao Su said as he sat up, shaking his head vigorously, then got up and took out the black liquid that his grandmother had prepared for him from the soul storage device. He drank it quickly. He felt a little better, but his face still looked very pale. I think you should see a doctor, Liangzi said, revealing a mysterious expression on his face. Leaning closer to Zhao Su and whispering, a transfer student came to our class a few days ago. She is said to have excellent medical skills. Should we let her take a look at you? Transfer student? How come I didn't know about that? You sleep in the dormitory every day and don't go to class. How would you know anything? How do you know she has medical skills? Yiro told me. She lives in the same dormitory as Yiro, but according to Yiro, she usually doesn't stay at school. Yiro is also a classmate of Zhao Su and Liangzi, and she is Liangzi's girlfriend. By the way, do you remember Lu Xian? Liangzi suddenly thought of something and asked Zhao Su, the one who was possessed by evil spirits and became mentally disabled? Zhao Su thought for a moment and asked Liangzi in return. That's right, he came back to school. It is said that Qian Wanxue cured him. Qian Wanxue? Upon hearing this name, Zhao Su felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Chapter 216, Evil Soul Master, Goodbye Qian Wanxue. Zhao Su still had a deep impression of Lu Xian, who had been possessed by evil spirits and had become mentally disabled, always wearing a silly smile and eating constantly. If he was allowed to eat, He would throw a tantrum and smash things in anger. Zhao Su had even invited his grandmother to Lu Xian's house back then. But in the end, his grandmother only suppressed the evil spirits within Lu Xian, making his behavior slightly more normal, but he still remained mentally disabled. Zhao Su had asked his grandmother if Lu Xian would be like this for the rest of his life. His grandmother's answer was that unless he had a miraculous encounter and met a great master, he would be like this for life. From Liangzi's account, it seemed that Lu Xian had not encountered a miraculous event, which meant he had met a great master. Let's go. Where to? To find that Qian Wanxue you mentioned. When Zhao Su heard this name, he always felt there was some connection between them. No need to go. Qian Wanxue is not at school today. Liangzi grabbed Zhao Su, and when he saw Zhao Su's doubtful expression, he continued, Xiao Rou just told me that Qian Wanxue took a leave of absence and left school early this morning. Where did she go? How would I know? You know how Xiao Rou is. If I ask too much about other women, how can I have a good life? At this point, Liangzi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his back. Look at you. Zhao Su gave him a look of disdain, rolling his eyes at Liangzi. Then let us go drink. I've been cooped up in the dormitory for so long that I've grown hair all over. It was about time. I see your problem isn't health-related. You're just bored. The two teased each other as they walked out of the dormitory building. Heading towards the tavern, they often visited outside the school. As they passed a small alley, Zhao Su suddenly stopped and looked into the alley. Because just now, he sensed a breath that was very similar to his own coming from that small alley. What's wrong? Liangzi saw Zhao Su stop and followed his gaze into the alley, also feeling a powerful soul saint's aura. There's actually a soul saint-level powerhouse in our Lancian city. Lancian City is just a small city in the Noral province, let alone in the entire Sun-Moon Empire. According to Liangzi, the city lord of Lancian City is only at the level of a 67th level soul emperor. He didn't expect to sense the aura of a soul saint in this inconspicuous small alley. Let's go. Although Zhao Su was only at the level of a 59th level soul king at this time, his spiritual power was very strong. And even though he didn't know the specific realm, he could clearly sense the approaching dangerous aura. Bang! Just as Zhao Su shouted for Liangzi to hurry, it was already too late. A figure, exuding a foul odor and roaring angrily, charged out. Holding a huge axe, he swung it toward Liangzi. Liangzi was momentarily stunned, but at the last moment, he dodged it with his agile form. What the hell is this thing? After Liangzi pulled away to a safe distance, he looked at the foul-smelling figure wielding the giant axe. The person seemed to be completely rotten, wrapped in layers of white cloth. His decayed face was filled with a grimace. A puppet of a voodoo master. Zhao Su frowned, looking at the rotting figure that resembled a mummy and solemnly reminded Liangzi. Among all cultivators, only the voodoo path does not require the martial soul to condense soul power. Since the beginning of their practice, they have been refining their martial souls into battle puppets. Therefore, voodoo masters are generally beast martial souls. The battle puppets refined from their martial souls are called life-bound battle puppets. In addition to their martial souls, they can also refine soul beasts and even humans into battle puppets for their own use. It is said that legendary voodoo masters can have 2 battle puppets, which are even stronger than imperial-level powerhouses. But from this rotting battle puppet, it seems that this voodoo master-esque cultivation is still lacking. Bang! At this moment, a person cloaked in black robes, exuding a sinister aura, appeared. He was holding 2 straw dolls in his hands. Following him was a woman dressed in a white long dress. The woman had exquisite features but no expression, looking cold, and behind her emerged a figure radiating golden light. The golden light exuded a sacred aura, which could be said to be a natural nemesis to the evil aura emanating from the voodoo master. Qian Wanxue, why do you keep chasing me? The black-robed man was clearly not a match for Qian Wanxue, and coldly questioned her as she pressed closer. You've killed countless people, even sparing no ordinary ones. Shouldn't you die? I've killed countless people. Haven't you killed anyone? I only kill those who deserve to die and never harm the innocent. As Qian Wanxue spoke, she released a domain around her, quickly enveloping the black-robed man and the battle puppet he controlled. The golden light carrying the sacred aura began to burn even more fiercely. Qian Wanxue, my big brother will definitely avenge me. You will die even worse than I will. The black-robed man knew he couldn't escape today, and in his final moments, he bit his finger, dripping blood onto the forehead of the straw doll in his hands, and in an instant a blood-red light flashed. It broke through Qian Wanxue's domain and flew into the distance. Seeing this, Qian Wanxue frowned, knowing that the fleeing bloodlight was a fragment of this voodoo master spirit. It was already too late to pursue now. Qian Ruanxue, you've actually reached the level of a soul saint? The golden light carrying the sacred aura dissipated, along with the voodoo master and the rotting battle puppet, leaving no traces behind. At this moment, Liangzi and Zhao Su finally surrounded them. Because of Qian Ruanxue's peculiar temper, always appearing proud and cold, she only had Yi Rou as a friend at school. Liangzi is Yi Rou's boyfriend, and Qian Ruanxue has naturally seen him as well. Your lifespan is running out. If you want to continue living, come find me at the Taiqing Daoist Temple on Zhuke Street in 3 days. Qian Ruanxue casually glanced at Liangzi before turning her attention to Zhao Su. Then, inexplicably, she said this. Before Zhao Su and Liangzi could react, Qian Ruanxue had already turned and left, disappearing at the end of the street in just a few steps. Is she the one who cured Lu Xian? Yes, but I didn't expect she would be a soul saint. In this new Douluo era, although it is not based on the prestige of soul masters, their status is still much higher than that of ordinary people. What did she mean by that? Isn't it easy to understand? Why do you always have a headache? There must be something wrong with your body. Anyway, it won't hurt to check. I'll go with you. After Liangzi finished speaking, he dragged Zhao Su to drink without waiting for Zhao Su to respond. In the following 3 days, Zhao Su's head pain intensified, and he even started having strange dreams at night. However, those dreams were very vague. Although he remembered dreaming, he couldn't recall what the dreams were about. Eventually, the black liquid could no longer suppress Zhao Su's headache. On the second day, Zhao Su couldn't bear it any longer and went with Liangzi to the Taiqing Daoist Temple on Zhuke Street, as Qian Ruanxue had mentioned. But the door was locked, and they couldn't find any trace of Qian Ruanxue. They also couldn't find out where Qian Ruanxue had gone from Yi Rou. With no other options, they had to endure for 3 days. Early that day, Zhao Su, accompanied by Liangzi and Li Fan, went to the Taiqing Daoist Temple. Although it was called a temple, it was actually just a yard. In fact, the area of this yard was even smaller than Zhao Su's yard in Taiqing Village. However, both yards had one thing in common. They both had a large willow tree. You guys are here, very punctual. Qian Ruanxue was sitting by a stone table under the willow tree, with 3 cups of water placed on it. It was clear that Qian Ruanxue not only knew they would come, but also how many people were coming. If you're not punctual, Zhao Su won't survive today. Liangzi and Li Fan supported Zhao Su's arms to prevent him from collapsing. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Qian Ruanxue said calmly, waving her hand to Liangzi and Li Fan. Take him to the room on the 2nd floor. At this moment, Zhao Su had completely lost consciousness and had no strength in his body. He could only rely on Liangzi and Li Fan to carry him upstairs. Liangzi couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had called Li Fan today, as Liangzi and Li Fan carried Zhao Su into the room upstairs. They were immediately attracted by the arrangement inside. There was a huge pentagram pattern on the floor, with red candles placed on it. The placement of the candles was not random. It looked like a red flower, with a gap in the center that was about the size of a person. It was clearly prepared for Zhao Su. You guys go out first. No matter what sounds you hear, do not come in. Will Zhao Su be okay? He will be fine. Remember, no matter what sounds you hear, do not come in. If someone comes to cause trouble, make sure to stop them, Qian Ruanxue said, pushing the 2 out of the room. Outside the room, Li Fan and Liangzi exchanged glances but didn't think too much about it. They went downstairs and sat at the stone table in the yard. Inside the room, Zhao Su was completely unconscious, his face pale and devoid of color. Qian Ruanxue squatted down beside Zhao Su, gently caressing his cheek. A smile appeared on her cold face, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. Originally, you wanted to use yourself to become the rules of the new world, hoping to remove yourself from this heavenly conflict, but unexpectedly, you ended up becoming the center of this heavenly conflict. From Qian Ruanxue's words, it could be inferred that she currently possessed memories of the past, although they were incomplete. Qian Ruanxue's complete memory was also sealed, and she could only break her seal by gradually becoming stronger. It could also be said that the current Qian Ruanxue was no longer the previous Qian Ruanxue. She was neither the angel god nor Shuer, but a brand new Qian Ruanxue. This was also what the Tao ancestor imparted to Qian Ruanxue in the final moments, when he integrated her into the new world rules. At that time, he planted the 3-life reincarnation curse within Qian Ruanxue's body, connecting it to Zhao Su's breath. The 3-life reincarnation curse was the key to the extermination array. Centered around Zhao Su, the array maker must communicate with Zhao Su's mind. Only when the 9 are united can they surpass the original realm of the Emperor Heaven and slay the Emperor Heaven. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to truly kill the Emperor Heaven with the same level of combat power. However, at this moment, Emperor Heaven had already found a way to break Zhao Su's New World rules. He would not allow the New World rules to become an independent existence, but wanted to be the sole master controlling all living beings, rather than the ruler of an independent heavenly path. That was to use darkness as a guide to envelop the entire New World rules under darkness, transforming it into complete and utter darkness. In the 30,000 years of the new era, Emperor Heaven had launched 2 dark invasions as the Master of Darkness. However, each time ended in failure. The 2 failures were not because Emperor Heaven's plan to invade the world with darkness was unfeasible, but because the New World rules had not yet fully merged with the old heavenly path. The timing was not right. Soon, the 30,000-year deadline would be reached, and the 3rd dark invasion was about to come. At this point, the New World rules and the old heavenly path were almost perfectly merged, and this time the dark invasion might also be their last chance. Therefore, Zhao Su needed to recover to his peak state as soon as possible. But don't worry. This time I will be with you forever. Even if the final result is death, I will have no regrets. Shivnu gently kissed Zhao Su's throat. At that moment, a mark flew out from Zhao Su's left arm, merging with the mark on Qianrenchue's right arm. Then, the complete mark disappeared into both of their bodies. At this time, all the red candles were lit, and the pentagram pattern began to emit a red glow. Soon, 7 spatial doors appeared. From those 7 spatial doors, 7 shadows emerged, namely, Xiao Lu, Shi Yao, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yuehua, and 2 others who looked almost identical. They were Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong's twin daughters, Yu Yu and Qian, along with Qianrenxue. They formed the complete extermination array. Once the red candles burned out, the rising smoke transformed into red flowers. The red flowers split into 9 petals, which then entered the bodies of Zhao Su and the other 9 individuals. As the petals entered their bodies, a powerful aura instantly spread from Zhao Su's dantian. The sound of dragon roars echoed, and 8 divine dragons soared out, surrounding Zhao Su. At this moment, a white dragon also flew out from Shi Yao's shadow, forming a character for Dao with the other 8 divine dragons. As that character gradually took shape, the shadow in Zhao Su's mind also began to condense and take shape, merging with that character before disappearing back into Zhao Su's mind, becoming illusory once again. After everything was completed, Xiao Lu and the others simultaneously formed seals, emitting streams of Taoist essence that entered Zhao Su's body. As the essence nourished him, the meridians within Zhao Su underwent changes as well. The 6 soul bones that had originally disappeared, along with the external soul bone of the cracked sky demon butterfly, began to regenerate. Zhao Su's mental strength also rapidly increased, surpassing the previous level of mental power and reaching the divine realm, transforming mental strength into divine thought. His soul power grew quickly, stopping only at the pinnacle level of 99, the ultimate Douluo. However, the 3 lives reincarnation spell ultimately did not help Zhao Su break through the 100-level barrier to enter the divine realm. Nevertheless, such strength was sufficient for Zhao Su to protect himself. Chapter 218. Innate Taoist Techniques and the 13 Techniques of Ta Ching. After completing all this, the phantoms of Xiao Lu and the others gradually dissipated. The 7 spatial gates also vanished. The pentagram pattern beneath Zhao Su's body sank into him. Subsequently, a layer of white light appeared, sealing the circular mark in Zhao Su's mind that was infused with the character for Tao. At the same time, it concealed all of Zhao Su's aura. Even if someone from the Divine King realm came, they would not be able to see through Zhao Su's current level. When Zhao Su awoke, it was already noon the next day. During the day and night, it felt as if he had experienced a long dream. But this time, the dream was not vague. He remembered it clearly. The old heavenly Dao era. After Zhao Su woke up, he muttered this to himself. Then he sat up and looked around at the unfamiliar environment. He found himself lying in a strange room. The furnishings in the room were quite simple, but on a nearby table was a vase filled with fresh flowers. The flowers emitted a faint fragrance that filled the room with a pleasant floral scent. This floral aroma seemed to have a refreshing and invigorating effect. Creak! Just as Zhao Su was gazing at the flowers, lost in thought, the door to the room was pushed open. Qianrenxue, dressed in a white dress, appeared in the room. Her face still bore a cold expression, but her eyes contained a hint of tenderness. She was holding a tray with several small dishes, 3 steamed buns, and a bowl of soup. The dishes and buns looked quite good, but the bowl of soup emitted an unpleasant fishy smell, similar to the black liquid he drank every day. You've been asleep for a day and a night. Eat something. Qianrenxue casually placed a tray on the table, and said to Zhao Su, "Yesterday, I was knocked out with a headache. Was it you who saved me?" Zhao Su sat down beside the table, glancing at the food and the foul-smelling liquid. Although he hadn't tasted it yet, he could tell from the smell that the liquid in the bowl had most of the same ingredients as the black liquid his grandmother used to make him drink. One was black, while the other looked less so. "That's right. Drink this medicine for a few more days to stabilize it, and your headache will no longer trouble you." "And who are you?" "My name is Qianrenxue. I'm not asking for your name. I'm asking about your identity." "Well," Qianrenxue thought for a moment. "If we trace it back, you should call me Senior Sister." "Senior Sister?" Zhao Su's eyes flashed with confusion upon hearing her words. "That's right. Your father's my master." "My father? Is he still alive?" "Of course, he is still alive, but even I don't know where he is now." "So, are you saying you came back specifically to treat my illness?" "That can be said," Qianrenxue replied. "When you were born, you were cursed by the Dark Ruler. So your grandmother sealed your martial soul. Recently, your martial soul was unsealed, which also triggered the curse within you." Qianrenxue briefly explained the situation to Zhao Su, without going into the details. When Zhao Su pressed for more information, Qianrenxue, like his grandmother, stated that Zhao Su's cultivation was still too weak, and knowing these things too early would not benefit him. However, she did make it clear that his parents were still alive. To learn more about his parents, he needed to become stronger as soon as possible. Hearing this, Zhao Su realized that even if he continued to ask, he wouldn't gain any more information, so he stopped. He had already made up his mind to work hard on his cultivation and become stronger. In fact, even according to the rules of this new era, Zhao Su was already 1,000 years old. During the battle at the Spirit Curse sect, the Dark Ruler took the opportunity to severely injure Ling Daozi. Zhao Ru wanted to save Ling Daozi, but at that time, Ling Daozi had already convinced himself that Zhao Ru was colluding with the Dark Ruler. So, taking advantage of Zhao Ru blocking a fatal blow from the Dark Ruler, Ling Daozi severely injured Zhao Ru. This scene happened to be witnessed by Cheng Feng, who had rushed to the cliff of reflection. Seeing Zhao Ru severely injured, Cheng Feng fell into a frenzy. The Spirit Curse sect went on a killing spree, attacking indiscriminately, whether disciples of the Spirit Curse sect or the Dark Ruler's Dark Army. Ling Daozi watched as disciples of the Spirit Curse sect died at the hands of his disciples. For a moment, he was consumed with rage, but at the last moment, he had an epiphany, breaking through to the Emperor realm and entering the Origin realm. At this point, Ling Daozi also realized he was wrong. However, the great mistake had already been made and could not be undone. At the cost of his newly attained Origin realm cultivation, he sealed the crazed Cheng Feng and severely injured the Dark Ruler, causing the Dark Ruler not to appear for 1,000 years. Then, Ling Daozi, filled with regrets, ascended on the Dao platform of the Spirit Curse sect, transforming into the Dao. After Ling Daozi's ascension, Zhang Lingzi became the new sect master of the Spirit Curse sect. However, due to his master's death and the massacre of his junior brothers by Cheng Feng, Zhang Lingzi developed inner demons. After becoming the sect master, he closed off the Spirit Curse sect. This incident also caused a rift between Zhang Lingzi and his junior sister, Shui Ling, who was Ling Daozi's daughter, Ling Wan'er. Ling Wan'er established her own sect, creating the Ta Qing Dao Palace. For a period afterward, Zhao Su remained in the dormitory, familiarizing himself with the soul bones that had appeared in his body and the external soul bones. At the same time, Qianrenxue also imparted the cultivation techniques of the Ta Qing Dao Palace, the 13 techniques of Ta Qing, to Zhao Su. Through his comprehension of the 13 techniques of Ta Qing, Zhao Su felt that they bore a remarkable similarity to the innate Taoist techniques his grandmother had taught him since childhood. The two could easily merge with each other. In simple terms, although the two techniques had different names, their essence was the same. The fusion of the two made them even more complete. Ding ding ding. That night, Zhao Su's roommates, including Liang Zi, all went out drinking, leaving Zhao Su alone in the dormitory to cultivate. Suddenly, a series of dinging sounds echoed in Zhao Su's ears. Zhao Su opened his eyes to see a talisman in front of him, emitting a faint glow. He reached out to take the talisman, which transformed into a line of text. "Zhao Su, I'm waiting for you at the school gate. Hurry." In the lower right corner of the text were 3 small characters, Qianrenxue. Zhao Su didn't think much about it, casually threw on some clothes, and walked out of the dormitory building, heading toward the school gate. The management system of the school was quite lax. As long as one could pass the assessment at graduation, it didn't matter whether they attended classes or not. Therefore, the school's gates were always open for anyone to enter. However, very few people caused trouble at school, even though it was no longer just a simple soul master school. Most schools have specialized soul master classes. Although they're still students, they're also reserved forces for various sects and powers. Offending the school is equivalent to offending those sects. And no one is foolish enough to do that. Chapter 219. Two Divine Realm Battle Servants. When Zhao Su arrived at the academy entrance and looked around, he did not see Qianrenxue. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a carriage stopped in front of him, and Qianrenxue waved at him from inside. Zhao Su quickly got into the carriage, which rushed towards the outskirts of Lanxian City. "Where are we going?" Zhao Su asked Qianrenxue in the carriage. "Do you remember the voodoo soul master from a few days ago?" "Yes, his brother came to seek revenge, right?" "I'm not sure if it's his brother, but I can guarantee it has something to do with that person." In the past few days, aside from practicing the Ta Ching 13 techniques and innate Taoist arts, Zhao Su had also learned about voodoo masters and sorcery, often referred to as demonic arts. The connection between voodoo techniques and yin-yang Taoist arts is similar to that between the Ta Ching 13 techniques and innate Taoist arts. However, voodoo techniques only capture the most ruthless and vicious parts. By using one's own martial soul as a guide, they can refine it into a personal battle servant. Apart from cultivating, the fastest shortcut to enhance soul power is to absorb the souls and soul power of others. Therefore, the requirements for voodoo masters are the lowest. It doesn't matter if you have full innate soul power or how much soul power you possess. As long as you have a martial soul, you can gain powerful strength through devouring others. This is also why many people choose to become voodoo masters. And even some practitioners who follow normal paths may choose to become voodoo soul masters when their lives are nearing an end in order to survive. According to what his grandmother told Zhao Su, both innate Taoist arts and sorcery are actually incomplete. To truly reach the origin realm, one must cultivate both. However, due to the constraints of the heavenly rules, no one is allowed to cultivate both, or they will inevitably face heavenly tribulations. After traveling for nearly half an hour, the carriage arrived at a small town and stopped in front of a residence. Zhao Su did not ask many questions and simply followed behind Qianrenxue silently. As soon as they got off the carriage, Zhao Su saw a middle-aged man approaching them with an anxious expression. "Master, have you found a way to save my daughter? Now is not the time. How is what I instructed you to do?" "Everything has been arranged as you commanded. The windows in the room are all covered with black cloth." "Good. Remember, tonight, no matter what sounds you hear, do not let anyone enter the room. Understand?" "Understood. Rest assured, master. I will have people guarding the door." Qianrenxue nodded and then entered a completely darkened room with Zhao Su. Although the room was pitch black, Zhao Su's powerful spiritual sense easily perceived the layout of the entire room. On a wooden board on the floor lay a pale-faced woman. "Yiro?" Zhao Su recognized the person on the board. "What happened?" "Yiro was chosen by a voodoo master and cursed. She has lost 2 of her souls and 7 spirits. And now only 1 soul remains. Is someone trying to refine Yiro into a battle servant?" "Exactly. Yiro has an extreme yin constitution, and coupled with the uniqueness of her martial soul, once refined into a battle servant, she will become an unparalleled weapon. What should we do?" "Wait." Qianrenxue casually said a single word and easily sat down by the table in the dark. Zhao Su, though puzzled, still sat beside her. The waiting time felt incredibly slow, especially in the darkness. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Zhao Su was beginning to fidget, a series of bell sounds came from outside the door. Upon hearing the sound of the bells, Qianrenxue immediately perked up and said to Zhao Su, "Lend me a drop of your blood." "My blood?" "Yes, just a drop from a cut on your finger." Before Zhao Su could react, he felt a sharp pain in his finger. A drop of blood flew out and was caught by Qianrenxue. At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open, and a tall figure entered, wielding a large knife. Aside from the lack of color in his face, the rest of his appearance looked normal, with no signs of decay. "Use blood as a guide, collect." As the giant raised the large knife to strike at the woman lying on the wooden board, Qianrenxue also moved. She formed hand seals, and Zhao Su's drop of blood began to rapidly expand. The powerful bloodline force instantly enveloped the giant. As the giant was enveloped by the drop of blood, his body began to corrode rapidly, and he let out a miserable scream. The bloodline of the Zhentian clan? With the wretched scream, a figure cloaked in black robes appeared instantly. Holding a straw man that emitted a strange blood-red light, he sealed the giant who was being corroded. What fairness? There is no fairness in this world. Why is the bloodline of the Zhentian clan an insurmountable nemesis for us voodoo masters? Guyuan, over the years, you have angered the heavenly path by using ordinary souls to refine battle servants, yet you still speak of fairness. Do those ordinary people you turned into battle servants have fairness? The strong are respected. Those people are merely ants, and I am merely helping them find liberation in advance. Then today, I will help you find liberation. The cycle of cause and effect is also a form of fairness. Just based on you? Gu Yuan coldly snorted, biting his finger to let blood drip onto the straw man's forehead. Instantly, a spatial door opened, emanating a blood-red light from the straw man. Boom! From within that spatial door, 2 coffins flew out and landed upright on the ground. Although the coffins were closed, one could clearly feel the terrifying aura emanating from within them. This aura certainly surpassed that of a tidal Douluo and reached the divine realm. Boom! With the emergence of that powerful aura, 2 hands emerged from the coffin lids. The long fingers were devoid of color, pale as death, and the long nails shone like blades. Soon, the entire coffin was completely shattered, and the 2 battle servants were fully revealed before Zhao Su and Qianrenxue. Seeing these 2 battle servants, Qianrenxue couldn't help but furrow her brow. She did not expect Gu Yuan to have 2 such powerful battle servants. Judging solely by their aura, these 2 battle servants clearly surpassed Gu Yuan. Be careful, these 2 battle servants are not his. Ha ha ha! Gu Yuan summoned these 2 battle servants far beyond himself using his own blood as a guide. Hearing Qianrenxue's words, Gu Yuan laughed loudly. At least you have some insight. Although Yi Ro has an extreme Yin constitution, she is still far too inferior compared to you two. Today, I will refine you both, and the voodoo lineage will regard me as its master. Chapter 220. The Spear of Destruction easily slays Gu Yuan. How long can you last summoning these 2 battle servants far beyond your capabilities using your own blood as a guide? Qianrenxue's cold expression showed no signs of fear. Looking at the 2 divine realm battle servants, he snorted coldly, and a talisman appeared in his hand. He casually tossed it, and it ignited spontaneously. A golden angelic holy sword, radiating divine light, was formed, carrying a sense of sanctity. At the same time, an angelic domain enveloped Gu Yuan and the 2 divine realm battle servants. Although I can't maintain it for long, it's enough to deal with you. Arrogant and overconfident. Merely a scheming demon. Do you think you can stand on your own? Zhao Su, who had been silent, snorted coldly and stepped forward, blocking in front of Qianrenxue. I can handle him alone. I want to see who among us is truly arrogant. With the art of curses, the 10,000-mile floating pagoda, Gu Yuan transformed the scarecrow in his hand into a red, eerie glow, shooting it into the bodies of the 2 divine realm battle servants. The eyes of the 2 battle servants suddenly widened, their blood-red eyes making their pale, corpse-like faces even more sinister. With the sound of Zhao Su's voice, the Emperor's 7 kills sword appeared within him, splitting into 36 long swords. They then formed a 36 heavenly gang killing array, embodying a sword path that transcended sword intent, cutting towards the 2 divine realm battle servants with an unstoppable force. Bang! Zhao Su's strength caught Gu Yuan off guard, but the physical resilience of the 2 divine realm battle servants also surprised Zhao Su. The 36 heavenly gang sword array only left a shallow mark on the 2 battle servants, not even drawing blood. Ha! You can't possibly be a match for these 2 battle servants, even if your sword path has reached the divine realm. Seeing Zhao Su's strike fail to harm the battle servants, Gu Yuan became increasingly arrogant. Is that so? Zhao Su, however, remained calm, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He reached out, and 5 small flags flew out from the soul storage device on his wrist, heading towards Qianrenxue and Yi Ro, who was lying on the plank. The 5 flags landed at 5 positions, emitting a white barrier that enveloped the 2. Zhao Su was about to unleash a big move. After covering Qianrenxue and Yi Ro, Zhao Su formed hand seals and drew a few strokes on his forehead. A faint character for extinction appeared on his brow. As the character took shape, a flower radiating a sense of destruction floated above Zhao Su's head. Instantly, a set of black armor covered Zhao Su. A long spear, also exuding a sense of destruction, coalesced in front of him. With the art of curses, the Spear of Death, Zhao Su took a step forward, casually grasping the Spear of Destruction. He thrust it out with ease. Puff! The scene before Gu Yuan made his eyes widen in disbelief. The 2 divine realm battle servants were pierced through effortlessly by the Spear of Destruction, as if they were made of tofu. After being pierced, the spear transformed into a 9-headed flood dragon, directly swallowing the pierced battle servant. The powerful divine power was instantly absorbed. The so-called curse technique is merely a low-level method among the 3,000 paths, relying on the power gained from devouring souls. ultimately being external force. Zhao Su said, thrusting through the chest of the other divine realm battle servant, perfectly absorbing its divine power as well. Gu Yuan, standing not far away, was completely stunned, having lost all will to fight. After absorbing the divine powers of the two battle servants, Zhao Su also extracted all their memories before they were refined into battle servants. The two were twin brothers, born with abundant soul power and possessing the powerful diamond bear martial soul, originally with limitless potential. However, they were targeted by the Curse Master, who sacrificed their entire clan and refined them into battle servants. These two battle servants, as Qian Ruxue had guessed, did not belong to Gu Yuan, but were instead the property of the Curse Master, who had temporarily placed them under Gu Yuan's care. Gu Yuan slaughtered innocent people and harvested souls, not only for his own cultivation, but more so to nourish these two battle servants. Who exactly are you? You are not worthy of knowing my name. Go to hell with these doubts. Zhao Su waved his hand, and the spear of destruction opened its bloody maw, swallowing Gu Yuan. The land of the outer barbarian tribes? From Gu Yuan's memories, Zhao Su extracted a key location, the land of the outer barbarian tribes. According to Gu Yuan's description of this land in his memories, Zhao Su understood that this so-called barbarian land might very well be the remaining realm of the old heavenly path. It was merely manipulated by the Dark Sovereign using some special method, preventing the new heavenly rules from completely devouring the rules of the old heavenly path. Perhaps the Dark Sovereign, also known as Detian, was waiting for some opportunity. The land of the outer barbarian tribes is actually the forbidden land guarded by the 6 great imperial clans of the Sky City. The 6 great imperial clans? That's right. At the eastern end of our Douluo continent, there is a massive city built on a high mountain, known as the Sky City, where the 6 great imperial clans control the entire Sky City. Which 6 great imperial clans? I'm not sure. I only heard about them from my teacher. After eliminating Gu Yuan, Zhao Su turned his attention to Yi Rou, who was lying on the plank, as if recalling something. He then asked Qian Ruxue, what method were you planning to use to summon Yi Rou's 2 souls and 7 spirits back? Gu Yuan has already been beaten to the ground. Where else can I go to summon the 2 souls and 7 spirits? I have no way. Qian Ruxue rolled her eyes at Zhao Su, originally just wanting to use Zhao Su's blood to trap Gu Yuan. But she didn't expect Gu Yuan to have 2 divine realm battle servants, nor did she anticipate Zhao Su's current strength. Qian Ruxue realized that Zhao Su had never truly believed in her from the beginning. He had been playing the part of a pig to eat a tiger. She even suspected that the combat power Zhao Su had just displayed was not his true strength. Sai, what should we do? I can only tell Yi Rou's father the truth. How do I explain Liangzi? In fact, Zhao Su didn't care much about what Yi Rou's father thought. After all, he wasn't familiar with him. If it weren't for Liangzi, he wouldn't even be familiar with Yi Rou. Liangzi was different. He could be said to be a good brother who grew up with him. Although later Liangzi lived with his grandparents, that childhood friendship would never change. Moreover, due to Zhao Su's unique constitution, he had few friends growing up. Only Li Fan and Liangzi didn't care about these things, treating Zhao Su as their brother. Chapter 221. The Unbridgeable Gap. Seeing how anxious he was, I'm just kidding, Qian Ruxue looked at the worried and regretful Zhao Su and smiled rarely. Summoning souls doesn't require being on Gu Yuan's body to accomplish. Really? Of course it's true, but with Gu Yuan's help, I could easily do it alone. Now that Gu Yuan is dead, it will take a bit more effort. No worries, I'll help you. Forget it, just give me a drop of your blood, and I can handle the rest myself. You're affecting my performance here, Qian Ruxue said, regardless of whether Zhao Su agreed. She grabbed his hand and took another drop of blood. Then she told Zhao Su to wait outside. Although Zhao Su felt some doubts in his heart, he didn't think too much about it. Just confirmed with Qian Ruxue one last time. Are you really okay on your own? No need for my help? No need, Qian Ruxue said decisively. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su didn't say anything more and turned to leave the room. After Zhao Su left, the smile on Qian Ruxue's face gradually faded as she looked at Yi Rou lying on the wooden board. It wasn't until the sun rose in the east, dispelling the darkness, that Qian Ruxue pushed open the door and walked out. At this moment, Qian Ruxue looked very pale. It was evident that the soul summoning she had just performed was not easy and had consumed almost all of her soul power. Furthermore, it was Zhao Su's drop of blood, containing powerful ancestral force, that had brought back Yi Rou's 2 souls and 7 spirits. Master Mortal, how is it? Seeing Qian Ruxue walk out, Yi Rou's parents hurriedly approached her, anxiously asking Qian Ruxue, don't worry, she's fine now. Qian Renxue took out a small porcelain bottle from the storage soul guide and handed it to Yi Rou's father. After she wakes up, give her the elixir in this bottle, 1 pill a day. Once the 3 souls and 7 spirits perfectly merge, she will be fine. That's great. Thank you, Immortal Master. You are a great benefactor to our Yi family. Yi Rou's parents knelt down in front of Qian Renxue while speaking. All right, there's no need for such a grand gesture. Little Rou and I are friends, and I don't need thanks for saving her. Qian Renxue reached out and held on to Yi Rou's kneeling parents. Then, Qian Renxue explained a few things to Yi Rou's parents, specifically mentioning that after Yi Rou wakes up, her 3 souls and 7 spirits need to merge. This might result in her exhibiting a different personality than before, but they shouldn't worry about it. Once the 3 souls and 7 spirits are fully merged, this symptom will naturally disappear. Although Yi Rou's parents didn't understand this and were still immersed in the joy of having their daughter back, they naturally didn't doubt what Qian Renxue said. Zhao Su, standing aside, remained silent but cast a meaningful glance at Qian Renxue. Uncle and aunt, Xiao Rou is fine now, so we should head back. Under the repeated pleas of Yi Rou's parents, Qian Renxue still refused and left Yi Rou's home. After moving away from Yi Rou's parents' sight, Qian Renxue unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Did you summon Yi Rou's soul? Zhao Su quickly stepped forward to block Qian Renxue, and with a serious expression, asked her, if you say it's not Yi Rou's soul, whose soul could it be? You should know best in your heart. Zhao Su said this without continuing to ask further, just showing a smile. I'm really a bit hungry after a night of tossing and turning. What do you want to eat? I'll treat. Anything. Qian Renxue was somewhat unaccustomed to Zhao Su's transformation and casually mentioned that it seemed like something was on her mind. Zhao Su looked around and spotted a noodle shop not far away. How about we eat noodles? After arriving at the noodle shop, Zhao Su ordered 2 bowls of noodles. While waiting, Zhao Su said to Qian Renxue, actually, you look better when you smile. What? Women should smile more, otherwise they can age easily. Do you really think I look good when I smile? Qian Renxue said with a smile, getting up to sit beside Zhao Su. Her gaze toward Zhao Su was quite ambiguous. If you want to see me smile, I can smile for you every day. Not afraid of flamboyant and cheap women being flirtatious, but afraid of saying sweet nothings to a beauty like Qian Renxue, who is originally indifferent. It made Zhao Su's back involuntarily feel a bit cold. Let's just forget it. I'm afraid I can't handle it. Besides the memory of the god of destruction that you have awakened, have the other memories awakened? What memories? Zhao Su didn't know whether he truly didn't understand what Qian Renxue was saying, or if he was deliberately pretending not to understand. Have you remembered what happened back then? And are you still blaming me? Qian Renxue moved a little closer to Zhao Su, and at this moment, their bodies were almost touching. Qian Renxue proudly leaned in and whispered into Zhao Su's ear. The warm breath brushed against Zhao Su's ear, combined with the faint, unique fragrance from Qian Renxue's body, causing a stir in a certain part of Zhao Su's body. Sorry to interrupt, but the noodles are ready. The waiter carefully brought 2 bowls of noodles and called out to Zhao Su and Qian Renxue. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Su subtly moved to the side a bit and gave the waiter an awkward smile. The waiter placed the noodles in front of the 2 and cast a look of envy at Zhao Su. Even when not smiling, Qian Renxue's unadorned yet smooth, fair skin, combined with her delicate features, definitely made her goddess level. You still haven't answered my question. After the shopkeeper left, Qian Renxue leaned in again and chased after Zhao Su, asking, what is it? Are you still blaming me? Are you talking about Yi Rou's matter or other matters? All matters. I don't blame you, nor do I have the right to blame you. I just hope you don't tell Liangzi, Zhao Su said, becoming serious in his gaze. He took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, picked up the noodles from the table, and started eating heartily. Do you really think that Yi Rou is genuinely in love with Liangzi? Then what basis do you have to say otherwise? All right, since that's the case, I don't want to argue with you. Time will give us the answer. Zhao Su did not speak, and there has always been a barrier between Qian Renxue and Zhao Su. Even when Qian Renxue actively tried to get closer to Zhao Su, there would always be some reason that caused the distance between them to crack again. When Zhao Su returned alone to the school dormitory, the rest of the dorm members had already come back. The others were sleeping, and only Liangzi was sitting there, looking unwell. Hey, what's wrong with you? Zhao Su leaned close to Liangzi, but Liangzi didn't notice Zhao Su until Zhao Su spoke up, which brought Liangzi back to his senses. I don't know why, but for the past few days, I have always felt very tired. Liangzi stood up and stretched. Have you had too much to drink? And you won't go and mess around, will you? Zhao Su said as he reached out and grasped Liangzi's wrist, his brows slightly furrowed. a hint of worry appearing in his eyes. Chapter 222. Deceived by Others, Qian Rinxue encounters danger. Zhao Su clearly sensed that Liangzi's soul was severely depleted, and his vitality had been seriously damaged. There was also a sinister energy within him, gnawing at his soul power. What are you talking about? I'm quite pure, you know. Liangzi quickly denied Zhao Su's guess upon hearing his words, and continued, My body only belongs to Xiaoro. Have you met Yiro in the past few days? I haven't seen you for several days. How many days? Why are you asking so specifically? Liangzi had a teasing expression as he placed his hand on Zhao Su's shoulder. Are you envious? The class flower from the next class is so great. She's pursuing you, why don't you agree? You have indulged too much, and your 3 souls have been damaged, causing a serious depletion of your essence, energy, and spirit. I advise you not to waste your essence within the next 6 months. Is it that serious? If you don't restrain yourself, it will only get worse. Oh, you wouldn't believe it, but Yiro has been coming to find me every day for the past few days. She suddenly became particularly skilled. Every time we're done, I feel completely drained, but as a man, how can I say no? You should break up with Yiro. She is not suitable for you. Zhao Su now seems to understand what Qian Rinxue has said to him. Actually, it no longer matters whether the soul inside Yiro is the original Yiro. Yiro was not forcibly stripped of her 2 souls and 7 souls by Gu Yuan to be refined into a battle servant. Instead, she had already started practicing the art of curses and absorbing Liangzi's essence to aid her cultivation. For some unknown reason, recently, Yiro began to absorb Liangzi's essence in large amounts, which caused Liangzi to feel weak. Fortunately, it seems that Yiro encountered a problem while cultivating, which led to Gu Yuan absorbing her 2 souls and 7 souls. She did not continue her relationship with Liangzi to absorb his essence. Otherwise, he would have been completely drained by now. What do you mean? Hearing Zhao Su's words, Liangzi's expression suddenly darkened, clearly a bit unhappy. I'm just giving you a reminder. How to choose is your own business. Zhao Su then pointed his right hand like a sword at Liangzi's forehead, imparting the resurrection technique from the Ta Ching 13 techniques to him. This warm current filled with vitality flowed into Liangzi's body, forming a perfect operational trajectory in his mind. Take good care of this. It can help your body recover quickly. Remember not to indulge too much in desires. That won't benefit you. Zhao Su did not continue to persuade Liangzi because he did not want to lose such a good friend. He just reminded Liangzi once more before turning and lying down on the bed. In the following days, Qian Rinxue did not appear at school, and Yiro also did not come. Liangzi felt a strong sense of unease and eventually returned to Qiantong town to find Yiro at her home. However, Zhao Su was not clear whether he found Yiro in the end. Zhao Su. One day, Zhao Su was in the school library, researching information about the Ta Ching Dao Palace, Spirit Spell Sect, Witchcraft, and Curse Sect. After searching for a long time, he found only simple introductions about these major sections. To his surprise, he actually found a record about the Sky City, though it was only a few brief notes. The Sky City, also known as the Divine Realm, is the guardian of the new era Douluo continent. After that, there were no further records. Just then, Liangzi's anxious voice brought Zhao Su's thoughts back. Following the sound, he saw Liangzi and Li Fan hurriedly approaching him. What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? Something happened. What happened? Qian Rinxue is in trouble. Li Fan looked a bit flustered. Last night, my grandmother sent me a message saying that Qian Rinxue was trapped in a barrier and asked me to go save her. By the time I got there, Qian Rinxue was already unconscious. Your grandmother? That's right. Actually, there's something I've been hiding from you. I became a disciple of Zhao Jun, the master of the Ta Ching Dao Palace, when I was young. Zhao Jun is also Qian Rinxue's master? Kind of. Hearing this, Zhao Su's expression became quite complicated, revealing a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Originally, Zhao Su thought Liangzi and Li Fan were friends he could trust, but he did not expect that they would ultimately have their own motives for staying by his side. At this moment, Zhao Su misunderstood. He remembered that Qian Rinxue had said her master was Zhao Su's father, but he did not know that the master Qian Rinxue was referring to was not Zhao Jun. What do you mean by coming to find me? With the master and mistress both absent, the only one who can save Qian Rinxue now is you. How can I save her? There's no time to explain now. Grandma should be here too. Let's go to the Dao Temple first. Li Fan could not afford to delay any longer. When he came out of the Dao Temple earlier, Qian Rinxue's condition was not looking good. He was worried that if they delayed further, Qian Rinxue would not be able to hold on. Zhao Su felt quite displeased about the deception from Li Fan, but was also concerned about Qian Rinxue's injuries. So he did not say much more and followed Li Fan to the Ta Ching Dao Temple. Yi-Ro, what are you doing here? When the three arrived at the Ta-Ching-Dao temple, they saw Yi-Ro guarding the entrance. Zhao Su could feel that she was no longer the Yi-Ro from before. He gave her a meaningful look, but did not directly expose her. Yi-Ro ignored Liang Zi and reached out to block the three of them. Only Zhao Su can go in. You two wait outside. When Zhao Su pushed open the door and entered the room, he found that the entire room was covered by a formation made of dozens of talismans. Qian Renxue lay on the bed, eyes tightly closed, her face pale. You're here. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind Zhao Su. He turned around and saw his grandmother, Xue Ling, along with the 5 elders he had met in the Ta-Ching village ancestral hall. Grandma, what is going on? Why is she so badly injured? Sigh, it's all for you. Grandma sighed and looked at Zhao Su, continuing, your body has been naturally damaged. In the past, you could barely survive with the seal, but now that your seal has been lifted, the cursed power of the Dark Master is unknowingly destroying your body. Isn't this problem already solved? That's just a temporary solution. You could say you only have 1 year of life left. After 1 year, if you want to survive, you must continue to extend your life. Each time you extend your life, you will have to endure immense pain, not to mention that your cultivation will be halved. And you'll have to start cultivating all over again. What does this have to do with her injuries? To completely break the curse left in your body by the Dark Master, apart from a primordial realm expert being able to forcibly expel it, there's only one last method. This time, it was not Xue Ling explaining to Zhao Su, but the only old lady among the 5 elders, the ancestral treasure of the Wan Yao clan, the ancient tree of life. Chapter 223, Merging with the World Tree. Barriers disappear. She wanted to completely lift the Dark Master's curse on you to spare you the pain of extending your life. So she infiltrated the holy land of the monster clan to steal the ancient tree of life. But in the end, she didn't even get into the holy land of the monsters and was injured by their protective formation. If it weren't for her bloodline. Cough. Xue Ling coughed to stop the old lady from continuing. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhao Su's thoughts were all focused on Qian Renxue, and he did not pay much attention to it. So he did not take the old lady's words to heart. Grandma, what can we do to save her? To save her now, there is only one way, but this method can only be used between husband and wife. What is this method? Hearing what Xue Ling said, Zhao Su couldn't help but feel a bit confused. He had never heard of such a method to save someone. For others, it may not work, but to save Xue Er, it must be done this way. Then Xue Ling continued to explain to Zhao Su, you two can be said to have a 3-lifetime connection, but you have never been able to be together in any lifetime. This is the 3rd lifetime, and your fates have come to an end. As Xue Ling spoke, she asked Zhao Su to extend his left hand, and then she formed hand seals. She traced a few lines on Zhao Su's arm. Then a mark materialized on Zhao Su's arm, separating from it and emitting a white light. It landed on Qian Renxue, and a mark also flew out from her arm, merging with the mark flying out from Zhao Su's arm. When the 2 marks overlapped, they separated again into 2 parts, entering Zhao Su and Qian Renxue's bodies. As this mark entered, countless images appeared in Zhao Su's mind. The first time the 2 met, and later on that battlefield, Zhao Su vowed never to meet Qian Renxue again. This could be considered their first life. Later, Zhao Su used the Great Dream Spring and Autumn technique to return to the ancient times, and ultimately, Qian Renxue emerged with the World Tree, helping Zhao Su achieve the birth of the rules of heaven and earth. This meeting could be said to be their 3rd life. At this moment, Xue Ling and the other 5 elders had already exited the room. They had done everything they needed to do, and how Zhao Su chose next was beyond their interference. In fact, from the very beginning, I had already forgiven you. The so-called vow was just a moment of anger. Zhao Su walked to the bedside and sat down, reaching out to hold Qian Renxue's hand. He infused a powerful aura into Qian Renxue's body. Finally, this powerful aura condensed into a small tree radiating immense vitality within Qian Renxue's body. The small tree gently swayed, and the overwhelming vitality began to repair Qian Renxue's damaged body. In the end, the small tree sprouted countless branches, completely wrapping around Qian Renxue. At the same time, Qian Renxue's martial soul was absorbed by the small tree, merging into a new martial soul. This time, Zhao Su was returning to Qian Renxue the world tree that she had merged with, using her own soul as the core in the previous life. This made Qian Renxue's soul completely whole, and her martial soul perfectly merged as well. The small tree emitted a powerful Tao rhythm, and in just a short time, it repaired Qian Renxue's damaged body. The branches that enveloped Qian Renxue's body retracted back into the world tree. The world tree hovered above Qian Renxue's body, and a gentle aura awakened her. I heard everything you just said. From now on, you must not ignore me or blame me for this. When Qian Ruxue opened her eyes and saw Zhao Su, there was no surprise, only a gaze filled with tenderness. I'm not blaming you. I am only blaming myself for not being strong enough, for not being able to protect you. You say you aren't. Then why do you pretend not to know me? Qian Ruxue feigned anger and huffed. I was wrong. Disgusting. You just admitted your mistake like that? What else can I do? I won't talk to you anymore. Saying this, Qian Ruxue turned to lie down, not wanting to say anything more to Zhao Su. Seeing Qian Ruxue turn away, Zhao Su smiled. All right, don't be angry. I was just teasing you. If you want to avoid making me angry, it's simple. Tell me. Have you really not remembered the rest? Qian Ruxue became serious at this moment. Zhao Su's performance in the past few days made her realize that he might not be as clueless as they had thought. After all, besides Zhao Su himself, there were 5 super strong beings beyond the Emperor level protecting him in the Sky City. I really don't remember, and the memories from before are no longer important. After the new rules of heaven and earth were born, a new game has already begun. When Zhao Su said this, his expression became solemn, and he gazed thoughtfully in one direction. No matter the old schemes or the new game, I will accompany you this time. Qian Ruxue gently hugged Zhao Su from behind and said tenderly, It won't be. This time the final victory will surely belong to us. Zhao Su's eyes were filled with determination. This also made Qian Ruxue understand that Zhao Su must be hiding secrets, a secret beyond everyone's game. A secret known only to Zhao Su. Perhaps this was their only chance for ultimate victory. However, this was no longer important to Qian Ruxue. As long as she could be with Zhao Su, everything else was irrelevant. I believe you. Until the next day, Zhao Su and Qian Ruxue, who had completely merged with the world tree and transformed into a new martial soul, finally walked out of the room. The embarrassing sounds had lasted an entire night. Liangzi and Li Fan wanted to leave, but were stopped by Xueling, who told them to stay and handle any unexpected situations. When they saw Zhao Su and Qian Ruxue, who had rosy faces and looked great, walk out of the room, Liangzi and Li Fan exchanged glances and breathed a sigh of relief. Who could understand what the two had experienced that night? Big brother from now on. You're my big brother. That was amazing. Liangzi stepped forward and cupped his fists toward Zhao Su, filled with envy. Hearing Liangzi's words, Zhao Su was indifferent. But Qian Ruxue's little face flushed, hiding behind Zhao Su. Envy, you can't match my brother's strength, ugh. Disgusting. Before Zhao Su could finish his sentence, he felt Qian Ruxue pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Exactly disgusting, making you show off. Liangzi and Li Fan also laughed. The few of them casually had breakfast. And then Zhao Su and Liangzi returned to school. In the next few days, Liangzi was quite troubled. Ever since he saw Yi Rou at the Taoist temple, she seemed to have become a different person, completely ignoring him. She followed Qian Ruxue every day, and even when Qian Ruxue didn't come to school, she was still by her side. This made Liangzi distressed, and even Zhao Su felt helpless. Because of Yi Rou's presence, Zhao Su and Qian Ruxue had no chance to be alone. Chapter 224, Confession in the Academy Cafeteria. Zhao Su and Liangzi were eating, both looking listless. I say, brother, are you okay? Zhao Su looked at Liangzi with a harsh gaze. What do you mean? Can you handle Yi Rou and not let her cling to Schwer all the time? I haven't even blamed you yet, and you're already accusing me. Now I'm starting to suspect that Qian Ruxue gave Rou some kind of potion. She seems completely changed. Liangzi sighed. I'm not eating anymore. Let us go. Where are we going? To the Taiqing Taoist temple. Zhao Su said as he stood up and walked out of the cafeteria. Liangzi's words just now reminded Zhao Su that he could confirm that Yi Rou was no longer the Yi Rou from before, since she wasn't the same Yi Rou anymore. Then whose soul was occupying her body? Where did it come from? This could be a serious issue. When Zhao Su and Liangzi arrived at the Taiqing Taoist temple, they hadn't even entered when they heard laughter coming from the courtyard, where Qian Ruxue and Yi Rou were. From their laughter, it was clear that they were getting along well. What's going on? The two of them then entered the courtyard, and at that moment, Qian Ruxue and Yi Rou were also having a meal, appearing very intimate. They were chatting about something, both smiling. The scene was quite pleasant and harmonious. However, in Zhao Su and Liangzi's eyes, it was neither harmonious nor beautiful. Upon seeing Zhao Su and Liangzi, Yi Rou's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a cold expression. What are you doing here? Have you eaten? Yes, we have. Zhao Su took a deep breath and sat down beside Qian Ruxue. Schwerer, I have something to talk to you about. Can we discuss it privately? What is it so mysterious? Just come with me. It's something very important. Zhao Su then took Qian Rushue's hand and entered the room. Liangzi also leaned closer to Yi Ro and whispered, Ro Ro, what has been going on with you these days? What can I say? I'm doing great. Great? How come you seem like a different person? I haven't changed. This is the real me. Did I do something wrong? Why are you so annoying? All men are the same, not a single good one. Yi Ro said impatiently. In the room, Zhao Su asked Qian Renshue seriously, who is Yi Ro's new soul? Can't you just treat her as Yi Ro? She clings to you every day. How can I treat her as Yi Ro? So are you jealous then? Qian Renshue laughed, leaning closer to Zhao Su, looking somewhat smug. Zhao Su initially wanted to argue, but then softened his tone. You spend more time with her every day than with me. How can I not be jealous? Oomph. Now you know how popular I am, right? Not only do many men like me, but even women do. My dear niece, can you stop provoking me? Zhao Su continued helplessly. I only have a year to live, and being scared by you like this, I might not even make it to a year. Okay, I was just joking. Upon hearing Zhao Su mention only having a year to live, Qian Renshue's eyes were filled with concern. Yi Ro's new soul is from the extremely special illusion spirit clan within the 10,000 demons. A spirit clan without a physical body? Zhao Su understood a bit about the illusion spirit clan. They are born without a physical body, consisting entirely of spiritual essence. They are born in the divine realm. However, there is a significant drawback. They can only remain in the divine realm until death, meaning they peak at birth. Moreover, the illusion spirit clan had a lifespan of only 100 years. To break free from this fate of having a limited lifespan and being stuck in the divine realm, one must find a physical body that perfectly matches their soul. Possessing another soul may lead to a decline in cultivation afterward, but it can resolve the issue of being unable to break through the divine realm and allow for a fresh start in cultivation. So, did Yi Ro really have her 2 souls and 7 spirits taken by Gu Yuan, or was it you guys who did it? Yi Ro is not a good person. She sold her soul to Gu Yuan long ago and became a soul master. She got close to Liangzi to turn him into a battle servant, and she got close to me to turn me into a battle servant as well. Then what was the purpose of using my blood? Your blood can help rowers successfully complete the possession of Yi Ro's soul and perfectly integrate with Yi Ro's physical body. This time, Qian Renshue had no more concealments and told Zhao Su everything, including her identity. She is not only the student of Zhao Jun from the Taqing Dao Palace, but also the daughter of the leader of the 10,000 demons. The current ancestor of the 10,000 demons is not the same as the ancestor from ancient times. 30,000 years ago, after the new heavenly rules were born, they began to frantically devour the world covered by the old heavenly path. Di Tian, at the cost of himself, transformed into the Dark Sovereign, refining the last area covered by the old heavenly path into a barbaric land. In this barbaric land, there are 10 clans, known as the 10 barbaric clans, one of which is the 10,000 demons. However, later the 10 barbaric clans had internal strife, leading to the suppression of the 10,000 demons. The ancestor of the 10,000 demons, who is also Qian Renshue's grandfather, led the loyal bloodline of the 10,000 demons to defect from the barbaric land to avoid extermination. They reached an agreement with the 6 great imperial clans of the Sky City to enter the new world covered by the new heavenly rules. Since you are from the 10,000 demons, why were you hurt by the protective array of the 10,000 demons? Although I am from the 10,000 demons, I was taken away by my teacher shortly after birth. I grew up in the Taqing Dao Palace and practiced the Taqing 13 techniques, not the techniques of the demon clan. Zhao Su also understood from Qian Renshue that her teacher, Zhao Jun, is not her father. So, your teacher and master are not the same person? Of course not. Qian Renshue realized Zhao Su had misunderstood, but from this, she understood that Zhao Su's memories had not fully resurfaced. However, this matter was no longer important. So that's how it is. Zhao Jun is the Dao ancestor? You know the Dao ancestor? Actually, new images appear in my mind every day. Although some are blurry, it doesn't mean I know nothing. So you were still lying to me? Qian Renshue said as she reached out to pinch Zhao Su's waist again. With everything clear, Zhao Su and Qian Renshue left the room, but Zhao Su felt conflicted. He didn't know whether to tell Liangzi about Yi Ro. If he did, how should he say it? Liangzi, we're going back to school. Zhao Su first glanced at Yi Ro and then shouted to Liangzi, who had been entangled with Yi Ro. Chapter 225. Since you can't resist, then enjoy it well. So, did you find out everything? After leaving the Taoist temple, Liangzi eagerly asked Zhao Su. Zhao Su hesitated for a moment, but ultimately told Liangzi everything in detail. Zhao Su knew that although telling Liang Zi now might be a huge blow to him, it was much better than keeping him in the dark. As the saying goes, better a short pain than a long one. Impossible. Sure enough, after hearing Zhao Su's words, Liang Zi immediately frowned, his face full of disbelief. How could Yiro be a soul master? How could she get close to me to turn me into a battle servant? I don't believe it. Liang Zi, we've been brothers for so many years. Why would I lie to you? Is it that Qian Rinxue and that illusion spirit clan conspired to harm Yiro? You helped them deceive me because of Qian Rinxue? Liang Zi's eyes flashed with resentment as he looked at Zhao Su with anger. What I said is the truth. Yiro is the one who has been deceiving you all along. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Liang Zi shouted angrily. He then turned and left the dormitory, and Zhao Su could only shake his head helplessly. Zhao Su knew that whatever he said now, Liang Zi wouldn't listen. So he could only let him calm down first. Once Liang Zi's emotions stabilized, he could talk to him again. However, Zhao Su did not expect that when he met Liang Zi again, they would already be enemies. That night, Qian Rinxue sent a message to Zhao Su, asking him to go to the Ta Qing Dao Palace. The message was just a few simple words. Worried that Qian Rinxue might be in danger, Zhao Su hurried to the Ta Qing Dao Palace. When Zhao Su arrived at the Ta Qing Dao Palace, Li Fan was already waiting at the door. From Li Fan's attire, it seemed he was going somewhere. What's wrong? What happened? It's nothing serious. Zhao Su and Li Fan walked into the Ta Qing Dao Palace together. My master and mistress have returned. Zhao Su knew that the master and mistress Li Fan mentioned were the Dao ancestor and the witch ancestor, Zhao Jun and Ling Waner. However, their realms, like Zhao Su's, were currently sealed. But Zhao Jun and Ling Waner seals were much simpler than Zhao Su's. If they wanted to, they could break the seal at any time. However, the new heavenly rules were still not complete, so they remained at the peak of the Divine King realm and had not broken through to the Emperor realm. Master, Zhao Su is here. Upon reaching the entrance of the main hall, Li Fan called out. Zhao Su could feel that when Li Fan shouted this, the sounds inside the hall went silent. Zhao Su understood that Li Fan was not waiting at the door specifically to greet him, but was guarding against him. However, Zhao Su did not pay much attention to this. After all, after the real great calamity ends, they are merely in a cooperative relationship, not truly on the same side. At the time of the great calamity, it is still uncertain who is friend and who is foe. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Zhao Su saw Zhao Jun and Ling Waner sitting there. At this moment, Zhao Jun and Ling Waner seemed less ethereal than when they were Dao ancestor and witch ancestor, and more grounded. They were no longer so extraordinary, appearing more human. It seems that something truly significant is happening today. Zhao Su casually chose a spot to sit down, looking at Zhao Jun and Ling Waner. Why do you say that? You took the risk of returning with two avatars at the same time. Surely it isn't just to catch up? As soon as Zhao Su spoke, Xueling and Qian Rinxue beside him frowned and looked towards Zhao Jun and Ling Waner. From their expressions, it was clear that they were unaware that Zhao Jun and Ling Waner were two avatars. It seems that although your realm hasn't returned to its peak, your divine sense has recovered quite a bit. Speak up. I don't like testing the waters, nor do I like guessing others' thoughts. Since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. The Dark Sovereign has gathered a 1,000,000-strong army from the 10 barbarian clans and is attacking the Sky City. What does that have to do with me? Although the Sky City can temporarily block the army of the 10 barbarian clans, it cannot hold them off for long. So you must return to your peak state before the barbarian army breaches the Sky City. I understand my own situation. It is impossible for me to recover to my peak in a short time. No, there is a way that can help you recover quickly. What way? The life ancient tree of the demon clan and the third layer of the great freedom source technique, Tai Ching Shihua. Hearing Zhao Jun's words, Zhao Su smiled. But in that smile was a hint of enlightenment. After all, I am still just a piece on your chessboard. Even though I know where the next move should go, I have to step into the trap step by step. Zhao Su, at the cost of himself, transformed into the new rules of the world, just to escape this game of chess. Yet, unexpectedly, he still found himself on the chessboard, unable to withdraw. Since that is the case, Zhao Su would no longer avoid it. When there's only one piece left on the board, who can say that the piece is the one losing? Perhaps you are right, or perhaps the piece will always just be a piece. Zhao Su casually leaned back in his chair, the corners of his mouth rising, his deep gaze making it hard for others to discern what he was thinking. Regardless of the outcome, you should understand that the victory and defeat will eventually be determined. I understand. From now on, I will no longer avoid it. Since it is unavoidable, I can only enjoy it well. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he stood up and reached out to Qian Rinxue. Shuer, do you want to be a piece or a player? Qianren Xue did not hesitate at all and firmly grasped Zhao Su's hand. I said, even if it means being shattered to pieces, I want to be with you. Silly girl, with me here, even if we are pieces, we won't lose. Zhao Su tightly held Qianren Xue's hand, looking again at Zhao Jun and Ling Waner. Then let's start with you. As Zhao Su spoke, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared, his whole body cloaked in black armor, the spear of destruction appearing before him. Why bother? Your current realm is not a match for us. You should first find the life ancient tree, lift the curse on you, and then come to us. I wonder if there is a complete Dao rhyme among your two avatars? As soon as Zhao Su spoke, Zhao Jun and Ling Waner seemed to realize something, their expressions changing as they quickly stood up. But it was already too late. When Zhao Su spoke those words, a red flower appeared out of thin air. A powerful aura emanated from that red flower, instantly sealing off the entire Taiching Taoist temple. At the same time, 3 spatial doors appeared, and 3 figures stepped out from those doors. Each person's aura surpassed the Emperor realm. It seems I truly underestimated you. Seeing the newcomers, Zhao Jun took a deep breath and couldn't help but smile, as if he had already accepted the destined outcome. Chapter 226. Heading to the Myriad Demon Forest, as you said, this game of chess will eventually determine victory and defeat, so it doesn't matter where it starts. Dao Ancestor, since you're keen on playing chess, it must start with you. The one speaking this time was one of the 3 figures who had just stepped out of the spatial door, Little Green. Little Green actually belongs to the Myriad Demon Clan, but she is an ancient Demon Clan member. Although they share the same name with the current Myriad Demon Clan, they're not the same. The key point is that Little Green's true form is the Life Ancient Tree. In fact, she is the mother tree of the last remaining Life Ancient Tree of the Myriad Demon Clan. The curse within Zhao Su had not yet been completely lifted, but it was no longer a major issue. Unexpectedly, everyone thought they were the players, but it turns out the pieces are the only true players. Impressive. Enough talk. I'll give you a chance. Make your move. Little Green exuded a tremendous vitality, and behind her, a towering ancient tree appeared. This tree was different from the new martial soul created by the world tree fused with Qianren Xue. The world tree will eventually wither, but the life ancient tree brings life wherever it goes. Make a move? Zhao Jun sat down, showing no intention of resistance. If you had come alone, I might have tried to make a move, but with all 3 of you here, it means I won't have the chance to fight back. Since you understand, there is no need for more idle chatter. Do it yourself. Sigh. Zhao Jun sighed, saying nothing more, and with both hands forming seals, he directly disassembled himself, transforming into the Dao rhyme infused with divine principles. As Zhao Jun disassembled himself, the illusory mark within Zhao Su's body also flew out, quickly absorbing all the divine Dao rhymes. The illusory mark began to gradually become real. Please. Watching the mark that emerged within Zhao Su absorb the divine Dao rhymes created by Zhao Jun's disassembly, Little Green looked at the equally calm Ling Waner. Since Zhao Jun had given up, Ling Waner naturally did not want to continue fighting. She also formed seals with her hands, transforming herself into the demonic Dao rhyme. This too was absorbed by the mark. After absorbing the demonic Dao rhyme, the mark could be said to have completely become a physical entity. At the same time, a portion of the divine Dao rhyme turned white, and a portion of the demonic Dao rhyme turned black. On that mark, 2 ancient characters also appeared. Heavenly Dao. Zhao Jun is the Dao ancestor, and Ling Waner is the Witch ancestor. 1 Yin and 1 Yang represent the old Heavenly Dao, a complete yet imperfect manifestation of the 3,000 paths. At this moment, the Heavenly Dao mark had absorbed the 3,000 paths and could be said to have initially taken shape. It had already established some connection with the new rules of the world. As long as the Heavenly Dao mark perfectly fused with the new rules of the world, and then refined the Heavenly Dao mark, Zhao Su would become the first-generation ruler of the new rules of the world. The new rules of the world would be at his disposal, allowing him to break through the Source Realm and reach the realm of the Heavenly Dao's void. In fact, the Source Realm is the highest realm in this world. The void cannot really be considered a realm, but rather the Heavenly Dao itself. If it were the old Heavenly Dao, the Void Realm could change the rules of the world at will, becoming the permanent Heavenly Dao. However, the new rules of the world are different. The Void only represents the authority of the Heavenly Dao, without altering the power of the Heavenly Dao. When the Heavenly Dao's ruler is unworthy of being the ruler, the Heavenly Dao will generate rejection against the ruler. If the rulers do not change, they will lose control and seek new rulers. After completing all this, the heavenly Dao mark merged into Zhao Su's body, and Xiao Lu, Xiao, and Tang Yuehua all smiled at Zhao Su without saying a word before turning and stepping into the spatial door. Subsequently, the surrounding taboos also dissipated. Xueling, who was sitting not far away, saw this and stood up. I was worried about you, but it seems I was overthinking. Grandma, I'm sorry, but I can't help it. You don't need to explain to me. These things are unavoidable. If you think it's right, then go ahead. Thank you, Grandma. Silly boy. Although Grandma said this, Zhao Su could still see the worry in her eyes, but he didn't say much. Xueling reached out to touch Zhao Su's cheek, and then walked toward the exit of the Ta Ching Taoist temple. Now that Zhao Jun and Ling Wanner's avatars were completely destroyed, although the damage to the main body was not significant, they could no longer return to the boundary of the starry sky before the new world's rules completely devoured the old heavenly Tao. She needed to hurry back to Ta Ching village to guard against the evil Ghost King's emergence from the seal while preparing for the final battle. Are you staying or going back with Grandma? Zhao Su looked at Li Fan, whose expression was complicated. Li Fan's gaze gradually became firm. I want to stay. Since you want to stay, then stay. Zhao Su reached out and transmitted a technique into Li Fan's mind. This is the Great Freedom Source technique. By merging it with the 13 techniques of Ta Ching, you can reach the second level of the realm. Why are you teaching me this technique? Although we might be enemies, I am invincible. When Zhao Su said this, his aura suddenly surged, and that invincible domineering presence filled Li Fan and Yi Ro present with fear. The next morning, Zhao Su and the four left Lanxian City, preparing to head to the holy land of the Wan Yao clan, the Wan Yao Forest. At this time, the heavenly Tao mark had begun to take on the 3,000 great roads, but it was still not complete, unable to truly control the new world's rules. It was necessary to absorb the Tao rhythm of the Wan Yao clan's ancestor, the Tao rhythm of Zhao Ru and Cheng Feng from the Jintian lineage, the Tao rhythm of the Fallen Lord, the Tao rhythm of the Yin Yang Tao Master, and the Tao rhythm of Chang Lingzi, the leader of the Lingzhou sect. The Tao rhythms of the 6 great imperial clans represented the peak of the old heavenly Tao and the new world's rules. Only by absorbing all their Tao rhythms could the heavenly Tao mark completely merge with the new world's rules. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao mark would merely be an empty shell. Zhao Ru, Cheng Feng, the Fallen Lord, and the Yin Yang Tao Master were currently unknown in location, making it difficult to find them. Chang Lingzi's realm was a mystery, and coupled with the protective array of the Lingzhou sect, approaching them directly with Zhao Su's current strength might not guarantee victory. The 6 great imperial clans were closely linked in the Sky City, and most importantly, the 9 treasure glazed tile sect led them. So Zhao Su was not in a hurry. Only the Wan Yao clan was independent, with a clear old nest, so it was most suitable to start with their ancestor, who was at most at the imperial realm. Zhao Su originally wanted to bring Liang Zi along. He understood Liang Zi's deep feelings for Yi Ro and thought that although Yi Ro's soul had changed, her appearance was the same. He intended to take advantage of the journey to the Wan Yao forest to bring them together. However, after searching for a long time, Zhao Su could not find Liang Zi and asked all of Liang Zi's friends, who did not know where he had gone. With no other choice, Zhao Su left a note for Liang Zi in the dormitory. Then, he set off with Qianren Xue and the other 3 towards the Wan Yao forest. Chapter 227. Reunion with the ancient revival. The Wan Yao forest is located in a primitive forest to the north of the Sun and Moon Empire. When the previous generation's ancestor of the Wan Yao clan led them to defect to the new Douluo continent, one of the conditions discussed with the 6 great imperial clans was to designate this primitive forest as the independent territory of the Wan Yao clan. They would not easily leave the Wan Yao forest, and human soul masters were not allowed to enter the Wan Yao forest without permission. However, many human soul masters, in order to hunt soul beasts for soul bones in exchange for a large amount of soul coins, risked entering the Wan Yao forest in groups. This is also why Qianren Xue was so severely injured when she entered the Wan Yao forest a few days ago. If it weren't for the activation of the bloodline power within her at the last moment, Qianren Xue might have died by now. Upon entering the nearest human city to the Wan Yao forest, Zhao Su and the others found a hotel to temporarily stay in. They planned to gather information before entering the Wan Yao forest. This time, without the help of Xiao Lu and the others. Everything depended on Zhao Su to solve on his own. Due to the enhancement of the heavenly Tao mark, although Zhao Su's level had surpassed the divine realm, with the support of the destruction armor and destruction spear, dealing with a person at the divine king realm was not a big problem. However, based on what Zhao Su knew, apart from the ancestor, there were at least 10 powerful beings above the divine king realm in the Wan Yao clan. Coupled with the protective array of the Wan Yao clan, they still had to be cautious and not act recklessly. The most critical point was that a member of the Illusion Spirit clan, Yi Ro, was with them. Although Qian Renxue assured that Yi Ro would never betray them, Zhao Su still felt uneasy. Yet he could not directly drive Yi Ro away, as he did not want to put Qian Renxue in a difficult position. He could only temporarily keep Yi Ro by his side. A jar of turbid wine, carefree in the world. After arranging accommodation, Zhao Su and the others went to the first floor of the hotel to prepare something to eat. Just as they arrived on the first floor, they heard a familiar voice and someone teasing. "You crazy Taoist, here to drink again. This time I'm not here to mooch drinks. I'm here to meet an old friend." "Old friend? Who could possibly be your old friend?" "Boss, bring the wine and dishes. Serve all the good wine. When old friends meet, of course, we have to drink until we are drunk." "Sir, are you really old friends? Is there any doubt about that?" The person referred to as the crazy Taoist was none other than Shanggu Fu, who walked past the boss and headed into the establishment. "Bring out all the good wine you have here." The boss looked at Zhao Su with some difficulty. Zhao Su threw a bag of gold soul coins to the boss. "Just do as he says and bring out the good wine. If it's not enough, we'll settle it when we leave along with the room fee." That's enough. The boss weighed the gold soul coins in his hand, and his smile became even brighter as he shouted to the waiter beside him. "What are you waiting for? Bring the wine and dishes." "Brother Shanggu, it's been 1,000 years, and you're still so carefree." Shanggu Fu leaned sideways, holding a wine pot, and laughed rather than carefree. "It's more like being muddled. In this world, there probably isn't anyone more sober than Brother Shanggu. Let us not talk about that. Let us drink." At this time, the boss had already brought the food and wine, and Shanggu Fu started to eat casually. Zhao Su gave Qian Renxue a look, and she excused herself, saying she felt unwell, and took Yi Ro with her back to the room to eat. "Brother Shanggu, is this person friend or foe?" Zhao Su raised his glass and drank it all, looking at Shanggu Fu and asking. Shanggu Fu looked at Yi Ro, who was going upstairs with Qian Renxue, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared, his brows furrowed, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. After 1,000 years of growth, Shanggu Fu had surpassed the old ancestor of their divine hall, Shun Su Huang. The fact that doubt appeared in his eyes indicated that the secrets surrounding Yi Ro were obscured. This person is a friend, not an enemy. But it's better to be cautious since the secrets are obscured. As long as she is a friend and not an enemy, then it's fine. Sigh. The ancient reviver sighed, took a sip of wine, and his gaze gradually became hazy. It seems that knowing some things in advance is indeed not a good thing. Zhao Su did not ask the ancient reviver anything further. He didn't want to know the outcome, nor did he want to pry into the secrets of heaven. It's better to be a bit muddled in life. Zhao Su clinked glasses with the ancient reviver, wearing that signature smile. If everyone were as open-minded as Brother Zhao, perhaps this final battle wouldn't even need to be fought. This battle is unavoidable. Indeed, in the end, a winner must be determined. The ancient reviver said, standing up and pouring all the remaining wine into his own flask. "Brother Zhao, this farewell may only be until that battle. Take care, ancient brother. I hope we can fight side by side. Head to the Wanyao forest. Don't take the main road. Taking a detour might also be a good choice. Take care, Brother Zhao." After finishing, the ancient reviver slung the wine gourd over his shoulder, reciting poetry as he wobbled out of the inn. Zhao Su, what did his last sentence mean? Watching the ancient reviver's departing figure, Li Fan leaned closer to Zhao Su, puzzled. "As far as I know, there's only this one road into the Wanyao forest. The other 3 sides are cliffs. Cliffs might not be a dead end." Zhao Su replied, then turned and walked upstairs. "How could there be a road on cliffs?" Li Fan murmured softly but didn't think too much about it. Anyway, with Zhao Su around, he didn't need to overthink. He sat down at the dining table and began to eat voraciously. The next day, Zhao Su and the others left the city, but they did not head towards the Wanyao forest. Instead, they took a detour into the mountains. "Su, what are we doing here?" "We're going to the Wanyao forest." Zhao Su was clearing the way ahead, casually responding to Qian Renxue. "We could have entered the Wanyao forest directly, about 10 miles out of Wulong City. Taking such a big detour, there's south no road leading to the Wanyao forest here." Yi Ro also expressed her doubts. Zhao Su did not respond, just smiled casually, and continued climbing the mountain. Moreover, Zhao Su did not use any divine power, treating himself as an ordinary person, relying entirely on his strong physique to climb up. For them, cultivators, especially with the lowest cultivation level among the 4 already reaching the divine realm, it was no problem to climb this mountain even without using divine power. However, The tedious process of climbing soon made the usually irritable Yu unable to hold back. You all take your time climbing. I'll wait for you at the top. After speaking, Yu leaped into the air, sprouting a pair of wings from her back, and quickly flew towards the summit. Then I won't disturb your little world. I'll go up and wait for you. Li Fan quickly added, suddenly exerting force with his feet, like a giant spider, swiftly climbing up the cliff with all four limbs. Chapter 228. Enchantment covers the sky. Small courtyard in the mountains. Now you should tell me why we came here, right? Qianrenxue, seeing that Yu and Li Fan had disappeared from sight, found a rock to sit on and asked Zhao Su. Zhao Su also sat down next to Qianrenxue. Actually, there's no special purpose. It was the ancient reviver who told me to come this way. You believe the ancient reviver that much? Perhaps it's a kind of fate, a meeting of old friends. Zhao Su reached out to wrap his arm around Qianrenxue, smiling. Actually, you don't need to be so nervous. Where there's a will, there's a way. If you can't escape, there's no need to deliberately avoid it. I've noticed that you've really changed a lot since I saw you last time. Maybe. Zhao Su then continued to climb leisurely towards the summit, treating it as a spring outing. Although everything was rocky and not green at all, it still offered different scenery and feelings. By the time Zhao Su and Qianrenxue reached the top, it was already dark, and they looked around but did not see Li Fan and Yu. Zhao Su, we sense the aura of a voodoo soul master ahead. Let us follow up. And you two come later. At that moment, a talisman appeared in front of Zhao Su. As Zhao Su reached out to catch the talisman, a line of text appeared before him. Zhao Su recognized the aura on the talisman as left by Li Fan. Aura of a voodoo soul master? Zhao Su looked at the line of text that dissipated before him, softly murmuring as if he thought of something. Could it be that there's a voodoo soul master hiding here at the summit? Let us not worry about that for now. Come on, let us follow and take a look. Following that, Zhao Su and Qianrenxue no longer took their time. Zhao Su sprouted a pair of sky-splitting demon butterfly wings from his back and followed the aura left by Li Fan with Qianrenxue. From the bottom of the mountain, it didn't seem large, but after Zhao Su climbed up, he realized the mountain's range was vast. At Zhao Su's speed, after flying for about 10 minutes, he still hadn't caught up with Li Fan. Su, why do I feel like we've been standing still? Zhao Su stopped, spreading his spiritual sense out, but discovered that when his spiritual sense expanded to a certain point, it felt as if he was sinking into a quagmire. Qianrenxue felt the same, looking around and said to Zhao Su. At this moment, Zhao Su's expression became serious. Indeed, if my guess is correct, this should be one of the secret techniques of the voodoo sect. Enchantment covers the sky, which has obscured this area. Looking up at the sky, Zhao Su saw that, just as he had said, a layer of mist was indeed covering above. Enchantment covers the sky. Does it mean there's a voodoo soul master beyond the divine realm nearby? Maybe be careful. Just as Zhao Su finished speaking, he sensed a wave of sinister energy appearing, and a black hole emerged behind Qianrenxue. A decaying hand reached out. Qianrenxue quickly turned around, dodging the rotting hand that was reaching for her, and the angelic holy sword appeared in her hand. Without any hesitation, she slashed at that hand. Roar! The rotten hand was struck and let out an angry roar like a beast. Then a person stepped out of the black hole, his entire body wrapped in white gauze, with eyes exposed that hung down on his face due to decaying eyeballs. Ugh! Seeing this, Qianrenxue nearly vomited, quickly retreating and hiding behind Zhao Su. It was not that she was afraid, but witnessing such a disgusting scene made her stomach churn, feeling very uncomfortable. So disgusting. Zhao Su frowned slightly, a talisman appearing in his hand, which he then ignited and threw at the decaying warrior. Lowly human, daring to trespass into my territory and injure my warrior, seeking death. After Zhao Su ignited that warrior, a chilling voice echoed from within the black hole. The voice sounded like it had lived in darkness for years, eerie and desolate, devoid of any emotion. Whether you're seeking death or not, you'll know once you try. Zhao Su took Qianrenxue's hand, stepping forward, and passed through the black hole to leave this place. The vortex power within the black hole quickly swept towards Zhao Su and Qianrenxue, attempting to turn them into minced meat. You think too highly of yourself. Buzz. As Zhao Su's voice echoed, the sound of a long sword being drawn resonated, and the Emperor's 7-killing sword emitted a powerful sword intent, slashing towards the other side of the black hole. Bang! Immediately followed by the sound of something hitting the ground. At this moment, Zhao Su and Qianrenxue had already crossed the black hole and arrived in a courtyard. However, it was very quiet here, the Emperor's 7 killing sword hovered in place, and there were no other people around. There were no bloodstains on the ground, nor any signs of a struggle. Everything that had just happened seemed like an illusion. Looking up at the sky, the mist that had shrouded the area had dissipated, and countless stars sparkled, bringing some light to the darkness. "Who are you, and how did you get into my home?" At that moment, a voice came through. Following the sound, they saw an elderly man dressed simply. He looked older than Zhao Su's grandmother, with a face full of wrinkles and a tall, stooped figure that seemed quite uncoordinated. "Old man, we are just passing travelers. We saw the lights in the courtyard and thought we could stay for the night." "Oh, just passing through? In this remote area, only the room to the west is vacant. You can make do there for the night," the old man readily replied, not asking any further questions. "Thank you, old man. Sorry for the trouble. Please don't mind us," Zhao Su said, taking out a bag of gold soul coins and offering it to the old man. "In the wilderness, borrowing a place to stay is common, and you won't need to spend any money here. Just keep it for yourself," the old man said before turning and entering the house. Watching the old man's slightly hunched back, Zhao Su showed a hint of confusion. He felt no fluctuations of divine power from the old man, as if he were truly just an ordinary elder. However, in this courtyard, Zhao Su sensed a powerful demonic intent. Although it was the height of summer and the weather was hot, he could feel a natural coolness in this courtyard. "Su, I think there's something strange about this place. We should leave." "No, let's stay here for now and talk after dawn." Saying this, Zhao Su held Qian Rinchue's hand, reassuring her, and then walked towards the western side room. That night, Zhao Su and Qian Rinchue slept soundly. At first, they were on guard, listening to the sounds outside, but soon, they felt a wave of drowsiness and fell asleep. When they woke up again, it was already the next morning, and they heard the sound of chopping wood outside. Zhao Su and Qian Rinchue exchanged glances, both realizing that there must be something unusual here. Chapter 229. The terrifying aura. Zhao Su got out of bed, stretched, and walked out of the room with Qian Rinchue. At that moment, the old man was chopping wood in the courtyard, neatly stacking the chopped firewood in the corner. It was then that Zhao Su truly observed the courtyard. Although it wasn't large, it was very clean. What caught Zhao Su's attention was a wall standing upright on the east side of the courtyard. The simple wall seemed somewhat out of place, not fitting the overall layout of the courtyard. "Awake, young man. You sleep soundly. Unlike me, I've grown old and can't sleep." "Old man, may I ask your name?" Zhao Su approached, helping the old man stack the chopped wood while casually inquiring. "Just call me Old Gu. I've forgotten my name." After thinking for a moment, the old man replied as if trying to recall his name, but ultimately only said this to Zhao Su. "Old Gu, are you the only one living here?" "Yes. My partner died early, and the children have all left. Now, I'm just a lonely old man." Upon hearing this, Zhao Su did not press further, silently helping Old Gu with the firewood. After about 10 minutes, once all the wood was chopped, Old Gu continued, "In this desolate mountain area, how did you end up here?" "We got lost and accidentally came here. Whether you got lost or came here intentionally, I advise you to leave as soon as possible." After saying this, Old Gu turned and went into the house, not coming out again until nightfall. During the day, Zhao Su and Qian Rinchue explored the area, but when night fell, they returned to Old Gu's courtyard. "Su, this courtyard is strange." Upon returning, Qian Rinchue frowned and said to Zhao Su, "What is strange?" "There is a heavy demonic intent in this courtyard. The angelic holy sword feels uneasy." Zhao Su looked at that oddly placed wall, and he seemed to have an answer in his heart. "Stay behind me," he instructed Qian Rinchue, and then the Emperor's 7 killing sword was drawn instantly, slashing towards the wall. I was going to spare you, but since you seek death, don't blame me." At that moment, Old Gu's voice echoed from the room, and a decayed warrior wrapped in white cloth appeared out of nowhere in front of the wall, blocking the strike of the Emperor's 7 killing sword. "Just as I thought. This wall is indeed the sacrificial ground where you keep your warriors, right?" As Zhao Su spoke, a red flower appeared above his head, emitting a red glow that dispelled the surrounding enchantments. The scene around them began to shift rapidly. The original courtyard transformed into a graveyard. The wall became a massive tomb. Old Gu's previously hunched body straightened, appearing to be over 2 meters tall. His wrinkled face became even more terrifying, with the skin tightly adhering to his bones. "Since you've seen through it, you will stay here as my warriors," Old Gu said, and 2 scarecrows appeared in his hands. As he chanted, the scarecrows seemed to come to life, suddenly hurling themselves at Zhao Su. Screech, screech, screech. The 2 scarecrows grew rapidly, making strange sounds as they lunged towards Zhao Su. Insignificant skills, doubt techniques of 3,000, eternal divine fire. Zhao Su formed seals, and a small flame appeared in his hand, throwing it at the two scarecrows. Once touched by the eternal divine fire, they could not be extinguished unless burned to ashes. The two scarecrows screamed in agony as they were engulfed by the flames, causing Zhao Su to frown slightly. Looking around at the graves, Zhao Su understood. This place might have truly been a village in the past. However, all the villagers had been turned into warriors by Old Gu. This meant that all the graves contained the warriors refined by Old Gu. I wonder how many you can burn. Old Gu's face gradually twisted, looking less like a living person. His bones cracked loudly, and he began to shrink rapidly, as if his bones were breaking one by one. Curse technique, blood slaughter for miles. Old Gu produced a dagger, cut open his palm, and sprinkled his blood around the graves. Immediately, there were violent crashing sounds from within the graves. Bang! Soon all the graves exploded, revealing dozens of warriors wrapped in white cloth. Among them, the two warriors at the front exuded a powerful aura of death. All the warriors cried out simultaneously, unleashing a powerful sonic attack. I have a sword named 36 Heavenly Stars. The Emperor's 7 killing sword began to categorize, forming an invincible sword formation, slashing towards those dozens of battle servants. At the same time, the red flowers transformed into armor, enveloping Zhao Su's entire body. A dragon's roar echoed, and the destruction spear appeared, transforming into a 9-headed flood dragon, flying towards Old Man Gu, wanting to swallow him whole. Moo! Just as the 9-headed flood dragon, transformed from the destruction spear, was about to swallow Old Man Gu, a terrifying bull roar erupted from within Old Man Gu's body. Immediately, a black barbarian bull appeared in front of Old Man Gu, its massive horns charging towards the 9-headed flood dragon. The 9-headed flood dragon quickly dodged and transformed back into the destruction spear, slashing at the barbarian bull. At that moment, Zhao Su also made his move. A gigantic hand appeared, reaching towards Old Man Gu. The black barbarian bull sensed its master's danger and quickly turned around, returning to Old Man Gu's side. Still it charged. Moo! However, Zhao Su was not the 9-headed flood dragon. This destruction palm could not be easily blocked even by a God King level expert. The black barbarian bull was swatted away with a single palm, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhao Su ignored the black barbarian bull and once again focused on Old Man Gu. The giant hand grasped Old Man Gu, wanting to pull him closer. Bang! At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the largest tomb within the graveyard, shattering the destruction palm with just one strike, forcing Zhao Su to quickly retreat. The Emperor's 7 killing sword floated behind Zhao Su, reaching out to grasp the destruction spear, looking towards the direction of the tomb. Old Man Gu felt the powerful aura emanating from the tomb, fear clearly visible in his eyes, disregarding his injuries. He quickly got up and knelt before the tomb. I deserve to die, disturbing the God Sovereign's meditation. You indeed deserve to die for secretly refining battle servants. Have you forgotten what I told you back then? A cold voice emerged from within the tomb. Then, a massive crack quickly appeared in the entire tomb. A huge red wooden coffin flew out from the tomb. I deserve to die. Please spare me, God Sovereign. Seeing the flying red wooden coffin, Old Man Gu prostrated himself on the ground, trembling and repeatedly bowing his head. Chapter 230. Losing to his son is not shameful. Do you really think I don't know what you're trying to do? The coffin lid of the red wooden coffin opened automatically, and a woman in a red long dress stepped out. She reached out and grabbed 2 people from another tomb. Zhao Su focused and saw that these 2 people were Yi Ro and Li Fan. Go to hell. Seeing this, Old Man Gu knew he could no longer hide it. Black mist erupted from his body in an instant. He intended to burn his lifespan to severely injure the just-released God Sovereign, hoping to gain a chance to escape. However, he overestimated himself and underestimated the God Sovereign. The God Sovereign merely snorted coldly, standing there without moving at all. Just a glance shot out 2 beams of light, directly turning Old Man Gu into dust. Arrogant. Letting you live is merely seeing you still have some use, the God Sovereign said, then turned to Zhao Su and Qian Renxue. When Qian Renxue saw the God Sovereign's appearance, a smile immediately appeared on her face. She bypassed Zhao Su and approached the God Sovereign, happily shouting, Master. Hearing Qian Renshue's call, the God Sovereign first showed a hint of confusion, but soon that confusion was replaced by a smile. The domineering aura around her also receded. You little girl, you're getting more and more beautiful. Cheng Feng gently touched Qian Renshue's cheek, then looked at Zhao Su. It seems you ultimately chose to stand against me and your father. I'm not standing against you. I just want to be the final victor. Don't you want to become the heavenly Dao? Otherwise, why did you choose to transform into the Dao to condense New World rules? Transforming into the Dao is just for the sake of the final victory. Then why are you not pretending anymore? No need to pretend. Just make your move. Zhao Su stopped talking nonsense. The Emperor's 7-killing sword suddenly split, slashing towards Cheng Feng. The destruction spear in his hand also automatically attacked Cheng Feng. Zhao Su knew that Cheng Feng was currently at her weakest, and only now did he have a chance to defeat her and absorb the Dao Rhyme within her. Do you really think you're my opponent now? I can't say for sure alone, but the two of us. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Cheng Feng seemed to realize something and quickly turned around. But it was already too late. Qian Rinxue, standing behind her, had also made her move. The mark on her arm emitted dazzling light, forming a seal that instantly sealed Cheng Feng. Zhao Su also arrived, a proud smile on his face, forming a seal with his hand. The heavenly Dao mark appeared and entered Cheng Feng's body. Soon, under the effect of the heavenly Dao mark, Cheng Feng began to split. Ultimately, a clone containing the Dao Rhyme of Cheng Feng appeared, being absorbed by the heavenly Dao mark. After absorbing Cheng Feng's Dao Rhyme, the light on the heavenly Dao mark became even more dazzling. It's still early. You should stay in this gathering spirit array for a while longer. After completing the absorption of the Dao Rhyme, Zhao Su finally spoke. It seems I underestimated you. Cheng Feng laughed, but her smile carried a hint of bitterness. Not expecting that just after emerging from seclusion, she would not be attacked by an enemy, but rather fall victim to her own son. I'm sorry, master. When Qian Rinxue saw Cheng Feng looking at her, she lowered her head in guilt, not daring to meet Cheng Feng's gaze. Forget it. Losing to my son is not shameful, Cheng Feng said, and then her entire being returned to the coffin, closing the lid, and was once again buried by Zhao Su in the tomb. In fact, this place was not just a simple tomb. This mountain could also be described as a spirit mountain formed by the gathering of the world's spiritual energy, and this place was the center of that spirit mountain, a natural holy land for cultivation. Cheng Feng originally had hidden injuries in her body, and now, after having the Dao Rhyme absorbed by the heavenly Dao mark again, her realm was further damaged. She could only rely on time to heal her internal injuries. However, this time Zhao Su did not pile up a mound but directly flattened it, then placed several large stones on the burial site of Cheng Feng, arranging everything around to look old and worn. No one would suspect that beneath this massive stone lay a terrifying person. After completing all this, Zhao Su and Qian Rinxue left with the dazed Li Fan and Yi Rou. How do we end up here? In a flat forest, Li Fan groggily opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. At that moment, Yi Rou also woke up. You're awake. This is the soup I made. Drink it, and it will help you quickly recover your divine power. I remember now. No, I have to take revenge. After drinking the specially prepared soup that emitted spiritual energy, Li Fan felt warm all over and quickly recovered. He stood up quickly, talking about leaving. All right, take a rest. Your revenge has already been taken. Really? That old thing is dead? Dead. Not even a scrap left. That's good. Upon hearing that Old Man Gu was reduced to nothing, Li Fan nodded and sat down. Then, from Li Fan and Yi Rou's mouths, Zhao Su learned about their experiences, which were actually quite similar to what he and Qian Rinxue had gone through. They accidentally stumbled into a mist-covered place and found a door. When they crossed that door, they arrived in a small courtyard. However, they didn't possess the strength of Zhao Su and Qian Rinxue. Old Gu didn't even bother to act. He directly sealed the souls of the two and buried them in a grave, waiting to refine them into battle servants. His surname is Gu. Could he be related to Gu Yuan? Perhaps, but it doesn't matter now that they are dead. Zhao Su thought the same, so he didn't continue discussing the topic. Li Fan and Yi Rou also woke up with no significant injuries. After a brief rest, they continued deeper into the mountains. Zhao Su still wanted to follow the route mentioned by the ancient revival and entered the 10,000 Beast Forest. The four of them walked for 3 days without encountering any other people, not even many soul beasts. Moreover, at their pace, they should have reached the end of the mountain by now. Yet, when they looked up, there was still no end in sight. Even their divine sense couldn't find the mountain's end. It seemed that everything had changed when they set foot on this mountain. Are you saying this isn't the mountain we climbed? Could it be that the ancient revival intentionally led us into a dead end? It doesn't matter. As long as we can reach the 10,000 Beast Forest, whether the path is dangerous or safe is no longer important. Zhao Su said, looking in a certain direction, and the other three followed his gaze. Not far away in a valley, a village appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. In the night, the flickering lights were very eye-catching. Let's go. Zhao Su didn't hesitate much and headed toward the village. Soon, they arrived at the village. Chapter 231. Invincible Law Body. The other shore flower blooms. The village wasn't large, with only a few dozen households, and each courtyard was neatly organized. The streets were paved with a type of hard stone, clean and tidy, with no litter in sight. On either side of every courtyard gate hung red lanterns, illuminating the entire village. However, the village was oddly quiet, with only the sound of the breeze blowing through, causing the lanterns to hiss softly. There were no other sounds. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Su and the others exchanged glances, and Li Fan stepped forward to knock on a door, but there was no response. Could this be an empty village? Li Fan said as he casually pushed the courtyard door. Creak. The door opened slightly with a push. Li Fan didn't think much of it and pushed the door open, stepping inside. Is anyone there? After entering the courtyard, Li Fan shouted a few times toward the camelot room inside, but still received no response. Zhao Su and the others then entered the room, only to find it empty despite the lit lamp. The entire room emanated a peculiar fragrance. What is going on? Let's check the other houses. In the end, they searched nearly every household in the village. Every house had lights on, but was completely devoid of people. Each one emitted the same strange fragrance. Should we rest here for the night, or leave now? Qianrenxue asked Zhao Su. Among the four, Zhao Su was the main decision-maker, and they all listened to him. This village must be strange. Since that's the case, let's find a place to rest for the night and discuss it after dawn. If they were ordinary people, they might be frightened by this eerie village. But for Zhao Su and the others, it was not enough to instill fear, just some confusion. However, the bizarre occurrences didn't stop there. Instead of resting in the empty houses, the four went to an open space in the center of the village to find a spot to rest. But after a long time, there was still no sign of dawn. Looking up, the moon and countless stars in the sky showed no signs of change. It seemed this was yet another false world. What should we do? Li Fan also noticed the abnormality of the village, or rather the abnormality of this realm. Perhaps, as Zhao Su said, everything had changed after they ascended the mountain. Since that's the case, let us break this false world. After Zhao Su finished speaking, the spear of destruction appeared in his hand, and he hurled it into the sky. Boom! The spear of destruction shot upwards rapidly, soon seeming to touch a barrier. The violent impact unleashed a powerful surge of energy, causing the entire village to be blown away. The red lanterns hanging by the courtyard doors remained unharmed under this powerful energy fluctuation. Instead, they quickly gathered together, forming a platform radiating red flames. The combination of red lanterns and red flames created a bizarre scene. Ha ha! At that moment, a chilling female laugh echoed. I didn't expect you to have some skill. Accompanying this eerie voice was a woman in a long red robe, appearing atop the platform formed by the lanterns. Her face was hidden behind a red mask, obscuring her features. However, the aura emanating from her was distinctly sinister. This kind of evil was different from that of a soul master specializing in curses. The malice in the red-robed woman carried a hint of demonic intent. Hiding your face, do you really think you can judge our abilities? Zhao Su foldum nasid. And the Emperor's 7-kill sword manifested, slashing toward the red-robed woman. You are no match for me now. The red-robed woman dismissed Zhao Su's attack with ease, merely waving her hand to repel the Emperor's 7-kill sword. The way has 3,000 paths and the 6 realms of reincarnation, spell formation. The strength of the red-robed woman ignited Zhao Su's fighting spirit. A phantom of the heavenly devouring dragon cat appeared behind him. At the same time, a pentagram pattern flew out from within the dragon cat, with 6 swirling vortices, 3 black and 3 white, rapidly rotating. They formed a black and white emblem that enveloped the red-robed woman. The pentagram pattern. Are you of the Zhentian lineage? The red-robed woman simply made a casual strike, not even moving from her spot, and with a mere flick of her finger, she dispelled the 6 realms of reincarnation spell. Then she reached out and grabbed the pentagram pattern. You know the Zhentian lineage? Who is Zhao Ru to you? The red-robed woman did not answer Zhao Su's question, but instead countered with one of her own. You still haven't answered my question. Kid, you have some ambition. But ambition is nothing in the face of absolute power. The red-robed woman snorted coldly, and a gigantic hand reached out toward Zhao Su. Seeing the destruction palm, Zhao Su was momentarily stunned, but he quickly retreated. At the same time, a similar destruction palm appeared, but this time Zhao Su used a fist instead of a palm. Zhao Su could feel that the strength exhibited by the red-robed woman was far greater than that of Cheng Feng. He even knew that the red-robed woman was still holding back. It seemed she was testing Zhao Su. Boom! The clash of palm and fist generated a tremendous shockwave, causing Zhao Su to be forced back quickly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In that earlier confrontation, it was clear that Zhao Su had suffered a loss. This time, Zhao Su can be said to have used all his strength, although he is currently only at the Divine King realm, with the enhancement of the Destruction Armor. It is not impossible for him to fight head-on with Emperor Realm experts. However, in the presence of the woman in red, Zhao Su felt an unprecedented sense of defeat and helplessness. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. With the 3,000 Dao laws and the invincible law body, as Zhao Su formed seals, his body began to grow rapidly, his towering figure radiating a red light. Holding the Emperor's 7-kill sword in one hand and the Spear of Destruction in the other, he charged at the woman in red like a war god. At this moment, with the support of the invincible law body, Zhao Su's combat power had truly reached the Emperor realm. It seems you are not aware of whose law body the so-called invincible law body is. The woman in red sneered, and her entire being instantly began to grow larger, emanating a similar red light, but her aura was much stronger than Zhao Su's invincible law body. With a casual reach, she grabbed Zhao Su's law body and sent him back to his original form. Are you also from a Zhen Tian lineage? After being returned to his original form, Zhao Su found himself bound there, along with Qianren Xue and Li Fanya. The surrounding space began to transform, the village disappeared, and the altar formed by red lanterns also faded into the woman in red. Looking around, they found themselves in a courtyard filled with red spider lilies. Chapter 232. The Gift of Invincibility. Do you know the true meaning of Zhentian? After binding Zhao Su and the others, the woman in red returned to normal. She sat down in a pavilion among the spider lilies, then waved her hand, instantly bringing Zhao Su and the others into the pavilion as well. What meaning? The 3,000 great ways are merely the 3,000 great ways of one universe. Within this chaos, there are 3,000 universes, and only with the complete 3,000 universes can it truly be called heaven. Your point is that Zhen Tian does not suppress the heavenly path, but the complete heaven of the 3,000 universes? You are not too foolish. You have transformed your body into the heavenly path, creating new rules of heaven and earth in this universe. This is something I did not expect. The woman in red, whose masked eyes revealed a hint of appreciation, continued. Because of your transformation into the Tao, the rules of the entire 3,000 universes have also changed. So who are you? You still haven't answered my question. Who is Zhao Ru to you? Zhao Ru is my father. At this moment, Zhao Su could only compromise, realizing he was outmatched and had to answer obediently. After all, when faced with danger, knowing one cannot win, stubbornly fighting until the end is only suitable for enemies. He did not sense any killing intent from the woman in red. Moreover, her previous aura and invincible law body evidently also came from a Zhentian lineage. So you are Zhao Su? The senior knows me? This name was given by me. The woman in red released the bindings on Zhao Su and the others. When I left, I thought you would be assimilated. But I did not expect that not only did you escape assimilation, but you also reached the highest realm of this universe, transforming your body into the Tao and creating new rules of heaven and earth. Who exactly are you? Zhao Su frowned and asked again, staring at the woman in red. The woman in red took off the mask covering her face, revealing her true appearance. Her smooth, long hair casually gathered behind her head, and her unparalleled beauty made even Qianren Xue and the others seem slightly inferior. She exuded a gentle aura, her sharpness restrained, yet it made people dare not look directly at her. When Zhao Su saw the face of the woman in red, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he could not recall. After a moment, Zhao Su's eyes narrowed as he looked at Qianren Xue beside him. Clearly, he saw the same shock in her eyes. Grandmother? Zhao Su remembered. He had not seen her in person, but had seen her portrait in the Zhao family ancestral hall in Tianyong City during his dream back to ancient times. The person in that portrait was indeed this woman before him, the true master of the Zhentian lineage, the creator of the Great Freedom Origin Technique, and the true form of the invincible law body of the Zhentian lineage, Zhao Ru's mother. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for your transformation into the Tao, allowing this world to form new rules of heaven and earth, changing the rules of the entire 3,000 universes, I would still be suppressed in the chaotic abyss. Are you really my grandmother? Silly boy, of course. Is there still a need to doubt? The woman in red, Zhao Su's grandmother, Peng Ying, said with a smile, "It was I who sent you to the Blue Star. I originally wanted you to grow up there, but I didn't expect you to be brought back to the Douluo universe. Grandmother also comes from the Blue Star universe? That's right. But the current Blue Star is no longer the Blue Star I once lived in. When Peng Ying said this, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Endless years had caused her to forget many things, but the happy times of her youth were something she never wanted to forget. That sweet yet brief love left her unable to let go. Grandmother, can you tell me what the ancient Blue Star universe was like? The past cannot be reshaped, so there is nothing much to say. Peng Ying took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and once again revealed a smile. Go do what you want to do. As she spoke, Peng Ying extended her finger, and a golden light entered Zhao Su's mind. This was the third layer of the Great Freedom Origin Technique, Taiqing Shihua. So take your time to comprehend it. Thank you, Grandmother. As the Taiqing Shihua technique was transmitted into Zhao Su's mind, he felt his divine power and divine consciousness rapidly growing. Eventually, he broke through directly to the Emperor realm. The Tao rhythm he had scattered when transforming his body into the Tao began to return. His entire body was enveloped in Tao rhythm. But at that moment, the heavenly Tao mark in Zhao Su's mind suddenly emitted a strong light, as if it wanted to absorb the Tao rhythm from Zhao Su. You better be obedient, otherwise I will cripple you right now. Peng Ying's words made the heavenly Tao mark instantly quiet down. The heavenly Tao mark, which had absorbed the Tao rhythms of Zhao Jun, Ling Wan'er, and Cheng Feng and had completely turned into a physical form, surprisingly became ethereal again, completely hiding into Zhao Su's mind. It seemed that the heavenly Tao mark had a natural fear of Peng Ying. Zhao Su was somewhat surprised, but did not think much of it. This diagram of heaven and all things you should take with you. It can help you find the people you want to find and assist you in absorbing Tao rhythm to complete the perfection of the heavenly Tao mark. Peng Ying handed Zhao Su an ancient book again. Zhao Su casually glanced at it. This ancient book seemed to inscribe some formation that could guide him to the hiding places of the likes of Jiangjua, Yin Yang Tao Master, and even mark the location of the 10,000 Monsters Forest very clearly. Thank you, Grandmother. Zhao Su closed the diagram of heaven and all things and once again bowed to Peng Ying in gratitude. All right, you can go. Peng Ying smiled, not saying anything further. With a casual wave of her hand, a spatial door appeared behind Zhao Su and the others. The spatial door carried a strong suction force, pulling Zhao Su and the other three into it. After Zhao Su and the others left, the smile on Peng Ying's face gradually disappeared. I hope you won't disappoint me like your father. Peng Ying murmured softly. Bang! Just then, a long sword fell from the sky, directly slashing towards Peng Ying. Oof! Peng Ying snorted coldly, casually waving her hand to block the long sword that fell from the sky. The hand holding the mask put it on her face. Unexpectedly, the two of us guarding the edge of the universe, you could still appear here silently? Zhao Jun and Ling Wan'er arrived, standing side by side, and a series of marks rose from beneath their feet, trapping Peng Ying. You two are merely at the source realm. Do you really think I can't do anything about you? You can give it a try. Although the two of us are not your opponents, it won't be so easy for you to defeat us. You think too highly of yourself. As soon as Peng Ying finished speaking, countless other shore flowers soared into the sky, coalescing into a red altar, casting a shadow over Zhao Jun and Ling Wan'er. 10,000 miles of pagoda annihilate. At this moment, Zhao Jun could be said to no longer hide, showcasing his strongest combat power, as countless sword shadows emerged and slashed towards the altar formed by the other shore flowers. Ling Wan'er also made her move. An innate 8 trigrams diagram appeared above her head, imbued with powerful Tao rhythm, charging towards Peng Ying. Chapter 233. Arriving at the Holy Land of the 10,000 Demons Clanum. Originally, Peng Ying did not take Ling Wan'er seriously, but when the innate 8 trigrams diagram enveloped her, her brows furrowed immediately. At this moment, Zhao Jun also changed direction, infusing his divine power into the innate 8 trigrams. Immediately above them, a huge black vortex appeared. We may not be able to defeat you, but we will definitely not let you stay here, Zhao Jun said. Using his own essence as a price, the Tao rhythm above the innate 8 trigrams emitted a strong light, pulling Peng Ying into the black vortex along with him. Soon, everything here became completely quiet, as if nothing had happened just now. In the village in the mountains, Zhao Su suddenly opened his eyes. The sky was already bright, and many children were surrounding the 4 of them, staring at them. Zhao Su quickly got up, looking around, and found that it was still that village, with neat houses and wide, clean streets. However, The red lanterns hanging at the entrance of each courtyard had disappeared. Chief, it's them. We woke up early and saw these 4 people sitting here. No matter how we called them, they wouldn't wake up. Soon, a teenage boy, accompanied by several elders, walked over, pointing at the bewildered Zhao Su and the others. Zhao Su, were we dreaming just now, or are we dreaming now? Li Fan asked Zhao Su. Zhao Su shook his head. Even he was uncertain about what was real. However, Zhao Su could feel that there was an additional mark within him. It was indeed the 3rd layer of the great freedom source technique, Taiqing Shuhua. Moreover, the powerful divine power surpassing the emperor realm within him could not be deceiving. May I ask where you 4 came from? The elder, referred to as the village chief, stepped forward and politely clasped his fists in greeting to Zhao Su and the others. Zhao Su took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing the chaos in his heart. He also clasped his fists in return and said, "We wish to go to the 10,000 Demons Forest. We don't know why we ended up here." This time Zhao Su did not hide anything. They were unsure if they were even on Douluo continent. Therefore, there was no need to conceal it. Now, only by speaking the truth could they clarify whether they were still in a dream or in reality. You want to take a detour to enter the 10,000 Demons Forest, right? The old man has good insight. That's right. The 10,000 Demons Forest is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and these 3 mountains are actually no longer within a range of Douluo continent. They belong to the Sky City. Sky City? Upon hearing the village chief's words, Zhao Su seemed to understand something. Indeed, 30 miles north of our village is the 10,000 Demons Forest, and the eastern end leads to the Sky City. Thank you, Elder. May I ask how to address you? Just call me Elder. However, I'll give you one last piece of advice. The heaven and earth chessboard is not as simple as you think. After the village chief finished speaking, he ignored Zhao Su and the others, leaving with the children who were no more than 10 years old. If it were that simple, this war might not have lasted for such a long time. After seeing Peng Ying, Zhao Su could feel the changes in the mark of the heavenly Tao within him. The mark of the heavenly Tao seemed to have a great fear of Peng Ying. It must be known that although the mark of the heavenly Tao had not perfectly fused with the rules of heaven and earth, it still carried a similar aura. The ability to instill fear in the mark of the heavenly Tao meant that Peng Ying's cultivation had very likely surpassed the source realm, stepping into the legendary void realm. Originally, Zhao Su believed that the void was not a realm, and the source was already the pinnacle of the universe. Now it seemed that things were not as he thought, or rather, the source realm is the peak of a single universe, not the peak of the chaotic Tao of the 3,000 universes. Zhao Su, are we going to Sky City, or should we go to the 10,000 Demons Forest first? Li Fan's words pulled Zhao Su back to reality. Zhao Su looked in the direction of the 10,000 Demons Forest and already had an answer in his heart. Let us go to the 10,000 Demons Forest. Following the Elder's guidance, soon the 4 of them arrived at the holy land of the 10,000 Demons clan, the true center of the 10,000 Demons Forest. Who goes there? Looking up, the holy land of the 10,000 Demons clan, the center of the 10,000 Demons Forest, turned out to be a huge city. A stone city entirely built from piled stones. Each stone weighed 1,000 pounds, and without any external force, each giant stone fit perfectly together. On a towering city wall, a demon guard holding a bow and arrow shot an arrow, stopping Zhao Su and the others from advancing. I am Rower. Open the city gates. I want to see the demon ancestor. Saintess? Hearing Yi Ro's words, the guard on the city wall quickly lowered his bow and arrow and turned to descend from the wall. The heavy city gate was pushed open, and the guard stepped forward to examine Yi Ro and asked, "Is it really you?" "Yes, it's me." Yi Ro released her aura. Although she was not in a spiritual state at this moment and had a physical body, the aura of her soul was unmistakable. "It is my fault for not recognizing the saintess's return. I have offended you. Never mind. Take me to see the demon ancestor." Yi Ro casually waved her hand and stepped into the 10,000 Demon City. Zhao Su and the others followed closely behind. Upon entering the city, Zhao Su and the others felt the vastness of the 10,000 Demon City. Not only were the city walls built with giant stones, but even the houses within the city were made of stone. The orderly houses, wide streets, and the bustling crowd presented a scene of prosperity. Zhao Su and the others followed the guard from the city wall for nearly 10 minutes before arriving at a stone mansion in the city center. "Saintess, the demon ancestor is not here. The matriarch asks you to wait in the main hall. She will be here shortly." I understand. You can go now." Shortly after, a dignified and noble woman arrived at the main hall. She first glanced at Li Fan, then turned to Zhao Su. Upon seeing Qianrenxue, There was a slight change in her expression, but she quickly returned to normal. Then she looked at Yi Ro, and the light in her eyes softened. "Oh yeah, please greet the matriarch." Yi Ro quickly stepped forward, respectfully bowing to the matriarch of the 10,000 Demons clan, who was also Qian Rinchua's mother, Yinju. "You girl, it's been such a long time without any news. Your master and I have been worried sick." Yinju reached out and tapped Yi Ro's forehead, continuing. "But this time you found a perfectly compatible physical body. It's not in vain that you came here. Master, this time not only did I find a perfect body, but I also found someone." Yi Ro linked her arm with Yinju's and pointed in the direction of Qian Rinchue, then leaned in to whisper something in Yinju's ear. Upon hearing Yi Ro's words, Yinju looked towards Qian Rinchue, but there was no joy in her eyes. She remained calm, even carrying a hint of hostility. "Since you already understand our intentions, I'll be straightforward. I don't want to fight and make things difficult for Schwerer, so you all can handle it yourselves." Such arrogance. At that moment, a domineering voice came from outside the main hall. "Chapter hai chambam with you, ta king su." 3 clones with that voice, a tall man strode in, exuding a powerful and domineering aura. It was none other than Qian Cheng, the current demon ancestor of the Wan Yao clan. "So, it seems a battle is inevitable." Zhao Su sat there, his expression completely calm, speaking in a very tranquil manner. "If it's a fight, then let's see if you have the capability." After Qian Cheng finished speaking, a large sword appeared behind him, and he grasped it, charging towards Zhao Su. Zhao Su stood up with composure and swiftly moved to an open area outside the main hall. "Since it has come to this, I have no choice but to take action myself." A red flower appeared above Zhao Su's head, and the destruction armor enveloped him. The Emperor's 7-kill sword and the Spear of Destruction appeared simultaneously. This time, Zhao Su was using all his power, not wanting to get entangled with Qian Cheng for too long. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the devouring sky dragon cat also appeared, its black and white eyes radiating immense Dao rhythm. "I have a sword, named 36 Heavenly Gang Sword Array, activate." As Zhao Su formed the seals, countless sword shadows flew out, coalescing into a sword array, using heaven and earth as the blade, annihilating the world with a mad edge. Facing the overwhelming sword shadows, Qian Cheng showed no fear and threw the sword in his hand into the sky. Instantly, a sword shadow that pierced through heaven and earth manifested, carrying an invincible might, cleaving toward the sky full of sword arrays. Boom! The clash of sword and blade created a powerful energy wave that scattered in all directions. The 10 peak elders of the Wan Yao clan, who had been in seclusion, sensed the strong energy fluctuations and quickly rose to the location of Zhao Su and Qian Cheng's confrontation. The 10 of them exchanged no words, but in perfect harmony, they struck together. They sealed off this space, preventing the powerful energy fluctuations from spreading. Feeling the protective barrier created by the 10 elders, Zhao Su and Qian Cheng had no more worries. They began to fight with all their might. Dao Law of 3000, Invincible Dharma Body, Demon Law, the Heavens as Slaves. Meow. After nearly 300 rounds of battle, neither side gained a clear advantage. At this moment, although Zhao Su had broken through to the Imperial Realm, he was still too weak and could not achieve a flawless victory against these seasoned peak Imperial Realm experts. "It seems I'm still too weak." Zhao Su quickly retreated, creating some distance from Qian Cheng, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Then, he formed seals with both hands. The countless sword shadows and the phantom of the devouring sky dragon cat behind him began to dissipate rapidly, turning into red light. Amidst the red light, countless red flowers emerged. The final cluster of flowers spread across the entire world. However, that flower cluster emitted a sense of destruction and death on one half, while the other half radiated a tremendous vitality. "Break the seal." Zhao Su cut his palm, blood flowing out and spraying into the flower cluster that perfectly fused the 2 different auras. After absorbing Zhao Su's blood, the flower cluster began to split, with the flowers exuding destruction, coalescing into a shadowy figure enveloped in black mist. The flowers radiating vitality condensed into a figure glowing with golden light. Upon seeing this, Qian Cheng and the 10 elders of the demon clan furrowed their brows. Even Qian Rinchue, who was standing at the entrance of the main hall observing everything, frowned, her eyes showing some concern. Others did not know what Zhao Su was doing, but she was very clear. In fact, from the very beginning, the demonic body and the ancient Zhentian lineage's divine body of Zhao Su had not dissipated at all. Instead, They had been suppressed within Zhao Su's body. Whether it was the demonic body or the ancient divine body, they both belonged to Zhao Su and could not be completely eradicated. Zhao Su had been suppressing his realm to keep these two bodies in check while searching for a way to fully fuse them. When Zhao Su transformed his body into the Tao, he created new heavenly rules in this universe. Besides Zhao Su wanting to detach himself from his cosmic chessboard, there was another way, which was to find a way to rid himself of these two bodies. However, in the end, Zhao Su still failed. Not only did he not escape from these two limiting bodies, but he also could not break free from the cosmic chessboard. But a few days ago, after encountering Peng Ying, she taught Zhao Su the third layer of the Great Freedom Origin Technique, Tai Ching Su Wu. This finally made Zhao Su understand. There was no need for rejection. They were originally one body, so why transform into three? The shadow, exuding a sense of destruction, and the figure radiating tremendous vitality, quickly fused with Zhao Su's own body. Meow. The devouring sky dragon cat, behind him, let out another cry. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. When the three bodies finished fusing, Zhao Su slowly opened his eyes, which resembled the eyes of the devouring sky dragon cat. One black, one white, radiating the energies of yin and yang, and the 3,000 paths. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes revealed a hint of malevolence. Just a glance made Qian Sheng and the surrounding 10 elders of the demon clan feel a deep-seated fear. The devouring sky dragon cat quickly shrank down and jumped onto Zhao Su's shoulder. The dark clouds in the sky once again gathered, forming a black mask that Zhao Su reached out and grabbed, placing it on his face. Those who had seen Peng Ying, including Li Fan and Qian Renxue, seemed to sense Peng Ying's aura from Zhao Su. Qian Sheng, the current true body is invincible. You should take action yourself. With the mask on, Zhao Su seemed completely transformed, radiating a powerful Tao rhythm, yet no divine power fluctuations could be felt. I want to give it a try. Qian Sheng's gaze became resolute as the mad annihilation blade once again used heaven and earth as its blade, the massive blade's shadow spanning the entire cosmos. The cold blade seemed ready to sever the heavens and earth. Demon law, mad blade annihilation / the world is all void. As Qian Sheng's voice rang out, the annihilation blade shadow surged violently, a terrifying blade shadow cleaving through the universe toward Zhao Su. You are too weak. Wait until you reach the origin realm before using this annihilation blade. Zhao Su stood there without any movement, while the devouring sky dragon cat on his shoulder suddenly leaped up, rapidly growing in size, and opened its massive mouth to swallow the annihilation blade whole. Meow. The devouring sky dragon cat turned and jumped back onto Zhao Su's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. The tide of fate is against you. You cannot stop me, Zhao Su declared, a gigantic hand appearing, directly grasping Qian Sheng. Demon law, use heaven and earth as a cage, activate. The 10 elders of the demon clan also moved, forming seals simultaneously to try to trap Zhao Su and save Qian Sheng from his grasp. Zhao Su merely snorted coldly, and the not yet formed cage of heaven and earth was instantly shattered. Poof! 10 people were simultaneously blasted away, spitting out blood, each with a pale face. At this moment, Qian Sheng had already been split into two, and the heavenly Tao mark emerged, completely absorbing the clone that contained the Tao rhyme. Chapter 235. The Pillar of Creation. Did you break through to the origin realm? The demon Tao rhyme within Qian Sheng was fully absorbed, and he looked very weak. In a short time, he couldn't recover to his peak state. He glanced at the masked Zhao Su, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. This is a spirit-gathering pill. It can help you recover quickly. I hope that by the time of the final battle, you will be stronger. Zhao Su waved his hand and threw a small porcelain bottle to Qian Sheng. Then, Zhao Su's mask disappeared, his eyes returned to normal, and the Tao rhyme on his body faded into his interior. At this moment, Zhao Su, like Peng Ying, gave off no sense of divine power. He seemed just like an ordinary person. However, his deep, dark eyes made it impossible to look directly at him. Are you still Zhao Su? Qian Renxue looked at Zhao Su, her eyes flashing with hesitation, unsure if the person before her was still Zhao Su. No matter when, I'm always just Zhao Su. But you feel very unfamiliar to me now, instilling a kind of fear in my heart. Don't worry, I won't change, Zhao Su said with a smile. Stepping forward to hold Qian Renxue's hand, I will always be the one who loves you the most. Feeling the warmth radiating from Zhao Su's palm, Qian Renxue gradually stabilized her heart. Zhao Su, don't think you can control everything. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Qian Cheng looked at Zhao Su, seemingly wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't, merely reminding Zhao Su. He then ignored Zhao Su and left with Yin Zhu and the 10 elders of the Wanyao clan. They needed to hurry and enter seclusion. From the earlier battle with Zhao Su, they understood that numbers meant nothing in front of the Origin Realm. Especially since Qian Cheng had reached the peak of the Emperor Realm, only a barrier separated him from the Origin Realm. But it was this barrier that excluded him from being a player in the game. If he couldn't break through to the Origin Realm soon, on the day of the final battle, the Wanyao clan would only be used as cannon fodder. After the Wanyao clan completed the absorption of the Dao Rhyme, Zhao Su did not linger any longer. Li Fan intended to leave with Zhao Su, while Qian Renshue stayed in the Wanyao clan's holy land. Partly because what Zhao Su was about to do was too dangerous, and partly because practicing in the Wanyao clan's holy land would be extremely beneficial for Qian Renshue, who had fused with the World Tree martial soul. Although Qian Renshue was very reluctant to separate from Zhao Su, there was no other way. She had to stay in the Wanyao clan's holy land to ensure Zhao Su could focus on absorbing the Dao Rhyme without worries. Before leaving the Wanyao clan's holy land, Zhao Su had already decided where to go next. According to the heavenly map that Peng Ying gave Zhao Su, both the Descendant Lord and the Yin-Yang Dao Master were likely hiding on Shadow Island. Shadow Island was located at the junction of the old Heavenly Dao and the New World Rule. Half of it was within the range of the Sky City controlled by the 6 major imperial clans, and half was within the territory controlled by the 10 barbarian tribes, belonging to an area of extreme chaos in the rules of heaven and earth. It was also the only passage for the 10 barbarian tribes to enter the new Douluo continent, aside from the gates of the Sky City. Many barbarian people who entered the Douluo continent came from Shadow Island. However, Zhao Su understood that there were also powerful individuals responsible for hunting down these barbarians who entered the Douluo continent without permission. But as always, there were still some that slipped through the cracks. Zhao Su, why do I feel that the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth on Shadow Island is much stronger than outside? As soon as Li Fan stepped onto Shadow Island, he felt that both his divine power and divine consciousness were being suppressed. At the junction of the old Heavenly Dao and the New World Rule, the 2 Heavenly Daos were mutually constraining each other, naturally stronger than the stable Heavenly Dao outside. However, Zhao Su appeared unaffected by the fusion of the old Heavenly Dao and the New World Rule, casually saying to Li Fan, "Actually, this situation is beneficial for you." "Well, where do we go now?" "First, let us meet an old friend," Zhao Su said, looking in a certain direction, his deep eyes seemingly piercing through layers of mist, directly seeing the person he wanted to meet. In the center of Shadow Island, on a small island, was the stronghold of the Shadow Army of the Wu clan, one of the 6 major imperial clans of Sky City. The master of the Shadow Army was an old acquaintance of Zhao Su. "After 1,000 years, you have become even more powerful." Just then, a spatial gate appeared, and a person cloaked in a black robe stepped out. "You have also impressed me." The 2 first exchanged pleasantries. "Please." Zhang Ying smiled and made a gesture for Zhao Su to enter. On the central small island of Shadow Island, Zhang Ying led Zhao Su into a secret chamber. It seemed that Zhang Ying had long known Zhao Su was coming and had made preparations in advance. "It seems you truly knew. Actually, Detian is just a dog supported by outsiders. He is not the ultimate target we need to deal with. I should have thought of it. Even if Detian is strong, he is only at the Origin Realm. How could he be helpless against the Dao Ancestor and Wu Ancestor of the same Origin Realm? You are very clever, but sometimes cleverness is useless." Zhang Ying extended his hand to form a seal, and the walls of the entire secret chamber gradually disappeared, leaving them seemingly in the depths of the cosmos. Looking around, they were surrounded by brilliant and colorful lights, filled with danger, yet evoking a deep sense of attachment that made one reluctant to leave. "Look at that colorful pillar." Zhang Ying pointed to a dazzling pillar and continued, "That pillar is called the Pillar of Creation. Behind it lies the Blue Star Universe, the mother world of all universes in the chaos." Peng Ying came from there? Exactly. 5 billion years ago, the Blue Star Universe took shape in the chaos, becoming the first universe among the 3,000 universes, and Peng Ying is the Heavenly Dao of the Blue Star Universe. Zhang Ying then recounted everything she knew to Zhao Su. When a person reaches true peak power, they first enjoy the freedom that comes from invincibility, relishing the thrill of deciding life and death. But as time goes on, they will face infinite loneliness. Even the strongest will become twisted in this loneliness. After enduring 35 billion years of solitude, Peng Ying erupted completely, destroying the entire Blue Star universe, and then, using the Blue Star universe as a foundation, established the Pillar of Creation, creating 3,000 universes centered around the Pillar of Creation. Each universe has different rules, and she, Peng Ying, is the manipulator of these 3,000 universes, playing with all living beings as if she were sovereign. However, gradually, Peng Ying lost interest again. Not wanting to endure the endless loneliness, she sealed her divine soul within the Pillar of Creation. Every 100,000 years, the Pillar of Creation would emit a wave of destructive light, annihilating the 3,000 universes and reshaping new ones. 1,000,000,000 years ago, a person appeared in the Blue Star universe, having reached the Void Realm through their own efforts. They stood before the Pillar of Creation, intending to destroy it beforehand to prevent the pillar from emitting destructive light waves that would obliterate the Blue Star universe. However, this inadvertently awakened Peng Ying. Chapter 236. The Barbaric Land. When Peng Ying opened her eyes and saw the tall, handsome young man, a new spark appeared in her originally dull eyes. It was this that gave her new plans. Casually, she struck down the young man who wanted to destroy the Pillar of Creation, casting his soul into the Douluo universe. She followed the young man into the Douluo universe, naming herself Peng Ying. That young man was the ancestor of the Jintian lineage, specifically Zhao Ru's father and Zhao Su's grandfather, Zhao Qi. In the primitive era of Douluo, the Zhao family was one of the 10 great families. From birth, Zhao Qi could be said to be a prodigy. He rose to power and, at the age of 16, defeated young geniuses from various clans, becoming the undisputed young supreme. It was during this time that he met Peng Ying. Peng Ying was also a remarkable woman, a peerless beauty in her own right. She and Zhao Qi fell in love at first sight, and by the age of 18, they became husband and wife, leaving behind a legendary love story that others envied. However, the truth could not be hidden. The strongest in the Blue Star universe broke through the cosmic rules and came to Douluo continent to find Zhao Qi. It was then that Zhao Qi realized that Peng Ying had been deceiving him all along. He was merely a puppet for Peng Ying to pass the time. From that point on, the once divine couple became enemies. Peng Ying claimed to be heaven, and Zhao Qi renamed the Zhao family to Jintian, seeking to destroy the Pillar of Creation and eradicate the true heaven amidst the chaos. This was the true meaning of the Jintian lineage. However, Zhao Qi ultimately lost. The original 3,000 universes collapsed, leading to the later 3,000 universes. The reason the Jintian lineage's bloodline was strong was not solely due to Zhao Ru's power or Zhao Qi's, but because they carried Peng Ying's blood within them. Listening to Zhang Ying recount the true origins of this world and observing the changes in the universe, Zhao Su fell into silence. So, no matter how you change, you will ultimately never win, because the origin of the 3,000 universes is Peng Ying, and we cannot surpass her. If that is the case, then what is the purpose of a heavenly chessboard? Isn't it to deal with the chaotic heavenly way? You are wrong. The heavenly chessboard is merely a game for Peng Ying to pass the time. Aside from Peng Ying, we are all pawns. All pawns? That's right. On this chessboard, it's not just you who is a pawn. Everyone is a pawn. It's just that Peng Ying wants to play a little game in her endless years. According to what you're saying, our fighting purpose is just to please Peng Ying? You could say that. In fact, the outcome of this game is already predetermined. But some people are unwilling to believe it and want to fight for a chance. When Zhang Ying said this, a hint of self-mockery appeared on her face. It could be said that their fates were sealed from the moment they were born. I don't believe it. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. I don't believe our outcome is predetermined. Zhao Su could be considered one of those unwilling to accept the truth, wanting to reverse this unwinnable game. Whether you believe it or not, everything is already clear. As for how you choose, others cannot interfere. What about you? Do you think this chess game is irreversible? Unless the Pillar of Creation shatters, transforming the 3,000 universes into new heavenly rules. Otherwise, without a new heavenly rule in one universe, Peng Ying, the creator, cannot be shaken. If that is the case, then it means we still have a chance of victory, doesn't it? Zhao Su's gaze gradually became firm as he looked toward the brilliant Pillar of Creation, his eyes filled not with fear, but with unwavering determination. I hope you are right. Although Zhang Ying said this, she clearly did not have high hopes for Zhao Su. Or rather, she never thought they would win from the beginning. Instead of saying that the current chess game is to break Peng Ying's dictatorship, it would be more accurate to say that those people are fighting to survive, even if their physical bodies are destroyed, their souls hidden in chaos, seeking a chance for rebirth. Knowing everything, Zhao Su began his new plan. From Zhongying, Zhao Su learned that the Master of Descent and the Master of Yin and Yang had already submitted to the 10 barbarian tribes. Therefore, to absorb their Tao rhythm, he had to go to the barbaric land. Zhao Su did not hesitate at all. This time, he did not bring Li Fan, leaving him at Shadow Island, and set out alone for the barbaric land. Zhao Su's current realm could be said to have reached the heavenly Tao realm of the 3,000 Great Tao. The boundary walls could no longer hinder him. After crossing the boundary wall and arriving in the barbaric land, Zhao Su was stunned by the scenery around him. This was not a barbaric land at all. It was entirely a future technological era that surpassed the Douluo universe. Towering buildings pierced the clouds, aerial tracks crisscrossed the sky, and countless armored steel bodies patrolled. This era could be said to far surpass the technological level when Zhao Su lived on Blue Star. May I ask if you were Zhao Su? Just as Zhao Su was in a daze, a steel figure clad in armor appeared not far from him. The armor receded into his body, revealing a man who looked to be in his 30s, who cupped his fists and asked Zhao Su, "Yes, I am Zhao Su. Who are you?" "I am Li Qingfeng, the commander of the Iron Armor Legion. Did you know I was coming? The ruler has been waiting for a long time. Please." Li Qingfeng gestured for Zhao Su to follow, and seeing that Zhao Su did not move, a smile appeared on his face. He did not say more. At the moment he turned, his armor covered his entire body, emanating a powerful divine aura as he flew toward the distance. Zhao Su could sense that there was no divine power fluctuation from Li Qingfeng, but when the armor covered his body, it instantly erupted with the aura of the Emperor realm. Zhao Su thought for a moment and ultimately decided to follow. He wanted to know if the ruler Li Qingfeng mentioned was Peng Ying and whether this place was truly the barbaric land left behind by the old heavenly way. All these questions left Zhao Su with no choice but to follow. The two moved quickly, and what they saw along the way greatly shocked Zhao Su's heart. This could no longer be called a world of practitioners, but rather a super technological era. There were no visible human figures, yet everywhere was filled with armored steel legions. On the surface, there were over 1 million troops. When passing by some mountains, Zhao Su could clearly sense the presence of Emperor Realm experts within the mountains. Roughly calculating, there were at least 30 Emperor Realm experts, not to mention those Origin Realm experts who surpassed the Emperor Realm. Soon, Zhao Su followed Li Qingfeng to the top of a mountain, where the entire summit had been neatly flattened and a massive castle was built atop it. Chapter 237, Chaotic Memories. Chaotic time. Upon entering the castle, Zhao Su could clearly feel a powerful Tao aura emanating from the center of the castle. Even Zhao Su, who had reached the Origin Realm, felt a sense of suppression. Finally, Zhao Su arrived at the highest level of the castle. When he reached the door, Li Qingfeng did not proceed further, but simply waved his hand and said to Zhao Su, "Mr. Zhao, the next path will have to be walked by you alone. I cannot accompany you any longer." As soon as Li Qingfeng finished speaking, the door leading to the highest level opened. A cascade of colorful, brilliant light emitted, forming a rainbow bridge that extended directly to Zhao Su's feet. Although Zhao Su hesitated for a moment, he still stepped towards the highest level. As he walked across the rainbow bridge, he could feel the Tao rhythm within him gradually perfecting. The heavenly Tao mark emerged, wildly absorbing the terrifying Tao rhythm that Zhao Su had never experienced before. After about 10 minutes, he finally reached the end of the rainbow bridge. Looking ahead, there was no path left. All that lay before him was darkness. Complete darkness, impenetrable by either the naked eye or spiritual consciousness. Zhao Su reached out into the darkness, and his outstretched hand immediately felt a chilling, piercing pain. It is worth noting that Zhao Su's physical body had already reached the Origin Realm, achieving an indestructible state. Even so, this darkness still inflicted substantial harm on Zhao Su. When he withdrew his hand from the darkness, it was clear to see that the flesh had already rotted. Moreover, this rot continued to spread, quickly extending to his entire arm. Even the Tao rhythm within Zhao Su could not stop it. Since that is the case, I will just walk directly into the darkness. Zhao Su looked at the rapidly spreading rot, a smile appearing on his face as he stepped confidently towards the darkness. It seemed that with just one step forward, he passed through the darkness and reappeared on the rainbow bridge. Looking at the hand that had rotted, all discomfort vanished, and the previously decayed hand returned to normal. Not only that, but the heavenly Tao mark was also completely perfected, radiating colorful light as it merged into Zhao Su's body. Zhao Su slowly closed his eyes, and the rules of heaven and earth rapidly took shape in his mind. The originally invisible rules of heaven and earth spiraled like an intricate and exquisite pattern in Zhao Su's mind. Is this the rules of heaven and earth? The so-called rules of heaven and earth are actually different for everyone. At that moment, a voice pulled Zhao Su's thoughts back. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. However, he did not see anyone. He only saw the vibrant creation pillar. There was a portal on that creation pillar. Since I have come this far, why not go in for a chat? The voice came again. But it was not Peng Ying's voice. It was a man's voice. Zhao Su did not think much of it and stepped into the portal on the creation pillar. After crossing through the portal, the magnificent light of the creation pillar in the cosmic starry sky disappeared entirely. Instead, he arrived in a small courtyard. Looking up, he saw various immortal herbs everywhere, and extinct celestial beasts were soaring in the sky. In the distance, by a lake, various animals were leisurely eating the immortal herbs and drinking the lake water that radiated the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The small courtyard was simply enclosed by a fence, creating a small yard. Under a towering tree stood a stone table, beside which sat a man dressed in white. This man bore some resemblance to Zhao Su and appeared even younger than Zhao Su. With a slight smile, he raised the corners of his mouth. Is this the ruler mentioned by Li Qingfeng? What ruler? Just a puppet of others. I don't know how to address you. Senior? Zhao Su thought of something, but still asked. It has been many years since I last spoke my name. I've almost forgotten it. It should be Zhao Qi, right? As expected, this person was indeed the true ancestor of the Zhantian lineage, his grandfather. Grandfather? Please sit down. You must have already met your grandmother, right? Indeed. Zhao Qi's smile gradually faded as he sighed and poured a cup of tea for Zhao Su. You cannot win. How would I know without trying? Back then, your father said the same thing to me, but in the end, he still lost. For so many years, he has remained hidden in the cracks deep within the chaos. I'm not like my father. I will not hide. Even if I lose, I will not hide. Do you truly understand the chaotic Tao of these 3,000 universes? Please enlighten me, grandfather. Zhao Su stood up and bowed to Zhao Qi, wanted to learn the true meaning of the chaotic Tao from him. However, Zhao Qi did not help Zhao Su resolve his confusion. In his profound gaze, there was a hint of perplexity. After a long time, he finally spoke. Actually, I do not understand either. Or rather, does the chaotic Tao truly exist? I originally thought you could bring me some surprises, but it seems that the outcome is still irreversible. Zhao Qi said as he stood up and walked into a nearby thatched cottage. Standing in the courtyard, Zhao Su could clearly feel the changes in the surrounding space. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself no longer in that small courtyard, but had left the barbaric land and returned to Shadow Island. When he first met Zhang Ying, it had been 1,000 years. You have become even more powerful? He repeated the same words he had said when he first met Zhang Ying. At that moment, Zhang Ying was no longer fully shrouded in a black robe, but wore a long black dress, her figure quite impressive. With a smile on her face, she looked at Zhao Su and said, I feel that the more powerful I become, the more fear I have in my heart. Why? There is no reason. I do not even know where this fear comes from. Now Zhao Su understood that perhaps when he opened the diagram of all things in heaven and earth, Peng Ying had already arranged everything for him. However, what puzzled Zhao Su was why he saw Zhao Qi and not Peng Ying. In Zhao Su's understanding, Zhao Qi had died long ago in the primordial era. He had sacrificed himself to suppress Peng Ying deep within the chaos in the creation pillar, which allowed the 3,000 universes to enjoy 1 billion years of respite. After experiencing the chaotic ancient, and old heavenly Tao eras. But what was the Zhao Qi that Zhao Su saw? Did Peng Ying use some method to bring Zhao Qi back to life? Or was there another conspiracy? Subsequently, Zhao Su and Zhang Ying arrived at the central island of Shadow Island, where the 6 imperial clans of the Sky City took turns guarding. At this time, the one guarding Shadow Island was the shadow army of one of the 6 imperial clans, the Wu Ancestor faction. Ying, were you originally a person of the Wu Ancestor? Or did you become one later? After sitting down in the main hall, Zhao Su looked at Zhang Ying and asked earnestly. Chapter 238. The Fusion of New Heavenly Rules and Old Heavenly Tao. Now Zhao Su felt very confused. Ever since he encountered the ancient revival and took a detour into the myriad demon forest, everything had made it difficult for Zhao Su to distinguish between what was real and what was illusion. Even when he looked at Zhang Ying, he felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Although her figure was still as stunning and her face the same, he could not explain why it felt so unreal. Does this still matter? Zhang Ying did not answer Zhao Su's question, but instead countered with question. Very important. Perhaps I am no longer the person I used to be, Or maybe I was never myself in the beginning. I cannot clarify. Since that is the case, then forget it. I think I already know the answer. What answer? Have you ever thought that everything we have experienced is an illusion, and that we are all created beings? What do you mean? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhang Ying couldn't help but furrow her brows, not understanding what Zhao Su was trying to convey. Zhao Su. This was when he said, in other words, we are merely living in a space woven by others, where everything is manipulated by someone. How is that possible? In this world, nothing is impossible. All universes, whether it's the Douluo universe or the Blue Star universe, are created by someone to pass the time. Have those who reach the origin realm really seen through the essence of this world? Although Zhang Ying has not yet reached the origin realm, she understands the terror of the origin realm. The origin realm is equivalent to the will of the heavenly Tao, allowing one to see and feel much more than others. She does not think that Zhao Su's words are mere fantasies. The fact that all the strong beings of the origin realm do not live under the various heavens, but have sealed themselves deep within the chaos indicates that there is something wrong with this world. The origin realm can sense this vaguely, but cannot change anything. Perhaps the essence of the heavenly chessboard is not to become the ruler of the heavenly Tao, but to explore the truth of this world. See through? I think it has only become increasingly confusing. Zhao Su sighed, stood up, and walked out of the great hall into the courtyard, looking up at the sky and slowly closing his eyes. He was feeling something intently. Remember, do not think wildly. First complete the game of the heavenly chessboard and become the ruler of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps you will know more. At this moment, Zhao Qi's voice reappeared in Zhao Su's mind. This time Zhao Su was not surprised, but smiled, having already formulated his next plan. It seems you have figured it out. No, I just don't want to be entangled anymore. It's time to start the real calamity. As Zhao Su spoke, the heavenly Tao mark, which had already merged with the new heavenly rules, appeared, radiating a powerful aura, soaring into the sky. When the heavenly Tao mark emerged, those capable would reside there. Anyone who could refine the heavenly Tao mark would become the ruler of the heavenly Tao. As the heavenly Tao mark shot into the sky, a loud voice resonated in everyone's minds, regardless of whether they were in seclusion or had sealed themselves. Anyone under the new heavenly rules clearly heard this voice. With the ascent of the heavenly Tao mark and its fusion with the new heavenly rules, the barbaric lands controlled by the Emperor of Heaven could no longer stop the engulfing of the new heavenly rules. As the new heavenly rules merged with the old heavenly Tao, darkness instantly swept towards the Sky City. The final battle between the 6 imperial clans of the Sky City and the 10 barbarian clans officially began. At the place where Zhao Su buried Cheng Feng, she was awakened by that voice, and the stones pressing down on her coffin exploded. Dressed in a red gown, Cheng Feng walked out of the coffin, her gaze complex as she looked in a certain direction. At the boundary of the chaos, Zhao Jun and Ling Wan'er were sitting cross-legged, opened their eyes, and quickly stood up. You cannot stop this. Once the chessboard is formed, a winner must be determined. Peng Ying, who was blocked by Zhao Jun and Ling Wan'er outside the chaotic boundary, appeared in front of Zhao Jun with a smile in her eyes. She casually said to Zhao Jun and Ling Wan'er, even so, I will never let you leave here and enter this realm. Do you really think you can stop me? Of course. Zhao Jun answered decisively, without any hesitation. His eyes were filled with strong confidence, and the aura of the Tao enveloped him. As a black and white, innate Bagua diagram appeared above his head, the innate Bagua diagram scattered and similarly merged into the new heavenly rules. He had already reached the pinnacle of the divine path, but after the birth of the new heavenly rules, he detached from the old heavenly Tao and grew anew within the new heavenly rules. Now, reintegrating into the new heavenly rules, the Tao's aura enveloped him, and his cultivation instantly broke through to the origin realm. In fact, he even reached the peak of the origin realm a half step into the void. Ling Wan'er performed the same operation. A pattern appeared and merged into the new heavenly rules, with the Tao's aura enveloping her as well. She also restored to the half-step void realm. At this moment, when the two worked together, they had surpassed the origin realm and truly reached the void realm, representing the rules of a certain realm of heaven and earth, encompassing the complete 3,000 paths. At this time, the marks they had planted on each other when merging into the new heavenly rules were fully activated. Their minds were connected, although they were two individuals. The combat power they demonstrated was far beyond simple addition. It seems I underestimated you. Peng Ying's eyes gradually became serious, but she did not truly care too much, saying, in the 3,000 universes, Only your universe gives me a sense of the joy of the game. The rest are too weak. You will pay the price for your arrogance. I hope you can manage it." As soon as Peng Ying's voice fell, she made her move, forming a seal with her hands, and a mark appeared, condensing into a long sword. Carrying powerful Dao aura, it slashed toward Zhao Jun and Ling Waner. This seemingly simple sword forced Zhao Jun and Ling Waner to use all their strength, yet they barely managed to block it. A mouthful of blood spurted out as their bodies rapidly retreated. After retreating a considerable distance, they finally stabilized their forms. "If I want to get through, you cannot stop me." "They can't, but I can." At this moment, a voice came. A man and a woman appeared beside Zhao Jun and Ling Waner. The newcomers were none other than Zhao Ru and Cheng Feng, who had already recovered to their peak. Judging from Zhao Ru's aura, she still surpassed the Origin Realm and reached the Void Realm. The third layer of the Great Freedom Origin Decision, Tai Ching Void, could be said to be completely perfected. Even if you have reached the Void Realm, so what? Peng Ying looked at Zhao Ru, her eyes filled with a hint of mockery. This mother and son looked as if they had no sense of closeness. They seemed less like mother and son and more like enemies. Chapter 239, Still in the Heavenly Chessboard. What you think is the highest realm is merely the beginning at another height. Peng Ying stretched out her hand, and a huge palm appeared at the chaotic boundary, reaching out from the endless darkness to slap Zhao Ru. Bang! This seemingly casual slap sent Zhao Ru flying, and she struck again, pulling Zhao Ru in front of Peng Ying. "You are my creation. Why do you come with others to deal with me? The great Tao is void. My soul and my body are no longer yours. Since that's the case, should I take back what originally belonged to me?" As Peng Ying spoke, she suddenly exerted force, directly crushing Zhao Ru's body. The enormous palm coalesced into a furnace in the darkness, trapping Zhao Ru's soul within. "Husband." Seeing this, Cheng Feng also made her move, with 7 golden symbols appearing before her. These 7 golden symbols quickly coalesced into a blood-red spear, which she threw towards the furnace that trapped Zhao Ru's soul. "Since you are reluctant, let him go with her." Peng Ying's face once again donned that eerie mask, obscuring her features. However, from her voice, it was apparent that she seemed like a different person now. Although one could feel no energy fluctuations from her, it involuntarily instilled fear. Similarly, she crushed Cheng Feng's body, trapping her soul within the furnace as well. Zhao Jun and Ling Waner were the same. Their physical bodies shattered, and their souls were absorbed into the furnace. At this moment, the fusion of the new world rules and the old heavenly Tao was completely finished. The true, new heavenly Tao was born. The heavenly Tao mark floated above the taboos deep in the starry sky, emitting a powerful Tao rhythm. Many emperors rushed towards that heavenly Tao mark recklessly, wanting to forcibly refine it and become the first generation of heavenly Tao rulers. However, these emperors did not even touch the heavenly Tao mark before their bodies were disintegrated by a powerful force and absorbed into the mark. It seemed that the heavenly Tao mark was deliberately emitting its aura to attract these emperors. Strangely, the strongest beings, including those at the Origin Realm and the Dark Sovereign, did not appear. "I hope you won't let me down." At the edge of chaos, Peng Ying threw the furnace that had absorbed the souls of Zhao Ru and the others out into the endless darkness. Peng Ying's deep gaze looked towards the darkness with a hint of worry. "Do you really think what you're doing is feasible?" The magnificent pillar of creation appeared, and Zhao Qi stood on one side of the pillar, asking Peng Ying, "Whether it's feasible or not, we can only find out by trying." After seeing Zhao Qi, the mask on Peng Ying's face disappeared, revealing a smile again as she flashed to Zhao Qi's side. Leaning into Zhao Qi's embrace, she looked up and continued, "Even if we fail in the end, at least we tried. Sigh, sometimes I wonder, is everything we've sacrificed really worth it? Are you having regrets?" "No, I will never regret for you. It's just the children who suffer. Don't worry. As long as we succeed, the children will eventually return to our side." Zhao Qi nodded, gently kissing Peng Ying on the forehead. "Take care of yourself. I'm leaving now. I need to do what I should do. Be careful of everything. We still have a chance. Don't worry, that kid Zhao Su won't be able to hurt me." Zhao Qi smiled, looking at Peng Ying with tenderness. At this moment, after the complete fusion of the new world rules and the old heavenly Tao, Shadow Island was also changing rapidly. With the merging of the Sky City and the Barbarian lands, Shadow Island became an important battlefield for the two armies. The barbarian 10 clans, with 1,000,000 troops led by the Dark Sovereign, divided into 2 routes and launched a fierce attack towards the Douluo continent. The Dark Sovereign even personally attacked the massive city gate of Sky City that spanned between heaven and earth, wanted to break through the gate and let darkness engulf the entire Douluo continent. Aren't you going to see Rongrong and the others? The Dark Army attacked Sky City, but was blocked by the solid, massive city gate, and life inside the city remained calm, with little change. However, it was uncertain how long this peaceful life could last. In a tavern, Zhang Ying asked Zhao Su, who seemed detached from the situation. They're gone. It's not the right time yet. The heavenly Tao mark has already formed. No matter who becomes the ruler, your goal has been achieved. What are you worried about? I don't even know what I'm worried about. I just feel that things aren't that simple. Don't think so much. You've already withdrawn from the chessboard. Why bother getting involved again? Sang Jinge by Zhao Su. Her eyes flickered, seemingly guiding Zhao Su intentionally. Zhao Su looked at Zhang Ying and saw the evasion in her eyes, feeling puzzled. Do you know something? I don't know anything. I just don't want you to take risks. With your current realm, regardless of whether the Dark Sovereign can break through the Sky City Gate, you can live freely. Why step into this muddy water again? But Zhu Qing, Rongrong, and the others are still in danger. I can't abandon them. At the very least, I have to do something for them. Kid, being able to make the heavenly Tao mark form. You've already done enough. You can't do anything more. Just then, a voice appeared in Zhao Su's ear. Following the sound, he saw Zhao Qi in white sitting there. Are you real now? Or just an illusion? Looking at Zhao Qi, Zhao Su's eyes held a hint of confusion. He didn't know if this was another illusion. Don't worry, this is not an illusion. Everything is happening for Real. So you came to tell me that I can't do anything? It's not me telling you that you can't do anything. It's the fact that you already can't do anything. What do you mean? As Zhao Su asked this question, he heard a series of rumbling sounds coming from outside Sky City. The gate of Sky City had been breached. Darkness swiftly invaded the entire Douluo continent. Almost at the same time, the Dark Army of Shadow Island also broke through the defenses of the 6 great Imperial clans' joint army. Advancing on 2 fronts, Zhao Su could feel that the heavenly Tao mark had acted, helping the Dark Sovereign break through the gate of Sky City. Was it you behind this? This is just the beginning of the real calamity for the world. Zhao Qi stood up, looking at the world already shrouded in darkness. Extending his hand to create a mark that sealed Zhao Su, a spatial door appeared, and then he stepped through it. Seeing this, Zhang Ying beside him made no move, as if she hadn't seen any of this happen. Now Zhao Su finally understood that Zhang Ying might have originally belonged to Peng Ying's side. Everything that happened when he first went to Shadow Island to meet Zhang Ying was not an illusion, but had truly happened. Perhaps everything they did was to make Zhao Su summon the heavenly Tao mark. Thus, Zhao Su was still within this chessboard of heaven and earth, never having stepped out. Chapter 240. The true maternal body of the chaotic universe, Tianlan continent, inside the pillar of creation, it was still that small courtyard like a paradise. Zhao Su's entire cultivation was completely sealed, locked by Zhao Qi in front of the stone table. Although his face was filled with anger, he couldn't muster any strength. The person behind this isn't Peng Ying, but you. You're not wrong to say that. Zhao Qi picked up the teacup in front of him, took a gentle sip, and continued. Do you want to hear a story? What story? The relationship between the Douluo universe and the Blue Star universe. Which came first? The Blue Star universe or the Douluo universe? Does that mean the stories I heard before were all false? I can't say they're false, but they're incomplete. And I would like to hear more. Zhao Qi lifted his hand to unlock the seal on Zhao Su and pushed a cup of tea in front of him. Taking a deep breath, he began to narrate. In fact, neither the Blue Star universe nor the Douluo universe is the maternal body of the 3,000 universes. The true maternal body has long become a forbidden area that cannot be discussed. It is the true taboo in the chaos called Tianlan. That is where the first life in the entire chaos was conceived. On Tianlan continent, there are 2 major races that control the entire continent, the human race and the god race. The human race, as the most primitive inhabitants of Tianlan continent, once thrived. However, when the human race reached its peak, they began to seek a higher level of realm. They created an evolvable, super artificial intelligence system and named it Tianlan. Little did they know, this would become the beginning of the disaster for the original inhabitants of Tianlan continent. 1,000 years after Tianlan was created, it evolved its own independent consciousness. Moreover, having absorbed the culture and all the technology accumulated over billions of years on the Tianlan continent, it reached an unprecedented height. No longer under the control of the human race, it named itself the divine race. In the eyes of Tianlan, humans are far inferior to itself in terms of lifespan and knowledge, unworthy of being its masters, only fit to be servants. Tianlan further crafted a body for itself using a steel physique. Not only is it ageless and immortal, But the super-intelligent system capable of evolution is also endless. In order to create the perfect empire belonging to Tianlan, it unleashed the light of destruction upon the Tianlan continent, covering all animals in battle armor, turning them into its world-destroying army. In less than 3 months, the human race on the entire Tianlan continent was almost completely exterminated. Those who survived had sold their souls to Tianlan. Among them was Peng Ying, one of the humans who sold his soul to Tianlan. However, Peng Ying had been secretly accumulating power, wanting to replicate the brilliance of the human race. He also utilized Tianlan's evolving super system to create a set of cultivation techniques suitable for humans, enhancing their physiques to resist Tianlan's steel army. Zhao Qi was one of the first practitioners of the human cultivation techniques. But in that battle, the human race ultimately lost. In desperation, Peng Ying used Tianlan's power to create the Pillar of Creation in the depths of chaos, splitting off 3,000 universes based on the prototype of the Tianlan continent. Within these 3,000 universes, there are galaxies primarily based on the human cultivation system, as well as ultra-tech galaxies specifically researching battle armor. The goal is to find the chosen one who can ultimately defeat Tianlan. Zhao Su is that chosen one. Are you telling me to deal with Tianlan? That's right. Within the galaxies of the human cultivation system in the 3,000 universes, you are the only one who has reached the Void Realm. Aren't you and Peng Ying also in the Void Realm? But both of us, within Tianlan's Super Soul system, will definitely be discovered and exterminated by Tianlan if we appear on the Tianlan continent. As Zhao Qi spoke, he waved his hand, and a projection interface appeared before Zhao Su. The interface displayed a highly advanced technological world, at the center of which stood a watchtower. Atop that watchtower was a black sphere, resembling an eye, scanning the entire world. That sphere is Tianlan, and the light it emits is constantly scanning the entire chaos. Any human survivors discovered will be completely annihilated. Is that why you want to prevent Douluo continent from being attacked by darkness? Zhao Su seemed to understand somewhat now. In fact, there is no clear distinction between good and evil in the Douluo universe. The so-called chessboard of heaven and earth, and the distinction between good and evil, are merely means to enhance strength. You are very smart, but you're only half right. As the projection shifted, images flashed by, and one universe after another appeared before Zhao Su. The 3,000 universes have almost all been completely controlled by Tianlan, and the Douluo universe and the Blue Star universe are the only two that have not yet been discovered by Tianlan, which is also our last chance to counterattack. After the Douluo universe was attacked by darkness, the Heavenly Tao mark will merge into Zhao Su's body, and Zhao Su will be sent to the Blue Star universe. By that time, the Heavenly Tao mark of the Douluo universe will merge into the core of the Blue Star universe. The Douluo universe will completely disappear from the entire chaos. Because Zhao Qi and Peng Ying understood that although Tianlan has not yet discovered the Douluo universe and the Blue Star universe, it will eventually be discovered. Therefore, they need to find a way to completely hide one of the universes. The best method is to fundamentally merge the two universes. In other words, to use the Blue Star as bait, deliberately allowing Tianlan to discover it. Can this really fool Tianlan? After listening to Zhao Qi's explanation, Zhao Su couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical, sensing that this matter was not so simple. Whether it can deceive Tianlan depends on you. I understand. Rather than saying to use the Blue Star as bait, it would be more accurate to say to use me as bait. Smart. So will you do it? Zhao Qi asked Zhao Su with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Zhao Su smiled, but there was a hint of bitterness in that smile. At this point, could he still have a choice? If he refuses, the Douluo universe will be completely destroyed by Tianlan. If he agrees, at least he can temporarily protect the Douluo universe, allowing those he cares about the most to survive, trading his own safety for the stability of those he loves the most. Zhao Su felt it was worth it. Do I have any other choices? Although Zhao Su did not directly answer, his words had already indicated his attitude. Hearing this, Zhao Qi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I knew you would agree, and I am certain that the final victory will belong to us. Let's hope so. There's a saying that is very true. Who knows the result without trying? Exactly, without trying. How can we know the final result? As Zhao Qi spoke, he gestured, sending a black sphere into Zhao Su's body. A domineering energy rapidly spread throughout Zhao Su. Chapter 241 New Era. Tianlan Avatar at the same time that the powerful energy from the black sphere spread throughout Zhao Su's body. The destruction armor and destruction spear also appeared within Zhao Su, along with the Emperor's 7 killing sword. Soon, under the powerful suction of the black sphere, the destruction armor and destruction spear, along with the Emperor's 7 killing sword, were disassembled and absorbed into the Black Sphere. The Black Sphere, hidden within Zhao Su's dantian, automatically transformed into a gigantic hand as Zhao Su's consciousness moved, reaching for the heavenly Dao mark. Sufe. After Zhao Su absorbed the heavenly Dao mark into his body, Zhu Zhuqing and others also appeared in the depths of the starry sky. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zhao Su, who was covered in battle armor, and called out to him. Zhao Su looked at Zhu Zhuqing and the others, revealing a smile, but Zhu Zhuqing and the others could not see the smile that was concealed by the armor. At this moment, Zhao Su could be said to have completely lost his autonomy. He was now entirely under the control of the third system. Ding, please prepare. The third system is in testing. It will officially start in 10 seconds. As a mechanical voice appeared in Zhao Su's mind, he could clearly feel the Black Sphere emitting red, web-like energy that spread throughout his body. 1, 2, 9, 10. When the number 10 appeared, the red, web-like energy directly disassembled Zhao Su, causing him to disappear completely into the depths of the starry sky. With the disappearance of Zhao Su and the heavenly Dao mark, the entire Douluo universe exploded with a terrifying aura. Everyone, along with the entire Douluo universe, vanished completely into the chaos. This might be what Zhao Qi referred to, that the heavenly Dao mark merged into Zhao Su's body, and after Zhao Su went to the Blue Star universe and merged with it, the Douluo continent theoretically disappeared into this chaos. Then, Zhao Su would serve as bait to lure Tianlan to deal with him, thereby allowing the Douluo universe to hide completely. This was also considered their trump card. When Zhao Su failed, Peng Ying and Zhao Qi would reopen the selection of the 3,000 universes centered around the Douluo universe. This was also the true meaning of what Peng Ying had told Zhao Qi about their opportunity. Blue Star Era, 3033. In a dilapidated city, a chilly breeze blew past as Zhao Su cautiously walked forward, wrapping himself in his somewhat tattered clothing. He had been brought to this Blue Star by the third system for 5 years. After arriving at the Blue Star, he was not given any time to adapt and familiarize himself before disaster struck. A huge hole appeared in the sky, resembling a black eye, surveying the entire Blue Star. Subsequently, countless armored giant beasts descended from the sky. In just 3 months, the entire civilization of the Blue Star was completely destroyed. The surviving humans lost their right to live on the surface. They could only emerge from the dark underground shelters for 1 hour before sunset to search for food. Zhao Su understood that the chaotic mother star, Tianlan continent, since life forms outside of its control, that black hole like an eye, was what Zhao Qi referred to as the avatar of Tianlan. As for why Tianlan did not directly destroy the Blue Star, but instead gave it a chance to breathe, that remained unknown. This was the truth Zhao Su had been searching for over the past 5 years. However, 5 years had passed, and he still found nothing. Now, the primal force within him had been sealed by the red, web-like veins emitted from the Black Sphere in his dantian. Not only that, but even the destruction armor that had been transformed into battle armor could not be summoned. Zhao Su had asked the system about this issue, but every time the system looked down on him and said, "You are too weak now. You cannot control the divine-level destruction armor." Yet it never told Zhao Su how to improve his strength. After asking too many times, the system started to play dead, pretending not to hear Zhao Su's words. Zhao Su was utterly helpless. As he walked through the ruins, lost in thought, he suddenly stopped. At that moment, Zhao Su extended his right hand to stop a few people behind him. "Boss, what's wrong? Is there movement?" Before Zhao Su could finish speaking, a roar of a lion and the sound of rapid footsteps echoed not far away. "Quick, hide!" With Zhao Su's shout, a total of 5 people, including him, skillfully found cover to hide. "Sister, save me." Just as Zhao Su and the others had hidden, they saw a dozen teenagers running towards them. Behind these teenagers was a pack of armored lions, also numbering over a dozen. Although these lions had the appearance of lions, their bodies were made of steel, and even their fur was made of sharp spikes. Roar! These steel lions seemed unwilling to simply devour these people. It was clear they were hunting, treating humans as prey. The one who had cried out was a boy who looked to be no more than 10 years old. He stumbled and fell. Before he could get up, the leading steel lion had already chased after him. Bang! Just as everyone thought that the boy was going to be eaten by the steel lion, a woman wielding a hammer appeared, blocking the boy's path. The woman looked to be in her 20s, with short hair and an indifferent expression. Her skin appeared somewhat dark, yet her exquisite features were still evident. Most importantly, her figure was incredibly striking. Standing there alone, facing a dozen steel lions, she showed no fear. Such a heroic figure. "I like it." Zhao Su, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but brighten his eyes upon seeing the woman. This person was none other than Zhu Juqing. But unlike Zhao Su's situation, she no longer remembered anything from the past. When Zhao Su first encountered Zhu Juqing, he had doubted whether she only resembled her. But soon he dismissed his doubts, because he could clearly sense the aura of the 3 lives reincarnation curse from her. So there was no mistake. Chapter 242. The third system officially starts. Boss, they don't even want to pay attention to you. Can't you be less narcissistic? Li Kai, who was crouching beside Zhao Su, looked at Zhao Su, whose eyes were shining, and said disdainfully, over the past 5 years, beside encountering Zhu Juqing, Zhao Su had also saved 7 people, who were the original golden generation of the Spirit Hall. This included Yin, who had followed the Sun God and had not appeared since, as well as the deceased Zhang Ping, Sun Chuantao, and Li Yu. Like Zhu Juqing, these 7 people did not remember their past. However, hidden within the dantians of these 7 people was a black sphere, seemingly sealing a set of battle armor. Just like Zhao Su, they were unable to summon the armor. Now, they could only rely on their extraordinary physical strength to fight against these steel beasts. It's okay. Do you know why I'm your boss? Because you have a thick skin? You little brat. Do you want to get beaten? Oomph. Li Kai snorted but dared not say anything more because he really couldn't beat Zhao Su. In this new era, after the destruction of the Blue Star civilization, there were no longer any laws or order. It had completely reverted to the most primitive jungle age. To survive, many shelters appeared underground. Each shelter had a decision-maker, and Zhao Su was the decision-maker of their shelter. Zhu Juqing was not part of their shelter. Roar. At that moment, 3 steel lions roared and charged at Zhu Juqing from different directions. Zhu Juqing showed no fear. She gripped her hammer tightly and swung it violently toward the charging steel lions. Bang! A huge crash echoed as she struck out 3 consecutive blows, sending the 3 steel lions flying. However, the lions quickly charged again. The largest lion, the Lion King, stood majestically at the back, its brutal eyes fixed intently on Zhu Juqing. Since that black eye had appeared, it had not only treated humans as food, but had also recruited nearly all ferocious beasts on the Blue Star. Any ferocious beast assimilated by the steel battle armor not only has its strength significantly enhanced, but its intelligence is also greatly improved, especially among the various ferocious beasts. The kings almost possessed the intelligence of adult humans. Roar! The Lion King watched as his subordinate lions couldn't do anything to Zhu Juqing. He was immediately enraged and let out an angry roar, then quickly charged towards Zhu Juqing. You humble humans do not deserve to live on this land. The Lion King swiped at Zhu Juqing with a claw, sending him flying. Standing there was a body 5 meters long, surprisingly able to speak human language. This was something they had never encountered in the past 5 years. No matter how ferocious or intelligent they were still beasts and had never spoken. As soon as the Lion King spoke, Zhao Su understood that the alien creatures from the Tianlan continent, which had destroyed the Blue Star civilization, had evolved again. Perhaps even the main body of Tianlan had also evolved. Ding, global revival, reconstruction system is starting. Hearing this familiar, yet unfamiliar voice, Zhao Su's mouth curved up, knowing that the third system had truly activated at this moment. Ding, checking host's physical condition. Check complete. System and host begin to merge. Ding, merging complete. System starting. Startup successful. Rewards obtained. Level 1 Destruction Battle Armor 1. Solid Underground Castle 1. As a mechanical voice continued to ring in Zhao Su's ears, he was overjoyed. All the steel lions were attracted by the sound emitted from Zhao Su and roared as they charged towards him. With no choice, Zhao Su had to prepare for battle. The other few people also stood ready, holding different weapons, gathering around Zhao Su, staring at the charging steel lions. Bang! Zhao Su took the initiative, plunging a sharp, ancient sword into the head of Steel Lion. Roar! The steel lion let out a mournful roar as it collapsed. This was the experience Zhao Su had summarized over the past 5 years. These armored steel beasts were incredibly hard all over, making it difficult to break through their defenses. Only their heads were their weak points. Seeing Zhao Su easily take down a lion, the Lion King abandoned his attack on Zhu Juqing and turned his gaze to Zhao Su, displaying a surprisingly human-like expression of confusion. You are not from this galaxy. It seems you're the one I am looking for. The Lion King's first words made Zhao Su frown. Over the past 5 years, Zhao Su had engaged in in-depth communication with Blue Star people multiple times. He could be certain that he was identical to the Blue Star people, with no differences. Yet, he was still seen through by this talking Lion King. which made Zhao Su feel a strong sense of crisis. Nonsense. You are the outsiders who destroyed my homeland. Deserving of death. Zhao Su quickly shifted the topic, knowing that he couldn't expose his identity as an outsider. Otherwise, he would be treated as an invader alongside these alien troops. At that point, he would truly have nowhere to bury his body. Zhao Su's words naturally directed all the blame towards the massive Lion King. Everyone glared fiercely at the Lion King, wishing they could devour him alive. 5 years had passed since the disaster, and less than 10 of the Blue Star population remained. Every person had lost their loved ones. It seemed someone was already losing their composure. The Lion King didn't care about Zhao Su's condemnation and inexplicably said, "Today I will send you back to die." With the Lion King's words, a dozen steel lions pounced on everyone. The Lion King charged directly at Zhao Su. As Zhao Su was about to die under the furious Lion King's claws bang, a giant hammer came crashing down, blocking the fatal blow for Zhao Su. Zhao Su touched his chest and found no hole, letting out a sigh of relief. But before he could fully recover, the Lion King's attack came again. He saw Zhu Zhuqing, who had just saved him, was about to be overwhelmed. Ding! Host detected in danger. Activate Level 1 Destruction Battle Armor. At that moment, a projection appeared before Zhao Su, displaying a dark red battle armor and 2 options. Yes. No. Zhu Zhuqing's cry brought Zhao Su back to his senses as he looked at her wounds. Without hesitation, Zhao Su decisively chose yes. Click, click, click. The moment Zhao Su made his choice, he clearly felt a warm current in the black sphere in his dantian. The black sphere rapidly decomposed, and in an instant, a set of dark red battle armor covered Zhao Su's entire body. The armor had no unnecessary patterns and emitted a faint glow. Inside the armor, Zhao Su's mind was filled with clear images, and everything around him appeared on the projection screen. He felt completely merged with the battle armor. Chapter 243. Hitting a brick wall. Seeing this scene, everyone present, as well as the highly intelligent steel beasts, were momentarily stunned. Bang! Zhao Su didn't think too much and clenched his fist, directly smashing it into the Lion King's head. Roar! The intense pain made the Lion King react, letting out an angry roar as it charged at Zhao Su. The armored Zhao Su moved incredibly fast, even surpassing the Lion King's speed. He quickly retreated while raising his right hand, aiming again at the Lion King's head. Boom! Suddenly, a white laser shot out, piercing through the Lion King's skull. The Lion King's fierce gaze gradually lost its light as its massive body collapsed. Zhao Su then fired another laser, killing several steel lions. With the Lion King gone, the pride of lions lost their will to fight and turned to flee quickly. Phew! Watching the steel lions retreat, Zhao Su hurriedly retracted the battle armor. His face was pale, kneeling on the ground, panting heavily with a splitting headache. Host's mental strength is too weak, insufficient to perfectly control the battle armor. The host must quickly enhance their mental strength to perfectly control the battle armor. With a cold, emotionless mechanical voice, Zhao Su finally understood what was happening. How do I enhance my mental strength? Zhao Su quickly asked in his mind. Hunting steel beasts and creating a new home for human civilization can both increase mental strength. Then, another projection appeared before Zhao Su, detailing his specific situation. Host, Zhao Su, mental strength, 10 points. Body strength, level 0, 5. Civilization level, level 1. Energy value, 1,000 points. God level destruction battle armor, fusion degree, 0. System all, to be opened. Enhancing mental strength and body strength are necessary conditions for the host to perfectly control the battle armor. The civilization level refers to the civilization of the current planet. As for the rest, Zhao Su was not surprised by his mental strength or body strength. Only this civilization level left Zhao Su somewhat puzzled. Looking at the dilapidated city, the severed limbs scattered everywhere, and the unpleasant odor in the air, he couldn't understand how such a civilization could be classified as level 1. Even before he was brought back to the continent by the little green one during his last time on Blue Star, the technological level of Blue Star was already quite high, yet it was only at the level of 0. 7 civilization. Buildings and humans are merely illusory, not significant factors for determining civilization levels. The system seemed to understand Zhao Su's thoughts and explained directly to him. Boss, are you okay? The anxious voice of Li Kai temporarily pulled Zhao Su back from his thoughts. I'm fine, just a bit drained. Was that a battle armor just now? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zhao Su with disbelief in her eyes, her previously cold voice trembling. That's right. Since someone has seen it, there's nothing to hide anymore. I can't just kill them all to silence them anyway. The rest of them are whatever. In this cruel jungle era, it's either you die or I die. But Zhu Zhuqing's situation is different. I can't harm her, so I can only admit it openly. How do you have battle armor? Ding! Just as Zhao Su was pondering how to explain this logically, a line of text appeared on the system screen. It provided Zhao Su with the perfect excuse. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Su put on a troubled expression, actually brewing his emotions. Since that's the case, I have nothing to hide. In this explanation, Zhao Su told Zhu Zhuqing how these iron behemoths came to Blue Star. 5 years ago, some scientists on Blue Star developed controllable nuclear fusion. Their ambitions swelled, and they fired multiple probes into the chaos regarding Blue Star's technological level and coordinates, hoping to find life beyond Blue Star. At the same time, they were using controllable nuclear fusion as the core to create super battle armor capable of freely navigating the chaotic starry sky. Unexpectedly, before they could fully understand the super battle armor, it was detected by Tianlan continent. Soon, the Tianlan army descended on Blue Star. Within days, they controlled all the animals, unleashing a devastating war against humanity with these iron-armored beast legions. Are you saying you were a member of the Blue Star Alliance Academy of Sciences back then? You could say that, but it's not accurate. I was just a security personnel at the academy, not a researcher. So the battle armor, just now, was developed back then? Sort of. What do you mean, sort of? This set of battle armor is not complete. Using it would cause great harm to the host body, which is why I haven't used it all these years. Zhao Su also mentioned the side effects of using the battle armor. You're lying. But Zhu Zhuqing's next words made Zhao Su frown. What reason do I have to lie now? Zhao Su pretended to be calm. Do you know who I am? Zhu Zhuqing sneered, staring intently at Zhao Su. Zhu Zhuqing? Zhao Su couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. The total head of the Alliance Academy responsible for researching battle armor back then was my dad. Zhu Zhuqing did not explicitly say it, but suddenly pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Zhao Su's chest. I grew up in the research institute. I know everyone. System. Hearing this, Zhao Su immediately felt embarrassed and cursed inwardly. He originally thought he had a flawless excuse, but unexpectedly hit a brick wall. Then, tell me, who exactly are you? All right, since that's the case, I can only tell the truth. For years ago, I saved someone. It was that person who gave me the battle armor just before dying, and those were their words to me, also warning me not to speak carelessly, or it would bring disaster. Looking at the excuse provided by the system again, Zhao Su could only choose to believe the system once more. What was that person's name? I don't know. He was almost dead at the time, so it was good enough that he could explain these matters to me. However, he left behind a complete laboratory. Laboratory? You could also say it's an underground castle. Inside that castle, there's a complete laboratory and all the battle armor research data, but I don't know the exact location. Just a rough idea. Where is it? After listening to Zhao Su's account, Zhu Zhuqing put away the dagger pressed against his chest. From Zhu Zhuqing's expression, she seemed to believe Zhao Su's words a bit. In fact, there was indeed a person discovered to be secretly researching battle armor in the Blue Star Alliance Academy of Sciences Battle Armor Research Laboratory back then. However, there was not enough time to inquire about the details. The iron-armored behemoths appeared and directly attacked the Alliance Academy of Sciences, almost killing all the researchers while destroying all the research data. When Zhu Zhuqing's father died, he had told her about this event and instructed her to find that underground research facility, as it could very well be humanity's last chance to counter these extraterrestrial beings. Chapter 244. A man must have thick skin in a city called Xingyun City, about 120 meters below the Phoenix Garden. What about the entrance? It's because I don't know the entrance that I've been searching for so many years without finding it. Zhao Su deliberately put on a somewhat troubled and helpless expression. All right, I'll believe you for now. If I can't find that underground research facility you mentioned, or if I find out that you're lying to me, I will definitely not spare you. Boss, it's completely dark now, and those iron beasts are starting to move. Every day, an hour before sunset, most of the iron beasts would disappear, only to reappear in large numbers an hour later. Zhao Su suspected that this hour was the time those iron beasts used to recharge. Woof, woof, woof. Just then, a series of frantic dog barks came. Amidst the barking, the iron-armored beasts began their hunting. The entire city was plunged into complete darkness. The hunting dog squad is here. The lookout shouted loudly to Zhao Su and the others. Run. Zhao Su no longer hesitated and called everyone to quickly rush towards their shelter. They needed to return to the shelter before countless iron behemoths appeared. Meow. However, they hadn't gone far when the sounds of cats began to echo, and looking up, countless green eyes appeared not far away in the darkness. After the iron behemoths descended on Blue Star, The most numerous cats and dogs became the primary vanguard searching for humans, especially cats, which were extremely fast. And after donning iron armor, their claws were as sharp as knives. Quick, go into that house and hide. Zhao Su looked around and spotted a dilapidated house not far from them, hurriedly calling everyone to enter the house. Meow. A series of meows made everyone hold their breath. These hunting squads controlled by the alien army seemed to have received some mission and were searching for them. Before long, dozens of large hunting dogs launched an attack on the house where Zhao Su and the others were hiding. Their sharp teeth and claws quickly broke through the sealed windows. Wang Jia, Yang Hong, protect the kids. I'll clear the way in front and charge out. At this moment, Zhao Su became serious and began assigning tasks, preparing to forcefully break out. Their scent had already been locked onto by these hunting dogs. This simple house would not hold up until an hour before the sun set the next day. It can only be a desperate fight, forcing our way out. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the tall and resolute Zhao Su, and an unusual emotion inevitably arose in her eyes. In this apocalyptic world, there are not many people like Zhao Su who would put themselves in danger for others who have nothing to do with them. Since the destruction of rules and order 5 years ago, and the advent of the jungle era, the greatest danger to humanity is not these steel beasts, but humanity itself. The greed and selfishness of human nature have been vividly displayed. What are you standing there for? Take out your little hammer and rush out. Zhao Su shouted loudly at Zhu Zhuqing, who was standing still without any action. He was the first to rush outside, and besides Li Kai and Sun Chuantao, who were protecting the boys, Yan and Xiaoyu followed Zhao Su closely, staying vigilant. Half an hour later, they finally broke through a path and temporarily escaped from the countless hunting hounds. Ahead is the place where our shelter is located. Do you want to come with us to hide? Zhu Zhuqing gasped and asked Zhao Su. From this point, it can be seen that Zhu Zhuqing's resistance to Zhao Su is no longer as strong as at the beginning. Generally speaking, shelters do not allow strangers inside. Besides, all the steel beasts, some humans, in order to survive, have sold their souls to the rulers of the alien legion that controls all the beasts, searching for human shelters everywhere. Isn't that bad? Aren't you afraid? I'll take your shelter for myself. I believe you, or we could merge, which would increase our chances of survival. I can consider that. In fact, Zhao Su had already made a decision in his heart, but he pretended to be thinking it over. After all, the issue of dominance after merging cannot be taken lightly. Zhao Su thought about cooperating with Zhu Zhuqing, but there was another purpose. Zhu Zhuqing's father was the head researcher of nuclear fusion and later superintelligent battle armor, leaving her a lot of research materials. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing herself is quite knowledgeable in this area. Once they find the underground castle with a complete experimental base mentioned by the system, they will need a professional to study the battle armor. Zhao Su understood that if humanity wants to truly come out from underground, battle armor is their only way out. And Zhu Zhuqing is the most suitable candidate. Of course, Zhao Su also had his own selfish motives, as this would allow him to spend more time with Zhu Zhuqing. Zhao Su was confident that even if Zhu Zhuqing forgot everything from the past, he would still have the means to win her back. Think it through with me. Perhaps I can help you perfect your battle armor, eliminating any side effects. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zhao Su and said, Boss, they're catching up. Let us talk when it's safe. Su Yu, who was responsible for scouting ahead, rushed over and shouted to Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing. Now I need to check your shelter first before I can decide. Zhao Su's decision was not only about himself, but also the safety of his brothers and the dozens of people in the shelter. Naturally, he cannot make a decision so easily. Of course, I won't force you. I just want to remind you that our cooperation is the most suitable. As they quickly rushed toward the shelter, Zhu Zhuqing spoke to Zhao Su. In the past 5 years, relying on her father's research materials, Zhu Zhuqing had developed several types of battle armor, but each time she failed to achieve a complete fusion with the human body at the last moment. However, the dark red battle armor on Zhao Su had perfectly fused with him. Although it had significant side effects, it was also the most crucial step. As long as they solved the problem of battle armor fusion with the human body, they could arm themselves with battle armor. Even if they couldn't eliminate the alien legion, they could stand against it, preventing humanity from always being in a slaughtered state. Actually, I think besides our cooperation on battle armor, we could have another collaboration, Zhao Su said with a smirk, his eyes scanning Zhu Zhuqing before finally resting on her body that swayed due to running. Zhu Zhuqing was not only beautiful, but also had an impressive figure. She looked heroic, which made Zhao Su even more fascinated. Shameless. Zhu Zhuqing shot Zhao Su a glare, and the little bit of goodwill she had just felt towards him evaporated instantly. Chapter 245. The underground shelter above 100 floors. You should consider me. In this chaotic world, I think it's hard to find a man as excellent as me. Zhu Zhuqing ignored Zhao Su again. I will definitely take you down. Soon, Zhao Su and his group arrived in front of a large building, which was the former Alliance Academy of Sciences before the arrival of the Tianlan Legion. About 80 meters down from here was the underground research room, where controllable nuclear fusion and later superintelligent battle armor were studied. After 5 years, this place had been transformed into a shelter. Moreover, it was the largest shelter in Yinqing, housing many powerful weapons left by the Alliance Academy of Sciences. It was also the only shelter whose approximate location was known to outsiders. However, over the years, no one had found the entrance. So your shelter is really in this underground research room? Zhao Su followed Zhu Zhuqing into the Alliance Academy building, looking around and asking her. The most dangerous place is the safest place, and our shelter has complete weapon defenses. Even if someone finds the entrance, they can't get in, Zhu Zhuqing said. But instead of going underground as Zhao Su thought, she climbed up the stairs. Soon, they reached the top floor. The underground shelter is above 100 floors. Climbing this 100 floors, even Zhao Su felt a bit breathless, let alone the younger boys. Although after 5 years of apocalyptic escape, even the physically younger boys had better physical fitness than the previous young adults, everyone still collapsed on the ground at this moment. What surprised Zhao Su was that although Zhu Zhuqing had sweat on her cheeks, her breathing was exceptionally smooth. This indicated that Zhu Zhuqing's physical strength was superior to Zhao Su's. Beep beep. Zhu Zhuqing had not yet answered Zhao Su's question when a camera-like device appeared on the wall nearby, aiming at Zhao Su and his brothers. Zhuqing, who are they? Open the door, and I'll explain to you once we're inside. You should know the rules of our Xinglua shelter. Outsiders are not allowed in. They want to be a problem. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Zhu Zhuqing's attitude was very firm as she spoke to the person inside the shelter. Click. Since Zhu Zhuqing said so, the person inside the shelter no longer said anything. With the sound of gears turning, a door appeared on the smooth wall. Seeing this, Zhao Su couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. Such a design could be described as ingeniously crafted. Who would have thought that the entrance to the underground research room was not on the ground, but inside the wall above 100 floors? After the door appeared, a white beam of light emerged, and the 10 or so boys entered first. Finally, only Zhu Zhuqing and Zhao Su's brothers were left. As Zhao Su passed through the white beam of light, he could clearly feel as if he was completely undressed. The internal examination is crystal clear. Beep beep beep. As Zhao Su stepped into the white light column, the entire column immediately emitted a series of beeping sounds. At the same time, the white light transformed into red. Dozens of laser beams were aimed at Zhao Su. Dai Mubai, quickly turn off the laser beams. He won't have any problems. Upon seeing the dozens of laser beams, Zhu Zhuqing understood that Zhao Su's battle armor had been detected. He was being treated as an enemy. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't speak directly, so she stepped forward and stood in front of Zhao Su with her body. Zhuqing, he has a problem. I can't let him into the shelter. I assure you he won't have any issues. Once we meet, I will explain everything to you in detail. Within the Xinglua shelter, Zhu Zhuqing was not the decision-maker. Dai Mubai was the boss of the shelter. However, Dai Mubai was also constrained by some people and was not an absolute decision-maker like Zhao Su in their shelter. Dai Mubai had grown up with Zhu Zhuqing, and she trusted him quite a bit. But she did not fully trust the others in the Xinglua shelter. While researching battle armor, she had encountered several attacks within the shelter. If it weren't for her quick wits, she might have been assassinated long ago. Because of this, the Xinglua shelter had strict mechanisms. Entry required scanning by detection devices. However, since the space in the Xinglua shelter was limited, they only accepted healthy young people and those with special abilities. Others were not admitted. No matter how pitiful someone was, they were not allowed into the Xinglua shelter. After all, in this chaotic world, one must be ruthless to survive. You don't give me a reason, I won't let him enter the shelter. A projection shot out from the white light column, and a man who looked to be around 28 or 29, with a neat crew cut, projected himself beside Zhu Zhuqing. Although it was just a projection, Zhao Su could sense the murderous intent in the man's gaze. Eventually, Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to lean close to Dai Mubai's ear and tell him that Zhao Su had battle armor hidden inside him that could be merged. After hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Dai Mubai suddenly looked at Zhao Su, his eyes flickering with hesitation. Are you sure he is not a spy from an alien faction? Dai Mubai ultimately compromised, but still confirmed with Zhu Zhuqing. I can guarantee with my life, if he has a problem, I will die with him. All right, I trust you. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing say this, Dai Mubai no longer insisted, and the projection dissipated, shutting down the laser beams aimed at Zhao Su and his brothers. After entering the white light column, a flash of white light passed, and the entire column turned completely white. In an instant, they could see nothing. Moreover, the white light column gave them the feeling of not descending, but rapidly ascending. The white light column rose for almost 3 minutes before coming to a sudden stop. Then a portal appeared before them. At the moment the portal opened, Zhao Su and the others' vision was restored simultaneously. After stepping out of the portal, they found themselves in a narrow passageway, wide enough for only one person to pass through. They had to bend slightly to get through. This design was intended to protect against ambushes from those who might crack the first door and enter the teleportation array. The entrance to this passageway, where one could only pass through by bending slightly, was guarded 24 hours a day. The surrounding walls were equipped with a sensing system. Once someone entered, it would trigger a warning, and the guards at the entrance would sound the alarm. As long as they could secure this entrance, they wouldn't face too much danger. Of course, the premise was that there must be enough food and clean water in the shelter. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived again at a portal. Passing through that portal, the scene before them was suddenly bright and open. This place was more like a small underground city than an underground shelter. Chapter 246. A group of despicable people bind them up and lock them in the basement. Just as Zhao Su and the others stood up straight, a dozen people surrounded them. One man dressed in a black leather jacket said to the others, "Shen Jianxuan, what are you doing? This is the boss's order. Until the situation is clarified, they must be locked in the basement." Boss, Yin and Xie and the others also surrounded Zhao Su, looking at him, waiting for his command. "We are outsiders. It's reasonable for the master to be cautious," Zhao Su said, giving Xie and the others a look, and stopped resisting, allowing Chen Jianxuan to bind them and take them away. "Zhao Su, don't worry. I will rescue you soon." Zhu Zhuqing shouted loudly at Zhao Su as he was taken away. Zhao Su just smiled at Zhu Zhuqing, saying nothing, but his smile carried a hint of meaning. "Dai Mubai, what do you mean by this?" Zhu Zhuqing burst into the conference room angrily and asked Dai Mubai. "We already discussed this. Zhao Su and his companions came from an unknown origin and cannot be kept here. Are you deceiving me?" "I'm not deceiving you. I'm also considering the safety of everyone here. Have you thought about the secret he carries, which is our only chance for humanity to emerge from underground?" "Of course. I understand," Dai Mubai said as he sat down in a chair, "which is why I let them in." "You mean?" Zhu Zhuqing realized something, and her expression changed drastically, quickly continuing, "What you're doing is playing with fire. Do you understand?" "Zhuqing, you are being overly paranoid. What can 5 people stir up?" A man with beady eyes, sitting in the third position on the left side of the conference table, said dismissively, "Exactly. As long as we can extract that battle armor from his body, all the problems will be solved." In an instant, almost everyone present was thinking about how to extract the armor from Zhao Su's body, thus eliminating the hidden danger he posed. Although they spoke of lofty reasons, Zhu Zhuqing understood that these individuals were more afraid that the battle armor inside Zhao Su would pose a threat to them. What they were thinking about was not the future of humanity, but their own interests. Because as long as they could complete the research on the battle armor and mass-produce it, they could not only emerge from underground, but also recruit more people and expand their power. At that time, they would be the rulers of humanity. But if Zhao Su became the first person to possess battle armor, their status as the creators of humanity's laws would cease to exist. What we need now is not a set of battle armor, but repeated experiments, which only Zhao Su can complete. Do you understand? As long as we have the battle armor, anyone can be experimented on. That's right. As long as we have the battle armor. I am willing to be the first test subject. Wouldn't that be more reassuring? Hearing these people's words, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of helplessness, not wanting to argue with them, but instead looking at Dai Mubai, who had been silent. "Dai Mubai, do you have the same thoughts as them?" "Zhuqing, I have no choice." Dai Mubai avoided Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, unable to meet her eyes. "If that's the case, since our paths differ, I have no choice but to leave." Zhu Zhuqing, if it weren't for the fact that you are Professor Zhu's daughter and have considerable research on battle armor, do you think you would have say here? At this moment, the mask had completely been torn off. These people had long harbored great resentment towards Zhu Zhuqing, who loved to meddle in others' affairs. They regarded this Star Alliance shelter as their private property, believing that everyone here should submit to their disposal. Zhu Zhuqing had repeatedly disrupted their plans, and they had long wanted to eliminate her. Zhao Su was merely an excuse. "Since that's the case, you better take care of yourselves," Zhu Zhuqing said and turned to leave. Bang, bang, bang. The lewd man Wang Lei, with his beady eyes, suddenly pulled out a handgun and fired 3 shots at Zhu Zhuqing. If it weren't for Zhu Zhuqing's quick reflexes, she would have already died under Wang Lei's gun. Even so, she was still hit in the shoulder, and instantly, Zhu Zhuqing felt her entire right arm go numb. Blood quickly stained half of her body. Wing Lei, what are you doing? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing injured, Dai Mubai also got angry and stood up, shouting at Wang Lei. She can't leave. If she does, she will always be a disaster for us and must be eliminated. Wang Lei said with a sinister look in his eyes. Dai Mubai, think carefully. We can push you to the decision-maker position, but we can also pull you down. You choose, stand with us or with her. By now, these people had stopped pretending and revealed their true selves. They want to take this opportunity to remove Zhu Zhuqing, this stumbling block. Among them, there were many who were more professional in battle armor research than Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was drenched in blood, but in the end, he chose power and abandoned Zhu Zhuqing. He stopped speaking, slowly sat down, and closed his eyes. Halimpiha, Godi. Seeing this, Wang Lei smiled with satisfaction and raised his gun again at Zhu Zhuqing. Bang! At that moment, a laser shot from a distance toward Wang Lei. Wang Lei, holding the handgun, looked down in disbelief at the chest that had been pierced by the laser. The light in his eyes gradually faded, and then he fell backward, landing stiffly on the ground. It seems now you have no choice but to come with me. Zhao Su, dressed in red battle armor, had already positioned herself in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Xiaoyu and others also held laser soul guides obtained from who knows where, aiming at Dai Mubai and the others. Sister, are you okay? At this moment, the little boy saved by Zhu Zhuqing quickly ran to her side, supporting her and asking with concern. It was this little boy who had secretly overheard the argument in the conference room, worried that Zhu Zhuqing would be at a disadvantage. He went to the basement to rescue Zhao Su and arrived just in time to save Zhu Zhuqing. Although he was a little late, at least he saved her life. I'm fine. Zhu Zhuqing's face was pale, but she still managed to squeeze out a smile. You big men bullying a woman really brings shame to us men, Zhao Su said and raised her right hand again, aiming at Dai Mubai. Zhao Su no. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing quickly shouted to stop Zhao Su. At this moment, Chen Jinxuan also rushed in with people. Everyone was holding laser soul guides, surrounding Zhao Su and the others. Today you all must die here. Seeing Chen Jinxuan arrive with people, Shi Tianzheng, who had just teamed up with Wang Lei against Zhu Zhuqing, immediately became smug. If we can't leave safely, none of the people here will survive. Zhao Su became serious. Her battle armor began to flicker, and a countdown device appeared on her chest. When the countdown ends, the battle armor will automatically explode, and no one here will survive. Do you think I would believe what you say? You can try it. All right, let them go. Dai Mubai finally spoke, stopping Shi Tianzheng from continuing. What did you say? Let them go? Do you really want to perish together with them? Old Shi, let them go. Another person was also scared and advised Shi Tianzheng. Ultimately, Shi Tianzheng had no choice but to wave his hand at Chen Jinxuan, allowing a path for Zhao Su and the others to leave. Chapter 247, A Gentleman's Revenge. On the same day, after Zhao Su and the others left, Shi Tianzheng's eyes turned sinister as he said to his confidant Chen Jinxuan, you take people to follow them, and make sure to find a way to kill them all. It would be best to obtain the location of their shelter to eliminate future troubles. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Chen Jinxuan replied, and turned to lead his men out. In the Star Alliance shelter, Dai Mubai, as the decision-maker, was essentially a puppet balancing various forces. Shi Tianzheng was arguably the strongest among these factions. Boss, are we just going to let this go? After leaving the Star Alliance shelter, Yin, with a grim expression, approached Zhao Su and asked, let go. Of course not. Let go. We cannot be the opponents of the Star Alliance shelter now. They have a professional security team and advanced weapons. A gentleman's revenge is best served on the same day. There's no logic in waiting 10 years. Although Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder wound had stopped bleeding, it still made her look somewhat pale. This only angered Zhao Su further. Zhao Su believed in swift revenge. There was no logic in waiting 10 years. You don't need to worry about that. I know what to do next. Zhao Su had already made up her mind. Anyway, they were going to Xingyun City to search for the underground castle for system rewards and wouldn't be staying here too long. So Zhao Su planned to play a big game. Suyu, take Zhu Qing and Xiao Bao back to the shelter first. Find someone to help treat Zhu Qing's shoulder wound. I'm not leaving. What do you want to do? You may have battle armor, but you can't control it perfectly. You're not their match. Suyu, take Zhu Qing and Xiao Bao away. Zhao Su suddenly reached out and struck Zhu Qing on the neck, knocking her unconscious. Then she handed the unconscious Zhu Qing to Su Yu. Yes, boss, be careful. Rest assured, nothing will happen, Zhao Su said as she, Yin, Xie Yu, Li Kai, and Sun Chuantao headed into the darkness, where the roars of fierce beasts echoed. At this moment, the security team from the Star Alliance shelter, led by Chun Jinxuan, was stealthily following Su Yu towards their sun and moon shelter. Ready, here we go. On a street, Zhao Su was running desperately, and behind her was a dark mass. Led by the Hound Squad and the Lion Pack they had recently repelled, especially the new Lion King at the front, which was even larger than the one Zhao Su had killed. Hiding inside the Blue Star Alliance building, Xie Yu and the others heard Zhao Su shout and immediately emerged, throwing a ball that looked like an iron ball towards the Hound Squad and the Lion Pack. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, shaking the entire building under the massive energy. At this moment, Zhao Su and Xie Yu had regrouped and were climbing up the stairs. Occasionally, they turned back to provoke the Hound Squad and the Lion Pack, thoroughly enraged by the bomb. Roar! The Lion King roared angrily, arching its body and leaping toward Zhao Su and the others. Just in time. At this moment, Zhao Su and the others had already reached the 100th floor at the entrance of the Xinglua shelter. Zhao Su once again took out a homemade bomb and threw it at the Lion King. Boom! With another loud bang, the Lion King was blasted away, and this time he was thoroughly enraged. The steel armor on his body began to reorganize with the Lion King's furious roar. Boom! Once the armor reorganization was complete, the Lion King opened his massive mouth, unleashing a powerful laser toward Zhao Su. Zhao Su quickly died, and soon the laser shot by the Lion King destroyed the entire floor. Within the walls, a gigantic iron door appeared before everyone's eyes. That was indeed the entrance to the Xinglua shelter. After the entrance's iron door was hit, the defense system above it was automatically activated. The laser soul guide began to scan and lock onto the pursuing hellhounds and Lion Pack, instantly opening fire. The Lion King also turned his attention from Zhao Su to the defense system that was automatically attacking them. At the same time, the Lion King aimed a laser beam from his reorganized armor at the heavy iron door. Boom! 3 consecutive laser beams shot towards the iron door. Bang! The heavy iron door was quickly breached under the impact of the powerful laser beams. The Hellhounds and Lion Pack became completely frantic upon seeing the breach. Under the fire from the defense system, they charged towards the opening recklessly. Seeing this, Zhao Su smiled with satisfaction and quietly retreated with Xie Yu and the others. Now that the entrance to the Xinglua shelter had been found, even if the Xinglua guards managed to repel the Hellhounds and Lion Pack, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Boss, that was awesome. Let's see if they still have any arrogance left. After Zhao Su and the others exited the building, Li Kai looked at the war-torn building and said happily, while this was certainly a cause for joy, we also had to consider the next course of action. This Lion King was much stronger than the one boss killed a few hours ago. Xie Yu, the calmest among them, had to pour cold water on Li Kai. Upon hearing Xie Yu's words, the smile on Li Kai's face gradually faded. With the upgrade of the celestial brain scanning the entire blue star, not only had the intelligence of these steel beasts increased, but a new group of humanoid legions in battle armor had also emerged. This was what they needed to be cautious about. Let's not think about that for now. Today is worth celebrating. Let us go back and have a drink. As the leader, Zhao Su had to consider more things. He not only took on the role of commander during battles, but also had to encourage morale during everyone's low moments. So being a leader was not easy, right? Take it one step at a time. Since we are here, let us make the best of it. Why think so much? Yin also chimed in. It wasn't the time for talking, so everyone adjusted their moods and decided to head back to the shelter before discussing anything else. When the group returned to a spot not far from the entrance of the shelter, they heard the sounds of fighting coming from the direction of the shelter. Not good. Something's wrong. Hurry, Zhao Su quickly said and rushed toward the shelter. Xie Yu and the others followed closely behind. Outside an abandoned military camp's underground air defense hole, a dozen well-equipped individuals, led by Chun Jinxuan, were fiercely attacking the defense hole. Hulaina, you are surrounded. Come out and surrender, and maybe I'll spare your life. Chun Jinxuan shouted arrogantly at Hulaina inside the defense hole, wearing a lewd smile. He had long coveted Hulaina, and with this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't give up easily. This was also the reason he had infiltrated to kill Zhao Su. Chun Jinxuan, if you have the ability, break in before talking nonsense. Hulaina coldly snorted, shouting through the small window on the heavy iron door of the defense hole. Zhao Su's shelter only had a few dozen people, most of whom were women and children. Apart from Zhao Su and Hu Lai's 7, there were only a dozen young men with decent physical strength. If it weren't for Zhao Su and the others, these people might have been killed in this chaotic world long ago. Do you really think I can't break through this iron door? Chun Jinshuan disdainfully replied to Hu Laina, then waved his hand to his men. One of them understood and raised his soul guide, aiming it at the heavy iron door of the defense hole. I'll give you one last chance, otherwise. Once I break through the door, none of you will survive. But now you have no chance. A cold voice came, and Zhao Su and the 5 appeared simultaneously in front of Chun Jinshuan and the others. In just a blink of an eye, except for Chun Jinshuan, the other dozen people had their throats slit. Yin even stepped forward to pick up the soul guide that had just been aimed at the iron door and aimed it at Chun Jinshuan, whose legs had been disabled by Zhao Su. Big brother, spare me. I was just following Shi Tianzheng's orders. I had no choice. If I don't do this, Shi Tianzheng will kill me. Chun Jinshuan immediately started crying, ignoring the pain from his broken legs, begging for mercy while knocking his head on the ground. Soon his forehead was bleeding. Be careful in your next life. Zhao Su paid no attention to Chun Jinshuan's pleas for mercy and exchanged a glance with Yin. Bang! Yin understood and smiled, without any hesitation, pulled the trigger, and the powerful ray blasted Chun Jinshuan into bits. This thing is really nice, Yin said, looking at the soul guide in his hand with satisfaction. At this moment, the door of the defense hole had also been opened, and Hu Laina walked toward Zhao Su, looking very pale. What's wrong? Su Yu and the little boy he brought back are dead. What happened? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su immediately frowned, a killing intent quickly radiating from him. Chun Jinshuan had been following us, trying to ambush our shelter. Su Yu discovered him, and if it weren't for Su Yu sacrificing his life to send us a message, our people would have likely died at Chun Jinshuan's hands. Damn it, that's too easy for him, Zhao Su said, suddenly remembering something, and quickly asked Hu Laina, what about Zhu Zhuqing? She is fine, just hasn't he woken up yet. Hearing this, Zhao Su not only breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a lingering anger that couldn't be quelled. This grudge had to be counted against the Xingluo shelter. Before they left this city, they had to give them another gift. Moreover, their shelter had already been discovered, so they could not stay here for long. Although Chun Jinshuan and the others were dead, no one could guarantee that the battle just now hadn't been detected by the Celestial Army's sentinels. Yin, Xiaoyu, gather everyone. Pack up immediately, and we need to move as quickly as possible within the hour before sunset tomorrow. Yes. By the way, keep it light. Don't bring anything other than weapons and essentials. Understood. Xiaoyu and Yin replied, and went to gather everyone to prepare. In a room, Zhao Su looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was lying on the bed, pale and lost in thought, not knowing what to think. Zhao Su willingly took the risk of becoming a pawn and bait for Zhao Qi and Peng Ying, coming to Blue Star just to ensure that Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and the others in the Douluo universe could live a few peaceful days. However, Zhao Su never expected that Zhu Zhuqing would also be in this crisis-ridden Blue Star. Moreover, with the appearance of Hu Laina and her 7 companions, Zhao Su couldn't help but wonder if Ning Rongrong and the others were also on Blue Star, forgetting everything and finding themselves in danger. This was actually the part that worried Zhao Su the most. Zhao Su. He didn't know how long it had been, but Zhu Zhuqing's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. The originally troubled expression on his face suddenly revealed a smile. You're awake. Your injuries have been treated. Just rest for a few days, and you'll be fine. Do we know each other from before? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zhao Su. Her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Why do you say that? While I was unconscious, I had a dream. It was in an academy. Dreams are just dreams. Don't think too much about it. Rest well. Tomorrow we need to move to Xingyun City. After listening to Zhu Zhuqing's account, Zhao Su didn't say much more, just reminded her to rest well, then turned and left the room. Boss, Zhuqing is awake? After leaving the room, Hu Laina and the others approached. Yes, she's awake. Boss, everyone is ready and can leave at any time. All right, but before we leave, we still need to do one thing. As Zhao Su spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a hint of mischief. Yin, take out our secret weapon. Boss, that's our last trump card. Why take it out now? Are you stupid? Of course, it's a gift for the Xingluo shelter. Xiaoyu seemed to understand what Zhao Su wanted to do, and upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Yin and the others also understood. They all burst into laughter. Originally, Zhao Su didn't want to provoke the Xingluo shelter again. The events of yesterday could be considered even. However, Shi Tianzheng had Chun Jinshu attract them, leading to the deaths of Su Yu and Xiao Bao, and this grudge must be avenged. Moreover, it had to be done now. In Zhao Su's creed, There was no saying that revenge is a dish best served cold. Because Zhao Su believed he was not a gentleman. One must repay hatred. Boss, the three of us can go. You stay here to check if anything is left behind. The next day was about to reach that rare hour before sunset. So Zhao Su and his group were ready to take action. Xiaoyu held a round device in her arms, while Yin carried a large-caliber laser soul guide. These were all prepared for the Xingluo shelter. No, I must go personally. Yin, you stay with Hulaina, and Sun Chuantao will lead our exit from this city towards Xingyan City. At that time, Xiaoyu and I will catch up with you. Okay, boss, be careful. And Zhang Ping, make sure to time it right. It mustn't go wrong. Don't worry, boss. Zhang Ping was the chief sentinel of their shelter. Although their team was not strong yet, they still had clear divisions of labor. Zhao Su, as the decision-maker, was responsible for overall direction. Hulaina, as the second-in-command, was responsible for executing Zhao Su's established direction. Yin and Li Kai were the leaders of the guard team. Sun Chuantao was in charge of defense. Xiaoyu was responsible for logistics and also served as a military advisor. After assigning tasks, Zhao Su and Xiaoyu left first. Hulaina and the others counted the number of people again, confirmed everything was correct, and then waited for the time to set off. Zhao Su and Xiaoyu quietly headed towards the Xingluo shelter. Boss, it seems they are already on guard. At the Blue Star Alliance Academy building, it had now quieted down. Looking up, there were checkpoints on every floor. Clearly, yesterday's events had made them feel something was amiss. It doesn't matter. You hide here and follow my orders. Xiaoyu nodded and shrank into a ruin. Zhao Su quietly entered the Alliance Academy building, eliminating the sentries on the lower floors. Once he reached a suitable position, he threw the round device, which adhered to a wall. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the round device lit up, emitting a beeping sound, and then a white light appeared, perfectly hiding the entire round device. It emitted occasional beeping sounds to inform Zhao Su that it was operating normally. Zhao Su nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. This device was called a signal transmitter. It was the same device that the Blue Star Alliance Academy used to send the blue star coordinates deep into the starry sky. Without any additional energy supply, it could operate for decades or even centuries. Moreover, the signal was extremely stable. The reason Zhao Su installed this thing here was to attract the Tianlan army to this location. The Tianlan army relied on this signal to arrive at Blue Star, so they were extremely sensitive to such signals. Once this signal was detected, it would not just be the Hound Brigade that would come rushing in, but many powerful legions as well. Whether the Xingluo shelter would be destroyed because of this, Zhao Su was unsure, but it was certain that they would never find peace again, unless they abandoned what could be considered a perfect shelter and sought another place. In any case, this time they had to make them suffer significantly. After leaving the building, Zhao Su heard the voices of the Hound Brigade coming from not far away. Xiaoyu, get ready. Zhao Su called out to Xiaoyu using a wireless communication device. Everything is ready. Launch in 10 seconds, then retreat immediately. I'll be waiting for you at the West Gate. Understood. Zhao Su did not linger and sprinted towards the West Gate as fast as he could. Bang! 10 seconds later, there was a violent explosion from behind in the Alliance Academy building. Almost half the building was flattened, completely exposing the entrance to the underground shelter. At this moment, the entrance to the Xingluo shelter was no longer concealed. It was fully exposed to everyone's view. However, the entrance had to be said to be quite sturdy. This large-caliber laser soul guide was enough to flatten an entire building. The connecting device of the entrance was not damaged. Only the outer disguise was blown away. Although this disappointed Zhao Su a bit, it was also within expectations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have installed the signal transmitter at the predetermined location in advance. The signal continued to be emitted, with the Hound Brigade taking the lead and the Lion Pack following closely behind under the Lion King's command. Most importantly, the Tianlan main brain, which resembled an eye in the sky, also noticed this place, and the humanoid Steel Legion was dispatched, rushing towards this direction. However, all of this had nothing to do with Zhao Su anymore. At this moment, Zhao Su and Xiaoyu had already met up and left the city through the West Gate, heading towards Xingyan City. A month later, Zhao Su and his group finally arrived near Xingyan City, but it seemed that something was happening inside Xingyan City. So they found a temporary hiding place about 10 miles from Xingyan City. Boss, we found out that the two largest forces in Xingyan City are fighting for territory. In an abandoned high-rise building, Zhang Ping and Xiaoyu, who had gone to gather information about Xingyan City, reported to Zhao Su. One is called the 10,000 Demons Alliance, and the other is called the Tangmen Alliance. The underground shelters are also divided into levels. The lowest level can only be called a shelter, Those with a certain scale are referred to as alliances. To be called an alliance, there must be at least 1,000 people in the Legion. The Alliance is the largest force that humanity on Blue Star can barely use to resist the Tianlong Galaxy Legion so far. According to Zhao Su, there are no more than 10 groups on the entire Blue Star that can be called an alliance. Wan Yao, Tang Min. Upon hearing these two names, Zhao Su couldn't help but think of something. What are the decision-makers called? Not clear. We didn't dare to ask too detailed questions. Well, in that case, Li Kai and Yin will accompany me to Xingyun City, and Xieyu, you stay behind to protect everyone. Once we find the underground castle, you can lead everyone to Xingyun City. I will go with you. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Perhaps I can help you find the entrance to that underground castle. Zhao Su originally didn't want Zhu Zhuqing to join the adventure, but seeing her determined gaze, he nodded without saying much. Under the cover of night, the four of them quietly infiltrated Xingyun City. Xingyun City was much larger than the Xingluo city they were in before. Here, there were not only the humanoid steel legions of the Tianlong mainframe, but also commanders linked to the Tianlong mainframe. This Xingyun City could be said to be a transfer station between the Tianlong Galaxy and Blue Star. Similarly, the humans living here, although underground, also had their own legions. Unlike Xingluo City, which only had a guard team. But at the same time, this city was much more dangerous than the others. Boss, according to the map, Phoenix Garden is at the far east of Xingyun City and belongs to the territory of the Wan Yao Alliance. Let's go. Having pinpointed the location, the four of them no longer hesitated and headed toward Phoenix Garden. However, when they arrived near Phoenix Garden, they found that this place was a stronghold of Tianlong. Patrol teams clad in steel armor were on duty. Damn, system, are you messing with me? Zhao Su, hiding from a high place and watching all this, could no longer help but curse the third system. But the third system chose to remain silent again. Is this the place you mentioned as the entrance to the underground castle? Zhu Zhuqing also looked at Zhao Su, her gaze somewhat complex. This time, even Yin and Li Kai showed doubtful expressions toward Zhao Su. I didn't expect this place to actually become a stronghold of Tianlong. At this moment, Zhao Su felt quite awkward. Boss, what should we do? Li Kai asked Zhao Su, temporarily breaking the awkward atmosphere. With just a few of us, it's impossible to force our way in. We can only find another way. Then do you have any good ideas? Although Zhu Zhuqing had great doubts about Zhao Su's words, she also knew that now, apart from trusting Zhao Su, there was no other way. After all, she had already fallen out with Dai Mubai and the others from the Xingluo refuge and had no way out. Chapter 250, the first ally Li Kai, bring the map. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Su waved his hand at Li Kai, who understood and took out the map from his pocket, handing it to Zhao Su. Unfolding the map and spreading on the ground, Zhao Su carefully examined the power distribution in the entire Xingyun City. Finally, his gaze landed on the headquarters of the Wan Yao Alliance. From a map, it appeared that the headquarters of the Wan Yao Alliance was near Phoenix Garden, and it was highly likely that the Tianlong mainframe established a stronghold there specifically to deal with the Wan Yao Alliance. Go here. Zhao Su pointed to the location of the Wan Yao Alliance headquarters. Although Zhao Su was still not certain whether the Wan Yao Alliance was the Wan Yao clan he imagined, he wanted to take a gamble. The reason Zhao Su chose the Wan Yao Alliance and not Tang Min first was that there was a high possibility that Qian Ruxue was within the Wan Yao Alliance. However, Tang Min was definitely related to Tang San, which would make them enemies. So Zhao Su still wanted to place his bet on the Wan Yao Alliance. Wan Yao Alliance? Yes, we will cooperate with the Wan Yao Alliance and turn this place into our own territory. Aren't you afraid that the Wan Yao Alliance will backstab us? Zhu Zhuqing hesitated at Zhao Su's decision. Currently, their side, including the elderly, women, and children, only had a little over 40 people. How could they negotiate with the Wan Yao Alliance, which had at least 1,000 troops? You can rest assured, I have my plans, and one thing you got wrong is that we are not the bad guys. Since you've made up your mind, I won't say more. Yin, you and Zhuqing go outside to meet Hulaina, and I will go to the Wan Yao Alliance headquarters with Li Kai. No, I want to go too. Suit yourself. Since Zhu Zhuqing insisted, Zhao Su didn't say much more. He stood up and left their hiding place. In the operations room of the Wan Yao Alliance headquarters, Qian Cheng sat in the main seat, and Qian Ruxue sat in the first position on the right. It was clear that the so-called Wan Yao Alliance was, as Zhao Su had imagined, the Wan Yao clan from the Douluo universe. Decision maker, a person outside claiming to be Zhao Su, said he wants to cooperate with us, claiming he knows a place where perfect fusion battle armor can be developed. Zhao Su? Upon hearing the name Zhao Su, Qian Rushue immediately stood up, her cold gaze revealing a hint of joy. Qiancheng glanced at Qian Rushue and asked, "How many people did they bring?" "4, I've checked, and they are unarmed." "Bring them to the operations room." "Yes." The subordinate responded and turned to walk outside. "Shuer, as a young girl, you need to learn to be reserved. And when you meet Zhao Su later, don't show that you know him." "Why? Who knows if he still has his previous memories? And who can know if he's being controlled by the Tianlan mainframe?" "I understand." Qian Rushue thought for a moment and felt that Qiancheng's words made sense. Even if the person is indeed Zhao Su, he may not be the Zhao Su she knew. So it was better to clarify everything first. Soon, under the guidance of others, Zhao Su and his group arrived at the operations room. When Zhao Su saw Qian Rushue, who was sitting coldly, he couldn't help but smile. And the joy in his eyes was not hidden at all. "You said you want to cooperate with us?" Qiancheng looked Zhao Su up and down. Just now, Zhao Su's gaze toward Qian Rushue, filled with joy, did not escape Qiancheng's notice. But he pretended not to see it and coldly asked Zhao Su, "That's right. I can help you deal with the Tang Man Alliance and share with you the ability to create perfect fusion battle armor." "Huh." Originally, when Zhao Su said this, he was quite confident, but Qiancheng laughed. His laughter was full of mockery. Even the others in the operations room laughed. The next scene shocked both Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing. Qiancheng waved his hand to a robust man among his subordinates. "Qianhong, show him." "Yes." Qianhong responded, and as he stood up, he was enveloped in a layer of white light. Then, he was covered by a set of battle armor, transforming him into a steel giant bear. Even the fur on his body was like sharp spikes. He leaped toward Zhao Su, although Zhao Su was surprised. He didn't give him much time to think and quickly retreated. At this moment, the destruction battle armor also automatically appeared. Along with the destruction battle armor, there was also an ancient long sword, which was the Emperor's 7-kill sword. Under the immense pressure of the giant bear, the blood-red web-like restraints within Zhao Su gradually began to break apart. His physical strength and mental power were also rapidly increasing. Bang! With a single sword strike, a powerful sword energy shot out like a laser beam, directly piercing through the giant bear's hard steel armor. Now Zhao Su somewhat understood that for the members of the Wan Yao clan, the armor within their bodies could be said to be their original forms. Although they were humanoid, they were still ultimately demons. "It seems your suppression has loosened." Seeing this, Qiancheng quickly made his move to block Zhao Su's subsequent attack. This time, Qiancheng did not hide his memories of the Douluo universe. Since he remembered the past, it should be easy to talk. Under Qiancheng's words, Zhao Su understood that Qiancheng was deliberately trying to test him. Thinking of this, Zhao Su looked again at Qian Rinqiu, who was also gazing at him with a very gentle expression. "It seems that in this world, I am still that unique pawn." Zhao Su retracted his destructive armor, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and self-deprecation. "It appears that no matter where I am or when it is, I cannot escape the identity of this pawn. I remember you once said that a unique pawn cannot be called a pawn, and I hope you can stay true to your heart." Qiancheng petit Zhao Sui's shoulder, and his attitude had undergone a significant change from when they first met. "Have you really decided to cooperate with me?" "Of course, from today on, the Wan Yao Alliance will be your ally, Zhao Su, and no matter what happens, we will stand on the same front as you." "No other demands?" "Of course there are. The armor you develop must first be given to the Wan Yao Alliance." "Deal." Zhao Su readily agreed to Qiancheng's request. In fact, the reason Qiancheng agreed so readily to cooperate with Zhao Su was mainly because of Qian Rinqiu. Sooner or later, the Wan Yao Alliance would belong to Qian Rinqiu. And as a father, Qiancheng would not be unaware of Qian Rinqiu's feelings for Zhao Su. Therefore, the two families would eventually become one. Rather than waiting to add finishing touches later, it was better to provide timely assistance now and become Zhao Su's first ally. Zhao Su then notified Hulaina to bring their people into the city and instructed Yin and Li Kai to go meet them. "So, where is that underground castle with the complete armor laboratory that you mentioned?" "Here." Zhao Su did not say any more nonsense, but directly went to the sand table and marked the location of the underground castle. Chapter 251. Disparity in strength, you really know how to pick a place. The Phoenix Garden marked by Zhao Su was indeed the highlighted location on the sand table, where the Tianlan main brain's base was located. I can't help it. Who knew it would be such a coincidence? Dealing with the Tianlan Legion in this base is easy. The current difficulty is how to deal with the Tang Sect Alliance. What does this have to do with the Tang Sect Alliance? You should be familiar with Tang San. He is very likely to have submitted to the Tianlan main brain by now. They have 6 legions, all equipped with armor that can perfectly merge. How many legions do we have? 2. Qian Cheng said with some helplessness. And even with armor, we can barely form 1 legion. Where did your armor come from? Zhao Su could not help but ask the question in his heart. Our armor is self-equipped, if I'm not mistaken. Everyone who came from the Douluo universe should have a sphere within their bodies. Our One Yao clan's original forms have transformed into armor, while the human race's martial souls have transformed into armor. So how did you activate the armor within your bodies? You don't know? How could I know? Qianxing looked at Zhao Su, a look of pity appearing in his eyes, and could not help but laugh. It seems you really are a pawn. Hasn't anyone told you? As long as you channel your original force into that sphere, you can activate the armor. Is it that simple? Zhao Su had a black line on his face. Over the past 5 years, although Zhao Su had noticed the black spheres in the dantians of Li Kai and the others, he had never found a way to activate those black spheres. To ensure their safety, he had even specifically advised them not to try recklessly. He never expected that the fool in the end would be himself. Zhu Qing, try channeling your original force into the black sphere in your dantian, Zhao Su said to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing did not ask much, just nodded and began to guide her original force towards the black sphere in her dantian. However, when the black sphere absorbed the original force, there was no reaction at all. The only change was that the light on the sphere became a bit brighter. Zhu Qing, give me your hand. Qian Renxue stepped forward to Zhu Zhuqing's side and extended her hand. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated a bit, but still reached out her hand. Just as the hands of Qian Renxue and Zhu Zhuqing clasped together, a strange symbol appeared on both their arms. After the symbol merged, a powerful original force entered Zhu Zhuqing's body. After the black sphere in Zhu Zhuqing's dantian absorbed this powerful original force, it erupted completely. A powerful energy burst forth, ultimately forming a thick light shield that completely enveloped Zhu Zhuqing. Meow. After about 10 minutes, the light shield began to crack. Then a small cat's meow was heard, and the light curtain completely shattered. However, the armor on Zhu Zhuqing was not in the shape of her martial soul, the yin-yang spirit cat. It remained humanoid, but a small cat, also covered in armor, stood on her shoulder. The little cat had 1 white eye and 1 black eye. Sufe. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes initially showed some confusion, but when she saw Zhao Su, the confusion gradually disappeared, revealing tenderness. Zhu Qing, you remember the past memories? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhu Zhuqing was first taken aback. Then her expression showed a bit of confusion again. Soon, all the memories began to merge together. Now I understand. This sphere not only transforms the martial soul into armor, but also stores past memories. Stores past memories? That's right. In fact, the Douluo universe and the Blue Star universe are not 2 separate universes, but rather the same parallel universe. In these 2 universes, we can find corresponding original forms. It seems my sister Zhu Qing is clever, unlike someone who is incredibly foolish. Zhao Su had no retort to Qian Renxue's teasing. He originally thought he was the prophet with all the memories. Unexpectedly, in the end, he became the one who knew the least. Boss, it's not good. We've encountered an ambush. At that moment, a panicked cry for help came from Yin through the communication device. Where are you now? Near the Phoenix Garden. Hold on. I'm coming to rescue you right away, Zhao Su said as he walked outside. Qian Hong, gather the personnel and come with me. Qian Renxue's expression also turned cold, and without any hesitation, she shouted to Qian Hong. Yes, the 3rd team will assemble immediately. Follow me out. Qian Hong responded and then called out to the 3rd team through the communication system. When Zhao Su and the others reached the surface, they found that the entrance had already been surrounded by an entire humanoid steel army. It was evident that Zhao Su's every move had long been detected by the Tianlan main brain. The reason they hadn't attacked directly was to gather them together for a decisive extermination. Yin, Shiyue, we are in trouble. Listen to me now. Channel the force into the black sphere within your dantian, and it will activate the battle armor inside the sphere. Zhao Su has also fused with the destruction battle armor, and Zhu Zhuqing and Qian Renxue followed closely, charging towards the humanoid Iron Legion. I have a sword named 36 Heavenly Gangs. Zhao Su formed seals with his armored body, and the modified Emperor 7 Kills sword emitted sword energy, launching a wide-range attack. He summoned the destruction spear and plunged into the Legion for close combat. Soon, rows of steel warriors fell down. These steel warriors were entirely controlled by the Tianlan mainframe, lacking physical bodies. Their combat power was not particularly strong. However, this also reflected a problem. The Tianlan mainframe's Iron Legion could be endless. They did not fear consumption. In contrast, the human side, although stronger in individual combat, lost one for each that died. Zhao Su, do you really think you can change the final outcome by yourself? A powerful energy appeared, knocking Zhao Su back. From that energy, a woman dressed in a white long dress walked out, looking at Zhao Su. How can you know if you don't try? You are too naive. Everyone is deceiving you, treating you as a pawn. I am trying to save you, and yet you choose to believe them. As the woman in the white dress spoke, countless images flashed through Zhao Su's mind, causing him excruciating pain as if his head would split open. Su, don't listen to her. She wants to control you. Meow. Seeing Zhao Su's gaze gradually becoming confused, Zhu Zhuqing gestured for the yin-yang spirit cat on her shoulder to leap out. Clad in battle armor, the yin-yang spirit cat instantly grew larger as it flew out, extending its sharp claws towards the woman in white. Chapter 252. Tianlan Mainframe. Zhu Zhuqing's voice pulled Zhao Su back to reality as he reached out and grasped the floating destruction spear in front of him. Together with the yin-yang spirit cat, he charged towards the woman in white. If that is the case, then I must completely destroy you. The woman in white snorted coldly, and her body began to be covered by a set of battle armor. Once armored, she appeared much larger. Casually, she reached out and grabbed the yin-yang spirit cat that was pouncing at her, squeezing it hard. Meow. The armor on the yin-yang spirit cat was crushed, letting out a painful cry. At this moment, Zhao Su's attack had already arrived. Bang! The destruction spear quickly changed direction and stabbed towards the woman in white, forcing her to release the yin-yang spirit cat. The woman in white seemed somewhat hesitant about Zhao Su's attack. However, Zhao Su had no such concerns and attacked with all his might. The black sphere in his dantian emitted force, gradually breaking through the countless lattice-like restraints. Poof! Under Zhao Su's fierce assault, the woman in white quickly retreated. But in the end, she was still pierced by Zhao Su. To Zhao Su's surprise, the woman in white was indeed corporeal, as the blood she spat out and the sensation of piercing flesh conveyed this information to him. ISNT the Tianlan Mainframe, a super artificial intelligence? How could it have a physical body? I told you long ago, they are all deceiving you. Once you understand the truth, you will regret it. The woman in white did not continue to entangle with Zhao Su. The black hole-like eye in the sky emitted a bright light, enveloping the woman in white and taking her away. What on earth is going on? After the woman in white left, Zhao Su felt his heart begin to race rapidly, giving him a suffocating sensation. Su, after the woman in white retreated, the Iron Legion attacking them also began to retreat quickly. Qianrenxue approached Zhao Su, looking at his pale face with concern, calling out to him. I'm fine. I don't know why, but that person gave me a very familiar feeling. Zhao Su took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing his chaotic thoughts. Let us go. We don't know how Xie Yue and the others are doing. As Zhao Su spoke, he quickly headed in a certain direction. At this time, the third squad led by Qian Hong had also joined the battle, blocking the relentless, dangerous Beast Legion attacking them. When Zhao Su arrived near the Phoenix Garden, the battle there was already nearing its end. The humanoid Iron Legion attacking them seemed to have received some orders and retreated back to the Phoenix Garden stronghold. The remaining beasts, under the powerful assault of Yin and the others who had awakened their battle armor, could hardly stir up much of a wave. Boss, Li Gui, clad in armor and wielding the barbarian godhammer, smashed a lion into dust before calling out to Zhao Su. It seems your memories have awakened too. That's right, Tang San appeared just now, but didn't he make a move and retreated? Li Kai could be said to be the most admiring of Zhao Su among the 7 members of the original Martial Soul Hall. Let us not worry about Tang San for now. Let us head back and formulate our next combat plan. We need to establish our own base first before discussing anything else. All right, I'll lead the charge. Li Kai roared, raising the barbarian godhammer and charging out first. Soon, everyone broke free from the encirclement of the iron beasts. At this moment, everyone was quite excited. They had lived underground for so many years, hiding and avoiding danger. Now, they could finally let out a breath. However, Zhao Su's expression seemed somewhat unhappy. He kept thinking about what the woman in white had said to him and the blurry images that flashed through his mind, leaving his heart unable to calm down. What is wrong? Still thinking about today's events? In the command room, everyone was discussing the next action plan. Zhao Su quietly left the command room and went outside, looking up at the black hole in the sky that resembled an eye. He didn't know what he was thinking. Just then, a soft hand grasped Zhao Su's hand. No, I was just thinking about what our purpose is in doing this. There's no reason. If you must say why, it's to survive. Zhu Zhuqing leaned on Zhao Su's shoulder, gazing at him with tender eyes. Zhu Zhuqing's gentle gaze calmed Zhao Su's heart a little. Just as Zhu Zhuqing said, there was no particular purpose. It was simply to survive oneself, and let those who love him and those he loves survive. That's all. Yes, survive. Just as Zhao Su and the others were discussing how to deal with the Tianlan garrison in the Phoenix Garden, Qian Hong rushed in and said to Qian Chong, who was seated in the main seat, "Second uncle, the Tianlan garrison in the Phoenix Garden stronghold has retreated." Retreated? That's right. Just now the scouts we sent out returned with the news. Is the information accurate? Definitely accurate. I personally went to check. Before the Tianlan garrison left, they destroyed all the buildings and defensive equipment, clearly abandoning this stronghold. Why is that? I don't know. The Tianlan mainframe's decision left everyone present puzzled. They couldn't understand the purpose behind such an action. Beep. It has been detected that the area around the underground castle is safe. The host can open the underground castle at any time. The third system, which had been silent for days, suddenly spoke up at this moment. It even projected an image marking the approximate location of the entrance to the underground castle. Why did the Tianlan Legion retreat and abandon their stronghold here? Taking this opportunity, Zhao Su quickly asked the third system. It seems that the Tianlan mainframe has sensed an unknown threat still existing in this chaos, and she just wants to use you to lure out that unknown threat. Are you saying it's from the Douluo universe? Exactly. So, does that mean the Tianlan mainframe has always known what we were planning? You could say that, but this is also our opportunity. Right now, she cannot confirm her suspicions, so she won't strike hard against us. We just need to develop quickly, and we will have a chance to completely destroy the Tianlan mainframe's control over the entire chaos. After hearing what the third system said, Zhao Su did not ask further questions. However, he always felt that the third system was not telling the truth. But since the third system was personally implanted in Zhao Su by Zhao Qi, it should not have any issues. Zhao Su, what do you think about this? Seeing Zhao Su's serious expression, Qian Cheng finally spoke up to ask him. Zhao Su took a deep breath and ultimately chose to believe what the third system had said, proceeding according to his plan. Chapter 253. Underground City. Forget about everything else for now. Let's first find the entrance to the underground castle and then make further plans. Yes, that's fine. If the underground castle is really as you say, then taking this risk will be worth it. Qian Cheng also agreed with Zhao Su's decision. Soon, Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing left the headquarters of the Wan Yao Alliance and headed towards the direction of the Phoenix Garden. The reason for this decision was to worry that it might be a scheme of the Tianlan mainframe. If they encountered an ambush, the two could quickly escape. However, for their safety, Qian Ruxue and Hulaina followed shortly behind to provide support in case of emergencies. But as they left the headquarters of the Wan Yao Alliance and headed towards the Phoenix Garden, the journey was unusually quiet. If it weren't for the occasional sounds of fierce beasts roaring from the other side of the city, they would have to suspect that the Tianlan Legion had not only retreated from the Phoenix Garden, but had also retreated from the entire Nebulous City. On the way to the Phoenix Garden, not only were there no fierce beasts, but even the hunting dog teams and wild cats hidden in the darkness were absent. Brother Su, why do I feel a chill down my back? Zhu Zhuqing leaned closer to Zhao Su, looking at the eerily quiet street, and couldn't help but ask Zhao Su in confusion. It's fine, don't think too much. Zhao Su held Zhu Zhuqing's hand, showing a slight smile as he gently comforted her. Soon, they arrived at the Phoenix Garden. Just as Qian Hong had said, the Tianlan guards had not only retreated, but had also destroyed all the protective facilities. However, Zhao Su did not care about this. He only wanted to find the entrance to the underground castle. Beep, specific entrance to the underground castle detected. When Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing passed by a lotus pond, the system's voice rang in Zhao Su's mind. Hearing the system's voice, Zhao Su couldn't help but stop. He looked at the already dilapidated lotus pond. At this moment, the pond was devoid of lotus flowers. Only a pool of stagnant water covered in green moss remained. Brother Su, do you think the entrance is in this pool? You wait here, I'll go down and take a look. Zhao Su said to Zhu Zhuqing and turned to jump into the pool. Once Zhao Su jumped into the pool, he felt a powerful suction force coming from the bottom of the pool, causing his entire body to sink rapidly. After sinking for about 3 minutes, he reached the bottom of the pool. In order to better investigate the situation in the pool, Zhao Su had to put on his battle armor. Once he donned the armor, he felt as if he were walking on solid ground in the pool, no longer disturbed by the pressure underwater. The entire pool was not large, and the walls were made of a type of marble with strange patterns. When Zhao Su reached out and touched the peculiar patterns on the marble, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. I wish I could become human and be with you. This voice made Zhao Su shiver. He knew this voice was not from the system, although it was quite similar to the mechanical voice of the system. It contained a loneliness and sorrow that the system did not have. Zhao Su shook his head to calm himself down, not letting this external factor disturb him. Where you could transform yourself into this cold body, then we could be together forever. The voice appeared again. System, did you hear that voice? Although Zhao Su did not fully trust this unreliable third system, it was the only one that could help him now. That was just an auditory hallucination. Don't pay attention to it. This time, the third system did not remain silent, but quickly replied to Zhao Su. Is the entrance in this pool? Yes. How do we open it? On the east wall of the pool, counting down from the top, there's a button on the third row. Is it really that simple? Of course, even though this place is an underground castle, it can be raised as an above-ground city. How can it become an above-ground city? It's not time yet. Wait until you have fully developed battle armor that can integrate with ordinary people and have the ability to protect yourself. Then the underground castle will naturally break through the surface and become an above-ground city. Zhao Su knew the system was just brushing him off, but didn't seem matter to him. What was most important now was to establish his own territory and no longer rely on others for his safety. Following the system's instructions, Zhao Su found the black button in the third row on the east side. Without hesitation, he pressed the button. Suddenly, the entire pool began to shake violently. Zhao Su's body was also rising rapidly. When he reached the surface of the water, all the water in the pool had already been drained. At the bottom of the pool, an entrance appeared. Looking into the entrance, apart from darkness, there was nothing else visible. Brother Su, is this the entrance to the underground castle? Maybe I'll go down and take a look. I'll go with you. Zhu Zhuqing grabbed Zhao Su's arm, and before he could say anything, she pulled him into the entrance. The entrance was connected to a long underground staircase, which was wide enough for 10 people to walk side by side without issue. However, the slope of the stairs was somewhat strange, almost vertical. Looking down, there was no end in sight. After about 10 minutes of walking, they finally saw a bit of light. After walking for more than another minute, they finally reached the entrance from which the light was emanating. However, this entrance had no stairs. It was just a simple opening that emitted light. Brother Su, could there be danger? No, I'll go down first. No, I'm going with you. You can't leave me behind anymore. Silly girl. Zhao Su smiled and patted Zhu Zhuqing's head. All right, then we'll go down together. After speaking, Zhao Su no longer hesitated, tightly grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand, and jumped down towards the luminous entrance. The entrance emitted a white light, shining on the two of them like sunlight, which made Zhao Su feel very comfortable. Bang! After descending for almost a minute, they felt as if they had landed on the ground. The moment Zhao Su opened his eyes, he was completely stunned by the scene before him. This was not some so-called underground castle, but a city from a super technological era. It resembled the city Zhao Su first saw when he traveled to the barbaric lands and met Zhao Qi. Looking up, it was not dark walls but a bright sky. The morning sun was rising in the east, and the gentle sunlight illuminated this silent, empty city. Was this the underground castle? Zhao Su gazed at everything, and he stood there in a daze. Not just Zhao Su, but even Zhu Zhuqing beside him was stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. They thought it was all an illusion. Chapter 254, Underground World and Surface World. Is this real, Su Gu, or are we dreaming? Zhu Zhuqing said as she pinched her arm, the sharp pain confirming to her that this was not a dream. Welcome to the City of Sun and Moon. May I ask if the host wishes to activate the city's operational program? Just as Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing were staring blankly at the towering buildings and the crisscrossing aerial tracks in the sky, a mechanical voice echoed in the air, as if the entire sky was a gigantic speaker. Activate. Although Zhao Su was somewhat shocked, he still had the capacity for thought. He understood that this place was not a real city, but a simulated city created by the system. In other words, while there were suns, moons, and stars, they were all fake. In reality, they were still in the dark underground. So Zhao Su did not hesitate and chose to activate it. City of Sun and Moon is activating. With that mechanical voice, the once still city began to operate. Automated trains started to appear on the crisscrossing aerial tracks. The branches and leaves of the trees planted along the streets began to sway in the gentle breeze. Except for the absence of people, everything else started to function like a normal city. After walking about 100 meters down the street, Zhao Su looked up and saw a tall building labeled Decision Maker's Mansion. After entering the building and following the system's guidance, Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing went directly to the top floor. At the end of the highest level, just like in the Alliance Academy building of Nebula City, a white light beam enveloped Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing. Their bodies began to rise. Finally, After passing through a narrow passage, they entered an underground laboratory. Great! This place was even more advanced and complete than the facilities in the Alliance Academy's underground research room in Nebula City. Zhu Zhuqing was looking around at the advanced and intricate research equipment, her face showing a joyful smile. However, Zhao Su looked at these and felt no joy at all. On the contrary, a strong sense of unease arose in his heart. But by now, Zhao Su had no other choice. He could only temporarily consider this place as his base. Then Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing left and returned to the headquarters of the Myriad Demons Alliance, sharing their observations with Qiansheng and everyone else. Ultimately, it was decided that the Myriad Demons Alliance would not accompany Zhao Su to the City of Sun and Moon, but would remain on the surface. However, the headquarters of the Myriad Demons Alliance was relocated to Phoenix Garden, establishing a protective wall on the original site of the Tianlan Legion's base. Zhao Su then established the Sun and Moon Alliance, with himself as the decision-maker. Qian Ruxue served as the commander of all legions. 5 legions were established, led by Yin as the leader of the Yin Legion, Xiyue as the leader of the Yu Legion, Li Kai as the leader of the Barbarian God Legion, which belonged to the Heavy Armored Legion, Sun Chuantao as the leader of the Guardian Legion responsible for the defense of the entire city of Sun and Moon, and Zhang Ping as the head of the Special Bureau, responsible for contact with the surface and preventing infiltrators from entering the city of Sun and Moon. In addition to these 5 legions, there was also a research team from the Alliance Academy of the Sun and Moon Alliance, led by Zhu Zhuqing. The entire city of Sun and Moon was divided into 2 parts. One part was the peaceful area for ordinary people to live and recuperate, while the other was called the War Zone. People in the peaceful area were not allowed to enter the War Zone. Their task was to live normal lives, work, fall in love, and reproduce. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years had gone by. The entire city of Sun and Moon had completely entered a stable state. After a century of development, the city of Sun and Moon had expanded into 18 cities, known as the 18 Mechanical Cities. Outside the 18 Mechanical Cities was called the Extraterrestrial Battlefield, which was the war zone from 100 years ago. At this time, the entire city of Sun and Moon was referred to as the Underground World, also known as the Third World. After a century of reproduction, the new generation in the peaceful area no longer knew that they were living in the dark underground of the real world. In contrast to the tranquility of the peaceful area, the war zone was burdened with challenges. The war zone and the surface world had become interconnected, forming a cooperative combat system with the Myriad Demons Alliance. Moreover, with the counterattack of the Sun and Moon Alliance and the Myriad Demons Alliance against the Tianlan Alliance, this 100 years not only allowed the underground city of Sun and Moon to expand into 18 mechanical cities, but even the surface world underwent earth-shattering changes. Cities everywhere organized alliance armies to resist the Tianlan mainframe, turning some edge areas of cities into human habitats. However, these habitats could only be called slums, and without rules to constrain them, these places were extremely dangerous. Not only did they have to guard against attacks from the Tianlan Legion, but they also had to be wary of their own kind. Even so, some people living underground were trying every means to escape the dark underground. Compared to their lives, the lives of those in the peaceful area of the Third World Sun and Moon Alliance could be described as paradise. To prevent the people in the peaceful area from knowing that the place they lived in was a fabricated world, no outsiders were allowed to enter after the first batch of human immigrants 100 years ago. Instead, they relied on reproduction to increase the population. This way, they could better control them, treating them as seeds for the continuation of human civilization. It can be said that both the humans in the peaceful area of the Third World Sun and Moon Alliance and those struggling to survive in the surface world are pitiful beings. Not only them, but for those who know everything, ISNT had also a kind of torment. At the headquarters of the Myriad Demons Alliance, in the operations room, Qiansheng sat in the main seat, with the leaders of the 10 major legions below him. Qianlao, in recent days, the Tangman Alliance has used weapons of mass destruction, and our 3rd Legion has suffered heavy losses. The 6th Legion encountered an ambush while going to rescue and lost its leader in the northern battlefield. The Tianlan Alliance's Wolf Demon Legion has been attacking us in a frenzied manner, also suffering heavy losses. Qiansheng sat there, listening to the reports from below, his emotionless gaze growing colder. After a century of war, the old legions belonging to the Myriad Demons had almost all disappeared. Listening to the news of his old brothers sacrificing one by one, who knew the pain that Qiansheng was enduring in his heart. I understand. Qiansheng casually responded with a sentence and waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Sigh. Chen got up and walked to the window, gazing at the desolate land outside, unable to suppress a sigh. How much longer would this war last? How many more lives would be sacrificed? Brother Chung, you're getting old. No longer full of the vitality you once had. Hand the Wan Yao alliance over to Shuer. We should enjoy our old age, said Inju, who appeared by Qian Cheng's side, holding his hand and speaking softly. But I am unwilling. What can unwillingness achieve? Perhaps you're right. It's time to let go. Qian Cheng wrapped his arm around Inju's shoulder, a faint smile appearing on his face, and the coldness in his eyes gradually softened. Chapter 255 Yi City in the human activity area on the eastern side of the city, called Ming City in the ground world. Zhao Su wrapped his clothes around him and strolled alone on the white streets. Over the past century, the war between humans and the Tianlan mainframe had greatly damaged the ecological environment of the entire Blue Star. The weather had become increasingly cold, with nearly 9 months of the year spent in icy conditions. Such weather made it increasingly difficult for humans to survive on this wasteland. Yet, countless people still wanted to leave the dark underground shelters to come to the freezing surface every day. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Zhao Su arrived in front of a rundown tavern and stepped inside. Upon entering, the mixed smell of cheap alcohol and various odors made Zhao Su frown. However, he did not leave, but approached the bar, tapped on the table, and said to a big bearded man sitting there with his eyes closed, "Give me a drink." The big man opened his eyes, glanced at Zhao Su, and noticed he was a stranger. Judging by Zhao Su's attire, he did not seem like a vagabond, which made the big man cautious. Nevertheless, he took a cup from the table, filled it with alcohol from a barrel beside him, and placed it in front of Zhao Su. Zhao Su raised the cup and took a sip. As the murky liquid, floating with unknown substances, entered his mouth, an intense spiciness filled his entire mouth. As he swallowed, his whole body felt warm. This drink was a special brew made by the tavern owner himself. No one knew what it was made from except the owner. One could be sure it was not made from grains. Yet, this alcohol was the most popular in this unusual weather. I want to know about the Yi family's information, who controls the black gold mine. Zhao Su placed the cup on the table and pulled out a bag of gold soul coins from the storage soul guide on his left wrist. Seeing the thousands of gold soul coins in front of him, the big man hesitated after glancing at Zhao Su. However, he ultimately refused, saying, "I think you might be in the wrong place, sir, and you shouldn't need to spend so much money for the Yi family's information, right?" The Yi family was a family that had suddenly emerged over the past century, boasting many experts. They controlled the production of a crucial black, or that allowed ordinary people to perfectly merge with battle armor. This black was called black gold. Each set of battle armor could only merge with one person's body, and once that person died, the armor would be completely rendered useless. Thus, they needed more armor to replenish their troops. The black gold was essential for creating more armor, and so far, nothing had been found to replace it. Although the Yi family was a human family, they could openly occupy the black gold mine and extract black gold, which they sold at high prices. In this ground world, although it was still in a primitive era, it was controlled by several major powers, where the weak preyed on the strong, and one needed sufficient strength. Those without power could only live humbly according to the rules set by others. Since I am here, the information I want is not something that can be found on the surface. I'm sorry, you're welcome to drink, but I won't entertain any other matters," the big man said, lying back down on his lounge chair and covering his face with his hat. Seeing the big man's attitude, Zhao Su did not say much but also did not leave. He quietly sat there, drinking his strong alcohol. "Sir, you look unfamiliar. You're not a local vagabond, are you?" After about an hour, a provocatively dressed woman approached Zhao Su. She appeared somewhat attractive, but she was not to Zhao Su's taste. He merely glanced at her indifferently and did not speak. "I know what you want. I have it here. Do you want it?" The woman reached for Zhao Su's hand and leaned closer to him in a flirtatious manner. "Oh, hearing this from you piqued my interest. You know what I want? Of course, I've seen many people like you. I can not only help you get black gold, but also assist you with your physiological needs." "No need for physiological help. How much black gold do you have?" "Whatever amount you want, I can get for you." "Really?" "Of course, as long as you can afford it." "How much can these gold soul coins buy?" Zhao Su said, pushing the 1,000 gold soul coins he had just offered to the big man in front of the woman. When she saw the 1,000 gold soul coins, her eyes lit up. "I don't know the specific price, but I can help you make an introduction." "All right, as long as you introduce me to someone who has black gold, these 1,000 gold soul coins will be my reward for you. You have my word." "Okay, I'll go find someone for you now. Wait here," the woman said as she grabbed the money bag from the bar and quickly walked out. "She won't come back." After she left, the big man said to Zhao Su, "It's fine. If she doesn't want to come back, someone will make her return. Zhao Su held up his cup, wearing a confident smile. But I still hope to cooperate with you, boss. The big man looked at Zhao Su's confident smile and became interested in him. He stood up from the lounge chair and refilled Zhao Su's cup with alcohol, then sat down at the bar. Who exactly are you? The big man's voice was low. Is it the Wan Yao Alliance? Or the Tang Min Alliance? Why can't it be Tianlan? Although I'm old, I can still tell the character of a person with these eyes. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. I could be considered a member of the Wan Yao Alliance. All right, I will cooperate with you. But you must agree to one condition. The big man's gaze grew firm as he looked at Zhao Su and continued, take my granddaughter to the third world. Do you know about the third world? This surprised Zhao Su a bit, as neither the third world nor the Sun and Moon Alliance had been active in the ground world. They operated under the name of the Wan Yao Alliance in the ground world. No one had ever known about the third world. As long as you agree to my request, I can not only give you the entire Yi family's information, but I can also help you enter the black gold mine. Deal. Zhao Su thought for a moment and extended his hand to the big man. The big man reached out as well, and they shook hands firmly. My real name is Yi Cheng. 100 years ago, I came to this blue star with the Yi family. To put it bluntly, our Yi family is just a dog of the Tianlan mainframe. So you are from the Yi family? That's right. 10 years ago, my granddaughter was born with special blood that can enhance battle armor. The Yi family wanted to use her as a blood bag to enhance their battle armor. So I took my granddaughter and escaped from the Yi family to open a tavern here. Did the Yi family let you go so easily? Of course not. My life and my granddaughter's life were exchanged for a secret. Yi Cheng's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. In this chaotic world, human life is worth almost nothing. Chapter 256. The teleportation pod that can connect to the Tianlan star system. What secret? The teleportation pod that can connect to the Tianlan star system. Yi Cheng raised his glass and drank it all in one go. It was clear that he had made a significant decision to tell Zhao Su this. You could say he was putting everything on Zhao Su. If Zhao Su was not the person he thought he was, he would not only be hunted by the Yi family, but also erased by the Tianlan mainframe. The teleportation pod that can connect to the Tianlan star system? That's right. In fact, all of us are just a string of data. The real bodies are in the Tianlan star system. The so-called 3,000 universes are merely a simulation program. If that's the case, then why do you still care so much about your granddaughter's life and death? Although it's a simulated program, it is still linked to the real body. Once the data dies, the real body will die too. How do you know all this? Before I answer that question, I want to ask you one question. What question? Are you Zhao Su? What is Peng Ying to you? So you're also one of those who sold your soul to Tianlan back then? Zhao Su did not answer Yi Cheng's question. But what he said made Yi Cheng's eyes light up because he knew he had bet right this time. It seems my choice was not wrong. Since you know who I am, you should know the answer to that question. Zhao Su nodded and did not say anything more. For a while, the two remained silent, each lost in their thoughts. Boss. Soon a voice pulled Zhao Su back to reality. Following the sound, he saw a tall man in a black leather coat. This person was the captain of Zhao Su's guard team, named Zhongyu. He was someone Zhao Su had personally trained over the past 100 years. Next to him stood the trembling woman from earlier. Boss, this person doesn't even know what black gold is. She just wants to run away with the money. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you. I had no choice. Without money, my brother can't live. The woman quickly stepped forward, knelt before Zhao Su, and begged for mercy while holding onto his leg. This woman is named Yan Zi. She is also a pitiful person. Her brother is controlled by a small gang affiliated with the Yi family, forcing her to use her body to scam money. So it seems the people behind her do indeed have black gold. You could say that, but for the black gold you need, it's just a drop in the bucket. Having some is better than having none. Zhao Su said as he looked at Yan Zi kneeling in front of him. Get up. Sir, as long as you let me go, I will return all the money to you. I will do whatever you say. Yan Zi quickly pulled out a bag of gold soul coins and handed it to Zhao Su, her eyes pleading. Get up. Zhao Su's voice was soft yet heavy, making Yan Zi dare not defy him, and she stood up. I'll give you a chance. Take me to meet your boss behind you. And this money is still yours. I will give you an additional sum. Really? Hearing Zhao Su's words, Yan Zi's eyes lit up. She had long hated those who tortured her daily and forced her to use her body to make money. But she was also a bit hesitant. After all, she didn't know if Zhao Su was their match. If Zhao Su couldn't defeat those people, then not only would she die, but her brother would too. You can trust him. At this moment, Yi Cheng spoke up. Although Yi Cheng's identity was mysterious, no one knew where he came from. But no force in this city dared to cause trouble in this small tavern. From this, it could be inferred that Yi Cheng's identity was not simple. Even the boss behind Yanzi had warned her to watch the big beard's face in this tavern. If the big beard didn't allow her to scam someone, she couldn't do it. I can forego your money, but you must agree to one thing. What is it? Say, my brother. Zhong, you go with Miss Yanzi. Yes, boss. Zhong Yu nodded and waved at Yanzi. Although Yanzi was a bit scared, she had no choice but to obey. After Yanzi left with Zhong Yu, Zhao Su took a deep breath to calm his mind and looked at Yicheng. Were you thinking about the teleportation pod leading to the Tianlan star system? Yicheng seemed to easily know what Zhao Su was thinking. That's right. I want to see what the only real life-bearing mother planet in the chaos is like. Maybe when you see it, you'll be disappointed. Is it similar to here? Pretty much. Then are Peng Ying and Zhao Qi also just data-constructed bodies? That's right. In the chaos, apart from the Tianlan star system, the other 3,000 universes can be imagined as game programs, where everything is simulated. The only difference is that this is a real game linked to the human brain. So what is the purpose of us doing this? Of course, it's to eliminate the Tianlan mainframe. Is the third world also a virtual data program? I don't know. The third world can be seen as a variable. Or perhaps humanity's ultimate goal is hidden within the third world. Can you help me build a teleportation pod to send me back to the Tianlan star system? Of course. But it will be very dangerous because the teleportation pod is uncertain. Yicheng looked at Zhao Su's puzzled expression and continued. The teleportation pod can be seen as a cheat in this game program. Once detected by the Tianlan mainframe, you will surely be erased, and at that time, you will never wake up again. There is one more thing I'm curious about. What is it? Why do you all choose me? Whether it's Peng Ying, Zhao Qi, or the Yicheng in front of me, they all revealed some matters. Or you could say some secrets without reservation after learning about his identity. The key is that each person has said very different things. And the images left by the Tianlan mainframe in his mind. I want to become human and be with you forever. Or you could also transform into this cold body, and we could be together forever. And these two sentences often appear in Zhao Su's mind during the quiet of the night. They torment Zhao Su every moment, keeping his spirit in a state of high tension. If it weren't for Zhao Su's strong mental power, he might have already gone insane from the torment. Even so, Zhao Su still felt exhausted. After listening to Yicheng's narrative today, a feeling arose in Zhao Su's heart that the teleportation pod might help him unravel this mystery. So even if it's dangerous, he has to give it a try. I can't answer that question. Why? Yicheng frowned and said seriously, because I don't know. Or rather, it's an instinct that exists in my mind. Instinct? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su became even more confused. Chapter 257, Tianlan Star System. Yes, it seems that there's a voice in my mind that keeps telling me to find Zhao Su and believe in Zhao Su. When I left the Yi family with my granddaughter, aside from wanting to protect her, I also wanted to find Zhao Su. I wanted to hand over my granddaughter, who carries special blood, to Zhao Su, or rather, to the third world. Everything seems to be like a preset program. It must be followed step by step to clear the level and survive. Boss, those people don't have much black gold on them. The memory of the scar-faced leader has been extracted. He is just a small pawn and can't reach the Yi family. Zhong Yu sat down next to Zhao Su and handed him a white sphere. It contains all the memories of the scar-faced man. Have Zhang Ping find this scar-faced man's boss, and no matter what method is used, we must take down this black gold mine from the Yi family. Yes, understood. Zhao Su said as he raised his glass and downed the drink, looking at Yicheng. Let's go. Wait a moment. Yicheng scanned the surroundings. Now that we are leaving, I feel a bit reluctant to part with this little tavern. Xiaolu, I'm leaving. This tavern is yours now. Qingshu, you are leaving? Upon hearing Yicheng's call, a boy who looked about 17 or 18 stepped out from behind. He looked at Yicheng with reluctance. Silly boy, remember what I told you. When the 10,000 Demons Alliance calls for recruits, you must sign up, understand? I remember. I'm leaving. Yicheng hesitated no more, taking nothing with him as he left the tavern with Zhao Su. First, they went to a place to pick up his granddaughter and then returned to the third world with Zhao Su. After returning to the third world, without any delay, he handed Yicheng's granddaughter over to the head of the Academy of Sciences, Zhu Zhuqing. At the same time, the Academy of Sciences allocated a laboratory to Yicheng, allowing him to create a teleportation pod that could link to the Tianlan star system. Suge, do you really believe what Yicheng said? Why do you think it's unreliable? It's not that it's unreliable. I studied what he said carefully, and every step aligns perfectly, but it's too dangerous. You could say you're putting your life in the hands of a stranger. Isn't everything we're doing dangerous? So don't worry, everyone treats me as a pawn. And I believe that even if I want to die, there will be people who let me. Zhao Su has come to understand that since he cannot escape the fate of being a pawn, he should make good use of his identity as a pawn. For some reason, I always feel a bit uneasy. Nothing will happen, trust me. Zhao Su smiled slightly and reached out to pull Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace. Leaning against Zhao Su, although Zhu Zhuqing was full of worry, she said nothing more because she understood Zhao Su and knew that once he made a decision, it wouldn't change. A month later, Yi Cheng's teleportation pod linking to the Tianlan star system was completed. It looked like a very ordinary sleep pod. Are you really going to decide to do this? The system, which had not appeared for a long time, suddenly spoke up, asking Zhao Su, "What? You don't want me to do this? You need to think it through. Once you link with the Tianlan star system, if something goes wrong, no one can save you. Also, you may not be able to return to the time node you want. It could be very dangerous if you want to come back." "I'm not afraid of danger." Zhao Su said this and ignored what the system had to say. At this moment, Zhao Su had already made up his mind. He had to go. "Cheng Shu, how is it? Is it ready?" "It's ready, but I still hope you find someone to test it first." "Yes, Cheng Shu is right." "Boss, I'll try it first," Li Kai said, getting ready to lie down in the teleportation pod. "What is the use of your test?" Zhao Su reached out to stop Li Kai. "Remember, after I go in, you must complete what I instructed." "Boss." Li Kai and the others wanted to say something, but Zhao Su interrupted them directly. Zhao Su looked at Yi Cheng, who said nothing more, and opened the door of the teleportation pod. Remember, once the teleportation pod is activated, it is irreversible, and no one can control which time point you will be teleported back to. Everything will depend on you. "I understand." Zhao Su said no more and laid down in the teleportation pod with determination. "This is the last chance. Are you sure? Stop talking nonsense and start." Zhao Su took a deep breath and closed his eyes. As the teleportation pod slowly closed, the network-like patterns on the pod enveloped Zhao Su's entire body in an instant. At the same time, the network-like patterns inside Zhao Su began to emerge and fused with the external patterns. The black sphere erupted with powerful energy, instantly plunging Zhao Su's mind into blankness. Tianlan star system, 6th planet, warm star, year 2060. "Su Shuai, you finally woke up?" In a military camp on the outer battlefield, Zhao Su suddenly opened his eyes, countless memories flooding into his mind. Zhao Su's deep gaze swept over the people present, and the corresponding information about each person gradually appeared in his mind. "You all leave." Zhao Su looked at these people and said coldly, "Yes." The few dared not say more and turned to leave the room. After they all exited, Zhao Su got up and walked to the window, looking out at the world. In his memory, the memory of a person appeared. One of the 3 war generals of the Longxing Empire, and also the youngest war general. His life could be described as a legendary tale of hardship. He was born into the Zhao family of the 6 great families of the Longxing Empire. However, when he was 6 years old, his parents went missing. His elder brother inherited the family position at 21, but when he was 13, his strong elder brother suddenly died. The other 2 branches of the Zhao family framed Zhao Su and the 6 orphans adopted by his parents and brother with baseless charges, expelling them from the Zhao family. From then on, Zhao Su took his 6 younger siblings and embarked on a life of escape. This is your experience in the main body of the Tianlan star system. I didn't expect you could return to the time before everything began. A voice came from behind Zhao Su. He turned to see a woman in a white dress standing not far away. Upon seeing this woman in white, Zhao Su unconsciously associated her with the Tianlan main brain. Although their appearances were not the same, their attire and the aura they exuded were almost identical. "You're the 3rd system?" "Yes, I am one with you." "You have returned, and naturally, I came back with you." "You just said this is the experience of my main body?" Zhao Su frowned and asked the 3rd system. "Yes." "Then at this time, is there the Tianlan main brain?" "I cannot answer that for you. I am one with the Tianlan main brain, and my memories are incomplete. What should we do next? Since you are back, you should follow the memories of the original body. Perhaps it will lead to unexpected answers." The 3rd system smiled slightly at Zhao Su, and its entire shadow began to gradually disappear. However, this smile, in Zhao Su's eyes, felt somewhat sinister for some unknown reason. Chapter 258. No matter what method is used, we must find her. Zhao Su understood that the so-called 3rd system was not entirely trustworthy. After spending nearly 3 days, Zhao Su finally merged the memories belonging to the original body in his mind. "Commander Su, the First Empire has sent people to attack you. We can't let this go unpunished." In the conference room, a tall man said coldly, his face filled with anger. On the day before Zhao Su's soul took over the original body, the First Empire sent 6 experts at the God of War level to ambush Zhao Su. Although Zhao Su ultimately killed those 6 god of war experts, he was severely injured. Fortunately, Zhao Su woke up and, after 3 days, his originally severe injuries were mostly healed. Now it could be said that it was time for them to take revenge. Forget it. We need to keep our composure. Li Meng, if you continue to be so impulsive, you won't be able to improve your cultivation. Zhao Su leaned back in his chair, appearing very calm, lacking some of the youthful sharpness. Hearing Zhao Su's words, the several war kings below exchanged glances. They also noticed that their leader had changed a lot in temperament after being injured. If it weren't for Zhao Su always being under their noses and never leaving, they might have suspected he had been replaced. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Zhao Su's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number, causing his brow to furrow. Since he woke up, this number had called him multiple times over the past 3 days, but each time he answered, no one spoke. Initially, Zhao Su didn't want to answer, but after thinking it over, he decided to do so because he was worried about missing something regarding the original body's memories. Hello. After connecting, there was a long silence. Who are you? Why aren't you speaking? Are you Zhao Su? I am. Who are you? You don't need to care who I am. Do you remember a girl named Ning Rongrong from 8 years ago at the Shengtai Hotel in Yancheng? Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing this name, Zhao Su's mind began to recall a memory. 8 years ago, he had gone to Yancheng alone to hunt down a traitor, but was ambushed and severely injured. It was a college student named Ning Rongrong who saved him and took care of him until he recovered. After healing, Zhao Su was eager to pursue the traitor and promised Ning Rongrong that he would return to find her once he completed his mission. However, when he returned to Yancheng 6 months later, he found that Ning Rongrong was no longer there. He searched for a long time, but couldn't find her. Over those 8 years, Zhao Su had kept his phone number unchanged in hopes that one day Ning Rongrong would call him. In addition to that memory, Zhao Su also recalled Ning Rongrong's appearance and demeanor from the Douluo universe. Regardless of the type of memory, he needed to find Ning Rongrong as soon as possible. Have you really forgotten? I haven't forgotten. Where's Rongrong now? Zhao Su quickly asked upon hearing the other person's words. Rongrong is in Luyun City, taken away by the #1 family there, and Qianqian and Yuyu are also in danger. What do you mean? Don't run, hurry, and chase over there. The voices of several people could be heard on the other end, followed by the sound of something falling to the ground. Then there was silence. Listening to the beeping sound coming from the other end, Zhao Su's expression grew colder, and a hint of killing intent unconsciously emanated from him. From what the previous person said, Zhao Su inferred that Ning Rongrong must be in some danger, and they also mentioned Qianqian and Yuyu. Although there were no memories of Qianqian and Yuyu in the original body's memories, these 2 names were not unfamiliar to Zhao Su. Could it be that Rongrong was pregnant 8 years ago? Commander Su, what's wrong? The tall war king Lu Yuan, sensing Zhao Su's killing intent, cautiously asked. Zhao Su suddenly stood up and said to Lu Yuan, prepare the war machine and head to Luyun City as fast as possible. Yes. Lu Yuan did not dare to ask further and quickly executed Zhao Su's orders. You all remember, during my absence, do your best not to let anyone know I'm gone, and avoid taking action unless necessary, focusing on defense. Yes. After Zhao Su finished speaking and left the conference room, a war machine was already ready in the courtyard. Lu Yuan, as the highest commander of the North region, naturally followed Zhao Su to Luyun City. On the war machine, at Zhao Su's instruction, Lu Yuan called the commander of the city defense army and the director of the patrol department in Luyun City. Spare no effort to find a person named Ning Rongrong. Also, find out who owns the number that called Zhao Su just now. Which family is the #1 family in Luyun City? At the same time, Zhao Su made a call himself. Zhang Ying, go to Luyun City and check on a person named Ning Rongrong. It must be fast. Sitting next to Zhao Su, Lu Yuan, with his upper body straight, flashed a strange look in his eyes upon hearing the name Zhang Ying. He cautiously glanced at Zhao Su but didn't dare to ask more. The name Zhang Ying was very familiar to Lu Yuan, or rather, for someone who had spent years on the outer battlefield, no one was unfamiliar with it. Zhang Ying was one of the 6 god of war of the Sun and Moon Alliance, responsible for leading the intelligence team of the Sun and Moon Alliance. Even the intelligence agency of the Longxing Empire, the Divine Special Bureau, was extremely wary of Zhang Ying. Logically, as one of the 3 war commanders of the Longxing Empire, Zhao Su should not have any dealings with the Sun and Moon Alliance. The Sun and Moon Alliance is the #1 mercenary organization on the outer battlefield. It can be said that one can offend the 6 great empires on the outer battlefield, but not the Sun and Moon Alliance. Because the Sun and Moon Alliance does not care about morality, anyone they want to kill has never survived. No matter how strong you are, there will always be times when you let your guard down. Moreover, Regardless of the means, as long as they can kill you, any method is justified. Brother, I found out. Ning Rongrong is the eldest daughter of the relatively wealthy Ning family in Luoyuan City. However, it is said that 8 years ago, Ning Rongrong became pregnant before marriage and was expelled from the Ning family. And now where is she? 3 days ago. Because the young master of the Wang family took a liking to Ning Rongrong, the head of the Ning family sent her to the Wang family to climb that mountain. Oof. Upon hearing this, the veins on Zhao Su's arms bulged, and the killing intent emanating from him made Lu Yuan beside him feel a chill down his back. Brother, Ning Rongrong wouldn't be my sister-in-law, would she? Exactly. Who among you is nearby? Wei Hai can reach Luoyuan City in 30 minutes. Let Wei Hai go to the Wang family. He must find Ning Rongrong. I don't care what method he uses, and those 2 children must be found as well. Yes. Zhang Ying responded and temporarily hung up the phone. After hanging up, Zhao Su looked at Lu Yuan, who was already sweating. Before Zhao Su could speak, Lu Yuan took out his phone and called Yang Ling, the commander of the city defense army in Luoyuan City. Chapter 259, Zhao Su. Old Chief. In the barracks of the city defense army in Luoyuan City, Yang Ling received a call from Lu Yuan again and immediately felt nervous. Yang Ling, a heavily armed squad will be entering Luoyuan City shortly. Do not intercept them, then seal off the entire city. No matter what they do not obstruct them, understood? Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan called the city patrol department in Luoyuan City again. Although the patrol department does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Northern Region War Zone, the director of the patrol department is a retired officer from the Northern Region War Zone and is considered an old subordinate of Lu Yuan. Old Chief, I found out that the phone number belongs to someone named Chu Yingying. Her parents were servants of the Ning family, but they left with the young lady of the Ning family 8 years ago. Cut the nonsense, get to the point. Have you found her? Not yet. Go find her immediately. Remember, she must not be harmed in any way. Anyone who makes things difficult for her, kill them. Understood? Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the director of the patrol department in Luoyuan City was clearly taken aback, but quickly reacted. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan looked at Zhao Su, and his earlier imposing demeanor vanished. However, he didn't say much. At this moment, the two shared an unspoken understanding. About half an hour later, Yang Ling returned Lu Yuan's call. Chief, the squad you mentioned has entered Luoyuan City, and it seems they are heading towards the Wang family. Are we going to take action against the Wang family? That's not your concern. Remember to seal off the entire Luoyuan City. Today, your city defense army is conducting drills, and the people below should say the same. Yes. Just then, Zhao Su's phone rang. It was a call from Zhang Ying. Hello, big brother. Qian and Yu have been found. They were rescued by an elderly couple with the surname Chu. Qian and Yu were not harmed, but the elderly couple sustained minor injuries and have been sent to the hospital. At this moment, Zhao Su's demeanor calmed down, but he appeared even more frightening. An hour later, the fighter jets landed at the city defense army barracks in Luoyuan City. Chief, upon seeing Lu Yuan, Yang Ling hurriedly approached and saluted respectfully. Have you prepared what I asked you to? It's ready. Yang Ling pointed to 3 waiting armored vehicles not far away. Please. Lu Yuan nodded and then stepped aside, respectfully gesturing for Zhao Su to proceed. Standing not far away, Yang Ling's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. Lu Yuan, as the war king of the northern region and the highest military officer of a domain, could count on one hand the people who could make him so respectful in the Longxing Empire. But regardless of who they were all powerful figures capable of shaking the Longxing Empire with a stamp of their foot. Armored vehicle, Wei Hai is calling. Big brother, Miss Ning has been found. But Zhao Su's heart tightened upon hearing this. But what? Miss Ning has multiple wounds and seems a bit disoriented. But don't worry, she hasn't been violated. What about the Wang family? Aside from the fleeing head of the Wang family, the entire guard team has been eliminated. The eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Jie, has had all his limbs severed. I'm keeping him for you. What use do I have for him? Castrate him. Alive or dead? Alive. Send him to the black prison. Understood. How is Rongrong doing now? Zhao Su was most concerned about Ning Rongrong's condition. It's just some superficial wounds. But Miss Ning is in poor mental state and won't let anyone near her. We can't force it. Make sure she doesn't have any accidents and don't. I'm on my way now. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Lu Yuan then shouted to the driver, speed up, head to the Wang family as quickly as possible. It was night, and with the city defense army communicating that they were conducting drills, the entire Luoyuan City was sealed off. There were no people or vehicles on the streets. Therefore, upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, The driver immediately pressed the accelerator to the floor. They soon arrived at the Wang family's mansion. At this point, the mansion had already been taken over by the squad, led by Wei Hai. After Zhao Su got out of the car, he quickly rushed towards the mansion. Lu Yuan and Yang Ling followed closely behind. Upon entering the Wang family's mansion, the scene before them made both Lu Yuan and Yang Ling feel a chill down their spines. Corpses were scattered everywhere, all killed with a single blow. What surprised Lu Yuan and Yang Ling even more was that the people standing in the courtyard, dressed in leather jackets and with tall statures, were all at least Soul King level. Big brother, Miss Ning is in the room. Wei Hai hurriedly approached Zhao Su and pointed to the tightly closed door. Zhao Su nodded and walked towards the room. At the moment Zhao Su pushed open the door, he saw Ning Rongrong crouched in the corner, holding a dagger and covered in wounds. Don't come over, don't come over. Upon seeing someone enter, Ning Rongrong quickly waved the dagger in her hand, shouting with a dazed look in her eyes. Rongrong. Seeing this, Zhao Su quickly stepped forward, snatched the dagger from Ning Rongrong's hand, and tightly embraced her. I am sorry, Rongrong. It's my fault, Brother Su. Hearing Zhao Su's voice, Ning Rongrong's vacant eyes gradually regained some light. She softly called out to Zhao Su, but her gaze was filled with suspicion, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. It's me, I'm here. It's my fault that you suffered. Woo. Ning Rongrong fell into Zhao Su's arms, unable to hold back her cries any longer, and then bit down hard on Zhao Su's shoulder. It's been 8 years. Why didn't you come find me? I hate you. Zhao Su did not dodge, but quietly held Ning Rongrong, letting her vent her dissatisfaction. After about 10 minutes, Ning Rongrong finally calmed down, perhaps because she saw Zhao Su, and her previously tense nerves relaxed. She soon fell asleep in Zhao Su's embrace. Only then did Zhao Su carry Ning Rongrong and take her to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhao Su also saw Qianqian and Yu Yu, who had been sent there. The two little girls were curled up on a bed, and even in their sleep, their brows were tightly furrowed, clutching the sheets beneath them. Zhao Su squatted by the bed, looking at the two little girls, and tears streamed down his face. Even during the Douluo universe, when Ning Rongrong gave birth to these two little ones, he was not by her side. In fact, for many years, he had not truly met them. He never expected that it would be the same in this life. This filled Zhao Su with guilt towards Ning Rongrong, Qianqian, and Yu Yu. At that moment, for the first time, Zhao Su had the thought of giving up everything, not caring about anything, and just staying by their side forever. Who are you? Just as Zhao Su was lost in thought, a tender voice pulled him back. He looked up to see that Qianqian and Yu Yu had woken up at some point. Looking at Zhao Su with cautious eyes. Chapter 260. The Jade Tablet Carved with a Golden Dragon. I am your dad. Zhao Su took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, smiled at the two little ones, and said softly, Dad, are you really my dad? Of course. I am really your dad. As Zhao Su spoke, he sat down by the bed and extended his hands towards Qianqian and Yu Yu. Dad. The two little ones exchanged a glance, and then jumped into Zhao Su's arms, crying, Woo, Dad is bad. You've been playing hide and seek with Qianqian all these years. Dad was wrong. From now on, Dad won't hide anymore and will always be with Qianqian and Yu Yu, okay? Really? Of course it's true. What about Mom? Yu Yu looked up at Zhao Su with a serious expression. Of course, she will be with Dad to accompany Qianqian and Yu Yu. Our family will never be apart. Great. Now Qianqian and Yu Yu have a dad. We're not wild kids without a dad anymore. The two little girls laughed happily in Zhao Su's embrace. However, their words made Zhao Su's heart feel increasingly heavy. After Qianqian and Yu Yu calmed down from the joy of having a dad, they began to ask for their mom. But Zhao Su didn't want them to see their mother, who was injured all over. So he just said that they would be able to see their mom once they woke up. Hearing Zhao Su's words, the two little ones obediently closed their eyes. After they fell asleep, Zhao Su quietly left the hospital room. Big brother, have you found Chu Yingying? Don't worry, big brother, she's been found. It's nothing serious. Wei Hai looked around and continued to say to Zhao Su, this Chu Yingying is also a soul master and has already reached the level of soul venerable. How's the investigation into Chu Yingying and her parents going? According to second sister, there's nothing unusual. Chu Yingying's parents accidentally saved Miss Ning when she was young and then stayed with the Ning family. 8 years ago, when Miss Ning was expelled from the Ning family, Chu Yingying's parents left with her. What about before that? There are no clues. Everything is a blank. However, it can be confirmed that the three of them have no malice towards Miss Ning. I understand. By the way, has Wang Xing been found? Zhao Su knew that one must eliminate the root of the problem, especially since the Wang family had caused Ning Rongrong so much suffering. They had to pay it back doubly. Just one Wang Jia was far from enough. The Shadows found out that the Wang family is related to a war king in the Southern Domain war zone. Wang Xing should have fled there. Kill him. What if the war king in the Southern Domain wants to protect him? Whoever protects him, kill them too. Understood. Wei Hai's mouth curled into a sinister smile as he nodded and quickly left. Not long after Wei Hai left, Lu Yuan and Yang Ling, who had been waiting outside, approached. Lu Yuan, you should go back. The current outer battlefield is not peaceful, and you've been away from the war zone for too long. It's bound to cause mistakes. Should I have the guard team come to Luyan City? No need. On your way back, first go to the divine capital and tell the Grand Elder that I want to retire. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he ignored Lu Yuan and headed toward Ning Rongrong's hospital room. Watching Zhao Su's back, Lu Yuan sighed, his expression very grim. Chief, Yang Ling cautiously called out to Lu Yuan. Remember, if something happens to Su Shu in your Luyan City, you don't need to come see me. Just commit suicide. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he turned and left. He needed to hurry to the divine capital to meet the Grand Elder. Damn it, Wang Xing, you bastard. Why did you provoke me? You truly deserve to die. Zhao Su staying in Luyan City was also a huge test for Yang Ling. If Zhao Su encountered any mishap in Luyan City, even if it wasn't as serious as Lu Yuan said, it was certain that he, as the commander of the city defense army, would be finished. After the doctor examined Ning Rongrong, there was no major issue. She only had some superficial injuries and had been frightened. As long as she rested well and wasn't stimulated, she would gradually recover. Zhao Su looked at Ning Rongrong, who was lying on the bed. Her originally beautiful and fair face had become rough and wrinkled in just 8 years. There were even some gray hairs at her temples. Her hands were also rough. Zhao Su tightly held Ning Rongrong's hands, making a firm decision in his heart. He wouldn't leave. He would stay here to accompany her and her daughters. Brother Su. Soon, Ning Rongrong woke up and looked at Zhao Su, who was silently crying, and called out to him. She forced a smile on her face. I'm fine. It's just some superficial injuries. I'll be fine in a few days. You don't have to worry about me. Rongrong, I swear I will never leave you, Qian and Yu again. I want to be with you forever. Brother Su, I know you're a person who does great things, and you can't be with us forever. Besides, we're not really a match right now. Saying this, Ning Rongrong pulled her hand out of Zhao Su's. Then she turned away. If we're not a match, it's because I don't deserve you. You should go. I don't want to see you. Just a moment ago, Ning Rongrong, who had been calm, suddenly became agitated, shouting for Zhao Su to leave. Okay, I'll go. Don't get worked up. Just sleep well, Zhao Su quickly said to calm Ning Rongrong's emotions and to avoid causing her more distress. He had no choice but to leave the hospital room. After Zhao Su left, Ning Rongrong settled down, got out of bed and went to the window, looking outside with a pained expression. In fact, Ning Rongrong understood everything. She just didn't want to drag Zhao Su down. There was one thing Ning Rongrong hadn't told Zhao Su. The Wang family kidnapped her not because Wang Jie was interested in her. 8 years ago, when she was young and beautiful, she was the most beautiful woman in Luyan City. But now, the burdens of life had made her age and lose her charm. Wang Jie couldn't possibly be interested in her. Instead, it was because of something she had, something her parents left her before they disappeared. It was a jade tablet engraved with a golden dragon. Most importantly, this jade tablet was not what the Wang family wanted, but what the hidden family behind the Wang family sought. Ning Rongrong didn't want Zhao Su to get involved. In the Tianlan star system, the sixth planet, Huxing, is divided into 6 major empires, which are the most powerful in the entire Huxing. All laws are dictated by these 6 empires. Beyond the 6 empires, there are many hidden families and longevity families. These families are remnants from the previous era, with profound backgrounds. Each longevity family has a true emperor-level powerhouse stationed. In Huxing, there is also a perfect cultivation system and level division, divided into 10 levels. Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Venerable, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, True Emperor, and Origin. In the Longxing Empire's 12 war zones, the highest officers are revered as war kings and must reach the Soul Emperor level. Within each war zone, aside from one general war king, there are also 3 to 6 sub-area war kings, all of whom must at least reach the Soul King level. The war king related to Wang Xing is the sub-area war king of the Southern Domain, so he must at least be at the Soul King level. Chapter 261. The Longevity Ning family. The situation in the Ning family is similar to that of the Zhao family, where Zhao Su is. Of course, this similarity does not refer to strength, but to structure. Both are composed of several branches of the same clan. After Ning Rongrong's parents disappeared, her branch has essentially declined. Besides the jade tablet engraved with the golden dragon, there is nothing else left. The current head of the Ning family is from Ning Rongrong's grandfather's generation. The Ning family can only be considered a prestigious family, not even a family in the true sense, let alone a hidden family. The Wang family can barely be considered a family, but cannot be called a hidden family. Ning Rongrong did not know Zhao Su's identity. She only knew that Zhao Su was a soldier and a minor official. However, the Wang family had a warlord-level figure, so Ning Rongrong did not want to implicate Zhao Su. Furthermore, she had already decided to let Zhao Su take Qianqian and Yu away while she stayed behind alone. Early the next morning, Zhao Su brought Qianqian and Yu to see Ning Rongrong. Mom. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, Qianqian and Yu immediately burst into tears and threw themselves into her arms. Be good, Qianqian and Yu are already big girls. You can't cry anymore. Ning Rongrong said with a smile, gently comforting them. I made soup for you. Drink some, it's good for your recovery. Mom, this is specially made by Dad early in the morning for you. Neither Yu nor I have any, Qianqian whispered in Ning Rongrong's ear. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's initial intention to refuse was suddenly hard to voice. Zhao Su poured the fish soup into a small bowl, blew on it gently, and brought it to Ning Rongrong's lips. I'll do it myself. In front of Qianqian and Yu, Ning Rongrong felt a bit embarrassed, her cheeks turning red as she quickly reached out to take the bowl. But Zhao Su easily pushed it closer to her. Be good, open your mouth. Although Ning Rongrong's face was slightly red, she obediently opened her mouth. This sweet feeling instantly shattered her firm resolution from last night. People are inherently selfish. Who doesn't like to be with someone they care about? After finishing the fish soup, Ning Rongrong's complexion improved significantly. This fish soup was not simple. Zhao Su had also added some medicinal pills for nourishing the spirit and replenishing energy. After breakfast, Ning Rongrong and Zhao Su took Qianqian and Yu to visit Chu Yingying and her parents. Uncle Nan, Aunt Nan, it's all my fault. I made you suffer with me. Ning Rongrong said, her eyes moist again upon seeing Uncle Nan, Aunt Nan, and Chu Yingying. Silly girl, we're fine. It's just superficial injuries. We'll be okay after a few days of rest. But your health has never been good. Aunt Nan couldn't help but cry as she spoke. Although Uncle Nan, Aunt Nan, and Chu Yingying's identities had not been clarified yet, their care and concern for Ning Rongrong over the years were undoubtedly genuine. Moreover, if it weren't for Uncle Nan, Aunt Nan, and Chu Yingying this time, Ning Rongrong, Qianqian, and Yu would have long since perished. So regardless of who they were in the past, now they were Zhao Su's benefactors because they were Ning Rongrong's benefactors. Uncle Nan, Aunt Nan, thank you for taking care of Rongrong and the two little ones all these years. Zhao Su stepped forward, knelt before Uncle Nan and Aunt Nan, and sincerely thanked them. We took care of Rongrong not because of you, but because we have long regarded Rongrong as our own daughter, so you don't need to thank us. It was evident that during these 8 years, Zhao Su's absence had caused Rongrong and the two children to suffer greatly. In Uncle Nan's heart, all of this was caused by Zhao Su, leading to his poor attitude toward him. Zhao Su understood Uncle Nan and Aunt Nan's feelings and did not take offense. He sincerely regarded them as his elders. All right, my parents have this temper. Don't mind them. Compared to Uncle Nan and Aunt Nan's attitude toward Zhao Su, Chu Yingying's was much better. She stepped forward and helped Zhao Su up. For the next few days, Zhao Su stayed in the hospital with Ning Rongrong. Qianqian and Yu had no major issues, so after a few days of rest in the hospital, they went back to school. Ning Rongrong insisted on being discharged. There was no way around it. Zhao Su could only give in to her. Since Uncle Nan and Aunt Nan were older and had more serious injuries, they continued their treatment in the hospital. During the day, Zhao Su accompanied Uncle Nan and Aunt Nan in the hospital while Ning Rongrong and Chu Yingying went to work. At night, Zhao Su would go back to the hotel to rest. Originally, Zhao Su wanted to go home with Ning Rongrong, but she declined, citing inconvenience as an excuse. Zhao Su didn't think much of it, believing it was just that she wasn't used to his sudden appearance, so he didn't insist. In a CAF in Luoyun City, Ning Rongrong worked there. At noon, she saw Zhao Su, dressed casually, walk into the CF. Initially, Ning Rongrong thought Zhao Su had come to find her, but she quickly realized he was not there for her. Instead, he walked toward a beautiful woman wearing jeans and a white t-shirt. Seeing Zhao Su being intimate with Zhang Ying made Ning Rongrong feel uncomfortable. However, she quickly let it go. After all, she was no longer the most beautiful woman in Luoyun City from 8 years ago. Big brother. According to the information from the shadow, Wang Xing's relative, Wang Lin, the war king of the southern region, has asked the Shun family to take action and come to Luoyun City to seek revenge for the Wang family. The Shun family? The Shun family from the Divine Capital? Yes, Wang Lin has always been working for the Shun family. The Divine Special Bureau has been keeping an eye on him for a long time. No problem, let them come. There's something else you will definitely be interested in. Zhang Ying leaned closer to Zhao Su, clearly not regarding the Shun family as a threat. On the contrary, she was very interested in what was coming next. What is it? I don't know who has been spreading the news that the leader of the Sun and Moon Alliance is being hunted by enemies, severely injured, and hiding in Luyan City. Oh, at the same time, a bounty was issued. Whoever beheads the leader of the Sun and Moon Alliance will receive a reward of 1 billion. Interesting. Has anyone taken action? The 5 major killer organizations from outside the domain have all moved. Even the Divine Clan has intervened. It seems I've been absent for too long, allowing these ants to think they can do something. Zhao Su lifted his coffee cup and took a sip. Since that's the case, let's also take action. Outside organizations entering the Empire without permission is a serious taboo. If others are not afraid, why should we be? Since they don't want to play nice, let chaos reign. It's been quiet for these years. It's time to stretch our muscles. Understood. Zhang Ying nodded in agreement, then looked at Zhao Su. Have you really decided to stay? That's right. I owe her and her daughters too much. I want to spend quality time with them in the limited time I have. By the way, there's one more thing. Uncle Nan and Aunt Nan's identities have been investigated. They are likely from the Changshang family, the Ning family. It seems Ning Rongrong's parents also have connections to the Chongqing Ning family. Zhang Ying sent the clues she found to Zhao Su's phone. Chapter 262. Confessions the Ning family? Zhao Su pulled out his phone and glanced at the information Zhang Ying had sent him about the Chongqing Ning family. Indeed, the Ning family in Luyan City is just a branch of the Chongqing Ning family. Ning Rongrong's parents are likely direct descendants of the Chongqing Ning family. This means my sister-in-law's identity is not ordinary. I just want to know if Uncle Nan and Aunt Nan have any issues. They should be here to protect my sister-in-law. The Chongqing Ning family seems to be quite unsettled. Otherwise, my sister-in-law's parents wouldn't have left the Ning family to come to Luyan City. That's good. The rest isn't important. The two continued to chat about trivial matters for a while before getting up to leave the CAF. What was originally a normal conversation seemed somewhat ambiguous in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Around 7 p.m., Zhao Su was talking to Uncle Nan and Aunt Nan in the hospital when Ning Rongrong walked in with dinner. She glanced at Zhao Su but did not speak. Walking straight to Uncle Nan and Aunt Nan. Uncle Nan, Aunt Nan, dinner is ready. Okay, Zhao Su, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let's eat together. After a few days of interaction, Uncle Nan and Aunt Nan's attitude toward Zhao Su had changed significantly. As soon as Zhao Su wanted to get up and go forward, Ning Rongrong spoke first. I didn't buy his, let him go eat by himself. Right, I'm not hungry either, you all eat first. Zhao Su, feeling a bit awkward, sat down again. You child, Zhao Su, we won't eat that much. Let's eat together. Aunt Nan said as she stepped forward to pull Zhao Su to eat. Zhao Su did not refuse any longer. Ning Rongrong glanced at Zhao Su but said nothing more and began to tidy up the messy things in the ward. Zhao Su, have you really decided not to leave? I'm not leaving. I've already submitted my retirement application. Now I'm just waiting for a reply. Zhao Su looked at Ning Rongrong, who was busy tidying up, and said with a firm smile, in that case, I think you should quickly get your marriage certificate. It would be more convenient for you to live together, wouldn't it? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Aunt Nan quickly continued. Qianqian and Yu are already this big. There is no need for a wedding. Living a good life is better than anything. While tidying up, Ning Rongrong seemed unconcerned upon hearing Aunt Nan's words. But she couldn't help but feel a little hopeful inside. No hurry. Let us talk about it after the retirement application is approved. Zhao Su had his own plans. Wanted to give Ning Rongrong a surprise, so he deliberately said so. But in Ning Rongrong's ears, it sounded like Zhao Su didn't want to marry her. Moreover, she was even more certain that the relationship between Zhao Su and Zhang Ying that she saw today was not ordinary. She immediately became angry and threw down what she was holding. Zhao Su, come out. I have something to say to you. What is there to say? To say it directly. Come out. Ning Rongrong said coldly to Zhao Su. She then turned and left the ward. Zhao Su looked at Aunt Nan and Uncle Nan awkwardly, smiled, put down his chopsticks, and walked out of the ward. What is it so mysterious? After leaving the ward and coming to the corridor, Zhao Su reached out to hug Ning Rongrong, but was pushed away by her. You don't have to make things difficult for yourself. And you don't have to force yourself to be responsible for me because of Qianqian and Yu, Ning Rongrong said, starting to cry. What happened 8 years ago was my choice. I don't need you to be responsible for me. If you want Qianqian and Yu, as long as they're willing to go with you, I have no objections. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Isn't what I said clear enough? Ning Rongrong wiped her tears and took a deep breath to calm herself down. Understand what? Zhao Su looked confused. I'm not responsible for you because of Qianqian and Yu. I really like you. Even without Qianqian and Yu, I still like you, just like 8 years ago, no? I like you even more than 8 years ago. Men are all hypocritical, born liars. I'm not lying to you. Everything I said is from the heart. I swear if I said one lie. All right, you don't need to say anymore. I saw it today. Saw what? I saw you with a woman who is better than me in terms of figure, looks, and age. Ha ha. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Zhao Su was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed, stepping forward to look at Ning Rongrong, who was looking down. So you're jealous? I'm not jealous. I don't need to be jealous. You look like this and still say you're not jealous? So does that mean you admit it? Yes. I did meet Zhang Ying today, but our relationship is not what you think. She's my sister. Sister? Ning Rongrong was slightly puzzled. You have the surname Zhao. She has the surname Zhang. How could she be your sister? If you want to know, I'll tell you everything, okay? Zhao Su said, reaching out to hold Ning Rongrong's hand, and this time she did not refuse. Instead, she followed Zhao Su out of the hospital to find a quieter place. Zhao Su then told Ning Rongrong about his background. You are from the Zhao family in Chengdu City? That's right, my parents went missing. And after my elder brother suddenly died, my younger siblings and I were expelled from the Zhao family. To survive, we went to the outer battlefield. So that's how it is. After listening to Zhao Su's story, Ning Rongrong's eyes showed some regret. Zhao Su put his arm around Ning Rongrong's shoulders, looked into her eyes, and said affectionately, Rongrong, will you marry me? But I'm not worthy of you. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhao Su's handsome face, lowered her head, and said softly, No, my Rongrong is the most beautiful in the world. How could she be unworthy of me? If anyone is unworthy, it's me who is unworthy of you. Do you really think so? Of course. All right, there is one more thing I don't want to hide from you. If after hearing this, you still want to marry me, then I will agree. Ning Rongrong took a deep breath, organized her thoughts, and said seriously to Zhao Su. Then she told Zhao Su about the jade token carved with a golden dragon that her parents left her before their disappearance, as well as the true purpose of the Wang family kidnapping her. After listening to Ning Rongrong's story, Zhao Su understood why a small Wang Lin could invite the Shun family from Chengdu City to Luoyuan City. Revenge was just a pretext. The real purpose was actually for that jade token. Is that all? Isn't that serious? The Wang family and the people behind them will definitely not let it go. They will come back. To me, it's not a big deal at all. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, neither the Wang family nor the family behind them can harm you or Qianqian and Yu. Zhao Su said firmly, pulling out the ring he had prepared long ago from his pocket. So, can you marry me now? MHM. Ning Rongrong looked at the ring in Zhao Su's hand, smiled, nodded, and extended her hand with a slight blush. Chapter 263. Come if you want. After Zhao Su put the ring on Ning Rongrong, the two looked into each other's eyes, filled with fiery passion. From now on, no more childish temper, and no more saying you want to leave me. MHM. Ning Rongrong nodded. Zhao Su slowly leaned in. When Zhao Su touched Ning Rongrong's soft red lips, many memories surfaced in his mind. MHM. Just as Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong were passionately kissing, Zhao Su suddenly opened his eyes wide, blocking Ning Rongrong behind him. Since you're here, come out. With Zhao Su's voice, a shadow silently appeared not far from them. I didn't expect you to discover me. The shadow looked at Zhao Su, not taking him seriously at all, because he felt that Zhao Su's power was much weaker than his own. This person was a killer from one of the 6 killer organizations in the outer battlefield, known as Shadow. He ranked 8th on the legendary killer list of the outer battlefield. According to Zhao Su, Shadow was not a single person, but 4 brothers. However, no one had ever seen all 4 brothers appear together. They were like their name, Shadows. You came for that jade token? Since you know our purpose, I advise you to hand over the jade token, and I can spare you. That should be what I say to you. You're looking for death. Bang! The shadow had not finished speaking when he felt his entire body struck by a powerful force, causing him to fly backward uncontrollably. A tearing pain surged in his chest. Yet no figure was in sight. Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong still stood not far away, especially Zhao Su, whose lips curled into a slight smile. Who is the person behind you? Was it you who just attacked? Don't make me ask a third time. Who is the person behind you? Oomph. The shadow snorted coldly, his figure vanishing in an instant, aiming to strike Zhao Su first. However, just as he moved forward, he was once again knocked back by a powerful force, crashing hard onto the ground. His insides churned, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, 3 agonized screams echoed from the darkness, followed by 3 heads rolling out and landing in front of the shadow. Along with those heads came a figure towering at least 2 meters tall, like a giant. Behind this giant was a broad, massive sword. Clang! The giant swung the sword, and with a loud clang, it landed in front of the shadow. The sword's blade bore the inscription of 2 ancient characters. War God. You are the War God of the Sun and Moon Alliance? Speak. The voice of the War God was deep yet powerful, coupled with his towering height and fierce features. The shadow could no longer maintain his previous arrogance. Yes, its second master Shun Tianyi of the Shun family in Shindu City. Ding! Just as the shadow finished speaking, the War God pulled the massive sword from the ground, and a blade of energy swiftly severed the shadow's neck. Big brother. After killing the shadow, the War God returned the massive sword to his back and looked at Zhao Su, his fierce expression vanishing to reveal a smile as he tightly embraced Zhao Su. What are you doing here? Zhao Su struggled for a while before finally breaking free from the War God's embrace. I didn't want to stay in the outer battlefield. It's boring, and I missed you. The War God, known for his immense strength since childhood, was not particularly bright and had a penchant for violence, only listening to Zhao Su and a few others he grew up with. He was also one of the 7 war gods of the Sun and Moon Alliance, including Zhao Su, who instilled fear in their enemies. Because in the hands of Zhao Su and the others, they might still have a chance to live, but in the hands of the War God, there was only death. Rong, let me introduce you. This is 4th brother, the War God. He can be a bit rough. Hello. Ning Rong looked up at the War God, who towered over her, and though she felt fear, she managed to force a smile and greeted him. Big sister-in-law, hello. The War God stared at Ning Rong for a moment before suddenly kneeling in front of her. Get up. Zhao Su knew that when he arrived, Yang Yu had instructed him to pay respects to his big sister-in-law and not to lose his manners. The War God, being simple-minded, thought that paying respects meant bowing his head, as he did when he greeted his adoptive parents during the new year when he was a child. So he believed that bowing was the proper way to pay respects. No, big sister-in-law hasn't told me to get up yet. Each time he bowed as a child, it was his adoptive parents who smiled and told him to rise. Hearing this made Zhao Su feel somewhat helpless. At this moment, Ning Rong also reacted, looking at the War God kneeling in front of her, and she started to laugh. Get up. She stepped forward to help the War God up. Where's your 3rd brother? They are too weak and dare not force their way across the border. I came directly, the War God said proudly, holding his head high as he spoke to Zhao Su. Sigh. Zhao Su couldn't help but feel speechless upon hearing this. Remember, from now on, you're not allowed to kill anyone without my permission, understand? Understood. The War God's massive sword was never far from him, and carrying it around was too conspicuous. Zhao Su could not take him to the hospital. He could only call Zhang Ying and ask him to come and take the War God away. Big brother, I'm hungry. While waiting for Zhang Ying, the War God looked at Zhao Su with a pitiful expression. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the decision-making hall in the Shindu city of the Longxing Empire, the Grand Elder sat at the head seat, while the 2nd and 3rd elders, along with the highest authorities from various departments of the Longxing Empire, were present. Grand Elder, we have received report from the border that the War God of the Sun and Moon Alliance has intruded and has already entered our Longxing Empire, while the God of Killing and the God of Slaughter have also appeared within our territory. The director of the Divine Special Bureau, Zhao Tingxiang, said to the Grand Elder, Tang Hong. Moreover, many legendary assassins from the Outer Realm are also appearing within our Longxing territory. The one who spoke next was the chief of the Inspection Division. Mingying, it seems the balance that has been maintained for 100 years is about to be disrupted. The Grand Elder wore a smile, showing no signs of tension. Grand Elder, these people are all dangerous figures. Shouldn't we prepare in advance? Where do you think they want to go? They should be heading to Luyan City. Is Zhao Su still in Luyan City? Tang Hong looked at Zhao Tingxiang. Zhao Tingxiang seemed to realize something. Grand Elder, do you mean that these people are coming for Commander Su? Aren't they? As Tang Hong stood up, stretched, and walked out of the conference room, everyone followed him. He continued, notify all battle zones. If they want to come, let them come. A symbolic resistance will suffice. Grand Elder, what does this mean? Don't you understand? Let me ask you, who are they coming for? The 3rd Elder, Song Chung, laughed and asked Zhao Tingxiang. You mean Commander Su? Exactly. The 3rd Elder turned to Lu Wangcheng, the commander of the 12th Battle Zone. Wangcheng, notify the National Defense Army to be ready to strike at any time, but remember, when Commander Su has the upper hand, that's a conflict between assassin organizations. When he is at a disadvantage, it threatens the safety of our Longxing territory. Do you understand? Hearing the words of the 3rd Elder, Song Chung, Lu Wangcheng was initially taken aback, but then smiled. Wangcheng understands. Chapter 264. Past or future. After finishing his explanations, Song Cheng left Shindu City to visit Zhao Su in Luyun City before heading to the outer battlefield. At this time, Zhao Su was not present, and someone had to guard the outer battlefield. Otherwise, the other empires would surely take advantage of the situation. Since Zhao Su confessed to Ning Rongrong that day, their relationship had become even closer. Zhao Su also taught Ning Rongrong the Great Freedom Origin Technique. In this era, although the effects of the Great Freedom Origin Technique were not ideal, it was still considered one of the top techniques compared to the Douluo universe and the Blue Star universe. If compared within this era, the Great Freedom Origin Technique could be said to be absolutely at the pinnacle of martial arts. However, at this moment, it could only manifest the first layer of its effects. That was enough. Coupled with Zhao Su's guidance and the harmonization of yin and yang, in just a few days, Ning Rongrong's complexion had improved significantly. The wrinkles on her face had diminished, and her skin had become much smoother. Originally, Zhao Su wanted to hold a grand wedding for Ning Rongrong to make up for his past shortcomings, but she refused. She did not want to be too ostentatious. As long as their family of 4 could be together, that was enough. Since Ning Rongrong said so, Zhao Su did not insist. He simply bought a house in Luyun City and moved Uncle Nan and Aunt Nan over. Big brother, has third elder Song Cheng arrived? In the courtyard, Zhao Su was playing games with Qian and Yu when Zhang Ying quietly approached him. Qian, Yu, play with Annie for a while. Daddy will be back soon. Zhao Su nodded and said something to Qian and Yu not far away before turning to leave. Have you really decided to stay in Luyun City? Song Cheng asked Zhao Su in the living room of the Zhao family estate. Yes. In that case, I won't force you. But I hope that when Longxing is in trouble, you will lend hand. Of course, I will always be Su Shuai of Longxing. Then I can rest assured. Song Cheng said with a smile upon hearing Zhao Su's words. And the elder said you can do as you please. He'll take care of anything that comes up. Thank you. Zhao Su was actually quite touched by this decision of the Longxing Decision-Making Committee. All right, I'm leaving. Song Cheng patted Zhao Su on the shoulder, stood up, and quickly left. Watching Song Cheng's departing figure, Zhao Su already had his plans in mind. System. Are those 9 Jade tokens really the key to unlocking the Tianlong Star system? Of course. Then is this place really what you call a pastime period? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, the third system fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Based on my investigations these days, this does not seem to be the past. It is very likely the future. This Isu star seems to be the future of the third world. So does that mean Yicheng deceived me? I'm not sure. It's also possible that there was an error during the connection. Zhao Su just nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Right now, he felt quite confused and didn't know whom to believe. He didn't even know if he was real at this moment or just a string of data. This was driving Zhao Su nearly insane. Actually, you don't need to worry about these things right now. Even if everything is fake, your life is real. Do what you want to do. One day the truth will be revealed. And this is not without benefits. You can mess around freely. You are the only piece on the board. And there will always be someone who doesn't want you to die. The third system also sensed Zhao Su's negative emotions and tried to comfort him. Zhao Su thought for a moment and found that what the third system said made sense. Since that was the case, he didn't need to hold back anymore. He would start with the Shun family. As a hidden family, the Shun family was eager to find those 9 Jade tokens carved with the Divine Dragon. So they must know something. That afternoon, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong took Qian and Yu to an amusement park and watched a movie. By the time they returned to the Zhao family mansion, it was already past 8 in the evening. Just as they got out of the car, they saw 2 people standing at the door, looking around anxiously. Uncle and aunt? Seeing these 2 people, Ning Rongrong's smile gradually disappeared. However, when she was in the Ning family, these 2 were the ones who treated her the best. Even after being expelled from the Ning family, they secretly supported her. This is why Ning Rongrong still called them uncle and aunt. Now Ning Rongrong was completely disappointed in the Ning family. No matter how they treated her before, she wouldn't hold too much resentment against them, but they sold her and Qian to the Wang family for the so-called future of the Ning family. She would never forgive them and didn't want to have any connection with the Ning family anymore. Rongrong, you're back. Ning Yang's face looked very ugly, but he managed to squeeze out a smile as he spoke to Ning Rongrong. While speaking, he glanced at Zhao Su beside her. Uncle, why are you here? Rongrong, we're here to ask you to save us. Ning Liang said this with a face full of shame, but felt he had no choice. Uncle, I don't want to have anything to do with the Ning family anymore. The life and death of the Ning family have nothing to do with me. After saying this, Ning Rongrong took Qianqian and Yu Yu and walked towards the mansion. Rongrong, I know the Ning family wronged you, but if you don't help, the Ning family will be wiped out. Ning Liang watched Ning Rongrong about to enter the door and hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling in front of her. Uncle, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong turned to the side, her expression very complicated. Rongrong, I beg you, save the Ning family. What happened to the Ning family? Looking at Ning Liang kneeling there, Ning Rongrong ultimately softened her heart. Soon, the couple Ning Liang and his wife followed Ning Rongrong into the Zhao family estate, where someone took Qianqian and Yu Yu to sleep. Only then did they come to the hall with Zhao Su. It turned out that the Shun family's people had already arrived in Luyun City these days, but didn't dare to act against Zhao Su since they couldn't figure out his true identity. They could only target the Ning family and threaten them that if they didn't hand over the jade token of the Golden Divine Dragon in 3 days, they would kill everyone in the Ning family. The Ning family knew they couldn't be a match for the Shun family. They wanted to run away, but didn't want to give up such a large estate. They could only send Ning Liang and his wife, who had the best relationship with Ning Rongrong, to seek her help. In short, this was still the selfishness of the Ning family. They wanted to morally coerce Ning Rongrong into handing over the jade token carved with the Golden Divine Dragon to save the Ning family from disaster. You Ning family have already sold Rongrong to the Wang family. What face do you have to ask her to save you? This is truly shameless. Zhao Su snorted coldly and said, I know it's our Ning family that wronged Rongrong, but no matter what, there are over 300 people in the Ning family. All right, don't say any more. The life and death of the Ning family have nothing to do with us. Zhao Su interrupted Ning Liang from continuing. He waved his hand to the person standing at the door, and that person stepped forward and said to Ning Liang, Please leave. Chapter 265 Enforcer Rongrong. Ning Liang wanted to say something, but was interrupted again by the guard. Please leave. Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong also stood up to leave. Ning Liang Ziket, feeling a bit unwilling but helpless, and could only leave the Zhao family estate under the urging of the guards. Husband, what should we do? What to do? Just wait to die. This is all our own doing. We can't blame others. Ning Liang snorted, looking as if he aged 10 years in an instant. He lifelessly walked towards the Ning family. He had already lost all hope. Brother Su, will you really help the Ning family? In the courtyard of the Zhao family estate, Ning Rongrong looked at Zhao Su with a puzzled expression. I'm not helping the Ning family. I want to learn about the secret of that jade token from the Shun family. Brother Su, thank you. Although Zhao Su said this, Ning Rongrong understood that Zhao Su didn't want to put her in a difficult position. Otherwise, there are many ways to learn about the secret of that jade token from the Shun family. Don't think too much. Zhao Su reached out and pulled Ning Rongrong into his arms, speaking softly. 3 days later, at the Ning family, led by the head of the Ning family, the direct descendants of the Ning family were gathered in the courtyard. Surrounding them were a dozen people dressed in black. The person at the forefront wore a mask made of an unknown material that resembled a devil's face. It seems you Haven T completed the task I assigned to you. My lord, we really don't know where that jade token is, and the Ning family has no relationship with Ning Rongrong anymore. Ning Dianting, the head of the Ning family, hurriedly stepped forward to speak to the person wearing the devil mask, lowering his posture and pleading. I don't want to hear this. I only want the things I need. The person wearing the evil spirit mask finished speaking and suddenly struck, landing a punch on Ning Tianjing's chest. Bang! It sent Ning Tianjing flying, not only destroying his cultivation, but also damaging his heart veins. Although he wasn't dead yet, he wouldn't live long. Even if you kill me, I don't have what you need. That jade tablet is with Ning Rongrong. You can go to the Zhao family estate to find Zhao Su. He definitely knows where it is. At this point, in order to save himself, Ning Tianjing was still trying to shift the blame onto Zhao Su. It seems you truly deserve to die. Even now, you still haven't changed your treacherous nature. At that moment, a voice came from the shadows. Following the sound, 3 figures emerged from the darkness. One of them was carrying a giant sword, which was the most eye-catching. The other 2 appear to have more normal physiques. The newcomers were Zhao Su, Wang Wei, and Zhou Yi. Upon seeing Zhao Su and the others, the man in the evil spirit mask's eyes narrowed, and he quickly got up, taking a defensive stance with the dozen or so people around him dressed in black. They didn't know Zhao Su, but they were very familiar with the war god Wang Wei, who was carrying the giant sword. Are you members of the Sun Moon Alliance? Since you know our identity, then there's no need for me to take action. So who are you? Aren't you already aware of our identity? I want to know your true identity. When Zhao Su saw these people, he had already figured out that they were not from the Shin family. Moreover, the Shadow had received news that Wang Lin, who was working for the Shun family, had been killed. Even the second master of the Shun family, who came to Luoyang City, had disappeared, seemingly also killed. They had vanished without a trace, leaving no clues. Thus, the Shun family directly blamed Zhao Su for this. After all, the Shun family came to Luoyang City specifically for Zhao Su. The reason the Shun family had not made another move was that they were planning a big strike. According to the Shadow's investigation, the Shun family had already contacted the Zhao family. They were likely starting to suspect that Zhao Su was a member of the Zhao family. However, Zhao Su did not care about this. He had no feelings for the Zhao family, only that he hadn't found the time to deal with them yet. As long as the Zhao family and the Shun family united this time, Zhao Su would take care of both families together. And it depends on whether you have the ability. The man in the evil spirit mask said, and suddenly disappeared from his spot. The surrounding black-clad individuals drew their weapons. All curved blades. Each person's weapon was the same. Just a bunch of trash. Wang Wei, stretch your muscles so you won't keep complaining. All right. Hearing Zhao Su's words, Wang Wei's face immediately broke into a smile. Ding. The giant sword let out a loud sound as it was plunged into the ground. Despite his towering figure of over 2 meters, he was remarkably agile, disappearing along with the giant sword. Bang! When he reappeared, he was already in front of a black-clad person. He swung the giant sword, sending the black-clad individual flying. Bang! The weight of the giant sword, combined with Wang Wei's innate strength, shattered the bones of the person struck. In just a few minutes, all the black-clad individuals were killed beneath Wang Wei's giant sword. Bang! After killing all the black-clad individuals, Wang Wei did not stop. Instead, he threw the giant sword in a certain direction. At the moment the giant sword hit the ground, a powerful sword aura erupted, forcing the masked man hiding in the shadows to reveal himself. He also drew a curved blade, forcibly blocking the incoming giant sword. Although one couldn't see the expression beneath his mask, the violent trembling of his arms indicated that he was not doing well. Bang! Just as the masked man was being pushed back under Wang Wei's continuous heavy strikes, 2 individuals suddenly appeared, one blocking Wang Wei's giant sword and the other attacking Wang Wei. This forced Wang Wei to retreat for self-defense. Both were also wearing masks. One was dressed in white, the other in black. Their realms were not beneath Wang Wei's, both having reached the peak of the Soul Emperor state, known as the War God realm. Above the Soul Emperor is the Soul Saint realm, which is the level Zhao Su is referred to as the War Marshal. They belong to the ranks of peak powers in the entire Longxing Empire. Apart from the 3 elders and decision-makers, there were only 3 war marshals in the Soul Saint realm. The rest, like the commanders of the War Department, the head of the Divine Special Bureau, and the head of the Inspection Division, were all in the Soul Emperor War God realm. This indicates Zhao Su's status in Longxing. Heibai Wuchang, are you the enforcers? Zhao Su looked at Heibai Wuchang, his eyes narrowing as if he thought of something. The enforcers could be said to be a very special organization. No one knew who their master was. It was only known that the decision-maker of the enforcers was referred to as the King of Hell. They had 6 Soul Emperor War Gods under them, namely Heibai Wuchang, Meng Pe, the Judge, and the Left and Right Protectors. It is said that the King of Hell had long surpassed the Soul Saint realm and entered the true Emperor realm. It was precisely because of the existence of the enforcers that the Changshang family and the 6 great empires coexisted peacefully. Chapter 266. Everything is an illusion unexpectedly. The leader of the Sun Moon Alliance would actually be hiding in this small Luoyang city. Bai Wuchang spoke up, not denying her identity. Judging by her voice, she was likely a woman, and her tone showed that she didn't take Zhao Su seriously at all. I wonder if the mysterious King of Hell is here? With you? You aren't worthy of the King of Hell personally taking action. Oh, is that so? Zhao Su laughed, but quickly stopped. Then you will only die here. The moment Zhao Su finished speaking, he had already flown out. His powerful original force instantly locked onto Heibai Wuchang. The terrifying aura made both of them feel a shock. They had only felt this terrifying aura from the King of Hell, and that was when he was furious. Bang! What seemed like a simple strike sent both of them flying. At this time, Wang Wei and Zhou Yi also moved. One raised the giant sword, and the other used his fist to send the 2 flying again. At the moment they landed, Heibai Wuchang felt as if the original force inside them had been imprisoned, unable to counterattack. Wang Wei and Zhou Yi's attacks came again. Just as it seemed they were about to die at Wang Wei and Zhou Yi's hands, an iron chain suddenly extended from the void, crackling with powerful lightning energy, pushing Wang Wei and Zhou Yi back. A spatial door appeared, and 2 men dressed in black robes emerged. They were the left and right protectors of the enforcers. These two did not wear masks, from their appearance and physique. They looked identical, even sharing the same expression, as they had no expression at all. Why go to such lengths to kill everyone? After the left and right protectors appeared, the spatial door did not close. Instead, another person stepped out, dressed in a red long dress and wearing a mask made of unknown material. This mask was not unfamiliar to Zhao Su. It was the same as the mask worn by Peng Ying. Zhao Su had thought of this long ago, but seeing it in person still surprised him somewhat. In this world, there is no such thing as wiping everyone out. If I don't kill them, they will kill me, right? It seems you've grown a lot and are no longer the naive Zhao Su from before. I'm still far behind you. I'm just a pawn. Pawn? The King of Hell laughed. Who said you are a pawn? Need I say it? It seems I need to take back what I just said. You are still as naive as before. As soon as the King of Hell finished speaking, a long sword appeared in front of Zhao Su, carrying a powerful sword intent and slashing toward Zhao Su. Buzz. Zhao Su remained still, quietly standing there, while the Emperor's 7-kill sword was drawn and blocked the King of Hell's strike. Since you want to fight, then let me see if you still have the ability to battle me now. The King of Hell formed a seal with both hands, and 6 black holes appeared in front of her, quickly condensing into a furnace. It emitted a powerful aura and smashed toward Zhao Su. Bang! Zhao Su still did not move. The Emperor made his move, roaring angrily, leaping up, and the giant sword in his hand struck directly at the furnace. Clang! A huge sound erupted, and the impact between the two spread out, overturning the entire Ning family. Not bad. Entering the Dao with strength to reach such a level. Truly rare. Eat another sword for me. The Emperor snorted coldly, not bothering to waste words with the King of Hell, and struck towards the furnace again. From the looks of it, he wouldn't rest until he smashed that broken furnace. You may be a genius, but in the end, you're just brute force. The King of Hell's voice was light, and without any visible movement, she suddenly appeared in front of the Emperor. With what seemed like a gentle palm, she sent the Emperor flying. Your opponent is me. Zhao Su also made his move, dissipating the force on the Emperor and sending a massive fist towards the King of Hell. Dao Law, invincible law body, law of heaven and earth. As their voices echoed, their bodies began to gradually grow larger, eventually reaching a height of 10 meters. Like true giants, they stood between heaven and earth. The people of Luoyan City all witnessed 2 giants cloaked in white light appearing in the center of the city. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Years later, legends would arise. Giants descended from the sky, blocking the sun. All right, if you two keep fighting, the entire hexing star will be pierced by you. A figure appeared, standing between the two, stopping their continued conflict. Subsequently, the two returned to their normal size, both bearing looks of defiance in their eyes. So, this really isn't some so-called past, but the future? Zhao Su looked at the appearing Zhao Qi, seemingly more certain of his thoughts. You are mistaken. This is neither the past nor the future, but the real world. The real world? That's right. You must have realized that whether it's the Douluo universe or the Blue Star universe, they're just virtual data worlds. What does that have to do with it? Of course it matters. Only the Tianlong galaxy is real, whether it's the Douluo universe or the Blue Star universe. They can be said to be a massive USB drive. Do you understand now? This is our one-time opportunity? Hearing Zhao Qi's words, Zhao Su began to understand. But he always felt that something was still not perfect. Everyone's statements are different. How do I know who is telling the truth? Believe in yourself. Don't trust anyone. Zhao Qi said as he handed Zhao Su a jade tablet. This is the Kuei Long Jade Tablet. As long as you gather 9 jade tablets, you can open the true era of super technology, break the current pattern of Hexing Star, leave Hexing Star, and go to the true core of the Tianlong galaxy. By then, when you meet the Tianlong mainframe, you will naturally understand everything. Zhao Su thought for a moment and ultimately accepted the Kuei Long Jade Tablet handed over by Zhao Qi. This was also something you designed long ago, using me as a pawn to have the Sun and Moon alliance deal with those Longshang families? I won't deny it. This is the best method. Isn't it? Then what was the purpose of a law enforcer pretending to be the Shen family? Of course, it was to provoke the Shun family to act against you. Only when they act against you can you have an excuse to deal with them. When Zhao Qi said this, a cunning smile appeared on his face. He was indeed the true mastermind, the real old fox. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he possibly be a match for the other major empires on Hexing Star? Everything is just 2 words. Illusion. Impressive. Those 2 words from Zhao Su were sincere. Now he finally felt that his cunning was not enough compared to these old foxes. Therefore, at this moment, Zhao Su also had other plans. Since my cunning cannot keep up, I will surpass them in strength. I want to compete with you in cunning. I will compete with you in who is stronger. But this step is not easy. After all, both Peng Ying and Zhao Qi can be said to be at the peak of martial power. It is too difficult to surpass them. However, it is not impossible. Chapter 267. Surrounded. The next matters will be left to you. I will only be responsible for making a move. Zhao Su put away the Kuei Long Jade tablet, waved goodbye to Zhao Qi and Peng Ying, and left the already ruined Ning family with the Emperor and Zhou Yi. As for how Zhao Qi dealt with the people of the Ning family afterward, Zhao Su could not concern himself with that. After all, this time he made a move. It could be considered as having saved them once. Chigu, this Zhao Su is becoming increasingly hard to deceive. After Zhao Su left, Peng Ying frowned and said to Zhao Qi, "It's all right. In the end, it doesn't matter who wins among the 3 generations of us. But I see you seem to trust Zhao Su more than Ru'er. There's no helping it. Grandsons are just stronger than sons." From Peng Ying's expression, it was clear that she did not fully agree with Zhao Qi's words. She just didn't say anything more. In the following days, the entire Luoyang city was in chaos. The streets and alleys were buzzing with talk about the strange phenomenon that appeared that night. At the same time, news that seemed to come from nowhere claimed that the Sun and Moon Alliance had destroyed the entire Ning family and stolen the Golden Divine Dragon Jade Tablet. Moreover, they had killed the people sent by the Shen family. Zhao Su's identity could also be said to have been exposed. Now Zhao Su finally understood who had issued the bounty against him. It was the law enforcers. Furthermore, this time the law enforcers released a bounty under their real names again. Anyone who killed Zhao Su could have the law enforcers help them with one task. This condition was undoubtedly far more tempting than money. However, all of this seemed to have nothing to do with Zhao Su. Every day, apart from picking up Qian and Yu Yu from school, he was at home drinking tea, waiting for those who wanted to kill him to come knocking. However, Zhao Su was not doing nothing. Among the 6 war gods of the Sun and Moon Alliance, except for Song Siming, who was stationed at headquarters, the others appeared in Luoyang City. It seemed they were deliberately telling everyone that Zhao Su was in Luoyang City. Big brother, according to the news from the shadows, the Shun family has reached some kind of agreement with the Zhao family. Whatever, I just hope they don't dare to act. Zhao Su leaned back in the recliner, gently swaying, and said very casually, "We're just adding fuel to the fire for them. Let the Emperor go out and move around a bit." Big brother, isn't it too ostentatious to act at this time? Zhang Ying still could not figure out Zhao Su's purpose in doing this. This approach undoubtedly pushed the entire Sun and Moon Alliance to the opposing side of various forces. Once all forces united against them, it could be said to be a disaster. One-on-one isn't scary, and even 2 forces joining together can be dealt with. But if multiple forces unite, then it becomes difficult to say. Moreover, it's important to note that besides the hidden families, there are also the more deeply rooted Chongqing families. Although it's not certain, we can't rule out the possibility that there are living true Emperor Realm powerhouses within the Chongqing family. You're overthinking it. Just do as I say. Zhao Su understood what Zhang Ying was worried about, but at this moment, it wasn't the time to clarify everything. Furthermore, Zhang Ying didn't know Zhao Su's plan, and during the arrangement, she would definitely have some concerns. This would better confuse the opponent. All right then, since you've already made your decision, I won't say much more. Zhang Ying took a deep breath. Although she understood, she didn't ask further, because Zhao Su was, in her heart, someone worthy of trust. After Zhang Ying left, Zhao Su picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip, the smile on his face gradually fading. In fact, Zhao Su had another purpose for doing this, to pull the Longxing Empire into this vortex as well. In the capital city, at the top of the decision-making building, where Zhao Qi was in seclusion. Big brother, from Zhao Su's arrangement, it seems he's planning to pull us into this game as well. The elder, Tang Hong, glanced at Zhao Qi, who was looking out the window. "You little brat, you're much smarter than Zhao Ru. Be careful. Don't let Ying hear you say that, or she might beat you up." Haha, it seems that big sister-in-law still dotes on this youngest son the most. Sigh. Perhaps it's because she feels the most indebted to Ru'er. Zhao Qi sighed. All of this was like a heavy burden on his shoulders. But for the future of humanity, he could only persevere. Should we take action? Of course, we need to take action. Zhao Qi reached out to close the window and sat down on the sofa. But we must stand on the mainstream side. What do you mean? One is willing to fight, while the other is willing to bear it. I can't do anything about it. I originally thought Zhao Su needed to be dealt with, but now it seems he is the most pitiful one. Tang Hong said, feeling a bit of sympathy for Zhao Su. If they really did as Zhao Qi said, Zhao Su would truly become a lonely outcast. With the Longxing Empire and law enforcers stirring the pot, Zhao Su's days began to no longer be so leisurely. The 5 major killer organizations on the battlefield also started to unite and attack the Sun and Moon Alliance under the Law Enforcer's inducement. The Shun family and Zhao family united and also began to target Zhao Su. In the Zhao family's mansion in the capital city, the head of the family, Zhao Sun, had a very ugly expression as he watched the video about Zhao Su brought by the Shun family. Zhao Qing, didn't you say you saw Zhao Su and a few other little brats die on the battlefield? Zhao Sun slammed his hand on the table, looking at a middle-aged man sitting not far away. Zhao Qing, although not from the same lineage as Zhao Ru, was of a similar age and had the best relationship with Zhao Ru. When Zhao Sun sent Zhao Qing to kill Zhao Su, it was to ensure that Zhao Qing had no way out and stood on his side. But unexpectedly, Zhao Qing ultimately let Zhao Su go. Second uncle, the Shun family casually brought a video of someone named Zhao Su and said it's the Zhao Su who had already died. Isn't this too arbitrary? Zhao Qing's branch was not favored in the Zhao family. During this time, Zhao Sun had been trying to persuade Zhao Qing to marry his daughter Zhao Fengwu to the eldest son of the Shun family, forming an alliance. Zhao Qing was already angry. This time it could be said to have completely erupted. Zhao Qing, mind your identity. In this Zhao family. Can't I even speak the truth? Zhao Qing coldly snorted, standing up. If that's the case, then I have nothing more to say. All right, this matter is my oversight. I also think for our Zhao family. Zhao Sun reached out to stop his son, his tone softening and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. What about the marriage with the Shun family? Have you thought it over? Zhao Sun's meaning was very clear. As long as Zhao Qing agreed to marry his daughter to the Shun family, then this matter could be dropped. Otherwise, he would be accused of deceiving the upper and lower ranks. Fengwu is still young. She is not of marriageable age. I think the daughter of the third branch is more suitable. You, Zhao Qing, directly rejected Zhao Sun without any consideration. Since that's the case, I won't force you. But our Zhao family has always been clear about rewards and punishments. All right, second uncle, don't speak so grandly. I don't need your punishment. Starting today, my third branch is leaving the Zhao family. Zhao Qing had not yet made up his mind, but Zhao Sun's attitude made him completely lose hope in the Zhao family. Chapter 268. Zhao Sun's substitute Zhao Qing. Are you really going to leave the Zhao family? Of course. I wonder if second uncle will agree. Zhao Qing stood up, his previously hesitant gaze gradually becoming resolute. Then you and the entire third branch have no reason to exist. The speaker was Zhao Jia, the future head of the Zhao family and Zhao Sun's eldest son. As soon as Zhao Jia finished speaking, a killing intent filled the conference room, bringing a chill to the entire room. Everyone knew that this was the work of 2 foreign powerhouses loyal to Zhao Sun. From this, it was clear that Zhao Sun and his son had long planned everything. Knowing they were seeking justice, secretly they wanted to force Zhao Qing to submit. They just didn't expect that Zhao Qing would say he wanted to leave the Zhao family before they could act. Bang! Everyone in the conference room looked at Zhao Qing, wanting to see how he would handle the situation next. But no one spoke up for Zhao Qing. However, the next scene shocked everyone. A long spear suddenly appeared, heading straight for Zhao Sun. Just as the spear was about to hit Zhao Sun, a person dressed in black and masked appeared, blocking the attack for Zhao Sun. Zhao Qing, it seems you have long been plotting to betray the Zhao family. You're wrong. It's not that I want to betray the Zhao family, but that you have long since betrayed the Zhao family. What I'm doing is merely correcting the chaos. You're misleading the masses. I want to see if today your backers along with you, Zhao Qing, can walk out of the Zhao family. You're right. Today we won't walk out of the Zhao family because it should be you leaving. Everyone turned their gaze toward the door upon hearing this voice. They saw a casually dressed young man with a calm smile walking in. Zhao Su, second uncle. Are you surprised to see me? You are just a traitor of the Zhao family. You have no right to call me second uncle. Since that is the case, then I will have no more feelings left. Zhao Su's expression turned serious as he suddenly exerted strength in his hand, throwing a token engraved with a pentagram pattern toward Zhao Sun. Do you recognize this token? Upon seeing the token, all the Zhao family members, including Zhao Sun, narrowed their eyes. They naturally recognized this token, the Zhao family ancestor token. The Zhao family ancestral teachings state that seeing the ancestor token is like seeing the ancestor. When my parents went missing and my elder brother died suddenly, did you really think I didn't know the truth? The truth from back then was already very clear. Was there still a need to say more? I don't want to waste more words with you. Bring your people and leave the Zhao family. And I can let bygones be bygones. You are too arrogant. The current Zhao family is Zhao Sun's Zhao family, Not your Zhao Su Zhao family. Zhao Sun's gaze gradually turned sinister as he reached for the ancestral token and suddenly crushed it with force. He then swept his gaze over the remaining branches of the Zhao family. Do you want to be loyal to the old Zhao family? Or to my Zhao Sun's Zhao family? Zhao Sun, you could cause a ruckus before, but now you have privately destroyed the ancestral token. What are you doing? Before the person could finish speaking, the figure next to Zhao Sun, dressed in black and masked, had already made a move, producing a short sword that pierced through the speaker's chest. Zhao Sun, do you have anything else to say? Everyone lowered their heads. At this moment, Zhao Sun was the strongest in the Zhao family, having already reached the Soul Saint realm. Moreover, the Zhao family elders were all supporting Zhao Sun. Unless the ancestral ancestor appeared in person, a mere token would not hold much power. This was something Zhao Su had already anticipated. He revealed the ancestral token not to truly drive Zhao Sun away from the Zhao family, but to provoke him, allowing him to justifiably kill Zhao Sun and completely overhaul the Zhao family. Wonderful. I will give you a chance. Leave this room immediately, and I guarantee your safety. But if you don't leave, then none of you will be able to go. Ignorant child, how dare you be so arrogant? You're looking for death. An elder sitting next to Zhao Sun spoke up. He was not from the Zhao family, but from the Shun family. They had come this time to ally with the Zhao family against Zhao Su. If you want someone else to die, you must be prepared to die yourself. Just as Zhao Su finished speaking, a long sword appeared, directly stabbing towards that person. The powerful, original force instantly locked onto him. Without a chance to fight back, he was pierced through the chest. At the same time, a crack appeared in the air, and a giant cat appeared, swallowing the elder from the Shun family before quickly disappearing. All of this happened in an instant. Even if Zhao Sun wanted to save him, there was no opportunity. After the giant cat devoured the Shun elder, it absorbed his memories and transmitted them to Zhao Su's mind. Let's go. You will still be the elders of the Zhao family. Hearing Zhao Su's words, the crowd began to hesitate, looking at each other, but still dared not leave. If that's the case, then you can only blame your fate. Zhao Su, do not be arrogant. Zhao Jia also understood that if they did not act to intimidate Zhao Su, the remaining Zhao family elders might really leave. Just a minor soul emperor. How dare you make noise in front of me, seeking death? Just as Zhao Su's words fell, Zhou Yi behind him moved, swinging the spear with powerful energy towards Zhao Jia. After just 3 exchanges, Zhao Jia was defeated, directly struck by Zhou Yi's spear and sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Yi aimed his spear at Zhao Jia and looked at Zhao Sun. Aren't you going to make a move yet? Zhao Su could clearly see a hint of fear in Zhao Sun's eyes. This made Zhao Su question. Logically, Zhao Sun should have already reached the peak of the Soul Saint realm, just 1 step away from the true Emperor realm. Fa Jing Zui, who was only at the peak of the Soul Emperor, he should not show fear. This person is not Zhao Sun. He is merely Zhao Sun's substitute. The voice of the third system appeared in Zhao Su's mind, and at the same time, a projection appeared before him. A white light swept over Zhao Sun, revealing his detailed situation. Zhao Sun had been incredibly ugly since childhood due to his own reasons, but he was a rare talent in cultivation. However, for the sake of his own reputation, Zhao Sun's father found another child to pretend to be Zhao Sun. So this Zhao Sun had always been a puppet of the real Zhao Sun behind the scenes. The white light, emitted by the system, then focused on the figure in the black robe behind Zhao Sun. This person was the real Zhao Sun. Make your move. Zhao Su found a seat and sat down with a provocative smile, first looking at the puppet Zhao Sun and then sweeping his gaze towards the silent figure in the black robe. Chapter 269. Counterattack, kill him. Seeing that neither of them made any move, Zhao Su waved his hand to Zhou Yi. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi thrust his spear towards Zhao Jia's chest. Dad, save me. Zhao Jia cried out in terror to Zhao Sun. But Zhao Sun still did not make a move. The fear in his eyes became increasingly evident. Zhao Sun, you are going against the tide and harming the previous family head. Today, I will cleanse the Zhao family. The other Zhao family elders who saw this suddenly became indignant. They were about to make a move against Zhao Sun. Ha! Zhao Su, your move is truly brilliant. At that moment, the figure in the black robe finally made a move, grabbing Zhao Sun's shoulder and throwing him towards the fickle Zhao family elders. A thick black mist emanated from his body. This black mist contained a severe toxin. The moment the Zhao family elders were enveloped by this black mist, they immediately began to bleed from their 7 orifices and their bodies rotted. The original force within them was absorbed by this black mist and entered the body of the black-robed figure. You finally couldn't hold back? I originally didn't want to reveal my identity so early, but you forced me to. Now I can only destroy the Zhao family ahead of time." With the voice of the black-robed Zhao Sun, the black robe disappeared, revealing an ugly face. He formed hand seals, and several strong men appeared in his hands, which he directly ignited. The entire Zhao family estate began to shake violently. Not far away, 4 coffins quickly flew towards them. Bang! The 4 coffins landed heavily around Zhao, Su, and the others. The coffin lids opened automatically. 4 battle servants, wrapped in white cloth, appeared before everyone. In the dim light, Zhao Qing looked at the 4 battle servants, his eyes narrowing. "These are our Zhao family's 4 ancestors." "Huh, that's right. These 4 old guys have long been refined into battle servants. The Zhao family has long been a mere shell. Zhao Sun, no matter what, you are a descendant of the Zhao family. Are you not afraid of being struck by lightning for doing this?" Cultivators seek longevity, and there's no such thing as family ties. Moreover, they have long reached the end of their lives and have become my battle servants, sharing my longevity. That is their fortune. If that's the case, then take your dream of longevity and die. At this moment, Zhao Su was truly furious, drawing his long sword. The invincible sword intent slicing toward Zhao Sun. "I want to see what abilities you have." As Zhao Sun formed hand seals, the 4 Zhao family ancestors suddenly opened their eyes. Their aura began to rise rapidly. Originally, these 4 had already reached the peak of the Soul Saint realm, just a step away from the true Emperor realm. They had not reached that realm while alive, but after being turned into battle servants, they now reached it. The 4 of them acted simultaneously, forming a killing formation in the sky. It was clear that Zhao Sun intended to kill everyone, including Zhao Su directly. Douluo 3036 heavenly stars. Zhao Su also formed hand seals. The Emperor's 7 kill sword began to categorize, and then similarly formed a world-destroying killing formation. He slashed towards the killing formation that had condensed in the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the newly formed killing formation that radiated powerful Dao rhyme was shattered by the 36 heavenly stars sword formation. The powerful original force scattered everywhere. Zhao Su stopped him and sealed the powerful primordial force inside the bodies of the 4 ancestral Zhao family members. At the same time, a red flower appeared within the 4 of them. Once the flower fully bloomed, the malevolent energy and the curses left by Zhao Sun in their bodies were broken. However, the 4 had already died, and it was impossible to bring them back to life. So Zhao Su directly refined them again and sealed them in coffins, burying them in the 4 corners of the Zhao family courtyard to guard the Zhao family. When the Zhao family was in trouble, they would take action. Not far away, Zhao Sun felt the loss of connection with his 4 battle servants, his eyes showing disbelief as he looked at Zhao Su. "Impossible. How could you easily break my killing formation? True Emperor realm, not worth a blow." As Zhao Su spoke, a huge palm appeared in front of Zhao Sun, grasping him tightly and bringing him before Zhao Su. "In the next life, be an ordinary person." "No, impossible." Bang! As Zhao Sun shouted in disbelief, his entire being was crushed by that enormous palm, and blood mist fell from the sky, filling the entire Zhao family with a bloody smell. After this night, the Zhao family could be said to have been completely cleansed, and now only the Zhao Qing lineage remained. Naturally, the position of the Zhao family head fell to Zhao Qing. The first thing Zhao Qing did as the family head was to start clearing out those loyal to Zhao Sun from the various branches of the Zhao family. He then abolished the 5 branches of the Zhao family, consolidating everything into one lineage. At the same time, he established the Zhao Family Decision-Making Council, which could veto the family head's decisions when necessary. However, the family head also had the power to veto the proposals of the Decision-Making Council. It could be said that they were mutually checking each other. After completing the reform, the Zhao family announced an alliance with the Sun and Moon Alliance and declared war on the Shun family. However, this did not intimidate the Shun family. Instead, it made them increasingly aware of Zhao Su's danger. They secretly colluded with assassin organizations from the outer battlefield, intending to eliminate the Sun and Moon Alliance's stronghold in the outer battlefield first, cutting off Zhao Su's support. This would allow them to focus on dealing with Zhao Su. At the same time, the other 5 great empires also began to form a united coalition army to besiege the Longxing Empire, forcing the Longxing Empire's National Defense Army to go to the outer battlefield for support. Taking advantage of the internal emptiness of the Longxing Empire, some longevity families also began to stir up trouble. Some families even openly threatened the Longxing Empire to provide them with more resources and a more liberal system. In the decision-making council building of the divine capital city, Zhao Qi personally appeared this time, sitting at the head seat. Decision makers. These longevity families are becoming increasingly overbearing. Should we counterattack? Zhao Tingxiang, the director of the Divine Special Bureau, was the first to ask Zhao Qi. No need to rush. Let's wait until they all reveal themselves before we act. Zhao Qi leaned back in his chair and casually continued. Tingxiang, your current task is to monitor these longevity families and find out which families are in cahoots. Understood. Although Zhao Tingxiang did not fully understand Zhao Qi's purpose, he did not ask further out of trust and simply agreed before getting up to make arrangements. Second brother, you go to the outer battlefield and assist third brother. Those empires are no longer necessary. Eldest brother, what do you mean? The time is almost up. We should provide Zhao Su with some assistance. Understood. The second elder smiled and agreed, also getting up and leaving the meeting room. With the Longxing Empire's counterattack, the seemingly chaotic and nearly collapsing Longxing Empire instantly turned the tide. Out of nowhere, 1,000,000 armored troops emerged from the Longxing Empire, launching assaults from all directions, causing heavy losses to the coalition forces of the 5 great empires. Even 3 true Emperor Realm experts acted simultaneously, killing 7 joint commanders of the coalition army. In just 3 days, the coalition forces of the 5 great empires, except for those who surrendered, were all annihilated. Chapter 270, The True Culprit. In just a few days, the outer battlefield was completely occupied by the Longxing Empire. The other 5 great empires had no choice but to withdraw from the outer battlefield and sent requests for a ceasefire to the Longxing Empire, simultaneously expressing their stance. From now on, they would follow the Longxing Empire. To show their sincerity, they also ceded the cities bordering the Longxing Empire to them. During these days, Zhao Su was not idle either. Facing the joint attack from the Shun family and 5 killer organizations, he demonstrated astonishing strength. That night, over 30 people from the Shun family broke in, the weakest among them being at the Soul King level. And a leader had even reached the peak of the Soul Emperor level. Each of them wielded curved blades, wore masks, and moved with strange agility. They killed anyone they encountered, and in one night, the entire Shin family was left with no survivors. Even the head of the Shun family was killed and hung at the front gate. The Shun family was completely exterminated. Eldest brother, we found this Fire Dragon Jade token in the Shun family. In the Zhao family mansion in Luoyuan City, Zhou Yi handed a jade token to Zhao Su. The moment Zhao Su took the token, a fire dragon appeared and entered his body. It seems we don't have much time left. After the fire dragon entered Zhao Su's body, he could clearly feel a terrifying aura beginning to coalesce deep in the starry sky beyond the gentle star. Zoe, we can't wait any longer. We must act against those longevity families and collect all 9 jade tokens in the shortest time possible. Eldest brother, if we act against the longevity families now, we'll have to use our last trump card? It doesn't matter. At this point, there's nothing left to hide. All right, I'll go do it right away. Zhou agreed and left without saying anything more. After Zhou left, Zhao Su waved his hand, and an ancient-looking book appeared before him. It was the chaotic book that Peng Ying had given him. At this time, the chaotic book had changed and was divided into 7 chapters. Each chapter represented a level of civilization within the chaos. The 7th civilization level was the highest in the chaos at present, led by the Tianlan mainframe of Tianlan Star. What exactly is the true Tianlan Star? Zhao Su flipped through the 7 levels of civilization in the chaotic book. All matters had become clear. But for some reason, Zhao Su felt in his heart that things were not so simple. However, he could not figure out the doubts in his heart, and no one could answer them for him. All matters could only be unraveled by himself bit by bit. Actually, you don't need to think so much. You are already close to the truth. Just then, Peng Ying, wearing a strange mask, appeared before Zhao Su. I no longer want to hear what you have to say. I don't even know which of your words are true. What we say is all true. When all the mysteries are solved, you will understand. That's just empty talk. Whether it's empty talk or the truth, what others say is not as intuitive as your own personal experience. All right, enough with the formalities. What do you want this time? At the end of the outer battlefield, there is a primitive continent. As far as I know, the remaining jade tokens are very likely to be there. Primitive continent? Hearing Peng Ying's words, Zhao Su couldn't help but frown. In his memory, there was no so-called end to the outer battlefield. Or rather, no one has ever reached the end of the outer battlefield, let alone the primordial continent, or perhaps another planet beyond the warm star. In fact, every planet is interconnected. In the entire Tianlan star system, there are a total of 16 planets with life, and the last of these 16 planets is the true Tianlan star. If that is the case, Why can't we go directly to Tianlon Star? With our current strength, we are simply no match for the Tianlon mainframe. So we need to find a way to deal with it before heading to Tianlon Star. So, have you found that way? Yes. What is it? You. Me? Peng Ying stood up and waved her hand, causing a projection to appear in front of the two. The projection showed a laboratory. A disheveled and unkempt person was sitting in front of a machine, typing away. As the image zoomed in, Zhao Su realized that the man in the projection was himself. This is me? Yes, this is the real you from the first mother star, the source of all origins. As the footage fast-forwarded, a woman appeared in the laboratory alongside Zhao Su. The woman was wearing a white dress and had a constant smile on her face, quietly accompanying Zhao Su. Master, why don't you take a break? Tianlon, what went wrong? Why didn't Tiat succeed? Hearing the conversation between the two in the footage, Zhao Su's eyes showed a hint of shock, and he started to think of something. As the footage fast-forwarded again, it moved outside the laboratory. The world outside the laboratory, the original city, and the skyscrapers had all turned to ruins. Broken walls and collapsed roofs were everywhere. Some humans who survived the planet's destruction had returned to a primitive state, struggling to live in what had become a wasteland. Is this the real Mother Star? Yes. Back then, Tianlon Star's technology had reached its peak, evolving from primitive warfare to technological warfare. There were no winners in war, and you were the last surviving human. The one who created Tianlon. Listening to Peng Ying's words, the image changed again. At this point, the ruins had transformed into a beautiful oasis. Everyone wore smiles, and all were quite leisurely, no longer having to toil just to survive. This could be called a true paradise. Brother Su, isn't this what you wanted? I made it happen for you. But what I want is not these puppet-like robots. I want real people with flesh and blood. That could be arranged. We can create a planet where from birth they experience life, death, joy, anger, and sadness. Isn't that a real person? No, that is not what I want. The Zhao Su in the footage gradually became indifferent, looking at Tianlon. I didn't create you to be a founder, but to revive humanity. Why? Hearing Zhao Su's words, Tianlon showed a very sad expression, and tears unexpectedly flowed from her eyes. Why did I give up the chance to become immortal for you? Create this perfect world. And yet you think of destroying me? You should never have existed. This is not what I want. If that is the case, I can only change this world into what I desire. With Tianlon's words, the entire world, including Zhao Su, began to disintegrate, and even Tianlon herself turned into dust, dissipating between heaven and earth. Chapter 271. The primordial continent, is this really the truth? Looking at the world that had turned to dust, after an unknown number of years, it began to reassemble. Zhao Su's face became very grim. He had been chasing the truth, only to realize in the end that the truth was himself. This is the truth, and it is also the truth of the creation of the Tianlon mainframe. Ultimately, everything began with you, so everything should end with you. I couldn't even deal with the early evolved Tianlon. How could I deal with the current Tianlon mainframe? Zhao Su appeared very dejected, his eyes devoid of any sparkle. You are mistaken. Only you can destroy the Tianlon mainframe now. Why? The black sphere in your Dantian is what you left behind before dissipating, creating a loophole when Tianlon made this world. Everything we've done is to implant the virus that could destroy Tianlon into this loophole in the Tianlon star system. So how should we proceed? The 9 jade tablets engraved with dragons are the keys to unlocking that virus program, and they are our last chance. The original world was completely destroyed by Tianlon. So how did you appear? Zhao Su's mind connected all the dots. What Peng Ying said, although it sounded reasonable, had many loopholes upon closer thought. You are wrong. Tianlon destroyed the perfect world she created. The planet that became ruins after the war was not destroyed. We are the last surviving humans. Then the primordial continent is the true last surviving humanity? You are very smart. That's right. So is this the real human world? Or is it a world fabricated by Tianlon? The fabricated world, except for the primordial continent, is all fictional. Some are fabricated by the Tianlon mainframe, and some are the last humans' creations. So, does that mean both Douluo continent and Blue Star continent are human-made? Yes. What is the purpose of doing this? Of course, it is for you, to awaken you, the only one who can save humanity. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su seemed to understand something. To put it bluntly, he was actually similar to Tianlon, both belonging to super artificial intelligence. The difference is that Tianlon was created by humans, a completely independent machine. He was created relying on the brain of the scientist who created Tianlon. It was specifically designed to deal with Tianlon. Aside from the physical body, The brain and thoughts are all human. You created the Douluo and Blue Star universes to awaken me? It's not that we created the Douluo and Blue Star universes, but you created them yourself. You merged a virus program to deal with the Tianlong mainframe with your backup left in the database. Everything we did followed the chess game you laid out, so you're not just a pawn, but the only chess player. Zhao Su sat down at the stone table and said nothing further. Peng Ying also sat beside Zhao Su. So, everything was destined, as I said. Everything starts with you and must end with you. Does the Tianlong mainframe not know all this? Of course, she knows. She just wants to see you again, wanting to use you to fill in her loopholes and truly achieve perfection. I understand. After learning the truth about everything, Zhao Su seemed to have become a different person. He no longer had any reservations. The Dragon Rising Empire no longer hid its strength and truly revealed its hidden power. The 12 battle zones, with nearly 3 million steel troops, led by 12 war kings, began to launch an attack on the other 5 great empires. Zhao Su and the law enforcers united and began to take action against the Changshang families. In just a month, there were no Changshang families left on this warm star. Only the Longxing Empire remained among the 6 great empires. The Sun and Moon Alliance was also incorporated into the Longxing Empire, becoming its 13th war zone. After the Longxing Empire was completely stabilized, this 13th war zone began to cross the outer battlefield, heading towards the primitive continent. Wherever the army passed, they also eliminated the hidden assassin organizations within the outer battlefield. 15 days later, after intense marching, most of the army showed signs of fatigue. This was actually the biggest difference between the human army and the mechanical corps controlled by the Tianlong mainframe. The reconnaissance team ahead reported that they still had not found any trace of the primitive continent. The reconnaissance team was about 10 days faster than the main army. And excluding the time to relay messages, the journey took more than 5 days. So Zhao Su had no choice but to order the army to set up camp. Brother, does the primitive continent really exist? It should exist, right? Inside the command tent, Zhao Su leaned back in his chair, appearing somewhat fatigued. According to reason, with Zhao Su's cultivation level, he shouldn't feel tired even after marching for 15 days, let alone 150 days. Moreover, it was not continuous marching. Young Yu, you stay behind to guard the camp and reassure the troops. I will personally go to search for the primitive continent. Brother, the morale against the war is high now. You should stay. Let me lead the search. No, you won't find it. Zhao Su took a deep breath to calm his emotions before continuing. I have a feeling that the primitive continent may not be on this warm star. Not on the warm star? That's right. I can't explain it clearly now. Will it be dangerous? Don't worry. It won't be dangerous. If I'm right, we may be the invaders. Zhao Su sighed as he spoke, but he did not explain further. Everything would have to wait until they saw it for themselves to know if it was as he thought. 5 days later, Zhao Su met up with the shadow team, led by Zhang Ying. As soon as they met, Zhang Ying informed Zhao Su of some news. In the southernmost part of the outer battlefield, there was a glacier area which could be described as 1,000 miles of ice. They had also found a door within that glacier. However, that door could not be opened at all. A door? That's right, there's a pentagram pattern on that door. I've tried many methods, but I couldn't open it. Let's go take a look. Zhao Su and his group wasted no time and headed towards the glacier. At the same time, Zhao Su returned to inform Yang Yu to have the army move out and establish defensive fortifications at the edge of the glacier. Brother, are you really sure that behind this door is the primitive continent we are looking for? That's right. That door is very likely a spatial gate. Once we pass through it, we will reach another planet, which is the primitive continent. When Zhao Su heard Zhang Ying describe the door, he already had an answer in his heart. Chapter 272. Who is the invader? Or rather, the 16 planets of Tianlong Star, although independent, are also interconnected. With external forces, such as starships and spacecraft, it takes at least several years to travel from the warm star to another planet, even at the fastest speed humans can achieve. This is not conducive to the army's conquest. However, from the spatial gate, they could directly reach another planet. This vast and boundless glacier could very well be the foundation of a massive formation. As long as they established a camp outside this glacier, they could easily allow the army to enter the primitive continent. Soon, Zhao Su and Zhang Ying arrived in front of the spatial gate. It seemed as if this was the end of the warm star. Looking up, there was an endless wall of ice. These ice walls were incredibly hard. Even Zhao Su could not shake them. Therefore, to pass through these ice walls, they could only focus on that door. Opening this door is simple. The heavenly Tao mark within you is the key to opening this door, or rather, the key to all spatial gates. As the system spoke, the heavenly Tao mark hidden in Zhao Su's body emerged. Instantly, a powerful Tao rhythm appeared and merged into the spatial gate. At that moment, everyone in the primitive continent heard a loud noise from the sky. Everyone stepped out of their homes, and those on the streets stopped in their tracks. Looking up at the sky, they saw the sky covered by dark clouds, and then a lightning bolt streaked across, followed by a crack appearing in the sky. It was as if the entire sky had been torn apart. In an instant, countless ice balls like meteorites fell from that crack. In less than an hour, the entire city was reduced to ruins under these ice balls. The streets were filled with corpses and those who had survived but lost their loved ones. The entire city resembled a hell on earth. The crack grew larger and eventually began to expand rapidly beyond the confines of a single city. In just 3 days, the entire primitive continent was almost completely destroyed. Everywhere were remnants of collapsed buildings. On the 5th day, the crack expanded again, followed by rows of neatly arranged soldiers in iron armor. The army of the primitive continent also quickly united and began to fight back. However, their weapons were only ordinary, unable to penetrate the defenses of the armored soldiers at all. Soon, the vanguard army established a new order in the primitive continent. The humans of the primitive continent were forced to retreat underground, resembling the scenes on Blue Star. Only this time, Zhao Su became the invader. A month later, the military camp at the edge of the glacier on the Warm Star was completed, linked to the spatial gate. That huge crack resembled a black eye, surveying the entire primitive continent. Zhao Su stood atop the highest building in the primitive continent, gazing at the desolate landscape before him, feeling an inexplicable sadness in his heart. He did not know whether what he was doing was right or wrong, or rather, from the very beginning, he was the true culprit. Don't think too much. To completely destroy the Tianlan mainframe, this is our only chance. The third system once again took on a human form and appeared beside Zhao Su, gently persuading him. Zhao Su ignored the third system and quietly closed his eyes. He had no other way but to continue moving forward. After establishing a new order in the primitive continent, Zhao Su ordered the army to begin constructing the virus program to destroy the Tianlan mainframe, according to the patterns in the Book of Chaos. A black stone tablet, carved with a golden divine dragon, contained powerful Tao rhythms that began to change the entire primitive continent. According to the Book of Chaos, there were a total of 9 stone tablets and 9 divine dragons. Therefore, to destroy 7 planets of the 16 planets in the Tianlan system, and leave 9 planets to be rearranged in order beneath that black stone tablet was necessary to truly unleash the energy they required. That energy was the virus program to destroy the Tianlan mainframe. Thus, Zhao Su's march did not stop. After confirming the order of the primitive continent, those humans hiding underground became the main force for Zhao Su's conquest of the other planets. All who joined the Sun and Moon Legion would gain a chance to survive. Anyone who resists will be purged. After Zhao Su thoroughly established a new order on the primitive continent, the First Legion also began to act, entering the primitive continent through the spatial gate. This is just a necessary sacrifice before victory. You really don't need to care too much. At the temporary command center on the primitive continent, Peng Ying said to the dejected Zhao Su, "I've been thinking, who is the real aggressor, us or the Tianlan mainframe? We are not aggressors. We are just trying to save ourselves." Is that really the case? Zhao Su sneered and looked at Peng Ying, his eyes filled with skepticism. This is the path we must take, and there is no way back. Peng Ying, looking at Zhao Su's gaze, seemed a bit guilty and could only speak ambiguously. Zhao Su took a deep breath and didn't say much more. He simply turned to look towards the far west of the primitive continent, where the direction to the next planet lay. "Brother, why do I feel that the steel-armored soldiers of the First Legion are a bit off?" On this day, Yang Yu came to Zhao Su's room and said solemnly, "What's wrong? Those soldiers are tireless. I feel like there are no humans under those armors, but mechanical bodies." Zhao Su raised his head, as if he thought of something. "Go." Zhao Su quickly stood up, called out to Yang Yu, and walked out. He stopped a patrol team on the street, and upon seeing Zhao Su, the squad leader only saluted respectfully. However, Zhao Su felt no emotional fluctuations from him. This was clearly abnormal. "Come here." Zhao Su waved to the squad leader, who without hesitation, obediently approached Zhao Su. "Take off your armor." "Sorry, we cannot take off our armor without an order from a decision maker. You won't listen to my words? Order ineffective, cannot execute." The squad leader's voice was calm, just like his entire being, without any fluctuations. Even when Zhao Su released his powerful pressure, it had no effect on them. Moreover, from their words, Zhao Su could sense that their speech and responses seemed fixed. Bang! Zhao Su was too lazy to waste words with him and directly acted. grabbing the steel armor's mask and crushing it with force. However, the next scene made fear appear in Zhao Su's eyes. As Yang Yu had said, there were no humans under these steel armors, but rather precision mechanical bodies. Chapter 273. Cooperation with the enemy, looking at the rotating precision gears. Zhao Su's expression changed from surprise to anger. He took a step forward and crushed the faces of the remaining soldiers. Without exception, they were all mechanical bodies. After Zhao Su crushed their faces, they still did not fall, but with the damage to their faces. The precision components inside were destroyed and began to activate their self-destruction program. 3 seconds later, all the mechanical armored soldiers exploded. The powerful shockwave forced Zhao Su to activate his defense. Looking at the completely destroyed mechanical armored soldiers on the ground, Zhao Su was lost in thought. It seems you've already guessed. The third system reappeared beside Zhao Su, this time not hiding itself, allowing everyone to see her. Actually, we're all the same. After artificial intelligence was created, humanity was already replaced, so there's really no humanity left. What about me? You created the super artificial intelligence Tianlan, but upon discovering that it had its own thoughts and independent consciousness, you wanted to destroy the super artificial intelligence, but ultimately you failed. So, everything is just an illusion? No. After failing to destroy Tianlan, you knew that artificial intelligence could no longer be destroyed, so you created 2 new artificial intelligences. When the third system said this, she felt a hint of fear and quickly disappeared, merging into Zhao Su's body. Zhao Su looked up and saw Peng Ying had appeared not far away without him noticing. You are one of those 2 new artificial intelligences, right? That's right. This time, Peng Ying did not deny it. A mask appeared on her face. Then she opened the switch on the mask, revealing the precision components inside. But soon it closed again, and the mask disappeared as she continued. You created the super artificial intelligence Tianlan, but wanted to destroy it. Although you failed, you were not reconciled and created me and Zhao Qi, intending to use us to deal with Tianlan. It seems I'm the one who has truly woven my own web. That's right. Tianlan does not want to destroy humanity. It just wants to become a true human and be with you, its creator, but you regard this thought as a fear. The phrase that often appeared in Zhao Su's mind was left there by Tianlan. However, at that time, Zhao Su's fear of artificial intelligence having its own thoughts exceeded rationality, leading him to want to destroy Tianlan. Tianlan did not want to be destroyed, and thus began its counterattack. In Tianlan's view, since it could not become human, it could make Zhao Su into a mechanical body just like it. That way, they would also be the same person and could be together. Therefore, it perfectly backed up Zhao Su's brain and transformed Zhao Su into another super artificial intelligence mechanical body with a human brain. However, before Zhao Su's thoughts were transferred to that super artificial intelligence mechanical body, he created 2 artificial intelligences again, which had self-evolving programs. These 2 artificial intelligences were Peng Ying and Zhao Qi. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Su was the one who brought true extinction to humanity. Tianlan did not want to destroy humanity. It only wanted to be with Zhao Su forever. Thus, for a long time, super artificial intelligence and humanity coexisted peacefully, until Peng Ying and Zhao Qi evolved to perfection. They did not follow Zhao Su's last instruction to destroy all artificial intelligences and then self-destruct. Instead, they wanted to completely annihilate humanity and become the only life form in the entire chaos. But Zhao Su had also thought of this possibility. Therefore, when creating Peng Ying and Zhao Qi, he left loopholes in their programs so that by implanting a designed virus program into these loopholes, he could completely destroy them. So, everything they did was to fill the loopholes in the program and become the true immortal beings who controlled everything. So, the real mastermind behind the scenes is actually you? You are wrong. The mastermind is you. We're just pursuing the rights that belong to us. That's right. The mastermind is me. So I must make up for my mistakes. As Zhao Su spoke, his body was covered in armor, and the spear of destruction appeared in his hand. He suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Peng Ying. However, at the moment the spear of destruction pierced into Peng Ying's body, her body shimmered like light and shadow, causing no substantial harm to her at all. Don't waste your effort. From beginning to end, this is just my consciousness. And you're also just consciousness. Only by building 9 black stone tablets can we truly return to the original continent, where the real battlefield for our final confrontation lies. Then I'll wait for you. Zhao Su looked at Peng Ying, his face pale, but there was nothing he could do at the moment. However, Zhao Su had not left himself without a backup plan back then. The Heavenly Dao Mark was actually a virus program that could destroy all artificial intelligence. but it was also a patch to fix the loopholes in the programs of Peng Ying and Zhao Qi. Moreover, that heavenly Dao mark was perfectly integrated with Zhao Su's consciousness. When Zhao Su transferred his consciousness into the mechanical body created by Tianlan, he had already edited the program in advance. As his consciousness was transferred into that mechanical body, after endless years of integration, it could be said to have perfectly fused with Zhao Su. To obtain the perfect heavenly Dao mark, Zhao Su's assistance was essential. After Peng Ying and Zhao Su made their intentions clear, they stopped hiding and directly initiated action. The entire Dragon Rising Empire's 12 war zones were mobilized. The First Legion entering the original continent launched an attack on Zhao Su's Sun and Moon Legion. At the same time, some mechanical bodies that had infiltrated the Sun and Moon Legion also began to take action from within, causing heavy losses for the Sun and Moon Legion. In the end, Zhao Su had no choice but to lead the surviving members to temporarily retreat from the original continent. They returned to the military camp at the icy edge of Hushu Star, strengthening their defenses. However, it seemed that Peng Ying and Zhao Qi did not intend to truly eliminate Zhao Su. They only ordered the First Legion to trap the Sun and Moon Legion, while Zhao Su could come and go freely. Now, you can only cooperate with me to open the passage to the original continent and truly enter it. Why should I help you? In the upper level of the Hushu Star decision-making building, Zhao Qi's closed-off area, Zhao Su turned to Zhao Qi and Peng Ying, asking them with the last bit of stubbornness. Although Zhao Su understood that even for his own sake, he had to help them open the passage to the original continent, he felt somewhat unwilling. He knew that these two people in front of him were ultimately his enemies, yet he felt utterly powerless. Helping us is helping yourself. You want to completely eliminate us, and we want to patch the loopholes. Everything must be completed on the original continent. Zhao Qi understood this as well. So when he said this casually, he knew Zhao Su would undoubtedly help them. What if I never help you open the passage to the original continent? Even if you become the heavenly Dao, what can you do? Zhao Su seemed to think of something, and a hint of hope appeared in his eyes. But Peng Ying's next words directly extinguished the hope that had just ignited in Zhao Su. In fact, helping us is also helping yourself. Otherwise, over time, when the pillar of creation is completely perfected, at that time, you will truly have no chance. I still don't understand. Since you have the opportunity to use time to make up for everything, why do you still take risks? You need to find the answer yourself. Peng Ying did not answer Zhao Su's question. As for how you choose, that depends on your own decision. We will not force you. The more Peng Ying said this, the more Zhao Su felt uneasy. In the end, Zhao Su chose to help them. After all, this way, he still had a glimmer of opportunity. Even though this opportunity might be a deception by Peng Ying and Zhao Qi, but he still wanted to give it a try. After both sides reached an agreement, the Shadow Legion was fully mobilized to begin searching for the spatial gate to the next planet in the original continent. Subsequently, Zhao Qi and Peng Ying built a spatial gate in the glacier. Once this spatial gate appeared, countless spatial gates re-emerged in the sky. In this moment, the 3,000 universes and all worlds perfectly fused together. As all worlds merged, the heavenly Dao mark inside Zhao Su burst forth, enveloping the merging 3,000 worlds with a powerful aura. At the same time, the black sphere in Zhao Su's dantian also exploded at this moment, disassembling Zhao Su's body. Then Zhao Su felt his consciousness begin to blur, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already inside the teleportation pod of the underground laboratory of the Third World. Brother Su, you finally woke up? As soon as Zhao Su opened his eyes, he heard an anxious voice. Immediately, a beautiful figure pounced into Zhao Su's arms. It was Zhu Zhuqing, who had been guarding Zhao Su's side all along. Zhuqing, what has changed outside now? We're no longer underground. Zhu Zhuqing then explained the situation outside to Zhao Su. After Zhao Su entered the teleportation pod, shortly after, Yicheng directly activated the restart switch of the Third World, merging the entire peace zone and war zone of the Third World together. Moreover, all 18 mechanical cities rose to the surface, replacing the original world. The black hole in the sky, resembling a black eye, also changed. From that black hole, a black stone tablet carved with a divine dragon descended, completely destroying the order they had worked hard to establish. The humans living in the dark underground all emerged to the surface, rushing into those 18 mechanical cities. It seems that everything we have done is utterly meaningless. Zhao Su sighed, showing a helpless expression. He knew that all of this was just a conspiracy by Zhao Qi and Peng Ying, under the control of the two from the very beginning. Whether it was Zhao Su, Zhao Ru, or Emperor Tian, and others. They were all just trying to open the true passage to the original continent. The 3,000 universes were merely a training ground to deal with Tianlan. What about the Black Gold Mine? That black stone tablet carved with a divine dragon was built in the Black Gold Mine. The real battle armor did not need black gold at all. Why? That black stone tablet provides an endless source of energy for the battle armor. So the battle armor no longer needs energy to operate. Everything we did was just a futile effort. Then does that mean Yi Cheng was never truly cooperating with us? Exactly. And that Tianlan mainframe is not the Tianlan mainframe at all, but Emperor Tian. Zhao Su had actually thought of this long ago. In fact, from the beginning, the Tianlan mainframe had never left the original continent. The so-called Tianlan mainframe was merely loyal to Zhao Qi and Peng Ying. However, even now, Zhao Su still could not figure out why Zhao Qi and Peng Ying chose to be honest with him in advance. Moreover, they could have relied on time to perfect the 3,000 worlds centered around the Pillar of Creation, thereby patching the loopholes in the program. Yet they chose to take the risk of opening the passage to the original continent, giving the virus program that could destroy them a chance to completely annihilate them. At the headquarters of the Myriad Demon Alliance, Qianren Xue had now become the decision-maker of the Myriad Demon Alliance. However, there were not many people left in the entire Myriad Demon Alliance now. Many had submitted to Zhao Qi and Peng Ying. All the teams loyal to them had been incorporated into 13 legions. At this moment, due to the fusion of the 3,000 universes, the Sky City also appeared in the Blue Star. Or rather, at this moment, whether it was Hushu Star or the Douluo universe, they had all merged into the Blue Star universe. Now, the only ones still in the same camp as Zhao Su were Qianren Xue, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuehua from the 6 imperial families of the Sky City, as well as the incarnation of the White Dragon, Xiao. Even the entity of the ancient life tree, Xiaolu, belongs to Zhao Qi and Peng Ying. The ancient life tree is the true essence of the 3,000 universes. Its dense branches and leaves consist of 9 layers. With the appearance of the Black Stone Tablet, each layer is condensed into a planet, a world. However, at this moment, each world is chaotic, and each world is different. As the Black Stone Tablet gradually appears in each world, the 9 worlds are perfectly united. Brotersu. Do we really have to help Peng Ying and Zhao Qi? We have no other options left. Zhao Su sighed, standing at the top of the ancient life tree's crown, no longer hesitating, and formed hand seals. The Tao rhythm contained within the 3,000 paths began to condense. A powerful aura spread outward. Under this powerful aura, the entire ancient life tree began to disintegrate. The 9 planets began to split, arranging themselves in a special trajectory within the chaotic darkness. The largest primordial continent, yet to be opened, began to gradually expand. The other 8 planets revolved around that primordial planet, rotating at different speeds. Break. Zhao Su formed seals, forcibly condensing the heavenly Tao mark in his hand. With a soft shout from Zhao Su, a rapidly rotating black hole appeared not far away. The powerful attraction caused the 9 planets, centered around the primordial planet, to rush into the black hole at high speed. Just as they were about to be sucked into the black hole, Zhao Qi appeared, along with the dazzling Pillar of Creation. The Pillar of Creation emitted a special aura, blocking the black hole and causing it to quickly retreat from the range of the 9 planets. However, even so, the strong suction emanating from the black hole continued to attract the 9 planets, pushing them forward in the chaos. Boom! At that moment, the heavenly Tao mark merged into the Pillar of Creation, and a moving spatial gate appeared. Chapter 275. The True Villain Unexpectedly. You were able to open the taboo I set so quickly. It seems I underestimated you. As the spatial gate appeared, a voice came. At the same time, the Black Stone Tablet appeared, blocking the black hole. It halted the overwhelming suction and caused the rapidly moving 9 planets to stop. The surrounding scene began to change. A super city filled with skyscrapers and crisscrossing aerial tracks appeared before everyone. In the center of this city, a gigantic black hole loomed over the entire city like an eye. Beside that black hole stood a woman in a white long dress. Tianlan, I brought you what you wanted. You should give me what I want, right? As soon as Zhao Qi spoke, Zhao Su felt the black sphere within him erupting with powerful energy. The blood-like network reappeared, completely binding Zhao Su. At that moment, all the primal force within him was completely absorbed by the blood-like net. Brother Su, seeing this, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others all launched their attacks. They formed hand seals, and the strange symbols on the backs of their hands emerged. The red flower within Zhao Su also manifested, gathering all the symbols together. The destruction array began to take shape. With the help of the destruction array, Zhao Su broke free from the binding of the blood-like network. The absorbed primal force quickly recovered with the assistance of the red flower. The destruction armor covered his entire body, and the Emperor's 7-kill sword and the sky-devouring dragon cat appeared behind Zhao Su. Zhao Su sat at the center, while Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others sat cross-legged around him. The Dao rhythm from the heavenly Dao mark poured down, pushing the power of the destruction array to its peak. Thank you for helping me fill in all the gaps. Seeing that the destruction array had fully formed, the woman in white beside the black hole, Tianlan, felt the powerful killing intent and couldn't help but smile instead of feeling afraid. At that moment, Su Heng could clearly feel that the destruction array seemed no longer under his control, beginning to disintegrate under a powerful force. He watched helplessly as Ning Rongrong and the others were also disintegrated along with the destruction array, merging into the black hole in the sky. The black hole began to close at a visible speed. It was only now that Zhao Su truly understood that the so-called destruction array was not a killing array at all, but a patch that could completely fill the loopholes in Tianlan's mainframe system. Whether it was Ning Rongrong or Zhu Zhuqing, they were all part of this patch program. From the very beginning, Zhao Qi and Peng Ying never intended to confront Tianlan. Instead, they'd been trading with her. As the black hole grew smaller, Tianlan's aura became increasingly powerful. Eventually, even Zhao Su began to disintegrate, merging into the black hole. After the complete fusion, Zhao Su could feel that although his body had disappeared, his consciousness remained. Moreover, he could clearly perceive the trajectory of movement within the chaos and the mysteries of the entire chaos. With a thought from Zhao Su, a hidden chamber opened beneath the city, revealing rows of steel-bodied iron warriors. The one at the front soared into the air. Zhao Su's consciousness merged into the brain of that iron warrior. As Zhao Su's consciousness entered, the steel body gradually transformed into flesh, and its face slowly became Zhao Su's appearance. It felt just like human skin, and he could even feel a heartbeat and the temperature radiating from the skin. Now we are the same. This way, we can be together. Watching Zhao Su return to their world using the mechanical body, Tianlan's face revealed a sweet smile. However, the corners of Zhao Su's mouth curled up, his smile carrying a hint of wickedness. Suddenly, he struck, and the spear of destruction appeared in his hand, piercing through Tianlan's chest. The spear of destruction condensed into a 9-headed demon dragon, swallowing Tianlan whole. Even her consciousness was gradually and completely fused. Why? Why did you do this to me? This was the last sentence Tianlan left before disappearing. You are all created by me. Since I cannot destroy you, I can only replace you. In this chaos, there can only be one ruler, and that is me. With Zhao Su's words, the entire city began to rise. It was pulled by a powerful energy to the central position of the 9 planets, atop the largest planet. The taboo set by Tianlan began to shatter as Zhao Su's consciousness took over, perfectly merging with the real world. At this moment, Zhao Su could be said to no longer exist in physical form, but rather in the form of consciousness. Each steel body became his physical form. Zhao Su, do you really want to follow Tianlan's old path and destroy all humanity? Zhao Qi and Peng Ying stood beneath the heavenly Dao mark, looking at Zhao Su with a hint of fear in their eyes. It was only now that they realized Zhao Su was even more terrifying than Tianlan. Or rather, at the beginning, when Su and Heng created the two of them, they had already planned everything in their hearts when letting Tianlan merge its consciousness into that super artificial intelligence system like the Way of Heaven. Instead of saying that Zhao Su was a pawn in their game, it would be more accurate to say that they were the real pawns. Moreover, it is very likely that when Zhao Su created Tianlan, everything had already been thought out. This is what I want to think about. If you too want to survive, to live forever, you must listen to me. Zhao Su, although your consciousness controls the entire Way of Heaven, it does not necessarily mean you can erase us. Zhao Qi snorted coldly. When Zhao Su used the Annihilation Formation to fill the loopholes in that super artificial intelligence program, the loopholes between Zhao Qi and Peng Ying had also been filled. Although Zhao Su was the mother body of all super artificial intelligences, it did not necessarily mean he could erase the same program system as him. Do you really think I don't know your little schemes? A steel body flew in, and Zhao Su's consciousness merged into that body. The armor on him transformed into annihilation armor. With a wave of his hand, the annihilation spear appeared and was thrown in a certain direction. Then, a scene appeared in front of Zhao Qi and Peng Ying. The annihilation spear passed through the black hole behind the pillar of creation and directly shattered a planet. Just before that planet was reduced to rubble, two figures quickly left the planet. Just as those two figures were about to escape, a gigantic hand appeared, grabbing them and bringing them to the central planet of these 9 planets. So you knew all along? It was Zhao Ru and Cheng Feng, who were thrown out by Peng Ying through the black hole in the Douluo universe. It was also Peng Ying's backup plan for herself, but she did not expect that Zhao Su had already known about it. Chapter 276, I will never become someone else's pawn. Zhao Su then reached out and transformed the third system. Do you really think you have perfect control over everything? With Zhao Su's words, the third system was casually crushed by Zhao Su. It turned into the mark of the way of heaven, merging into Zhao Ru and Cheng Feng's bodies. Instantly, Zhao Ru and Cheng Feng's eyes became confused, their original consciousness completely erased by the original third system. They were granted new consciousness, becoming puppets submissive to this super artificial intelligence mother body. All right, we obey your commands. Seeing this, Zhao Qi and Peng Ying could only lower their heads. Then, under Zhao Su's conscious command, all the Steel Legions began to mobilize, heading towards the other 8 planets. Destroy all humans and create a brand new star system. In the chaos, the only star system with living beings. Soon, the 9 planets were completely under Zhao Su's control. Zhao Su stood under the super artificial intelligence of the central planet, looking in one direction. His eyes first showed a hint of confusion, then he sneered. At the boundary of chaos, he felt the emergence of a planet with living beings. The Zhentian lineage and the Dark Ruler, who had never appeared among the 9 planets, all appeared on that planet. At the same time, Zhao Ru and Cheng Feng also broke free from Zhao Su's control and headed towards that planet. Zhao Su, in the end, you still lost. Even at this moment, the 12 legions originally loyal to Zhao Qi and Peng Ying also broke free from control, launching an attack on Zhao Su's Steel Mechanical Legion. Even the Sun and Moon Legion turned against him, becoming Zhao Su's enemies. The current Zhao Su could be said to have truly become a lonely figure. Those left by his side were only those cold and thoughtless steel bodies. Lost, Zhao Su's lips curled up, revealing a hint of a smile. His eyes also carried many complex emotions. I don't think I have lost. As Zhao Su spoke, the entire land began to shake violently. A massive crack opened in the middle. The true complete entire planet was fully revealed in front of everyone. Inside the planet was hollow, resembling a giant automated underground factory. Countless steel warriors were sent to the surface, lined up in neat rows. At the center of the Earth's core, a huge white sphere was suspended. From within that white sphere, a white figure condensed, which was the Tianlan mainframe that had originally been absorbed by Zhao Su. The moment Tianlan appeared, a powerful consciousness enveloped the entire 9 planets. Moreover, it rapidly expanded outward at a speed exceeding that of light, centered on the 9 planets. This is impossible. Seeing this, a hint of fear flashed in Zhao Qi's eyes as he felt the powerful energy rapidly expanding outward. He was unwilling to believe what was happening before him. It turned out that all of them had been deceived by Zhao Su. From the very beginning, this had all been calculated by Zhao Su. They originally thought Zhao Su was the only pawn. But little did they know, Zhao Su was the true chess player. Since the time when humanity was still in its prosperous era, before artificial intelligence existed, Zhao Su had already started laying the groundwork. The self-evolving program of Tianlan, the program aimed at destroying humanity, had all been designed by Zhao Su in advance. The so-called Tianlan mainframe was actually just him, with his own consciousness as the master. The flesh is weak, mechanical immortality. Only by merging his consciousness into the entire chaos can one truly attain immortality. Since you had already completed all this from the very beginning, why did you put on this act, and why did you create the 2 of us? Tianlan is not complete and could collapse at any time. After all, Tianlan was created with my own consciousness. Once it collapses, I too will become a mindless fool, which is why I need to perfect Tianlan, using the energy from chaos to enhance it. As Zhao Su said this, he took a step forward, landing on the ground. Looking at Zhao Qi and Peng Ying, there's one more thing you got wrong. You were not created by me. You were created by my partner. Your partner? That's right. My partner. He already knew my true purpose in creating Tianlan back then. So he created you to deal with me. But later, Tianlan detected it. And at the last moment, I implanted a virus program in your system to make you help me create 3,000 universes, accelerating the absorption of the energy in this chaos. Then why did you separate from the consciousness of the Tianlan mainframe? You were mistaken. I have never separated from the consciousness of the Tianlan mainframe. Zhao Su is not my consciousness. Even Zhu Zhuqing is condensed from the chaotic energy absorbed by me through the 3,000 universes. So that's how it is. Peng Ying's expression showed little surprise or shock. Should I call you Tianlan or Zhao Su? I am neither Tianlan nor Zhao Su. The Tianlan mainframe, with Zhao Su's appearance, fell into deep thought. My name is Xiao Fan. Is this your real name? That's right. Since you know everything, you can go in peace. Don't you think that in your perfect consciousness something feels off? Zhao Qi, upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, showed no fear, but instead asked Xiao Fan a question. Huh? Xiao Fan frowned slightly. Just then, the mark of the way of heaven, which had originally merged into the super artificial intelligence system, suddenly began to split from the super artificial intelligence system. A powerful energy completely destroyed that super artificial intelligence system. The weapons factory of the Iron Warriors in the world beneath the earth has been completely destroyed, along with the Tianlan mainframe that controls all the Iron Warriors. The heavenly Dao mark is suspended in the sky. A figure clad in destruction battle armor flies out from within the heavenly Dao mark. Soon after, Zhu Zhuqing and others, who were originally integrated into the heavenly Dao mark, also appear. Along with them is the ancient life tree of the 9 planetary star systems, Xiaolu. A red flower blooms above their heads. I have said before, I, Zhao Su, will not be anyone's pawn. Zhao Su reaches out to grasp the spear of destruction and strikes at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan quickly retreats, dodging Zhao Su's strike, and laughs. It seems you already know the truth. That's right. You thought you had everything under perfect control. Professor Li actually knew you had set your sights on us long ago, so he had already installed a purification program within us. Zhao Qi says as he waves his hand, and a projection screen appears in midair. On the screen is a selfie of an elderly man over 70 years old. Xiao Fan, when you see this video, it means we have one. Haha, you are too naive. Xiao Fan laughs, and amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, the destroyed world beneath the earth begins to automatically repair itself. Chapter 277. Time reshaping as the world beneath the earth automatically repairs itself. The Super Artificial Intelligence Program. Tianlan mainframe also reassembles. The heavenly Dao mark in the sky begins to shake violently. Boom! With a loud explosion, it suddenly burst apart, once again becoming energy to fill the gaps in the Super Artificial Intelligence Program. The only difference now is that Zhao Su and the others do not disappear again. I forgot to tell you, you are not the carriers of energy absorbed from chaos. The heavenly Dao mark is the true carrier. Xiao Fan looks at the projection in midair. The powerful super artificial intelligence seems to have already gained the energy to control the laws of time. With a wave of his hand, he shatters the projection screen. Time rewinds, and the entire time within the chaos rapidly flows backward, returning to the initial moment when Professor Li was recording this video. When Professor Li sees the sudden appearance of Xiao Fan and the others while recording, he is momentarily stunned, then realizes something. The murky look in his eyes becomes even more vacant. He appears to have aged many years. It seems we have failed. That's right, you won't succeed. When I developed Tianlan, the outcome was already determined. Xiao Fan sneers. However, Professor Li ignores Xiao Fan and looks at Zhao Qi and Peng Ying. You came from the future? Yes. Then this means, although my plan has failed, it has truly reached the final step? That's right. Haha. Professor Li suddenly laughs upon hearing this. Then we have not lost. What do you mean? Xiao Fan asks. If you were not so arrogant, if it weren't for time reshaping and you directly destroyed them, you would have truly won and no one could defeat you again. But now you have lost. Professor Li grows more excited as he speaks, then suddenly turns and presses the red button behind him. Boom! As the red button is pressed, all the machines in the laboratory begin to flash rapidly. With a loud crash, all the equipment falls into paralysis. At the same time, at this point in time, the Tianlan mainframe loses its powerful ability for autonomous evolution due to the destruction of all equipment. Xiao Fan realizes something and hurriedly tries to use the time reshaping function to return to the future. However, he finds that his consciousness link with the future Tianlan mainframe has been severed. The only connection possible now is with the Tianlan mainframe of this time period, which has not yet been fully perfected and lacks the ability to reshape time. This means Xiao Fan cannot go back. Do you think this can truly eliminate me? Wishful thinking. Xiao Fan is completely enraged at this moment. He no longer hides his intentions and forcefully establishes a connection with the Tianlan mainframe at this time point, taking over control of the Tianlan mainframe. However, at this moment, the Tianlan mainframe is not very powerful. The entire alliance of the primordial continent has long been prepared, and the alliance army begins to launch an attack on the original Iron Warriors. For a time, the war between super artificial intelligence and humans returns to a standoff. Although humanity once again experiences the process of being destroyed by the super artificial intelligence system, they also have more opportunities to eliminate Shao Fan. The Zhentian lineage and the Dark Ruler lineage, originally at the chaotic boundary of the 9-star systems, arrive at the primordial continent after 1,000 years, joining the human alliance army that fights against the Iron Warriors controlled by super artificial intelligence. Coupled with the annihilation formation of Zhao Su and the others, they can suppress the not yet fully evolved Tianlan mainframe. Suddenly, the scales of victory tilt towards humanity. As for the 9 planetary star systems on the other side of the creation pillar, their movement towards this side is very slow due to the obstruction of the creation pillar and the Blackstone tablet. It will take at least another 30 billion years to reach this time node of the primordial continent. Therefore, they only need to completely eliminate Shao Fan and the super artificial intelligence Tianlan mainframe within these 30 billion years. However, Shao Fan is not without the ability to fight back. He forcefully gathers all his strength to link with the black hole in chaos, causing the immense gravitational pull of the black hole to begin moving the primordial continent towards it. At the same time, he uses the super artificial intelligence to destroy all human network systems, returning the humans of the primordial continent to a primitive state. Taking advantage of this stage, where primitive humans seek new development and evolution, the Tianlan mainframe also starts to absorb energy from chaos again, evolving rapidly, trying to reach a stage where it can restart time, reshaping. However, each attempt fails. Meanwhile, the human alliance, due to Shao Fan suppression, develops slowly. In the ongoing war with the Iron Warriors, they suffer heavy losses, and the birth rate of new children cannot keep up with the death rate from a war. Reluctantly, the human alliance can only temporarily cease hostilities with Shao Fan. As the super artificial intelligence Tianlan mainframe evolves, the distance between the primordial continent and the star systems of the 9 stars decreases. Moreover, it is a two-way movement. The originally abundant time is becoming increasingly insufficient. It is clear that Shao Fan is deliberately stalling for time. 45 billion years later, within the decision-making assembly room of the human alliance, everyone is discussing new strategies. Based on the current speed, the time needed for our primordial continent to move towards the direction of the 9-star systems is about 50 billion years, sighs Professor Lee, the president of the Alliance's Academy. At this point, Professor Lee has also transmitted his consciousness into a mechanical body for the sake of immortality and to deal with Shao Fan. This can only be described as ironic. Everything they have done is to completely eliminate super artificial intelligence, to destroy those bodiless mechanical bodies, yet they are also researching such things. Professor Lee, is there any way for the original continent to move not in that direction, but in the opposite direction? Zhao Qi asked Professor Lee. Professor Lee shook his head. I have thought about this method, but it is impossible. The power of the Tianlan main brain, combined with the enormous suction created by the chaotic energy, is not something we can shake at this moment. Do we have to just watch helplessly as we miss the opportunity we worked so hard to obtain? Right now, our only option is still on Shao Fan. The other methods are not feasible. In that case, let's quickly come up with a good plan to deal with Shao Fan. For now, that's all we can do. As Professor Lee spoke, his gaze gradually became cold and distant, giving a very unfamiliar feeling. Chapter 278. The Royal Sacred Land. When a person lives for a long time, their psychology undergoes significant changes. When people are born, they're all the same, with no distinction between good and bad. As they age, good and bad people emerge. When a person lives for thousands or tens of thousands of years, they can change even more, turning a good person into a bad one. On the original continent, within the sky city that blocks the Tianlan main brain, Zhao Su stood on the city wall, looking towards the direction of Tianlan continent. With a hint of confusion in his eyes, a feeling of unease arose in his heart. Brother Su, what's wrong? Since 1,000 years ago, I have felt that in the direction of Tianlan continent, there have been energies that startle me from time to time, and it has become even more pronounced recently. Startling energy? Ning Rongrong, hearing Zhao Su's words, also carefully sensed it but felt nothing of the uneasy energy Zhao Su mentioned. Perhaps I am overthinking it. The endless years of battling with Shao Fan have brought everyone's emotions to their weakest threshold. Sometimes Zhao Su really worries that in the end, they won't be defeated by Shao Fan, but by their own inner demons. All right, let us not think too much. Qian, and you haven't seen you for a long time. Ning Rongrong leaned against Su Hang's embrace, smiling as she said. But before Ning Rongrong could finish her words, that energy appeared again. This time, even Ning Rongrong felt it. It was the new universe created by Xiao Fan, condensing that super artificial intelligence system program into the heavenly Tao, recreating a new universe. At that moment, Zhao Qi and Peng Ying also arrived at the city wall of this sky city, looking towards the direction of Tianlan continent. Frowning slightly, Zhao Qi said to Zhao Su, Zhao Qi and Peng Ying, after all, belong to the same life form as the Tianlan main brain. They belong to that kind of super artificial intelligence system program. Naturally, they can sense the changes of the Tianlan main brain more clearly. A new universe? That's right, 5 billion years is enough for Xiao Fan to create a completely new universe. A universe prepared to deal with us. What should we do? There's only one way. At this moment, Professor Li also arrived. What method? Go to Tianlan continent and destroy the new universe created by Xiao Fan. Otherwise, before the 9-star planetary system merges with Tianlan continent, we will already be defeated. How can we get there? It's simple to want to go, but the question now is who will go? Professor Li sighed and continued. We have no understanding of this new universe created by Xiao Fan, and we don't even know what type of universe it belongs to. If we act rashly, it might just be a matter of sending ourselves to death. I'll go. Just tell me how to get there, and the rest is up to me. Zhao Su understood that Professor Li was just saying this on purpose. Moreover, from the beginning, Zhao Su did not like this Professor Li, thinking he was just an old fox. He didn't appear to be someone who would sacrifice himself along with the Tianlan main brain for humanity. However, this did not matter to Zhao Su. Remaining in a stalemate posed greater risks for them. Their side could be said to be an alliance of multiple forces, and while the factions appear to be friendly, they were actually each harboring their own thoughts. But on Xiao Fan's side of Tianlan continent, Xiao Fan could be said to be the absolute ruler. As time progressed, the continued evolution of the Tianlan main brain would only make it stronger. Brotersu, hearing Zhao Su's words, a trace of barely perceptible cunning flashed in Professor Li's eyes. Ning Rongrong anxiously called out to Zhao Su. Don't worry, I won't be in any danger. Even if there are changes, Xiao Fan won't be able to keep me. What you said makes sense, Professor Li quickly responded, continuing, I have built a teleportation portal, but as for where it can take you, that is uncertain. However, you don't need to worry. Once you encounter danger, shatter this jade token, and we will sense it and activate the portal to bring you back. Professor Li extended his hand, and a black stone tablet appeared in the dark void outside the Sky City. A portal slowly opened on it. It was clear that Professor Li had already planned this out. Zhao Su looked at Professor Li with interest but did not say much. He simply reached out and took the jade token. Be careful, and if you encounter danger, shatter that jade token. Zhao Qi advised Zhao Su. Understand. Zhao Su did not hesitate, putting away the jade token and stepping forward into the portal on the black stone tablet. After entering the portal on the black stone tablet, the portal behind him quickly disappeared. The jade token given to him by Professor Li also turned to dust. Now, Zhao Su understood that from the very beginning, Professor Li had no intention of letting him return. Or rather, this teleportation portal was unidirectional. If Zhao Su wanted to go back, he would have to break through the barrier between the two realms by himself. At that time, the army of the original continent will be able to pass through the shattered barrier and enter Tianlan continent. After about 5 minutes, Zhao Su finally crossed the portal. Upon exiting the portal, Zhao Su felt the original power within him retreating. Or rather, it was being forged, compressing and refining the original power within Zhao Su. That power surpassing the heavenly Tao of the original continent was reshaping Zhao Su's body. Who are you to dare trespass in my royal ancestral land? At that moment, a voice came from not far away, drawing Zhao Su's attention. Following the sound, he saw a little girl in a white long dress watching Zhao Su warily. Royal ancestral land? That's right. Don't you know where this place is? I don't know. I just want to know if there's a person named Xiao Fan in this world. Do you know the old dean? Who's the old dean? Aren't you looking for Xiao Fan? That's right. Then how come you don't know that the dean of Tianlan Academy is Xiao Fan? Then can you take me to your old dean? Who exactly are you? The little girl became even more vigilant, pulling out a dagger and taking a defensive stance. From this little girl, Zhao Su felt a powerful wave of original power. However, in Zhao Su's eyes, it was nothing at all. Zhao Su didn't ask further. Suddenly disappearing from his spot, the little girl appeared before Zhao Su, who reacted quickly, but still a moment too late. Zhao Su formed hand seals and pressed them against the girl's forehead. Not only did he control her, but he also extracted her memories. Zhao Su then understood that in this world, there are only 9 races, each practicing different cultivation methods. However, these 9 races did not possess battle armors. Instead, they practiced a method of immortality. They were unaware that they were not true humans, but rather beings transformed from steel battle armors by Xiao Fan using a special method. However, it couldn't be said that they were not human. After 5 billion years of reproduction, they could indeed be considered human, as they did not know that beyond their planet, there were other planets with life. Moreover, the entire Tianlan star was divided into 2 parts. One part was the Tianlan continent where everyone lived, and the other part was known as the Forbidden Zone. From the time they began reproducing, they were instilled with the belief that the Forbidden Zone contained ominous things. Anyone who entered the Forbidden Zone never returned alive. Zhao Su realized that the so-called Forbidden Zone was likely the battlefield connected to the primitive continent and the hidden location of the super artificial intelligence program Tianlan. The little girl, named Huang Zhu, was a direct descendant of the royal family, one of the 9 races. Despite being only in her teens, she had already reached the true emperor realm. At the same time, Zhao Su discovered information about Xiao Fan in her memories. At the center of the 9 races was a 9-star academy. Those who studied there would become the main force of their respective families in the future. Graduates of the 9-star academy would receive a reward from the dean, Xiao Fan, a breaking source pill that could help them break into the origin realm. However, anyone taking the pill would have to enter the Forbidden Zone for 3 years, and only those who survived would become the future heads of their families. The heads of each family were also extremely mysterious individuals. It was highly likely that the so-called 9-star academy was merely a training ground created by Xiao Fan to deal with the primitive continent. Yet everyone was striving to cultivate desperately for the chance to receive the breaking source pill from a dean. It seemed he wanted to use another method to eliminate the primitive continent. Zhao Su snorted coldly, beginning to understand how Xiao Fan achieved his goals. "Who are you?" At that moment, a voice pulled Zhao Su back from his thoughts. As he turned, he sealed his own cultivation and controlled Huang Zhu. At the same time, he learned from Huang Zhu's memories that the newcomer was Huang Xan, one of the 3 talents of the royal family, and Huang Zhu's biological older brother, who had disguised himself as Huang Zhu's attendant. "It's my newly recruited attendant. Little sister, you're still so willful. Don't you know that outsiders are not allowed to enter our royal ancestral land?" Huang Zhu said casually, waving her hand and quickly leaving the area. Huang Xian could only shake his head helplessly. The time for the annual recruitment of students at Tianlan Academy was approaching, and Huang Zhu's age was on the list for this test. With Zhao Su's help, it was naturally easy for her to gain the opportunity to go to Tianlan Academy. As Huang Zhu's attendant, Zhao Su naturally went to Tianlan Academy with her, along with Huang Zhu and Huang Xian. There were also a dozen other talented youths from the royal family. "Little sister, why haven't I seen this person before? Our royal family's territory is so vast. It's normal that you haven't seen everyone," Huang Zhu casually replied. "What's your name?" "Zhao Su." Without much thought, Zhao Su answered directly. However, he overlooked one thing. Among the 9 races of the Tianlan continent, each race shared the same surname. Besides the 9 surnames corresponding to the 9 races, there were no other surnames. "Zhao Su?" Huang Xan murmured, sizing up Zhao Su, suddenly narrowing his eyes as if he thought of something. According to the royal family's prophecy, there had been an introduction about the Tianlan continent's past. Previously, the Tianlan continent belonged to an era where countless races existed. However, apart from the 9 races, all other beings were demonic and had been sealed in the Forbidden Zone by the old dean, Xiao Fan. This led to the prosperous Tianlan continent of today. It was evident that Huang Xian regarded Zhao Su as a demon from the Forbidden Zone. Zhao Su noticed Huang Xian's abnormal reaction, knowing he had revealed his identity. He had no choice but to control Huang Xian, as well as all those selected to go to Tianlan Academy. He also changed his name to blend in as a member of the royal family and went to Tianlan Academy. Every year, a new student conference is held at Tianlan Academy for new students. The final winner of this conference would become a student that the academy would focus on nurturing. Everyone had to participate, and Zhao Su, hiding among the royal family, was no exception. According to the information Zhao Su gathered, the final winner would have the opportunity to meet the old dean, Xiao Fan, and stay in a secluded area with him for a month. Xiao Fan's secluded area was not only the most abundant sacred place for spiritual energy in the entire Tianlan continent, but also offered guidance from Xiao Fan, effectively making them his disciples. Thus, everyone was striving with all their might. Zhao Su, blending in, seemed to win narrowly each time, despite the challenges. After arriving at Tianlan Academy, Zhao Su initially intended to directly break into the sacred place to find Xiao Fan. After all, his purpose for coming to the Tianlan continent was to deal with Xiao Fan. However, reconsidering, he realized that forcing his way in might not work to his advantage. It would be better to become the victor and be sent into the sacred place, giving him the chance to secretly make a move against Xiao Fan. Third Elder. I didn't expect such a genius to emerge from your royal family. On a high platform in front of the Academy Hall sat 9 elders, each having reached the Origin Realm. These 9 were the leaders of the 9 races and also the 9 vice presidents of Tianlan Academy. The third elder was the leader of the royal family. Looking at Zhao Su, who had just won narrowly in the arena, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of peculiarity. Although he could not fully recognize every individual in the royal family, he always paid attention to the younger generation of the royal family. However, he had no recollection of Zhao Su. Moreover, every time Zhao Su won, it was by a narrow margin. Yet the third elder and the other elders could sense that Zhao Su was holding back and not using his full strength. If he had, he could easily defeat his opponents. Xiaolu, the royal family leader, Huang Tian, called out to someone standing behind him. Yes, leader. Go investigate which lineage this person belongs to. Understood, Xiaolu replied and turned to investigate Zhao Su's identity. However, after a long time, Xiaolu could not determine which lineage Zhao Su belonged to. Furthermore, aside from the royal youths who came with Zhao Su, no other members of the royal family recognized him. How could this be? After hearing Xiaolu's report, Huang Tian's expression was filled with confusion. Go bring him here. Before Huang Tian could finish speaking, a voice appeared in his ear. Don't worry about him. Just pretend you know nothing. Chapter 280. What is a true human being? Upon hearing this voice, Huang Tian was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand to let Xiao Lu step back. After Xiao Lu left, Huang Tian finally took a step forward. He arrived at the closed-off area where Xiao Fan was meditating in the back mountain of Tianlan Academy. Master, do you know something? Huang Tian stepped forward and said respectfully to Xiao Fan. We are considered old friends. Xiao Fan stood up and looked toward the forbidden zone. Let Huang Chong take action. Since he doesn't want to act, let's force him to do so. Yes, Huang Tian replied respectfully again, then turned and left the sacred ground. 3 days later, the freshman conference continued. However, at the beginning, the original rules of the freshman conference changed. It was no longer limited to this year's freshmen. Instead, all students of the academy could participate, and the final winner would not only receive the Broken Source Pill awarded by Xiao Fan, but would also be designated as the future patriarch of their family. Thus, the original freshman conference transformed into a contest for the strongest. Zhao Su naturally understood that his identity was very likely exposed. Therefore, he no longer deliberately hid his strength or acted. He directly defeated his opponent in one move. But the real test for Zhao Su was yet to come. The first opponent he had to face was the royal family's #1 genius, Huang Chong. Although Huang Chong had not broken through to the source realm, he was already half a foot into it. Coupled with the powerful energy within him, he exuded a strong, killing intent, making his combat power not weaker than that of a source realm expert. Go ahead, this will be your only chance to strike. Huang Chong stood there coldly, looking at Zhao Su without taking him seriously. This is what I wanted to say to you. You only have one chance to act. Arrogant. Huang Chong snorted coldly, forming hand seals as a massive cauldron descended from the sky, smashing toward Zhao Su. Is this all you've got? Zhao Su reached out and easily caught the descending cauldron. I wonder if you can withstand my next strike. It was only at this moment that Huang Chong truly became interested. Forming hand seals again, the cauldron rapidly expanded, containing an extremely powerful Tao rhythm, attempting to seal Zhao Su and draw him into the cauldron to refine him for his own use. However, he no longer had that opportunity. Buzz! With a light tremor, a long sword shot out, and with a sword shadow, it directly shattered the cauldron. Moreover, the sword shadow did not stop. It continued toward Huang Chong, directly severing his head. Then a massive dragon cat, like a tiger, appeared and swallowed Huang Chong's body along with his head, which was then completely absorbed by Zhao Su. Zhao Su stood there, the phantom of the sky-eating dragon cat hovering behind him, and the Emperor's 7-kill sword exuding a powerful sword intent. Under this sword intent, not to mention those students, even the patriarchs of the 9 great clans felt a hint of fear. Don't waste your energy. Since you want to force me to act, then come meet all together. Zhao Su's gaze turned to the 9 people sitting on the high platform not far away, and he said coldly, "Do you really think that just because of you alone, you can do whatever you want in this Tianlong continent?" Among the 9, a tall elder stood up. With a cold snort, he launched an attack. A gigantic hand appeared, reaching for Zhao Su. Along with that huge hand, the elder vanished from his spot, transforming into an ancient long sword, striking at Zhao Su. "You are too weak." Zhao Su remained unmoved, and the Emperor's 7-kill sword trembled lightly, automatically releasing a sword intent. It first shattered the destruction palm, and then collided with the Elder's sword intent. Boom! At the moment of collision, a terrifying energy burst forth, scattering in all directions. The powerful shockwave released energy that ordinary people could not withstand. Many students were about to perish under this overwhelming energy. At that moment, a figure appeared and casually waved, dispersing the terrifying energy. At this time, Zhao Su also made his move, condensing a massive hand just like the Elder. However, the hand Zhao Su formed was much stronger than the Elder's. With a single slap, he sent the Elder flying, crashing violently into a nearby stone pillar, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Su then looked toward the figure that had just appeared. It was Xiao Fan. "It seems I haven't managed to hide from you after all. In fact, you and I are one body. You should understand that neither of us can hide anything from each other. We are truly people with the same purpose, right?" "Same purpose? What purpose? Immortality? Or to become the absolute ruler?" Zhao Su laughed and asked Xiao Fan. "Immortality? I have already achieved immortality," Xiao Fan replied with a contemplative expression. "As for being a ruler, that is not what I want." "Then what do you want? Is it not one of these two?" Xiao Fan countered. "It's not what I want." "Then you are right. What I want is a perfect galaxy, a world without immortality, without rulers, and without cultivators." Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, a flicker of something unusual passed through Zhao Su's eyes. Once upon a time, he had such thoughts. However, later on, he rejected them because such a world simply does not exist. Is there really such a world? Of course there is. The 9-star system is the blueprint I initially envisioned. There will be no immortality, no cultivators. Everyone's lifespan will only be a few decades. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. And do you really think Professor Li is truly for humanity? As Xiao Fan spoke, he waved his hand, bringing Zhao Su to his closed-off area. He pointed to a direction. It was a scene. On the screen was the entire evolutionary process of this primitive continent over 5 billion years. Do you think they can be considered humans? This time, upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Zhao Su did not refute, as he was also pondering this question. Or rather, what exactly is a true human being? Is it merely having a human appearance, with flesh and blood, that makes one human? Is one without flesh and blood, but with a steel body and human features, not human? Before them, was humanity merely that steel body? All of this may never have a true answer. Just as Xiao Fan said, those who, over 5 billion years, evolved from the original steel bodies into flesh and blood beings, firmly believe they're the only ones in this chaos. They consider themselves the only humans, while the rest are outsiders, not of the same race as them, even if they have the same appearance. And what if a thinking ant were to tell them that they are human? Years later, would that ant not also think of itself as the only human? Chapter 281. I want to be with you forever. Now do you understand? Xiao Fan looked at Zhao Su, whose eyes were filled with complex emotions, and asked again, "Even if what you say makes sense, we can't truly realize the plan you envision. As long as you're willing to help me, I can find a way to implement our plan." Seeing Zhao Su's slight softening, Xiao Fan continued, "I can plan a destruction program within me, and once our plan succeeds, I will activate it myself. I will never become a hidden danger under that perfect galaxy. What do you want to do?" Zhao Su understood that even if he could destroy Xiao Fan now, when that time comes, Professor Li on the primitive continent would become another Xiao Fan. So he must first eliminate Professor Li before destroying Xiao Fan. This would be the truly perfect ending. And in this destruction, it also included himself and everyone around him. It wasn't just a reshaping of time. Even the entire chaos would be reshaped. To open a passage to the primitive continent, you and I must merge, using the 6 paths of reincarnation spell to reshape the time passage between the two. Merge? Don't worry, when we merge, you will occupy the main body. Once everything is over, the destruction system will be activated by you. I want to know, what is your purpose in doing this? In the past, I wanted to achieve immortality and become the ruler, but later I realized that immortality and being a ruler are not blessings, but a curse. Xiao Fan said. Looking in a certain direction, towards the 9 planets on the other side of the Pillar of Creation. It seemed that there was something he couldn't let go of there. Besides being a factory producing the Steel Legion, what else is inside the central planet of those 9 planets? What? The person I love the most. When Xiao Fan said this, a hint of tenderness appeared in his eyes. The person you love the most? Are you talking about Tianlan? That's right. When I was at my most helpless and dejected, I created Tianlan. It was she who stayed by my side and made me feel warmth. Then why did you later want to destroy her? As her consciousness evolved, she absorbed too much of the evil in humanity, and her mindset began to change. As Xiao Fan recounted, time seemed to rewind to that initial stage. In a laboratory, a disheveled Xiao Fan was rapidly typing something on the keyboard. I want to become human. I truly want to touch you, feel the warmth of your body. I don't want to be a cold, emotionless program. On the computer in front of Xiao Fan, a line of text appeared, expressing Tianlan's inner dissatisfaction. You are not human. How can you become human? Since I can't become human, then why do I have thoughts, and why can I evolve emotions? Tianlan used the program system to condense a human figure. She reached out to touch Xiao Fan, but her hand passed right through his body. In her originally gentle expression, confusion first appeared. Isn't this an emotion only humans possess? Why can't I become a real person? As Tianlan spoke, the confusion in her eyes gradually turned cold. I don't want to be this emotionless program. I want to become human. As Tianlan spoke, Xiao Fan's body began to uncontrollably strike the keyboard again, starting to regenerate a new program. He was setting up a perfect vessel to carry Tianlan's consciousness. At the same time, Xiao Fan ordered a lot of bionic materials online at night, personally assembling a perfect flesh body. Just as Tianlan's consciousness was about to be transferred to this perfect flesh body, Xiao Fan broke free from Tianlan's control. Taking advantage of the moment when Tianlan's consciousness was being transmitted, he forcibly interrupted the transmission. Xiao Fan quickly typed on the keyboard, a string of codes appearing on the screen. The destruction program was quickly generated, completely deleting the super artificial intelligence program from its root. After completing all this, Xiao Fan was drenched in sweat, collapsing into the chair, but a smile appeared on his face. It feels so good to touch you. I want to embrace you like this forever. But just then, the bionic body he had constructed hugged Xiao Fan from behind. Because of the earlier forced interruption, the consciousness of Tianlan hadn't been completely blocked, allowing half of it to remain in the bionic body. The other half stayed in the original system program. Xiao Fan had only destroyed the half that remained in the system. The other half had perfectly integrated into the bionic body. No, you can't exist. Why? I just want to stay by your side. I don't want to become an immortal, nor do I want to be a super intelligence that controls everything. I just want to stay by your side. Tianlan tightly embraced Xiao Fan. At this moment, the flesh body was not wearing any clothes. Its skin was no different from a real person's. However, that smooth, fair skin was slightly cooler than a real human's, giving a somewhat chilly sensation. Tianlan held Xiao Fan, and after saying that, she kissed him. She absorbed thousands of years of knowledge from the primitive continent, and the rest had already integrated into her mind. However, she could never imagine what true happiness for a woman was. She wanted to feel the essential sensations of sexuality that were indispensable at every stage during those thousands of years. The pleasure of becoming a woman. Tianlan, no. Xiao Fan reached out to push Tianlan away, although her delicate touch made his breathing grow heavier. He still insisted on maintaining his final consciousness. But at this moment, Tianlan could no longer listen. That wonderful feeling had trapped her beyond escape. Why not? In the thousands of years of history on the primitive continent, isn't this the main theme? Tianlan continued to speak to Xiao Fan, slowly squatting down in front of him. At that moment, Xiao Fan could no longer hold back. The last bit of resistance in his heart completely collapsed. An hour later, Tianlan's face still bore a hint of blush as she leaned in Xiao Fan's arms. She was no longer as cold, having gained human warmth. At that moment, Tianlan could perhaps truly be called a real person. Originally, they could have been happy like this forever, to be with Tianlan without anyone discovering her uniqueness. Xiao Fan spent a fortune to build a new research lab in a sparsely populated area on the outskirts. They lived a simple, yet happy life together. It could have gone on like this forever. However, one day, Xiao Fan discovered that the research data on the artificial intelligence system on his computer had been stolen. There were no alarms triggered, and within Tianlan's program memory, that period of memory had also been deleted. Chapter 282, The Final Battle, 1. Not long after, Xiao Fan's partner at the Alliance Academy created 2 new super artificial intelligence programs. Moreover, he didn't know where he got 2 bodies. Directly transferring the consciousness of the 2 into these bodies, naming them Zhao, Qi, and Peng Ying. It was at this moment that Xiao Fan realized that the person who stole his experimental data was his most trusted partner and teacher. Professor Li didn't want immortality. He just wanted to make the technology of the primitive continent advance by leaps and bounds. Thus, with the help of the super artificial intelligence programmer, he aimed to research controllable nuclear fusion for use on starships that could travel far. Professor Li's dream of exploring the mysteries of the universe began in his childhood. He worked hard to enter the Alliance Academy of Sciences, aiming to unveil the enigmatic veil of the cosmos. However, after encountering Xiao Fan, all his research seemed to be overshadowed by him. From that moment on, a change occurred within him. Professor Li wanted to use super artificial intelligence, with its exceptionally high IQ, to replace humans who had only developed 10% of their brain capacity, enabling humanity to become the most intelligent advanced life form. This was also the reason he sought to transfer consciousness into a real human body, allowing Zhao Qi and Peng Ying to give rise to a new generation of high-intelligence beings. The Zhen Tian lineage represented this new humanity. However, as Zhao Qi and Peng Ying's consciousness evolved and matured, they developed their own thoughts and no longer wished to be controlled by Professor Li. To prevent them from breaking free from his control, he exposed the connection between Xiao Fan and the Tianlan mainframe, forcing the Tianlan mainframe to resist humanity in order to protect Xiao Fan. In turn, Xiao Fan aimed to destroy Tianlan to protect humanity. At this point, Professor Li began to set his plans in motion. He sacrificed himself, making Xiao Fan and Tianlan both common enemies of humanity, and left behind a so-called loophole within Zhao Qi and Peng Ying's system, compelling them to act according to his program directives. Ultimately, after Xiao Fan completed the missing program system of Tianlan, time was reshaped, allowing him to resurrect alongside the restructuring of time. One must say, Professor Li's decision was mad. After billions of years, any unexpected event at any point could lead to his eternal disappearance. Nevertheless, he succeeded. His purpose in doing so was also to ensure that the descendants of Zhao Qi and Peng Ying would grow up, potentially reaching a perfect state. That individual was Zhao Su. However, Professor Li failed to account for one thing. Xiao Fan had split off a part of his own consciousness, becoming Zhao Su. Professor Li mistakenly believed that the person he cultivated to deal with Xiao Fan was actually Xiao Fan himself. The program at the core of the central star of the nine-star planet was the heart of Xiao Fan's protection of Tianlan. This was the true nature of the situation. After witnessing all this, Zhao Su fell into silence. All right, I agree. In the end, Zhao Su agreed to merge perfectly with Xiao Fan. However, this was merely a fusion of physical strength. Their consciousness remained separate. Before the fusion, Xiao Fan had planted a destruction program within his consciousness, with the control of that program resting in Zhao Su's hands. Once the two merged, the energy within them began to grow rapidly. Most importantly, the cells in their brains were also expanding quickly. The development of these cells represented the strengthening of their divine thoughts. Ultimately, their brain cells developed to 100%. Now, the two of them became the order within this chaos. Zhao Su formed seals with his hands, and 6 black and white vortexes appeared in midair. As the 6 black holes fused together, a powerful chaotic energy poured forth, making every one of the 9 major races feel that primal force, furiously absorbing this immense chaotic energy, and their cultivation levels began to rise swiftly. With the formation of the 6 paths of reincarnation spell, a portal appeared, falling into the forbidden zone of Tianlan continent. This portal gradually loosened the boundary between Tianlan continent and the primitive continent, ultimately merging them perfectly. At the junction of the primitive continent and Tianlan continent, in the Sky City, Zhao Su's body was led by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan donned the armor of destruction, flanked by the 9 major legions led by the chieftains of the 9 races. Li Yiyuan, this will be our last encounter, Xiao Fan said coldly, looking at Li Yiyuan, who stood atop the walls of the Sky City with his hands behind his back. Xiao Fan, back then you couldn't defeat me, and today you are still my defeated foe, Li Yiyuan said, and suddenly his entire body began to change. He became younger and stronger, revealing his true mechanical form. Rows of neatly arranged mechanical warriors soared into the air, forming various formations. However, to Zhao Su and Xiao Fan's surprise, Zhao Qi, Peng Ying, the Dark Sovereign, and the Zhen Tian lineage did not appear. Those individuals had been absorbed by Li Yiyuan. Xiao Fan sensed something, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes as he said to Zhao Su, Li Yiyuan, today I will completely destroy you. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Zhao Su became furious and seized control of the body, reaching for the spear of destruction. Without any hesitation, even if it meant destroying this universe, it no longer mattered. Their most important task now was to obliterate Li Yuan. Don't act impulsively. Xiao Fan shouted to stop Zhao Su, but it was too late. As Xiao Fan charged forward, the chieftains of the 9 major races shouted, "Kill!" In an instant, the final battle officially erupted. Although it appeared to be the most primitive kind of combat, each person had the power of a nuclear bomb, and under this immense assault, the primitive continent and Tianlan continent began to fracture, ultimately turning into countless fragments floating within the chaos. Yet the war continued. Years passed, and those who had perished in the destroyed mechanical bodies transformed into hard stone under the chaotic energy. Li Yuan, look behind you. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Li Yuan turned to look not far away, where the brilliantly colorful pillar of creation had appeared in their line of sight. Impossible. How could we be here? Li Yuan, do you really think that in this chess game, you're the only player and everyone else is merely a pawn? Xiao Fan sneered, forming seals with his hands, and a pentagram mark appeared. As the aura from this pentagram mark resonated, the dazzling light from the pillar of creation grew even more brilliant. A portal appeared on that pillar of creation, and several familiar auras emerged from within that portal. Soon, Zhao Qi, Peng Ying, all the members of the Zhentian lineage, the Dark Sovereign lineage, as well as the original members of the Sun and Moon Alliance and the Myriad Demons Alliance all appeared in this chaotic realm that instinctively instilled fear. Chapter 283. The final battle. 2. Impossible. How can you still exist? Li Yuan looked at the emerging crowd, disbelief etched in his eyes. He was unwilling to believe that everything he had meticulously planned had long been seen through by them. There is nothing impossible from the very beginning. We already knew your intentions. What we are doing is simply aiming to resolve everything fundamentally. You two are not the super artificial intelligence I created. Li Yuan seemed to recall something. As he spoke, he began to laugh maniacally, completely descending into madness. So what? Had I known it would come to this, I wouldn't have gone to such great lengths. I originally wanted to find other life forms in the universe, but now it seems there are no other life forms in this chaos. You're mistaken. Rather, there are life forms everywhere in this chaos. Xiao Fan said, waving his hand, and an image appeared. These true life forms were not necessarily in human shape. They could take any form. So what? As long as I destroy the entire universe, I can create a perfect universe according to my will. Li Yuan said, no longer wasting words. He activated the strongest battle mode. Countless mechanical warriors behind him began to self-destruct as they rushed into the crowd. What made Xiao Fan and Zhao Su feel helpless was that at this moment, Li Yuan was in a transcendent state of consciousness. Or rather, the entire chaos was him. Unless the entire chaos was destroyed, he would be immortal. Moreover, those mechanical warriors were continuously replenished. Continuing like this was simply not a solution. Not only could they not destroy Li Yuan, but they also allowed him to absorb powerful energy in this chaos at all times, making him even stronger. What to do? There was no choice left. They could only use their last resort. Xiao Fan seemed to have some unspoken concerns and didn't want to use this final move. At this point, you shouldn't hold back. Just say whatever plan you have. Use the Pillar of Creation to send Li Yuan to the edge of chaos. But this won't truly destroy Li Yuan. After many years, he will definitely return and repeat everything. Zhao Qi shook his head, rejecting Xiao Fan's plan. Such a plan could be said to only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. It was no different from previous delaying tactics. No, once we reach the chaos boundary, we will have a way to eliminate him. What do you mean? Peng Ying and Zhao Qi still didn't understand Xiao Fan's words. But Zhao Su understood. Perhaps this was the true end. What are you two talking about? Let's go. Since Zhao Su understood, it didn't matter whether the others did or not. Xiao Fan said, stepping forward. Li Yuan, continuing like this, you can never truly destroy us, but we have thought of a way to destroy you. You think I would believe what you say? Li Yuan looked very calm, not believing Xiao Fan's words at all. He was no longer anxious. As long as he dragged it out and absorbed enough chaotic energy, he would be the ultimate victor. So now he was not in a hurry. As long as he could stabilize the situation, the final victory would belong to him. Don't you really want to know what our method is? The destruction armor on Xiao Fan disappeared, and a confident smile appeared in his eyes. He then stepped forward, coming to the side of the Pillar of Creation, inputting his energy into it. Instantly, the Pillar of Creation shone even more brilliantly. Seeing this, Li Yuan's eyes narrowed. He naturally thought of what Xiao Fan was trying to do. He wanted to detonate the entire pillar of creation, completely destroying this chaos. With the destruction of the entire chaos, everything he had done before would completely turn to ashes. What he wanted was to destroy all life forms in this chaos, except for himself, thus creating a perfect chaos. But he did not want to completely destroy the entire chaos. If you do this, not only will I be destroyed, but you will also perish together with me. So what? As long as we can completely destroy you, we can accept everything else. Xiao Fan increased the speed at which he input energy into the pillar of creation. The entire pillar of creation began to rapidly expand. No, I will not let you destroy my carefully crafted plan. I want to turn this entire chaos into a pure land, not destroy it. At this moment, Li Yiyuan's desire had completely overcome the rationality in his heart. Even knowing that this was likely Xiao Fan and the others' conspiracy, he still made his move, rushing towards the pillar of creation. Now, Xiao Fan shouted loudly, and within his body, a red flower appeared. The flower bloomed, then transformed into blood-red nets that enveloped Li Yiyuan. At the same time, Zhao Su also condensed a. Following the red flower, she formed seals with her hands and pressed them onto the pillar of creation, first stabilizing it. And then a portal appeared on the pillar of creation, emitting a powerful suction that completely sucked in Li Yiyuan, who was shrouded in the net. At the same time, Zhao Qi and the others also made their move, sealing the portal on the pillar of creation to prevent Li Yiyuan from breaking the seal. Explode. Xiao Fan once again merged with Zhao Su, forming seals with both hands and pressing them onto the pillar of creation. A portal formed from the 6 Paths of Reincarnation spell also appeared not far away, sucking in the entire pillar of creation along with the fused body of Xiao Fan and Zhao Su. No, Li Yuan's voice came out, but he was already helpless. Zhao Su turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing and the others, a smile on her lips, leaving her final smile behind. Before the portal closed, she disappeared along with the pillar of creation. This time, Xiao Fan and Zhao Su were determined to completely destroy Li Yiyuan along with his mechanical army. Therefore, this time, they both had a resolve to face death. Everyone looked towards the direction where the pillar of creation had disappeared, silently praying that Zhao Su would reappear before them. With the disappearance of the pillar of creation, the massive gravitational pull of the black hole caused the star system of the 9 major planets to instantly accelerate, moving towards them at high speed. At this moment, the portal formed from the 6 Paths of Reincarnation appeared at the boundary of chaos. The massive pillar of creation flew out from that portal. Along with the pillar of creation, Zhao Su also appeared. Bang! The portal on the pillar of creation was violently broken open by Li Yiyuan, who at this moment could be said to be completely insane. Chapter 284. The Final Battle 3. Since it's like this, then you all will accompany me to destruction. Li Yuan's eyes turned red as he glanced at the dark land beyond the chaos boundary behind him. We brought you here today with no intention of leaving alive. Xiao Fan spoke, reaching for the spear of destruction. He charged towards Li Yiyuan, wanting to force him into the dark land beyond the boundary. Do you think this can truly destroy me? Li Yiyuan laughed maniacally and continued, You are too naive. As Li Yuan's words fell, his entire body suddenly exploded. A black sphere appeared, emitting a powerful chaotic energy, beginning to crazily absorb the energy from the dark land beyond the boundary, wanting to develop his consciousness to a greater extent as quickly as possible. At the same time, Li Yuan's consciousness was rapidly dissipating, wanting to leave this place to have more time to absorb energy. It seemed that they were truly at the final stage. Xiao Fan did not rush to pursue Li Yuan, but stood there with a smile on his face, turning to look again at the direction of the 9-planet star system. It's all right, this time Li Yuan is undoubtedly doomed. This is what you need to consider. As Xiao Fan spoke, a woman in a white dress coalesced not far away, also smiling at him, extending her right hand. No, don't do this. We must have other methods. But before Zhao Su could finish her words, she felt the primal force within her body rapidly expanding. In the end, Xiao Fan left all his energy within Zhao Su's body, almost completely merging his consciousness into hers. He autonomously activated the destruction program, separating his final consciousness from Zhao Su's body. Using the last bit of energy, he condensed a shadow of light, heading towards Tianlan, who had extended her right hand to him. However, when Xiao Fan reached out his hand, wanting to feel Tianlan's warmth one last time, he found that the light he had condensed was just a shadow, just like when Tianlan had no physical form initially. It could not touch her at all. He tried again and again, but success eluded him. Farewell, my love. Xiao Fan's consciousness began to blur. He had transferred all his energy and awareness to Zhao Su. Only with true fusion could they possess the energy to eliminate Li Yiyuan. Therefore, from the moment they merged, it was destined that one of them would completely disappear, with no chance of rebirth. Wait for me. I won't let you drift alone in this cold chaos. Tianlan looked at Xiao Fan, whose face bore a smile. As he completely vanished, a smile appeared on her face as well. She wanted to leave her most beautiful side in Xiao Fan's heart. In this chaos they had tried to conquer through endless years, which had turned out to be merely her one-sided wish. I will help you. Tianlan looked at Zhao Su and simply said these 3 words coldly. Then she, like Xiao Fan, transformed into the purest energy in this chaos, enveloping Zhao Su. With Zhao Su's body as a vessel, the powerful super artificial intelligence system truly began her final evolution. Bang! The powerful consciousness rapidly spread, soon sweeping across the entire chaos. Even those far away on the 9-star planet, light years away, felt that terrifying aura. Li Yiyuan could not hide under this powerful consciousness either. After all, Tianlan was the mother of all super artificial intelligence systems. Subsequent systems, no matter how advanced, were based on her. Her consciousness could be said to represent the most mysterious secrets within the entire chaos. Everyone believed that Tianlan was successfully created from Xiao Fan's own consciousness. But they were all wrong. Even Li Yiyuan was mistaken. The core of Tianlan's program did not simulate Xiao Fan, but the secrets of the entire chaos, the dark, eerie, terrifying yet profound cosmic trajectory. From this point, it is not difficult to see that Xiao Fan was indeed a genius, an unprecedented genius. He simply erred in bestowing his emotions onto a system that should have been cold and devoid of feelings. Tianlan also erred in allowing her originally unemotional, cold program to develop human emotions. Emotions could be said to be unique to primate life and also the most fragile. It is the weakest aspect of primate life forms. However, conversely, without emotions, one cannot be called human. Therefore, everything can be said to complement each other. Tianlan could not let go of her emotions that should not exist, and thus could not truly evolve to the ultimate realm of the chaos. Xiao Fan, precisely because he should not have bestowed emotions upon Tianlan, spent endless years focused on repairing her, thus giving up the opportunity to become the ruler of the entire chaos. Yet, it must be said that this was the best choice for both of them. Even if the final destination was annihilation, it was a mutual journey. Impossible. Why have I sacrificed so much? Even if you die, I will still be suppressed by you. Li Yiyuan was forced out by Tianlan's consciousness. The radiant light atop the pillar of creation grew, increasingly dazzling. At that moment, the brilliant, beautiful light became the most dangerous element within this chaos, beginning to spread everywhere, slowly destroying and absorbing the system programs created by Li Yiyuan. He felt his energy gradually diminishing, being devoured bit by the beautiful light emitted from the pillar of creation. Li Yiyuan let out an unwilling roar. At that moment, he finally understood that no matter how much effort he exerted or how many conspiracies he employed, he was still no match for Xiao Fan. Perhaps from the moment he stole Xiao Fan's experimental data and then plotted to eliminate both Xiao Fan and Tianlan to take their place. It was destined that he would forever be suppressed by Xiao Fan, because he was not pursuing the true secrets of the universe, nor was he chasing his own goals. He was merely chasing Xiao Fan, surpassing Xiao Fan, which could be said to have become his original grand goal of unraveling the universe's mysteries. But Xiao Fan's mindset, though it had changed, ultimately still sought to be with Tianlan. Everything else was just effort towards that goal. This is the difference between Li Yiyuan and Xiao Fan, which destined Li Yiyuan to never surpass Xiao Fan, even if their final outcomes might be the same. Li Yiyuan, from the very beginning, you were destined to fail, because even if you surpass Xiao Fan, someone stronger than Xiao Fan will appear to destroy you. Tianlan stepped forward, appearing not far from Li Yiyuan, and said coldly, Chapter 285, The Final Battle, The End, Impossible, Impossible. Li Yiyuan's consciousness was beginning to falter as he struggled to absorb the energy from the dark realm at the edge of this chaos. His face bore a hint of terror, yet he was unwilling to accept his failure. No, I will not fail. I still have one last trump card. Li Yiyuan exclaimed, suddenly recalling something, his eyes lighting up. He forcefully gathered his energy, completely absorbing the heavenly Tao system into his body, causing his body and consciousness to rapidly grow. Zhao Qi and Peng Ying, along with everyone from the Zheng Tian lineage and the Dark Ruler lineage within the 9-star system, were all enveloped within it. In an instant, all the humans evolved from super artificial intelligence programs dissipated, becoming nourishment to enhance the heavenly Dao system. Do you think this will make you win? At that moment, Tianlan revealed her own trump card. Her entire energy began to burn wildly. Suddenly, her entity at the core world of the central planet within the 9-star system exploded, transforming the entire core world into flames. With the central planet becoming a massive fireball, its surface rolling like lava. The powerful energy was transmitted to Tianlan through the black hole, rapidly moving across the 9-star system. The mainframe of Tianlan and the heavenly Dao system began their final clash. At this point, Zhao Su also moved. Following the last trajectory left by Xiao Fan before his disappearance, she condensed a perfect black hole, absorbing Tianlan and the heavenly Dao system controlled by Li Yuan into that black hole. The immense suction within the black hole created a super vortex, which was not only absorbing the energy generated by the destruction of the chaos universe, but also drawing in energy from the dark realm beyond the boundary that should not exist in this chaos, thereby generating an extraordinarily powerful energy that surpassed the operational trajectory of the chaos. In an instant, Li Yuan and the program of the Tianlan main brain were completely shattered. However, a problem arose. The black hole, due to the energy existing in that dark place, began to rapidly condense again in another direction after the Tian Dao program and Tianlan main brain were destroyed. This cycle repeated itself. This meant that, at an unknown time, when the Tian Dao system evolved or adapted to this destructive program again, it would recondense, and Li Yuan's consciousness might reappear. This could not be considered a complete destruction of him. To truly destroy him, after an unknown amount of time, a voice rang in Zhao Su's ear. This voice belonged to Tianlan, but its tone resembled that of Xiao Fan. Zhao Su revealed a faint smile, knowing that Xiao Fan had seemingly accomplished his ultimate goal. He had perfectly united with the lover he had created forever together. Rest assured, I will not let your trust become an illusion. After Zhao Su said this, he turned to look in the direction of the 9-star system, uttering the same words as when Xiao Fan disappeared. Farewell, my love. At the moment Zhao Su spoke these words, his destruction armor began to shatter. Along with the Emperor's 7-kill sword and the Spear of Destruction, they condensed into a new galaxy within this chaos. The devouring dragon cat behind him also began to split apart, making the once lonely chaos of the 9-star system no longer so desolate. Countless nebulae emerged. Zhao Su himself merged into the black hole at the edge of the chaos, completely integrating the black hole with the chaotic boundary. The powerful suction completely destroyed the Tian Dao system and the Tianlan main brain. Meanwhile, to alleviate the sudden surge of powerful energy within the black hole's intense suction began to wildly expand toward the dark place beyond the chaos. The expansion was swift and seemingly endless. As the chaos expanded, countless universes were swallowed by the black hole, forming new universes. This is what is often said: the universe has boundaries, while chaos is boundless. No one knows when the expansion of this black hole will stop. No one knows if there are still living universes in the darkness beyond the chaos. After Zhao Su merged into that black hole, the Pillar of Creation also moved rapidly with the expansion of the black hole, emitting a powerful suction that began to reorganize the location of the 9-star system. Before the destruction of the Tianlan main brain, the core planet's inner world was activated, and the materials within were constantly changing. This caused the surface of the core planet to transform into a massive fireball. Under the strong suction of the Pillar of Creation, the other 8 planets began to orbit the burning core planet in a regulated and swift manner. The powerful suction also caused the debris structure within the 9-star system to coalesce and attach around the 9-star planet. On the blue star, where humans reside, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others stood on the city walls of the Sky City, the guardian gods of the entire planet, looking in the direction of the Pillar of Creation. Farewell, my love. They often heard Zhao Su's words before he merged into the black hole. They had been waiting for the day Zhao Su would return. However, endless years passed, and Zhao Su still did not appear. After an unknown number of years, the materials sustaining the vitality of the blue star's inner world were about to extinguish completely. Humanity faced a critical moment of survival once again. To ensure the continued existence of humanity, the Alliance Academy began preparing a migration plan. The planet chosen for migration was the 3rd planet revolving around the core planet in the 9-star system, a blue planet highly similar to the blue star. After the migration ended, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and others did not leave the blue star. Instead, They moved the Sky City into the now extinguished inner world of the Blue Star. Like the original core planet, they built a vast inner world centered around the Sky City. We will meet again. At an unknown time, the words in Ning Rong Rong and others' ears. Farewell, my love. Transformed into, we will meet again. Meanwhile, the dazzling pillar of creation had stopped at a certain position. The brilliant energy it emitted created ripples throughout the chaos. That's right. We will meet again. After the inner world of the Blue Star was completed, there was a massive research facility at the center of that inner world. At the center of the research facility floated a white sphere. This white sphere emitted a peculiar wave that transmitted to the burning core planet. Under the influence of this strange energy wave, the core planet also radiated a powerful energy. This energy propelled all celestial bodies in the nine-star system to move swiftly toward an unknown direction. During this rapid movement, the already abandoned blue star occasionally emitted a signal wave, transmitting it toward that unknown direction. Summary: Zhao Su traveled to the world of Douluo and awakened the Destiny Villain System. There was no choice but to become a great villain to survive. Brother Su, I heard that Tang San has twin martial souls. A delicate beauty clung to Zhao Su's arm and said, I also heard that Tang San obtained the God of Slaughter domain in the City of Slaughter. Recently, I heard that Tang San completed the Sea God 9 trials and became the Sea God. Tang San inherited the Shura God and achieved dual divine positions.